I tell you, I was completely stunned at that moment. I watched as the overwhelming sand was about to bury me alive. My mind went blank, and I thought to myself, that's it, I'm going to be the shortest-lived transmigrator in history. But guess what? My body moved on its own. My hands moved as fast as if they were cramping, forming a dazzling series of hand seals, and then a phrase I never thought would come out of my mouth escaped fire release. Great fireball technique. Boom. A fireball larger than my own body shot out. I was dumbfounded. How could a weak little kid like me create such a massive fireball? But if you ask how this happened, that's a long story we need to rewind back to when I first opened my eyes. Let me tell you, the first thing that happened when I transmigrated almost sent me straight to my second life. Family members who would understand, I opened my eyes to see Tsunade with a career line comparable to the Mariana Trench. Cough, holding me. The force felt like it was going to squeeze out my breakfast from 10 years later. At that moment, I had just one thought. What a disaster. I almost achieved the suffocated to death at the start feat in the world of transmigration. Fortunately, a ding rang in my head and my cheat system arrived. This system has no name, but its mechanics are similar to those in teamfight tactics, so I called it the dealer. The dealer immediately gave me 3 hexes. Open up, which allow me to do nothing for the next 3 years, but get a big reward later wind of resurrection, which automatically healed me in fights in future sight, which let me see the future once and even change it. Was there even a choice? Choosing not to take open up would be problematic. Without hesitation, I grabbed open up. Just as I finished selecting, the dealer deflated like a spent barbarian and began introducing my identity. I tell you, this identity is quite explosive in the world of transmigration. It said, your name is Senju Chihiro, but you have the Sharingan. Goodness, I was taken aback. Senju and Uchiha? My first reaction was, can my parents be Hashirama and Madara? I could totally ship that. But then the dealer poured cold water on me. No, you're the one entrusted to Tsunade by Tobarama. All right, second granduncle, that's acceptable. But the dealer continued to chatter. By the way, your body is extremely weak, you might die tomorrow, so cherish it. I nearly fainted. As a fighting champion. As a transmigrator, shouldn't I at least exhaust its reward pool before dying? While I was pondering how to survive, I noticed that Tsunade had fallen asleep, but she was frowning, and tears were hanging at the corners of her eyes. This startled me. What could make Tsunade cry? I instinctively reached out my little hand to pat her, and lo and behold, it seemed like I triggered some plot, and I directly saw her dream. In the dream, it was just after World War II had ended, and her granduncle, Senju Tobarama, the legendary Jutsu master, was nearing his end. He shakily handed Tsunade a painting, telling her to take good care of the child in the painting if she ever met him. Tsunade opened the painting and was stunned. The child in the painting looked exactly like Uchiha Bido. She immediately concocted a dramatic storyline in her mind. My granduncle has a crush on his rival's wife. This child is their kid. I was listening from the side and nearly jumped out of bed. The amount of information was overwhelming. A beautiful day began with me surviving under Tsunade's pressure. The next day, I woke up, and the first thing I did was rush to the bathroom to look in the mirror. Upon seeing my reflection, I was once again dumbfounded. The face in the mirror, I can't say it was unrelated. I can only say it looked exactly like Uchiha Sasuke. This was just a gender-swapped version of Sasuke. I was practically a female version of Sasuke. If Naruto saw this, wouldn't he go crazy? And Itachi, what if he mistook me for his brother and gave me a whole education of love? My little body would surely collapse on the spot. Before I could digest this explosive character setup, a hungover Tsunade clung to me like an octopus, calling out little Chihiro, little Chihiro. When Sister Shizune came to the rescue, I felt like my waist was about to break. Then Sister Shizune announced that we were going to the Land of Wind. I was like, why wasn't I informed? In the 54th year of Konoha, spring, after 5 days of travel, we finally arrived at Sunagakure. It turned out Tsunade was invited to serve as a medical advisor. When meeting the Kazekage, I noticed standing next to him was none other than Gaara's mother, Karura. The dealer didn't lie to me. Shizune, fearing I'd be a nuisance, pushed me out of the office and told me to go back. How could I go back? I had a chance upon my future pillar, Gaara. The weather in Sunagakure was terrible. With strong winds and sandstorms, I felt like I could fry a dish in my mouth. Just as I was about to choke on the sand, I found him. I saw Gaara all alone, playing with sand. Family, who understands? That little back view broke my heart. My damn maternal instincts kicked in, and I wanted to go up and give him a loving hug, all about companionship. Then the scene from the beginning happened. As soon as I got close, the sand seemed to have eyes, and whoosh, it flew straight to my face. I was so scared I sat down, thinking I was done for. But my body reacted on its own and conjured that big fireball. As the fireball and the sand were at a standstill, the dealer logged in again, saying my card system was officially activated. As long as I maxed out someone's favorability, I could obtain their card, and they wouldn't attack me in the future. Wow, wasn't this a tailor-made, life-saving artifact for me? A happy ending for the whole family was in sight. But before I could rejoice, Gaara shouted, "Sandstorm! Coffin!" My fireball was instantly shattered, and the sand pierced through my right hand. I let out an ah, and everything went black. When I woke up again, 2 days had passed. I could hear Tsunade arguing with the fourth Kazekage. Raza, the intensity, felt like she was about to punch down the Kazekage building. I moved my right hand, and Hei was completely fine. It seemed that although my body was weak, its recovery ability was akin to Hashirama's. Just as I was enjoying this, Sister Shizen came in, bombarding me with questions about who taught me ninjutsu and what was going on with Gaara. I could only play dumb, saying I didn't know my body just moved on its own. While we were chatting, I caught a glimpse of a tuft of red hair flash by at the door. It was Gaara. He came to see me. Once Shizen left, I went out to find him. But I couldn't find him, so I decided to wait. Soon enough, Gaara really came, holding a bouquet of daffodils and a fruit basket, looking like a child who had done something wrong, quietly apologizing to me. I tell you, that little look, who could resist it? I immediately launched into a combo of "It's okay. I understand you. I know you didn't mean it. Let's train together from now on." And he was left completely flustered. He thought for a long time and actually agreed, saying he wanted his mother to watch over us, fearing he might hurt me again. Plan executed. When he left, he even stuffed his most treasured little bear into my hands. Wow, wasn't this a friend stamp of approval? Just as I finished conquering Gaara, Tsunade and Shizen returned. Tsunade immediately assigned me a new task. Little Chihiro, in a few days, the village will be selecting talent. You go be a physical arts examiner. I was stunned. Master, are you serious? Me, a weakling, to be a physical arts examiner? How am I supposed to explain that? I wouldn't have any face left. But Tsunade completely ignored me, saying that since I could perform the great fireball technique, I couldn't be treated as a normal child anymore. I had to train and at least have self-defense capability. She also mentioned that once the list of medical ninjas was finalized, she would personally teach me medical ninjutsu. Learn medical ninjutsu. I'm totally up for it. If I also learn the 100 Heroes seal, even Grandpa Madara won't be able to take me down. I immediately agreed with full enthusiasm. All right, Master, I will work hard. 2 days later, I was discharged from the hospital. The Sand Ninja 101 selection competition, jointly organized by Sunagakure and Konoha, officially started in front of the Kazekage building. The main instructors were Tsunade and Granny Chiyo. Gaara also came, sitting next to his mother beside the Kazekage. Raza stood up, cleared his throat, and began to introduce. The person next to me is Lord Tsunade, known as the Sage of Healing, primarily responsible for teaching medical ninjutsu and taijutsu. Then he turned to the other side. This is our village's Lady Chiyo, who is best at puppet techniques for medical ninjutsu, is also ranked T0. One in the village. After Raza finished his flattery, Tsunade stood up, exuding an aura of 2 meters and 8 centimeters, and cleared her throat. Hello everyone. I am Tsunade of Konoha. The selection process is very simple. There are 3 items, let me tell you. Her loud voice could be heard clearly throughout the square. First item, medical ninjutsu. There is a small creature in the scroll that is in a state of fake death. Reviving it with chakra counts as passing. Second item, taijutsu. Come up and fight with my disciple, which is me. Third item, puppet technique. Just use chakra threads to lift whatever you want. The rules are simple. Choose one of the 3. As long as you pass one, you clear the challenge, and then instructors will be eager to recruit you. After finishing, Tsunade paused for a moment to give the audience some time to buzz in discussion, then waved her hand. Now, the selection officially begins. Contestant number 1, come up. Wow, I focused my gaze and saw that contestant number 1, wearing black clothes and sporting a wild hairstyle, was none other than. Is it you? I took a few looks before I dared to recognize you. It turns out you didn't have that non-mainstream purple totem on your face when you were a kid, and your little face was quite fair. You were so confident, starting off by saying, I'll begin with the first item. And what happened? You unleashed a barrage of chakra, with green light flashing for a long time. But the little tadpoles in the scroll didn't move at all. Family members, who understands? It seems that no matter how finely you control your chakra, it's a completely different matter from being able to be a healer. For the second item, Jiulang stood on the stage without a blush or a heartbeat. I walked up slowly, and instantly there was a chorus of boos from below, probably wondering where this little brat came from. To be honest, I felt quite helpless too. I'm not someone like Kakashi, a top figure in the ninja world, just an unknown nobody who would recognize me. But it's fine, I'll just go with confidence. After all, I have the genes of both Madara and Hashirama. How bad could I really be? Kanjiro looked at me, and teased with a smile, "Little sister, don't cry later, okay?" I also forced a smile at him and said, "Please take care of me." The referee shouted, "Start." The cheers for Kanjiro from the audience were almost enough to lift the roof off. "Go, Lord Kanjiro. Knock this little girl down." There were even some taunting, "Lord Kanjiro, if you lose to this kid, don't you dare admit you're the son of the Wind Shadow." I couldn't help but laugh. Wow, isn't this the latest 2025 electronic pickled vegetable material? They really understand the effect of live streaming. Over in the family seating area, Sister Silent was so nervous that her palms were sweaty, repeatedly telling Tsunade, "Lord Tsunade, why don't you let me go instead?" Little Chiaki hasn't practiced at all, but Tsunade, with a serious look, biting her nails, replied with 3 words, "She will win." As soon as she finished speaking, Kanjiro charged at me with a "Kanai?" Let me tell you, at that moment, my brain hadn't even registered what was happening, but my body acted like it was on autopilot, swiftly dodging to the side. As he was about to turn around, my hand was quicker. I slapped his right hand down and immediately pressed my other hand against his neck. In 1 second, the outcome was decided. I released my hand and nodded at him. "Excuse me." Kanjiro was completely stunned, probably wondering where this little brat got such strength. I was also taken aback. Wait, is that it? Am I too strong, or is this guy too weak? The audience below was in an uproar, feeling frustrated. But they didn't scold for too long. After all, it's well known that the Sand Village isn't good at physical techniques. Kanjiro, showing grace, returned the gesture and ran off to the third event. Puppet technique was definitely his forte. Chakra threads emerged from his fingertips, and the puppet parts on the table moved with a snap. The examiner announced on the spot, "Kanjiro, Puppet Master Selection qualified." Next, it was my turn to defend my title. Let me tell you, it was like I had activated a cheat. As soon as one came at me, I took him down. By the end, I even felt like I could see each of their movements clearly, as if I was watching in slow motion. Could this be my cheat code activating? Tsunade was watching from the stands, looking quite satisfied, probably calculating when to lift the seal on my Sharingan. Gaara was quietly saying to his mother beside him, "Mom, Jimin looks really tired. Can we help her?" I have no idea what happened on stage. I only know that I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. This is the 25th one. I leaned against a pillar, panting heavily, and then another young man came up. "All right, let's make it quick." This time I took the initiative, rushing towards him like a gust of wind, grabbing his neck. The guy was so scared that his legs went weak, and he trembled as he raised his hands in surrender. 26. Tsunade saw that I was almost at my limit and quickly called for a break. "Gaara, let's take a halftime." Ino immediately ran over and gently said, "Come on, CHJR, let's go eat." At that time, I was like a rag doll, directly clinging to her and acting cute, trying to get her to carry me. Back in the office, the lunch prepared by Aunt Jo smelled so good that I was drooling. While watching me gobble it down, Tsunade asked little Ji, after fighting more than 20 battles, "How does it feel?" I had my mouth full of food and mumbled, "I'm tired," but their movements seemed so slow in my eyes. "Hee, master, could it be that I'm a genius?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow, and her gaze seemed to say that I was teachable. I could tell she was very satisfied with my performance. As a result, I napped for 2 hours during the lunch break, and I felt completely drained, more and more tired the longer I slept. Is this the curse of the afternoon nap? In the afternoon, I stood on the stage, yawning continuously. Just as I was about to lean against the pillar and fall asleep, I heard footsteps approaching me. I looked up and saw a boy about 15 or 16 years old, with tattoos on his face and a particularly sinister smile. My heart sank. This guy looked like no good. As soon as the referee shouted start, the kid lunged at me like a mad dog. I thought to myself, what? Does this guy have a grudge against me? I focused all my attention on dodging, but his speed was absurdly fast. Although I could see his movements clearly, my body just couldn't keep up. A left hook grazed my face, and just as I was about to retaliate, I heard him shout, "Secret technique, poison palm." Wow. A gust of wind directly hit my stomach, and I didn't even have time to dodge. I went completely black in front of my eyes. Goodness. This guy knows how to launch a sneak attack. It's basically a textbook example of sneaky behavior. And there's poison too. I suddenly felt my whole body go limp and fell to the ground, my stomach hurting as if thousands of bugs were gnawing at it. That little brat, seeing me down, actually wanted to deliver a finishing blow, and his second poison palm came towards my face. Just then, a large amount of sand and gold flew from the stands and forcibly pulled him away. Tsunade, furious, smashed the table with a punch and appeared in front of me in an instant, grabbing that brat by the neck with one hand and sternly asked, "Speak. Who sent you?" Sister Shizen was also frightened and quickly advised, "Lady Tsunade, calm down. Let's check on Chiming. She's been poisoned." Tsunade glanced at my pale face, violently threw the guy to the ground, and shouted at the Wind Shadow, "Wind Shadow, you'd better give me an explanation. If he dares to poison my apprentice today, tomorrow Konoha will declare war on the Sand Shinobi." That boy actually started laughing wildly. "The Uchiha brat deserves to die. How'd he know I was an Uchiha?" Tsunade and Shizune exchanged glances, and Shizune dashed forward, directly pulling out that brat's tongue in front of everyone, coldly saying, "Those who speak recklessly can end up dead." You know, I watched as my master and sister stood up for me, tears streaming down my face, and my stomach hurt even more, making me cry harder. Tsunade picked me up and softly said, "Don't be afraid, your master is here." I was in so much pain that I couldn't speak. I cried out for a long time until everything went dark and I fainted. When I woke up again, it was 2 days later. Gaara told me that the assassin had been publicly executed by the Kazekage. I sighed. My luck was truly terrible. Always either getting beaten up or on my way to get beaten up. I asked Gaara, "How are you getting along with the power inside you?" His little face darkened, and he shook his head. "It's so noisy. It's keeping me up at night." "Well, with two Tsundere personalities, what can I do?" Tsunade walked in, and when she saw Gaara running away like a rabbit, she looked at me with curiosity. I quickly changed the subject. "Teacher, why do I have to sleep for 2 or 3 days every time I go to bed?" She said, while peeling an apple, without changing her expression, "Your body is under too much strain. Sleeping is the best remedy." That sounded mysterious, but I didn't dare to ask more. To prevent us from starving in Sunagakure, I tentatively asked, "Teacher, have you been gambling recently?" Tsunade's hand that was peeling the apple suddenly froze, and I felt a killing intent. I quickly clarified, there seem to be very few taverns in Sunagakure, and you have nowhere to relax." She gave me a glare. "Relax? I just took on 2 students to manage, and I have you, who faints every day. I'm so busy." The next day, I met my new teammates, a lively girl named Akahara and a shy boy named Akasaka Aki. Tsunade took us to the hospital library and immediately asked, "What do you think is the most important thing for a medical ninja?" Rina jumped in to answer, "Of course, it's saving people." I chuckled to myself, a standard wrong answer. Tsunade pointed at me, and I stood up, responding according to the script. I believe that the most important thing is to protect oneself. Only by staying alive can I bring hope for survival to my teammates. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Next comes the practical exercise, reviving the seemingly dead little octopus in the scroll. I gathered chakra in my hand and gently directed it towards the octopus. In an instant, the little octopus jumped up, startling me so much that I stumbled back, tripping over my left foot with my right, and fell backward. Great, I thought. I'm about to have a close encounter with Mother Earth. But instead of hitting the ground, I fell directly into a fragrant and soft embrace. Tsunade sighed and steadied me. "Why do you act like such an idiot?" My face instantly turned red to the ears, and I lowered my head to say softly, "I'm sorry, Master." Oh my God, that was too soft. My mind was racing, and I quickly ran back to my desk to cover my face and cool down. Rina and Akasaka were still struggling with the octopus, and in comparison, I seemed to have quite a talent. Tsunade let those 2 continue practicing and directly assigned me to the bookshelf. "Xiaoji, you go read." I looked at the wall full of books and felt overwhelmed. "Master, which one should I read? I can't possibly read them all, right?" Tsunade laughed like a demon. "This is just a small portion. When we return to Konoha, there's an entire wall waiting for you." My heart was like dead ashes, and I resigned myself to start studying. For the next 4 months, I directly entered hell-level competition mode. I woke up at 5 every morning for basic training, then went to the hospital to study medical ninjutsu, and in the evening I practiced against Gaara in actual combat. Once during practice, I found the kimono too cumbersome, so I tore it open at the thigh with a rip, making it much easier to run. My health is getting better and better, and every day feels like I've been injected with adrenaline. Until one morning during breakfast, the atmosphere suddenly fell off. Tsunade and Shizune's faces were so serious that it seemed like water could drip from them. I cautiously asked, "Master, is something wrong?" Tsunade sighed deeply. "War is about to begin again. The war between the land of wind and the land of earth." My heart sank. No wonder there had been more and more injured patients in the hospital lately. I couldn't help but wonder why we, the people of Konoha, will be helping the Sand Ninja village here. Logically, Granny Chio should hate Konoha because of White Fang. But let me tell you, what Tsunade said next completely fried my CPU. She decisively declared, "We will help." Not only that, she looked at me and said, "Shizun, you will go with your master too." I still hadn't reacted when the girl next to me, who was on mute, suddenly exploded. "No way. Lady Tsunade, She's still a child. How can she go to the battlefield? Goodness, Tsunade was so calm and nonchalant, saying it as if it were the most natural thing. The children of the Senju clan, how can they not go to the battlefield? Right now, we can still protect her, let her see the world, and gain some survival experience. It's better than later when we can't protect her, and she ends up in trouble, right? With those words, I couldn't refute her. The battlefield is something you can't avoid. Sooner or later, you have to face it. I steel my heart and said to Tsunade, Master, I'm going. Rather than being anxious here every day, it's better to take the initiative. Fortune favors the bold. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. That expression was as if she was saying, that's my kid. Seizing the opportunity, I quickly asked the question that had been on my mind. Master, can I ask a question? Why has our relationship with the Sand Ninja suddenly become so strong? But guess what? Before she could answer, she was called away by the hospital staff, leaving me there feeling anxious and restless. During class at the hospital, the guy next to me, named Akasaka Aki, probably noticing that I had been absent-minded all day, finally mustered the courage to come over and quietly ask me, Did something happen? His voice was so soft, like a mosquito buzzing, I couldn't hear it at all. As a result, this guy's face suddenly turned red, and I don't know where he found the courage. He directly shouted, Did something happen? I was startled by his yelling and looked up to see his flushed face. I had no choice but to put on a perfect fake smile and casually say, It's nothing. I'm just a bit nervous about going to the battlefield. As a result, this guy immediately made a promise right there, seriously telling me, Jimin, I will protect you well. Please don't be afraid. At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. Buddy, do you really believe what you just said? But I still smiled and said, Sure, let's work hard together. After sending him off, I quickly went to find Gaara for some final training. I told him I would be away for a while and would see him at the Chunin exams, and that I would introduce him to a master of verbal jutsu, Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara didn't show much expression and just asked, Will we meet again? Of course. I answered with absolute certainty. Let me tell you, this last training session was my shining moment. For the past 4 months, I've been chased by his sand every day, and my dynamic vision has been sharpened to that of an eagle. Today is the time to test the results. Gaara raised his hand, and the sand seemed to rush towards me as if it had GPS. But I am not the same as before. I instantly maxed out my speed, transforming into a blur, swiftly maneuvering around all his sand. With a sliding kick, I reach him in an instant, and the shuriken in my hand was firmly pressed against his neck. The outcome is decided. Gaara's people are dumbfounded, probably wondering, is this still the same noob from 4 months ago? Who understands? Family? I won. I actually won. In my excitement, I rushed over and gave Gaara a bear hug, jumping up and down. As a result, I felt like I was hugging a human ice sculpture. He went completely stiff, his heart racing like a drum. My mind buzzed and I realized, oh no, I've scared the kid. I quickly let go of my hand, took a couple of awkward steps back, and lowered my head to apologize. I'm sorry. I got too excited. It's nothing. His voice trembled. In this awkward atmosphere, my long-lost card dealer suddenly came online with a ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a Gaara card. Oh wow. I instantly popped champagne in my mind. It's an SSR, and it's the limited edition Gaara. It comes with a passive shield and can control people actively. Isn't this just a mobile fortress? I couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, leaving Gaara stunned, probably thinking I was crazy. On the way home, that group of gossipy women was pointing at Gaara again. I shot them a glare, making them realize why the flowers are so red. When we reached my doorstep, Gaara insisted on watching me enter the house before he would leave, making it feel like a scene from an idol drama. As soon as I walked in, I saw Tsunade and Shizune sitting upright, the atmosphere incredibly serious. Tsunade immediately handed me a mission briefing. Xiao Ji, depart before dawn. S-rank mission, objective, survive. Mission details, save someone. The next day, before dawn, we set out. I secretly slipped a little note to Gaara's mom for her to pass on. We endured rough conditions on the way, and at night, we encountered a sandstorm. Sister Shizune pulled out a pile of firewood from a scroll and asked me to start a fire. I said, Sister, I don't have a lighter. She gave me a disdainful look and said, Use fire release, you idiot. At that moment, I was like, huh? Is this how fire release is used? All right. I mimicked my long-lost ancestor, clapped my hands together forcefully, and shouted with full vigor. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Hey, guess what? A huge fireball burst forth with a bang. The kid Akasaka Aki beside me was stunned, secretly clapped his hands together, and murmured softly, Fire release. But nothing happened at all. I laughed hysterically inside, knowing what bloodline suppression meant, right? This is what it means to clap your hands and summon whatever you shout. But the closer I got to the front line camp, the more I felt something was off. Let me tell you, that feeling was too eerie, as if countless sorrows, wails, and resentments surged into my mind like a tide, suffocating me. Finally, with a bang, I collapsed to my knees, my heart feeling like it was about to split open from the pain. I quickly called out to my broken system. "Dealer, help! What's going on?" It actually replied to me. "Sorry, babe. You chose to give up, so I'm going to give up too. This is one of the reasons you're likely to fail. But I can't tell you that right now. Does this AI have a temper? It's like an electronic cactus, very prickly." After being awkwardly helped into the camp by Akasaka Aki, just as I was about to lie down, I heard a piercing scream. I rushed over to take a look. And good grief, Tsunade-sensei, one of the legendary Sannin, was kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, with blood splattered all over her face. She actually has hemophobia, and it's not even cured. I am Yair. Isn't this a mess? I was just about to comfort her when Sister Jingyin rushed over, dragging the still malfunctioning Tsunade away, and then turned back to me with a blank expression, saying, "Jimin, this little surgery is up to you." Huh? I was dumbfounded at that moment. "Sister, listen to what you're saying. I've only been learning medical ninjutsu for 4 months, and you want me to perform surgery?" But the patient's groans were right beside me, and there was no time to scold anyone, so I had to bite the bullet and go for it. I changed into my clothes and looked at the 2 large wounds on the injured person, along with the chaotic chakra, and my scalp went numb. But there was no choice. Saving lives was the priority. After finally stopping the bleeding, I was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my lower abdomen, causing me to kneel down. Tsunade saw this, and her expression changed drastically. She said I was being affected by her and hurried over to treat me. I was tightly held in her arms. It was so strong that I almost suffocated from her legendary cough cough, but I could feel her fear, afraid of losing me, just like when she lost her brother and lover back then. Sigh, this woman is quite pitiful too. I wrapped my arms around her and gently patted her back. "Master, don't be afraid, I won't leave you. I am currently staging an annual tear-jerking drama." Just then, the silent sister lifted the curtain and came in, looking like a headmaster. Hands on her hips. "Tsunade-sama, Shizen, you two stop slacking off. There are injured people piling up outside." "Great, the homeroom teacher is here, better get back to work." When the next patient was brought in, I was stunned. He was covered in blood with a huge gash on his chest. I reacted quickly, covering Tsunade's eyes and pushing her out of the tent. When I turned back, that kid Akasaka had already covered his mouth and rushed out, giving a live demonstration of what winding mountain roads look like. I leaned in for a closer look and almost lost my composure. The patient's chest was wide open, with internal organs clearly visible, and half an arm lying beside him. This wasn't just an injury. It was practically a human puzzle. I forced myself to endure the turmoil in my stomach, put on my gloves, and began the emergency rescue. First, I stabilized the patient, then quickly asked Akasaka Aki to arrange the operating room and called for Sister Jingyin. That night, the 4 of us worked in the operating room until midnight, bringing the person back from the brink of death. By the end, I was completely exhausted, slumped on the ground, with only one word in my mind: hungry. The next few days were like hell mode. I was so busy that my feet barely touched the ground, witnessing various human tragedies every day, surrounded by cries and screams in 24-hour surround sound. Who understands what the family feels? That sense of helplessness, feeling as if I were being crushed by mountains, struggling to breathe. One night, I finally found a moment to breathe and went alone to a small hill behind the camp to catch some wind and clear my mind. I held my chest, not understanding why my empathy was so strong, able to feel the pain of those people as if it were my own. Is this the Uchiha clan's racial talent? Loving deeply? Just as I was feeling emo, Akasaka Aki appeared like a ghost, cautiously asking, "Can I sit next to you?" What can I say? I can only nod. We sat there, with the moonlight pouring down, and neither of us spoke. At that moment, I suddenly felt something strange in my eyes. Goodness, something's not right. It was hot and itchy, as if something was trying to break out. My heart skipped a beat, and I thought, could this be? My eyes are about to open. Just at that crucial moment, Akasaka Aki suddenly spoke up. "Jiming, where is your hometown?" "My hometown? It's really beautiful, with clear mountains and waters." "Haha, let me tell you, this is purely me talking nonsense. My hometown is truly a poor place, with nothing but the sound of coins clinking. My whole life has been about trying to crawl out of there. And what happened? After finally getting out, I died young. This script is simply ridiculous." Akasaka Aki, that silly kid, actually believed it and said with longing, "That's great, our wind country is all sand." We were chatting casually when he suddenly became emo and asked me how long this war would last, and when the world would be at peace. I thought to myself, this question is really beyond the scope, but who am I? I'm the woman holding the script. I laughed and told him, don't worry. There will be someone who will bring peace to the entire ninja world, and there will be no more wars in the future. This kid's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to ask something else, I tell you suddenly, the camp exploded with chaos. Various shouts filled the air. I exchanged a glance with Akasaka Aki, and we realized something was wrong. So we quickly headed down the mountain, but this path down the mountain turned into a road to the underworld. I looked up, and whoosh, a kunai flew past my face. Without thinking, I pushed Akasaka Aki down and rolled into the grass nearby. It's the enemy, I whispered. Goodness, this bunch from the land of Earth is really here to ambush our medical team. I looked at Akasaka Aki, who was trembling beside me like a sieve, and quickly said, don't be afraid. Hide well and wait for my master to come. If we're discovered, you run first, and I'll distract them. This little guy was quite stubborn, shivering as he said, I will protect you. Jiming, I was just about to say you can forget it, when a dagger was thrust right in front of our faces. I swiftly drew my shuriken and blocked it with a clang. Oh no, this guy touched his ear, and I heard him whisper, there are two here. I finished speaking in my heart. This is definitely a communicator calling people. If a few more come, we both will have to explain ourselves here. We can't let him call. I narrowed my eyes, using my right hand to block his knife, while my left hand gathered chakra into a ball of blue light, striking directly at his chest. I didn't go for a lethal blow. That guy let out a scream and knelt down, losing consciousness before he could finish his words. Run. I grabbed Akasaka Aki and dashed toward the camp. At this moment, there was no time for one-on-one fights. Finding the main force was the way to go. I hadn't run far when I suddenly raised my hand and stopped in my tracks. I sensed that there were more people ahead. I pressed Akasaka Aki down into a haystack to hide her. After saying that, I jumped out directly. To my surprise, there were 3 people on the opposite side, making it a standard 4-person team when including the one I just took down. 1 Jonin and 3 rookies, a classic configuration. I was thinking, what if they are here for tourism? But the next second, a shuriken came flying towards my face. All right, it seems there's no room for negotiation. I instantly teleported behind the last female ninja, grabbed her by the neck, and whispered in her ear, keep it down, sister, I don't want to kill you. Just cooperate and lie down, okay? The girl stiffened and nodded wildly. As soon as I let go, she obediently fell down. It seems not everyone wants to fight. There are still 2 left. I clapped my hands. The young one across the way pointed at the bushes and shouted, Teacher, there's another one hiding over there. The man referred to as the teacher looked like a tough character, with a murderous aura practically overflowing. He completely ignored the young soldier and stared intently at me. I was feeling quite distressed. I came to the Naruto world to build infrastructure, not to fight and kill. Is the dealer asleep? Can you give me a cheat? All right. Since it seems like I have no choice but to fight, then don't blame me. I took a stance and quickly calculated in my mind. According to the script, I should first create a shadow clone as bait. Wait, what was the hand sign for the shadow clone again? At that moment, my mind completely crashed, leaving me blank. Forget it. I clapped my hands and shouted whatever came to mind. Fire style, peony technique. In an instant, countless small fireballs erupted like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, enveloping the opponent in smoke. I wasn't foolish enough to ask if it worked. Instead, I fixed my gaze on the smoke. As it cleared, the uncle was unharmed, wearing a mocking expression. The young lady should stay at home. What are you doing on the front lines? I let out a cold snort. What is it to you? His hand signs were as slow as a sloth. And I thought to myself, if Kakashi can be the copy ninja, why can't I? After all, I'm a descendant of Hashirama and Madara. I must have at least 5 nature transformations, right? Ancestors, bless me. Earth style, rock pillar prison. Earth style, rock pillar prison. We both shouted out at the same time. 4 stone pillars rose up with a crash, and wow, we were both trapped inside. The opportunity had come. I opened my mouth and shouted, Fire style, fireball jutsu. With a bang, the uncle opposite me shattered into stones. Rock clone, but where was the real body? Just then, I heard Akasaka Aki scream. My heart skipped a beat, and I turned my head to look. There was no one left in the grass. Please, nothing bad happened. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through my eyes, like being pricked by a needle. I covered my eyes and heard another scream not far away. In an instant, I dashed over, and the sight before me made my blood rush to my head. That dog man had plunged a kunai all the way into Akasaka Aki's stomach. Blood was everywhere. Akasaka Aki's face was as white as paper. When she saw me, she even managed to smile at me, as if to say she was causing me more trouble. Damn, I was furious at that moment. My eyes hurt more and more, and I shouted at that man, "Let her go or I'll kill you." The man just had a smug expression, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" He even pushed the kunai in deeper. "Huh, you underestimate me, don't you?" I suddenly opened my eyes, and the entire world changed color. In my crimson pupils, two Magatama slowly spun. I appeared in front of him, and he froze, as if paralyzed. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. In the next second, I gathered chakra in my right hand, grabbed his head, and delivered a hand chop to his chest. Blood splattered all over my hand. I kicked him away and quickly helped Akasaka Aki up, supporting him as we ran towards the camp. Back at the camp, my master Tsunade was about to scold us, but when she saw Akasaka Aki's blood-soaked appearance, she immediately turned pale and collapsed. Who understands, family? The legendary Sannin, Lady Tsunade, who loses every gamble, faints at the sight of blood. I was completely stunned at that moment and could only look to Shizune for help. Shizune also looked confused, but came over to help carry Akasaka Aki into the tent for treatment. After the bandaging was done, Shizune finally came over to ask me, "What about the blood on your hands? Where's the intruder?" I said, "We scare them away." Jingyin looked serious. The camp didn't detect any intruders at all. What is going on? Am I just hitting air? Akasaka Aki recounted everything that had just happened, especially the part where my eyes turned red. When I heard that, I almost burst out laughing. Wow, did I just activate my Sharingan? But Shizune's face grew increasingly solemn, and she sighed, realizing that I had indeed opened my eyes. The Sharingan is simply a divine skill. After activating it, I felt like my chakra had increased, and my dynamic vision was outrageous. From now on, I could also be a copy ninja like Kakashi. However, my good mood didn't last for long. More and more injured soldiers were being sent from the front lines, and Shizune and I were busier than ever. Just then, a piece of news came in that made me unable to sit still. Kazekage Raza sent Gaara to the battlefield. Let me tell you, I love Gaara's dad, Raza. His actions are simply the ultimate abstraction. He called Gaara over and said, "You go to the front lines for your parents, for your siblings." Gaara is only 6 years old. He said he wouldn't go. As a result, Raza directly hit him with a bombshell. "If you don't go, your mom will have to go." What kind of father is this? Threatening his 6-year-old son with his own mother to go to the battlefield. What could Gaara do? He could only agree. When I heard the news, I almost snapped the surgical thread in my hand. Tsunade-sensei saw through my thoughts and said that the war would soon be over, and we could return to Konoha. I spoke directly. "Master, I have a request." Tsunade sighed. "You want to go see that kid from the Sand Village, right? Go ahead, be careful, and come back quickly after you meet." I was so moved that I almost cried, hugging my master and rubbing against him vigorously. Then I quickly packed my things and set off. I ran all day and finally made it to the front line. Meeting Gaara was a big problem. Infiltration was definitely not an option, as I didn't have the skills for it. The only way was to stake out on the battlefield. The next day, I found a good spot to hide. Before long, I saw over 30 Iwagakure ninjas charging in aggressively, and across from them. Let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. As the dust settled, there stood only a child, red-haired, arms crossed, with a cold expression. Has Sunagakure gone mad? 30 adult ninjas, and they sent a 6-year-old Gaara over? Is this a death sentence for him? Raza, have you lost your conscience as a father? At first, the Iwagakure guys thought Gaara was lost, and some even urged him to go home. But then someone recognized him. Isn't that the sandstorm Gaara? As soon as the words were out, everyone turned pale. A few kunai were thrown, but they were all blocked and bounced back by sand. Gaara covered his face in pain and crouched down. He didn't want to kill. He didn't want to be on the battlefield. I looked and realized it was bad. The beans were about to explode. Gaara is going to transform into a tailed beast. If we wait any longer, Shikaku will definitely swallow him. I jumped out immediately and rushed in front of him, shouting his name. But he could no longer hear me. Half of his face was covered in sand, and he had grown raccoon ears on his head. Damn it, that stinky raccoon. Always picking on kids. I had a sudden inspiration. If Sasuke can use the Sharingan to enter Naruto's mind space and suppress the Nine Tails, why can't I? I awakened my eyes at 6 years old, so my ocular power must be impressive. Let's do it. As soon as the Sharingan opened, I aimed it at Gaara's eyes. In an instant, the world spun, and I found myself in a watery space. Shikaku's enormous body enveloped the tiny Gaara. Upon seeing me, it was first taken aback, then burst into wild laughter. The Uchiha brat? I'll get straight to the point. Stinky raccoon, let Gaara go, and I'll give you a benefit. No, I finally got the chance to have some fun. Shikaku doesn't pay any attention to me. And a mere Sharingan thinks it can command me? Fine, you think you're something. Huh? You refuse a toast and end up drinking punishment wine. The tomo in my pupils spins rapidly, and in an instant, Shikaku falls into my illusion, feeling like 1,000 needles are pricking its tail. It lets out a scream, and in the end can only huff coldly. Brat, remember your benefit. Done. I immediately return to reality and catch the fainted Gaara steadily. I brought him to a cave, and seeing the mottled bloodstains on his hands, my heart ached terribly. While treating him, I pondered whether my first course of action should be to deal with Luosha once and for all. Gaara woke up, looking confused. Shimura, why are you here? I'm here to see you. Didn't I say we would definitely meet again? I withdrew my hand, looking at him. Gaara, no matter where you are, I will always be your friend. After hearing this, the child fell silent for a long time, then lifted his head. A series of questions shot at me like bullets. Why did my father make me go to the battlefield? Why do they want to fight me when I clearly don't want to fight them? Why can't I sleep every night? I looked into his eyes, filled with pain and confusion, took a deep breath, and said, all right, today I'll play the role of a psychologist for you. Gaara, don't you dislike things the way they are now? I watched as he nodded, then I continued. Okay, let me tell you why. First, war happens because every country wants different things. When they can't reach an agreement, they can only fight. Second, they're attacking you not because they hate you, but because you represent Sunagakure, and they represent Awagakure. You are enemies, and once you're on the battlefield, you have to fight with all your might. As for the third issue, the reason you can't sleep is probably due to that pesky raccoon inside you. I told him that after hearing this, Gaara was completely stunned, his little hand touching his belly, probably thinking about the Shikaku that dances every day inside him. The relationship between the two is quite complicated. Shikaku treats him as the strongest weapon, but it has also caused him to have no friends since childhood, not even able to sleep soundly. But I thought, isn't this just a typical case of tsundere? I suddenly had an idea and said to him, think about it. Shikaku is trapped inside you every day. He must be bored too, and he can't go out and have fun with friends. How about you two try to get along and be friends? Let me tell you, I felt guilty after saying that. Who would be friends with someone who doesn't let them sleep? Guess what happened next? Gaara, that kid, got teary-eyed and took it seriously. He said Shikaku must be as lonely as he is, and he wants to go play with Shikaku. Oh my gosh, this kid is too easy to convince. I quickly took the opportunity to motivate him. If you want to change the current situation, you need to get stronger first. Defeat your father, become the Hokage, and then the entire Sand Village will be under your control. The little guy immediately looked energized, nodding vigorously, saying he would work hard to catch up with me. All right, mission accomplished, it's time for me to leave. If I don't go now, Tsunade-sensei will start to worry. Gaara looked so reluctant, staring at me with longing. I could only comfort him, saying we would see each other again at the Chunin exam. I would write to him once I got back to Konoha. Then, I left without looking back. Who understands family? This was already the third time he had seen my back, and I felt like a heartless person who keeps leaving. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over, and autumn had arrived. I returned to Konoha with the main group. Let me tell you, when I finally stood at the gate of Konoha, that feeling was just incredible. In my past life, I was a struggling college student who saved every penny to go to an internet CAF to watch anime. In this life, I just dropped right in the scene. What a profitable crossover. Just as I was still feeling emotional, Tsunade-sensei shouted, "Let us go. Shizen, time to drink." Sister Shizen looked like she was about to cry, and I pulled her aside, saying we should first report to Lord Hokage. Tsunade was so carefree, waving her hand. "Oh, just take Chio with you." And with that, she was gone. I looked at Sister Shizen, who seemed to have lost all hope, and we exchanged glances. Well, let us go. Such is the life of a working person. As soon as we entered the Hokage building and knocked on the door, we saw a handsome guy with blonde hair, dressed in a Hokage robe, smiling like a spring breeze. Wow, it's the real deal, Minato Namikaze. Alive. The one who fights the hardest, dates the hottest girls, and is the warmest dad. It's him. He just said, "Welcome back." And suddenly a window flew open, and a white-haired uncle climbed in, looking left and right. "Where's Tsunade?" Sister Shizen broke out in a cold sweat and forced herself to lie. "Lady Tsunade is too tired." She went back to rest. At that moment, my toes almost dug into the floor in disbelief. That lie was too obvious. Sure enough, the looks from Minato and Jiraiya practically screamed, "You must be joking." Minato, being the nice guy he is, smiled and smoothed things over. Tsunade-senpai must be feeling cooped up. She probably want to drink again. "Shizen, you all have worked hard. Let us submit the report tomorrow. Shizen seemed relieved and grabbed me. Wanted to make a run for it. But then Jiraiya suddenly said, wait. My heart sank. This was bad. His eyes were scanning me, and I figured he must have found out about my Sharingan. The look he gave was half curiosity and half killing intent. He pretended to ask Shizen, how old is this kid? Shizen was speechless, probably cursing in her heart, but still replied, he's over 6 years old. As for me, I kept smiling the whole time, trying to appear professional. Inside, I was panicking, but on the surface, I was as steady as a rock. While I was lost in thought, I suddenly felt sorry for Sasuke. I wondered why, in this world where Minato's family was living well, Sasuke still had to endure the pain of losing his clan. It wasn't fair. Who would love him? Chiming. Shizen snapped me back to reality, and I noticed 3 pairs of eyes staring at me. Oh no! I zoned out in a meeting and got caught by the boss. Shizen, suppressing her anger, said, the Hokage wants to know if you want to go to his house to play. Go to the Hokage's house. That means I could see Naruto. I nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing that I agreed, Shizen threw the responsibility away, performed a body flicker technique, and turned into a puff of smoke, running away without even leaving through the door. She was afraid of being called back. Goodness. I was left in the office with just Minato and Jiraiya. Jiraiya probably had nothing to do either, so he found an excuse to slip away. In the end, it was just me and Minato staring at each other. He looked at the mountain of documents on the table, scratched his head awkwardly, and told me to wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, guess what? Another white-haired person climbed in through the window. Minato was speechless. Kakashi, can you please use the front door? What have you been learning from Jiraiya-sensei? Kakashi, acting as if nothing was wrong, handed over a report. Minato sighed and directly assigned him a task. Can you go to the ninja school to pick up Naruto and bring this little friend back home to Kushina? Yes, sensei. Only then did Kakashi turn to me, come over, take my hand, and send a voice that was oh so gentle. Let's go, chiming. I was being led by him, and my mind was racing with calculations. Copy Ninja Kakashi. He's a walking ninja technique library. I must build a good relationship with him. When I arrived at the ninja school, I immediately spotted Sasuke sitting alone on the steps by the river. My heart softened, and I tugged at Kakashi's sleeve, pointing over there and said, brother, can I go talk to him? The word brother caught Kakashi off guard. He froze for 2 seconds, then squatted down to ruffle my hair and said, go ahead, I'll call you later. I tidied up my messy hair, quietly sat down next to Sasuke, making sure to keep some distance. Sasuke clicked his tongue, his face clearly showing don't bother me. I didn't say anything, just kept him company. Before long, Kakashi came to pick someone up, scooping up Naruto, who was running over. Naruto clung to Kakashi like a little chatterbox, babbling nonstop. Kakashi set him down, holding Naruto with one hand and reaching out to hold me with the other. Jiming? Naruto was stunned, staring at me with wide eyes. Wow, he was seeing a female version of Sasuke and couldn't take his eyes off me. I felt uneasy under his gaze and instinctively hid behind Kakashi. Just then, a male voice came from a distance. Sasuke, let's go. We all turned to look, and Naruto was the first to react, dashing over like a little cannonball to cling to the newcomer. Obito-sensei. I peeked out from behind Kakashi and saw the young man wearing goggles. I was completely stunned. Uchiha. Obito. What's he doing here? Shouldn't he be with Madara, doing some sort of pyramid scheme? Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt like my CPU was being fried by an entire AI model. What is going on with this plot? Obito walked over holding Naruto with one arm, while Sasuke, with a proud expression, took his other hand and stubbornly said, Obito, can you come earlier next time? Obito gave him a big slap on the head and said, no respect, call me uncle. I watched the familiar interactions between the 3 of them, then glanced at Kakashi, who had a motherly smile on his face, and I was completely confused. This plot twist was too outrageous. My only advantage, spoiling the plot, was completely useless. Obito also noticed me, looking at me, and then at Sasuke with a puzzled expression. Kakashi, who is this child? Kakashi quickly interrupted him. I know what you want to ask, but let us go home first. If we don't go back soon, the teacher will get angry. Mentioning Kushina made Obito instantly timid, and he grabbed the 2 kids and rushed towards Minato's home. As soon as we entered, a stunning red-haired beauty rushed over with a ladle, hands on her hips, exuding an aura of 2 meters 8. Kakashi and Obito trembled in fear. But then Kushina suddenly smiled and said, welcome home. Kakashi took the opportunity to push me forward, and sure enough, Kushina's attention was drawn to me. She squatted down and held my hand, clearly very fond of me. Just as dinner was ready, Minato teleported home with a flying thunder god technique, perfectly timing it for dinner. I was sitting with Kakashi on my left and Kushin on my right, looking at the table full of dishes, and I could hardly contain my saliva. Just as I was about to pick up my chopsticks, there was another knock at the door. Obito was eager, darting to open the door. I stretched my neck curiously. Guess who it was? Lin Yahara. The Lin who said she wanted to create a world with me. She was standing right there. Well, I was completely bewildered. The final boss was having dinner with the main character group. Who were we going to fight after this? I was so distracted during dinner, only paying attention to their conversation. Lin said she had just finished training medical ninjas, and Obito looked at her with such longing. He seemed ready to jump on her. Minato even suggested that Kakashi start leading the team as a J-nin next time, and Obito immediately started mocking him. Eventually, the topic turned to me. Minato announced that I would stay at his house for the next couple of days. Naruto was excited, while Sasuke's face darkened as he coldly huffed. I'm staying with Obito. But then both Obito and Kakashi said they were busy, and Sasuke went silent, burying his head in his food. After dinner, Naruto dragged Kakashi off to train, and Sasuke was looking at Obito with longing. As for me, I obediently helped Kushina and Lin wash the dishes in the kitchen. Kushina asked if I wanted to go to the ninja school, and I shook my head. No way. I'd rather find Minato and learn from him directly. I had been craving his flying thunder god technique for a long time. I wanted to become the fastest woman in the ninja world. After washing the dishes, Lin took me out and pushed me next to Sasuke. That kid looked like a cat with its fur bristled, radiating resistance. I sighed and quietly moved away. Obito finally mustered the courage to ask Lin, "Can I take you home?" Lin wanted to wait for Kakashi, but Obito launched a strong attack and finally took her away. I watched their backs and nodded in satisfaction. He could be taught. Naruto suddenly popped up and took me to a room on the second floor. He didn't leave, just stared at me with wide eyes, making my face turn red, and I quickly asked him to leave. Lying on the bed, I started to think. The plot was all messed up now. Improving my strength was a hard truth. I had even begun to learn ninjutsu and jinjutsu, so I needed to find a teacher quickly. While I was sleeping soundly, unbeknownst to me, a meeting was taking place in the izakaya that would determine my fate. Two old advisors, Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado, were discussing killing me, claiming that opening 2 Sharingan at the age of 6 was too dangerous. Tsunade, my master, exploded at that moment. Although she was drunk, her mind was clear. She slammed the table and said, "I disagree. If you want to kill her, kill me first." The two old men even brought up the Nine Tails incident, but Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up in my defense. In the end, it was Minato who stepped forward, suggesting that I stay at his house, under his and Kushina's personal supervision. The old men had nothing more to say and had to leave in a huff. Once they were gone, Master Tsunade turned to Minato and asked, "Minato, can you teach chiming ninjutsu?" She believed I had extraordinary talent and shouldn't be wasted, and Minato was the best choice. Minato was shocked, having ended up with another student out of the blue from a meeting. The next evening during dinner, I learned about this news. Wow, my wishes were coming true. I really became the disciple of Minato Namikaze. Master Tsunade didn't stay long before taking Shizune and Jiraiya out for medical development. Before leaving, she hugged me and whispered in my ear, "Hide your Sharingan well." I was startled and understood. This was a warning to be cautious of Shimura Danzo, that old schemer. After sending off my master, Minato gently took my hand, and I gave him a sweet smile. "Please take care of me from now on, Minato-sensei." He looked a bit dazed from my smile and ruffled my hair. The next day, Minato surprisingly got off work early and pulled me out from a pile of medical books. "Let us go, little chiming. The teacher will take you to train." I was a bit confused at the time. Is the job of a Hokage really this relaxed? Leaving work before the sun has even set? But who cares? I can go train. I immediately responded yes. Then in the next second, I was teleported to the training ground. Goodness, I was completely stunned. What's going on? I'm just a newbie training, and it feels like a top-tier star is holding a concert. Kakashi, Obito, Naruto, Sasuke, are you all here as a VIP front row audience? They were all staring at me with wide eyes. As soon as Minato arrived, his aura was fully unleashed, pointing at these four and giving them a piece of his mind. "You guys, why aren't you working? Are you looking after the kids or not? As soon as there's some excitement, you all show up, huh?" After scolding the two older ones, he turned to Naruto and Sasuke. "You two, have you finished your homework? I told you, those 4 people looked like they had been caught by the homeroom teacher." Frantically exchanging glances and not daring to say a word, Shizen couldn't be bothered with them and turned to ask me, "Did Tsunade teach you the basic 3-body technique?" Me? How would I know what the 3-body technique is? The Naruto plot in my head has been there since middle school, and now it's like expired study materials in a cloud drive, just a file name left. As a result, Naruto got excited and volunteered to be my private tutor. Look, Jimin. He poofed and transformed into Sasuke. Who understands? Family? It's 2025, and I can still ship such a pure couple. It's like the official is feeding us. I thought, isn't it just about having hands? I followed suit, poof, and I also turned into Sasuke. Next was the shadow clone technique. Naruto suddenly created a whole playground full of himself. The scene looked like Russian nesting dolls. I tried to make hand seals and barely produced 5, sigh. My chakra level is probably just 2 cards, can't do more. Finally, there was the body replacement technique. Kakashi threw a shuriken, and Naruto poofed into a piece of wood. Then he excitedly said to me, "All right, it's your turn," and threw a shuriken at me. I told you, my brain hasn't reacted yet, but my body moved first. That was the muscle memory left from my previous sparring with Gaara. In an instant, I flashed behind him and subconsciously grabbed his neck. Oh my, I surprised myself. I quickly let go and said, sorry, muscle memory, purely muscle memory. Naruto, with his silly grin, didn't think much of it, but everyone else was wide-eyed. Sasuke's little expression darkened instantly, and I could almost imagine his inner monologue. Damn, this woman is so strong. When will I be able to kill that man? It was like a typical case of CH Nibby. He probably also noticed my Sharingan with the 2 Tomo, and his little face was tense. Minato was also shocked, probably wondering what kind of background this kid has with such an incredible talent. Seeing my learning speed, he figured there was no need to teach me the basics anymore and directly pushed me toward Obito. Obito, your fire release is amazing. You take this kid under your wing and take Sasuke along too. Let me tell you, Watergate's scapegoating technique is simply superb. After saying that, he zipped away like a flying Raijin to go home and accompany his wife. This guy is more skilled at skipping work than I am. Obito looked unwilling, but after Watergate praised him, saying he was better than Kakashi, he immediately became puffed up and reluctantly agreed. Kakashi beside them probably rolled his eyes all the way to the heavens. As a result, Obito and Kakashi huddled together, mumbling for a long time, figuring out what exactly they should teach me. I was standing there almost falling asleep, just about to sit down, when Sasuke suddenly spoke up, his gaze sharp. Who exactly are you? This kid really couldn't hold back. I had no choice but to pull out the official line. Senju Hashirama, Tsunade's disciple, a descendant of the Uchiha and Senju clans. He didn't believe me at all, and without saying a word, he launched a fire release. Great fireball technique right at my face. What could I do? I was just as helpless. I activated my Sharingan, copied and pasted it back at him. The 2 fireballs collided, and I intentionally let his hit me, but this kid was playing a feint. He was already gone, and the next moment I felt a killing intent behind me. Unfortunately, playing body flicker in front of me, I directly used a rear attack, appearing behind him. Kunai pressed against his belly, easily pinning him down. Obito and Kakashi were just watching the whole time, not even thinking about intervening. Obito was so excited, probably already shouting in his heart to restore the glory of the Uchiha, and that we have a duty to do so. I couldn't wait any longer. So I walked up to them and sweetly called out, "Brother Obito, can you teach me ninjutsu now?" Well, that word brother completely stunned Obito. He was frozen for a moment, then instantly beamed with joy. Yes, I'll teach you everything I know. Finally, it began. Obito first taught me the Phoenix Fire technique. Let me tell you, he slowed down his hand signs, afraid that I couldn't see clearly. As a result, I learned it in one go, and the sparks I produced were even more beautiful than his. Beside us, Sasuke was like a leaking lighter, only managing to produce a few small flames. Now both of them were dumbfounded, and I could only make up an excuse. I've seen this before and practiced it for a long time using my Sharingan. You should have seen their expressions. Not a single word of it was believed. Forget it. No more pretending. I'll lay my cards on the table. I am a genius. I directly told Obito, "Brother Obito, teach me 2 more." Obito was at a loss, so he had to send Sasuke off to practice on his own and then pulled me aside to teach me an upgraded version. The Crimson Flower Claw of Phoenix, which is just adding shuriken to the fire. I asked him for the shuriken, and I succeeded on my first try. Obito was completely out of options. He was frantically searching his mind for any fire techniques he knew. In the end, he made up his mind and decided to teach me a secret technique. This technique was very difficult. His expression was particularly serious as he began to form hand signs, chakra gathering in his throat, and then he suddenly sprayed it out. Wow, that wasn't just fire. It was a sea of flames. The temperature was so high that my hair was about to curl. Fire style, great fire annihilation. My eyes lit up at that moment. Isn't this the signature ninjutsu of Madara? If I learn this, won't I be able to play it casually in the future? Obito, panting heavily, saw my excited face, and probably felt a great sense of accomplishment. "Obito, I'm coming." I mimicked his hand signs and spat out a breath of fire. Although the range was much smaller, it was at least a prototype. Obito comforted me, saying that he wasn't as skilled as I was when he first learned. But that wasn't enough. Right then and there, I set a flag. Senju Chihiro, will surpass Uchiha Madara. Then, I started practicing like crazy, spewing fire again and again until my vision went dark, and I managed to push myself to the point where my CPU overheated and I fainted. As I fell, it felt like I landed in a very reliable embrace. I strained to open my eyes and saw, it was Kakashi. Kakashi held me and began to lecture Obito. "Are you crazy? Teaching such a small child the great fire annihilation?" Obito looked extremely aggrieved. "What can I do? She gets full marks on everything else. Learns it with just a glance. I have nothing left to teach her." Kakashi rushed me to the hospital, and on the way, we ran into Might Guy. Guy, with his peculiar thought process, saw Kakashi holding a little girl and immediately came over with a gossipy face. "Kakashi, isn't she a bit too young for this?" Kakashi was exasperated, explaining for a long time, but Guy still had that understanding expression, patting his shoulder and saying, "But if it's Kakashi, it must be fine." I woke up again, and I was already at Konoha Hospital, having slept for almost 3 days. I was so hungry I could swallow a cow. Sister Rin brought me 2 big bowls of rice, and I finished them in a whirlwind, then lay back down. As a result, this time I fell asleep and had a really strange dream. One moment, I was on a battlefield filled with corpses and blood, getting stabbed in the heart. And the next moment, it was like I had a god's eye view, personally experiencing the Nine Tails incident, the cries of despair from the entire Konoha, especially the fear of little Irika, all flooding into my mind. Let me tell you, that feeling was like someone was hosting an emotional concert in my head, all heart-wrenching, almost sending me away. I woke up screaming, only to find Kakashi sitting by my bedside, looking worried. I could only force a smile and say, "It's nothing, just had a nightmare." On the way home, Kakashi and Rin each held one of my hands. Before we even got inside, we heard Naruto and Sasuke fighting upstairs, making quite a racket. Then came Aunt Kushina's furious shout, followed by a gentle lecture on family values. And in the end, the 2 kids even made a peace sign. At that moment, I couldn't help but feel that this is the kind of childhood a prince should have, having a mom and dad and brothers to argue with. It's truly wonderful. I lay at home for another 2 days, feeling that my body has almost recovered. On the 3rd day, before dawn, I sneaked out to run, determined to get my weak body in shape. Guess who I ran into? Mike K, the famously eye-catching guy from Konoha. A thought crossed my mind, and I decided to make a move, intentionally running past him. Wow, I stirred up a hornet's nest. As soon as he opened the second gate, blue steam started to pour out, and he chased after me, asking, "Little sister, I see you have great potential. Would you like to become my apprentice?" I quickly refused. "Say my teacher is Guy." As soon as Kai heard it was the 4th Hokage, he immediately wilted, but still enthusiastically insisted on dragging me along to run, shouting for us to charge towards youth. "Help me, everyone!" I was dragged around for 4 laps, and my youth didn't ignite. My life was about to burn out. I directly gave up and sat at the entrance of the Hokage building, refusing to move. Just then, I saw my savior, Kakashi. I dashed over and hugged his arm. "Kakashi, save me." Kakashi immediately became alert, protecting me with one hand and pressing down his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan, thinking there was an enemy invasion. But when he took a closer look, it was Kai. He was speechless and pulled down his forehead protector. "Kai, why are you scaring kids early in the morning?" I specially hid behind his legs, only sticking out my little head. Kakashi comforted me by patting my head and said, "It's okay, little Jiming, he's not a bad guy. This is my good friend, Might Guy, a very powerful taijutsu expert." I tell you, as soon as Kakashi finished introducing, that guy in the green tight suit named Might Guy suddenly seemed to power on like a CPU, and with a realization exclaimed, "Oh, you're the little one that day that you took to the hospital." Yes, that's me. You have a great memory." At that moment, there was only one thing on my mind: food. Aunt Kushina's breakfast. If I delayed any longer, the hospital's patient meal would be calling out to me. And that would really be a disaster, a super disaster. Fortunately, it seemed that Brother Kai's youthful energy bar had run out, and with a wave of his hand, he said, "All right, I'm off to continue my run. Xiao Jiming, let's burn our youth together next time." As soon as the words "burn our youth" came out, I instinctively tightened my grip on Kakashi's pants and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Okay, Brother Kai, who understands? Family?" Finally, I sent this guy off. My habit of not being able to refuse people is truly ingrained in my DNA. Kakashi saw my cowardly appearance and probably found it amusing. So he asked me why I was up so early. I honestly admitted that I wanted to exercise, but then Brother Kai recruited me, and before I knew it, I had run 4 laps. Guess what happened next? Kakashi casually said, "Then tomorrow at 5, I'll take you for a run." Goodness. He was worried I might accidentally run into some restricted area, and then even Teacher Minato wouldn't be able to find me. Upon hearing this, I thought, hey, isn't this perfect? A private lesson with the main character group, and it's 1v1. How could I ask for more? I immediately nodded obediently. Okay, thank you, Brother Kakashi, who knew that the next second he would take my hand and directly drag me home. I was stunned. The temperature was a bit hot. On the way, I tried to make conversation and asked him if he had no missions recently. He said he was handing over documents. I thought for a moment, and the opportunity came. Then, brother, can you spar with me this afternoon? Kakashi's expression at that moment was exactly that expression. Before Kakashi could even open his mouth, Naruto and Sasuke burst out of the house like 2 firecrackers, chattering and off to school. Immediately after, Teacher Minato came out wearing the 4th Hokage's cloak, urging Kakashi to hurry up and submit the report. I saw that this wouldn't do. My private lesson was about to go down the drain. I quickly grabbed Kakashi's sleeve and blinked my big eyes at him. He probably couldn't help but sigh after being stared at by me. Then at 4 this afternoon, see you at the training ground. Inside, I was like, yay, while he was probably thinking, it's just right to help Obito see how capable this little girl from the same clan is, since I'm free anyway. Done deal. I happily released my grip and watched the big shots go to work. Before leaving, Teacher Minato even assigned me a new task, saying he wouldn't be available this week. But if I was interested in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, I could go find Aunt Kushina. Let me tell you, my eyes lit up at that moment. Sealing techniques. That's a crucial life-saving skill for the later stages. I must learn it. At 4 in the afternoon, I arrived at the training ground on time, even changing into a black, tight-fitting outfit. I found a shady spot to sit down, thinking that knowing Kakashi's habits, being half an hour late would be considered early. Since I was sitting, I decided to stand up and practice that great fire destruction technique again. Wow. This time the sea of fire was absolutely overwhelming. I even scared myself a little. Just then, Kakashi arrived right on time and happened to see this scene. I would bet that his lazy, dead fish eyes were shocked for a second before he forced himself to act as if nothing had happened. "Xiao Ming," he called me. I retracted the fire and put my hands on my hips, starting to speak sarcastically. "Brother, you really know how to time things. If you had come a bit later, this forest would have been burned bald." He laughed a couple of times and wasn't angry. I gasped for breath, saying I needed a 2-minute break. This big move really drained my chakra. I felt like if I used my chakra twice in an actual fight, I'd be done for. Just then, I saw that he actually pulled out that book, Make Out Paradise. An evil thought instantly popped into my mind. While he was reading that little yellow book, I could sneak attack, right? That is not too much to ask, is it? I pretended to be in a daze, quickly forming hand seals behind my back, body flicker technique. In an instant, I flashed his back, kunai aimed directly at his lower back. Brother Kakashi, checkmate. Guess how he responded? Is that so? His tone was so calm, as if I was holding a cotton swab. I steeled my heart and poked. With a bang, the Kakashi in front of me turned into a piece of wood. I knew it. Body replacement technique. I immediately activated my Sharingan, though it was the disguised kind, still appearing as black pupils. I heard a sound from the ground. Earth style. Trying to pin me down like Sasuke? Not a chance. I jumped away and started using my mouth to output. Brother Kakashi, stop hiding. Didn't you want to practice taijutsu? You wouldn't be secretly watching Make Out Paradise underground, would you? As soon as I finished speaking, Kakashi strolled out from the nearby woods. And he really was holding that book. Goodness, the one on the ground was also a clone, this old sly fox. Let's begin. He didn't even bother to put the book down. Wanted to finish quickly since he had to go pick up Naruto and Sasuke at 5. This was simply a blatant disregard. I was so angry that I charged at him, throwing left hooks and right hooks. After hundreds of rounds, all of my attacks were easily blocked with one hand, while he even had time to turn the pages with the other. I was completely stunned. How could he be so calm? Just as my next punch was about to come down, he grabbed my soft little fist. All right, that's enough for today. I had no strength left at the time, so I simply gave up and lay down on the grass. Kakashi lay down beside me and put that tattered book over his face. I actually fell asleep like that. When I woke up, I found myself moved to a shady spot with a little blanket covering me. Naruto and Sasuke had already arrived and were being coached by Kakashi in training. I thought to myself, Kakashi is really gentle and thoughtful. How has he been single for so many years? Ouch, I shouldn't dwell on that. Just as I sat up, Kakashi's face came close to mine, so close that I almost thought something dramatic was going to happen. I quickly dodged and asked him why he didn't wake me up. He said he couldn't bring himself to do it because I looked so peaceful while sleeping. Upon hearing that, I thought, no way, those two are working hard. How can I slack off? I quickly got up. I want to continue training too. Kakashi saw me revive instantly and actually rolled with me, rubbing his belly and saying he would join me for another round. I then made a bold statement. Kakashi, you better use your full strength, or I'll knock you down. I was just being tough. As a result, this time he took it seriously. He put away the book and revealed his Sharingan. After dozens of exchanges, I was out of stamina and exposed a flaw. He threw a punch in my face, and I instinctively closed my eyes in fear. In the end, the punch didn't land. A warm hand pressed down on my head, messing up my hair. Kid, you lost. All right, I admit my defeat wasn't unjust. This scene was witnessed by Naruto, who jumped down from a tree, hands on his hips, shouting at Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, how can you bully chiming? That's too much. Sasuke also jumped down from another tree, looking disapprovingly at Kakashi. Kakashi, Obito asked you to coach me, implicitly suggesting that he shouldn't be so harsh with a little girl. Kakashi, that old fox, rolled his eyes and hatched a plan. He slowly said, as for strength right now, I'm definitely first, chiming is firmly second, but as for you two, I feel like Sasuke is a bit stronger. No way, I'm much stronger than Sasuke. Naruto exploded on the spot. Sasuke snorted from the side. It's obvious that I'm stronger than you, the bottom of the barrel. All right, Kakashi clapped his hands, successfully stirring up a war. There was still time until dinner, so you two can have a match. The rule is, only use taijutsu. I immediately found an excellent spot to watch, but unfortunately, I was missing a bag of sunflower seeds. With Kakashi's command, the two kids instantly started fighting. You punch, I kick. It looked evenly matched. But Sasuke had the Sharingan, always a step ahead. Naruto was being pushed back repeatedly and was about to get knocked out by a kick. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and began to predict Sasuke's predictions. He deliberately created an opening, and when Sasuke's right hook came in, he suddenly ducked down to avoid it, and then countered with a punch. So close. However, Sasuke smiled. He had already anticipated that Naruto would do this, and that flaw was intentionally shown by him. He grabbed Naruto's wrist from behind and twisted it hard, with a crunch. Naruto's face turned pale from the pain, glaring angrily at Sasuke. Kakashi appeared just in time to stop the match and made them seal their reconciliation. This time, Sasuke was quite proactive and extended his hand first. Naruto hesitated, but eventually shook it. Sasuke, next time, I'll be the one to win. Sasuke smiled for once. Sure, next time I'll break your other hand. Naruto cried out in pain, but then Sasuke suddenly became serious. No, Naruto, I only see you as my eternal rival. Wow, the atmosphere was getting deep. I quickly interrupted their heartfelt confession. How about, I take a look at Naruto's hand first? Sasuke's face instantly flushed red, and he turned his head away. Hurry up and treat it. If your hand is ruined, I'll have to take care of you. You're actually quite nice. I teased while helping Naruto set his bone back in place, and with medical ninjutsu, he should be fine in 2 days. The four of us went home, and at the dinner table, Naruto and Sasuke started competing to see who could eat more, bowl after bowl. Meanwhile, Kakashi and I ate leisurely, focusing on companionship. Soon, Naruto's birthday was approaching, and the village had designated this day as the Autumn Festival to commemorate the end of the Nine Tails incident. I went for morning run with Kakashi at 5, and today we had a sleepy Obito joining us. While running, they started discussing what birthday gift to prepare for Naruto. Kakashi had prepared a bunch of free ramen vouchers, and Obito sighed dramatically. I immediately saw an opportunity and suggested to Obito, Obito, you can ask Rin to help you pick out a gift. I heard her say a couple of days ago that she has today off. As soon as I said that, Obito's eyes lit up, and he dropped the line, you guys run slowly before disappearing. I turned back, feeling smug, only to meet Kakashi's helpless yet amused gaze. I quickly changed the subject and asked him when the Autumn Festival was. He explained that it was today, and tomorrow was Naruto's birthday, with a fireworks show in the evening. Upon hearing about the fireworks show, I got all excited and pulled him to say, then Kakashi, let us go watch the fireworks together. He looked apologetic and said he had to help Minato-sensei arrange security work, so he might not be free. I let out a small "oh," feeling a bit disappointed. He saw my little face droop and smiled, adding, Kushina will take you guys, and if I finish my work, I'll come find you, okay? All right. I immediately perked up again, thinking about what gift to prepare for Naruto. Kakashi looked at me, probably thinking, what am I doing? I'm not becoming a jonin. I'm just helping Tsunade take care of kids. After saying goodbye to Kakashi, I returned home, finished breakfast, and was about to go back to my room to read when I felt a sneaky gaze behind me. I glanced with my peripheral vision. It was Sasuke. "Don't you have school today?" I wondered, subtly leading him to the study. I went in first and then used a body flicker technique to hide. When Sasuke came in and found me vanished, he was startled and turned to run to find an adult. I immediately revealed myself, dragged him into the study, and locked the door with a snap. I sat down in a chair, crossed my legs, and looked at him. "Why are you following me?" "I'm not following you." This kid, his mouth is quite tough. I changed the question. "Don't you have to go to ninja school today?" "My shadow clone is attending classes." Wow. No wonder he has Itachi's brother. Even using a shadow clone for class is just the same. I didn't want to beat around the bush. "So what do you want?" He held it in for a long time, his face turning red, and finally squeezed out a sentence. I have a request. Let us hear it. Let's have a duel." I had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. "Why?" "He knows he can't beat me right now. He said he wanted to test his training results, and my presence would ensure he used his full strength. This kid has thoughts are really..." "Fine," I agreed, but I set a condition. The match can happen, but it has to be supervised by an adult. He immediately agreed, looking quite happy. At dinner, Aunt Kushina announced that the whole family would go to the autumn festival tonight. Naruto excitedly ate 2 extra bowls of rice. After dinner, I went back to my room and changed into the sky blue yukata Aunt Kushina bought for me, put on my wooden sandals, and went downstairs with a small bag. Naruto and Sasuke were also ready. Naruto wore a black and orange sleeveless version, while Sasuke wore a deep blue one that matched mine quite well. Aunt Kushina, dressed in a bright red yukata, hurriedly checked the water and electricity, then looked out the door, probably waiting for those 2 secretly dating little couples. Naruto was anxious and kept urging, "Mom, hurry up, the fireworks show is about to start." Kushina finally got everything ready. She took Naruto and Sasuke's hands and said to Sasuke, "Sasuke, can you hold on to Ichiraku? Make sure to hold on tight, okay? We don't want to get lost." I mean, let me tell you, this isn't about being afraid of getting lost. It's more like being afraid of getting squished into a photo. Goodness, the crowd at the autumn festival was massive, like it was free. The lights were bright, and the street food smelled so good that I was practically drooling. I was looking around, my eyes like radar, when suddenly I locked onto a raccoon mask. Let me tell you, Jiming's little eyes lit up in an instant. She immediately broke free from Sasuke's hand and dashed into the shop like a little cannonball. After mumbling to the owner for a while, she came out empty-handed. Then she turned around and lied to Sasuke, saying it was too expensive and she couldn't afford it. I was standing next to her, thinking her acting skills were so good she could win an Oscar. Sasuke, that little fool, actually believed her. I saw him secretly feeling his wallet, probably calculating if his little stash of pocket money was enough to buy her something nice. Who understands this feeling of mutual pursuit, but with the script reversed? Then Naruto's loud voice shouted as he spotted Sakura and the others, shooting over like a little rocket. Aunt Kushina looked at the 2 Uchiha specialties we had here, one expressionless sipping tea and the other expressionless in a daze. Let me tell you, Jiming was munching on a 3-color dumpling, her little brows furrowed, probably because it was too sweet. And then there was Sasuke, saying he wouldn't play with those childish fools. But his eyes were practically glued to Naruto and the others. Oh my, that contradicting nature was simply too much. I couldn't take it anymore and directly pulled Sasuke, saying, "Let's go join the fun." As soon as we sat down, wow, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Sakura and Ino were staring at Sasuke, practically welding their eyes onto him. Naruto was awkwardly laughing, and his face was almost sparking from the friction. Eventually, it was Sakura who broke the ice, pulling out a gift for Naruto, saying it was for his birthday tomorrow. Let me tell you, Naruto jumped up on the spot, hugging the gift like a frog, mumbling that Sakura gave him a gift. Then Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino all pulled out gifts too, and Naruto was holding a huge pile of stuff. His eyes were red. Just then, whoosh bang, fireworks exploded. I didn't watch the fireworks. I was just looking at Naruto. He cried. But this time it wasn't because he was lonely. It was because he had a bunch of friends. My heart skipped a beat. It was so nice. This world finally showed him a bit of kindness. While the fireworks were still lively, Jiming found an excuse to slip away. I wonder what she was up to, only to find out she headed straight back to that mask shop, not only buying the raccoon mask, but also grabbing a cat mask on the way. Then she walked against the crowd to the lakeside where they first met and sat down alone. And what about Sasuke? He was tailing her the whole time, but there were too many people, and he lost her several times, finally finding her at the lakeside. He was still hesitating whether to sit down or not. But then he steeled himself and plopped down next to Jiming, acting all nonchalant as if he just happened to pass by. I was almost laughing out loud. Passing by, you practically crossed half of Konoha. After the fireworks ended, Jiming stood up, slapped the cat mask onto Sasuke's face, tossed out "This is for you," and vanished in a flash. Sasuke was left holding the mask, stunned and dumbfounded. By the time Sasuke came back to his senses, Jiming had already used her chakra to run back to Aunt Kushina. She took out the raccoon mask, which was actually a fox mask, more suited for Naruto, and said it was a birthday gift for Naruto. When Naruto saw it, he instantly burst into tears again, saying it was the one he couldn't afford after saving for so long. Jiming, on the other hand, put on a serious face and stiffly said happy birthday. Afraid she would cry too. These two kids, one a sun and the other a moon, actually matched quite well. The next morning, things got even crazier. Jiming woke up at 5 to wait for Kakashi for morning training. And when the door opened, a figure in a green jumpsuit gave her a thumbs up. Teeth shining. "Yo, little Jiming, today I'm going to ignite your youth." At that moment, I thought to myself, it's over, this kid's going to be exhausted today. As a result, Jiming was dragged by Guy to run 5 laps. And when she came back to eat, she looked like she'd been reincarnated as a starving ghost, leaving Naruto and Sasuke dumbfounded. Then she followed Aunt Kushina out to the post office to send a letter to Gaara. This matter was quite sensitive since he was the son of the Kazekage, and Aunt Kushina was nervous, repeatedly reminding her not to say anything inappropriate. Then she was dragged to the hospital to work as a child laborer, assisting in a major surgery, and came out completely exhausted. Aunt Kushina felt so sorry for her that she picked her up and took her to eat Ichiraka ramen. Let me tell you, while eating, her strange ability to hear others' thoughts kicked in again, and her head was filled with others' murmurs. At this moment, her troublesome system bubbled up, reminding her that she had chosen a slack-off card, meaning she couldn't change the main plot for 3 years. So it turns out your cheat is temporarily disabled? Simply a cyber Buddha, emphasizing letting things flow. After eating and drinking enough, Aunt Kushina took her to the training ground to teach her the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. When she started teaching the 4-symbol seal, Jiming picked it up right away. Her talent was simply out of this world. Practicing until her chakra was almost depleted, she sat down to meditate and recharge, waiting to spar with Sasuke. But when Sasuke excitedly ran over, he found that his opponent had already fallen asleep. I could imagine the 3 question marks popping up over Sasuke's head. When Jiming woke up, Aunt Kushina looked at her, and the smile on her face froze. Why? Because in her eyes, it was no longer the 2-tomo Sharingan, but a clear 3-tomo Sharingan. A 6-year-old with a 3-tomo. What kind of monster is this? When the match began, Sasuke knew he couldn't compete in eyesight and had to play strategically. The two started with fire style, fireball jutsu, clashing, with a loud bang. Sasuke jumped out from the smoke, ready to launch a sneak attack. But what happened? As soon as he landed, he felt something was off. All he saw were illusions. Fiery red feathers wrapping around him and burning him. By the time he realized it was an illusion, it was too late. In reality, he was already kneeling motionless on the ground, his clothes pinned to the ground by shurikens. Jiming stood across from him, calm and collected. Naruto, that silly kid, was still beside them asking, "Mom, why aren't they moving?" Aunt Kushina took a deep breath and explained, "This is an illusion battle, using the eyes." Let me tell you, Sasuke's expression at that moment was as if his worldview was about to collapse. Just when Sasuke was questioning his life, Naruto's conspicuous hand shot up again, asking, "Mom, what if I run into a big shot with such an illusion? What do I do?" Aunt Kushina replied, "For ordinary illusions, you can break them by messing up your chakra. But if you encounter someone like Sasuke with Sharingan, you'll need your teammates' help. Of course, there's also an ultimate backdoor. If you can become good buddies with the Ninetales, you'll be immune to illusions." Naruto rubbed his belly, thinking about becoming good buddies with the Ninetales. That difficulty was no less than getting Sasuke to admit he was bad at things. On the other side, Jiming saw Sasuke's CPU was about to overheat, so she snapped her fingers and released the illusion. When Sasuke woke up, he found himself still kneeling on the ground, his clothes pinned down tightly, and his face darkened. "General," Jiming squatted down, smiling at him. "Brother, practice hard. You only have 1 tomo." Let me tell you, she must have been mocking him in her heart, thinking that with 1 tomo, he thought he could fight against 3 tomo. Did he think he was possessed by Itachi? She helped Sasuke pull out the shuriken and gentlemanly extended her hand. Sasuke, being that tsundere he is, didn't want to give in verbally, but still took Jiming's hand to stand up, leaving behind a "just wait. One day, I will be better than you." Jiming replied with a nonchalant "okay. Okay," knowing full well he was the reincarnation of Indra, the chosen son of the Sage of 6 Paths. how could she compete with him? At this moment, Aunt Kushina came over to call us. Let's go. Tonight we're having barbecue. The four of us held hands and rushed towards the barbecue restaurant under the sunset. Days passed like this, and before we knew it, the New Year's festival had arrived. Uncle Watergate finally took a 7-day-long vacation. As soon as he got off work, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to check on the training ground. Wow. When he looked at the training field, the three kids were all working hard. Jiming was practicing sealing techniques. Sasuke's fire style was almost good enough for barbecuing, and Naruto was still stubbornly working on his taijutsu. Uncle Watergate nodded with satisfaction, especially when he looked at Jiming. His eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a treasure. With her mastery of fire style, sealing techniques, and even ninjutsu, she was impressively self-taught, making even Kakashi, her sparring partner, have to activate his Sharingan. He probably thought to himself, if this genius becomes my disciple, those old folks in the higher-ups would have nothing to say. As soon as Jiming saw Uncle Watergate, she ran over to seek praise, showcasing her latest sealing technique achievements. Uncle Watergate ruffled her hair and praised her sincerely. Then he shifted the topic. Little Jiming, how about I teach you a new technique? The Flying Thunder God technique. I tell you, Jiming's eyes lit up at that moment. The second fastest in the ninja world? Not yesterday, not tomorrow, but today. She nodded like a chick pecking at rice, thinking to herself that if she learned this, she'd be the first to run away if she couldn't win in a fight. Uncle Watergate took out his kunai engraved with characters and demonstrated the technique, zipping away in an instant. But then he said, don't rush. We need to test if you have the talent for space-time ninjutsu. He threw out a scroll and instructed Jiming to summon a weapon. Jiming pressed a button, and a large shuriken appeared, talent acquired. Next, Uncle Watergate bit his finger, formed hand signs, and slapped the ground, summoning technique. With a bang, Gamabunta appeared in a flash. Just as Uncle Watergate was about to explain that she shouldn't try if she hadn't signed a contract, it was too late. Jiming, the curious little one, imitated him and shouted summoning technique. The next second, she vanished from her spot. When she opened her eyes again, she exclaimed, "What is this place?" The ground was covered in golden treasures, and a mystical aura surrounded her. Suddenly, a colorful chicken flew down from the sky and landed beside her. Jiming was startled and thought, "Are there such diverse species in this world? Who are you?" she asked. "I am Sanson," came the reply. Jiming's mind raced. She had no memory of this name. She cautiously asked, "Where is this? How'd I get here?" "This is Danshua Mountain. You were forcibly summoned here by my summoning technique," Sanson explained. Upon hearing this, Jiming was petrified, muttering to herself, "So my summoning beast is a flying chicken." Her family would understand. The chicken's hearing was incredibly sharp, and it immediately flared up. "I'm a phoenix, not a chicken." Jiming, embarrassed, dug her toes into the ground and quickly tried to be cute. "Please understand, I'm only 6 years old. I've never seen the world." The phoenix, also known as Sanson, couldn't be bothered to argue, directly wrapping her tail around Jiming and taking off into the sky. They flew to a palace shrouded in clouds, where Sanson finally explained that the Uchiha clan's fire originated from here and that their main deity, Buke, had made a pact with the ancestors of the Uchiha. The Phoenix clan would sign contracts with the chosen Uchiha. The sign of being chosen was being summoned here, the first time one used the summoning technique. Jiming was stunned, realizing that the original host was a total loser. No wonder the system didn't give any cheats. Upon entering the temple, an elderly voice echoed, mumbling a bunch of classical Chinese, which Jiming didn't understand a single word of, feeling a sharp pain in her neck as if branded by a hot iron. A fiery red phoenix mark was forcibly tattooed onto her. After the contract was signed, Sanson sent her back, saying, "You don't have enough chakra yet to summon me. Come back when you're ready to train in sage arts." As soon as she finished speaking, Jiming's vision blurred, and she found herself back at the village gate in Konoha. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Uncle Watergate was almost going crazy. He took a gamble, believing that as long as Jiming was still in Konoha, his Flying Thunder God technique would definitely find her. In a flash, he appeared at the village entrance and saw Jiming looking dazed. Little Jiming. He rushed over and hugged her. Jiming recounted her strange adventure. Uncle Watergate listened and nodded, saying that it was normal. Jiraiya-sensei had also been summoned to Mayaboka Mountain in the same way back in the day. Back at the training ground, the lessons on the Flying Thunder God technique continued. And guess what? Jiming imitated the technique and succeeded on her first try. She even designed a technique pattern resembling a phoenix, zipping straight to the kunai. Uncle Watergate was amazed, praising her profusely. Jiming herself found it absurd that she was the one who turned out to be the loser. In the following days, she was like a whirlwind, crazily leaving her flying thunder god marks all over the corners of Konoha, having the time of her life. Soon, the new year arrived, and the village was decorated festively. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi returned and settled in Uncle Watergate's home. During the big cleanup, Jiming and Kakashi were assigned to tidy up the messiest study, forming an incredibly unproductive combination. Jiming looked at the piles of books and dust, feeling overwhelmed. Then Kakashi, that sly one, used a summoning technique to call out the 8 ninja dogs of Pakken to help with the chores. Woof woof team, sort these books for me. Once we're done, Tsunade-sensei has treats for us. Was sight professional tracking dogs used for organizing books. That was so off target. Jiming watched as Kakashi lounged back, reading Intimate Paradise, her anger boiling over. She grabbed a cloth to wipe the dust while also directing the woof woof team. Kakashi ni, she shouted in anger. If you keep slacking off, I'll tell Aunt Tsunade that you won't get any dinner tonight. Only then did Kakashi reluctantly start to move. After a busy afternoon, Jiming collapsed on the sofa, and the woof woof team also lay down exhausted. Only Kakashi, as if nothing had happened, came upstairs with snacks and tea. Kakashi ni, Jiming said weakly. Thank you for remembering to come back to help us clean up. He fed her a piece of sweet cake with a fork and handed her some tea. The woof woof team, unhappy, started barking. Suddenly, Aunt Tsunade's roar came from downstairs. Kakashi, did you bring your dogs back home again? Kakashi was so startled that he trembled, hurriedly forming hand signs to send the woof woof team back. You're such a sly one. Jiming was speechless. The woof woof team did a great job, but got nothing in return. Kakashi pulled her up from the sofa, making her sit properly to eat. He fed her another piece, and Jiming frowned at the sweetness. Before she knew it, the day of the New Year festival arrived. Before dawn, Aunt Tsunade sent Jiming to wake up her brothers. First, she gently woke Rin, then rushed to Kakashi's room, kicked open the door, and with a palm strike, shouted Kakashi and I, "Wake up!" However, a face emerged from the covers. It was Obito. He looked pained but couldn't show it, smiling and asking her what was up. Jiming's pupils dilated in shock. Why was Obito in Kakashi's bed? She quickly slipped away. At the breakfast table, everyone drank the New Year's sake, according to their ages. And Jiming took a sip, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is just black coffee." After breakfast, Aunt Tsunade ordered everyone to change clothes. Just as Jiming went upstairs, she bumped into Kakashi, who had changed into a black kimono. Let me tell you, with his forehead protector off, his white hair falling down, paired with those red and black eyes and his ever-present mask, he looked absolutely stunning. After all, who doesn't love a handsome guy with white hair? Kakashi ni, what are we gonna do later? Seeing Jiming's kimono all askew, Kakashi sighed, crouched down to help her adjust her collar, and retied her belt into a beautiful bow. Jiming froze, thinking, does this guy even know what he's doing? Once Kakashi finished, he took her hand and led her downstairs. The whole family, looking sharp, set off towards the temple. Along the way, the villagers warmly greeted Uncle Watergate, and the scene resembled a fan meeting. Upon arriving at the temple, everyone sincerely prayed for blessings. When it was Jimin's turn to draw fortune, the monk glanced at her, and his expression instantly changed to a fierce one. Jimin even heard his inner voice. This person does not belong to this era. Is she human or a ghost? She must be eliminated. Jimin was taken aback, thinking, dude, if you're that powerful, why not become an advisor to the Hokage? As a result, the fortune she drew was a blank piece of paper. Kakashi, on the other hand, drew a good fortune and smiled so broadly that his eyes almost disappeared, casually hanging her blank paper on the tree as well. Let's go. We'll wait for the teacher at the entrance. Jimin asked him what they were going to do next, and Kakashi said, soon, we will go to the third Hokage's house to celebrate the new year. Upon hearing this, Jimin slumped in disappointment. Damn New Year greetings. I have to awkwardly chat with a bunch of unfamiliar relatives again. Uncle Watergate finally managed to escape the villagers' encirclement and cleared his throat. Let's go. We're heading to the third Hokage's house. Yay, going to Grandpa's house. The most excited one was Naruto, who hadn't seen his grandparents in a long time and started running with a big smile. Sasuke, however, didn't understand this. He was single-minded and thought Naruto was trying to steal his runway, so he yelled and chased after him, thinking he had to be the first to arrive. No way. The first must be me. Naruto was getting fired up, shouting, come on, Sasuke. If you're a man, let's have a fair duel. I watched these two firecrackers with a few adults behind me, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. When I turned back to look at my family, who understands that kind of look in a daughter's eyes that says she's not worried at all? It was just too obvious. By the time we leisurely walked over, good grief, the third generation had returned to his youth, playing wildly with those two kids in the yard. I was drenched in sweat at that moment. Third generation, you're a Hokage, can't you have a little bit of an idol image? There was also a grandmother in the yard. Lin hurriedly went up to greet her. Lady Lake Biwa, hello. Great, another superior subordinate meeting. I quickly grabbed Kakashi's sleeve, clinging to him like a charm and refusing to let go. When Kakashi goes up to greet her, I'll mimic him and say the same thing. Can't go wrong. As a result, that Lake Biwa grandmother had sharp eyes like a radar and immediately locked onto me. Oh my, ISNT this Tsunade's little apprentice? She walked over with a kind smile, saying she had even held me when I was a child. I tell you, this sentence is simply a nightmare engraved in my DNA. No matter which world I switch to, I can't escape it. At that moment, I timidly poked my little head out and said, hello, Grandma. Inside, I was frantically complaining. I hate it. I hate these boundary-less elders the most. As a result, this grandma from Lake Biwa, wow, it was like she found a new toy. She directly pressed me in front of the mirror and picked up a comb to mess with my hair. I watched as she conjured up 2 black hair ties and split my hair into 2 sections. No way, no way. What is she trying to do with this deathly double ponytail style? I was screaming internally, desperately giving Kakashi by the window meaningful looks, but guess what? That guy, clutching his shabby book Intimate Paradise, was grinning and enjoying the show. All right, Kakashi, I'll remember this, and one day, I'll make you pay for that little yellow book. Just when I was plotting how to execute my plan of burning books and burying scholars, Grandma from Lake Biwa worked so quickly. A perfect double ponytail braid was done in no time, and she even made the braids loose to appear particularly playful. I took a look in the mirror. Hey, not gonna lie, with my face, it actually looked quite cute. I hadn't finished being narcissistic when I was taken out by my enthusiastic grandmother. A few adults were sitting on the moon viewing platform, drinking tea and chatting, and I was arranged to sit next to Grandpa Third. I had the feeling that several gazes were scanning me like laser guns. For instance, that Kakashi who was engrossed in his little yellow book had already put it down, staring at me intently with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. I bet he was thinking something like even cuter in his mind. Then there was Sasuke in the yard, who also stole a glance at me and couldn't seem to look away. I saw his little expression, thought about it for a long time, and guessed he was also marveling. With twin tails and a childish look, this compatibility is simply 100%. The adults were discussing serious matters, mentioning that Lady Tsunade would return in a month and that an envoy from the Land of Lightning would come to sign a peace treaty. Grandpa Third took a puff from his pipe and, with a hint, said to Minato, Minato, I believe you will protect Konoha well. Upon hearing this, I sensed something in his words. Was he about to hand over power? Uncle Minato's expression suddenly became much more serious. Then Grandpa Third smilingly said to me, little chibi, go play with Sasuke and the others. Naruto, with great perceptiveness, rushed over and said, Chibi, let's go on an adventure. I wasn't foolish. This was clearly to distract me. I obediently agreed and followed Naruto to chase butterflies. To be honest, this activity might seem a bit childish for 6 or 7-year-olds, but for me, a university student from my past life, it was just right. In this life, I could say I was making up for my childhood. Once we kids left, the atmosphere on the moon viewing platform changed instantly. Uncle Minato said with a serious face, the higher-ups have set their sights on Chibi. Danzo's people are monitoring her. Grandpa Third sighed, and Aunt Kushina immediately refuted the suggestion of sending Chibi out of the village, saying, on the road, wouldn't that give them more opportunities to act? Now that Chibi was living with us, they still feared Minato and wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Kakashi, rarely serious, spoke up, the lady is right. I recently stepped down from the Umbu and can look after her. Then, Aunt Kushina dropped a bombshell. One more thing, Chibi's eyes have already developed into 3 tomo. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the whole place fell silent. Everyone's gaze suddenly shot towards Obito. You have to know that Obito awakened his Sharingan at the age of 13 during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. I'm only a little over 6, and I awakened my 3-tomo Sharingan during peacetime. This is simply like cheating. Uncle Minato was dumbfounded. The seal can't possibly be broken. I reinforced it with Lady Tsunade. Obito sighed. I have to admit, she is a genius. He also mentioned that he checked the family tree and found no record of me. But that pair of Sharingan definitely belongs to the Uchiha clan. He even brought up a fun fact, saying that Uchiha Izuna has a twin sister, and Izuna himself looks very much like Sasuke. In the end, everyone speculated that I might be a descendant of Izuna. Grandpa Third added that I was rescued by Tsunade from Danzo, and since my background information is anonymous, it's normal that it couldn't be found. Finally, Uncle Minato decided, let us observe for now. Kakashi, you don't have any missions this year, so you're responsible for protecting the safety of Izumi. Goodness. Kakashi has really become my full-time babysitter now. After having a bowl of rice cake soup at the third's house, we finally went home. But as soon as we got home, Uncle Minato and Aunt Kushina got busy again because friends were coming over soon. I quickly found an excuse to sneak into the study, and unexpectedly, Sasuke followed me. He was actually reading. I curiously leaned over, and he immediately hid the book defensively. What are you doing? I said, I'm getting a book, while intentionally leaning against him to pull the book from behind him. The book is behind you. The little brat's face turned red instantly, and he awkwardly said, then hurry up. I grabbed the book and settled down on the opposite sofa to read. Before long, Kakashi came in with tea and snacks, saying it was sent by Aunt Kushina. Then, he sat down on the sofa next to me like a grandpa, crossed his legs, and took out his intimate paradise. I took a bite of the sweet rice cake, and wow, it was so sweet that I could get sick of it. When I woke up again, I found a blanket over me, and Sasuke across from me had one too. No need to think, it must be Kakashi's doing. I stretched, turned on the light, and continued reading. Not long after, Sasuke also woke up, looking at me in confusion. His little eyes were incredibly cute. At that moment, I had one thought. I want this little baby Sasuke. All that rogue ninja stuff can go away. He felt uncomfortable under my gaze and quickly looked away, asking, what time is it now? The sun just set. I closed the book. Big brother Kakashi had just come up to tell us to go down for dinner. Another bowl of rice cake soup. I was really going to throw up. Kakashi kept piling food into my bowl, and I couldn't eat anymore, so I angrily pushed the bowl towards him, signaling with my eyes, you served it, you finish it. He actually smiled and really ate everything I'd left. After dinner, Naruto was sent as a diplomat, wrapping his arms around me and Sasuke. Let us go watch the fireworks festival? Sasuke coolly replied with 2 words, boring. I directly ignored his little tsundere attitude and pulled him outside. What age is this to stay home and rot while friends go watch fireworks? Seriously, saying no with your mouth while your body is more honest than anyone else. A large group of us kids walked towards the temple. When we arrived, everyone sat in a circle. Sakura and Ino came over to whisper to me, asking if I was Sasuke's sister. I said no, and that I didn't even know who I was. The 2 girls exchanged a glance, and then Ino said very seriously, then we'll be your friend from now on. We'll help you with anything. I told you. My eyes suddenly became moist. In my whole life, it was the first time someone spoke to me like that. I quickly looked up at the sky, fearing that tears would fall. Just then, Naruto popped up out of nowhere, holding several cups of sweet water. Everyone, come drink something and chat. So we sat back in a circle, and as we were chatting, Naruto suddenly asked a century-old question. Has anyone ever seen what Kakashi-sensei looks like under his mask? Shikamaru got excited. Could it be that he looks hideous? Sasuke immediately rebutted. No. He said he has seen a photo of Kakashi's dad, the white fang of Konoha, and he looks really cool. So his son must be good-looking too. Naruto then started to stir everyone's curiosity, and even the usually trouble-averse Shikamaru began to come up with plans. How about when Kakashi-sensei comes later, we give him some sweet water, and then I use the shadow imitation technique to hold him down and force him to take off his mask. Everyone agreed unanimously. I held the sweet water and tried to suppress my laughter, thinking that Kakashi must have been eavesdropping somewhere the whole time and wouldn't fall for it. As a result, a voice suddenly came from behind me. Oh, I heard you were looking for me? We shivered in fear and turned around nervously. Naruto shouted, Kakashi-sensei, why aren't you wearing a mask? We all, including myself, immediately looked up. A perfectly placed beauty mark rested at the corner of his mouth. Before I could take a closer look, he turned me around, and his handsome face magnified infinitely in front of me. I gasped. My face instantly turned red, and I hurriedly turned my head away. Not just me, everyone was stunned. Kakashi, however, seemed unfazed and leisurely put on a newly bought dog mask. Obito also arrived late, and the 2 began their usual banter. Kakashi ignored him and directly sat down next to me. He wore that little dog mask, and it suited him surprisingly well. He seemed to notice my gaze and turned to softly ask, what's wrong? I quickly played dumb. Is it your first time watching the fireworks, Kakashi and I? He replied with a sound, saying it could be considered so. During the war years and his time in the Umbu, he had never experienced such leisure. Then you must really enjoy it later, I said with a smile. The fireworks are really beautiful. Just as I finished speaking, with a bang, the first firework bloomed in the night sky. Everyone looked up at the sky, but I turned to Kakashi beside me. In that moment, I heard his thoughts for the first time. I wish Dad could watch it with us. Kakashi, you miss your dad, huh? Another firework exploded, and I heard his thoughts again. So beautiful, but unfortunately so short. I felt a stir in my heart, and taking advantage of the commotion. I secretly covered his hand with mine, then leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Kakashi, Uncle Shumo has always been with you. Look up. The brightest star is the one you long for." He froze for a moment, then looked up with me, a signature crescent smile appearing on his face. After the fireworks show ended, we each returned to our homes. I received my red envelope, but couldn't sleep while lying in bed. Today is the first day of the new year. I have to ask my dealer for a red envelope. "Dealer, where's my New Year gift?" The next second, a glowing screen appeared in front of me, with several question mark balls floating on it. "Isn't this the loot ore from Teamfight Tactics?" I clicked on one and got 8 gold coins. I clicked again and received 2 chainmail, a giant sword, a magic resistance cloak, and 4 gold coins. The dealer explained that these items could be combined in pairs, and their effects would be adjusted according to the Naruto world. And they could also be equipped to me, and those cards I have a good rapport with. Without thinking, chainmail plus giant sword must be a resurrection armor. I dragged them together, and 2 options popped up on the screen, Blade of the Night and Guardian Angel. I clicked on Guardian Angel without hesitation. "Trust in Sister Chan, and you'll gain eternal life." Doesn't this mean I have an extra life? From now on, if I want to shield someone from harm, I can stand tall. "Dealer, why does Jiming Baby always want to take the hit for others?" "Oh, that's just instinct kicking in to save someone in a critical moment." I equipped the resurrection armor on myself, feeling quite pleased, just the day before I returned to work. Uncle Watergate received an invitation from the Wind Shadow couple of the Sand Ninja Village, inviting them to dinner. The location was set for 3 days later at a state banquet-level restaurant at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. After this dinner, the home was in an uproar. Let me tell you, Naruto and Sasuke are like natural-born rivals. As soon as Uncle Minato and Aunt Kushina left, those two could tear the roof off. Their daily routine consists of Sasuke shouting "Duel, Naruto," and then they would twist together like tops, and, in the end, it would be me, yes, me, having to pull them apart, one in each hand. Who understands what it's like, family? I feel like I'm not raising kids. I'm mediating World War III. Then comes the most explosive part. The ninja school is holding a parent-teacher meeting. Naruto is the first to rush back, hugging Kakashi's leg and shouting, "Kakashi-sensei, my parent-teacher meeting. You have to go." Before he finishes, Sasuke comes rushing back like a gust of wind. "No way. You promised me. Where's Kakashi?" In the kitchen, scaling fish with a dead fish expression that says, "Don't bother me," and responding half-heartedly with "uh-huh" and "yeah." I swear, I'm about to lose it. It's been 3 days of fish for every meal, and I feel like I'm going to grow cat ears soon. By the time Kakashi brings out the fish, those 2 little brats already have panda eyes, while I, the sole victor of this duel, sit gracefully on the sofa, sipping tea. To quell the war, Kakashi can only say, "As for your parent-teacher meeting, I'll see how it goes." The worst-case scenario is that I'll have to go with Obito. The next afternoon, Kakashi, who just finished a mission and is as tired as a sloth, and Obito are about to head out. He got 1 foot out the door when Kakashi suddenly says, "Hey, Obito, did I forget something?" Obito can barely keep his eyes open, looks around, and asks, "Forget what? Where's little Shimizu?" I'm standing right under their feet. "Family, I'm just 1 sign away from making a statement. These 2 really need to have their eyes opened." I said with a foot on each of them. "If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them, you 2 brothers." After saying that, I slammed the door and walked out in front. When we got to school, Kakashi represented Naruto, and Obito represented Sasuke. And me? I'm just their accessory. Irika-sensei was so eloquent, charming all the parents in the room. In the end, he cleared his throat and said, "Naruto and Sasuke, as parents, please stay." Whoosh. All eyes were on them. I tell you, Kakashi South awkward crescent moon smile and Obito S pretending to look at the ceiling were basically the latest 2025 expressions of social embarrassment. As for me, I sat up straight, elegant, completely uninterested, high and mighty. Once everyone left, Irika-sensei held Naruto-s report card, looking heartbroken. "Kakashi-san, I know Lord Minato is busy, but look at Naruto-s grades." Then he turned to Obito and said, "Obito, you need to help Naruto more." Finally, he noticed me. "Hey, why isn't this kid coming to school?" Kakashi quickly explained, "Oh, this is Tsunade-sama and Lord Minato-s closed-door disciple, not following the usual path for now." After this, I thought to myself, I need to get a proper position too. Being an accessory, isn't gonna cut it. A few days later, when Uncle Minato and the others returned, they quickly opened a back door for me, giving me a ninja ID number and headband, all at once. Aunt Kushina personally put the headband on me and even brought in a photographer to take a family photo. During the photo shoot, Kakashi was messing around on my head, and after it was done, he handed me a short knife, saying it was a family heirloom from the Hitaki clan, a gift for my promotion to Genin. Obito also gave me a Uchiha fire release scroll, saying it was for me to open like a blind box. When it was Sasuke's turn, that kid turned as red as a monkey S, but stammering that he'd make it up to me when I became a Chunin, and then he bolted. As a Genin, every day was just about finding cats and dogs, and I thought this one do. I need to do something big. Just in time, Master Tsunade was coming back with the envoy from the Cloud Village, and we were approaching the plot point with Hinata. I can't directly change the plot, but I can exploit the bugs. I found an opportunity to pull Uncle Watergate and Kakashi under the big tree and started my spoiler. I lowered my voice and said, "Let me tell you, those guys from the Hidden Cloud love to steal other people's good stuff the most. What is the most valuable thing in our Konoha? It must be the Sharingan and Byakugan." As soon as I mentioned this, their expressions changed immediately. Kakashi's mind was racing the fastest, and he said, "Are you talking about the Hyuga clan?" I was nodding furiously in my heart. Yes, it's them. I added fuel to the fire. What if they were deliberately discovered, trying to frame us for money? Kakashi instantly understood. Uncle Minato asked me how I knew, and I directly shifted the blame to Tsunade-sensei, saying my master has traveled the world and has seen everything. He actually believed it. The next day, the area near the Hyuga clan was filled with Umbu. Everything was ready, just waiting for those guys from the Cloud Village to come. The day Tsunade-sensei returned to the village, I went to find her, only to discover she was drunk again at the izakaya. I had to pretend to be an innocent little girl and had the shopkeeper take me inside to bring my drunken master and Shizen back home. My master held me and with blurry eyes said, "Little G, I brought you a lot of fun things." At that moment, I felt a warm feeling in my heart. Then, that night, while I was sleeping soundly, I suddenly felt someone pick me up. I squinted and saw, a big black guy with tattoos on his shoulder, one of the Cloud Village people. Their target was originally Sasuke, but they grabbed the wrong person. That's fine. It saved Sasuke's fragile little heart from breaking again. I was contemplating how to run away when I suddenly sensed Kakashi's chakra. Hey, the opportunity has arrived. The script of a hero saving a beauty. Isn't that the main character's halo coming into play? I just sat back and waited for him to come to the rescue. Sure enough, after a short while, Kakashi appeared on a tree like a ghost, the moonlight shining on his Sharingan, looking incredibly handsome. This time he was really serious, fighting fiercely without his usual calm demeanor. The enemy was holding me hostage, and I smiled at him, meaning, go ahead, do whatever you want. In the next moment, the person behind me collapsed with a loud thud, and I fell directly into a warm embrace. Brother. I looked up at him, amazed at how well he used the illusion technique. Don't be afraid, it's okay now. Kakashi held me tightly, his voice filled with lingering fear. I patted his back, believing that my brother would definitely come to save me. I could feel his body stiffen for a moment. I used my Sharingan to give those two captives an order, telling them to walk back to the Hokage building on their own. When we arrived, I saw that people from the Hyuga clan had also been captured. Uncle Minato called over the Cloud Village envoy, and I used my Sharingan to interrogate them in court. Those two spilled the beans, with one saying that the Hyuga clan's defense was as flimsy as paper, and the other directly criticizing Kakashi as a cheater. It was hilarious, with this solid evidence. The Cloud envoy turned pale. Uncle Minato issued an ultimatum. They had to provide an explanation within 3 days. The Hyuga brothers, Hisashi and Hayashi, were extremely grateful to me and insisted on inviting me to their home. I checked the storyline and thought, wait, this time it's Niji being targeted, not Hinata? Wow. My butterfly effect had caused the plot to go off course. I thought this matter was settled, but the next day, when I went to the Hokage building, there was a huge hole in the wall. I thought Uncle Minato had been killed, and I rushed upstairs in a panic. What did I find? Master Tsunade was sitting with her legs crossed, looking like she was ready to kill. It turned out she had heard that I was kidnapped and went off in a rage. Uncle Minato had narrowly escaped using the flying Raijin technique. She was shouting about declaring war on the Cloud Village, and I couldn't help but tear up, hugging her and begging her not to go to the battlefield. Only then did she soften and say she would take care of me personally from now on. So, I moved into the Senju mansion and was forced to start training that super chakra-consuming Baika no Jutsu. I was really overwhelmed. One day, I wore a kimono and took some snacks to visit the Hyuga clan. I was careful with my chakra and managed to walk over. As soon as I entered, I saw Uncle Hisashi putting Hinata through intense training. The little girl looked like she was about to fall over, and her father had a cold expression. My temper flared up. I didn't care about any etiquette and instantly used a body flicker technique to catch Hinata. Who are you? Hinata said timidly, looking at me. I smiled at her, and little Hinata stood steady in my arms, looking shyly at her father, and instinctively lowered her head. I held her hand and walked up to Hyuga Hayashi, saying sweetly, "Hello, Uncle Hayashi." Uncle Hayashi immediately put on a warm smile and said, "Little Hinata is here." He pulled Hinata over and said, "This is my daughter, Hyuga Hinata." Hinata, hello, I'm Jiming." With my encouragement, she finally held my hand. Then, Hyuga Hizashi pointed to the cool boy standing next to him, saying this is Hyuga Niji, Hizashi's son. Wow, Niji. My heart skipped a beat at that moment. And I was hit with a big dose of PTSD. That cool guy face reminded me of the scene in the Ninja World War where he protected Naruto. No, it was the moment he blocked the branch. No way, let me tell you, with me here, the Konoha 12, no one is getting their lunch early. Especially Niji, what cage bird, I will definitely tear that cage down for you. I quickly adjusted my expression and politely said, "Hello, Niji-kun." You have no idea. Niji's eyes went wide in surprise. He must have been used to being a background character in a main family, and suddenly being respected by me, a child of the Uchiha clan, must have overwhelmed his CPU. As soon as Hinata's older brother, Hayashi, saw that we were done with our introductions, he was about to end the training. Hinata visibly sighed in relief. But could I let him off that easily? I immediately spoke up. "Wait, Uncle Hayashi. Don't mind me. I actually want to learn how my peers are competing." With that said, Hayashi had no choice but to continue the training. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. Hinata charged forward with all her might. And what was the result? It was a pure display of strength. Even if Niji went easy on her, it was still a complete beatdown. Hinata was knocked around, and in the end, she received a slap on her arm, cried out, and fell down. But let me tell you, this girl is really stubborn. Just 2 seconds later, she wobbled back up and shouted at Niji, "Niji brother, I can still go." I watched them take turns filming while stealing glances at Hinata. That stubborn old man, the moment he saw Hinata get up, his eyes clearly lit up, but then instantly turned back to that icy expression. Sigh, typical of someone with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. All right, it's my turn to step in. I quietly leaned over to Hinata's side, looked up at him with my cutest voice, and said, "Uncle Hayashi, do you know what I want to hear the most after my training, every day?" He looked puzzled, but patiently asked what it was. I immediately replied, "It's when Master Minato and my teacher praised me, saying, 'You've worked hard. You were great today.'" I saw he was still pondering, so I quickly added, "Encouragement from close ones really boosts my motivation in training. I think Hinata must feel the same way. I know you have high expectations for her, but a compliment once in a while might be more effective than giving her 10 beatings." Hayashi fell silent, his gaze fixed on Hinata, who had been knocked down again but got back up once more. How could he not see that small frame and that fighting spirit? He must have been torn inside. Finally, he spoke. "All right, that's enough for today." He walked over, took Hinata's hand, and awkwardly forced out a sentence. "You've worked hard. Hinata, today's training was great." My goodness, Hinata's eyes instantly widened as if she had seen a ghost, and her little face turned bright red in an instant. After a long pause, she timidly replied, "Father, I will keep working hard tomorrow." Wow, that fighting spirit is off the charts. Hyuga Hayashi has never felt this embarrassed in his life. Seeing his daughter's sparkling eyes, he ran off faster than anyone else, saying, I'll go check the kitchen. You young people have fun." I nodded in satisfaction. Although the plan wasn't perfect, I was all about sincerity, and luckily this guy took my advice. I quickly took out the wagashi I brought from my pocket and placed it between the two of them. "Come on, try what my family made." The friendship between girls is that simple. With a hug and a dessert, Hinata looked at me differently and included me in her circle of close friends. I picked one up and fed it to her, smiling as I said, "Hinata, I know you're working hard and want to defeat Niji. But listen to me, effort won't betray you. However, when you fight him, you can't rely solely on brute strength. After all, he's a genius." As I said this, I leaned in mysteriously and whispered a few tricks in her ear. After hearing this, Hinata burst into laughter, and her gaze towards Niji turned sly. What did I teach her? Obviously, it was how to play dirty. Now that their strength gap isn't too big, and she can't win in a straight fight, we can play it smart. Using cunning is also a strategy. Before I knew it, July had arrived, and the weather was scorching. A batch of little ninjas graduated from a ninja school, and that unlucky guy Kakashi ended up with 3 new students, but none of them passed his basic test. So he was back to lounging at home, occasionally taking me on missions. And then, the Chunin exams came. I just finished training at Mizumoto-sensei's house and ran into him on his way home from work. I quickly greeted him. "Mizumoto-sensei, are you done?" He looked tired but smiled at me, saying, "Almost done. Riku is still staring at me in the office." He looked me over and said, "Good. I need to talk to you about something." Saying that, he led me back to his house. The Chunin exams are about to start, and I want you to team up with Shizune and add another Chunin to participate together. I was stunned. With whom? Sister Shizune? What joke. Sister Shizune is actually a Chunin? Is that reasonable? Teacher Minato awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, saying that Shizune had been traveling around with Lady Tsunade and always happened to miss the exams. All right, I accept that reason. So who will be the mentor? I asked. Teacher Minato thought for a moment and said, Kakashi, since he's just sitting around anyway. Fine, I have no objections. The Chunin exam sounds fun. Just the right opportunity to test the results of my closed-door training. When I returned to the Senju clan and told Lady Tsunade and Sister Shizune about this, Sister Shizune immediately shut down and sighed. I can't believe I have to team up with a 7-year-old to participate in the Chunin exam. Does anyone understand this feeling? It's so frustrating. I quickly patted my chest and assured, hey, silent sister, I'm strong. I got your back. The next day, during the team assembly, I met the third member of our team. Wow, a handsome guy with long black hair, green sunglasses, and a blue tight-fitting outfit. Isn't this Mountain City Aoba? He hasn't become a Chunin yet? Silent waved at him, and when he came over and saw me, a little kid, he blurted out, Silent, is this your little sister? Silent smiled and said, let me formally introduce, this is Jiming, the third member of our team. Mountain City Aoba's expression was like he had swallowed a fly. Are you kidding me? An 8-year-old kid participating in the Chunin exam? Seeing his shocked face, Silent was very satisfied, probably recalling her own reaction back then. Before long, Kakashi, that old brother, was late again, repeating the classic excuse. Ah, sorry. I helped an old lady cross the street on the way, got delayed. The three of us rolled our eyes at him in unison. Do you think we believe him? Kakashi wasn't embarrassed at all and got straight to the point. The higher-ups ordered that you three form a team to participate in the Chunin exam. No objections, right? No. The exam starts in 7 days. This time, they're not only our Konoha ninjas, but also ninjas from allied countries, so. Kakashi began to go over the precautions, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. I ended up dozing off against Silent. To help you three get to know each other better, Kakashi signaled Silent to wake me up. When I groggily lifted my head, he continued, for the next few days, we will train in this forest, and the only opponent you have is me. I was startled and almost kissed Mother Earth. So let's start now. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Shino and Kiba dashed away, leaving me standing there in a daze. There was no choice. Shino ran back, grabbed me, and we ran for our lives. After running several kilometers, Kiba set up a few crows as a warning, and we finally stopped. I had just woken up and had been tossed around like this. I nearly threw up my lunch. Let's discuss tactics. It's safe here, Kiba said, unable to help but glance at me again, his eyes filled with suspicion. What tactics are we discussing? I asked, a bit slow on the uptake. Seeing my innocent expression, Kiba sighed and patiently explained. Kakashi-sensei wants to train our teamwork. This week, our enemy is him. We need to figure out how to deal with him and survive. Oh, I know this well. I immediately became interested. Kakashi's abilities, the Sharingan, Taijutsu, lightning release, and his much richer combat experience. With 2 medical ninjas on our team, we definitely have to fight a guerrilla war. There's no need to confront him head-on. If we run into him, we can wear him down, conserve our chakra, and look for opportunities to replenish before the next encounter. As soon as I said that, Aoyama from the Mountain City immediately looked at me with admiration. I continued to arrange. Brother Aoyama, you provide cover. You are a Jinjutsu ninja. If we get caught by the Sharingan, we'll rely on you to break it. Sister Shizune is a medical ninja, so she must not be exposed. She will follow behind Brother Aoyama for safety. And the main attacker? Me. No way. They both rejected in unison. Are you kidding? You want a 7-year-old to be the main attacker? Just hear me out. First, my taijutsu was personally taught by Brother Kakashi. Second, I also have the Sharingan to counter him. Third, my Flying Thunder God technique allows me to escape anytime. I'm the most suitable for the main attack. At this point, they had nothing to say. Shizune was the first to nod. I agree. Aoyama followed suit. Then I agree too. If anything happens, I'll adjust the plan at any time. The plan was set, but we weren't in a hurry to find Kakashi. Food is the priority. Moreover, I discovered that I seemed to have a new ability. As long as a familiar person was nearby, I could sense them. After having the fish grilled by Shizune for dinner, I spread out a small blanket and was ready to sleep. Night watch? They wouldn't let me, saying that children need more sleep. Fine, I really was lacking sleep, and within minutes I fell asleep. Then, let me tell you, I had a bizarre dream. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a pitch-black room where I couldn't move at all. Then I heard footsteps, and a torch fell to the ground, igniting instantly and spreading directly to me. The burning and painful sensation felt so real. I instinctively cried out in pain. When I opened my eyes again, the scene changed. I was in a very old-fashioned Japanese courtyard, feeling like it was from the Warring States period. Just as I was trying to figure out what was going on, I heard a childish voice. I hadn't had the chance to respond when the person suddenly jumped up, startling the dozing Jingyin next to them. "What's wrong, Jiming?" "It was just a dream." I felt an unbearable itch on my arm, as if it had been burned and scabbed over. I smiled at Jingyin. "It's nothing, Sister Jingyin." "What time is it now?" "Just past midnight." I nodded, pretending to continue sleeping, and lay back down, but this dream felt too real. I scratched my arm all night and didn't sleep at all. As a result, the next day, the third day, and the fourth day, Kakashi seemed to have vanished into thin air. I couldn't even feel his chakra. I seriously suspected that this old man had gone home to take a long nap, planning to come back just to make an appearance in the last 2 days. It was night again, and just as I was lying down and dozing off, I suddenly sensed Kakashi's chakra. I instantly jumped up, drew my short blade, and with a clang, blocked his sneak attack. I grinned and said, "Brother, you really are impressive. You actually managed to evade Konoha's brother's perception." Kakashi smiled too and stepped back a couple of paces. With such a commotion, Shizune and Konoha also gathered around. I yawned while holding my knife, my gaze sharpened, and before a stone could even hit the ground, I had used the flying thunder god to appear behind Kakashi. "Brother, I'm right behind you." "Oh really?" I thrust my knife forward, only for Kakashi in front of me to turn into a lightning clone with a sizzling sound, the current flowing through the short blade. Wow, this old trickster really didn't use his real body. But I held something back too. Mine is also a clone. I used a clone to unleash the flying thunder god. But it consumes a lot of chakra. Where's the real body? Just as I was pondering this, I suddenly felt my feet sink, and my whole body was pressed into the ground. I was speechless. If I had known, I would have activated my Sharingan, so I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Chinya immediately released a bunch of crows to create a diversion to save me. But in the blink of an eye, Kakashi appeared right in front of him with a flash of lightning. The ear-piercing sound of Chidori lit up the entire night. "You're learning fast, little Jimin." Kakashi sighed as he looked at my crimson Sharingan. "It's still better when my brother teaches." I was pushed back several steps by the impact, but I charged forward with my knife, my Sharingan spinning rapidly. We clashed fiercely. It was a dazzling spectacle. Yamakayo, Chinya stood by, completely stunned, probably wondering what kind of monster this 7-year-old was, able to match Kakashi's senpai in battle. Quietly, Shizune took the opportunity to heal him, and he quietly asked her about my background. Shizune only said I was a child of Tsunade-sama from the Senju clan. Very few people in the village knew about my Sharingan. At that moment, I seized an opening and saw Kakashi's left eye open. The Sharingan. The opportunity had come. I directly dragged him into my Jinjutsu space. He was tied to a cross and couldn't move. I stood in front of him, smiling innocently. "Brother, this time I'm going to win." The entire space was instantly engulfed in flames, and Kakashi watched helplessly as I was burned to ashes, his heart trembling. He knew this Jinjutsu space was tailored just for him. Forget it. When Kakashi regained consciousness, he quickly caught me, who was about to collapse from chakra exhaustion. "Do you really want to defeat me?" he murmured. I still had some awareness and weakly smiled. Of course, my brother is a well-rounded opponent, but unfortunately this time, he was just one move short. Forget it, Kakashi knows the score. If I maintained the illusion a bit longer, he would have to lie in a hospital for a few months. "Tsunade, the training is over. Come over and heal Jimin." Tsunade ran over like the wind, and after checking my body, her brows furrowed into a knot. "Jimin, if you do something so reckless again, I will tell Lady Tsunade." I joked my way through it. "I'm just trying to protect Sister and Aoba, right? Next time, I won't do it again." Just kidding. She didn't know I was still practicing the Hunter Treasure seal. My chakra was already tight, and playing around like this could really be deadly. After this fight, I also figured out my limits. I really need to save my big moves like Flying Thunder God. After being carried back to the Senju clan by Kakashi, the guy suddenly decided to stay at my place with Aoba under the pretext of building rapport. 2 days later, the Chunin exam officially began. The three of us arrived at the exam venue with our admission tickets, and to my surprise, Kakashi came to see us off. I suddenly felt a strong sense of malice watching me. I scanned the area, but didn't see anyone suspicious. I quickly tugged at Kakashi's sleeve, and he cooperatively squatted down. I leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Kakashi, I feel like a creep is watching me in the shadows." I instinctively dodged behind him. "Don't worry, just focus on your exam, and leave the rest to your brother." Kakashi ruffled my hair. "All right then." We entered the exam room, which was a large classroom with separated seats. I glanced at my ninja ID, Senju Akimichi. As soon as the proctor walked in, I couldn't help but laugh. Isn't that Ino's dad, Yamanaka Inoichi? The rules were exactly the same as in Naruto's year, and the questions on the paper were clearly not written by humans. It was all about how to cheat without getting caught. Come on, isn't this an open book exam? Especially for my Sharingan. Once the paper was distributed, I took a look and thought, great, I can't understand any of the questions. I secretly activated my Sharingan, scanned the room, and copied down all the answers from the studious overachievers. Done. Next, I just had to wait for the 10th question. I simply covered my paper, lay down on the desk, and started to catch up on sleep. Sister Shizun, not far away, saw me fall asleep less than half an hour into the exam, and her expression was just priceless. When I woke up, more than half of the people in the exam room were gone. Yamanaka Inoichi stood on the podium and began his classic speech. Before I announce the last question, I will ask again, does anyone want to withdraw? If you can't answer the 10th question, you will forever lose your eligibility to take the exam. As soon as those words were spoken, chaos erupted, and more people fled. Me? I'm not even panicking. In our team, Sister Jingyin and Brother Qingya are both cultured people, so they won't back down. The only one who might back out is me, this kid, so as long as I stay steady, there won't be any problems. Sure enough, Yamaguchi Hachi asked again, and seeing that no one moved, he suddenly laughed. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the second round of the exam. He said the 10th question was this multiple choice question, and those who remained all passed. I stood up and stretched, being the first to rush out of the examination room and wait for the two of them at the door. As I turned around, a familiar voice called out to me. I looked up in surprise and exclaimed, Gaara, you really came to participate in the Chunin exams? It had been almost a year since we last met, and Gaara had grown a bit taller, but those dark circles under his eyes were still as heavy as ever. Temari, carrying her large fan, casually draped her arm over my shoulder, and Kankuro followed behind at a leisurely pace. I was puzzled as to why they had finished so early this time, but I decided to put it aside. I happily caught up with them, completely forgetting about the gloomy aura that Gaara emitted. When Tintin came out, she was startled by Gaara's face, but still politely invited them to our house for dinner. Temari agreed right away, and so we headed back to the Senju clan's home in a grand manner. Once we got home, I pulled Gaara into my yard, not allowing anyone else to come in. I poured him a cup of tea and got straight to the point, asking, how have you been getting along with Shikaku? I need to ask about the situation first. If those two have already become good friends, then my gossip preparation will be in vain. As a result, Gaara's face suddenly darkened. It's still too noisy. When I want to sleep at night, it just has to make a fuss. As soon as I heard this, I thought, wow, this issue can't be ignored. Family, who understands? Gaara's dark circles are almost on the floor. He says he can't sleep at night, all because of that big raccoon in his body partying all night. Can I tolerate this? For the sake of my dear teammates' beauty sleep, I decided on the spot that I must give Shikaku a surprise, a single room with a door, the kind with excellent soundproofing. I directly called out to Gaara, come here. Baby, look into my eyes. That little fool really looked over, probably wondering why my eyes were so beautiful. The next second, boom, the Bagua ceiling platform slammed down, clearly arranging everything for him. Inside his body, Shikaku was scratching its feet and suddenly realized it had a finely decorated single room with a soundproof sign on the door. It probably got stunned right there, unable to even curse before the door slammed shut. Done. Now Gaara can finally get a good night's sleep. When Gaara woke up again, it was already dark. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw me sleeping next to him. Goodness, this guy's CPU must have overheated. He reached out to touch my face, mumbling that it was so soft. Just halfway through, I suddenly opened my eyes, and our gazes met with my 3-tomo Sharingan. The scene became incredibly awkward. I tell you, he stumbled back like a student caught in an early romance by the homeroom teacher. Luckily, Temari shouted that dinner was ready, breaking the silence. I was still half asleep, and Gaara reached out his hand, so I took it, letting him lead me to the dining table. At the table, Kakashi arrived late again, sat next to me, and without saying a word, snatched the meat from my bowl, just as I was about to explode. He leaned over with a pitiful look and said he had been watching the surveillance all afternoon to find that jerk who targeted me in the first exam. And his eyes were almost blind. Upon hearing this, I felt guilty. My bad. Eat. It's all yours. I immediately pushed all my meat over to him. After dinner, Kakashi started spoiling the second exam for us, a Death Forest survival game, competing for the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, lasting 5 days and nights. He even specifically called me out, saying some kid shouldn't play with his life again. When I looked up low, and behold, 5 pairs of eyes were all staring at me in agreement. Fine, I'll keep my mouth shut since I'm so noticeable. The next day for the exam, the weather was hot enough to fry an egg. The examiners were the beautiful Kurenai and her future husband Asuma. Looking at them, I had only one thought. Haiden, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. We were taken to a corner and received the Earth Scroll. Kurenai and Konoha's Aoi absolutely wouldn't let me use my Sharingan. Fearing I would tire myself out, I could only obediently nod, promising not to use it. However, we hadn't gone far when we ran into someone. The leader, a white-haired guy wearing glasses. I looked and thought, isn't that the Dream Master Kabuto? It's 2025, and I can still see old actors here. I couldn't hold back. I went up and asked, Heaven Scroll or Earth Scroll? Give me a clear answer. But his masked teammate rushed up without saying a word and punched my family heirloom short sword into pieces. What terrible quality. I thought, I can't match him in strength, so I'll use speed. With a flying Thunder God technique, I flashed behind their sensory-type girl, putting a Chidori to her neck, and repeated, what scroll? But Kabuto was even more cunning. He turned around and took Kurenai hostage. Goodness, are we playing hostage exchange here? I pretended to agree, secretly activating my Sharingan, giving him a luxurious 3-day, 3-night Tsukuyami experience. Kabuto immediately knelt down, foaming at the mouth. The remaining masked guy still wanted to fight, so I left a flying Thunder God mark on his fist. When he charged at me again, I flashed in front of him and twisted his wrist like a pretzel. Done and dusted. But then Aoi checked and infuriated me. They also had the Earth Scroll. All that effort for nothing. After 2 more days of wandering, I suddenly woke up at night, feeling something was off. Activated my Sharingan. I saw a team of unlucky Konoha ninjas being targeted by Mist Village ninjas, using something called the Mist Technique. Watching our village ninjas about to drown in a water prison, I hesitated on whether to intervene when suddenly a strong wind swept through. Wind release. Cutting whirlwind. It was Temari. Gaara and the others had also arrived. I rushed in, but accidentally got bound by a water whip, receiving a shock treatment of 100,000 volts, turning me into a Super Saiyan. I quickly used the Flying Thunder God to flash back to Kurenai's side for emergency repairs. Gaara looked at my messy appearance, and his face immediately darkened. Without saying a word, he clapped his hands, and the sand waterfall technique was unleashed. The sand for the entire forest swirled as if it had gone mad. And then came an even fiercer attack, the Sandstorm Funeral. I was stunned. Dude, didn't you just realize this move when you were fighting with Lee? Why the spoiler? The 3 hidden mist ninjas didn't even leave a last word and were directly buried. Gaara walked back and coolly said, those little ants are dealt with. The rescued Leaf Village ninjas were very accommodating, directly handing over their Heaven Scroll to us, saying it was a life-saving grace. Of course, I accepted it without hesitation. And with that, we headed straight to report at the tower. After returning home, I boasted for a while and then educated that proud little brat Sasuke about the dangers of the Chunin exams. During dinner that night, I suddenly thought of a critical question. What if I face Gaara in the finals? How am I supposed to fight? I can't break through his absolute defense at all. Kakashi saw the constipated expression on my face and said he would train me intensively for a month to master the Chidori. An idea struck me, Master Minato-sensei. I want to return to Mount Danshue to train with my summoning beast, San. The adults discussed it and thought it was a good idea. I could also learn some sage techniques. So the next day I took off. Let me tell you, in the mountains time flies. I got so absorbed in training that I completely lost track of time. 2 weeks later, Kakashi forcibly summoned me back. When I opened my eyes, I was already at the gate of Konoha, and in front of me stood a handsome guy with white hair, wearing a green kimono and having heterochromia. So handsome that I was drooling. I quickly composed myself and asked, Kakashi, why did you suddenly call me back? Did you forget you still have the Chunin exams? I just realized that there are only 2 hours left until the match starts. I was completely dazed. Bro, who is my opponent? Kakashi looked at me with a sympathetic expression. It's Gaara. Me? When I was dragged to the venue, Teacher Mizuki quickly called me over to rest and asked if I was hungry. My stomach betrayed me and growled twice. He laughed and said, Kushina will be bringing over some food soon. She's worried you won't like the teacher's work meal. So she went back to the Senju clan to get you something from Annie. At that moment, my nose felt a bit sour. Aunt Kushina really treats me like her own daughter, even remembering that I once casually complained about the work meal not being tasty. And she went all the way back just to get me a delicious meal. Let me tell you, Aunt Kushina is simply a goddess who arrives right at mealtime. She kicked the door open with a fierce demeanor, and I thought she was there to settle the score with Teacher Minato. But as soon as she saw me, wow, the fire on her face just extinguished in an instant, and she switched to gentle mode. She knows I'm going to fight Gaara, and she also knows how strong that kid is. She's been worried about me hiding my strength and potentially getting hurt, having already discussed it with Teacher Minato and even worn out the videotape in the process. I hurriedly rushed over and hooked my arm around hers, praising the deliciousness of today's meal, while also venting about how miserable my past 2 weeks have been, saying that I was almost getting calluses from eating dry rations. Aunt Kushina felt so sorry for me, patting my head and telling me to eat quickly. Teacher Minato wasn't idle either. While digging into his work meal, he gave me a pre-battle analysis, saying that Gaara's sand defense was simply impeccable and that I had no advantage against him. Then he suddenly said, "Little G-man, if you want to use your eye technique, just go ahead." I was stunned at the moment. What the heck? With my Sharingan, wasn't it you and Tsunade-sensei who were looking for trouble? Teacher Minato looked at me with a confused expression, his eyes smiling like a crescent moon, and said, "That's also your ability. Both Tsunade-sama and I support you. The rest, just leave it to us adults to handle. Who understands? Family?" This sense of security is simply overwhelming. With these big shots backing me up, what do I have to fear? After eating and drinking enough, 2 hours passed in a flash, and the third round of the exam officially began. I glanced at the big screen. The 4 groups that advanced included us, Gaara and his team, 1 from the Lightning Village and 1 from Konoha. As soon as the grouping results came out, I was paired with Gaara. Sarutobi Konoha was up against Tamari, Kankuro against that Lightning Village's Samui, and Anko-sensei against Karui. There was also a match between Moonlight Gale and his girlfriend Yuzuki Yugao. Wow, the main characters are personally getting involved? But who is this Sarutobi Konoha? With the surname Sarutobi, could he be a relative of the 3rd Hokage? I quickly turned to Kakashi and asked, "Brother, who is Sarutobi Asuma? Is he strong? I've never seen someone like him at Grandpa Third's place." Kakashi replied concisely, "Be careful. He has 3 elemental affinities: fire, earth, and wind. His taijutsu is taught by Asuma, and he is very skilled with the chakra blade." While he said to be careful, his expression clearly indicated that he believed my kid would definitely win. "Please, Senju Hashirama and Gaara, step to the center of the arena." As soon as the proctor's electric speaker blared, it startled me, and the memories of being electrocuted instantly flooded back. I waited for a while, feeling that the food in my stomach had digested enough. Only then did I use the flying thunder god technique, appearing in the center of the arena in a flash. Up in the stands, Kakashi sighed with his hand on his forehead, and I could guess what he was thinking, wasting a flying thunder god chakra right at the start. Whose bad habit is this anyway? After confirming our identities, the examiner wasted no words and gave the signal to start. The match begins. I greeted Gaara. "Hi, Gaara." Then, uncontrollably, I let out a big burp and rubbed my belly. There was nothing I could do. Aunt Kushina's bento was too delicious, and I overindulged, so I had to take it slow. I didn't expect that we would become rivals. Gaara looked at me with such a complex expression and said, "No, Shikamu, I just want to be your opponent." Goodness, he has been holding back all year, with the sound of the Shikaku holding concerts in his head every day. The villagers see him as a monster, and with all the assassination attempts, he has managed to get through it all by thinking of my words. "I will always be your friend." As soon as he heard there was a Chunin exam, he immediately brought his older siblings to Konoha to find me. He looked at me, a bit angry that I had more friends around me, and he was just one of them. But I understand him. He is just too lonely. "Gaara, am I starting now?" I can see the audience getting a bit impatient. If I keep chatting, I might get tomatoes thrown at me. But I'm the kind of person who believes in courtesy. I must let you know before I hit you. Gaara's eyes sharpened. "Come on, let me see your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, the sand around him began to swirl wildly, as if it were alive. I knew that to get to him, I first had to break through his absolute defense made of sand. The sand attacked, seemingly with eyes, chasing me down. I could only retreat while trying to think of strategy. This thing was too tricky. With the sand around, I couldn't get close at all. Ninjutsu, Iden Mist Technique. I ran while forming hand seals, spewing out a thick fog that instantly turned the entire area into a white haze. Now you can't see me. Your sand can't possibly have navigation, right? As soon as I used this technique, the stands erupted in excitement. The noble from the land of water was so furious that his mustache curled. How can a leaf ninja use our mist techniques? Kakashi and the others were also shocked. Inabito turned to Kakashi and asked, "Did you teach him?" Kakashi shot him a glance that said, "Do you see me using it?" Ino was also stunned. He copied it just by watching it once in the Forest of Death. This kid is really a genius. Sure enough, the speed of the sand slowed down. An opportunity arose. I pulled out a handful of shuriken from my bag and threw them in all directions, setting up the coordinates for Flying Thunder God. Then I gathered chakra in my right hand for Chidori. The crackling sound of electricity felt invigorating as I dashed toward Gaara, but I was still naive. The sand beneath my feet had somehow become his territory. Before I could get close, I was wrapped up by the sand and lifted into the air. The mist was dispersed around me. Good heavens, does this sand have radar? Just as I was about to be crushed in a paste, I quickly used Flying Thunder God to escape and landed steadily on the wall of the venue. No, I had to take a gamble. A plan flashed through my mind. If successful, Chidori would hit him solidly. If I failed, my chakra would hit rock bottom. But being cautious wasn't my style, so I went for it. I rushed forward like a gust of wind again, throwing out a specially made kunai halfway. Gaara easily blocked it with sand, but he knew it was just a feint. In the blink of an eye, I caught the kunai and, using the momentum, threw out a second one. The fog affected his vision, and he couldn't use sand in time, so he could only lean back to dodge. He was smart, knowing that these kunai were just my stepping stones, try to create distance. Now's the time. Seizing the moment, he leaned back. I activated the Flying Thunder God technique again and instantly appeared beside him, unleashing the prepared Chidori. With a loud bang, I slammed him hard into the ground. I have always had a strong sense of timing for finishing moves. A single 1,000 birds definitely won't be enough to deal with Gaara. I cautiously stepped forward, drew my long knife from my sleeve, and slashed at his neck. Blood streamed down. It's his real body. Sand waterfall. Just as I was about to retract my knife, the ground beneath my feet suddenly turned into a river of quicksand, waves of sand crashing towards me. Damn it. This guy Gaara is playing me. The entire venue was instantly filled with sand. All the shurikens I threw before were buried. And I had no place to use Flying Thunder God. As the sand waves stopped, I found myself buried under the sand. Next up would definitely be the sandstorm burial. I shuddered. I really don't want to experience being buried alive. I bit my finger and drew a blood seal in my palm. Summoning technique. A phoenix's cry resonated through the skies. Colorful 3/3s soared into the air, and that visual effect completely stunned the audience. The family section erupted in chaos again. And Obito poked Kakashi. This isn't something you taught, right? Kakashi's eyes were about to roll back. My summoning beast is a dog. Does it look like a dog to you? I was coughing painfully while lying on Sanson's back, my arms covered in small cuts from the sand, blood soaking the sleeve of my kimono. I found it bothersome and tore it off, quickly giving myself a sip of milk to stop the bleeding with a simple medical ninjutsu. Sanson was speechless. Xiaoji, how long have we been apart? And you've gotten yourself into this state? Is the opponent that sand creature below? I gasped and stood up, recognizing that it was a shinobi from the sand village. A Jinchuriki with absolute defense. I had just hit it with my Chidori, so its sand armor should be broken. All right, prepare for ninjutsu. Don't be afraid of death. I'll protect you. I understood what Sanson meant. I gathered Chidori in my right hand, leaving a Flying Thunder God seal on Sanson's back, just waiting for the right moment. Gaara covered one eye, looking at the phoenix in the sky. He knew that to defeat me, he had to bring me down from the sky. But he couldn't imagine that our Phoenix clan specializes in overcoming all kinds of absolute defenses. Sansan threw a bunch of feathers at the enormous sandball, Phoenix Feather. As soon as those feathers touched the sand, it started to erode as if it were corroded, peeling away bit by bit. Fly over. I used up the last bit of my chakra, and, with a Flying Thunder God technique, I appeared once again in front of Gaara, delivering a Chidori straight to his heart. It was so fast, he didn't even have time to blink. I won. Exhausted. I knelt on the ground and showed him a big smile. Gaara, you're really strong. Hee hee. Gaara also smiled, his fingers behind his back lightly curling. It turned out this was all part of his scheme to lure me into his sand domain. Sand binding, coffin. The sand wrapped around me faster than before. The pressure, so intense, I felt my bones might shatter, and the wounds that had just healed were torn open again. I screamed in pain. Sasuke! Countless feathers fell like a torrential rain, forcing Gaara to expend chakra to defend himself. Taking advantage of the moment when the pressure of the sand lessened, I used a body flicker technique to rush in front of him, grabbing his face with one hand and forcing him to meet my gaze. The rain of feathers stopped. Gaara raised his hand and said dully, I surrender. After the examiner announced the results, I could no longer hold on. Everything went dark, and I fell backward into a warm embrace. I only saw the dark green sleeve, and then fainted peacefully. When I woke up, I was already in the medical room. Tsunade rushed over without saying a word, and when she saw my injuries, her hands trembled with concern. Kakashi tried to suggest bringing Rin over, but Tsunade's voice trembled yet was incredibly firm. This is my child. I will save him. In that moment, I realized that she had overcome her blood phobia to save me. The subsequent matches went quickly. When Temari and Kankuro saw their opponent was too strong, they wisely chose to surrender and rushed to see Gaara. When it was Karui's turn against Shizun, That guy was quite arrogant and even used lightning release armor. However, he foolishly dared to say that Tsunade was weak. Well, Shizen snapped at that moment and knocked him from one end of the arena to the other with a single punch, achieving a direct KO. I'm almost recovered here. In half an hour, it will be my turn with that Sarutobi Hiroki. I changed into a new outfit, tied my hair in a high ponytail, and made a stylish entrance like a flying thunder god. Kakashi started his usual teasing from above, and Obito rebutted him. What do you know? This is our Uchiha tradition. We can't just not show off. At that moment, Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and Ino all came to watch my match, and Naruto even rode on Kakashi's shoulders. The scene was incredibly lively. Opposite me was Sarutobi Kinomaru, who looked like a younger, clean-shaven Asuma and was quite polite. As the match began, neither of us rushed to attack. We were both skilled and were testing each other. His taijutsu was strong, and he wielded his chakra blade with incredible skill. In a moment of carelessness, I found myself tied to a tree with his wire, and he attempted to use fire style to burn me. Unfortunately, that was just a water clone. I descended from the sky with a technique, using water release, water wave to strike down, but he blocked it with earth wall. I followed up with water release, water whip, only to find it was another earth clone that I had bound. This kid is playing tricks on me. Fire release, great fire technique. He was hiding behind the earth wall and ambushed me, so I countered with a fire release. Great fireball technique to clash with him. The flames collided, and I was slightly weaker, pushed back by his fire. I immediately used Flying Thunder God to teleport behind him, with my foaming knife pressed against his neck. He reacted quickly, turning around to block with his dual blades, and we clashed in a flurry of steel. Our exchanges were back and forth, with various clones and techniques being showcased. It was like a battle of deities. And this level of action was enough to make my CPU overheat. I simply discarded the short knife, grabbed his hand, and used it to help me form his seals. Water style, heavenly cry. Countless water needles shot out from my mouth, and he hurriedly blocked with his knife. At that moment, I pressed the attack, and a kunai with the technique floated past him. He immediately became alert, thinking I would teleport there. Ha, fooled you. I formed the Flying Thunder God seal, and in the instant of spatial movement, I gripped the Phoenix Cry blade and made a rapid thrust. Flying Thunder God slash. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell with a thud. The whole place fell into a deathly silence, and it was the third Hokage and Teacher Minato on stage who first broke into applause, followed by thunderous clapping. The third Hokage stroked his beard, chuckling as he said to Teacher Minato, "Minato, you have a good disciple." In the family seating area, Obito couldn't hold back anymore and tugged at Kakashi's sleeve. "Hey, this water style, did you teach it too?" Kakashi gave a classic white-eyed look. "Do I know water style?" Maybe he learned it from Teacher Minato. Obito looked confused. When did Teacher Minato know water style? He muttered, certain that Kakashi must have secretly taught it to him without telling him. I tell you, Obito is still sulking over here, while Naruto is already hanging on Kakashi, grabbing his white hair and shouting, "Kakashi-sensei, I want to learn that. That flashy lightning technique. Good grief, what flashy ninjutsu." Kakashi has black lines all over his forehead. "That's Chidori, okay." Sasuke, on the side, directly rolls his eyes. "Why don't you pass the Chunin exam first? With your grades, I'm afraid our team will never graduate." "What are you doing?" Naruto was unhappy at that moment, jumped down from Kakashi, and faced Sasuke for a battle. Dummy Sasuke, dummy Sasuke, dummy Naruto. The two kids were exchanging insults, giving me a headache. In the end, it was gentle Linne who stepped in, grabbing one head in each hand. Okay. No more fighting. Big sister will take you to get ice cream. Okay? Naruto's mood changes quickly. As soon as he heard there was ice cream, he immediately cheered. As for Sasuke, he just coolly huffed, which was his way of agreeing. I just walked over and saw this chaotic scene. It was simply unbearable to watch. Sakura and Ino were sharp-eyed and immediately spotted me, rushing over to give me a flurry of compliments. "Jimin, congratulations on becoming a Chunin. So strong." Ino was even more excited, clapping her hands. Yeah. I thought you would struggle against Hiroki-senpai. All right, Sakura, we can't fall behind. We have to work hard." "That's right." Sakura also got fired up, but I could tell her smile was a bit forced. Who understands the family dynamics? Ino has a family secret technique. I have an external aid, but Sakura is just an ordinary ninja. Starting from scratch is definitely hell for her. She must be feeling lost. I leaned over and quietly said to her, "Sakura, don't rush. Focus on building a solid foundation first. If you want, you can join me for morning exercises. I can guide you." "I want to." Her eyes lit up instantly. "Then tomorrow morning at 5, Hokage Tower. I'll wait for you." Next up was the match between Moonlight Breeze and Yuzuki Yuin. Let me tell you, both of them are knife skills experts from Yumbu. With my mediocre swordsmanship, I thought I'd better find a big shot to teach me. I tugged at Kakashi's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, do you know where Yuine's house is? I want to learn swordsmanship from her." I was standing right next to him, and goodness, I felt the air around Kakashi grow cold. The son of the legendary Konoha White Fang, and here I was, wanting to learn from another woman? He let out a cold snort. "I don't know. She's a candidate for the Yumbu, very busy, no time to teach you." Implicitly meaning, "Come to me, ask me, the idle one." Well, fine. I felt a bit disappointed, but then I thought, if I can't learn from the original, can't my Sharingan replicate it? Just as I was distracted, I suddenly felt my body drained. Darkness enveloped me. And once again, I fell right into Kakashi's arms. He was startled and quickly called for Rin. Rin and Shizen immediately checked me over, concluding that my chakra was depleted, but my body seemed to be auto-recovering at a rapid pace, which was impressive. In the end, they had Kakashi carry me to the lounge upstairs for a nap. When I woke up again, it was already dark and the Chunin exam had ended. I groggily opened my eyes, and in the dim light, I saw Kakashi sitting on the sofa beside the bed, holding that worn-out book, Ika Paradise. When he saw I was awake, he put down the book, his eyes crescent-shaped as he smiled and asked, "Awake?" Let me tell you, in that moment, I completely broke down. The dim light, that gentle question, reminded me exactly of the scene from my previous life when my grandmother watched over me while I napped. That was the only emotional support I had during my entire adolescence. I was stunned, unable to say a word. Kakashi saw me in a daze and thought I was uncomfortable again, quickly sitting by the bed. Just as he sat down, I suddenly lunged into his arms, nearly knocking him over. "What's wrong?" He steadied himself and asked patiently. I buried my face in his chest, muffling my voice and not speaking. I couldn't explain this feeling of cross-temporal reliance, so I remained silent. He thought I had another nightmare and gently patted my back, comforting me. "It's okay. I'm here." Just then, the atmosphere was particularly nice when, bang, Obito pushed the door open. Seeing us hugging, he immediately slammed the door shut. I was stunned by this move. He shouted through the door, "Kakashi-sensei said we're going for barbecue tonight. We're heading out first. You bring Jimin over later?" I looked at Kakashi with a face full of question marks, my expression clearly asking, "What is Obito doing?" Kakashi shrugged, indicating he didn't understand either. After all, Obito had never been normal. "Are you feeling better now?" Kakashi asked when he saw my emotions stable. "Shall we go for barbecue?" "Okay." My runaway sense finally returned. My face flushed instantly, and I hurriedly wriggled out of his embrace. An absolute social death moment. To make a quick escape, I grabbed Kakashi's hand and zoomed away with the flying thunder god technique. In the next second, we appeared right next to Kakashi-sensei. This startled Kakashi-sensei. Except for Obito and Uncle Fugaku, everyone else had a look of disbelief. Obito excitedly praised me. "Not bad, little Jimin. You can bring people flying now. Your flying thunder god technique has really improved." He wanted to stir things up further and asked, "Who taught you that water style?" His eyes were fixed on Kakashi, waiting to see the fun unfold. In response, I said I learned it from the scroll left by the second Hokage. Obito looked utterly disappointed. All his prepared, teasing words stifled, and he could only sip his drink in silence. Naruto was most concerned about the result. "Dad, did Jimin become a Chunin?" Kakashi-sensei smiled, but his words were layered. "It still needs to be discussed, but Jimin's performance has already demonstrated Chunin-level abilities." I could tell that Kakashi-sensei's gaze towards me was quite complex. On one hand, it was like, wow, my disciple is really a genius, and on the other, if this blows up, the whole village will follow suit. As Hokage, he couldn't afford to gamble. Aunt Kushina seemed to sense it, reaching out to hold his hand, giving him a reassuring smile. The next morning at 5, I arrived promptly at the Hokage Tower, and Sakura also arrived on time. Without a word, we started running. After 3 laps, Sakura was exhausted, leaning on her knees and panting. She rested against my shoulder and suddenly reached out to touch my face. She looked so much like Sasuke. I was taken aback, and she was startled too, her face turning as red as anything, stammering that she had to go to school. And then she dashed off like a rabbit. I was left in a daze. I shook my head and went straight to Kakashi-sensei's house to snag some breakfast. Just as I reached the door, I ran into Naruto and Sasuke heading out, and the two of them started chasing each other, calling each other Dummy Naruto and Dummy Sasuke as they ran off. Aunt Kushina had specially saved breakfast for me and said that after eating, she would take me to the hospital to help out. Just as I finished breakfast, I was called to the Hokage's office. Goodness, Kakashi-sensei, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were all present. With this lineup, Were they about to start the fourth great ninja war? I greeted each of them and stood there nervously. After a long while, Kakashi-sensei finally spoke. Jimin, would you like to join the Umbu directly under me? Umbu? My mind started racing with possibilities. Great. This was a chance to get close to that old man Danzo. I immediately nodded obediently. If I can help the teacher, I will do it without hesitation. All right, coincidentally, Kakashi has also returned to the Umbu, so you can follow him. You start in 3 days. I came out of the office and, with a flying thunder god technique, I arrived beside Aunt Kushina and went with her to the hospital. Guess who the surgery patient was? Sarutobi Kanaharu. I did it, and I had to save him. This KPI was all about self-production and self-marketing. I was complaining in my heart while saving people with my hands. After all, it might come in handy when fighting in the future. After the surgery, it was already dark. I slowly walked back to the Senju clan and saw Sasuke sitting alone by the lake. His small silhouette under the moonlight exuded a sense of loneliness that seemed to overflow the screen. I quietly approached him and tapped his shoulder. He jumped in surprise, and when he saw it was me, he tucked away the kunai he was hiding. I didn't ask him why he was here and started talking about the moon and the land of wind, saying how beautiful it is to lie in the desert and watch the stars. He initially didn't want to pay attention to me, but couldn't help but ask, are the people in the land of wind strong? I understood him, really, that feeling of being the only one left in the world. I understood it too well. I grabbed his hand that was subconsciously touching his eyes and told him, don't worry, your eyes will be better than mine. After a moment of silence, he suddenly stood up and said, let me take you home. That night, the moonlight was particularly beautiful. 3 days later, I officially joined the Umbu. Kakashi took me to get my gear and picked out a dog mask for me. As soon as we entered, some of his team members started chattering, saying things like, the captain is bringing a kid to carry out a mission. She is not your illegitimate daughter, is she? They were saying it in such an unpleasant way. Kakashi ignored them, crouched down, and patiently helped me straighten out my messy clothes. He then took out a headband from his bag and tied my long hair up. After he finished, he shot a cold glance at those people, and when he activated his Sharingan, the world instantly fell silent. I walked up to the man who had started the trouble, kept a straight face, and suddenly smiled. Nice to meet you. I'm Senju Chihiro. Don't worry. I want to hold you back. I paused, staring at them, but I do hope you don't hold me back. With that, the place fell into silence. Kakashi helped me seal the Phoenix Cry knife on my left hand, turning it into a phoenix tattoo, and gave me a new short knife. His gaze fell on the phoenix design on my neck, looking a bit lost in thought. Thank you, I said softly. He snapped back to reality and assigned me a mission, to escort the Vortex Grand Priest to the land of hot water, with our squad providing secret protection. Everyone went to prepare, but Kakashi kept me behind. He pushed me onto a small, dark bench outside the changing room and took out a tool that looked like a brush, grabbing my arm. Before I could react, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. He was actually tattooing the Umbu mark on me. He held my arm tightly, and I couldn't move at all. Only hearing him say, hang in there, it'll be over soon. I bit my lip in pain, my eyes turning red. I accidentally glanced at the mirror, and let me tell you, that scene, that atmosphere, my 21st century brain just short-circuited. Who understands the struggles of family? My mind was filled with junk. All done. When Kakashi looked up and saw my flushed face and watery eyes, he was momentarily stunned. I was so frustrated that I shook off his hand and ran away like the wind. After I came out, I first went to Ino's flower shop to buy a bouquet of desert roses, planning to visit Gaara. Ino also gifted me a bouquet of blue baby S breath. I first went to Tsunade's office and arranged the baby S breath nicely. Tsunade knew I was going on a mission and was worried, so she summoned a mini slug to sit on my shoulder, saying it would deliver messages if needed, and it would be my backup. I felt warm inside, holding the desert roses as I headed to Gaara's hospital room. When he saw my new outfit, the light in his eyes dimmed. Are you leaving again? Yeah. I came to see you before the mission. I arranged the flowers and gave him the letter I hadn't sent before. Gaara hesitated to speak, and I knew what he wanted to ask. I picked up the little bear he had given me and smiled. The little bear you gave me, I've kept it. You are as important to me as I am to you. When you get home, I'll keep writing to you. I winked at him and said goodbye. When I reached the village gate, the sun was setting in the west, and surprisingly, Kakashi wasn't late. As soon as I saw him, I remembered what happened in the changing room, and felt so embarrassed that I could only act aloof. Once everyone arrived, we put on our masks, and the mission officially began. That night, after my shift ended, I found a secluded spot to munch on the rice balls Aunt Kushina made. Kakashi also finished his shift and sat down beside me, casually taking a rice ball from my lunchbox to eat. As he was eating, he suddenly fell silent, looking at me with hesitation in his eyes. I guess he was thinking that it was too cruel to let a kid like me kill people in this blood-stained Umbu. But I guess wrong, my friend. I thought too highly of him. His hesitation wasn't out of concern for me. He was just going through the motions. I tell you, in the next second, that handsome face froze as if it were covered in ice, instantly switching to the cold and ruthless captain mode. He started with the rules, bam, 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 3 points hitting me in the face. First, wear a mask, no showing the face. Second, leave no corpses after killing. The scene must be cleaned up, emphasizing a traceless escape. What else can I say? I can only nod. All right, Captain. I know exactly what's going on. This world is just a large battlefield for survival games. If you're soft-hearted, the next one to be eliminated is you. I'm not some saintly person, but the problem is, bro, can we not go from sharing rice balls 1 second to having them thrown at me the next, and then fast forward to the killing? Does anyone understand? Kakashi's hand speed is ridiculously fast. As soon as the enemy showed up, he immediately took down both of our masks. The guys on the other side are quite perceptive too. They recognized him right away, Sharingan Kakashi. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Wow. No wonder he's the top player in the ninja world. There's someone to pick him up wherever he goes. I thought Kazi would at least follow the rules of the underworld, introduce himself, and throw out a few tough words. But what happened? He didn't say a single word. With a flick of his right hand, the Chidori was almost sparking, and he charged forward in a single leap. I was stunned. Dude, you're so fast. Not even a greeting? I just saw that ninja across from us shout out his name, and then boom, he fell straight down. The other one, seeing his teammate gone in an instant, was so scared that he didn't even bother with the body and just vanished in a flash. Then Kakashi, this guy who puts on a mask and shows no emotion, pointed at the one on the ground and ordered me like an emotionless AI. Yes, yours? Finish him off. I was stunned. No. Who is this? Where did they come from? And why do they want to kill us? Shouldn't we interrogate them? I tentatively suggested. Captain, how about we seal him up first and take him back for the intelligence department to dig for information? Guess what he said? One word, kill. Fine. You're tough. What else could I do? I drew my knife and plunged it into the man's heart with a squelch. Warm blood splattered all over my face, sticking to my white mask, cold and chilling. I leaned in to check for breath. Well, he's completely offline. I silently formed a seal and stored the body in a scroll, then followed behind him, feeling his back was as cold as a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. I've come to understand that the gentle, playful Kakashi and this emotionless, cold-eyed Kakashi are really two different personalities. He's playing a very new kind of schizophrenia. After 2 days of intense travel, I'm almost exhausted. Finally, we reached the border of the land of hot water, and I was so tired that my vision blurred. In a moment of carelessness, I bumped into his back. I thought he would help me like he used to, but instead he just coldly said, "Huang, watch ahead." I quickly stood at attention. "I'm sorry, Captain." He completely ignored me and directly assigned the night shift. Misa, Tianzong, Zhong, first shift. I wasn't called, so I found a corner to wear a mask and take a break with my eyes closed. As soon as I closed my eyes, I started dreaming. Let me tell you, this dream was really strange. It was also deep night in the dream, the moon hanging in the sky, and Kakashi came over to call me. But when I opened my eyes, the person in front of me also had white hair, but I couldn't see his face clearly. Then, my body became uncontrollable, and I was holding a knife and started attacking people. Enemies surged in like a tide. I didn't feel pain or exhaustion, I just knew to swing the knife. But there were too many people on the opposite side, and I gradually couldn't hold on anymore. That white-haired man was pinned down to the ground by someone to protect me. He shouted at me, "Run, Jiming." I don't know why I didn't leave. It just felt like my eyes were being gouged out by a knife, blood streaming down from the corners. I covered my eyes, and the force poured out like a flood released from a dam. A deep blue phoenix soared into the sky. Its cries seemed to tear the heavens apart. When I woke up again, I was lying next to that white-haired man. I wanted to see his face just a little bit more, but I was so exhausted that I closed my eyes, only hearing a voice say, "Is it really you, Jiming?" I jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. I pulled out my pocket watch and saw that only 10 minutes had passed. It was another dream, but the stabbing pain in my eyes felt all too real. I hurriedly asked the system customer service inside my body, "What on earth is going on?" The customer service replied slowly, "Baby, what you dream about are all things you've personally experienced before." Then let me ask one more question. How many years have I lived? Baby, that question is beyond the scope. Well, it's pointless to ask. I couldn't dare to sleep, so I sat there cultivating my perception ability. Maybe it's because I practiced the celestial arts and chakra, My radar has become much more sensitive, able to sense if there are any malicious people nearby. The next day, we finally arrived at our destination, a small town called Nanhuan. Mike Guy and the others protected the Grand Priest and settled him into the place arranged by the elders, while our Umbu found a hotel across the street, with 24-hour surveillance. I volunteered to stand guard with Kakashi, mainly because I was scared of that terrifying dream. As a result, this guy just had to put on my outer robe, and with a whoosh, he flew up onto the roof without waiting for me at all. I cursed him in my heart 800 times, fickle man. Oof. The nights in Nanhuan City are really cold. When the breeze blows, I shiver. I was closing my eyes to sense the surroundings when suddenly it didn't feel so cold anymore. I opened my eyes and good grief. Kakashi was sitting right in front of me, blocking me completely. His white hair was particularly noticeable under the moonlight, and I remembered the white-haired figure from my dream. Are they really the same person? While I was pondering, I suddenly felt someone approaching. I grabbed Kakashi and silently hid in the trees. I saw a samurai-dressed person rush into the Grand Priestess courtyard. Mike Guy and the others reacted quickly, jumping down from the beams and kicking that person to the ground. Then Akamichi's snake swiftly tied him up tightly. The Hyuga guy opened his Byakugan and interrogated him. Who are you? What are you here for? The samurai was quite arrogant. Humph. A dog of Konoha. Nothing to say. Upon hearing this, Akamichi got excited and let a little snake stick its tongue out in front of the samurai's face. That guy immediately lost his composure, scared and shouting, I'll tell you. I want to kill the Grand Priest. I can't let that Nanshantang reopen. In the end, when asked further, he toughened up again, looking like he didn't care if he lived or died. The Hyuga guy was also a tough one, directly deciding, all right, we'll take this matter in Konoha. After exchanging intelligence with them, our team split up again. Kakashi and I were responsible for digging into the forces behind this samurai, while the others protected the Grand Priest. Kakashi directly summoned his ninja dog, Pakin, and took out a piece of cloth for it to smell. I watched him wearing black gloves with a small section of his fingers exposed, so white it was blinding. In that moment, he transformed back into that gentle Kakashi from Konoha. This man is truly a walking, face-changing app. Pakin, being professional, quickly led us to a place, a large wooden house in the northern part of the city. We hid in the trees and activated our Sharingan to peek inside. Good grief, there were several rooms inside, each containing 1 or 2 naked girls, all with hollow eyes, like wooden dolls, not saying a word to each other. In the innermost room, there were 3 ninjas conspiring. The problem is, I can understand Japanese, but I can't read lips. I was so anxious that I scratched my ears and cheeks, and could only quietly ask Kakashi, Captain, what are they saying? Kakashi's indifferent mode was back in action, and he spoke sparingly. Can't understand? I really want to punch him. No kidding. I can't read lips. He seemed to sigh before telling me that those people were saying that there would be another attack at the priest's inauguration ceremony at the Nashan Hall in 2 days, and the target would still be the high priest. Fine, then I'll make a request. Captain, can I go out tomorrow to explore and gather some intel? He spat out one word, go. Who knew that the next day, as soon as I stepped out, he followed me right behind, still wearing that Dark Department outfit. Although others couldn't see it, I could feel it. That gaze was like a spotlight. What are you doing, big brother? Why are you monitoring me? I was originally excited to go shopping, but he followed me and ruined my mood. So I decided to take a cruise, and he actually followed me there too, changing his appearance. With long black hair, wearing a dark green kimono, and holding a camera, he looked quite the part. The boatman was very chatty, saying that this priestess ceremony is held every year, and all the selected priestesses are as beautiful as I am. My heart skipped a beat. Priestesses? And they're all young and pretty girls? Isn't this just a pure Squid Game script? After getting off the boat, I dragged him into a tea house, specifically choosing a crowded spot to listen to gossip. Kakashi ordered tea and dumplings, and when I wasn't paying attention, he sneakily lifted his camera and snapped a picture of me. The owner even came over to chat, saying we looked like siblings. Kakashi surprisingly smiled and nodded, saying yes, this is my sister. I shot him a glare, placing my index finger by my mouth to signal him to be quiet. I was listening to the conversation at the table behind us where a woman was crying pitifully, saying that her daughter was 16 this year and it was the last chance. If she didn't get selected this time, it would all be over. Another woman was trying to console her, saying that being chosen by the nobles was still better. At least it meant she could survive. As I listened, I didn't know why, but tears began to fall on their own. Suddenly, I felt a coolness on my face. It was Kakashi's finger. He gently helped me wipe away my tears and asked softly, "Why are you crying, kid?" I pushed his hand away. What the hell? It suddenly dawned on me that something was off in this city. The streets were filled with men, not a single girl my age in sight. At night, we changed into our night gear and sneaked into the most impressive noble mansion we could find. Kakashi was skilled, and I could only follow behind him. The mansion was eerily quiet, and just when I thought we were going to leave empty-handed, I seemed to hear a girl's crying. The voice was very faint, intermittent. Why can't I live openly and honestly? I exchanged a glance with Kakashi, and in an instant, we understood each other. We quietly made our way toward the source of the sound. Finally, we stopped at the entrance of a warehouse. Inside, there was nothing but clutter. Just as I was puzzled, I saw Kakashi crouch down, and Parker appeared out of nowhere. The two of them lay on the ground like a copy and paste job. Kakashi suddenly looked up and whispered to me, "The person is underground." I looked down and could indeed feel a faint chakra. He quickly picked the lock on the warehouse with ease. We slipped inside, and he scanned the area before finally locking his gaze on a wooden floorboard. There were scratches on that board that looked much newer than the surrounding ones. He pressed on it, and with a snap, the board opened up, revealing a dark staircase beneath. I couldn't help but give Kakashi a thumbs up in my heart. He truly was a professional with outstanding skills. We both crouched down and sneaked forward. Let me tell you, it was pitch black down there, and I couldn't see the end. There was a voice coming from who knows where, muttering incessantly, giving me goosebumps. I instinctively grabbed Kakashi's sleeve, and he didn't shake me off, carefully leading me forward. When we reached the end, we finally saw a wooden door. As soon as it opened, Kakashi swiftly covered my eyes and told me not to look. "Bro, you can cover my body, but can you cover my Sharingan?" I tell you, the scene was like a horror movie set for 2025. There was a girl about our age, covered in red marks, her face as white as paper, with no light in her eyes, just staring straight at us. I instinctively took a step back, all the hair on my body standing on end. Then the girl spoke, her voice like sandpaper, asking what we were doing there. Before I could react, my damn Sharingan activated on its own and directly controlled her. Kakashi seemed momentarily stunned, but quickly snapped back to reality, grabbing a blanket to cover the girl and started questioning her. Just when he was about to ask a crucial question, the girl suddenly screamed, hugging her head like a computer that had crashed. It was at that moment that Kakashi received a message from his ninja dog packin', saying someone was coming, and he pulled me along, using a flying thunder god technique to whisk us back to the inn. But all I could think about was that girl's appearance, and I suspected she had been subjected to some kind of sealing technique. Seeing my pale face, Kakashi told me to rest while he went to investigate. What could I do? I said, "Captain, I'm going with you." He glanced at me, and for some reason, he agreed. We sneaked back into that wooden house, crouching in the trees like a hidden magician. I stared at the girls' rooms and noticed something very strange. There were only those formal kimonos in their rooms, not even a single casual outfit. Who knows what their families are thinking? At dawn, these girls seemed to be switched on, getting up at the same time, doing their hair with the same movements, and even getting dressed like they were copying and pasting. Then they all ran to a room with a big mask hanging in it, knelt down, and prayed completely still. I was about to fall asleep, nearly tumbling off the tree, when suddenly there was a loud crash outside, the sound of the wood leaf great whirlwind. I was startled awake, and it turned out that Akai and the others had sneaked over. They were fighting with 3 gatekeeping samurai, and it was a complete rout. But the girls inside seemed deaf, oblivious to the chaos outside. They didn't even lift their heads. It got even weirder. Akai and the others captured the 3 samurai, and a guy from the Hyuga clan started interrogating them. The result was a shocking revelation. One of the samurai's daughters was among this group of girls. Another young samurai exploded with anger, questioning the fairness of the selection process. It turned out you had predetermined everything. As he spoke, he got so furious that he fainted on the spot. Akai grabbed the young samurai and quickly hid in the small woods, yelling for Kakashi. When Kakashi showed up, he called me over. I went over to check, and hey, this kid was just pretending to be unconscious. I didn't waste any time. I activated my Sharingan and directly put him into a deep hypnosis. I asked him, what are these girls doing there every day? Guess what he said? He said, they groom themselves every day, bowing to a statue of the Grim Reaper, learning etiquette, meditating, but they are not allowed to speak. I asked what they hoped to gain from it. The little warrior had tears on his face, forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, and said, wishing to survive. I was on the subway when I saw an old man looking at his phone. That operation was too abstract. When the little warrior woke up, Kakashi staged a scene with him and Guy, pretending to silence him. Guy fought desperately to protect him, which moved the little warrior to tears, and he immediately acknowledged him as his big brother. Kakashi and I used Flying Thunder God to return to the tree. As a result, I couldn't hold on during the night watch and fell asleep. Let me tell you, I had a bizarre dream. In the dream, this broken place was beautiful with clear mountains and rivers, and there was a man holding my hand, which felt very reassuring. But the next second, the scene changed dramatically, and I fell directly into a blood pool, surrounded by corpses. The blood water was drowning me, and the feeling of suffocation was too real. It scared me awake. Kakashi saw me acting like I was possessed and quickly shook me awake. It took me a while to recover. At dawn, those girls started their copy-paste routine again. This time, they were taken to the highest Nazan hall in the city for some kind of sacrificial ceremony. Kakashi and I changed our clothes to blend in, and he even asked me to call him brother. The ceremony scene was even more outrageous, with a group of men rushing forward like crazy, fighting to talk to those girls. The scene was comparable to the rush for orders at midnight on Double 11. I complained to Kakashi that this was just a large offline customer service KPI assessment site. When they finished their process and selected a so-called priest, just as they were about to hold the succession ceremony, suddenly a thick fog rose. I immediately sensed something was off. This is the mist concealment technique. I told Kakashi to quickly lead the others to retreat while I set off a big firework for them. I unleashed a great fireball technique, and then I heard a scream. It was the voice of a girl. Soon after, a second scream, a third, one after another. I rushed over to take a look, and wow, what a lineup. Are they trying to take us all out in one go? There's a red-haired woman wielding 2 electric blades, Reiku, and Ringo Amiguri. There are also 2 others with her, one carrying a beheading sword, and the other. Isn't that Zabuza and Haku? Did this newbie village quest just throw me a world boss? Kakashi directly confronted Ringo Amiguri, while I had my summoning beast, Sanson, take the remaining girls away. Then I grabbed my Phoenix Cryblade and charged in. Facing off against Ringo Amiguri, that girl was pretty cocky, saying I wasn't her match. I laughed and executed a body flicker technique right in her face, stabbing her through. She unleashed a big move, Rhyme On, and knocked me down with electricity, thinking she could finish me off and come over to strip my gear. But I resurrected on the spot. My health instantly restored, and my wounds disappeared, which scared her so much that her expression management fell apart. This girl probably hasn't seen what a health lock hack looks like. I won't waste words with her. With my left hand, I start a 1,000-bird technique, and she quickly uses her skills to defend herself out of fear. I simply close my eyes. Family. In high-level matches, it all comes down to awareness. I'm curious to see where she can run. I tell you, after listening to Hawaii's sister's story, my heart felt as heavy as during Beijing's rush hour, aching in a way that was hard to bear. This damn empathy ability is like a debuff, making my eyes sting and my temples throb. I sighed and told her, all right, go on, I can handle it. In fact, I had already guessed most of it. An originally high and mighty goddess, reduced to such a state that she didn't even have a decent outfit. How desperate must that be? Hawaii continued, saying that her sister changed completely after that, becoming utterly withdrawn, not speaking, not training, and being beaten and scolded by their mother every day. Goodness, she didn't even pay attention to her own little sister. Then came the time for the selection of the so-called maiden priestess, and they had a voting system. Guess what? Both she and her sister were not selected. Instead, they chose a harmless-looking 14-year-old girl. Now, here's the problem. For girls who weren't selected, after turning 16, there are 3 paths. Either they were picked by a noble and taken home to be raised like a canary, or if their families were willing to support them, they prepared for marriage, or, the worst case, they were sacrificed to the god of death. Most ended up on the first or third path. Can you believe there's any way out? Hawaii was brought back home by her parents, and the atmosphere was so heavy it felt like it was going to collapse. She didn't dare ask her sister which path she had chosen. Later, when she reached the right age, she secretly joined an underground women's organization that specifically helps girls like them. I tell you, this organization is full of talent. Some work as etiquette teachers for noble young ladies, some rely on their looks in the flower streets, and others have gone to other countries to make a living, focusing on self-reliance. Hawaii didn't have many skills, just a bit of basic martial arts, so she was assigned to security with 2 warrior brothers as her instructors. Their organization also collaborated with a place called Nazhan Hall, which specifically trains candidates for priestesses starting from childhood, taking in those little girls abandoned by their parents. I was puzzled at the time, so why did you have to kill the high priest we were escorting? Huaying sighed and said, because the young priestess hasn't been chosen for 2 years, and the last one died in the internal conflict. They thought, if this priestess couldn't be chosen, could they live a little longer? Who understands of families? After hearing this, I felt completely emo. The girls here have it so hard. Who can you blame? Blame the Mingfu? They're just helping those parents who can't bear to make tough decisions deal with their extra children. Blame the parents? In wartime, it's tough enough to survive. Abandoning children is also a desperate choice. They can't blame anyone. They can only live like ants in the sewers, occasionally seeing a bit of sunlight. I came from another world, having read so many books and seen so much history, only to find myself facing this kind of situation. Completely useless. What can I do? Cry along with them? Tears are the least valuable thing. Huachia hugged me back and comforted me, saying that just being able to listen to her was already good enough. She also said that they want to expand a women's union, and once they have political power, they can stand equally alongside men. I looked at her, and my heart was truly filled with mixed emotions. She clearly hopes for a savior, but she also knows that the savior is themselves. After Chia left, I leaned alone on the railing in the cold wind. My tears dried up, but my heart still ached. What can I do? Kill all the people in Daming Mansion? If a new group comes in, the policies will still be the same. Take all these girls away? Immigration? It's easy to say, but at the very least, I need to rescue Huaqin, who is locked in a dark, sunless dungeon, and at least let these two sisters reunite. I shouted into the air, "Brother, you heard that, right? If it were you, what would you do?" Kakashi floated out of the room like a ghost. He had been awake for a long time, pretending to be asleep. He had listened to the whole thing and probably didn't feel great about it either. But he still maintained that professional demeanor, saying that this matter had to be reported back to Lord Hokage and that we couldn't act on our own or it would become a diplomatic issue. Well, he walked over to me, raised his hand as if to pat my head, but then pulled it back, finally striking a similar pose to me while looking at the moon. This time, let's trust Teacher Minato. I let out a muffled humph, but I couldn't stop thinking about Huangling. Kakashi seemed to read my mind and suddenly said, "Go." I looked up, although I couldn't see his face. I bet his eye was definitely curved like a crescent moon. Just don't let anyone know. With that, I was ready to take off. Taking advantage of the dark night and the strong wind, I sneaked over. The plan was simple. Fake my death to escape, set that cursed place on fire, and it would be perfect. The weather was dry and hot, and anything I touched in the warehouse could catch fire. When the flames soared, I used the flying thunder god technique to swoosh and bring Huangling out. I didn't take her back directly. I found an open space to wait for her to wake up. Her face was as pale as paper with tear stains on it, and it was truly heart-wrenching to see. As soon as she opened her eyes, wow, she had a pair of scarlet Sharingan. She looked confused and asked, "Where is this? Who are you, little sister?" I quickly made up a story, saying I was her sister's friend, and with just a few words, I managed to convince her. Then I used a flying thunder god technique to bring Huai over as well. When Huai Ling saw her sister suddenly appear, her eyes lit up, as if she were watching a magic trick. "Sister?" When Huai saw her sister standing right in front of her, tears streamed down her face instantly. At first, she couldn't believe it, thinking she was dreaming. It wasn't until Huai Ling smiled and called out to her, "Xiaoya," that she rushed over and hugged her tightly, followed by a heart-wrenching cry. I couldn't bear to watch any longer. The scene was too tear-jerking, so I jumped up into a tree to keep watch for them. On the day I was leaving, the two sisters secretly came to see me off. I still couldn't help it and stuffed the task bonuses and part-time wages I had saved for a long time into a small wallet, shoving it into Huaiya's hands, and domineeringly warned her, "Don't you dare return this to me. Your union is just getting started, and you'll need money for many things. You can pay me back when you become a big shot in the future." After saying that, I used a body flicker technique and slipped away. Back in Konoha, our team first went to report to Teacher Minato. Kakashi recounted everything about the incident in Nanhua City in detail. After listening, Teacher Minato rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought for a long time, his expression very serious. He felt that as a major nation, Konoha shouldn't drag others into war and then neglect them afterward. That was not right. Now that Konoha was at peace, helping others would be better than having more enemies. He immediately wrote a letter, affixed it with the Hokage's seal, and solemnly handed it to Kakashi. "Tomorrow, on my behalf, deliver this letter to the daimyo." Yes. After receiving the new mission, we returned to the Umbu to hold a summary meeting, agreeing to meet at the main gate at 7 the next morning. After the meeting, I could finally change clothes and go home. In the team, I was the only girl, and the 5 older brothers kindly let me have the changing room to myself. I took off the heavy armor and changed into the kimono I usually wore. It was a hassle, but paired with my face that could rival Sasuke's, it looked pretty good. When I came out, everyone had left, and only Kakashi remained. He looked up from his little yellow book and said, "Let's go home." I watched as he returned to that gentle older brother demeanor, and I clicked my tongue in my heart. Wow, you've got two faces, Kakashi. I'm not going back with you. You two-faced person. I'm going to the Senju family. Kakashi noticed my little expression, raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. He probably thought a kid my age should act a bit rebellious, so he went back to teacher Minato as house alone. When Kushina saw him return, she was overjoyed, pulling him left and right to check if he was injured. Kakashi was very patient, chatting with her about his mission experiences, and before long, he was so tired that he fell asleep leaning against the sofa. Kushina, feeling sorry for him, covered him with a small blanket and quietly left the room. I didn't go directly back to the Senju clan, as I was thinking about the body of that mist ninja in the scroll, which contained important information. So I took a detour to the information department. As a result, I ran into Shizune at the entrance. When she saw me, her expression was like that of a mother waiting for her child's exam results. She let out a long sigh of relief. She immediately grabbed me and spun me around, checking me from head to toe, while mumbling, "Was the mission successful? How many days are you staying this time? Did you report to Lord Hokage?" A series of questions left me dazed, but I quickly understood that Shizune was worried about me. That cold heart of mine suddenly warmed up. I couldn't help but throw myself into her arms, spilling out all my experiences from the past few days like a spilled bag of beans. As a result, we ended up hugging at the entrance of the information department, right in the middle of rush hour, with people coming and going stopping to watch the spectacle. The looks on their faces, you could almost see the words "eating melon" written on them. I'm shy, so I quickly said, Sister, how about we talk about this when we get home? Sister Jingyin also reacted and coughed twice, and those who were watching the excitement finally dispersed. However, they didn't get the scoop. Before long, the whole of Konoha was buzzing, shocking. One of the legendary Sannin's disciples was actually seen hugging a child in front of the intelligence department. What is the nature of their relationship? I really can't stand this group of old sixes. After saying goodbye to Sister Silent, I handed the scroll to the forensic expert and wandered around Konoha Street alone. Passing by the ninja school, I saw those little brats still training after school. Since I had nothing to do, I secretly hid in a tree to watch. Hey, guess who I saw? A striking pink-haired girl. It was Sakura. I noticed that the direction she was walking in was off. It wasn't towards home or the training ground, but rather seemed to be headed towards the hospital. My curiosity was piqued, so I followed her. However, she didn't go to the hospital, but turned into a fish farm. She hesitated at the entrance for a while, as if she were meeting with an underground party, and after exchanging a secret code with the boss, she was taken up to a room on the second floor. To my surprise, sitting in that room was Master Tsunade. Sakura knocked on the door and timidly called out, "Lady Tsunade." She looked so nervous, as if she was about to go to the gallows. Master Tsunade initially thought it was me when she opened the door, but upon seeing Sakura, her disappointed expression was almost hard to hide. "Oh, Sakura." Master Tsunade remembered this girl. She had excellent chakra control and was a promising candidate for learning medical ninjutsu. She had already extended an olive branch and waited for 2 days, and finally, Sakura had come. Sakura mustered all her courage and said loudly, "I want to learn medical ninjutsu from you and become an excellent medical ninja like you." Master Tsunade nodded, just about to agree. I, hanging from the beam, couldn't hold it in any longer. Her resentment was almost shaking me down. It was clear she was complaining about her apprentice not coming to see her even after completing a mission. "Ikikli leapad don enchara fuli interrupta. Sakura." "Master, I was practicing the flying thunder god technique and just happened to fly here." Tsunade shot me a glance, her expression seemingly saying keep making things up. But she didn't expose me and smoothly said, "Perfect timing. Come and meet your junior sister." Sakura looked completely stunned at first, but quickly reacted, excitedly running over to hook her arm through mine and playfully exclaimed, "Senior sister, please take care of me from now on." I also smiled and shook her hand. "Hello. Junior sister, let's work hard from now on." "Hey, this development is interesting." Master Tsunade saw that we hit it off right away and directly took on the role of the hands-off manager. "Perfect. You'll be in charge of junior sister's first class." "Me, huh?" I was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't this just pushing a duck onto a shelf? There was no choice but to teach her with a stiff upper lip. I took a scroll from the bookshelf and demonstrated it for her at 0.5x speed, then handed the position over to her. Sakura looked at me, confused, and I signaled her with my eyes. "It's your turn." The result was predictable. She failed, and her little expression was full of grievance. I quickly comforted her, half-truthfully coaxing her. It's okay. When I did it for the first time, I wasn't as good as you. Just practice more, and you'll definitely be better than me." This worked like a charm. Sakura's eyes instantly lit up with determination, and she picked up a new scroll to start practicing hard. Seeing her enthusiasm, I nodded in satisfaction. Now, it would be good, as she wouldn't be the only one watching the show in Class 7 anymore. While Sakura practiced, Tsunade called me to the rooftop to get some fresh air. She leaned against the railing, looked at me with a complicated expression, and asked if the mission was going smoothly, if I'd been hurt, and even mentioned that I seemed to have lost weight. TSK. Her gaze was scanning around my neck, making me suddenly feel like sending me into the umbu was a wrong decision. I proudly tilted my head and boasted to her, "Everything's going smoothly. I'm your disciple, super impressive, okay? Let me tell you, I encountered a genius lightning-style ninja this time. And guess what? I took him down with just one ninjutsu. Really? Our little princess is quite impressive." Tsunade, standing against the light, looked at the sunset casting onto me, and her gaze suddenly became dazed. It seemed like she was looking through my face at another person. In that moment, she softened completely, as if she had made a resolution to stay in Konoha and give me a stable home. "Master." I talked for a long time about the Sharingan, but she showed no reaction, just staring blankly at me. I had no choice but to pat her. She turned her head with a confused expression, and that look in her eyes was definitely not looking at me. This is bad. With such a recognizable face, how could I be mistaken for a substitute? What's wrong? Tsunade looked at me with a curious expression. Of course it's strange. The thing I hate the most in life is this. I told you. Tsunade was just pretending to be clueless. I went over the whole Sharingan thing with her again, and seeing her expression, wow, it just got more and more serious. I knew in my heart, she knows everything and is just playing along with me. Fine, she is my master, and she must have her reason for not speaking up. So I didn't press the issue. It would just make me look childish. I immediately put on a well-behaved and understanding expression, pulled her along, and said, "Master, let us go see how our junior sister is practicing." Later, when I parted ways with Sakura, we stood under the streetlight, and the atmosphere was so intense, it almost felt like we were about to stage some dramatic farewell. Just the thought of going on a business trip tomorrow reminded me of that girl from the mountain family at the flower shop, and I realized I had forgotten again. I quickly told Sakura, "Hey, Sakura, I have a mission tomorrow. Can you go to my house and grab a box of pastries for Ino?" Consider my way of saying hi to her. Sakura was really reluctant, but she also knew that I was like a brick in the village wherever I was needed. I had to go. Besides wishing me safety, there was nothing else she could do. Watching my back with the Senju family emblem getting further away, that little girl was probably there secretly cheering herself on, saying she would catch up to me and fight alongside me. After saying goodbye to Sakura, I wandered the streets alone, not wanting to go home just yet. Ino was working late, and Tsunade was probably off drinking in some small tavern again. So it would be lonely at home. Sigh, thinking of my family, suddenly the image of Uchiha Sasuke popped into my head. I wonder how that guy's been doing lately. Let me tell you, is my mouth blessed or what? Just after I mentioned Sasuke, I looked up, and hey, he was sitting by the small lake where we first met. Just a little guy, curled up in the darkness, looking so lonely and cold. I was wondering if this little brat was reminiscing about his dad teaching him to breathe fire, or if he was missing his mom taking him for a walk. I sneakily touched his shoulder from behind, boldly yet nervously poking him. When he turned his head to the right, I peeked out from the left and said, "Hey, Sasuke." Goodness, when he saw it was me, he looked surprised too. In a panic, we were so close that our breaths almost collided. Under the moonlight, I looked into his eyes and then at mine, feeling like we were from two different worlds. My eyes held the vastness of stars and seas, while his were like a still pond, devoid of any ripples. He stared at me so intently that my face instantly flushed. Family, who understands? I could actually feel shy in front of Uchiha Sasuke as seemingly ordinary, not face. Unbelievable. Where have you been lately? He was the first to speak, his gaze shifting away. I thought to myself, you saw me, didn't you? Even in this dark night, my blush can't be hidden. I went on a mission. I casually sat next to him, stretched, and thought how comfortable it was to lie flat, without the need for fighting and killing. Sasuke is too serious. He definitely wouldn't understand my desire to be a slacker. But he could tell I didn't want to talk about missions, so he didn't ask anything. We just sat there in silence like two weirdos. Eventually, I couldn't hold in anymore. How about you? How is your training going? I've learned quite a bit of fire style from Obito, and Uncle Minato occasionally comes to teach me. When he mentioned this, his energy surged as he talked about how weak he felt and how he had to train hard, or else how could he seek revenge on that man? I suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Why not try learning the Flying Thunder God technique? With Sasuke's foundation, strong physical skills, and powerful eyes, if he could master the Flying Thunder God, he could just take off from the spot, right? Maybe if there were some experts backing him, he wouldn't have to run away later. But then his expression darkened, and he said he had secretly practiced it but found it too difficult. Unlike me, a genius who succeeds on the first try. Uncle Minato also advised him not to rush. Hearing this, I got anxious. This kid has too much pressure on him. Everyone tells him to let go, but who can bring back his parents and clan for him? I looked at him and seriously called out, "Sasuke." He raised his head, and it seemed like the darkness in his eyes was subdued a little by my voice. I knew that you were already trying your best. I told him word by word, "I believe you will definitely surpass that person." He gritted his teeth, stubbornly stood up, and hid all his vulnerabilities in the night. "I'll take you home." Early the next morning, Team Kakashi gathered. Surprisingly, the perpetually late Kakashi actually arrived earlier than me today. Is the sun rising in the west? The 6 of us were neatly arranged and headed straight for the Fire Country's daimyo's mansion. When we arrived, Kakashi hurriedly told me to go rest at the inn, worried that my 7-year-old body would collapse from exhaustion. He left Tenzo to keep an eye on me, while he took the others to meet the daimyo. As soon as Kakashi left, I poked my little head out from under the covers, my eyes spinning, and crazily waved at Brother Tenzo. "Brother Tenzo, come here. I want to tell you a secret." Tenzo really naively leaned in to listen. I whispered, "Can you teach me wood release?" He was startled and initially thought he misheard me. I quickly showered him with compliments. "Oh, Brother Tenzo, you're amazing. You're the #1 wood release user in Konoha." Tenzo is the type who can't handle flattery. He touched the back of his head, feeling shy, and agreed. "To be honest, I really do have some talent for wood release." After half an hour of learning, Tenzo, afraid that Kakashi would scold him, hurriedly stopped. I said I wanted to go out for a stroll, and Tianzong wanted to follow me, but I pushed him back into my personal space as a girl. He didn't know that I was actually planning something else in my mind. I had already sensed a familiar chakra. This famous capital is indeed bustling, with all kinds of people on the streets. Of course, it also includes those 2 men wearing black robes with red clouds and straw hats. I just entered a meatball shop, and before I even got comfortable, my chakra radar beeped. I turned my head, and there he was, the one holding the meatballs, none other than Uchiha Itachi, and the person across from him, that eerie vibe, like a snake. No way, could be Snake Uncle. At that moment, 2 words popped in my mind. Run? I didn't even have time to pay, I just took off. I am kidding. Being beaten up by Weasel while being mistaken for Sasuke is a minor issue. If Orochimaru sets his sights on me and wants to turn me into a new figure, that will be completely over. I ran away, and things got lively over there. Orochimaru licked his tongue and smiled in a creepy way. Itachi, that little girl, has eyes as beautiful as Sasuke's. Itachi's expression instantly turned cold, his Sharingan almost transforming into a kaleidoscope, warning him not to have any funny ideas. But then Uncle Snake changed the subject, saying he was very interested in me and could see that those 2 were not simple. So guess what happened? They actually reached a consensus and started following me. Itachi probably thought that I was one of the last remaining Uchiha, and he needed to protect me. As for Orochimaru, he was purely interested in me as a beautiful experiment. Just as they followed me to the intersection, Itachi called him to a halt. This time it wasn't Uncle Snake. I knew right away who it was. There was only one person with that lazy voice, and that was Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi took one look at the attire of those 2 and knew they weren't here for a vacation. 3 people, 6 eyes, and the air was about to freeze. Just as a fight was about to break out, Uncle Snake said something that broke the tension. "You can fight, but that kid will get away. I'll go after her first." Those words were more effective than anything else. As soon as Kakashi and Itachi heard this, they immediately called a truce. The 3 of them unanimously decided. First, find a kid. Kakashi summoned Pakin, and that little dog sniffed around and led them to me. When Pakin brought them to the place, he immediately saw me standing at the door of a pharmacy, talking to the owner. Orochimaru added fuel to the fire. "Aren't you going, Kakashi?" Itachi has already gone over. Kakashi probably cursed 1,000 times in his heart and quickly followed after. As soon as I stepped out the door, holding a large bag of medicinal herbs, I ran into Uchiha Itachi coming towards me. I thought to myself, you guys finally showed up after following me for so long. Worried he might come at me with a combo attack, I kept a wary eye on him. I originally wanted to give him the herbs, but I was afraid of what he might do. So, I quickly glanced around and saw Kakashi and Orochimaru arriving late. I dashed straight to Uncle Snake and stuffed the entire bag into his arms with a thud. Uncle Snake was completely taken aback, but he instinctively held on to it. I cleared my throat and used all my acting skills. "Snake Uncle, this is medicine for Uchiha Itachi." Then I deliberately said loudly, so that Kakashi could hear, "You tell him not to die. Sasuke is still waiting to kill him." Perfect. Using Sasuke as an excuse, Kakashi wouldn't suspect me this time, right? But when I turned around, to my surprise, All three of them were staring at me with the eyes of someone looking at a prehistoric creature. I knew it was over. Kakashi didn't believe a word. But I didn't care. I took small steps to stand beside Kakashi, prioritizing getting in line. After all, Kakashi wouldn't let me get in trouble for sure. What I said might not mean the same to Itachi. He might be thinking this girl really knows me, but because of my traitor status, she doesn't acknowledge me. The most confused one must be Orochimaru. You might be wondering, this medicine is Itachi's. Why is it given to me? Why didn't he say it himself? What's wrong with this kid? However, he also has a sharp nose and caught the scent of Tsunade on me. Kid, what's your name? Uncle Snake suddenly asked me. Senju-chime, I replied honestly. Senju. As soon as I said that, both Itachi and Uncle Snake's eyes lit up. The descendants of Senju and Uchiha? This is going to be interesting. Seeing their increasingly strange expressions, I calculated that I definitely couldn't win in a fight. So, I quickly grabbed Kakashi's hand, preparing to use Flying Thunder God to escape. Wait, Miss Senju, Itachi suddenly spoke up. I was taken aback and looked at him. Do you have something else to do? If I finish this medicine, can I still come to you for more? As soon as I said this, the three of us were stunned. Wait, buddy, are you that afraid of death? In the original story, you wouldn't even take the medicine if it meant dying, right? This script doesn't add up. Orochimaru's golden, snake-like eyes darted between the three of us, probably having found something amusing. Kakashi was also confused. He shielded me behind him, activated his Sharingan, and stared intently at Itachi. His expression so complicated it could fill an 800-word essay. I looked at this ridiculous scene and could only grit my teeth and say, just follow the prescription to get the medicine. If we have a chance to meet again in the future, I could show you again, but the premise is that you have to pay. After hearing this, Weasel actually left. The next second, I directly grabbed Kakashi and used Flying Thunder God to make a quick escape. Suddenly, the two of us appeared beside Tianzong, startling him. Just as he was about to say something, he caught sight of Kakashi's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and instantly shut his mouth. Shanzhong Sa and the others, who were perceptive, quickly found an excuse to drag the big guy Tianzong away. The room was left with just me and Kakashi, and the atmosphere was incredibly awkward. I couldn't understand what he was angry about. He seemed like a different person every time we went on a mission. I was feeling a bit sulky too, sitting on the balcony with my arms crossed, brooding by myself. I don't know how long it had been when Kakashi stood behind me. He didn't say a word, just stood there. When I got tired of sitting and changed my position, I caught a glimpse of his white hair and his particularly bright red eye in the night. The kid. He sat down next to me and said, "Move over a bit, give me some space." I originally wanted to retort to him a couple of times, but when I saw his white hair, I softened and obediently moved to another spot for him. "Can I ask you a question?" Kakashi's voice was a bit hoarse. Let me tell you, when he saw me and Itachi like that today, the string in his heart just snapped. He wanted to ask, but felt he had no right to, and it was quite a dilemma. "Go ahead and ask." I turned my head to look at him, and just happened to meet his scarred Sharingan. My heart suddenly trembled, and my hand unconsciously rose. It was just a little bit away from touching him. But as soon as I reached out, Kakashi intercepted me. I told you, his expression changed at that moment. It was very oppressive, and he asked me if it hurt. Dude, it's been so many years since that old scar, and you're asking me if it hurts now? How would I know? Before I could even complain, he changed the subject abruptly, and wow, he started checking my background directly, asking if I knew Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, my heart sank. Who among my family understands? Isn't this just a pure stab in the back at a critical moment? My mind was racing faster than a CPU, so I quickly made up a story, saying that I had met him once when I was out on a medical tour with Lady Tsunade. I was just a kid, so I couldn't remember clearly, but I did recall his striking red eyes. No, his Sharingan was particularly eye-catching. Let me tell you, after he finished listening, he actually let out a sigh of relief, and his expression was just short of writing number 1 in self-strategy on his face. He even seriously warned me, saying that Itachi and Snake Uncle are now S-rank rogue ninjas, and told me to stay away from them to avoid implicating Teacher Minato. Got it, I understand. You just want to settle personal scores and eliminate all potential rivals in the cradle. I get it. In the end, he even told me to hurry up and sleep, saying that kids need to grow. He would guard me by the side. At that moment, I had one thought. You better really be guarding me and not thinking about what to do when I grow up. I'm here stretching things to the limit with Kakashi. While on the other side, Konoha is bustling. That little son, Naruto, directly took my beloved Gaara, this socially anxious little mushroom, saying he wanted to show his new friend the prosperity of Konoha. The first one to be abandoned was Sasuke. Gaara was being dragged along, his mind filled with the grand plans I had drawn for him in my letter. The 3-color dumpling shop, the Konoha hospital, Ino's flower shop. While he was lost in thought, Naruto suddenly shouted, "Let's go play with Ino." The two of them ran hand in hand to Ino's flower shop, and Gaara immediately spotted the bunch of desert roses I had given him. He mustered up the courage to ask Ino what the flower meant, and Ino hit him with a direct blow. "It means the person who gave the flowers really likes you and wants to be with you forever." Gaara was completely taken aback, feeling like his CPU was overheating. "She likes me? Likes me, this terrible kid?" He couldn't believe it, but secretly carved those words into his heart. Next came the classic elementary school clique formation. Ino joined the group, and then they went to Nara's house to drag the lazy Shikamaru along, picking up CHG, who was snacking on the way. Gaara was like a little pendant, silently trailing behind, using the snippets from my letter to play a real-life version of Werewolf, questioning everyone one by one. Sasuke, the aloof guy, surprisingly initiated a conversation with Gaara, asking him how he trained. Gaara honestly replied that he trained with Shinch, and instantly, Sasuke's face turned as dark as a pop bottom, and he just walked away. Hilarious, that damned competitive spirit. The group made their way to the Nara family's deer park, and CHG, the little warm-hearted guy, even taught Gaara how to pet a deer. It was Gaara's first time touching such a soft creature, and his eyes lit up. The feeling was completely different from touching Shikaku's annoying raccoon. After playing for a while, Naruto started shouting about wanting to eat 3-color dumplings, only to find his pockets emptier than his face. At that crucial moment, Gaara pulled out his little bear wallet, becoming the only VIP in the entire group. This instantly raised his likability to the maximum. Everyone promised that next time they came to Konoha, they could eat barbecue and ramen for free. Gaara held a skewer of dumplings, feeling like he had gained the whole world. However, on the way back, he was caught red-handed by his sister Tamari and Kankuro. The two were frantic, immediately lecturing him. "Do you know we worry about you?" Just that one sentence completely broke Gaara's defenses. Who had ever told him they worried about him growing up? After holding back for a long time, he managed to squeeze out 3 words. "I'm sorry." In that moment, Tamari touched his head, and he felt no reaction from the sand on him at all. I tell you, the iceberg in his heart was melting little by little. That night, he even started sharing his little joys of the day with Shikaku inside him. "Shikaku, the 3-color dumplings are so delicious." "Shikaku, the little deer's fur is so soft." Shikaku was getting annoyed, saying, "Why do I care? You let the deer move in." But then Gaara said, "I like the little deer, but I also like you," which left the proud raccoon completely silent. Family. This is what the legendary pure love warrior looks like, even able to win over a tailed beast. In IAI Luo's side, the years are peaceful, but the 2 heavyweight guests from the Akatsuki organization are not so settled. In the cave where Orochimaru and Itachi are hiding from the rain, the atmosphere is quite strange. Itachi looks at the package of medicine I gave him and immediately falls into a nostalgic reverie. I tell you, when he first saw me, the scene was stunningly beautiful yet tragic. He was only 5 years old at the time, on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War, when a half-dead ninja grabbed his foot. Just when he thought he was done for, a girl looking to be in my teens swiftly struck down that guy, blood splattering all over my white kimono. Then I reached out my hand to him and asked, "Itachi, are you okay?" He remembers it vividly, my Sharingan eyes, and the green chakra I used to heal him with my healing technique. I sent him back to the village entrance and then disappeared. That scene, wow, was engraved into his DNA, becoming an indelible white moonlight in his heart. The next time we met was when I was with Tsunade-sensei, and he came to find me under the pretext of needing medical attention. At that time, I had already shrunk in size, and he thought it was some special ninjutsu. I was foolishly greedy and told him that seeing a doctor required payment. Looking back now, it was practically public execution. As the memory ended, Orochimaru's sinister voice floated over. "Do you have feelings for her?" Itachi said nothing, but his eyes already revealed everything. Orochimaru laid it all out. What a coincidence. I do too. Wow, isn't this a clear sign of an impending battlefield? Once the rain stopped, Itachi immediately suggested, "Let's go back to Konoha," under the pretext of wanting to see his foolish little brother. But who doesn't know what's really on their mind? I just got away from Kakashi, and then I was summoned by Teacher Minato with a flying thunder god to deliver a package. Goodness, it's a letter from the daimyo, and I had to pull out from my chest. Teacher Minato couldn't stand it anymore and educated me on using a sealing scroll, reminding me to be mindful of a girl's modesty. All right, got it. Then there was a series of instructions telling me to find Uncle Jukyu, have him form a team to go to the land of hot water, and then I would teleport there to be a bodyguard. Understood, just a tool. Moving wherever I'm needed. I finished my work and thought about taking a break to eat some meatballs. As soon as I lifted the curtain, I was dumbfounded. Goodness, why are Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha sitting here? Did the gatekeepers of Konoha go on a group trip? I froze in place, my mind racing, debating whether to directly call for help or just observe the situation. In the end, they didn't move, so I just sat down as a background character. Who would have thought that trouble would come my way? A commotion at the door, and in walked Naruto and Sasuke, the two biggest attention grabbers in the entire village, swaggering in like they own the place. I told you, I felt like the air had solidified at that moment. Those two, Itachi and Snake Uncle, exchanged a glance. Didn't he even let out a sound, and suddenly stood up. Their movements were so fast, it was like they had oil on their feet and they shot straight out. At that moment, there was only one thought in my mind. It's over, those two are definitely coming for Sasuke. Can I let them run? No way. Without saying a word, I exerted myself and followed them. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. These two guys were walking in such a hurry, heading straight for the South Hichuan. I suddenly realized, isn't today the anniversary of the Uchiha massacre? Itachi is going to pay respects, right? That target is definitely Sasuke. I instantly figured out Itachi, this ultimate brother complex, definitely wouldn't really do anything to Sasuke. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who understands this if I handle this well? When I directly get that SSR card of Sasuke, I have to keep up. I quietly made my way to the vicinity of the Southie Shrine, and boy, the situation was already off. Sasuke and Naruto were indeed here. Itachi, that bastard, floated up to Sasuke's back like a ghost, and then, snap, he grabbed my second pillar's neck. I almost fell out of the tree. He opened his mouth and started spouting, "My foolish Udu. After a year, why are you still so useless?" My goodness. This PUA talk made my fist clench. Sasuke's little face turned bright red, his eyes wide as saucers, probably cursing 1,000 times in his heart. Naruto, with his explosive temper, couldn't hold back. Shadow cloned Jutsu. With a whoosh, the entire shrine was filled with Narutos rushing in like dumplings. I was watching, feeling overwhelmed. Dude, is this a fight or a feast? There was no strategy, just pure recklessness. And what happened? Itachi single-handedly went on a rampage, taking out a kid in a second, clearing them all out. Naruto wasn't satisfied and kept summoning more. I thought to myself, is this chakra free? It's like he's sending warmth to the enemy. Seeing these two kids couldn't take a hit, Itachi directly reached out, grabbing one Naruto with his left hand and Sasuke with his right, like he was picking up little chicks. When his Manjiki Sharingan activated, I realized, oh no, he's about to use Tsukuyami. If Sasuke experiences another version of the massacre night, won't he be completely ruined? I couldn't wait any longer. I quickly put on my mask, threw a flying Thunder God Kunai at his blind spot, and while he was dodging, water style, water whip, I thought I could control him first. But I was too inexperienced, folks. I got killed. Everything went dark, and I found myself in the Tsukuyami space. Goodness, in this illusionary space, Itachi was holding a knife, looking like a master of a deadly art, ready to torture me to death. I thought to myself, I'm done for. But I couldn't just sit there and wait to die. I had to fight back. I forced my 3-tomo to widen, staring intently into his eyes. I don't know what happened. Maybe I triggered some hidden mechanism. But suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood, and the illusion shattered. As soon as I came out, I heard Orochimaru speaking in a mocking tone. Itachi, don't push yourself too hard, or the medicine that Jiraiya gave you will go to waste. I was immediately alarmed. Didn't Sasuke hear all of that? Sure enough, as soon as Sasuke heard it, his Sharingan instantly turned into the 2-tomo state. And his gaze was so fierce it seemed like he wanted to take me and Itachi down together. I quickly rushed over to stop him. Calm down. Your brother Naruto is almost done for, and you're still getting worked up? Only then did Sasuke reluctantly go to help Naruto. I turned to Itachi and said fiercely, if you dare to touch Sasuke again, we'll go for a 1-for-1 trade. Itachi snorted coldly and slipped away with Orochimaru. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I almost didn't make it out of there. Seeing Sasuke trembling all over, my heart softened, and I went up to give him a hug. Poor kid, he really is pitiful. However, this warm scene didn't last 3 seconds before Naruto woke up, howling in pain, ruining the atmosphere completely. I casually treated their wounds and quickly made my escape since I still had a mission to attend to. As soon as I used the Flying Thunder God to return to the inn, I saw Kakashi-sensei sitting there like a statue. My sudden appearance startled him. I asked him what was wrong, and he turned back into that cold superior of his, starting to discuss the mission with me. I was truly amazed. His mood switched faster than flipping a book. He was probably still conflicted inside, thinking about how she was just my sister, but I could see that he was almost unable to hide his jealousy. As for the mission in the land of soup, let me tell you, it wore me out like a dead dog. Every day was a high-intensity rush, and as soon as we arrived, I just collapsed. However, even in my sleep, I couldn't find peace and ended up having a bizarre dream. In the dream, I was locked in a traditional Japanese room, and someone outside was calling me Little G, claiming to be my brother. Listening to that voice, goodness, it was none other than young Madara. I woke up in shock, drenched in cold sweat. Kakashi was right next to me, awkwardly trying to comfort me by patting my back like Kushina did, making me feel entirely uncomfortable. The mystery of my lineage was getting more and more ridiculous. I can't possibly be Madara's sister, right? Isn't that going to mess up the family tree? Once the mission was over, we hurried back to Konoha. Teacher Minato directly kept me and Kakashi behind after class, just to ask about Itachi and Orochimaru. I thought to myself, this can't be hidden, so I confessed everything honestly. After listening, Minato didn't say much and just invited us over for dinner at his place that night. I was feeling irritated and immediately used the Flying Thunder God to slip away first. Catching up on sleep was more important. I slept until evening and finally got up. Grabbing the birthday gift I had prepared for Naruto earlier, a small carved fox, and strolled leisurely to the training ground. When I got there, I saw Naruto and Sasuke engaged in an intense fight. I must say, Sasuke has really improved, with a set of small combos and wire traps. He had tied Naruto to a tree, and it was a beautiful performance. After Naruto lost, he started sulking. I jumped down from the tree, put an arm around each of them, and said, "Wow, you two, it seems like you've both gotten stronger in just a few days." Then I pulled out the small fox from my pocket and handed it to Naruto, saying, "Here, a belated birthday gift." Naruto was momentarily stunned, staring at the small fox with wide eyes, his hand instinctively reaching for his stomach, and the expression on his face was quite complex. Let me tell you, Naruto is really emotional. He can cry like a baby. Tears were just streaming down his face as he held that little fox, mumbling "Thank you, Jimin," which made me a bit embarrassed. Then I turned my head, and there was another scorching gaze. Sasuke was staring straight ahead with his little hand outstretched, making it clear, what about mine? Who understands? Family? Giving gifts should be fair, right? I pretended not to see it and deliberately joked with Naruto. As a result, Sasuke got really upset, his little face darkening as he sulked ahead by himself. His back was full of resentment, as if saying, "You two can continue without me." Naruto and I exchanged glances, wondering what was going on. Is he tired? Fine, we thought he might be. So we hurried to catch up, but when we kept quiet to accommodate his feelings, he got even angrier. Goodness, what's going on in that little head of his? Is he thinking, "Why did the two of you stop talking when I came over? Do you think I'm unnecessary?" The low pressure followed us all the way home, and the atmosphere at dinner was just unbelievable. With a whole table of people, it felt like a banquet of doom. Sasuke ate with a dark face, and Kakashi was unusually distant, not sitting next to me, but squeezed in with Minato-sensei and Sasuke. Obito had just finished a mission and was tired like a dog, responded to Rin with mere grunts. So, at the table, all we could hear was the clinking of bowls and chopsticks. Minato-sensei and Kushina Aunt exchanged looks, their eyes full of helplessness about what was wrong with this group of kids. After dinner, Kushina Aunt noticed that things weren't right and organized a moon viewing tea party, hoping to get us to talk it out. She gently took Sasuke to dry his hair, but he probably thought of his mother, and his expression darkened as he grabbed the towel, saying he could do it himself. As for me, I just sat there watching the moon, and before I knew it, I was thinking of my grandmother, and tears couldn't be held back. Then, out of nowhere, Kakashi appeared next to me, having approached silently. Seeing me cry, he seemed unsure how to comfort me, hesitating for a long time, and then, goodness, he suddenly pulled me into his arms. The force nearly knocked the breath out of me. While patting my back, he seriously said something about how the Uchiha matters were irreparable, but I still had them, that we were family. "Brother, I just miss my grandmother. What scene are you imagining?" I was almost out of breath, desperately pushing him away. "Kakashi, it's fine. I'm really okay." But the worst part? Sasuke was just coming downstairs for water and happened to see this scene. Under the moonlight, Kakashi was holding me. I could almost picture his expression. His hand holding the cup probably crushed it. He stood silently in the dark like a ghost, then quietly returned to his room. I thought, this is it. This misunderstanding is huge. Sure enough, the next day, during my morning training, I ran into Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke saw me and didn't even greet me. His little face was all sulky. I thought I shouldn't hold it against him and went up to pat his head, saying, "Good morning, Sasuke." Guess what? His face darkened even more, looking at me like I was his enemy, and he turned and walked away. This left me and Sakura utterly confused. We remained awkward for quite a while, and before we knew it, it was time for the New Year's festival. because there were many family members. We celebrated at the Senju mansion this year. Lady Tsunade assigned me the task of making tea, and unfortunately, my partner was Sasuke. Great. The two of us sat in front of teapot, not saying a word. It was all about silence being golden. He brewed his tea, I watched mine, and the atmosphere was so awkward it felt like we could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment. I could no longer stand it and asked him, "Hey Sasuke, why the long face?" He just acted like he didn't hear me. Later, Naruto and the others burst in, and the courtyard became lively. Everyone sat together, sharing their future wishes. Naruto stuck to his usual dream of becoming Hokage, while Shikamaru just wanted to live a carefree life. When it was my turn, I looked at these future heroes and sincerely said, I hope everyone here lives to be 100 and achieves all their wishes. Honestly, my main goal in coming here is to save those who are struggling. In the end, Naruto insisted on hugging Sasuke to ask for his wish. Sasuke paused with the teacup in hand, his gaze cold as ice, and said, "I want to kill someone." The whole place fell silent instantly. In this dead silence, I looked at him, smiled, and seriously told him, "Sasuke, go for it. Go and take down your enemy. After all, the whole world opposes him. So this time, I'll be his accomplice." After the fireworks festival that night, I was alone in my room studying the ninjutsu scroll left by Tobirama, feeling overwhelmed. Just then, the dealer, who had disappeared for a while, finally showed up, saying my second hex deck had been activated. 4 options popped up in front of me: Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama. What a lineup. It's like gods fighting. Madara is too strong. I'm afraid I can't control him. Izuna is unfamiliar. What if he gets angry too? Hashirama. Forget it. I'm worried he'll plant mushrooms in front of me every day. So, that leaves Tobirama, the legendary rumored boyfriend of mine, a grandmaster of ninjutsu, and he can teach me forbidden techniques. He's the one. Without hesitation, I clicked on the card of Senju Tobirama. The next second, a burst of holy light exploded in my room, so bright that I couldn't open my eyes. When the light faded, a man with white hair and red eyes, wearing blue armor, stood in front of me. Senju Tobirama alive. He looked straight at me, his eyes filled with shock and complex emotions that I couldn't understand. Then what did I see? Under the lights, a tear slid down the corner of his eye. Wait, what is going on? The second Hokage is crying upon our first meeting? Dealer, come out and explain this to me. Goodness, when he cried, I was completely at a loss. I'm telling you, the only thought in my mind was, dude, who are you? The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the legendary master of ninjutsu, known for his decisiveness in battle. Why does he look like a delicate girl upon our first meeting? You probably felt confused too. Entering a state of high alert, sensing chakra and discovering that he was surrounded by familiar faces, still in the Senju clan territory, which made him relax a bit. I was talking to him with my neck tilted back, and my cervical spondylosis was about to kick in. Yes, a tall guy, 182 meters, and the pressure was too strong. Guess what happened? He actually squatted down. Now we were at eye level. Those red eyes looked at me so gently. Oh my goodness. Who can handle this? At that moment, I just wanted to run away, wanted to reload my save. If I had known, I would have chosen Uchiha Madara. He definitely wouldn't mess with my mentality like this. I steel myself to introduce myself. Lord Second, I am Senju Chiharu. To my surprise, he actually laughed after listening, just a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth. I tell you, the impact was incredible. He calmly said, "So your last name is Senju." I quickly shook off the useless thoughts in my mind. Getting down to business was important. I cleared my throat and asked him, "Master said that I was entrusted to her by you. Did we know each other before?" As soon as I asked, he looked taken aback, his gaze wandering, and he sighed, giving me a vague answer. It was a long time ago, so I probably don't remember. Wow, what an act. It was clear he had a story to tell. Since he didn't say anything more, I didn't press him, and then he asked me in return. "So, Jiming, can I ask you a question? Didn't I already die? How did I end up here?" His question caught me off guard. I couldn't just say, "Oh, I summoned you with a gotcha pull," could I? That would be too abstract. At that critical moment, my electronic bodhisattva made an appearance. "Dealer, it's the reincarnation jutsu. You silly, Jiming baby. Wow, frog fun. I never knew you could be so useful." I quickly organized my words and started my performance. It's like this. Lord Second Generation. Recently, I've been studying the forbidden technique scroll you left behind, and I'm particularly interested in the Edo Tensei. I did some research on my own, and unexpectedly, hey, I really brought you back to life. Please forgive me, my lord. I tell you, his red eyes were like a CT scan, looking me over inside and out, and the cold sweat on my forehead was almost dripping down to my chin. He must have seen that I was lying. But he surprisingly believed me. nodding and saying I see. As long as he believes it, that's fine. But the problem arises. I can't just let him, a living person, wander around the village, right? The clan in the mountains of Konoha is not to be messed with. I could be sensed in no time, and then my life would be over. I quickly called the dealer in my mind. Is there any way to take it back? Dealer, speechless, don't you have the technique printed on your right hand? Just press it and it'll all be done, right? Me? No, this design is too inhumane, isn't it? What if I accidentally press it while sleeping and the second generation bond comes out again? That would be a midnight scare, wouldn't it? Dealer, just wrap it with a bandage. If that doesn't work, set up a sealing technique. Fool. All right then. I looked up at Tobarama, pondering how to start the conversation, but he asked first, so this matter. Tsunade doesn't he know yet, right? I nodded wildly, fiddling with my fingers, and said, Master doesn't know. I'm still thinking about how to accommodate you. If the villagers find out, he understood immediately and said, It's nothing. Just tell me what you need me to do. Then I said, that would be a bit of a burden for you. I stole a glance at his expression as I spoke, and seeing he had no reaction, I boldly continued, I can seal you in the technique in my right hand, and summon you when there are no people around. What do you think? Just act according to your thoughts, he replied decisively. I quickly formed a hand seal, and with a flash of light, the thousand-hand door transformed into a super cool phoenix totem, which was imprinted on my right wrist. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief, feeling safe, mainly for companionship. After handling the thousand-hand door, I immediately went to the dealer to settle the score. Where's my New Year gift? You old trickster. I thought I should at least get something from him, like my memory fragments. To my surprise, when I opened the shop, I saw that a piece of memory fragment costs 10 gold coins. Why don't you go rob someone instead? That's enough for me to buy 2 5-cost cards. Dealer, calm down, you have to give a get. Me, get what? That was my memory to begin with. Dealer, once you see it, you'll understand. Maybe without those memories, you'd be happier. The more he said that, the more curious I became. Forget it, forget it. Let us collect the loot first. This time the haul was good. 2 cloaks, a recurve bow, a chainmail, 8 gold coins, and 1. Nico's assistance? Me. What is this Nico's assistance? Is a new electronic pickled vegetable? Dealer, I'll explain it to you later. It's not like in teamfight tactics. Hurry up and sleep, or you'll be in trouble. After saying that, he logged off. How convenient. The next morning, I was dragged out of bed by Sister Silent, who said that Gaara and his family were coming to visit, and I needed to dress up nicely. As a result, I was forced into a complete set of purple kimono and had some light makeup applied to my face before being rushed to the living room to brew tea with Sasuke. Family, who understands? I really don't want to have any interaction with him recently. This feeling of having my warm face pressed against his cold backside is just unbearable. I squeezed out a smile. Good morning, Sasuke. He snorted from his nose. I didn't know what to say to break the ice. Did you sleep well last night? Good. All right, this conversation is dying. I gave up and focused on making tea. As a result, when I ignored him, he started to overthink and even looked at me secretly. Before long, Gaara and the others arrived. The adults were in the living room drinking tea and chatting, while I was in charge of taking care of Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, the 3 kids. Of course, I was happy to see Gaara, so I quickly went over to greet him. Gaara, Happy New Year. I also said hello to Temari and Kankuro. Gaara was about to say something to me when Naruto came rushing over like a little cannonball, hugging Gaara tightly. Gaara, you're here. Watching them catch up, Temari slyly pulled me aside. Shikamaru, take me around Konoha. As soon as I saw the look in her eyes, I understood. The intention wasn't really about the drink, but rather, she wanted to see Shikamaru. Of course, I had no problem with that. I'm all for supporting CPs. Naruto, that little sunshine, also joined in, suggesting we go to Nara's house to see Shikamaru and the deer. Although Shikamaru complained about the trouble, he honestly took us all to his family's deer park. It was the first time for Temari and the others to see the deer. When Shikamaru whistled, a group of deer came over, and Temari was stunned. One little deer even came over and nuzzled her, which made her jump 3 feet high in surprise. Shikamaru watched with delight and then walked over, gently petting the little deer's head, telling Temari, it's okay, it's very gentle, you can pet it. After a lot of mental preparation, Temari hesitantly reached out her hand, and the little deer nuzzled her palm. In that moment, I saw Temari's face turn red. It worked. Looks like this CP has potential. While I was grinning foolishly, Gaara next to me kept staring at me, probably wondering what I was laughing about. Just then, 3 voices suddenly called out to me at the same time. Chakra. I subconsciously looked at the near Sasuke and asked, Sasuke, did you call me? But then Naruto, with his loud voice, answered directly, it was me calling you. He cheerfully pulled out a bunch of purple wildflowers from behind, saying, "Look, these flowers match your clothes perfectly." They smelled quite nice, and I happily accepted them, saying, "Thank you, Naruto, I really like them." Naruto's face instantly turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and he covered his face and ran away. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was nearby, saw this scene, and his expression instantly darkened. He lay down on the grass in a sulk, probably thinking about all those Uchiha problems again. Gaara saw Sasuke's dejected expression, probably thinking about what I wrote in my letter about friendship. He actually took the initiative to move closer and sat down next to Sasuke. After holding it in for a long time, he finally managed to say, "Uchiha. Sasuke, what are you doing?" Sasuke glanced at him but didn't say anything. Gaara was probably a loss for words, and the atmosphere became very awkward. Then, the next second, that brat Sasuke suddenly made a move without any warning. A shuriken flew past Gaara's face. The sand instantly acted on its own to defend, forming a wall of sand in front of Gaara. Gaara also stood up, looking at him coldly. "Do you want to fight, Uchiha Sasuke?" Without saying a word, Sasuke opened his two-tomo Sharingan and immediately started the fight. He knew that Gaara's sand was an absolute defense, so he aimed to win with speed. He concentrated his chakra in his feet, moving as fast as lightning, constantly using body flicker technique to throw shuriken at Gaara's blind spots. We were all dumbfounded in the audience. Naruto excitedly grabbed my sleeve. "Wow. Chihiro, what kind of ninjutsu is this? So cool. Can I learn it?" I could only tell him, "This is the secret technique of Sunagakure, something we can't learn." Just as we were speaking, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Gaara's sand wrapped around Sasuke. I thought, this is bad, and was about to rush in to save him. But then the Sasuke who was wrapped up suddenly turned into a wooden figure, a substitution technique. In the next moment, Gaara found himself stepping into empty air and was pressed into the ground. It was Sasuke. He had somehow gotten behind Gaara. "Gaara, this time you lost," Sasuke announced coldly. But Gaara laughed. He joined his hands in a seal, and the ground beneath Sasuke instantly turned to sand, trapping his legs. Now it was Sasuke's turn to panic. On this sandy terrain, he had no chance of winning. He looked up at the trees around him and suddenly had an idea. He took out 6 shurikens and shot them at the surrounding trunks, then bit down on the wire, and whoosh, a huge wire net formed between the trees. Using the tension of the wire, he forcibly pulled himself out of the sand and landed steadily on the wire net. I was amazed at that moment. As expected of you, Uchiha Sasuke, you even managed to play with steel wires and directly created a web cave in the woods. Gaara was getting a bit annoyed. He didn't want to use his ultimate move for fear of making me angry. However, Sasuke was relentless and used fire style to burn away his sand armor. "Forget it," Gaara thought. "I'll give it my all. It's a sign of respect for my opponent." Suddenly, Gaara on the ground transformed into a massive, round sandball, and the trees beneath him began to shake violently, about to topple over, just as Gaara was about to unleash his ultimate move. I quickly used Flying Thunder God and teleported directly into that sandball. Gaara was closing his eyes to prepare his ultimate move, and as soon as he opened them, he saw me, with his ears turning red. I quickly shook my hand. "Gaara, let's stop the sparring here. If you use that move, the deer garden of a Nara family will turn into a desert." Hearing this, he lowered his head with a look of grievance. "I'm sorry, Shikamaru, but he started it first." "Oh, I know," I patted his shoulder to comfort him. "You were just acting in self-defense. You didn't do anything wrong. If someone attacks you again in the future, you should retaliate like this, got it?" He then smiled again and nodded vigorously. "Okay." Just as Gaara released his jutsu, he happened to lock eyes with Sasuke, who was walking over. Sasuke's crimson eyes made Gaara feel uncomfortable all over. Now, Shikamaru couldn't sit still either, quickly rushing over to stand between the two, looking like he was caught in a disaster, and advised, "Hey, handsome guys, can we go to the training ground to spar instead? If Gaara unleashes that sandstorm funeral, our deer will have to go to the desert to survive." I tell you, Gaara's face turned red back then, like a little tomato, continuously apologizing to Shikamaru. His sister Temari, wow, she was really protective, directly slapping Shikamaru. "If it weren't for that troublemaker Sasuke, my brother is so well-behaved. How could he possibly make a move?" Kankuro beside them was almost laughing his head off, thinking, "Well-behaved? Sis, do you have a misunderstanding of that word?" But seeing the look in Temari's eyes, he could only nod vigorously. Yes, yes. Gaara usually treasures this move and never uses it recklessly. Shikamaru already had an expression of "you guys can go, I just want some peace," waving his hand, saying he got it. "Hurry up, let's go home." After watching the deer, he was tired. The large group left laughing and joking. Gaara was being pulled by his sister, while Naruto and Kankuro had their arms around each other, The atmosphere was really harmonious. But there was Sasuke, standing there like a statue, head down. No one knew what world war was going on in his little head. I was too lazy to care about him for the past couple of days. He looked at me like I was his enemy. Why should I go out of my way? But the problem was, everyone left, and no one noticed he had fallen behind. If I left too, this guy would probably stand there until the end of time. Family. Who understands that feeling of being annoyed, but unable to let go? I sighed, resigned, and walked back, grabbing his wrist and dragging him toward the group. You want to test your strength against Gaara? I know. But brother, I said while dragging, look at the place, okay? This is Shikamaru's family's backyard. If you make a move, the little deer will have to move to the Sahara tomorrow. Even if the Nara family doesn't mind, my teacher Minato, as the Hokage, has to maintain face, right? Do you understand this little bit of human sentiment? Sasuke was like a stubborn gourd, not saying a word. That's just how he is, single-minded. Whatever is in his head must be done, especially to take down Itachi Uchiha. He wouldn't miss any chance to improve his strength. Just when I thought he would remain silent, he suddenly exploded. He broke free from my grip, grabbing my wrist in return with such force that it felt like my bones were about to shatter. His eyes were red as if he wanted to eat someone. Almost screaming, I understand, but I don't want to understand. When Itachi Uchiha killed my whole family, why should I understand others? Why should I consider others? Why should I care about those few damn deer? I considered everyone. Who will consider me? Wow, this completely stumped me. I knew he shouldn't be venting his anger on me, but he just couldn't control himself, like a little beast pushed to a dead end. After he shouted, he turned his head away, stubbornly refusing to look at me, as if looking at me one more time would mean he lost. Sigh, this kid. I raised my hand and ruffled his spiky hair. He is still not taller than me, so my hand could just rest on his head. Finally, I imitated Itachi and gently tapped his forehead with my fingertip. From now on, I will consider you. He suddenly shook, covering his forehead, looking at me in disbelief. I smiled slightly and continued. I know you want to kill Itachi Uchiha, and I also know you're in a hurry. That day at the shrine, when you encountered him, you saw the gap in strength, so you trained desperately. I know all of this. Your efforts haven't been in vain. Just now, when you fought Gaara, your speed, your shurikens, your wire techniques were all executed beautifully. These are the results of your hard work. If you're lacking an opponent, I can be one. As long as I'm in the village, feel free to find me anytime. I promise to use all my strength and treat you like a real enemy. Itachi has too much battle experience, so you need to quickly advance to a Chunin and go out on missions. You can only grow by immersing yourself in real combat. Moreover, I assure you, looking into his eyes, word for word, you will definitely be able to take down your enemy. He held his forehead, the madness in him slowly retreating, his eyes turbulent. Behind him, a daring little deer timidly poked its head out to look at us. Sasuke glanced at it and quickly lowered his head again. Let's go back, I said proactively. It's harder to get this proud guy to speak than to reach the sky. After returning to the Senju mansion and finishing dinner, I caught a glimpse of Sasuke sneaking off toward Gaara's residence out of the corner of my eye. My heart sank. These two wouldn't want to have a second round at our place, would they? Tsunade-sensei's newly repaired courtyard couldn't withstand their antics. I quickly followed him. When I arrived, I found the two of them standing in the corridor like two wooden stakes, staring at each other. After a long while, Sasuke finally squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. Sorry, Gaara. It was so awkward. I just wanted to spar with you. You're really strong. Gaara, who was nervously clutching his little bear, fearing that Sasuke would attack him, let out a huge sigh of relief upon hearing the apology. He turned around, trying hard to make himself look less unpleasant to Sasuke, and replied, It's fine. You're strong too. After saying that, Gaara, afraid that Sasuke might change his mind the next second, quickly dashed away, disappearing without a trace. I hid behind the pillar and nodded with satisfaction. It seems my psychological counseling is quite effective. Just as I finished dealing with one delusional teenager, another incident occurred. As soon as Gaara and the others left, Uncle Yamabuki knocked on our front door, walked into the tea room with a serious expression, and chatted with Master Tsunade and Aunt Kushina for the entire afternoon. Relying on my ability to eavesdrop on thoughts, I stood by and listened attentively. I could hear Uncle Hai's thoughts racing. Goodness, how could there be such a vast and unfamiliar chakra in the Senju clan? Even Lord Minato didn't notice. Who on earth could this be? I felt a chill in my heart. It was over. My great-uncle was exposed. Senju Tobarama had only been out for a few minutes and was already detected by Konoha's radar. This is trouble. Should I confess or not? If I confess, how will the higher-ups view me? Will it implicate Sasuke? If I don't confess, keeping my great-uncle hidden isn't a solution either. Forget it. Let us just break the pot and smash it. I quickly slipped back to my courtyard, rolled up my sleeve, and pressed on the phoenix tattoo on my wrist. With a flash of light, Senju Tobirama appeared before me. He glanced around and realized that this was actually the courtyard he used to live in. I don't have time to reminisce with him, so I quickly said, "Master Tobirama, Uncle Hiruzen has already discovered you, although it was I who brought you back to life. The path ahead is yours to choose. I must clarify this matter with my master and the others, so you can take some time to consider life here." After saying that, I used a flying thunder god technique to leaving this hot potato for him to handle. When I returned with Master Tsunade, Teacher Minato, Aunt Kushina, and even the third Hokage in a rush, the scene was incredible. When Master Tsunade opened the door and saw the figure with white hair and red eyes, she burst into tears and rushed into Tobirama's arms, crying like a 300-pound child, mumbling, "Great-grandfather, why didn't you tell me you were back?" The third Hokage was also so shaken that he couldn't steady the pipe in his mouth, looking at his teacher, who had returned from the dead, his lips trembling with excitement. Once everyone calmed down and sat together, I originally planned to sneak out to give the big shot some space. But I was called back by Tobirama, chiming, "You stay and listen too." Great, my escape plan failed. I could only obediently sit next to Master Tsunade, pour tea for everyone, and try to reduce my presence. Teacher Minato, as the current Hokage, was the first to speak, cutting straight to the point. The fact that Master Tobirama has been revived must not be leaked. Otherwise, not only will chiming be in danger, but if this secret gets out, the Ninja World War may reignite. So, I have a suggestion. He looked at Tobirama and proposed that Master Tobirama take a pseudonym and join my direct Umbu. Tobirama nodded appreciatively, as this suited him well. Hiruzen surprisingly agreed as well. Seeing the situation, Master Tsunade's eyes lit up, and she chuckled. "How about letting great-grandfather join Kakashi's team?" Teacher Minato clapped his hands. It's settled then. With Chiming and Tenzo in Kakashi's team, Master Tobirama joining will be just right to mentor them. The next day, Kakashi was called to the Hokage's office and was dumbfounded. Teacher Minato rubbed his hands together, looking troubled, and told him that a new member had joined the team, and the background was a bit strong. Then, Senju Tobirama walked out from behind the screen. I estimate that Kakashi's dead fish eyes were wide open like copper bells at that moment. He was desperately looking at Teacher Minato for help with his eyes. "Teacher, you can't be serious? You want me to take the second Hokage? What kind of hellish start is this?" Tobirama, however, was quite easygoing, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. "I look forward to working with you." Kakashi stiffly nodded. Teacher Minato quickly issued a task to defuse the situation. There have been reports of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in the Land of Water. And it's not simple. I order Kakashi's team to infiltrate the Land of Water and investigate this matter. Lord Tobirama, your code name in the Umbu will be Moon. Moon. Tobirama smiled. That's a nice name. We will gather at the village entrance 2 hours later. Kakashi introduced our new member, Moon, who wore a cat-faced mask. Then it was my turn, as the transportation tool, to shine. I directly performed a summoning technique, calling forth my giant phoenix steed, and, with a flying thunder god technique, I airdropped our entire team to the border of the Land of Hot Water. As soon as we landed, I felt a darkness before my eyes due to excessive chakra consumption. Tobirama immediately supported me, his tone leaving no room for doubt. For the next task, "You should rest well and don't need to take action. Leave it to me." Kakashi also came over, seriously agreeing. "Lord Moon is right. You've fainted too many times. You can't take risks during the mission." Me? Family, who understands? I feel like the sacrifice support in the team, only able to shout 666 from the back. When we arrived in the Land of Water, Tobirama, as expected, was an old hand with a clear plan laid out. He paired me with Tens, disguising us as a noble lady and her bodyguard to gather intelligence. But when it came time to change clothes, I made a fool of myself. Master Tsunade prepared a super complicated set of 12-layered kimono for me, and I had no idea how to wear it. In my panic, I stepped hard and with a loud bang, I left a dent in the inn's floor. Tobirama heard the noise and rushed in, only to find me in just a base layer, and we both froze in awkwardness. In the end, he found a simpler outfit and helped me put it on himself. Just as he was tying the obi for me, some blurry images suddenly flashed in my mind. A boy wearing a dark green kimono, with red eyes, undoubtedly a young Tobirama. Next to him stood another boy, who looked exactly like me. I was pulled back to reality by a tickling sensation at my waist. It turned out Tobirama was fixing the wrinkles for me. As soon as we sat down in the tea house, I couldn't help but ask him, "Lord you, how come you're wearing a kimono?" He fell silent for a moment, his voice a bit heavy. There was a girl my age who wanted to wear one, but her brothers wouldn't allow it. So I learned and secretly took her out to wear it. I feel like he's talking about me. But before I could ask in detail, a beautiful woman in a gorgeous kimono leaned directly against Tobarama, throwing him a flirty glance. "Hey, handsome. Want to have a drink together?" Tobarama coldly rejected her. The beauty wasn't angry. Her gaze shifted to me, and when she saw the Senju clan emblem on my clothes, her little follower turned pale with fright and trembled, saying, It's the Senju clan." Who would have thought that when a young lady heard this? Her eyes lit up instantly, almost pressing against me. "Do you know Tsunade?" I thought to myself, could I really run into a friend of my master? So I nodded and said, "Of course I know them." As soon as I finished speaking, the young lady's expression changed drastically. She grabbed my neck and shouted fiercely, "Pay up! If you don't pay back the gambling debt that Tsunade owes today, no one gets to leave." I was being choked and rolling my eyes at that moment. Who understands what my family is going through? A little disagreement, and it's straight to the throat lock. This young lady really knows how to wield physical power. And guess what? She wasn't here to rob me. She was here to put on a sob story while choking me. She started crying and told me a so-called blockbuster story titled My Wronged Best Friend Tsunade. She said that years ago, she was on the verge of death when Tsunade, a fierce woman, came to her rescue, and they became good sisters. Then one day, Tsunade came running, crying and shouting, saying she was being chased and urgently needed money to escape, swearing she would pay it back later. Let me tell you, this young lady is quite sincere. She packed up her entire dowry and sent it off. And then there was no more to it. Tsunade directly vanished like a vapor, just like a scumbag. Her dowry was gone, her marriage was off, and her father was urging her daily. In desperation, she resorted to this tactic. I was stunned after hearing this. Turned my head to exchange a glance with the second generation, and we both had question marks in our eyes. I thought your granddaughter did this. Aren't you going to say something? The second generation's icy face seemed to say, "You ask me? How would I know? Fine, it's just money. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem." I immediately patted my chest and said, "Miss Nishikawa, stop crying, I'll pay for it." Goodness. Her tears immediately stopped, and her expression changed faster than flipping a book. She smiled brilliantly. My heart sank. I felt this was not simple. I asked her how much, and she simply held up 3 fingers. 30 million? That's fine. My little treasure chest can still handle it. I'll just consider it paying off my wasteful masteress debts. But then she sneered and said 2 words, 300 million, and she specifically added that jewelry is extra. I beep. Here omitted 10,000 words of profanity. 300 million. Sister, do you call this a dowry? Are you marrying the emperor? I almost wanted to use the flying thunder god technique to run away on the spot. Whoever wants to clean up this mess can go ahead. Anyway, let that brat from the Tobarama family deal with it himself. Seeing my shocked expression, she huffed again and said, "If you don't want to give me money, that's fine. I have a plan B. You go ahead. I'm all ears. As long as I don't have to spend money, anything can be discussed." Her expression instantly became extremely serious, and she said word by word, "Help me kill someone." I was stunned. It's simply absurd. It's outrageous. One second, I was dealing with debt collectors. And the next second, I transformed into an HR, sending me an offer for a killer position. She pointed at the second generation next to me and said, "I know this guy next to you is strong, and the person I need to kill is also very strong, but I must kill him." "Who?" "Kakuzu." "Oh my, Kisame? This guy has enemies all over the world. How did he offend even the daughter of the famous Namikaze family?" When Nakanishi saw my reaction, her eyes lit up like she had discovered a new continent. "Do you know him? That's great. This job will be handed over to you." I thought about it for a moment and decided to take on this task. Kisame Hoshigaki is a member of the Akatsuki, and behind him is that masked man. At this point in time, the masked man can't be Obito anymore. So who could it be? This is a perfect opportunity to probe. So I nodded, "We'll do our best." I guess Natsukawa had also decided to take a chance side, handed me her home address and the intel on Kisame's next mission, and left with her people. As soon as they left, the second Hokage's expression instantly turned cold, and Tenzo also looked disapproving. I quickly pulled them back to the inn, as it wasn't convenient to discuss this outside. Once we were in the room, I immediately took off my wooden clogs, lay down on the tatami mat, and looked at the frowning second Hokage. This guy is such a tsundere, keeping everything bottled up inside, waiting for me to take the initiative to explain. All right, I said. I called them over to the candlelight and began to explain my plan. Kisame Hoshigaki is an elite from the Umbu of the Mist, specifically tasked with escorting confidential information, and only listens to the Mizukichi. If we engage him, I can use my Sharingan to read the information in his mind and see what the situation in the hidden mist village is right now. The second Hokage understood. But that awkwardness came back. After holding it in for a long time, he asked, "When did you meet him?" I was at a loss for words at that moment. I couldn't just say I had read the script, could I? I could only grit my teeth and make something up. I saw it from the memory of that seven ninja swordsman, Lin Gonyuli, last time. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard the second generation's thoughts frantically spamming the comments. Liar, little liar. I was in a hurry and quickly called upon Tianzong to testify. It's true. Brother Tianzong can prove that we really fought against Lin Xinyuli. Tianzong nodded honestly. The second generation let out a cold snort, which seemed to indicate he believed it, and then asked, "Are you confident you can win?" I quickly went through in my mind. In terms of water release, I lose. In terms of taijutsu, I lose. In terms of chakra, I'm completely outmatched. In terms of eyes, my kaleidoscope is not even on the same level as Itachi's, so I still lose. I decisively gave up struggling, grabbed the sleeve of the second generation's outfit, and started to act cute. I still have to rely on Lord Yu and Brother Tianzong to help me, I tell you. I directly took out my ancestral ultimate technique. Cute girl snuggle kill. I rubbed my little face against his arm. This move works every time, even Tsunade, Shizen, and the Minato couple couldn't resist it. But guess what happened? The second Hokage suddenly pulled his arm away, as if he had been electrocuted, and stomped out the door in a huff, leaving me and Tenzo in a state of confusion. By the time he calmed down and came back, we were both asleep. In the middle of the night, I vaguely felt a strong chakra flash by, but when I opened my eyes, there was nothing. At that moment, I thought it was an illusion. But later I found out that this old Sundara was sneaking into my room at midnight using the Flying Thunder God technique to watch me sleep. Goodness, I didn't even realize when he had marked me with the Flying Thunder God technique. The next day, the three of us went to the destination to lay in ambush. By the time it got dark, my eyes were almost closing, and finally, I heard footsteps. Wow, there were 13 of them right away. Did Kisame poke a ninja nest? I saw Kisame easily take down the 12 people, chasing him, as if he were cutting vegetables. Blood staining half the sky. Just when he wanted to catch his breath, the second Hokage descended from the sky with his arms crossed, looking like a final boss. Without saying a word, he directly engaged in combat. Water style, water surge wave. Out of nowhere, a giant water vortex slammed into Kisame's face. Kisame was momentarily stunned. But after reacting, he became even more excited and began to form hand seals. Water style, water shark bullet technique. A big shark lunged towards the second Hokage. I was just about to intervene, and guess what? The second Hokage didn't T-dodge at all. He deliberately let the shark bite his arm, and then fell to the ground in pain. At that moment, I heard his inner voice. No, the wound is too light. Little Chibi definitely 1T come out. I need to let it bite me again. Let me tell you, the second Hokage deserves an Oscar for his performance. This acting, this positioning, he really excels at playing the victim. All right, the show has reached this point. If I don't make an appearance now, it won't make sense. I walked out holding a knife. When Kisame saw me, he was taken aback, probably wondering where this little kid came from. Did he wean off? He even advised me, "Kid, hurry back home. You can't beat me." I couldn't be bothered to waste words, so I charged forward with a twist of my blade. After dozens of exchanges, Kisame became increasingly excited, standing on the water and unleashing a water shark bomb. I wasn't about to back down either. Using the same hand sign, I launched my own water shark bomb. The two sharks collided in midair, creating a splash of water. Taking advantage of the mist, I used a 1,000 birds technique to stab forward. However, it was useless. This guy seemed to have chakra to spare, and his wounds healed instantly. Well, I couldn't win in a straight fight, so it was time for my performance to begin. I put away the knife and looked at him earnestly. "Mr. Kisame, let's cease fire." To my surprise, he really did stop, raising an eyebrow at me, wanting to hear what I had to say. While I was sharpening my knife, I started to deceive him. "You see, we were hired to kill you. But as you can see, we are very strong, and if it comes to a fight, you won't stand a chance." Then I switched tactics and began to play the emotional card. You work under the pufferfish of Shiguan Mountain, and for the mission, you even have to kill your companions. Your life must be very difficult, right? The ghost shark froze on the spot. Seizing the moment, I stepped forward and used medical ninjutsu to heal the wound on his arm. He looked at me. His expression changed. He probably had never met someone so kind to him in his life. Finally, I began to perform my annual drama searching for my long-lost Yo brother. With tears streaming down my face, I said that I had a brother from the Uchiha clan who got separated after the clan was wiped out. And I heard he was somewhere in the high ranks of the Land of Water, begging him to help me find him. To increase my credibility, I even activated my Sharingan for him to see. The ghost shark's fish-like eyes nearly popped out. He was probably stunned by my performance. Surprisingly, he nodded unconsciously and agreed to help me, even asking for my name, whether he could come to me for treatment when injured, and even if he could come to have a meal with me. Of course, I readily agreed. After I managed to send him away, I realized that the second generation was still lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. I kicked him up in annoyance, and he actually covered his arm, thinking to himself, why hasn't Xiao Ji taken the initiative to heal me yet? I'm truly speechless. Big brother, your wound is almost healed. Okay. After waiting for a few days at the inn, I didn't see Ginkaku, but instead received news that the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon was killed. This was told to me by Nishikawa Yuki, who has also softened her hatred for Ginkaku. She cried to me, saying that her fiancé was killed by Ginkaku while trying to protect information. Sigh, it's all tears of the times. Just after I parted ways with Nishikawa Yuki, Ginkaku found me. As soon as he sat down, he told me that he killed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon and met my so-called brother, a masked man who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? I was stunned at that moment. Didn't Madara die long ago? Which old fool is cosplaying now? But on the surface, I had to pretend to be excited about finally finding a family member. Tears came flowing, moving Ginkaku to the point of being completely touched, probably already determined to go through fire and water for my brother. After sending off Ginkaku, our mission in the Land of Water came to a conclusion. The next day, just before leaving, I ran into Ginkaku again. He seemed to have come specifically to see me off. I gave him a box of improved soldier pills and told him that we would meet again if fate allows. Watching his lonely figure leave, I felt quite emotional. Just as I was thinking about it, a sound dinged in my head. Dealer, congratulations. Host baby, you have obtained the Ginkaku card. Jiming, Zofast, I didn't do anything. Let me tell you, that soldier grain pill of yours is simply amazing. Goeisha's favorability was stuck at 99 for ages. Just a step away from going up. As soon as you sent that pill, ding, the system notification sounded, and the card was directly in hand. Wow, Goeisha is quite the character too. His skill description has a gentle yet deadly vibe. Using the shark skin greatsword for the first attack can disarm for 1 second. I was sweating bullets at that moment. How was I supposed to fight him after that? But then the system, like a caring little warm quilt, reminded me, hey, baby Jiming, did you forget? He can't kill you. Alright, just like back when I was with Gaara, with the system's protection, it mainly focuses on locking health. At that moment, I was feeling ecstatic, thinking how impressive this system was. If I could turn all the ninjas into my cards, wouldn't I be able to walk with swagger? Just as I was feeling pleased, the system dropped a bombshell on me. By the way, little G-man, our card system has some cards of yours that are not yet shattered. If you gather 3 Nico no Sus, you can choose to revive them. At that moment, I was like, family, who understands? Isn't this just giving me a resurrection cheat? I have 2 lives myself, and I can also revive others. I quickly asked the system to show me who I could resurrect, but the 3 big faces in front of me left me speechless. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama. It's these 3 ancestors again. Thank you very much. But which of these fathers would I dare to resurrect? Maybe I'll consider it when I can punch the moon into pieces. But wait a minute. Since Uchiha Madara's card is here, the Madara that Kisame encountered must be a fake. It's the same old trick. Someone is using Madara's name to cause trouble outside, and their target is probably the tailed beasts. It seems I need to find some time to meet with this Akatsuki organization. I was brainstorming when the guy next to me, Tobarama Senju, was as quiet as an ice block, staring at me without saying a word. I was thinking, what are you looking at? If you have something to say, just say it. The atmosphere was so awkward. Just then, Ten suddenly shouted, Lord Suki, the captain is running over here. Tobarama's reaction was incredibly quick. He frowned, grabbed both of us, and in an instant, we used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash over to Kakashi's side. Kakashi looked completely confused and asked, Lord Suki, how did you guys get here? Tobarama made a shushing gesture for him to be quiet and signaled for us to hide quickly. I really admire Kakashi. He's so carefree, completely unaware that he had 3 tails following him. He still needs to work on his practical experience. I was crouching in the grass in this kimono, my legs going numb, just about to peek out to see what was going on when whoosh, a bolt of lightning came straight for my neck. My mind went blank at that moment, and my body acted faster than my brain, instinctively using the Flying Thunder God technique to dash to Tobarama's side. Wait a minute. When did I mark him? This is not scientific, but there was no time to think about that now. The guy who ambushed me was wearing a mist mask, and a lightning blade in his hand was crackling ominously. Good grief. Is that Kirigakure's Rigi? The 7 ninja swordsmen are here? I hadn't even gotten a good look when I heard the clanging of metal. Kakashi was already being beaten back by Riji and Zabuza working together, while Inoshikicho was being held up by that ice user named Haku. Tobarama pressed down on me and said in a deep voice, "Something's not right. There's one more person." He could sense the chakra of the fourth person, but couldn't pinpoint their location. I realized this wasn't good. If I waited any longer, Kakashi would be decapitated by that big executioner's sword. I shouted to Tobarama, "Lord Tobarama, the fourth person is up to you," and rushed out without hesitation. In that moment, I felt Tobarama's gaze momentarily dazed, as if he saw another version of me from a different time and space. Kakashi was already exhausted, and if he didn't cut down that big sword soon, it would chop down on his shoulder. He was even prepared to endure the damage to create an opportunity for Tenzu. Just at that critical moment, I dashed in front of him, gripping the Phoenix Cryblade with both hands. With a loud clang, I took the brunt of that thunderous strike. Wow, Zabuza's strength is truly immense. It pushed me back several steps. Luckily, I had gathered chakra under my feet, otherwise I would have been sent flying by his strike. I quickly used a Sharingan Jinjutsu, and while he was caught off guard, I charged in with a Raikiri, only for my blade to go right through him and splash into a puddle. It was a water clone. In that brief moment of vulnerability, Zabuza trapped me with a water prison jutsu. Fortunately, I was clever. The clone that charged was also a lightning clone. These water users have dirty tricks. Just as I broke free, Urara Lynching charged at me with her lightning blade. And she even complimented me, saying that I had made her concede defeat last time, but this time it would be my end. I laughed and replied, "I think today is your end." The Uchiha mouth has never lost. As soon as I finished speaking, she plunged her twin blades into the ground, to my surprise. The lightning traveled through the water left by Zabuza and hit me hard, leaving me dazed. I quickly summoned my companion, San, who flapped her wings and flew up into the sky. But that girl was fierce too. She flew up and chased after me, and we exchanged dozens of blows on my bird's back. Seeing that I couldn't match her in swordsmanship, I directly merged with San to form a pair of colorful wings. As she fell due to San's disappearance, I used Flying Thunder God to teleport next to her to land a finishing blow. Who would have thought another surge of electricity would come through the blade? Shocking me again. Damn, I felt like I was undergoing a trial. My whole body was numb. Just as we were about to ignite our fighting spirit and prepare for a long battle, Lynching suddenly vanished, and with her, Zabuza and Haku also disappeared. Tobarama analyzed that this was a type of teleportation secret technique. It seemed that the Mist Village was not peaceful, so we quickly left. Back in Konoha, just as I wanted to go back and lay down, Tobarama, the old bureaucrat, dragged me by the scruff of my neck to the training ground, claiming to teach me ninjutsu. After practicing, time flew by, and it was now the 61st year of Konoha. The Chunin exam was about to start. I was now someone of status, alongside Obito and Tobarama, serving as a bodyguard for the 4th Hokage. The day before the exam, I detoured to the Nanha Shrine and indeed saw Sasuke standing alone there. I went up and messed up his spiky hair, and he glared at me like a puffed-up cat. I pulled him down to sit on the steps, handed him a bottle of water, and asked if he was nervous. Seeing his cool demeanor, I suggested, "Come on, let's have a spar, just as a warm-up before the Chunin exam." Wow. Over the years, Sasuke's Chidori had become exceptionally refined, and his fire style was also impressive. The Jinjutsu duel was intense. In the end, I still had the upper hand, finishing the battle with a Flying Thunder God slash. After the fight, just as I was about to wrap my bandages, Sasuke snatched them from me, bowing his head and seriously wrapping them around me. Then, he even took my wrist and said he would walk me home. The atmosphere was a bit awkward as we walked in silence. When we reached the entrance of the Senju clan, there stood Tobarama like a guardian deity, his face dark as the bottom of a pot, his gaze sharp as a knife, glaring fiercely at Sasuke. Sasuke greeted him and left, and Tobarama slammed the door shut, even throwing his chopsticks down heavily during dinner and leaving the table. I was completely baffled, wondering what kind of madness this was. The aunt said he hadn't eaten for a day, and I couldn't bear it, so I had to bring him food to his yard. I knocked on the door for a long time, and when it finally opened, I almost screamed. The guy was half naked, water droplets running down his abs. I got so nervous that I slipped and fell right into his arms. The plate of food landed steadily on the table, while I was held tightly by him. The warm, damp scent from his body made my ears turn red. Just as I was about to struggle, he covered my mouth with one hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't speak." Then, let me tell you, he actually kissed me like that. My CPU overheated. My brain went blank, and after realizing what happened, I quickly used a Flying Thunder God technique to escape back to my room, my heart still pounding. The next day was the Chunin exam, and I showed up as an invigilator with 2 dark circles under my eyes. Distributing the exam papers was smooth. After all, I had been a class representative for 3 years. I glanced around the exam room. Sasuke and Sakura were calm as ever. Naruto was scratching his head, and Gaara was peeking at the answers with his sand eye. After the exam, Mitarashi Anko burst in through the window, causing quite a commotion. Taking advantage of the chaos, I pulled Gaara into a small classroom nearby to ask how he had been over the past 2 years. But the red-haired little guy pushed me against the wall and stared at me intently. Seeing his sulky expression made me feel both heartbroken and amused. So I reached out to pat his red hair and told him I would always be his friend. Just as I finished talking to him, I felt a familiar, cold, powerful chakra approaching, and I got scared and quickly ran away, using a flying thunder god technique directly to the hospital. Along the way, I stopped by a flower shop to buy a bouquet for Tsunade-sensei's office. Coincidentally, I ran into Asuma and his brother, Tsurutobi Kinomaru. I sweet-talked Asuma into buying a beautiful bouquet of red roses for Red Sister, and he even kindly helped me pay for some baby's breath. Family. The wealth has finally come my way. Unfortunately, after helping Tsunade-sensei pay off 300 million in gambling debts, I was now broke. Fortunately, the dealer in my head had a bit of conscience. Seeing that I was nearly destitute, he quickly gave me some pocket money. I thought to myself, isn't the 3rd Hokage about to be taken out by Orochimaru? Should I get him a resurrection armor first? But the problem was, I didn't have his card. The system said it would check for me and asked me to deliver the flowers first. Fine. I held the flowers and used a flying thunder god technique to reach Tsunade-sensei's office. I played a little trick, just sticking the flowers inside while hiding behind. My teacher was so gentle, her voice laced with a smile. Come in, little Chi, let me tell you, over the past few years, no matter how busy I was, I always brought her the freshest baby's breath. This had become our little secret. The moment she saw me, she looked heartbroken, glancing at me from side to side, clicking her tongue and saying I had become thinner and paler, like a paper doll. Just as I picked up a medical record to pretend to be busy, suddenly, my vision went blurry, the words overlapping. My teacher noticed my condition, her face changed, and she quickly used medical ninjutsu to examine me. She said it seemed like something was pressing on my optic nerve and advised me to use my Sharingan less. She even gave me 3 bottles of her special eye drops to take to Sasuke and Naruto. She was so worried. Tsunade-sensei was too busy. She had just said a few words before being called away, rushing off like a gust of wind. I sighed, put down the lunch I had brought, left a note, and directly used the flying thunder god technique to go to Kakashi-sensei's house, mainly to avoid the 2nd Hokage. I really couldn't face him after what happened yesterday. As I was replaying the events of yesterday in my mind, I got distracted and bumped my calf against the corner of the table, causing me to yelp in pain. Kakashi-sensei was right next to me, and he quickly rushed over, half squatting in front of me, lifting my skirt to check the wound. Let me tell you, his movements were incredibly gentle as he disinfected my wound with iodine, afraid he might break me. Family, who understands? In my past life, I always dealt with my own injuries, but now being treated so tenderly, I felt a mix of emotions. But then he squatted for too long, and his leg went numb. Just as he was about to stand up, he stumbled and fell right into my arms. Oh my, that scene. I was holding his waist while he pressed against me. We looked like we were in a romantic drama. Just then, the door opened. First came Naruto, then Sasuke. The moment they walked in and saw this scene, their eyes widened. Without saying a word, they rushed over and rescued Kakashi-sensei to the sofa. Poor Kakashi-sensei. His leg was still cramping, so he could only silently pull out Intimate Paradise, focusing on companionship. Goodness, then Minato-sensei and the others came back. I took a close look, and behind Minato-sensei was the masked guy. Hiruzen, isn't that the 2nd Hokage? I ran upstairs barefoot, just as I leaned against the door to catch my breath. A cold voice sounded right in front of me. Looking for me? Little Chi. I was paralyzed. He approached step by step and grabbed my hand that was about to form a seal, cutting off all my escape routes. I was so scared that I closed my eyes, thinking he was going to kiss me again, but he just extended his finger and gently tapped my forehead, saying, "You bad child, hiding from me." After he left, I hurriedly asked my dealer system, "So if the favorability is full, does that mean we're family? What kind of pure love is this?" The system laughed and said I would understand once I watched the memory fragments. Then it got down to business, saying that the 3rd generation's cards could be forcibly drawn. But the side effect of using the resurrection armor was that the person brought back would fall into a deep coma, and the cooldown time depended on luck. Whatever. It's better than dying. I immediately arranged for the third generation and teacher Minato. In the end, the system sighed and said, the conclusion has already reached us. Damn, this riddle person is driving my CPU crazy. In the blink of an eye, it was the second round of the ChiakiAwakens exam, the Forest of Death. I was with Grandpa Air and Obito, and the three of us sneaked in, fearing that Orochimaru would cause trouble. My primary task was to keep a close eye on Sasuke. I absolutely couldn't let him get bitten by Orochimaru. That curse mark looked like a chicken wing, so ugly. Soon, we found them, and then it was the classic plot. Naruto went to the bathroom and came back with a fake. Sasuke had sharp eyes and immediately saw something was off, quickly dispatching the imposter. Just as we caught our breath, a gust of ominous wind blew in. Orochimaru was here. He transformed into a woman, exuding a heavy, killing intent, directly freezing Sasuke and Sakura in place. At a critical moment, it was still Naruto who acted. To break the fear, he stabbed his own thigh with a kunai. What a tough guy. With that strength, he managed to regain his movement and ran away with Sakura. What followed was a fierce battle. Sasuke summoned his eagle, Hawk, and engaged in aerial combat with Orochimaru's giant serpent. Naruto also rushed back to help, but the two kids were no match and were easily thrown away. Just as Sasuke was about to be swallowed whole by that giant snake, he closed his eyes, prepared to wait for death, probably wanting to see his parents. At that critical moment, I made my move. A figure directly blocked in front of him. It was me. Let me tell you, the look in Sasuke's eyes when he saw my back had a hint of a purple filter, particularly charming. I slowly turned my head to that kid Sasuke, raised an eyebrow, and smiled sweetly yet mischievously. Little Sasuke, don't blink. Today I'm going to perform a live snake skin tearing for you. After saying that, I shifted my gaze to Orochimaru, and honestly, I still preferred his original appearance. I bantered with him, "Yo, Orochimaru-senpai, long time no see," but in reality, my rakeage was already itching to go. I even casually mentioned Itachi, just to see his reaction, and sure enough, that feminine face of his instantly couldn't hold it together and reverted to his original form. Family, who understands? Uncle Snake has a bit of humor in him, clearly craving Sasuke's body but still trying to act profound. While I was bantering with him, I had already pinpointed the kunai Sasuke had thrown into the tree, which had our Flying Thunder God technique inscribed on it. Now's the time. Whoosh. Flying Thunder God. I flashed behind him and hit him with a rakeage strike that felt refreshing. So fast, he even had time to critique me. No wonder he's Minato's disciple. Of course, my master's name isn't just for show. I casually thought about giving him a sealing technique combo to let him know why the flowers are so red. Of course, I knew this wouldn't kill him. Uncle Snake has more resurrection abilities than anyone else, like a cockroach that can't be killed. Sure enough, his body stiffened, and I knew he was about to use his escape technique. I didn't pursue him, just withdrew my hand and leisurely returned to Sasuke's side. Why should I go find the snake? I just placed the bait here and waited for the snake to take the hook itself, right? I pretended to be done, returned to Sasuke's side, and started my performance. Are there any other injuries? While I checked him, I was wildly discharging electricity. None. He looked at me. How did you end up here? I hit him with a cheesy love line, because I feel that my pig needs me. Who understands? Family? Sasuke's little face flushed all of a sudden. It was just too sweet. The warm atmosphere didn't last a second, and suddenly, there was a chilling wind behind me. Uncle Snake charged up with his Kusanagi sword. Wanting to duel with me? What a joke. I'm the one who was personally trained by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and I've got this swordsmanship down to a T. If I lose, my granduncle's blood pressure would probably break through the ceiling right on the spot. I swiftly drew the Fengming knife, and the clash of blades was intense. Let me tell you, Uncle Snake's swordsmanship was just SOSO. I was able to pressure him while also throwing kunai with wires to various corners. After a few rounds, I pushed him to the edge of a tree, and I directly bit down on the hidden wire, instantly binding him into a big rice dumpling with countless steel wires. Fire release. Great fireball technique. I spat out a mouthful of flames, turning him into a charcoal snake. As the smoke cleared, sure enough, he emerged from the ground, laughing maniacally. Xiao Jiming, you've successfully ignited my fighting spirit. Then you shall die. I couldn't even be bothered to let him finish. Who would have thought this old trickster would play dirty? His head suddenly flew off his neck like a projectile, heading straight for Sasuke. I thought not good, and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash behind Sasuke, gripping Raikiri tightly, ready to give his big face an intimate encounter. Just as I was about to hit him with Raikiri, I felt a sharp pain in my chest, my vision went black, and I collapsed to my knees. The lightning in my hand dissipated from the pain. Seriously, sir, you decide to force me offline at such a critical moment? System, You have no heart. Orochimaru wouldn't miss this opportunity. He bit into Sasuke's neck, planting a cursed seal. Then his body followed, reattaching his head and kicking me hard. I felt my organs shift, my vision went black, and I lost consciousness completely. When I woke up, I was already in a luxurious room in Konoha. The sun was shining brightly outside. Upon asking, I learned that I had slept for 4 days. Goodness, the second round of the Chunin exam was almost over. I heard that after I went down. Sasuke went into a rage, activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, and even got Uncle Snake's limited skin, beating those sound ninja village losers until they cried for their mothers. I quickly called my dedicated customer service in my mind, that BKing dealer. Hey, explain this. Why was my rescue of my family's assistant forced to shut down? The dealer's voice was lazy, miss, didn't I tell you? The plot is a dog. You can't just look at it casually. If you insist on defying fate, you'll have to lose health points. Sasuke getting bitten is the main storyline. If you interfere, we'll get dizzy if not you. Then why was there no problem when I saved Hinata before? Are you stupid? The dealer was speechless. That time, the main characters were your master and your brother Kakashi. You were just a support. You need to learn to be a strategist, understand? Drawing cards doesn't mean you just sit there. I realized that it was necessary to mobilize the power of the masses. But just thinking about the Uchiha clan's massacre still makes me angry. The dealer sighed and said that was the core storyline of Sasuke's growth, and it couldn't be changed. Great, thinking about it gives me a headache. I don't want to think about it anymore. The most important thing right now is Sasuke. How many days have I been sleeping? Has the second exam ended? You can still make it if you fly over now, the dealer reminded me. But your second uncle is probably on his way, so be careful not to get caught and beaten up. I can't worry about that anymore. I directly pulled out the needle from my hand, left a note, and in a flash, used the Flying Thunder God technique to get over there. To avoid revealing my identity, I specifically changed into an AMBU outfit and put on a mask. As soon as I landed, Sasuke was taken aback, but quickly realized it was me. He walked over, his eyes full of concern, asking how I was doing. However, before he could ask more, Naruto, with his loud voice, saw me wearing the AMBU mask and shouted without thinking, "Jiming, you're here." I really almost gave him a big slap. I lowered my voice and warned him fiercely, "Naruto, when I wear a mask, you must not reveal my identity. Got it?" This silly boy only scratched his head, realizing it a bit late. Sasuke and Sakura each gave him a light hit on the head, and seeing his aggrieved look, I couldn't help but feel both amused and angry. "You guys go to the central tower first. I'm worried they'll be late, so I hurriedly urged. I need to think of a way to deal with the curse mark on Sasuke. The sealing technique I learned from Danshua Mountain should be able to suppress it for a while. At least it can't let him go find Uncle Snake at this stage. I'll wait for you guys at the central tower." After Jiming finished speaking, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to reply to Sasuke's question at the beginning. To take care of Sasuke's feelings and to increase the favorability of Sasuke's card, she walked over to Sasuke, raised her hand, and pressed it on his head, saying, "I'm here to find you. See you at the central tower later." Sasuke felt a bit shy under the weight on his head, and that sentence, "I'm here to find you," left him unsure how to respond. He could only mumble, after getting the child's affirmation. Jiming formed a hand seal for the body flicker technique and ran away. If she didn't hurry, she would be caught by Tobirama again. Jiming didn't want to run into Tobirama right now. If he saw her running out, he would definitely take her back to the hospital. In that case, the matter of Sasuke's curse mark would have to be delayed. Although there was Kakashi's evil sealing technique in the original work, compared to the sealing techniques of the Phoenix clan, it was still slightly inferior. If the sealing wasn't done in time, Sasuke wouldn't be able to handle this power right now, which would obviously be more harmful than beneficial. Even if it might not change Sasuke's path in the future, then at least let him suffer less pain now, less physical pain. Jiming arrived at the central tower first and waited for them at the sign-in desk. As soon as Sasuke arrived, she would take him away first. "Sasuke, come here, come here." Jiming walked over to grab Sasuke's hand and said to the two examiners, "I'm going to help this child heal his injuries. Can I take him out before the end?" Go ahead, go ahead." Not many people knew her, but since she was wearing a mask, the examiners probably thought it was an order from the Hokage, so they let her go. Sakura and Naruto were left standing there, looking at each other, not knowing what was going on, and could only wait for the two to come back. Jiming took Sasuke to a secret place, and while Sasuke wasn't paying attention, she quickly stripped off his clothes, startling Sasuke into instinctively clutching his chest and angrily asking, "What are you doing? This mark, as long as you use chakra, will activate the mark and will have extremely powerful side effects. In severe cases, it can be fatal. I can help you seal this power, and when you want to use this power after this period, I can help you unseal it. Or I won't seal it all. You choose, Sasuke." In the end, Jiming couldn't bear to be dictatorial and gave Sasuke another chance to choose. In the original work, Sasuke was arranged for a lifetime, but this time, at least in front of her, she wanted him to choose for himself. To choose his own life and not mix in others' wills. Sasuke touched the painful area on his shoulder and neck. Just a light touch made him wince in pain. But power. This curse mark gave him far too much power. He wanted power, but he didn't want to die. Sasuke suddenly remembered the scene a few days ago when Jiming had suddenly appeared in front of them, bravely standing in front of him. Without her, he would have died under that giant python long ago. Jiming gave him a new life, and yet he wanted to use the power sent by the enemy because of his desire for strength. He couldn't do this. He couldn't do this to Jiming, nor could he do this to himself. Help me seal it. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, and he said firmly, then I will start the sealing. After the ChiakiAwakens exam, if you want to unseal it, you can come find me. Jiming respected Sasuke's thoughts and prepared to perform a seal. This was a technique she had integrated with the Phoenix Clan's secret arts on top of the four-symbol seal, which could seal not only the little fox like the Ninetales, but also seal powers like Sasuke's curse mark. Four-symbol seal. After writing down the technique, Jiming squatted on the ground, formed a hand seal, and pressed her hand on Sasuke's shoulder and neck. Amidst Sasuke's screams, the Phoenix Totem gradually covered the bite mark left by Uncle Snake. Chapter 131 ChiakiAwakens Exam 14. Jiming quickly rushed over to support Sasuke, who was about to faint, and softly asked, "How are you, Sasuke? Is it very painful?" Sasuke was in pain, so much so that he felt like he wanted to faint the next moment. But the soft and warm skin supporting his shoulder made him temporarily forget the pain. Thankfully, Sasuke concealed his suddenly surging emotions, forcing his body to get ready to put his clothes back on and return to the exam. But he was forcibly pressed into Jiming's embrace again. She still gently pressed her hand on his little head, rubbing it with a teasing tone. "Don't be strong, Sasuke. Here with me, you can relax completely." Sasuke seemed to understand her words and obediently sat still. The burning sensation on his shoulder and neck no longer felt like much to him. He was just a little reluctant about those hands that nearly burned his skin. This warmth. All right. The girl issued a stop command for this moment of tenderness that only they knew about. Get ready for the competition. The third round of exams is coming. And there are too many people, so we need to eliminate some, Jiming said, but worried that Sasuke might feel too much pressure. She comforted him. But they're not your opponents. After watching Sasuke leave, Jiming looked at the snake tail gradually hiding in the shadows and coldly said, "Orochimaru-senpai, you still like to eavesdrop? Hee little Jiming, if you say that, senpai will be sad." Orochimaru had somehow snuck up behind her, resting his head on her shoulder, his long tongue licking Jiming's right cheek. The cold and slimy sensation made Jiming feel a wave of nausea. Why was Uncle Snake still so perverted? And who allowed him to lick her little face? The way senpai greets is really unexpected. Jiming took half a step back, just standing at the junction of light and shadow. She felt that the sunlight was really glaring, and even with the mask on, it still shone directly into her eyes. She could only take another step back into the shade. She was willing to continue to dance with Uncle Snake here. According to the original plot, Sasuke was the first to compete, and she was just in time to wait for Sasuke to finish the first match smoothly. Orochimaru watched Jiming step from the light into the dark and smiled meaningfully. How could he not know Jiming's thoughts? But unfortunately, she couldn't stop Sasuke. Sasuke needed him. He had realized that the day he saw him at the Nain Shrine. Although Itachi Uchiha was more attractive to him, Itachi had already soared in the sky and was out of reach. Sasuke was just a fledgling chick. It was an easy task for him. Moreover, this little girl had grown to be even more outstanding than Sasuke after a few years. Whether it was her beautiful eyes or her impressive ninjutsu, he found them all fascinating. But the adult behind her, Orochimaru, thought it was better not to pluck the tiger's fur. After all, that adult is someone he admires. If it weren't for the adult passing away early, who knows, he might have had the chance to study under him. Interestingly, he recently found traces of that adult again and has been closely following this little girl to protect her. How interesting this trip to Konoha has been quite rewarding. I wonder how Uchiha Itachi will react when he finds out. Will he jump in place after biting the cute Sasuke? Why does the senior keep appearing in Konoha repeatedly? Jiming looked at the obscure man in front of her, feeling anxious. Should she just run away? What if Uncle Snake decides to perform a live swallow of child? She also didn't know if Sasuke had finished his match after all this time. It's not a big deal. I'm just a guiding jonin from the Sound Ninja village. I don't believe you. Jiming realized with one glance that Uncle Snake wasn't saying anything she could understand. Whatever, If he wants to continue talking about this, that's fine. Anyway, she could disappear in the blink of an eye when she ran away. Speaking of which, are you okay? That day you fainted in the Death Forest was really something. If you had fainted a moment later, my plan would have been ruined by you. Orochimaru was happy to spend time here with her. He was quite curious about what kind of medicine she bought in her pot. Or perhaps, Orochimaru glanced into the distance, and then turned his gaze back to Jiming. He had heard that the second Hokage Tobirama had someone he could never forget. At that time, he and Tsunade were still on the same path, and the Second Shinobi World War had not yet ended. In the 37th year of Konoha, their small team was supposed to gather for a meeting, but Tsunade was delayed. When she finally arrived in the evening, she was holding a portrait. That guy Jiraiya was always curious about everything, saying it was to increase his creative insight, and Tsunade brought a portrait that scared him, making him think it was a portrait of a romantic interest. Without even asking Tsunade, he jumped up and grabbed it, smiling as he said, "Tsunade, where did you find this portrait?" When Jiraiya finally opened the portrait, he remained silent for a long time, and curiosity stirred in him as he stood up to take a look. The portrait depicted a young girl, about the same age as Tsunade. What stood out was her cold and beautiful face, along with her crimson Sharingan, to the point that even after all this time, Orochimaru had not forgotten the person in the portrait. Orochimaru was astonished for a moment and couldn't help but look at Tsunade. What was she doing with a portrait of a girl from the Uchiha clan? Could it be that Tobirama was planning some experiment? Speaking of practice, Orochimaru became excited. He discovered many scrolls written by Tobirama, and although Tsurutobi-sensei wouldn't let him study them, Orochimaru couldn't help himself. He thirsted for knowledge, learning new techniques, wanting to master all the ninjutsu in the world. "Wait, is this the man you like, Tsunade?" Jiraiya muttered quietly. "She looks like a girl." Orochimaru face-palmed, speechless, not even wanting to respond. How could this be anything but a girl? Who knew Jiraiya's thought process was even more erratic? He practically jumped off his chair, looking at Tsunade in disbelief. "No way. Tsunade, is it because you like girls that you've refused to go on a date with me all these years?" Chapter 132. Chunin Exam 15. The result was obvious. Jiraiya got beaten up by Tsunade, and Orochimaru found it amusing. During this time, he carefully studied the girl in the portrait. In the end, he couldn't figure out anything significant. When the two returned, Orochimaru put away the scrolls and placed them on Tsunade's spot, casually flipping through a book out of boredom. But his ears were always attentive to the conversation between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya, with a pitiful tone, "So who is she? If she is not your crush, why do you have her portrait?" Tsunade, rolling her eyes, "That someone my great-grandfather liked. It's someone he entrusted to me." Great-grandfather? Orochimaru quickly switched identities. Tobirama had someone he liked? So even someone like that could have a crush? He didn't quite understand what love was. He found researching ninjutsu much more interesting. Jiraiya surprised Tobirama? The person he liked? What her name? Where is she? How come we've never seen her before? Tsunade gave Jiraiya another punch in silence. With so many questions, which one do you want me to answer? Then you answer them one by one. Jiraiya, rubbing the bump on his head, looked like a wronged puppy lying on the table, blinking at Tsunade. Orochimaru, he couldn't stand it. What a foolish Tsunade. Tsunade shrugged her shoulders. "I don't know her name either, but my great-grandfather asked me to find this child and take care of her. If you two find her, just bring her to me." "All right, I'll keep an eye out." Jiraiya finally managed to shift the topic, and they returned to discussing the Shinobi World War. But Orochimaru wasn't really interested. What he was curious about was how Tsunade could meet someone from Tobirama's era. Either she died, or... The result was, Orochimaru recognized Jiming the moment he saw her in Kyoto. Tobirama's crush. This was the first mark he had placed on Jiming. What intrigued him even more was how the girl had turned into a child. Could it be Tsunade's technique of growing larger and smaller? But after a few exchanges, Orochimaru dismissed that this was the girl's true appearance, not a transformation. That was, Orochimaru was internally ecstatic. He saw a way to achieve immortality and a way to learn ninjutsu endlessly. That was Senju Jiming. Up until the day of the Chunin exam, Orochimaru still didn't give up on his thoughts about Jiming, but he noticed the little tail that had been following her all along. Tobirama was alive. Clearly, he had attended Tobirama's funeral, yet now he was hiding in the shadows watching him. Orochimaru felt that his plan for immortality was about to have a chance. He smiled as he looked at the girl. Jiming, standing opposite him, found his smile and caring words frightening. Uncle Snake was actually showing concern for her. Was her time coming to an end? Under a master's care, she was feeling much better. Of course, she could never tell Orochimaru the truth. Although the two were at odds, they could still chat about a topic for a few sentences. Later, when Jiming really couldn't continue the conversation and worried about Sasuke's situation, she used the body flicker technique to escape, not even saying goodbye to Orochimaru. Orochimaru stood in place for a while when a white-haired man with glasses approached him from behind. He adjusted his glasses and said, "Lord Orochimaru, is this Senju Jiming? Oh, you know her?" Orochimaru became interested, shifting his gaze to Yakushi Kabuto. They had met during a previous Chunin exam. Kabuto said, "She's very strong, exceptionally strong in every aspect. Whether it's ninjutsu or taijutsu, far surpassing my level back then." Oh, Orochimaru didn't really believe that Jiming was at that level, based on his encounters with her. Even with the Sharingan, she was only on par with Kabuto. Or was it that Jiming hadn't shown her full strength in front of him? Her space-time ninjutsu is inherited from Minato Namikaze, and her sealing techniques are learned from Kushina Uzumaki. The fire-release ninjutsu is taught by Obito Uchiha, and her water-release ninjutsu is also guided by a skilled master. Her summoning beast is a phoenix, which is quite rare. With this pawn hindering things, Lord Orochimaru, what will happen to your plan? Kabuto suddenly smiled. Orochimaru also smiled, patting Kabuto's shoulder, saying that this is not something you need to worry about. You just need to do your own job well, Kabuto. Jiming came to Minato's side after removing her mask, and her current identity is Minato's personal bodyguard, so she doesn't need to wear the mask anymore. Obito was also standing beside Minato, surprised to see Jiming, asking, "How did you get here? Are you feeling better?" This question attracted the attention of both Minato and Hiruzen Sarutobi, who looked at her in unison, as if questioning, "Are you feeling better?" "There's nothing seriously wrong. I feel relaxed all over." Jiming winked at Minato and Hiruzen, saying, "Don't worry, my lords, just enjoy the match." While speaking, she adjusted the two lords' little heads and pointed downwards, indicating them to look there. Minato thought that after 4 days of rest, it should be about time, and it was the duel between his precious son and Kiba. He needed to focus and watch closely so he could talk to Kushina about it later at night. Hiruzen also turned his gaze to Naruto, noting that the most impressive kids this time were Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Sakura had learned medical ninjutsu and super strength from Tsunade and now possessed the strength of Chunin. Naruto and Sasuke had trained with Kakashi and Obito since childhood, with Naruto's progress mostly shown in his physical skills, while Sasuke was more well-rounded. For some reason, Hiruzen always saw in these 3 kids the same look he had when he trained 3 kids himself. So when the 3 weren't on missions, he enjoyed going to the training ground to give him a few pointers. The kids were sweet-tongued, especially Naruto, who was just as silly and cute as Jiraiya. Although he learned slower than Sasuke, his stamina was excellent. He was patient and steadily learned new physical techniques according to his method, which he inherited from Minato and Jiraiya. Hiruzen wanted to see if this kid could handle things well this time. Who knew? Just after he praised him, he heard Naruto squinting his eyes and saying to the examiner, "Sir, is it allowed to bring little pets to compete together? Isn't that against the rules?" Hiruzen facepalmed, realizing that Naruto had inherited Jiraiya's behavior in cultural studies, but not at all from himself and Minato. Chapter 133. Chunin Exams 16. However, this kid still won overwhelmingly. The people on stage couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Minato quietly clenched his fist, proud of his son, thinking to ask Kushina to make 2 extra dishes for dinner. "Teacher, I'm going to find Sasuke," Jiming said after seeing Naruto finish his match. The next group seemed to be 2 from the Hyuga clan, so she thought she'd go down and take a look. "Go ahead," Minato permitted. Jiming used a body flicker technique to appear on the 2nd floor. Since most people present knew her, Jiming lazily didn't wear her mask and walked leisurely down the 2nd floor corridor. Along the way, she bumped into Gaara and his group. Initially, she didn't plan to say anything to Gaara, but when she looked up, she saw his hidden, suppressed, and deeply desiring eyes. He stared at her, and the unsettling chakra made her feel uncomfortable. Jiming thought to herself, "This isn't good. Could it be that the death of Karura really caused Gaara a lot of pain? Could he have turned back into the original Gaara? A ruthless, bloodthirsty desert demon. This can't go on." Jiming came up with a plan and walked over to Temari, affectionately linking her arm and softly saying, "Temari, sister, ah?" Jiming Temari looked at the girl holding her arm in surprise. The girl was already very beautiful at her age, combining beauty with a touch of cuteness. Temari could feel the girl's faint breath just by tilting her head, warm and burning against her skin. But she didn't dare to make any big movements. Temari was stunned for half a minute, feeling several gazes on her. It felt like needles poking her, making her nervously glance around. Besides her 2 cute younger brothers, no one else was around. What are you doing here? Temari thought she was overthinking and returned her gaze to Jiming, pinching Jiming's little face, feeling soft and fuzzy, making her heart soften and confused. She wanted to pinch it again. Temari indeed pinched it again. I'm one of the examiners for this Chunin exam, Jiming explained. I originally planned to check on Naruto, but I saw you guys first and thought I'd come over to say hello. To validate her greeting, she smiled brightly at Kankuro and Gaara, saying, Kankuro brother Gaara. Kankuro laughed and nodded, not saying much, unconsciously taking 2 steps to the right. He didn't dare provoke that little monster. Ever since their mother passed away, Gaara's temperament had changed dramatically. Gaara wouldn't listen to him anymore, nor did he pay much attention to Temari, especially regarding Jiming. He always felt like the sand would wrap around his neck at any moment. He'd better protect his own life and not delay his plans. It was not the time for more conversation. Gaara merely raised his eyes, nodded, and considered a response. His gaze remained on the 2 members of the Hyuga clan, still fighting below. If that Hyuga Neji was his opponent, his mother would surely be very pleased. Jiming followed Gaara's gaze downward, where Hyuga Neji was fighting against Hyuga Hinata. She stood and watched for a while. Neji was almost overpowering Hinata, excelling in timing, strength, and the crucial point of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist compared to Hinata. Sure enough, a genius is a genius. Jiming activated her Sharingan, observing the chakra pathways of the 2. Hinata's chakra pathways had been sealed off significantly, while Neji was almost unscathed. Well, it seems that Neji won this match. But Neji didn't mock Hinata. After defeating her with all his strength, he ran over to help her up and gently asked, Are you okay, Hinata? I'm fine. Neye brother. Hinata grunted, pressing her chest, feeling as if her insides were being torn apart. She couldn't help but lower her eyes, thinking that Neji brother was indeed the most suitable person for the clan. If only Neji brother were from the main house. Hinata, you've made great progress this time. Neji noticed the change in Hinata's expression and sincerely said, Lord Hayashi would be very happy to see you like this. Really? Neye brother? Hinata timidly raised her head, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Really? Jiming nodded at this scene, thinking that Hayashi's presence had brought many changes to Neji, helping him and Hinata avoid many detours as siblings. Gaara turned his head, looking at Jiming, whose gaze was unwavering. Her clear eyes never lingered on him for a moment. He clenched his fists and shifted his gaze back to the white-clothed boy. Hyuga Neji, Hitaki Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Let's see who else there is. Gaara Jimin withdrew her gaze and moved closer to Gaara, patting his shoulder. Gaara seemed completely unaware of her action, turning to him with a hint of surprise, confusion, and even joy in his eyes. She was looking at him. Gaara looked at Jimin, lightly tapping his shoulder as if to say something, but it was as light as a feather, yet it tugged at his heartstrings. What's wrong? He heard his own awkward voice asking her. Nothing. Do you have confidence for the match later? Jimin scratched her head. She wasn't good at finding topics either, and it was indeed a bit awkward. But for Gaara's mental well-being, she needed to protect this child's feelings. Again with a few words, Jimin fell silent, lowering her head and fiddling with her fingers, unsure how to continue the conversation. You're not as cute as you were when you were a kid. If it weren't for the card she was gripping tightly in her hand, she would have really thought Gaara disliked her. What's wrong? Gaara seemed to notice his own coldness and took the initiative to bring up the topic. It's nothing, I just feel like after these years apart. Jimin whispered beside him, using a voice only the 2 of them could hear. I feel like I don't know you anymore. Gaara, no matter what, I will always be your friend. But I hope you can give me another chance to get close to you, okay? Another chance? Gaara paused for half a second, feeling as if the world had frozen. Just the 2 of them. Okay. He heard his own voice agreeing. Chapter 134. Chunin Exam, 17. Jimin continued to press her advantage. Let's set a time. After the match, come to my house for dinner. Okay. After getting Gaara's agreement, Jimin let out a big sigh of relief. Thankfully, Gaara was still willing to communicate with her. She just needed to know what happened during the years of Karuro's death. Everything was falling into place. Jimin stayed with Gaara for a while longer before making an excuse to leave. After all, her purpose for this visit was Sasuke. This was her first time using this sealing technique, and she still didn't know how effective it would be. She arrived at the gathering place for Team 7 and greeted Sakura with a smile. Sakura, today's match was amazing. Really? Sakura's eyes lit up with surprise as she looked at the girl approaching her. The girl was wearing tight clothes today, highlighting her figure. Sakura unconsciously shifted her gaze from her neck down to her belly, then looked down at herself, shaking her head. Why is there such a big difference between people? Sakura clenched her fists, secretly comforting herself. It's okay It's okay, I'll have that too someday. Of course it's true. Jimin nodded, taking a few steps closer to Sakura and pulling her into an embrace. Sakura surprisingly didn't smell of sweat, but rather had a faint scent of cherry blossoms. Good-looking girls always have their own body fragrance. Ino is also really impressive. Jimin couldn't help but think of herself as a water-carrying master. Ino trained alongside her father, mastering the secret techniques of the mountains. But the only flaw was that Ino wasn't as clear-headed as Sakura. Moreover, ninjutsu didn't hold much advantage in one-on-one combat. So in this match, it was still Sakura who emerged victorious. Master will definitely be very happy to hear this. Jimin patted Sakura's shoulder and said, So, Sakura, you need to believe in yourself a bit more. Just like I believe in you. Sakura froze in Jimin's embrace, a wave of sourness washing over her heart. Being in the same class as Naruto and Sasuke, and under Tsunade's guidance, she couldn't afford to rest for even a moment. Aside from mission time, she either had to study in the hospital or train in the training ground. But she still felt insecure. Sasuke and Naruto were progressing too quickly. They seemed like birds soaring in the sky, while she was like a snail crawling step by step on the ground, unable to catch up. Even Kakashi, their instructor, was an unparalleled genius. And what about her? No family, no talent, nothing. Just her passionate effort and the memory of that year when the fireworks bloomed, when the girl held her hand and said, I believe you can do it. Remembering that day when the girl became the center of attention as a genius, she grabbed her confused self and trained together, bringing her under Tsunade's wing. So she couldn't afford to slack off and didn't want to disappoint the girl's goodwill. She worked hard to get here, and she even heard Jimin's reassuring voice. Okay. Sakura's eyes turned red. She forced back her tears and rubbed her head again, calming her emotions. After chatting for a while, Jimin kept an eye on Sasuke's expression and the shoulder hidden under his blue clothing. His expression was calm, and he was even discussing the match with Naruto beside him, comfortably leaning against the railing. It seemed the sealing technique was quite solid. Jimin felt a weight lift off her heart, and her smile became much more relaxed as she greeted the group. Oh, Jimin, long time no see. Kakashi, after that day, finally saw Jimin again, squinting his eyes slightly and appearing relaxed. He always looked this way in front of most people, seemingly indifferent to everything, yet reliable at critical moments. But he really shouldn't care about anything. His father's death had taught him too much. He didn't want to end up like his father. But for some reason, when he saw Jimin, it felt like that indifferent heart began to stir again. What do you call this? Kakashi once again categorized this feeling as a brother's affection for his sister. So today, he also tried to act like a good brother. Have you finished your work with Teacher Minato? Kakashi asked, as if an older brother was asking his younger sister. I guess it's done. I talked to the teacher. Jimin nodded, not sensing anything unusual about Kakashi. The two were about to say something else when the match started. This match was Gaara versus Rock Lee. Jimin remembered this battle. From the stunning first encounter to now, it remained in her heart. Whether it was Gaara's absolute defense of sand or taijutsu genius without any ninjutsu talent. One-tailed Jinchuriki versus 8 gates released. But this time, Gaara's strength had already reached Jonin level. Manipulating sand as if it were water, and with the power of the cards, Gaara's sand reached new heights. And what about Lee? What'd it do? Would Lee really not be able to become a ninja? Dealer, don't worry, Jimin baby, Gaara is different from the original. Dealer, you need to believe in Gaara and also believe in yourself. Jimin wanted to believe, but she looked again at the sand that was almost catching up to Lee's speed, and Lee could only dodge. Just as the sand was about to catch up, Jimin's heart jumped. The whole arena was almost silent. Lee grabbed a kunai and struck at Gaara's sand, dispersing the power of the sand with the edge of the kunai. Lee knew that the red-haired boy in front of him was very strong, but he definitely wouldn't be stronger than him. Lee continued to move at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, he flew behind Gaara, trying to break through the sand's defense. Who would have thought that Gaara's sand seemed to know his thoughts? Chasing him the moment, he made his move, blocking his blind spot. Gaara turned to Xiao Li, and without a doubt, Xiao Li was a very strong taijutsu practitioner. But, unfortunately, he was Gaara. No one could defeat him, at least not among this year's candidates. Uchiha Sasuke could barely match him. And Hyuga was also. After exchanging dozens of offensive and defensive moves, Xiao Li jumped onto his fingers, saw Teacher Kai nodding, and could not help but shed 2 lines of tears, reaffirming, Is it okay, Teacher Kai? Kai nodded again. Xiao Li took a deep breath, picked up the sandbag tied to his leg, and threw it heavily to the ground, producing a loud sound. The people inside the tower were stunned. Chapter 135, Chunin Exam, 18. Dust rose from the ground, obscuring everyone's view. In that instant, Gaara stood calmly in place, not believing that any speed could surpass the flying thunder god technique. But the next second, Gaara's eyes widened in shock as Shao Li appeared before him and threw a punch. He barely reacted in time to sidestep the punch. But the wind from the punch grazed his face, and before he could make his next move, Shao Li had already darted behind him, throwing another punch. This time it landed squarely on his cheek, sending him flying half a meter away. Good, very good. Gaara stood up again, thoroughly interested. Since it was like this, he would use 100% of his strength. He manipulated the sand to chase after Shao Li's movements. The sand had been lightened again by him, and he observed Shao Li's running path, burying the sand he had previously left behind. As long as Shao Li stepped into it, he would undoubtedly lose. However, with his high-speed actions, Gaara's taijutsu was already lacking. He was hit by Shao Li several times and was kicked high into the air. Shao Li continued to kick, lifting Gaara's body upward. Just one more kick, and it would be enough distance. Suddenly, a pain shot through his calf, and Shao Li thought to himself, "Not good. This is the negative effect of releasing the weight." No, he had to win this match. This pain was nothing. Gritting his teeth, he kicked up despite the pain. He wanted to prove that even without ninjutsu, he could still be an excellent ninja. The bandages under his control wrapped around Gaara and spun down rapidly. Showtime. Gaara hid beneath the sand, seeing through his third eye that his sand clone was smashed to pieces. Thankfully, Gaara breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone would eventually show a flaw, and he seized the opportunity when Shao Li exposed his vulnerability with that kick. It was likely due to the sudden pressure from releasing the weight, causing his legs to temporarily be uncoordinated, which slowed down his kick. If he had been hit by that ninjutsu, he would have really been done for. Gaara dared not distract himself further. Taking advantage of Shao Li's recovery time, he quietly bound Shao Li's legs with the sand at his feet. The confinement time was 5 seconds, and the preparation time for his ninjutsu was 7 seconds. Even the most skilled sandstorm coffin would take at least 7 seconds at best. It was a gamble. Gaara thought, 2 seconds, Shao Li might not be able to escape. He clenched his right fist, gathering chakra. Sandstorm. Coffin. The sand wrapped around Shao Li's feet, and a scream was heard as Shao Li lay motionless on the ground. Jiming, watching from the platform, was stunned. Wasn't this a bit too fast? Shao Li hadn't even opened the 5th gate yet, and how could he be lying there? This wasn't right. Sakura clenched her fists in front of her mouth, constantly praying for Shao Li. Shao Li, please be okay. Get up quickly. Naruto, always the bold one, waved his fists and shouted at Shao Li, "Browless. Don't sleep, Browless. Didn't you say you still wanted to win against Neji?" As if hearing Naruto's call, the person lying in the sand suddenly vanished. Jiming and Kakashi exchanged glances and silently activated their Sharingan to observe Shao Li's chakra pathways. The 8 gates release. Looking at the 2 gates that had already been opened was the reason for his speed increase. Indeed, speed was a significant advantage against the slow Gaara. If only Shao Li knew some offensive ninjutsu, perhaps he could have fought Gaara more easily. Suddenly, Shao Li soared into the sky. He was unwilling to accept being caught by Gaara's sand. The moment he was grabbed, he made a decision. He wasn't willing to be left behind, nor was he willing to stop here. Even more so, he was unwilling. What does it mean to be a ninja? Shao Li didn't have a clear idea, but he knew that as long as he followed Teacher Kai, kept training, and practiced taijutsu daily, one day he would become an excellent ninja like Teacher Kai. And this opportunity was this Chunin exam. He had no reason to lose, and he couldn't lose. Take this, Gaara. Shao Li gritted his teeth and began to move rapidly around Gaara. Every time he moved, he landed a punch on Gaara. He suppressed his voice as he continued to open the 3rd and 4th gates. Another solid punch landed on Gaara's face, and when the next punch came, he tried to turn his head to avoid it, but the other side of his face received a heavy blow. Under this pressure, he had no choice but to summon the sand early as protection, but the sand couldn't match the sudden speed of this freak. Gaara couldn't help but wonder, is this really the speed of a human? The landing point of the Flying Thunder God technique could still be predicted, but with Shao Li's speed, he didn't know how to defend and could only alternate his hands to block the attacks. What should he do? Gaara thought. Wait. He clearly felt Shao Li's speed had slowed down significantly. Seizing this opportunity, he replaced himself with a sand clone and hid in the sand, using the same trick. How could you fool me twice? Shao Li almost immediately noticed Gaara's change and rushed at the sand, unleashing a flurry of punches. Gaara was forced out of hiding as he continued to dodge. Just 1 second left. The sand chased after Shao Li's feet, just a little faster, and he could grab Shao Li's foot. As long as the sand caught him, the match would be over. But in that 1 second he lacked, Shao Li threw him into the sky and another person flew down from above, delivering a heavy kick. Lotus. The sand wrapped around Gaara's body without him knowing when, and he felt a warm, familiar chakra protecting him. Mom? He was momentarily stunned, looking at the sand. It was completely like a mother's embrace, protecting her child from harm. As the smoke cleared, everyone on the platform was shocked. The sand had taken the form of an embrace, using its last bit of strength to protect its child. Jiming was speechless, and Karura. Is this the sand you gave to Gaara? Kakashi glanced at both sides. Shaoli had completely collapsed, while Gaara remained unharmed. It was time to announce the result of the match. Ahem. Kakashi cleared his throat. In this round, Gaara wins. Hearing the announcement, Shaoli wanted to get up again, but his body felt as heavy as lead, every bone shattered. He pushed against the ground, trying to rise to resist this result, but he couldn't get up at all. What to do? Chapter 136, Chunin Exam, 19. Shaoli lay on the ground, lamenting. He couldn't lose. He couldn't afford to lose. No matter who lost, he couldn't be the one to lose. Shaoli stood up, but his steps were unsteady. He had already exerted all his strength. He looked at the examiner and said, Examiner, I can still move. I can still fight. The consequences of the 8 gates were evident. My guy could no longer stand, but instead used the body flicker technique to appear in front of Rock Lee, pulling his beloved student into his arms and saying with concern, Lee, you did great. You are already an excellent ninja. I'm so proud of you. Teacher Guy, but I haven't. I still haven't, Lee said, tears flowing uncontrollably down his face. If he lost, what would all those years of training mean? He hadn't defeated Niji. He hadn't faced Sasuke. He hadn't even had the chance to meet the genius of Konoha. Lee, my guy's heart shattered. This child wanted it so badly. Yet he was much more sensitive than him, which was why he pushed himself so hard during this Chunin exam to open the 5th gate. But like this, having just become a ninja not long ago, how could he throw away his ninja career over a single Chunin exam? My guy wouldn't allow it. He wanted to help Lee become an excellent ninja together. Enough, Lee, that's enough. Gaara watched the touching scene between the master and disciple. As a mother's embrace gradually turned to sand, becoming his gourd, resting on his back. He didn't know what was happening, but he looked up at Shikamaru standing next to Sasuke and saw her smiling and giving him a big thumbs up. He turned back to see Temari and Kankuro, who were also smiling at him. It seemed he had people cheering for his victory in the match. Then Lee Rock, Gaara walked over to Lee Rock, extending his right hand toward him, revealing a rare smile. I'm glad to have fought with you. You are really strong. Lee was stunned for a moment before crawling out of Might Guy's embrace. Tears were still on his face, blinking as if he hadn't fully processed what he had just heard. Gaara almost wanted to escape immediately. He didn't know what was wrong with him, nor why he suddenly walked up to his opponent to say comforting words. These words were never his strong suit, but he thought Lee would want to hear them. He really wanted to win, much more than he had expected. So he gave it his all, as it was still a sign of respect from him, Lee Rock. Hey, Lee. I'm here to shake hands in reconciliation, Gaara said. Might Guy pulled himself out of his sadness, realizing that Lee had already won this match by earning the opponent's acknowledgement, so he encouraged Lee to shake hands with Gaara. Come on, reach out your hand. Otherwise, it would be so awkward for Gaara. Only then did Lee raise his left hand and grasp Gaara's hand. He also praised him. You are the strongest taijutsu user I've seen in our generation. I'm very happy to be your opponent. Gaara felt as if he had used all his skills in that moment. Fortunately, Lee was somewhat cooperative. Gaara-kun was indeed very tricky. His use of sand was excellent. Not only that, you could see my movements clearly, but the sand couldn't keep up with my speed. Yuki gazed, watching the two exchange compliments. Couldn't he help but clear his throat. Lee, the medical team has been waiting for you for a long time. You should go check your injuries first. At this, Lee embarrassedly scratched his head and lay down on the stretcher. As he was carried away, he turned back to Gaara and flashed a signature big smile, saying, Gaara-kun, let us spar together again when we have the time. Shikamaru watched this small change, and for some reason, tears fell from her eyes. It seemed she had changed Gaara's once dark personality through her efforts, making him a gentler person, one who would shake hands with his opponents after a match. Moreover, Lee wasn't too seriously injured. She looked at Sasuke, who had been chatting with Naruto, and thought maybe this time she could hope that Sasuke wouldn't leave the village. Wait. Shikamaru's eyes widened in surprise. This chakra is. She quickly thought it was bad news, and, the next second, the owner of the chakra appeared behind her, grabbing her collar and lifting her up. Senju Shikamatsu. A roar echoed, and Shikamaru had grown accustomed to it, silently enduring. But Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi standing nearby were all startled, quickly lining up in a row, ready to run away. It was too terrifying. The angry Tsunade was someone you couldn't provoke. Sakura thought to herself that she would never make Tsunade angry again, or she wouldn't know how she would die. Naruto was stunned for a second, realizing that the gentle Granny Tsunade also had such a terrifying side. It seemed that his mom was still very gentle with him. At least she hadn't made a move. Sasuke silently nodded in agreement, wondering if Shikamatsu would live every day in such a challenging environment being raised by Tsunade. But then, another white-haired man flew in, appearing before everyone in the blink of an eye. Tobirama's gaze was slightly heavy as he scanned Tsunade up and down, finally resting on her hands. Little Tsunade, just a single sentence, and Tsunade instantly wilted, setting Shikamatsu down gently and turning her head in dissatisfaction. Snorting, little Shika ran out of the hospital. I'm worried about her health. You can't just throw her around like that. Why are you being so fierce, Grandpa? Tsunade felt wronged. She was only looking out for Shikamatsu. When Grandpa wasn't around before, she had been the one in charge. But now, little Shikamatsu was always being managed by Grandpa, and she was also being managed by him. Whenever she wanted to take charge of Shikamatsu, she was still under Grandpa's control. Why did she, as the current head of the Senju clan, have no power at all? She wanted to protest. She wanted to go on strike. Tobirama was somewhat confused. He didn't seem to have done anything wrong. He just wanted to call out little Tsunade's name. Why did that make him seem fierce? To avoid scaring Shikamatsu, he softened his voice and gently said, Little Shika, why did you run out? Aren't you still recovering? If you do this, both me and little Tsunade will worry. Tsunade shot Tobirama a fierce glare, snorting again in a haughty manner. Let whoever wants to worry do so. I'm going to drink. Enough. I want to run away from home. Chapter 137, Chunin Exam 20, Master. Shikamatsu's gaze swept between the two, finally resting on Tsunade, affectionately leaning against her, shaking her arm and acting cute. Oh, Master, I'm already much better. It doesn't hurt at all. I can eat a whole cow now, although it was an exaggeration. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh, playfully poking her nose. You can't do this next time. You can only leave the hospital after I approve. Okay. Shikamatsu quickly replied, eager to please. Finally, she had managed to handle this great Buddha, and the venue below was also cleared, before she could run over to Tobirama to comfort him. Yuki Gaze called down the contestants. All right, conversation paused. She glanced at Tobirama, and in an instant, their eyes met. His crimson gaze deeply looking at her, as if he were drowning in it. Startled, Shikamatsu quickly looked away, shrinking into Tsunade's embrace. Tsunade naturally wrapped the child up, listening as Minato succinctly introduced the rules for the third exam. She mainly wanted to hear who Sakura would face. Sakura was her subordinate, and she hoped that she could inherit her legacy like Shizun. As for little Shika, as long as she was happy, that was enough. The little princess of the Senju clan didn't need to bear so much. She just needed to be happy. The final matchups have been announced, and Ibiki will publicly reveal the final draw results. Naruto vs Neika, Hora vs Utia, Fino Anne vs Kankuro, Tema vs Sakura Haruno vs Sato. Are we fighting against the Sound Ninjas? Tsunade clicked her tongue, a newly emerging ninja village, knowing nothing about it, while the Leaf Village had been established for many years, and she was already famous in the ninja world. She probably also knew her disciples' basic offensive techniques. Well then, let us meet again in a month. After Minato finished speaking, each Jounin took their little ones to assign tasks. Kakashi and his group returned as well. Sakura. Tsunade released the young Shin from her embrace and looked at Sakura, whose face was bruised. It seems his child is quite unwilling as well. From the brief understanding just now, the first round matched her against a girl from the Yamanaka clan, and this girl was considerably stronger, but Sakura had the edge. Very good. A month, train hard. Does this mean Tsunade will personally teach her? Sakura was taken aback, not knowing what to do for a moment, only managing to nod stiffly and blurt out, Thank you, Lady Tsunade. My training will be very strict. Tsunade snorted, Sakura, you could be prepared for that. Yes, I will take it seriously, Lady Tsunade. With Sakura taken care of, Kakashi felt relaxed, with two little ones remaining. If you were to say that he had taught Naruto the longest, it was true, but Naruto's attributes didn't quite align with his +9 tails. It seemed only that Lady could intervene. As for Sasuke, Sasuke's attributes did match his, both being lightning type, but since he had already learned Chidori, there didn't seem to be much left to teach. Sigh. For the first time in Kakashi's life, he fell into deep thought, feeling that he might no longer have much use for his little ones. Well, Sasuke had already thought about who he wanted to train with. His gaze completely fixed on Shin, but he didn't dare to keep staring. Shin, can you guide me in training? Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt, forget it. If he doesn't train with him, he'll enjoy his leisure time, which is nice, an extra vacation. Kakashi could only comfort himself like this, but his heart was already full of wounds. Heartbroken. It should be okay. Shin thought for a moment, realizing that the didn't have much work scheduled either. Since Sasuke took the initiative to request, accompanying him in training would also give her something to do. I'll lead you, Uchiha brat. Tobirama suddenly appeared from nowhere, standing behind Shin, his crimson eyes fixed intently on Sasuke. When this gentleman said this, Sasuke's mind went blank. This gentleman was very strong, possibly on par with Uncle Minato. If he could receive his guidance, perhaps his skills would greatly improve. But Sasuke didn't believe in free lunches. He wasn't familiar with this gentleman, and there was no reason for him to actively teach him. He cautiously asked, Lord Tobirama, why did you choose me? If we're talking about why, Tobirama looked at the little brat in front of him. He resembled that boy so much. When they first met, he thought he had also been reborn. Unfortunately, this little brat's personality was much cuter than that boy's and a bit more popular, though he found it annoying that he always trained with Shin. But without a doubt, this Uchiha brat was very talented. Moreover, he wanted to help him with his vendetta. You resemble my old friend. Tobirama said, there was once a Uchiha child by my side, and this can be considered guiding his descendant. So, little brat, do you think you're unworthy of my guidance? Tobirama snorted coldly. No. Sasuke dared not say that he was. Even if he felt that way, he could only deny it here. He rarely took things seriously, so he thanked Lord Tobirama for his guidance. You should stay in the Senju clan area for this period. Tobirama continued, that kid Gaara is ridiculously strong. The current Shin can compete with him on a 7-3 basis. If it were you, at most it would be 5-5. So if you want to win, you need to continue improving. Yes. Shin looked on in astonishment at the two having a normal conversation, feeling a bit of a character collapse. Wait, didn't this Lord Tobirama dislike Uchiha brats? And why was he sealing his heart, not letting her hear anything? As for Naruto, I'll have to trouble you, Kakashi. Minato had no time. Although he wanted to personally guide Naruto, there were too many things regarding the Chunin exams, and he couldn't keep up. Teacher, how about? Kakashi could also teach Naruto, but he didn't have much left to teach him. He needed a more suitable teacher to help Naruto break through his bottleneck. Wasn't that lady supposed to come back soon? How about? You mean Jiraiya? Minato tapped his chin with his finger. Jiraiya was his teacher, and if he could teach Naruto, it should lead to a huge improvement. Moreover, the power within that child hadn't acted for so many years in the Land of Water. If they took action during the Chunin exams, Naruto and Kushina would become targets. Following Jiraiya would be considered protecting Naruto. Chapter 138. Chunin Exams 21. The child from Hyuga clan is said to be a genius like Hinata Hisashi, able to perform 128 gentle fist strikes at just 14. Given time, he will surely surpass Hinata Hisashi and become the leader of the Hyuga clan. Alright, Minato agreed to this matter. Then Kakashi, you will work with Obito for this month. Kakashi, the little ones are gone, and the vacation is gone. I don't want to play anymore. But Obito was delighted, patting Kakashi on the shoulder playfully. Kakashi, in the end, you still have to work under me. Ha. This sounded like a feeling of turning the tables. Kakashi felt embarrassed and decided not to argue with Obito. Whatever he said was fine. After all, it would cost him any flesh. Jiraiya? Naruto poked his little head over, his blue eyes sparkling, seemingly very satisfied with Minato's arrangement. He had been fortunate to see Jiraiya's abilities a few times, and he was very strong. Plus, he was Dad's teacher. He wanted to learn from him. Yes, Naruto. Do you want Lord Jiraiya to guide your training? Minato affectionately patted Naruto's little head. Over the years, his little one had grown up well and trained well in places he couldn't see. That's why he made it to the 3rd round of the Chunin exams. He felt gratified. Of course, Lord Jiraiya is Dad's teacher, so he must be super strong. Naruto said happily. Then will I be as strong as Dad when the time comes? Of course. Naruto, you will be much stronger than Dad in the future. Because of your 9 tails, that's a power that can change the world. After arranging the whereabouts of the 3 children, Shin found an excuse to leave first. She stealthily followed Gaara, carefully tapping him on the shoulder before he noticed sand wrapping around her palm but not attacking her at all. Instead, it gently caressed her like a mother's tenderness. Shin? Gaara turned in surprise, looking at the little person following him. Why are you here? Didn't we agree to have dinner at my house? Shin stood beside him as soon as he noticed her, casually draping an arm over his shoulder, looking like good friends. However, The sudden contact from a girl made Gaara's sand instinctively shield his shoulder, so Chiharu could only touch his sand, which seemed to recognize her chakra and automatically withdrew. Even Gaara was surprised by such a change in himself. Is it because Mom knows it's Chiharu? Gaara thought, and his heart softened. Sister Temari, brother Kankuro, you guys should come too. Chiharu looked at a man wearing a half mask, wondering if this teacher would join them for a meal. Maki shook his head. Forget it. You guys eat. I have things to do later. Gaara, you can stay at Chiharu's house if you want, Maki said before quickly running off, clearly having something important to do. The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked back to the Senju clan's territory, passing by a dango shop where they bought 3 skewers of dango. As for why 4 people only bought 3 skewers, it was because Chiharu didn't like sweet things too much, and Gaara wasn't a big fan either, but they both had a craving. So they decided to share 1 skewer together. Just as they finished eating, they arrived at the entrance of the Senju clan's territory. Annie was already in the kitchen preparing dinner, and Chiharu ran over, smiling as she leaned against Annie's back, playfully saying, Annie, I think Teacher Minato will come to our house for dinner soon, along with Gaara and me. Could you please prepare a bit more? Auntie handed her a piece of freshly cooked braised pork, which Chiharu bit into, finding it soft and sweet. Simply delicious. So good. Chiharu praised without hesitation. I'll go brew some tea now, so I won't disturb you while you cook. All right, Andy said with a smile. The ice cream you won a couple of days ago is in the freezer. You can go get it from there to share with your friends. Okay. Chiharu thought about whether Gaara and the others would like ice cream, but having lived in the desert for so long, they should enjoy something cold. So she reluctantly decided to treat Gaara and the others to some delicious ice cream. With that in mind, Chiharu went to the fridge, brought out the ice cream, and walked to the moon viewing platform in the main courtyard, where the 3 of them were sitting and chatting, though she wasn't sure what they were discussing. Most of it seemed to be playful banter between Temari and Kankuro, with Gaara occasionally chiming in. However, Gaara was much better than before. Ice cream time. Chiharu placed the ice cream on the table and inserted 4 spoons, bringing 2 containers for convenience. Temari and Kankuro sat on one side to share one, while she and Gaara shared the other. I can't believe we all passed the 3rd exam, Temari exclaimed. Even though it was like this the first time, there's been so much change compared to the first Chunin exam. Mom, I wonder how you're doing in another world. Temari glanced at the red-haired boy, uncertain if Gaara's attitude had changed since meeting Chiharu this time. And Dad, I don't understand why he made that decision. Konoha and Sunagakure have been allies for many years. Why would he do something like this? Of course, Chiharu scooped up some ice cream. On such a hot summer day, without air conditioning, eating ice cream was like saving her life. Temari's wind release is the strongest of our generation. There are few who can match it. Kankuro's puppet techniques are unique as well. Chiharu awkwardly scratched her head under Kankuro's expectant gaze, unsure of what to say, only mentioning that she had seen the puppetry of Granny Chio and Sasori. Kankuro really isn't enough to compare. Gaara didn't need to say anything. Hearing this, Gaara felt a chill in his heart. Why did it have to be him who didn't need to say anything? What? But Temari, you should be careful of Shikamaru, Chiharu added. It seemed like Temari's face flushed a bit. Perhaps it was her imagination. Shikamaru was much smarter now. Well, it's just like that, Temari said nonchalantly. I'll just fan him away. All right. Chiharu laughed, but Sister Temari, the moment of excitement is just this Chunin exam, right? Your mouth is the hardest part. Chapter 139, Chunin exam, 22. But are you guys going back to the land to win this month? Chiharu asked, knowing about Orochimaru's invasion plan and that the current Kazekage was no longer Raza. But the key point was, what role would Temari and her brothers play in this? Having spent some time with them, she knew they were peaceful people. So, could she persuade them to turn this battle around? Probably not. Temari shook her head, taking a bite of ice cream that coincidentally clinked with Kankuro's spoon. She raised her eyes, and Kankuro immediately withdrew his hand, not daring to move an inch. Sister should eat first. Chiharu looked on, suddenly falling silent. Was Kankuro really this scared of Temari in the original work? Long journeys are tiring, Temari continued. It's not a long time anyway. It might be better to just stay in Konoha to focus on training. Although she wasn't too concerned about the Chunin position, she clicked her tongue. Going without it wasn't an option either. Have you found a place to stay? Chiharu thought it would be better to invite the 3 of them to her home, making it easier to keep an eye on their movements. Moreover, she wasn't sure if Gaara's seal had been broken, so she might need to find time to reinforce it. Why not stay at my house? Chiharu suggested. I can have Annie prepare a little courtyard for you 3 to stay in. That way, meals won't be a problem. Sound good. Temari thought it would be better than staying in a hotel, but her deeper reason was that she wanted Gaara to have more contact with Chiharu. Perhaps it would help stabilize Gaara's emotions. Then the plan would fall apart, she thought, not wanting to destroy the newly established friendly alliance treaty with Konoha. Mainly, she didn't want to experience war again. She vividly remembered the last war between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, where she had no way to help and could only watch her brother thrown onto the battlefield like a machine. If another war broke out, Gaara would surely be a key combat force. As an older sister, she wanted Gaara to grow up like a normal person, not as a machine born for war. It's settled then. Chiharu finished her last bite of ice cream, patted Gaara's shoulder, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Gaara, come with me for a moment. I want to see your sealing technique." Speaking softly, the two sitting nearby had no idea what was happening. They only saw Chiharu stand up first, smiling as she said, "I'll go get some more food for you." Using that as an excuse, Chiharu dashed off. She purposely stood at the corner, waiting for Gaara's red head to appear. And then she grabbed Gaara and ran like the wind to an empty room. It was a storage room. When she opened the door, there was a thick layer of dust. She pushed Gaara inside and closed the door tightly. Once the door was shut, the room became quite dark. In such a dark environment, she couldn't tell whether Gaara's sealing technique was secure or not. After thinking for a moment, she took a candle from the scroll of life, ignited it with fire chakra, and handed it to Gaara. "You hold this, Gaara." Gaara took it in a daze, wondering what she was up to. He felt a hand resting on his waist, lifting his shirt. The girl's eyes shone under the firelight, particularly captivating, so she called him to bite his shirt. He complied. Chio half-squatted in front of Gaara, her fair belly showing no change. "Concentrate your chakra and give it a try." Gaara did, as always. And as he gathered chakra, the seal on his abdomen became more pronounced. "But, wait, where are these extra seals? Haven't you been sleeping well lately?" Chio asked again. "Is Shikaku more restless?" "Yeah, a bit. Every time I fall asleep, Shikaku wakes me up," Gaara said, his tone aggrieved and muffled. He didn't understand why, but for several years after the first Chunin exam, he could sleep well. But ever since his mother passed away and he accidentally killed Yashimaru, everything changed. He changed, and so did Shikaku. He became the Azura that everyone feared, the one who could no longer sleep. As if the years he spent knowing Chio were merely stolen moments. So he consciously kept his distance from Chio. He didn't want her to see how violent he had become. He didn't want her to worry, and he didn't want to distract her. So he hid his life completely, leaving letters unanswered, just piling them up in the locked box in his room. For this Chunin exam, he had initially thought about not participating, but his father's orders were something he couldn't resist. He could only silently follow Temari and Kankuro to Konoha, and meeting her was within his expectations. Yet, this troublesome girl still wanted to hold his hand, to keep him from falling, telling him, "No matter what happens, I will always be your friend." How wonderful. She wanted to be his forever friend. He should have been happy, but those words felt like shackles, as if hinting that they could only remain friends. He didn't want that, so he still reacted coldly. But Gaara could never refuse Chio's initiative. As long as she smiled at him and spoke a few words, he would give in. It was the same now. He shouldn't have come to this room with her, and he shouldn't have let her see this seal. If he disturbed Shikaku, he feared it would hurt her again. What if he broke her? But she seemed to know the seal as if it was her own. I think I understand. Chio gathered chakra in her hand, pinpointed the extra seals, and pointed directly at Gaara's belly. 5 elements unsealing. Gaara let out a muffled grunt. His shirt fell down, covering the girl's hand, and for some reason, his headscarf also fell off, landing on the girl's head. The girl lifted her head from under the scarf, as if to confirm his condition. He just forced a smile, though it truly hurt. But he knew Chio wouldn't harm him. "I'll reinforce the seal for you." Chio hesitated for a moment, but decided not to reinforce it. Shikaku's power was important, and it might become a means to save him in the future. "Forget it. This way you should be able to sleep well." "How's it going with Shikaku?" Again, this question. Gaara didn't understand why Chio cared so much about his relationship with Shikaku, as if she had known Shikaku lived inside him from the very beginning. She seemed to know everything about him, yet he knew nothing about her. Gaara thought he was a terrible friend. Might as well take this month to observe what Chio does every day. Chapter 140, Chunin Exam, 23, not bad, I guess. Gaara couldn't pinpoint it. It was neither good nor bad. Then let's go back. Chio thought the time was almost up. If they returned too late, Temari and the others would misunderstand. "I'll go to the kitchen and find something first. You head back." Gaara complied completely. This clumsy lie was passed off. Later, Tobarama returned home with Minato and others, and they had a lively dinner. Without a doubt, Tsunade was drunk again. Surprisingly, Shizen was also drunk. She even started to act wildly. She grabbed a bottle of wine, legs propped on the table, shouting loudly about some hospital, Damn it, go die. Working every day without a rest. I'm just so tired I want to die. Even more absurdly, as the director, Tsunade chimed in, yeah, what a damn hospital. Hurry up and die. More wine. I want more wine. The others. Eventually, Rin and Kushina took the two drunken women back to their rooms and force-fed them some sobering tea. The Senju clan finally quieted down. After dinner, they chatted as usual on the moon viewing platform. Naruto, for some unknown reason, became friends with Kankuro, and the two assembled puppets together. Sasuke, Gaara, and Temari exchanged glances, finding each other unsatisfactory, said nothing, and one returned to the study to read, while the other two were taken back to their courtyard by servants. Ultimately, only Chio remained on the moon viewing platform, along with Tobirama, Minato, Kakashi, and Obito. Chio had been sitting next to Minato, but when he went to the restroom, Tobirama sat down beside her. As the younger generation, she was supposed to be responsible for making tea. However, Chio felt Tobirama's weight pressing down on her, and she wanted to reach over him for her cup of tea, but it was too far, and she couldn't reach it for a long time. To get it, she kept lowering her body, causing Chio to freeze in place. She could clearly feel Tobirama's warm body temperature seeping through her kimono. Unconsciously, she recalled the inexplicable kiss from that day in Tobirama's courtyard. Chio's face turned red. Here you go, Lord Tobirama. Kakashi seemed to notice Tobirama's predicament and stood up to hand the teacup to him. After receiving the cup, Tobirama immediately sat up straight, acting as if nothing had happened, sitting obediently. Senju Tobirama, just keep pretending. Chio gritted her teeth in frustration. This guy had tricked so many people with that icy face. Lord Hiruzen is here. When Minato returned, he brought Sarutobi Hiruzen in with him. Without thinking, Hiruzen sat down next to Tobirama. Not understanding the situation, he began reminiscing about the past. In short, the topics discussed between Hiruzen and Tobirama revolved around events from the First and Second Ninja Wars. Chio listened for a while, unable to bear it any longer, and began to space out. However, when Hiruzen arrived, she couldn't help but think of Orochimaru. Wow, she should inform these big brothers about Orochimaru's schemes. She didn't want her grandpa to die. Although she had the protection of a guardian angel, she still didn't know when she would wake up. It would be better to use their power to stop this crisis. Perhaps the outcome would change. Grandpa Hiruzen. Chio decided to act, first mentioning Orochimaru, as it was easiest to bring it up through the third Hokage. When all eyes turned to her, she finally spoke. Today, I saw Orochimaru-senpai. Orochimaru? The door opened first, and it was Hiruzen who spoke, that genius kid you mentioned before. However, I haven't seen him around since I got here. He is Lord Tsuki. Orochimaru-senpai has already become a rogue ninja. Jimin tugged at Hiruzen's sleeve. He really knew how to add salt to Sarutobi Hiruzen's wounds. Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorite disciple was Orochimaru, and now his disciple had defected, and it was under his own command that he was let go. How heartbroken Sarutobi Hiruzen must be. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, pondered for a moment, and then said, what does he intend to do by returning to Konoha? Jimin, have you found out? Actually, after my last encounter with Orochimaru-senpai, I consciously started tracking his movements. Jimin thought for a moment and began to fabricate. He seems to be the ruler of the Sound Ninja Village now. During the second exam in the Forest of Death, he disguised himself as a ninja to infiltrate the forest. If I hadn't arrived in time, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura would have been eaten by him. Unfortunately, I'm no match for Orochimaru-senpai, but at least I managed to protect their lives. Half-truths left the 5 listeners stunned, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, who silently smoked his pipe. He might have already guessed Orochimaru's purpose for coming this time. He understood his disciple well, and was a shrewd politician. What could a village leader from another village do hiding in a different village? It was obvious. Minato. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and looked at Minato. Prepare the personnel for the 3rd exam a month from now. If nothing goes wrong, Orochimaru might be planning to put Konoha in a dire situation. The focus should still be on non-combatants. The evacuation routes need to be planned in advance. The hospital must also remain vigilant and arrange counterattack personnel. Orochimaru has been immersed in this for years. He must be prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to Konoha at this time. Yes, Lord Hiruzen. Minato's expression was quite serious. Orochimaru, huh? The one who was a strong competitor alongside him for the position of 4th Hokage. Furthermore, I heard, although this is also very important, the battle between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen is the most critical, as 2 people summoned by Orochimaru through the Edo Tensei are the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It's just that I don't know if Tobarama will still be summoned now that he has appeared here. But that fourth Hokage's coffin might also be a formidable opponent. One should be more cautious. Orochimaru has already learned Edo Tensei. This statement sent shockwaves through everyone. Chapter 141. Tobarama's thoughts, Edo Tensei? Tobarama frowned, almost standing up. That kid is stealing my techniques? He said this. But Jimin suddenly recalled the comments during the appearance of Konoha's F4 in the Fourth Shinobi World War. The first returns to meet old friends. The second returns to maintain property rights. The third protects Konoha. And the fourth meets his son. It seems Tobarama places great importance on intellectual property. However, when she summoned him back then, she said it was an improved version of Edo Tensei, and he didn't react this strongly. Orochimaru loves to learn. Perhaps Lord Suki's ninjutsu is just too captivating, which attracted the senpai. At this moment, Jimin defended Orochimaru's reputation, saying scholars don't steal. Moreover, in the whole world of Hokage, only Orochimaru believes in science. If the Sharingan opens in the future, she might indeed need to visit Orochimaru. Are you the same? Tobarama's sudden shift in questioning left Jimin at a loss for words. She was studying the forbidden scrolls left by Tobarama, but many were beyond her grasp. But wasn't that also Tobarama watching her learn? Now he had come to question her. Lord Suki, little Jimin is still very eager to learn. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and defended her. She is the only one who can inherit Lord Suki's legacy. Thank you, Grandpa Hiruzen. Jimin was almost moved to tears, giving a grateful look to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who smiled and nodded at her. This matter was considered settled. The topic returned to the issue of Edo Tensei. But the key is how we let them know who the ninja summoned by Edo Tensei is. Not to worry, to counter the Edo Tensei technique. I have invented another technique, the mutually detonating explosive tag. Tobarama seemed unconcerned. Since it's his technique, he wouldn't fall to it. He was a meticulous person. How could he not be prepared? However, based on the information I've gathered, this ninja might be stronger than Lord Suki. Jimin said weakly at this point. Anyone can guess it's Senju Hashirama, right? Someone stronger than him? Two figures flashed through Tobarama's mind. One was his goofy older brother Senju Hashirama, and the other was the cold-faced Uchiha Madara. If either of these two were summoned, it would indeed be tricky. If he weren't around, the third and fourth wouldn't be able to defeat those two. But even with him, it would be uncertain if they could win. Tobarama quickly dismissed his thoughts. They were just summoned dead people. As long as they found an opportunity to seal them, it would be fine. Is it Lord Hashirama? Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to voice that answer. As soon as these words were spoken, the three who had only heard legends about Hashirama turned serious. Kakashi exclaimed, "If we summon the god of ninja, do we still have a chance? If we don't have one, we need to create one." Obito retorted, "Kakashi, Konoha needs us now. We can't back down." Kakashi looked at the ever-optimistic Obito, unable to help but chuckle. In this regard, he indeed couldn't compare to Obito. Obito was always bright and optimistic, while he seemed to be his opposite, sometimes pessimistic and overly cautious about everything. Even Minato-sensei often said he thought too much. "All right." Kakashi smiled. "Obito, don't hold me back." Obito almost exploded with anger, but in front of Lord Suki, he remained compliant, gritting his teeth and saying, "Kakashi, don't forget, you are my subordinate now." All right. Minato sighed. How old are these two kids? Yet they still act like Naruto and Sasuke, thinking they can't be happy unless they argue every day. In the end, I still have to ask Kushina and me to mediate. It's truly a happy trouble. I will make proper arrangements for this matter. Minato took the lead in promising. Although Konoha had shown friendliness in recent years, people had to be kept in check. Namake's Minato, would not show any mercy. This was his resolve as a Hokage, and a bit of personal ambition. He could defeat Orochimaru this time, just as he did before. The yellow flash of Konoha would shine brightly once again. Jimin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Would Sarutobi Hiruzen's death change? With Minato, the third, plus her and Tobarama, they should be able to stand against Orochimaru, right? After chatting for a while, it was time for Jimin to sleep. Since no one left their seats, she could only quietly match their pace. But she was so tired that her mind was a bit hazy. As soon as she relaxed, she didn't know which direction she lay down in. Fortunately, she was surrounded by trustworthy people, and when she fell into a warm and solid embrace, she fell asleep peacefully. Tobarama was momentarily stunned by the sudden embrace from the girl. They had never had any intimate contact before. The only time was when he died in her arms. Now that she was alive, he was too. The girl lay in his arms, eyes closed, fast asleep. How wonderful, Tobarama thought. Even Orochimaru would absolutely not be allowed to ruin this moment. In fact, they chatted for a long time afterward, and Tobirama felt his hand getting a bit sore. But he didn't want to leave. He even hoped Minato and the others would talk a little more, so the girl would stay in his arms longer. Chapter 142, Gaara and Sasuke Fight. The next day, Jimin woke up in her room. The sun was much higher in the sky. She struggled to get out of bed, thankful that she had many dreams last night and had slept relatively well. She got up and went to the kitchen in the main courtyard to find something to eat, just in time to run into the aunt who was preparing lunch. Seeing her up, the aunt placed a bowl of steaming porridge on the dining table and instructed, "Miss, this is breakfast made by Lord Suki this morning. He specifically told me to make sure you finish it." Oh, Jimin raised an eyebrow and began to sip the porridge slowly with a spoon. Breakfast had to be porridge. Compared to the breakfast she used to have, she still preferred Chinese breakfast. Unfortunately, she couldn't have fried dough sticks with soy milk. Coincidentally, Sasuke also arrived at the dining room. He sat across from her, watching her eat without saying a word or making any other movements. Under the pressure of his intense gaze, Jimin felt that the porridge in her bowl didn't taste good anymore. Seriously, why wasn't Sasuke sick enough to walk a few steps? Sitting across from her without speaking, what kind of situation was that? What made her even more frustrated was that Gaara came over a moment later, sitting across from her as well, saying nothing and simply watching her drink porridge quietly. Jimin, shouldn't she react somehow? Jimin quickly finished the porridge in her bowl, preparing to find an excuse to escape. But before she could get up, Gaara called out to her, "Jimin, can you train with me?" Jimin looked up and first glanced at Sasuke. Seeing that he had no reaction, she was about to respond to Gaara, but at that moment, Sasuke spoke again. "Jimin, didn't you promise to accompany me for training?" Caught between the two boys, Jimin was at a loss for words. If she didn't use the shadow clone technique and just want to help one of them train, it would be fine. She could keep things fair, and no one could point out her mistakes. Wait, Sasuke, weren't you supposed to be trained by Lord Suki? Jimin suddenly remembered that Sasuke's training assignment had already been arranged yesterday, and it was clearly Tobirama who was supposed to take care of him. So why was he looking for her to train? No way. She didn't want to help Tobirama finish his work. As for Gaara, she didn't want to take a sand bath today. Why not find someone else to train with you? After saying all that in one breath, Jimin quickly got up, not giving the two boys any chance to say more, and dashed back to her small courtyard. The two boys left in the dining room, exchanged glances, then turned their heads away in silence. They were both boys and understood each other's feelings towards Jimin, but neither of them had a suitable reason to say the other was wrong. Another heavy sigh escaped, prompting the aunt in the kitchen to come out and check what was going on. She looked at the two young masters and couldn't help but ask, "Are you hungry?" Both young masters shook their heads in unison. All right. The aunt fell silent for a moment. Since they weren't hungry, it wasn't within her jurisdiction, so she returned to continue making lunch. Otherwise, Lord Suki would be back soon. "Gaara, come on, let us go to the training ground and fight." Who would have thought this sentence would come from Sasuke? Gaara was stunned for half a second, but agreed with Sasuke's idea. By the time Jimin learned of this news, it was already evening. She had taken a nap, read for a while, and only when it was completely dark did she walk out of her campus. To her surprise, before she reached the main courtyard, she saw Tobirama training the children on the moon viewing platform. She got curious and hurriedly hid behind the wall to eavesdrop. "You two, what are you going to do about the tree I've been nurturing for so many years?" Tobirama rubbed his temples. He had enough things to deal with during this time, and who knew that the kids at home would be so troublesome? At least his little Jimin was more reliable. Whenever mischief happened, she was never around. He might have felt a bit comforted by that thought, but the next moment, seeing the two boys looking at each other defiantly, his anger flared up again. "Still not convinced, huh?" Tobirama's expression turned cold, his gaze sharp, as if he were about to use the flying Raijin technique and take them down. The two remained silent, saying nothing. "Fine, do as you please." Tobirama didn't want to be angry with them anymore. Let them be however they wanted, as long as they compensated for the damage. One from the Uchiha clan, the other the son of the Kazekage. They shouldn't be short on money. Remember to have someone prop the tree back up tomorrow and fix the broken parts. This was Tobirama's final concession. If he returned from work tomorrow and didn't see the tree in its original state, they would face the consequences. Yes. Finally, the two spoke up. If they hadn't said anything, Tobirama would have thought they were mute. After asking for a long time why they fought and receiving no answers, he understood that teenagers often had many irrational reasons during their rebellious phase, and it was normal not to want others to know. After dealing with the two boys, he reached out and poked Sasuke's head. Almost instantly, he was behind Sasuke with a dagger pointed at his neck. The sharp blade was against Sasuke's neck, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. His body froze completely, unable to move, and his mind went blank. He didn't understand what Tobirama's actions meant. Nor did he know if the knife would really strike, or if he even wanted to live. In fact, many times, he thought it would be better if he had died on the night of the massacre, if he had died at Itachi's hands, if he had died at Orochimaru's hands. Then he could finally sleep well, instead of dreaming every night of his parents' unclosed eyes, of his clan's smiles, of the rivers of blood flowing in Uchiha territory. You idiot. Tobirama had originally wanted to test Sasuke's skills, but who knew the boy would remain still like someone awaiting death, just waiting for the knife to fall, instead of using Flying Raijin to escape. Flying Raijin. I remember little Jimin taught you that. If you can't even escape this, how will you compete with Gaara in the future? How will you ever surpass Uchiha Itachi? Tobirama clicked his tongue, looking disdainful. Tonight, after dinner, come train with me in taijutsu. Okay. After saying this, Tobirama prepared to get up, and Jimin, who had been hiding in the corner, quietly slipped away from the moon-viewing platform and sat on the sofa in the main courtyard as if she had just arrived. But why did Gaara and Sasuke end up fighting again this time? Clearly, during lunch, the two had been relatively normal. How did they start fighting as soon as she left? Looking at Tobirama's angry expression, it seemed the damage was not small. What kind of anger could make these two emotionally stable boys so furious? Jimin couldn't figure out, so she called upon her external aide, the dealer. Dealer, we detected that it's because of little Jimin. Oh. Dealer, I suspect the two seem to be competing for your ownership. Jimin, shouldn't my ownership belong to me? What is the use of them competing? Jimin didn't understand the thoughts of the young boys, and they hadn't done anything particularly special for her. After all, what was there to compete for in the identity of friends? Dealer, facepalming sometimes I really can't tell if you're genuinely foolish or just not getting it. Jimin, let's not talk about that. Didn't you say I could open the door to my memories before? This was possible during the Spring Festival 2 years ago, but Jimin had never found enough time to look at that door to her memories. She also lacked the courage to open it, but now it seemed she finally had the time. As for courage, if she gathered a bit more, she should have it. However, in recent days, Tobirama's gaze towards her had been too strange, yet when she asked him, he wouldn't tell her anything. Jimin wanted to understand her past, both about herself and her relationship with Tobirama. Chapter 143, Warring States Period. One Uchiha Taijima is actually a daughter Khan? The dealer paused for a long time before solemnly asking. Once again, are you sure? Are you sure you want to use the memory fragments? Jimin realized that the dealer did not want her to access this past memory. People tend to want to do what they're told not to do, and she nodded heavily, saying she wanted to use it. The robot that shouldn't have emotions actually sighed helplessly and said, in that case, I respect your wishes. You can open the memory fragments in your backpack. Jimin, do I need to prepare anything? Dealer, no need, just open it. Entering the time-space door is like dreaming, but this dream lasts a bit longer. However, we can control that. You might have a headache when you wake up the next day. Dealer, this is a normal phenomenon, so please don't worry too much, Jimin baby. Dealer, by the way, once you enter the time-space door, I can't accompany you. I can only return after you come out. Dealer, so please make sure to come out. Jimin opened her system panel and checked the available items. She found that she had 3 Niku no Susum cards. It was time to revive someone from her card pool. But the key matter now was to open the time fragments. The moment she touched it, a box appeared before Jimin. Do you choose to enter the time-space door? 1. Yes. 2. No. Jimin pressed yes, and, in the blink of an eye, the environment around her completely changed. Wails filled the air, and countless cries reached her ears. She clutched her chest, feeling as if her heart had been torn apart. She pounded her chest fiercely, hoping to ease the pain, but she could see nothing. Someone covered her eyes, and, as she pounded her chest, they forcefully grabbed her hand. She wanted to remove this annoying obstruction, but her hands were held by someone else's. She couldn't move. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She couldn't understand where this deep sadness was coming from and instinctively sought help from the dealer, calling out a few times, but got no response. It suddenly dawned on her that the dealer couldn't follow her into the time-space door. Stop crying. It was a boy's voice, somewhat familiar, but she couldn't immediately recall who it was. Yet the tears wouldn't stop flowing. Who understands that this body has a condition of uncontrollable tears? She hadn't done anything, but kept crying. All cleaned up, bro. Suddenly, another boy came over, speaking to the one who held her wrist. How's little G? You're not allowed to bring her to the battlefield tomorrow. The boy behind her didn't respond, and his voice carried some anger. He finally let go of the hand covering her eyes, temporarily restoring her vision. However, the hand gripping her wrist transformed into a 10-finger interlock, leading her away. At that moment, Jiming finally saw the boy in front of her. Dressed in a black kimono with a table tennis racket design, 2 long swords hung at his waist, and his seaweed-like long hair was casually scattered. He even carried a round fan on his back, which had 3 magatama on it. Without a doubt, this was Uchiha Madara. The boy who called him brother earlier must be Uchiha Izuna. It turned out her guess was correct. She and Uchiha Madara were indeed somewhat related. But the Uchiha clan had always been at odds with the Senju clan. Why did Tobirama have such a good relationship with her? Before she could think further, she was brought before a middle-aged man by Madara. The man's expression was cold as frost, with particularly prominent tear troughs, and even more striking were his scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Taijima, Madara's father? Father, Madara suddenly spoke respectfully. Confirming her thoughts, I brought little Ji back unharmed. The cold-faced, middle-aged man suddenly broke into a smile, and when he smiled, the tear troughs became even more pronounced. He indeed had that gentle demeanor of a father looking at his daughter. Little Ji, you weren't hurt, right? Did your brother protect you well? This contrast left Jiming stunned for 3 seconds. Suddenly, she felt the sensation of gloves rubbing against her hands, and she realized she was responding playfully to Uchiha Taijima, saying, "Of course I wasn't hurt. Brother Madara and Brother Izuna are both very strong. Don't worry, father." As she spoke, she even let go of Madara's hand and took her father's arm, looking quite affectionate, adding, "And little Ji is also very strong. Ordinary people can't hurt her." This state of herself left Jiming speechless. So this was her character before? Wait, Jiming suddenly realized that she called Uchiha Taijima father, which meant she was Madara's sister. Connecting this to her resemblance to Sasuke, she probably was Izuna's twin sister. Alright, let's prepare to return to the clan. 8 years before Konoha, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan were still in a stalemate. Uchiha Taijima, as the clan leader, led the clan to establish their territory near the Naka River, while Senju Tobirama led his clan to establish their territory on the other side of the river. The two families were dominant on either side of the Naka River. After returning to the clan territory, an older sister responsible for taking care of Jiming led her back to her room, changing her out of her bloody clothes and into a kimono with the Uchiha clan emblem. This was her first time wearing the Uchiha clan's kimono. Although it was not much different from the Senju's, just one black and one white. Wearing it gave her an indescribable feeling. After thinking for a long time, her limited vocabulary couldn't come up with anything, so she decided to stop thinking. Following her sister named Meng, she arrived at Uchiha Taijima's door. Meng only told her before, "The clan leader is requesting you." Jiming stood nervously at the door, lightly knocking 3 times. Hearing the voice from inside permitting her, she pulled the door open, lifted her skirt, and walked in. The only advantage of the kimono was that it made her look somewhat like a noble lady, but it restricted her movements, making it hard for her to walk quickly. "Father, I heard you were looking for me." She half-kneeled on the floor, addressing the man sitting at the table writing. The man's demeanor was cold and hard, but for some reason, when he looked at her, he changed to a smile, softening his entire demeanor. "This Uchiha Taijima really is a daughter con," Jiming silently mocked. "Little Ji, could you help father check the wound?" Uchiha Taijima loosened his outer garment, revealing that the white bandage had been stained red. She cautiously approached, her hands hovering in the air, trembling uncontrollably. She was a bit scared. What if at this time, she didn't know any medical ninjutsu? What should she do? Chapter 144, Warring States Period 2, Treating Uchiha Madara, of course. The result was not as she wished. The green light emitted by Ying made her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed she had already mastered medical ninjutsu. In fact, she was quite skilled. "I'll change the bandage for you," Jiming said while removing the old bandage. Holding the new bandage, she wrapped it around a wound again and again, finally tying a pretty bow. The wound was simply treated. Next, all that was needed was rest. "Father, please take a good rest next week," Jiming advised. "You can't go back to the battlefield, or little Ji will be sad." Uchiha Taijima's smile deepened as he nodded and gently tapped Jiming's forehead. All right, father will listen to our little Ji." How clever she was, already looking after her father. "Isn't this for father's health?" Jiming said, touching her forehead and glaring with her beautiful eyes. "If you keep this up, little Ji won't treat your wounds anymore." All right. Uchiha Taijima really had no way to deal with this little daughter of his. His first wife had passed away years ago, but fortunately, she left behind such a lovely daughter who resembled her so much, giving him a bit of breathing room amidst the urgent war. He was weary from the war. yet had to continue fighting, not just for himself, but for his clan and for his deceased wife. Have you had dinner? Uchiha Taijima pulled back his thoughts and looked at Jiming with increasing tenderness. Not yet. I'll go check on my brother's injuries and have dinner with him later. Jiming's response was exactly what Uchiha Taijima expected. He was very happy to see the siblings getting along harmoniously and to see his two sons doting on their little sister. This way, even after his death, with two sons around, his little daughter wouldn't suffer any losses. Uchiha Taijima rubbed Jiming's head again, his smile never fading. Go on. Check on your brother's injuries. You must supervise them well. Otherwise, they'll take it lightly again. Under Uchiha Taijima's watchful eyes, Jiming left his room. Under the guidance of Sister Ming, she first arrived at Uchiha Madara's room. She still stood at the door and knocked twice. Hearing the boy's voice of consent from inside, she dared to pull the curtain and enter. To be honest, Jiming's impression of Madara was still stuck in the image of a proud big cat from fan fiction. But seeing the real person, Jiming paused for a moment, deciding to be more cautious. What if Madara wanted her to dance with him later? Little G. Madara stopped wiping his blade and looked at the girl. The girl had already changed into a new outfit. Black looked particularly beautiful on her. However, little G from their family was just beautiful. Even wearing a sack would look good. Are you hungry? Should I order food for you? Brother's injuries can't be delayed. I'll check his injuries first. Jiming declined Madara's suggestion and said to Sister Ming at the door, please call Brother Izuna over. With such a familiar tone, Jiming guessed that this wasn't the first time she had come into this room after a battle to treat Madara and Izuna. Therefore, this memory fragment was not the first one. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind, but her hands moved without her control, skillfully pulling off Madara's outer garment. She understood. After all, only her thoughts were under her control. All other actions were beyond her command. However, this tan body and these well-defined muscles, Jiming couldn't help but give Uchiha Madara a thumbs up. No wonder he was the man of so many dream girls. His body management was truly impressive. Each scar on his skin added a touch of beauty to Uchiha Madara. Damn, how could she think of these things while treating Uchiha Madara's injuries? Although her mind was disconnected from her actions, it was still a bit shy. Uchiha Madara's injuries were not severe, just some superficial wounds. A treatment with palm healing technique would be fine. Just then, the door was pushed open. Uchiha Izuna walked in. Jiming looked at the face that looked just like her own and was a bit shocked. Uchiha Izuna sat down in front of Uchiha Madara without any hesitation and took off his upper garment. TSK. How to put it? Jiming looked at the color difference between the two. Uchiha Izuna was fair, his skin tone was nearly similar to hers, and he had no old injuries. Only a few new ones. Jiming skillfully treated him. The two big men finally pulled up their shirts. Soon after, Sister Ming knocked on the door, young clan leader. Is it time for dinner? For a moment, Jiming felt that the voice of the young clan leader sounded very familiar. Very similar to the voice she had dreamed of that day. Could it be that the dreams she had back then were all things she had experienced? Kumein, Uchiha Madara said. The door was gently pushed open, and Ming set the table and placed dinner on it. Resources in the Warring States period were not abundant. There was one dish, one soup, and a small fish. The three of them ate dinner in silence. During the meal, Jiming wanted to say something, but she could only speak to herself in her mind. Brother, why do you think father wants little Ji to go to the battlefield? When the tea was served, Uchiha Izuna finally couldn't help but ask. He didn't understand. As a doctor, little Ji going to the battlefield puzzled him about what their father was thinking. Izuna, how do you think father's health has been recently? Uchiha Madara answered the question with another question, pouring a cup of warm tea for Jiming and pushing it in front of her, nodding at her. I feel quite good. Uchiha Izuna thought their father was still as strong as ever, bravely fighting on the battlefield and returning with the same dignity. What did Madara mean by that? Could it be that their father had some hidden illness that he hadn't told them? Impossible, Jiming thought, knowing this matter best. Little Ji, do you think father is in trouble? Uchiha Izuna threw the question to Jiming. It might be long-term accumulated injuries, Father May. Jiming didn't say much, just hinted, lifting her teacup for a sip. The bitter taste filled her mouth. Death was a heavy topic. Uchiha Izuna didn't want to talk about it. Nor did Uchiha Madara, and Jiming wanted to avoid it even more. Uchiha Izuna changed the subject again. Little Ji, how did you feel on the battlefield today? Before he could finish, Uchiha Madara shot him a glare that made Uchiha Izuna immediately fall silent, gripping his cup with his head low. Izuna, thanks for the invitation. I should have cut my tongue off in this life. Chapter 145, Warring States Period 3. Uchiha Madara saw something he shouldn't have seen. In the end, Jiming couldn't bear to let Izuna's words drop, so she answered his question while thinking about when this war would end. Our family has been fighting the Senju clan for so many years. In the end, the result is mutual destruction. Jiming sighed, wishing someone could end this war. Uchiha just smiled silently, resting his right cheek on his hand on the table, holding Jiming's hand with the other. He was thinking about whether his father's arrangement was intentionally meant for him to hear. But if Jiming could bring peace between the two sides, Uchiha didn't want that. He didn't quite understand what his father was thinking now. His father used to be warlike, always thinking about how to defeat the Senju clan and become a dominant power, bringing peace to this region. Since the return of Izumi, Uchiha felt that his father had changed. He was no longer the Uchiha Taijima who was always concerned about winning and losing. Nor was he the Uchiha Taijima who only cared about victory and ignored his clan members. He was certainly not the Uchiha Taijima who fought to sustain war. His father had transformed from a dictatorial ruler into a benevolent leader. But since his father cherished Izumi so much, how could he have such thoughts? Uchiha still couldn't figure it out. Whenever he thought about it, his brows would furrow tightly, his hand propping up his right cheek, remaining silent. This made Uchiha Izuna want to sneak away. Izumi also felt like escaping a bit, but she didn't leave. Instead, she held Uchiha hand and, seeing his gaze turn towards her, smiled brightly and said, "Nisan, let us train together tomorrow. I need to become stronger to help you and Izuna." Uchiha remained silent, his deep black eyes staring silently at her, saying nothing. Izumi was not at all timid. She looked directly into his eyes. Wow, so she was this brave before? She actually dared to maintain eye contact with Uchiha for so long. All right, Uchiha thought to himself, but if possible, he hoped little Izumi could be a happy little princess, rather than training continuously to protect her clan and herself due to war, enduring long periods of torment. Death is painful, and watching loved ones die beside you is even more painful, just like when two younger brothers died in front of him and Izuna, causing both of them to activate their Sharingan. The Uchiha clan does not shed tears or express emotions. Their eyes are the best proof. "Nisan, I really enjoy training with you," Izumi said softly, lowering her gaze. "Every time I can help you and father, I feel really happy. So Nisan, please don't think that training will make me unhappy." Uchiha heart trembled. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Was he too obvious in his feelings, so that the perceptive little Izumi noticed? He silently thought that he needed to manage his emotions better in the future, so he wouldn't worry little Izumi. "All right, you and Izuna go back and rest," Uchiha said, dismissing them. Izumi and Izuna exchanged glances, stood up, and left Uchiha room. Izumi's room was nestled between Izuna's and Madara's, and she could only say that Uchiha Taijima was overly worried about his hard-won daughter, placing two of the strongest individuals to guard either side. She felt relieved, returned to her room, and after a simple wash, went to sleep. The time for sleep was short. As soon as she blinked and opened her eyes again, it was the next day. It seemed this system was considered enough to speed up her experience of this memory. Good, let us give a round of applause for the dealer. The mornings of a noble lady involved someone coming in to serve her. She had just woken up when there was a knock at the door. "Miss, are you awake?" It was the voice of Uchiha Yum. Izumi paused for a moment before slowly replying, "Yes, Yum, you can come in." Uchiha Yum entered, carrying a basin of water. With Yum's assistance, Izumi quickly washed up, and Yum had already taken out the training clothes for the day. Before Izumi could fully comprehend, Uchiha Yum swiftly helped her out of her nightgown. Suddenly, the door burst open. Izumi was stunned. Uchiha Yum was also stunned. The person who entered was stunned as well. When Uchiha got up and came out, he found no one at Izumi's door, so he thought to walk in and wake her up. Usually, the three siblings would enter and exit each other's rooms without knocking, except for Izumi, who was more polite. Today was no different. But who knew? When he pushed the door open, what greeted his eyes was the girl's graceful figure, as white as snow, her long black-purple hair cascading down to her thighs, half-covered, truly making one's imagination run wild. He had never seen a girl's body before, and his eyes widened. The first to react was Uchiha Yum, who hurriedly covered Izumi's body with her outer garment and quickly pulled the door shut, lowering her head and saying to the entrance, "Young master, the mist is still changing. Please come back later." "Okay." Uchiha stammered in reply. Just after waking up, Uchiha Izuna noticed his usually taciturn older brother standing dazedly at their sister's door, rubbing his messy hair as he walked over to Uchiha's side and asked, "Nisan, what are you doing at Izumi's door so early in the morning?" "Ah." Uchiha couldn't say a word for a long time, and his mind was involuntarily filled with thoughts of the girl's figure, his ears turning red as he turned and ran back to his own room. leaving behind a confused Uchiha Azuna. What is wrong with Nisan this early in the morning? Uchiha Azuna was puzzled, yawning as he returned to his room to continue sleeping. It was rare not to have to go to the battlefield today, so he had to sleep well. Back in Izumi's room, Uchiha Yum was continuously apologizing. Even though Izumi kept saying it was fine, Yum still felt it was her negligence that allowed someone to see the most private part of their lady. If this got out, Izumi's reputation would be ruined. If the clan leader found out, her own head would be at stake. It's really fine, Izumi emphasized repeatedly. And the person who came in was Nisan. He wouldn't spread it. Only then did Uchiha Yum feel somewhat relieved. Since it was Lord Madara, he should not say anything. If anyone were to ask who spoiled the lady the most at home, it would undoubtedly be Lord Madara. With her mind at ease, Uchiha Yum removed Izumi's outer garment, took a white inner garment and secured it with a belt, then proceeded with a black outer garment. After tying the belt, she adjusted the collar and finally put on the hakama. This set of training clothes was finally ready. Izumi compared herself in the mirror, thinking, it looks a bit like the archery club's uniform. Because she was tall and slender, the outfit looked quite good on her. Uchiha Yum styled Izumi's hair into a low ponytail, tying the end with a white ribbon. After the entire process, Izumi was finally ready to go out. Breakfast was undoubtedly eaten with Uchiha Madara again, but because of what had just happened, neither Izumi nor Madara said a word. This left Uchiha Azuna, who was completely unaware of the situation, speechless. It was understandable to be silent during meals yesterday due to war, but this morning, when it was clearly a truce, they were still so taciturn. He was getting bored. So, Nisan, are you going to train with Izumi today? Uchiha Azuna finally couldn't hold back and asked first. Although this had already been agreed upon the night before, it didn't hurt to ask again. After all, finding a topic to discuss was still quite challenging for him. Yes. Unsurprisingly, the reticent Uchiha Madara gave his adorable little brother a single word. Izumi didn't speak, only nodded at Uchiha Azuna. All right, Uchiha Azuna gave up. After breakfast, he would go directly to their father's courtyard to help him handle clan affairs. As for Nisan and little Izumi, he couldn't manage them at all. After Uchiha Izuna left, only Uchiha Madara and Izumi remained in the room. Izumi silently drank her porridge, doing so extremely slowly. While Uchiha Madara had finished early and was propping his head up, watching her. Due to her bangs, she could only see one of Uchiha Madara's eyes today, but it still felt very oppressive. Dream. Uchiha Madara watched as Chiharu finished her last sip and called in the dream who had been guarding the door, telling him to collect the items. After a while, Chiharu and I will go train. If Azuna comes back from work, let him eat lunch by himself. After saying that, Uchiha Madara lost the shyness from the morning, grabbed Chiharu's hand, and walked to a training ground established by the Uchiha, a flat area in the forest. The two stood facing each other, the wind blowing, lifting Uchiha Madara's long hair. At that moment his right eye was revealed, and it was just as fierce as the left eye, staring at her. Not sure if she was a sister or another enemy. Use a knife, Uchiha Madara said while putting on his gloves. By the time Chiharu summoned her phoenix blade, he had already put on both gloves. The fan was behind him, actively attacking Chiharu. Dodge to the right. Raise your knife and stab my chest. Chiharu really did stab toward Uchiha Madara's chest at such a fast speed that she thought he wouldn't be able to dodge, so scared that she closed her eyes. After a moment, all she heard was Uchiha Madara's slightly helpless sigh, and he gently tapped her forehead with his finger. Chiharu, how can you kill an enemy with your eyes closed? Just treat me as your enemy and use all your strength to kill me, okay? Chiharu responded with an O, embarrassedly sticking out her tongue, tightening her grip on the knife, and attacking again. This time she activated her 3-tomo Sharingan, and under its enhancement, her movements noticeably quickened. One-on-one guidance from the shinobi world. Up, retreat, fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara took half a step back and spat out a super large fireball. Chiharu immediately pressed her hands together and softly said, water release, water barrier. A huge water wall rose up, stopping the fireball's engulfing. Watch out behind you. Uchiha Madara's voice suddenly appeared in her ear, and the chain of the fan locked around her neck, making Uchiha Madara genuinely think he had caught her. Just as he was about to release the fan, he found that the person ensnared by the iron chain had turned into a mass of water. Water release, water whip. A chakra rope made of water bound Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara suddenly felt displeased. That guy from the Senju family had been learning water ninjutsu all day, specifically thinking about how to deal with him. One water ninjutsu after another. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it truly felt strange. Not even using fire release. Just as he thought this, Chiharu immediately launched a great fireball technique at Uchiha Madara. He simply raised the fan and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha rebound." The fireball was returned to Chiharu, who hurriedly pressed her hands together again. Water release. Water barrier. Another wave of water blocked the power of the fireball. Chiharu observed the scene of her fight with Uchiha Madara. It seemed she was able to use water ninjutsu so proficiently afterwards because she had already learned it now, along with the Phoenix Blade. However, given that the Uchiha mainly used fire ninjutsu, who had she learned her water ninjutsu from? Chiharu immediately thought of one person, Senju Tobirama. But the two clans were sworn enemies. How could the meticulous Senju Tobirama teach the enemy water ninjutsu? Chiharu decided to keep observing for now. After practicing until noon, Chiharu felt a bit dizzy. Uchiha Madara was truly too abnormal. No matter where she tried to break through, she was met with strict defenses. And Uchiha Madara seemed to know what her next move would be and countered it. It was really too difficult to fight. Chiharu completely collapsed onto the ground, staring at the drifting white clouds. If only she could become one of those clouds in the sky, without war, without conflict, and certainly without. What's wrong, Chiharu? Uchiha Madara also lay down beside her, in the same position, looking at the sky. Today's sky was exceptionally blue. The white clouds against the blue sky appeared even freer. It's nothing, just wondering when this war will finally end, Chiharu sighed. She hated war, hated death, and loathed the inevitable conflict that would happen between Izuna and Tobirama in the future. At that time, Izuna would die at Tobirama's hands. She didn't want Tobirama to die, nor did she want Izuna to die. Her purpose in coming here was simply to change this outcome, to change the fate of the Uchiha clan. But in reality, outcomes often did not go as she wished. It will end. Uchiha Madara didn't know, but he knew that one day it would end. Even on the day he was still alive, Uchiha Madara unconsciously thought of that man from the Senju clan. If he teamed up with him, perhaps, forget it. Father definitely wouldn't allow it. Uchiha Madara shook his head, gently touching his sister's head, wanting to comfort her. There will be that day, Chiharu. Chapter 147. Warring States period. 5 Madara, buying flowers for his sister Chiharu, certainly knew that day would come. But she just hoped it could come sooner to reduce the casualties. Letting go of the hatred from both sides seemed ridiculous. After all, many members of the Uchiha clan had died at the hands of the Senju. If the war were to end just like that, what would happen to the deceased Uchiha clan members? But, Chiharu sighed deeply again. Indeed, the affairs of the world are full of contradictions. Once war breaks out, it is difficult to stop. Seeing that Chiharu still looked dejected, Uchiha Madara speculated that perhaps the scenes of devastation from yesterday's battlefield had impacted her too much. He could only pat his sister's head to comfort her. Beyond that, he didn't know what else to do. Uchiha Madara was not good with words, only at taking action. So after returning, Uchiha Madara left the clan grounds and walked to a nearby market. The market had become quite lively due to the short ceasefire, and some civilians dared to display their handmade goods. Uchiha Madara wandered around but couldn't decide what to buy. After parting ways with that person, he'd spent a long time controlling his emotions and didn't care about what girls might like. However, ever since Chiharu had been brought back by their father, Uchiha Madara felt as if his world had added another little person, and he had gained a sense of responsibility. He temporarily labeled this feeling as the responsibility of an older brother towards his younger sister. "Sir, would you like to buy a bouquet of flowers?" Just as Uchiha Madara was lost in thought, an elderly woman called out to him, handing him a bouquet of purple baby's breath. Seeing the purple color, he unconsciously thought of the purple tips of Chiharu's hair, which added more vitality to the Uchiha clan, different from the mostly black hair of the Uchiha. "How much are these flowers?" After agreeing on a price, Uchiha Madara told the old woman to keep the change. In this time of war, the elderly had a harder life. Perhaps the extra money could allow the old woman to live one more day. Holding a bouquet of flowers and preparing to return to the clan, he happened to see an old man making bracelets. He stopped in front of the stall, watching the bracelet etch patterns on the old man's hands, which were marked by the passage of time. Uchiha Madara suddenly thought that if this silver bracelet was worn on Chiharu's right wrist, it would also look extremely beautiful. Most girls would probably like these kind of accessories. Lost in thought, Uchiha Madara spoke up, "Boss, can you help me engrave a phoenix pattern on a silver bracelet? Is it for yourself?" The old man asked with a smile, "Or for your little wife at home?" "Wife." Uchiha Madara hurriedly shook his head. "No, it's for my sister." "What a good brother," the old man said, pulling out 2 silver bracelets from somewhere and handing them to him. "Which size do you think would suit your sister?" Uchiha Madara carefully placed a flower on the old man's table and gestured with a model of a table in one hand. He imagined the silver bracelet as his little sister's wrist. Her hands were always a bit cooler and particularly delicate. He often feared that just a little force would crush her wrist when he held her hand. After selecting a smaller silver bracelet, he handed it to the old man and rarely showed a smile, thinking it looked more suitable. Please engrave it nicely for me. My little sister just got angry with me today, and I want to use this bracelet to cheer her up. What a good brother. The old man said for the second time. Uchiha Madara could not deny it. He liked this little sister and tried his best to be a good brother, both to Izumi and to Chiharu. Moments later, he took the silver bracelet the old man handed over, carefully wrapped it close to his chest, and picked up the beautiful bouquet of baby's breath, quickening his pace to go home. He was already looking forward to whether Chiharu would be a bit happier upon receiving these two gifts and if she might forget about what happened on the battlefield yesterday. However, things did not go as Uchiha Madara had hoped. As soon as he returned to the clan's territory, he was informed by Uchiha Yum that Chiharu had left home. As for where she had gone, Chiharu did not let her follow. Uchiha Madara thought his sister had gone out to clear her mind, so he sat in his room waiting for her to return. Meanwhile, Chiharu had gone to a shrine near Nakanagawa during the time Uchiha Madara was out. It seemed like an appointment. After she finished praying at the shrine, she stood still at the back door. After a while, she sensed a familiar chakra. Senju Tobarama? The figure of this person flashed through her mind, and in the blink of an eye, Senju Tobarama appeared before her. Today, Tobarama, unusually not in armor, wore a kimono. Men's kimono is simpler than women's, and with Tobarama's excellent physique, coupled with his fair, unblemished face and nearly white hair, he truly captivated her. Little Chiharu, his voice was as gentle as ever, and Tobarama smiled slightly. Brother Tobarama, Chiharu took a moment to gather herself and smiled back. Her crescent-shaped eyes resembled the moon in the sky, which was always Tobarama's view of Chiharu. He had long known that Chiharu was a healer from the Uchiha clan, but he still inevitably wanted to interact with her. That passionate heart almost broke through his rationality. Fortunately, the war pulled him back. However, the emptiness after the war was truly difficult for him to endure. He knew that a ninja had a romantic history with Uchiha Madara, but had been suppressed by him and his father. If he went against his original intentions and formed a personal connection with someone from the Uchiha clan, it would be wrong no matter how he did it. Tobarama restrained himself. However, he could not refuse Chiharu's proactive invitation, so he agreed to meet. The previous few meetings were just simple discussions about water-style ninjutsu, and he was quite surprised that the Uchiha clan, known for their fire release, also had someone so skilled in water release. Even the body flicker technique was exceptionally fast, and combined with the Sharingan, the speed increased further. Perhaps it was because the girl was suffering from the lack of a master that she sought out someone like him, a ninja proficient in water release, to teach her a thing or two. Driven by selfish motives, Tobarama agreed. By now, they had probably met for the 7th time. Today, I will teach you a new ninjutsu, Tobarama said, not daring to engage in too many pleasantries, diving straight into the topic. He had noticed Chiharu on the battlefield while cleaning up after the fight yesterday. She seemed to have lost her spirit, standing foolishly in place, unwilling to even draw her blade. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara had been by her side, preventing her from getting hurt. Thus, he was determined to teach Chiharu a new ninjutsu today, one that would allow her to escape at any moment, the Flying Thunder God technique. He only hoped she could survive a little longer in this chaotic world. You might have heard of this ninjutsu, Tobarama said as he demonstrated the Flying Thunder God technique. If you encounter danger, you can use this technique to escape. Chiharu understood immediately. No wonder she could learn the Flying Thunder God technique so quickly under Minato's guidance. It was originally taught by Tobarama himself. The practice was tedious and tiresome. But Chiharu, undeterred, managed to master short-distance teleportation of the Flying Thunder God technique under Tobarama's repeated corrections. Chiharu was very happy, but the next moment, her vision went dark, and fortunately, someone caught her. It seemed her chakra had been overly exhausted. Chiharu, feeling a bit embarrassed, propped herself up and said to Tobarama, "Sorry. Brother Tobarama, I trained with Oniai-san this morning, and I overexerted my chakra. You should have told me," Tobarama said bluntly. If she had told him earlier, he would not have arranged for new ninjutsu training. It would have been better for them to sit and chat instead. "It's fine." Chiharu was placed under a tree by Tobarama, who leaned against the other side. There was still some time before dark, and they had some time left before parting. Should he say something? But their second Hokage was not good at chatting with girls, and didn't he know how to start conversation? 90% of his mind was occupied with matters of war. 9% was used to suppress his longing for her. and the last 1% dealt with trivial matters at home. Should they talk about the war? There seemed to be nothing much to discuss. So perhaps it would be better to talk about mundane matters at home. Tobirama simply gave up. At least sitting next to Chiharu allowed him to feel a moment of peace. Brother Tobirama, when do you think this war will end? Chiharu suddenly spoke, her voice soft like a feather brushing against his ear, tickling him. I don't know. Tobirama shook his head. The conflict between the two clans had lasted so long. If a peace treaty were to be signed, what would happen to the deceased clan members? He certainly knew that the path to peace was merely through treaties. His father knew, the Uchiha clan knew, but everyone was holding their breath, unwilling to yield to one another. What if that day came when they could annihilate the other side? Perhaps that could also comfort the spirits of those who died on the battlefield. Maybe in 2 or 3 years, Tobirama suggested a time frame. He was trying to persuade his father to negotiate with the Uchiha clan, which was also Anija's wish. If the two of them could succeed, perhaps the war could end sooner. When that time comes, let's come back to the Nakanagawa shrine together to see the cherry blossoms. Chiharu suddenly smiled at him. See the cherry blossoms? Tobirama thought that preparations for the treaty would need to begin around June or July of the previous year. If they hurried, they could have a good harvest, celebrate the new year well, and the cherry blossoms the following year would bloom even more beautifully. Little Chiharu. Suddenly, a gloomy male voice echoed in the quiet environment. Chiharu instinctively looked toward the source of the voice. She saw a man dressed in Uchiha clan battle attire, hands clasped in front of his chest, standing under a large tree, his face unreadable. But Chiharu knew that Uchiha Madara might be very angry. Not wanting to upset him, she hurriedly bid farewell to Tobirama and weakly made her way over. One step after another, one step after another. This short distance of a few meters felt incredibly far to Chiharu, but Uchiha Madara did not feel the same. He looked at the white-haired man, his eyes darkened, and in the next moment, he charged forward, gripping his fan. The sword and the folding fan clashed together. Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, instantly activated his Sharingan. The crimson eyes glaring at Senju Tobirama. How dare you injure her like this? Senju Tobirama gripped his sword and began to fight back, feeling that this madman was being inexplicable. Uchiha Madara, don't spout nonsense. How could he bear to hurt Chiharu? If it really came to a confrontation, he didn't even know if he had the confidence to strike the final blow against her, because at the very least, he hoped Chiharu could survive in this chaotic world. Ni-san. Chiharu looked at the two about to fight and weakly called out, Uchiha Madara, I'm fine. I just overused my chakra. Ni-san, could you please carry me back today? In just those 2 short sentences, Uchiha Madara turned to glance at Chiharu's condition. The girl's small face was pale, looking as if she was about to collapse. He could no longer afford to argue with Tobirama about who was at fault and just wanted to rush over and hold his sister. Back at home, Uchiha Madara carried the girl into his room and quickly summoned the family doctor. The excessive loss of chakra was not a big problem. He only transferred some of his chakra to Chiharu, allowing her to regain some strength. She lay on the tatami, covered with a blanket, and her gaze swept over the table, landing on a beautiful bunch of purple hyacinths. Who sent these? Chiharu couldn't help but look at Uchiha Madara, but in the next second, she dismissed the thought. How could Uchiha Madara be that kind of person? It fell a bit off. It must have been Uchiha Mei who saw the beautiful flowers and brought them into her room. You shouldn't meet with Senju Tobirama anymore, Uchiha Madara said. Okay. Chiharu knew she was in the wrong and could only respond quietly. The Uchiha clan's rules stated that there should be no personal ties with the Senju clan. If the clan leader found out, whoever it was would be executed. She had been secretly meeting with Tobirama, thinking she was being clever, but little did she know it was all under Uchiha Madara's watchful eyes, though he hadn't interfered much. Originally, he didn't want to intervene today, either, but seeing the flowers wilting and the silver bracelet hidden under her clothes growing cold, he didn't want to wait any longer. He had just gone to the Nana shrine. Who knew he would actually run into them? Uchiha Madara felt a surge of anger rising within him, but he couldn't show it and scare his lovely sister. He could only repress it and coldly watch the two practice from the shadows. Just as Chiharu was about to collapse into Tobirama's arms, he distinctly felt a wave of jealousy. Why should a mere brat from the Senju clan be able to hold his little princess? Ni-san. Chiharu carefully tugged at Uchiha Madara's sleeve and shook it. Are you angry? Please don't be angry. Chapter 148. Warring States Period 6. Ni-san, let me tie your hair up. Uchiha Madara could tell that was a flattering smile, but the anger in his heart quickly dissipated, and he habitually tapped her forehead with his fingers. You, don't do this next time. If you really want to learn from that kid, wait until the war is over. If he doesn't survive until then, He won't be able to be your teacher. After saying this, Chiharu felt that Uchiha Madara didn't want Tobirama to survive until the end of the war. The two great powers of the world right now were the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. To end the war, one side would have to be exterminated, and the other would become the dominant force. Nisan, do you hate the Senju clan? Chiharu asked for reasons she didn't quite understand. But after saying it, she realized it might have been a foolish question. After all, they had killed so many of her clan, it would be a lie not to hate them. Just like when they learned about that period in history in their school, dreaming of tearing the enemy apart and fighting alongside their ancestors. How could one not hate? In this situation, I have no reason not to hate, Uchiha Madara replied. The Senju clan killed my brothers, slaughtered my clansmen, and almost killed you as well. But our clan has also killed many from the Senju clan, Chiharu argued. If a peace agreement were signed, wouldn't it lead to fewer casualties? Little Chiharu, I'm glad you maintained such a pure heart, Uchiha Madara said, but war is not that simple. He had thought about signing a peace agreement, but most of his clansmen would not agree. Moreover, their clan was not in a declining state. Seeking peace would only put their clansmen in a weaker negotiating position. As the young clan leader, he hoped for greater benefits for his people. He was probably thinking the same way. How easy could it be to negotiate peace? Although the Senju clan had actively offered an olive branch for peace, Uchiha Madara looked deeply at Chiharu. He couldn't let little Chiharu become a tool for negotiation. Even if they really reached that point, it had to be his clan's people coming in. I know, Chiharu said. How could she not know? She was always asking them about their views on the war, seemingly trying to end it faster through words. Ultimately, she didn't want too many people to die because of the war. In a time when human life was as cheap as grass, just surviving was a luxury. But as a firm believer in humanitarianism, she respected every living life, which is why she worked hard to heal the wounded on the battlefield. Even if these ninjutsu were too difficult for her to learn. But learning a little more could save one more life. Are you hungry? Uchiha Madara decided not to continue discussing the war and shifted the topic to mundane family matters. I wonder if Izuna will come back for dinner. He hasn't sent any word. Really? Wait. Little Chiharu will definitely say that Izuna hasn't returned, so let's wait for him to eat. Isn't Brother Izuna still not back? Chiharu noted that Uchiha Izuna must be returning from Uchiha Taijima's place. Waiting a little longer was fine. It seemed that, in her impression, the three siblings always ate together, while Uchiha Taijima rarely came to their courtyard and didn't force them to go to his courtyard for meals. To be honest, considering Uchiha Taijima's doting nature, she quite liked him as a father. For Chiharu, who had never experienced a father's love, this little affection made her feel happy. But Uchiha Taijima's body was deteriorating day by day due to the accumulated injuries from the battlefield. If he continued fighting, he might die on the battlefield. She didn't want that. Having just gained a father's love, Chiharu didn't want to lose it so soon. So every time she returned after a battle, she would volunteer to go to Uchiha Taijima's courtyard to treat his injuries, talk to him, and act a little spoiled, while also trying to persuade him. She didn't know if it would yield results. Let's wait for Izuna then. Sure enough, as Uchiha Madara had thought, they couldn't start eating without Izuna coming back. Sigh. Uchiha Madara sighed, and like usual, he sat cross-legged, propping his right hand against his face, his bangs covering his eyes, making it hard to read his emotions. The moment Chiharu came back to her senses, she instinctively looked at Uchiha Madara and couldn't help but recall the fan art she had seen of him drawn by the ladies. Especially that animated GIF with the little pigtails. Why not simply make that animated GIF a reality? She eagerly ran to her dressing table to get her comb and hair tie, then hurried back and sat behind Uchiha Madara. Nisan, let me tie your hair up. Uchiha Madara hadn't had the chance to refuse yet when the girl's hand was already brushing through his hair. Perhaps it was because it had been too long since it was cared for, it felt somewhat rough, and the comb tugged at his scalp uncomfortably. He was probably quite resigned to it. Since little Izumi wanted to play, he might as well let her. After all, it was a way to distract himself. In a few days, he would talk to his father about letting Izumi stay off the battlefield. Izumi carefully combed Madara's hair, worried that it might hurt him. When she encountered some tangles, she gently separated them with her fingers before smoothing it out. After about half a quarter of an hour, she finally managed to comb it through. Izumi tried to gather Madara's hair in her hands, but there was so much that it couldn't fit in both hands, making her a bit frustrated. After thinking for a moment, she chose a black hairband, placed the hair under it, and then pulled tightly, wrapping it a few times before finally tying it into a bow. All right, Nisan. Izumi pulled Madara in front of the mirror, without the bangs covering his eyes. They finally revealed themselves, and he really did look more approachable like this. Madara also looked at his reflection in the mirror. It was the first time he had styled his hair up, and the contours of his face were visible, with his long obscured eyes now exposed. It felt a bit unfamiliar. "Nisan, you should smile more," Izumi said with a smile. "That way everyone will find you more approachable." Madara actually took her advice and gave a slight smile. This smile caught Izumi off guard, and her face instantly flushed because Madara looked so handsome when smiling, and also because of her wandering thoughts. It was the first time she had seen such a plain, yet captivating smile. Another familiar poke on the forehead. Izumi touched her forehead where he poked. Was this forehead poke a tradition of the Uchiha clan? "Nisan, I'm back." Uchiha Izuna burst through the door and saw the two of them in front of the mirror, along with Nisan's new hairstyle. What were these two doing? Chapter 149, Warring States Period 7, Marriage Alliance Izuna. Madara stood up first and moved to the dining table, resuming his previous pose of propping his face on his hand. Did father say anything today? Just handling some trivial matters within the clan. Izuna sat down casually, poured himself a cup of tea, took a big gulp, and began to complain about his brother. That Aunt Reiko came to father's courtyard again today, always talking about her deceased husband. "Nisan, although father seems indifferent on the surface, he is gentle at heart. I listened to Aunt Reiko for nearly 2 hours and tried to comfort her for 2 hours as well. In the end, father made me personally escort Aunt Reiko back to her home. I thought about it, took some food from my ninja pack, cooked dinner, and only then returned." Uchiha Izuna said, and inevitably mentioned the war. If only the war could end sooner. Listening to Aunt Reiko occasionally is a bit of leisure. Let's not talk about that for now. Uchiha Madara interrupted Izuna, call for dinner. Uchiha Izuna immediately silenced, as the two brothers rarely discussed war in front of little Izumi. It was an unspoken agreement between them. He glanced around the environment and suddenly noticed a bouquet of fresh and dreamy purple baby's breath on the square table. Did Dream buy this today? Considering Uchiha Dream's dull personality, Izuna thought it was unlikely. It was more probable that little Izumi had bought it while out for a stroll. "Little Izumi, did you buy this bouquet today?" Uchiha Izuna pointed to the purple baby's breath. "The color suits you. Maybe Sister Dream picked it." Of course, this was not Izumi's purchase. She had been training with Uchiha Madara in the morning and secretly went to learn the Flying Thunder God technique with Tobirama after lunch. So she really didn't have time to stroll through the market. At this moment, Uchiha Dream entered with dinner and happened to overhear their conversation. As she placed the dinner on the table, she said emotionlessly, "This bouquet is not for me. It was brought back by the young clan leader this afternoon." Izumi and Izuna's gazes turned towards Uchiha Madara, who had grown accustomed to the attention. Giving flowers to his sister was a way to make her happy. He nodded and simply took out a silver bracelet from his chest, holding her left wrist and putting it on. "When I saw this bracelet while buying flowers, I thought it suited you." Izumi looked at her left wrist, the silver bracelet glimmering under the light, revealing a phoenix pattern. She couldn't help but wonder how Uchiha Madara knew that her summoning beast was a phoenix. "Nisan, why does this bracelet have a phoenix pattern?" Izumi, who always asked questions directly, never held back. "I thought of your sword." Uchiha Madara explained, "The phoenix cryblade, so I figured you must like phoenixes." "Nisan, thank you. I really like the bracelet," Izumi said, holding Uchiha Madara's hand, joining both of her hands together, smiling. Her voice was soft and sweet, each word like a thread, easily winding into Uchiha Madara's heart. How strange. Uchiha Madara felt strange. It was the first time he wanted to hold her hand a little tighter, pull her a little closer, and no, little Izumi is his sister. Uchiha Madara quickly withdrew his hand, turned his gaze away, and awkwardly said, "Let's eat." With the elder brother speaking, the two little ones dared not continue talking and obediently started their meal. After dinner, the three of them chatted for a while. However, most of the time, it was Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara talking, while Izumi simply made tea for the two and listened to their conversation until the candlelight gradually dimmed. After Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara quietly covered Izumi with a blanket, they left the room. The two then went to Uchiha Madara's room. Inside, without Izumi, Uchiha Izuna dropped his playful demeanor and became much quieter. "Nisan, the two clans talks in 3 days. What do you want to do? What about father?" Uchiha Madara avoided this question. He was just a young clan leader, and it depended more on what Uchiha Taijima would decide. "Father wants to use a marriage alliance," Uchiha Izuna said, using fire-release ninjutsu to illuminate the room, a faint yellow light flickering in the window. The path to peace seemed even weaker than this flame. The night wind brushed through the leaves, creating a rustling sound. With every gust of wind, the wind chime hanging by the window would be stirred, sending a shiver through both their hearts. This wind chime was something little Izumi insisted on hanging here. She had come in one day with the wind chime, saying, "Nisan, your room is too quiet. You'll get bored. Let the wind keep you company. Regardless of his objections, she insisted he hang it up. After a long while, Uchiha finally let out a sigh, speaking softly, then so be it. He couldn't influence his father's decision anyway. Tomorrow at the clan meeting, Uchiha Taijima would publicly disclose the alliance proposal with the Senju clan and solicit everyone's opinions. Nisan, Uchiha Izuna raised his voice involuntarily. But, the marriage partner is. In the end, the room was filled with nothing but sighs. Who wouldn't be weary of war? The next day, the Uchiha clan's meeting. Everyone gathered in the basement, lit by faint candlelight. Uchiha Taijima sat in the main seat, with Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna sitting beside their father. Today, the rarely present Izumi also came. She sat behind Uchiha Madara. At this clan meeting, I want to say something. Uchiha Taijima cleared his throat. His voice was no longer as vibrant as before, but rather showed signs of aging. The Senju clan has sent a peace proposal. Madara, could you explain the specific contents of the peace proposal to everyone? Uchiha Madara stood up and, as usual, read emotionlessly. The Senju clan hopes to establish an allied tribe extending 100 kilometers outward from the Southern River, with the leaders being Uchiha Taijima of the Uchiha clan and Senju Hashirama of the Senju clan. The second point is that the previous disputes between the two clans will cease. From now on, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan and their peoples will live in peace, friendship, and mutual understanding, working together for common development. The third point is that both parties will provide compensation to the families of the victims involved in the recently concluded war and establish monument for the heroes of this war, protecting the feelings of the victims' families and thanking them for their contributions to peace. He continued reading until the 10th point. Uchiha tightened his grip on the scroll. Under everyone's gaze, he suppressed his emotions and continued. The 10th point is to promote closer relations between the two clans. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Izumi will be betrothed. Hearing this, the seated clansmen began to shout, with some saying, Miss Izumi is our Uchiha clan's goddess. She is so delicate and lovely. How can she be sent to the Senju clan, that den of wolves? Immediately, another person echoed, Yeah, why should Our Lady marry over? Why can't Senju Hashirama come to us? I disagree with this. The previous points were grudgingly acceptable, but we can't just send our clan's holy hand to the Senju clan. If we have to fight, let's fight. We've been fighting with the Senju for years. Under the resistance of the crowd, Uchiha Madara could only silently agree in his heart. In fact, a marriage alliance was indeed a good choice, but he didn't want to. Whether out of selfishness or public spirit, he felt the voices of protest growing louder in his ears, and his mind involuntarily returned to the first meeting with Izumi. He wasn't someone who particularly liked girls. That was probably about 10 years ago. Uchiha Taijima brought back a dirty little child while cleaning up the battlefield. When Uchiha Madara first saw her, he thought she was a boy. Just as he was about to step forward and put his arm around her shoulder, he was stopped by Uchiha Taijima. Uchiha Taijima looked at Uchiha Madara with slight disdain, saying, You're so strong. Don't crush your sister's shoulder. Sister? Uchiha Madara was almost stunned. This dirty little child is a sister? Oh! He took 2 steps back, listening to Uchiha Taijima explain how he found his sister, recounting a long story that could be summarized as having seen her on the battlefield, having awakened a Sharingan and looking a lot like Izuna, so he brought her back. Adding another person to their Uchiha clan was not a difficult matter. Look like Izuna? Uchiha Madara skeptically glanced at Izumi's face. How could one see any resemblance to that clean and beautiful Izuna? He didn't quite understand, but aside from following Uchiha Taijima's words, he could only listen to him. After all, Uchiha Taijima was not only his father, but also their clan leader. All right, let Dream take little Izumi to change clothes, Uchiha Taijima commanded. An Uchiha Dream suddenly appeared from somewhere, taking Izumi away. After Izumi left, Uchiha Taijima began to talk to him about what happened on the battlefield today and how to arrange the battlefield tomorrow. He felt a bit tired listening. Did you hear that, Madara? Uchiha Taijima poked Uchiha Madara's forehead, using enough force that Madara almost flipped over. Fortunately, his core was stable, and he steadied himself, holding his forehead in pain and glaring at Uchiha Taijima. Father, what are you doing? Before he could scold his eldest son, Uchiha Dream pushed out the now-dressed Izumi in a kimono. The face of the little girl, now washed clean of dirt, was surprisingly fair, with a hint of pink on her cheeks under the candlelight, and her round black eyes were staring at them. Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback. He only remembered those clear and bright black eyes, sparkling as they looked at him. How could it be? In time of war, there were still untainted eyes. How rare. Madara, your sister is calling you. Another light smacked to the head, and Uchiha Madara felt a surge of anger rising. but seeing the timid expression in the girl's sparkling black eyes, he immediately suppressed it and tried to speak gently. What's wrong, little sister? It's nothing. I just think you're very handsome, Ni-san. The girl's voice was soft and gentle, making his heart tremble. But wait, handsome? Could he be associated with being handsome? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but think of the ninjas who had died at his hands, feeling that he must be terrifying, right? But since his sister said so, then maybe it was true. In fact, Uchiha Madara still didn't know how to get along with his little sister. In the past, he had no restraint with Izuna. They fought and scolded each other as they pleased. But this little sister was like a fragile porcelain doll. He didn't dare treat her the same way he treated Izuna, fearing that in the next moment, he might accidentally crush her with too much strength. This absolutely cannot happen. From then on, Uchiha Madara tried to be as gentle as possible with this new little sister. For example, when she spoke, he would bend down to listen to her. As Izumi was still small and might be malnourished, he was much taller than her, and he would try to fulfill her requests, no matter what it was. Even if she asked for the moon in the sky, he would want to pick it for her. Perhaps because of this, Izumi was particularly attached to him, even wanted to follow him to his secret meetings with Hashirama. One day, he took advantage of Izumi's nap time to sneak out and went to the opposite bank of the He River, and, as expected, he saw Hashirama. He threw a stone across the river and caught the stone Hashirama threw back, confirming everything was fine before they crossed the river to meet. Just then, Izumi came running out. Uchiha Madara felt a soft force grabbing his sleeve. He looked down and saw a pair of watery eyes staring at him, as if they would cry the moment he spoke. What are you doing here, little Izumi? Uchiha Madara didn't dare act like this, only squatting down to pat her little head, soothing her emotions. Aren't you supposed to be napping? I can't see Ni-san. She seemed on the verge of tears, gripping Uchiha Madara tightly. Ni-san is just here to meet a friend, Uchiha Madara patiently explained. After meeting my friend, Ni-san will go back. If you come out like this, what if you encounter bad people on the way? Then Ni-san won't be able to see you, and you won't be able to see Ni-san either. Upon hearing this, her tears really fell. Uchiha Madara saw Izumi cry for the first time. Such a thing had never happened in the clan before. He used to ignore his younger brothers when they cried, letting them cry it out before he would scold them. They wouldn't dare cry again after that. But this was Izumi. Even the slightest pressure from him made him afraid he would crush her wrist. When she cried, she was unlike his brothers who made a fuss. Instead, she was obedient, making no sound, only silent tears. He felt at a loss, trying to comfort Izumi. But still, it was ineffective. You're really hopeless, Ban. Senju Hashirama watched his friend awkwardly comfort the child and couldn't help but laugh. He half squatted in front of the little girl, gently touched her head, and softly asked, Sister, Big Brother will give you candy. Will you stop crying? As a result, the little girl cried even louder. You're not any better than me, Hashirama, Uchiha Madara said, speechless. Upon hearing this, Hashirama became emo again. Before Madara could continue lecturing Hashirama, he took a candy from his ninja pouch, held it in his palm, and presented it to the little girl, saying, Stop crying, okay? Big Brother will take you wherever he goes in the future, all right? But you have to make a promise with Big Brother. The little girl took the candy from Madara and couldn't help but smile through her tears, saying, Pinky promise. Okay, Pinky promise, Madara replied, looking at the little girl with a relieved smile, glad that she stopped crying. Chapter 151. The Warring States Period 9 to Tomo Sharingan. Hashirama. He finally had the leisure to notice the downcast Hashirama beside him and couldn't help but say, Don't be so down. Let me formally introduce you. This is my little sister, Chiharu. Hashirama finally regained some spirit, looking at the kawaii little sister and revealing a big smile. Hello, little Chiharu, I'm Hashirama, your brother Ban's friend. Brother Hashirama. Chiharu timidly tugged at Madara's clothes and greeted him softly. In the future, little Chiharu will probably train with us. Madara thought that if Chiharu went wherever he went, he should inform Hashirama in advance. Do you mind, Hashirama? It's fine. I don't mind at all. Little Chiharu is very cute. I really like her, Hashirama replied. From that day on, the time that was originally just for Madara and Hashirama became a time for the three of them, with Madara bringing Chiharu along to meet Hashirama. Although it was stolen time, Madara was very happy. He trained with Hashirama while little Chiharu watched them from the side, occasionally trying to learn their jutsu, but to little effect. The Great Fireball technique produced a tiny flame, and the Water Wall technique created a small splash, often making them both burst into laughter. But a shift occurred on that day, the day he and Hashirama parted ways. It was hard to say exactly when it was, just that the weather was quite nice that day. If it hadn't been for that incident, he and Hashirama could have played with many fun things. Unfortunately, that day, they were not alone. There were 7 of them. When Senju Tobarama and Senju Butsuma ran out from behind Hashirama, Madara knew their stolen days were over. Similarly, Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Izuna appeared behind them. The battle line was about to be drawn. He fought fiercely with Hashirama, but that day was too sorrowful, or perhaps too filled with rage. The usually meticulous Madara gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Just as he was about to withstand a blow from Hashirama, Chiharu appeared. She had somehow grabbed a long sword that was taller than her, which looked somewhat awkward in her hands, but she bravely stood in front of him, blocking Hashirama's strike. A frail girl couldn't match the years of training of Hashirama, and she was pushed back far, collapsing into Madara's arms. It was the first time Madara saw Chiharu's Sharingan, and it was actually 2 Tomo. Before he could say anything more, Chiharu fainted in his arms. Little Chiharu. Hashirama quickly put down his sword and rushed to Madara's side, wanting to check on Chiharu, but he realized he had no right to do so. After all, the one who harmed Chiharu was him. Hashirama, let us end this. Madara issued the final ultimatum regarding their relationship. He held Chiharu and returned to Uchiha Taijima's side, seeing the fainted Chiharu in Madara's arms. Taijima's 3 Tomo Sharingan became increasingly sinister. However, Madara did not want to entangle himself further with the Senju clan. He stopped Uchiha Taijima and said, "Let us go, father. Hashirama's strength is above mine. We must prioritize treating little Chiharu." Madara's reasoning was not without merit. With Taijima's command, the 4 of them vanished into the Southi River. From that day on, from the moment those 2 Tomo Sharingan opened, Chiharu began to change. At least her talent for ninjutsu was revealed, not only in fire release techniques, but also in medical ninjutsu. She mastered it to an extraordinary level. This led to her being dubbed the medical sage, and many clan members were unwilling to allow her to marry into the Senju clan. Because of this, he was able to continue protecting Chiharu by his side. Madara was aware of his own despicable nature, but he couldn't imagine how to live without little Chiharu. It seemed to have become a habit to train with Chiharu following closely behind him every day. Except when on the battlefield, they were almost glued together. He didn't want to give up this hard-earned intimacy. Madara snapped out his memories and looked at Uchiha Taijima. With so many people opposing it, father probably wouldn't agree, right? In that case, I will naturally respect everyone's opinions. I will not sign this peace agreement and will prepare to ambush in the 2 clans meeting in 2 days. Uchiha Taijima was quite a democratic person. He listened to everyone's suggestions, which allowed him to gain so many followers. If it were Madara, he would never discuss anything about the peace agreement with them, nor would he allow the agreement to be brought forth. Wait. Chiharu stepped out from behind Madara, walked to the center, and said firmly, "I am willing to go to the Senju clan. I am willing." If her marriage could bring peace and stop the war between the 2 clans, then she was willing, and there was no reason not to be. Senju Tobarama also understood her well. Marrying him wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for her. However, Chiharu couldn't help but glance at Madara, seeing him still with his head down, silent. She knew Madara wasn't feeling happy at the moment, and he even seemed a bit upset. What could she do? Chiharu collected her thoughts and looked back at her clansmen, saying earnestly, "I just don't want anyone else to sacrifice in the war." There were indeed some warlike individuals among her clansmen who stood up to rebut her. "Miss Chiharu, even if you are willing, what about the dead? How do we remember our fallen clansmen? A tombstone? What kind of ridiculous thing is that?" He sneered. "The Senju clan is so cunning. Do you think, miss, that using your marriage can bring peace to the 2 clans? Don't be so naive, miss." Hidden away in the mansion, how can you understand the thoughts of those of us who fight in battle? All right, Chiharu silently agreed in her heart. She looked at the person who stood against her, the one most supportive of the war in the clan. Anti-peace was only natural. Their family had risen through war. Without war, their status would likely not be as high. He certainly did not want the war to end. Ending the war would only bring disadvantages to him. Once someone becomes the scapegoat, there will be another scapegoat. Another anti-war person stood up, questioning her. What right do you have to decide for the souls of the dead? More and more people stood up to rebut her. Chiharu really wanted to shout back loudly. "Then I'll just summon your ancestors." Uchiha Madara suddenly let out a cold laugh and said, "Shut up." Chapter 152. The Warring States Period 10. It would be better to cut off that hand of his. Uchiha Madara suddenly sneered, "Shut up." The voice of the 18-year-old youth had lost its childishness and instead carried the coldness of a ruthless shinobi. The shouting clansmen fell silent, and the clan meeting came to an end. Uchiha Madara was pulled away by Uchiha Taijima with a cold face, and before leaving, he instructed Uchiha Izuna to protect little Itachi. After all, it wasn't strange for these warlike individuals to do anything for the sake of conflict. And now that Itachi had been pushed to the forefront, what if Uchiha dared not think further and could only rely on his most trusted brother to keep a good watch over him? Itachi and Uchiha Izuna returned to their small courtyard, and the content of the clan meeting left Uchiha Izuna feeling unhappy. He didn't want Itachi to go to the Senju clan. The kind of den of tigers and dragons was a place where innocent and naive Itachi would be eaten alive, leaving nothing but bones. He disagreed. If there were to be a marriage alliance, it should be Senju Tobarama coming into their family. Isunani. Itachi looked at the perpetually stern-faced Uchiha Izuna and couldn't help but tug at his sleeve, softly calling out, "Is it because I agreed to this marriage alliance that you're unhappy?" Little Itachi. Uchiha Izuna's sighed, placing both hands on Itachi's shoulders. "Why should you trade your happiness for peace? Nisan doesn't want that, and I don't want that either. We both hope you can be with someone you like, regardless of family prestige, as long as you're happy. But that Senju Tobarama kid is cunning and treacherous." The more Uchiha Izuna spoke, the more he gritted his teeth, recalling all the things Senju Tobarama had done on the battlefield. "You're so pure and adorable. If you enter that kind of place, Nisan is afraid you might be deceived and never come back home." Itachi listened to Uchiha Izuna's somewhat indignant remarks and couldn't help but wonder if his views were influenced by his prejudice against Senju Tobarama. But she decided to comfort her brother first. After all, the situation was still unclear, and besides, Izuna and I'm very smart. I can protect myself. Itachi emphasized repeatedly, which Uchiha Izuna merely saw as her being stubborn. He sighed, blaming their lack of a way to crush the Senju clan for putting Itachi in such a predicament. It seemed that this marriage alliance was unlikely to work out. They would have to see the outcome of the clan talks in 2 days. Uchiha Izuna also didn't want Itachi to continue focusing on the marriage alliance, so he proactively suggested testing Itachi's taijutsu. "Come on, my sister. Let me see how you've been practicing your swordsmanship these past 2 days. Itachi." Thus, Itachi was once again dragged by Uchiha Izuna for a sparring session, and he scolded her fiercely. "Your sword is too high. You can only lift it like that. Keep your footsteps steady. What's the rush? Lift your sword. Faster." Yes. Itachi responded while dealing with Uchiha Izuna's relentless attacks. She started to miss Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama. At least when training with them, they were a bit gentler. This Izuna, while usually gentle, was strict as an elder brother at times like this. Senju clan grounds. Senju Butsama, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Senju Taohua sat silently under the candlelight. Senju Butsama, having fought all his life and having been at odds with Uchiha Taijima since his youth, was finally weary of the long-standing war. He didn't know how he had agreed to his eldest son's request. Senju Butsama thought that perhaps it was because his eldest son knelt before him, tearfully speaking of the disadvantages of war, hoping to end it and establish a peaceful world. As a father, how could he not want to support his child? Moreover, that was also his dream. After so many years of fighting Uchiha Taijima, it was all for the peace that would come after the war. Besides, he was gradually feeling overwhelmed. If he could witness peace before death, that should be. Hashirama, Tobarama, Taohua. Senju Butsama came back to his senses and looked at the 3 children in front of him, who had grown from small kids into capable shinobi. If he were to die, Hashirama, as the eldest son, would undoubtedly become the clan leader, but Hashirama was too pure and naive. Tobarama and Taohua might provide him with good support, but that Uchiha girl, he couldn't gauge. If Tobarama, that ice-cold boy, were to let her in, wouldn't she suffer? He then specifically pointed out Tobarama, if the peace treaty is really signed, you better treat Miss Itachi well. Yes. Tobarama awkwardly touched his nose. He would certainly treat Itachi well, pampering her like a princess, ensuring she wouldn't suffer even a bit. But clan leader. Senju Taohua expressed her disbelief that the Uchiha clan would sign the treaty just like that. She said coldly, "The Uchiha clan has always been cunning and treacherous. We must be cautious during the clan talks in 2 days to guard against any tricks." I think Taohua is right. Tobarama snapped back to rationality from his earlier excitement. Taohua was indeed correct. The Uchiha clan had many warlike individuals, and it was possible they would launch a full-scale attack through the clan talks. Let us prepare accordingly. Senju Butsama agreed. That old thief Uchiha Taijima has no reason not to bring people over. Hashirama, Tobarama, you two will take care of this matter. Yes. 2 days later, the clan talks took place at a pavilion in front of the Southie Shrine, scheduled for noon. Uchiha Taijima brought his two sons to the meeting, while Itachi secretly followed behind, wanting to know the content of the talks to better plan her next steps. Senju Butsuma also brought his two sons to the meeting and, upon seeing the three familiar faces across from him, was not surprised. Please sit. The six of them sat down, with the two clan leaders in the middle and the remaining four sitting on either side. From the moment he entered, Senju Tobarama activated his sensing abilities, noticing one team after another quietly advancing, and without needing to judge, he knew they were members of the Uchiha clan. They had guessed correctly. Senju Tobarama poured tea for Senju Butsuma, and then poured a cup for Senju Hashirama. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna across the table also sensed the presence of the Senju clan members, and the two silently drank their tea, listening to Uchiha Taijima's useless chatter. Especially when he saw that white-haired boy, Uchiha Madara felt his blood boiling, already plotting to cut off that hand of his. He carefully recalled which hand he had used to hold little Itachi 2 days ago. Was it the left hand? The right hand? Forget it. He might as well cut off both hands. Let him not even be able to teach little Itachi anymore. Chapter 153. The Warring States Period 11. Really? Don't be so stubborn, Butsuma-san. This peace treaty, we have discussed it with our clan members, and I'm afraid it is. Uchiha Taijima placed his teacup on the table, his eyes narrowing, disagreeing. Our little Itachi is innocent and adorable. Marrying into your Senju family may not be appropriate. Uchiha Taijima paused. If Butsuma-san considers sending Tobarama into the Uchiha clan, then perhaps we can reconsider. Before Senju Butsuma could respond, Senju Hashirama unexpectedly spoke up to support his father. That's fine. We also think that Miss Itachi marrying into our family is not appropriate. Having Tobarama come into our family is also acceptable. Uchiha Madara was annoyed, looking at Hashirama's foolish expression, wishing he could throw a fan at him. Senju Tobarama was speechless, wondering what kind of brother this was, deciding his fate without even asking for his opinion. He chuckled. Fujin, your son is quite interesting. Uchiha Taijima couldn't help but laugh. But our little Chiharu is still young. Let her accompany me for 2 more years. After a moment of silence, it was unclear who started it, but the battle lines were drawn. Uchiha Madara used a folding fan to block Senju Hashirama's attack. Hashirama was still the same, questioning Madara as he fought. Why are you unwilling to agree to my plan? What we have been hoping for is about to be realized, isn't it? Don't be so naive, Hashirama, Madara coldly retorted. Chains binding Hashirama's feet, rendering him immobile. Are you willing to make little Chiharu a pawn for peace? Madara. Hashirama glanced at him, bound but transformed into a wood clone. But she is your sister. She has to marry when the time comes. As if his thoughts were exposed, Uchiha Madara took half a step back, his eyes transforming into the kaleidoscope Sharingan, his speed increasing to a level almost as fast as Flying Thunder God. Hashirama looked at his changing eyes. Madara, really, don't be so stubborn. Shut up, Hashirama. The two fought evenly. Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobarama were also evenly matched. Izuna felt annoyed when he saw Tobarama. The thought that if the contract succeeded, his little Chiharu would marry that pretty boy. Absolutely not. Another clash of weapons occurred, and Izuna continuously searched for Tobarama's weaknesses, but this kid was still sharp-witted, evenly matched. If it weren't for Chiharu, perhaps they would have agreed to this marriage. But Chiharu? No, absolutely not. He kept slashing forward, using fire style, great fireball jutsu toward a blind spot of Senju Tobarama. But Tobarama slightly leaned to the side and vanished in the blink of an eye. The black flames missed. Damn it, another Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Izuna gritted his teeth, continuing to track Senju Tobarama's movements. His perception wasn't particularly good, only that pair of eyes made him proud. Wait, is that where father is? Izuna recalled Chiharu and Madara mentioning their father's poor health, and his heart trembled as he rushed towards his father's side. Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma were evenly matched, but with the addition of a cunning Senju Tobarama, Taijima was certainly overwhelmed. He was retreating step by step. He must hold on. Father. Meanwhile, Uchiha Taijima, with his long-term injuries and the side effects of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, was already struggling. He could barely cope with Senju Butsuma's sudden assault, but his vision was gradually becoming unclear. He swung his sword, his steps becoming more erratic. That white-haired kid from the Senju clan appeared before him at some point, and he could only continue to defend. 1 against 2 was still somewhat strenuous. Another shuriken flew over, and he crouched down to dodge, but the white-haired kid suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked at the blade, so close to him, wanted to raise his sword in resistance, but it was too late. Should he take it head-on? Uchiha Taijima thought. He already had many cuts on his body. Taking it head-on would mean death, right? And if Chiharu saw, that kid would definitely cry secretly. What a lovely daughter. He didn't want Chiharu to worry too much, nor did he want her to cry for him in secret. Father. A soft voice called him back to his senses, and a girl in a kimono flew in front of him, using a curved blade to deflect Senju Tobarama's sword. Chiharu took the opportunity to use the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Uchiha Taijima back to their previous position, her speed increasing, the distance not too far, fortunately. Senju Tobarama hadn't reacted yet. They managed to escape. Chiharu, what are you doing here? Uchiha Taijima instinctively questioned. Didn't father tell you to wait at home for us to come back? But Chiharu lowered her head, her big watery eyes looking at him, almost in tears. I want to fight alongside father together. I'm worried about your health. I want to protect you. Senju Butsuma looked at this ninjutsu and couldn't help but glare at Senju Tobarama. You brat, you exposed the family secrets. You didn't even realize you were backstabbed that day. Father. Senju Tobarama knew he was in the wrong, and although his expression didn't change much, a hint of red appeared on his face. Yet, he couldn't help but praise Chiharu in his heart. You've learned so well, little Chiharu. Although she had only learned it a couple of days ago, she could apply it so skillfully. You brat, tone it down. Senju Butsuma couldn't help but scold again. Yes, Senju Tobarama dared not think further. This was war, and if he was even slightly slow, a clan member might fall under the Uchiha's blade. The battle continued into the night. Chiharu had been assisting Uchiha Taijima in his attacks. Another member of the Senju clan fell. Chiharu's heart became heavier and heavier, almost suffocating her. Father. Chiharu called out to her advancing father. She had long known that her emotions exceeded those of ordinary people, even able to empathize with others' feelings. One by one, people passed through her hands, dying before her eyes, hearing their unwillingness, their reluctance to die, their attachment to life, to home, and their yearning for peace. She couldn't help but feel a tightness in her heart. Little Chiharu, are you feeling unwell? Uchiha Taijima stopped, holding Chiharu. His little daughter could be enveloped in just one of his arms. From his perspective, her face was pale as snow, already devoid of the rosy hue she had in the clan's territory. It seemed the war had taken a toll on her. It would be better for little Chiharu to stay at home in the future. Suddenly, a knife pierced into his body. Uchiha Taijima froze for a moment, looking at the blade lodged in his chest, turning to see who it was. Senju Butsuma. You came so quickly. Let little Chiharu escape first. This old thief Senju Butsuma. Chiharu definitely can't handle him. Uchiha Taijima used all his strength to push the child in his arms away and shouted, Chiharu, quickly go find your brother. Father. A heart-wrenching cry. Chiharu's eyes filled with tears as she saw her father smile. Chapter 154. Warring States Period 12. Awakening Ai's Father. Chiharu cried out as she ran towards the smiling Uchiha Taijima, her tears further blurring his smile. She kept wiping her tears, wanting to see him one more time. One more time, to see her father. With a loud sound, Uchiha Taijima maintained his smile, but he had already lost any strength to speak. New wounds added to old ones. This broken body had reached its limit. Yet, he wanted to wipe his little Chiharu's tears one more time. Father. The scene before her shattered into fragments, breaking into piece after piece, falling to the ground, then slowly piecing back together. Whether it was the fallen Uchiha Taijima on the ground or the standing Senju Butsuma with a knife, they shattered into pieces again, reassembling. Chiharu looked at her father, still holding her, unsure whether it was a dream or reality. All she knew was that she didn't want her father to die. She didn't want her father to die in front of her again. When Senju Butsuma launched another sneak attack, Chiharu used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport again. Without the technique's transfer, she felt a bit strained. However, Senju Butsuma's relentless pursuit left Chiharu with no way to evade. She was defending while trying to sense where her two brothers were, hoping to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape to their side. As long as she reached her brothers, she and her father would be saved. However, she couldn't sense the Flying Thunder God technique at all. What should she do? Jiming looked at the relentlessly advancing Senju Butsuma and could only raise her blade to resist. But the accumulation of combat experience was irreplaceable. Jiming could only strike once, and Senju Butsuma could predict her next move and preemptively seal off her escape routes. Even if she noticed it with her Sharingan, she couldn't evade. The Sharingan flickered with red light, and Senju Butsuma's eyes sharpened as he noticed the change in Jiming's Sharingan. It was no longer just a simple Tomo pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Was it the same as those brothers of the Uchiha clan? So, the earlier resurrection of Uchiha Taijima and the time reversal was the ability of Jiming's eyes? Senju Butsuma couldn't help but marvel at how truly talented the Uchiha clan was, with such an ability to rewrite time. Should he withdraw first? Senju Butsuma had always been cautious, but since Uchiha Taijima was already in a declining state, this child Jiming was not his opponent. It was better to take the initiative. Senju Butsuma's expression hardened, and he accelerated his attacks, forcing Jiming to retreat step by step. She was already exhausted from dodging, taking 2 steps back, and then unleashed fire release. Great fireball technique. A large fireball hurled towards Senju Butsuma, who immediately performed hand seals for water release. Water wall. A water wall rose up, blocking the fireball's power. As the water curtain fell, Jiming charged out from the water, thrusting her curved blade straight at Senju Butsuma, thinking she could win this time. But Senju Butsuma was far too clever. The foaming blade was raised high, and just as his long blade was about to fall, the crimson Sharingan appeared in his line of sight, and Senju Butsuma's movements almost froze. Was this an illusion? Senju Butsuma never expected a fall for a child's illusion. Even when Uchiha Taijima cast illusions on him, he had to think it over multiple times. Who would have thought he would fall for a child's illusion? It was quite embarrassing. Senju Butsuma chuckled lightly, finding it rather amusing. This child, it wouldn't be impossible for her to marry Tobirama. Your name is Jiming, right? Senju Butsuma wanted to say a couple more words, but when the thick smoke cleared, the 2 Uchiha had already vanished. He couldn't help but laugh, like father, like daughter. He tried again to sense the Uchiha clan members, but found he couldn't sense a single one. They were fast runners. Senju Butsuma met up with his 2 sons and briefly exchanged information. What? Father, you said Jiming opened her kaleidoscope Sharingan? Senju Hashirama exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't it require immense, emotional stimulation to awaken? Oh, that. Senju Butsuma spoke as if it were a common occurrence. I almost killed Uchiha Taijima just now. But then time was reversed. Time reversal? Senju Tobirama immediately grasped the key point. Both eyes of the kaleidoscope Sharingan have their own abilities. For example, Uchiha Izuna's ability is to summon the black flames of Amaterasu that cannot be extinguished. The ability to rewrite time. Is that Jiming's kaleidoscope Sharingan ability? Yes. Senju Butsuma concluded. But thinking of how skillfully Jiming used the Flying Thunder God technique, he couldn't help but want to give Senju Tobirama a smack. This kid taught others the Flying Thunder God technique and almost got his father killed. Day in and day out, he didn't know what kind of technique he was developing. What are you doing, father? Senju Tobirama looked at his father with a face full of indignation after being inexplicably smacked. You brat, don't hand everything over to others. Senju Butsuma couldn't help but smack him again. You almost got your old man killed with your Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Tobirama. Fine. It was indeed his Flying Thunder God technique. So, getting hit was only to be expected. You should seal that broken Flying Thunder God technique yourself. Senju Butsuma left with those words. Senju Tobirama. The scene shifted back to the Uchiha side, just returning to the clan grounds. Uchiha Taijima was slightly better under Jiming's treatment and would be able to live on with some rest. However, Jiming wasn't so lucky. Uchiha Madara was pacing outside the corridor, watching Uchiha Yum enter with water, saying she was going to help him clean up. As a man, it wasn't appropriate for him to stay by her side. But it had been 3 days, and his little Ji still hadn't woken up. Chapter 155, Warring States Period 13. Let little Ji marry you. Not long after May began, the rain started to fall. The wisteria flower wind chimes hanging in front of the window also entered summer, beginning to show color. It had been raining for almost 3 days. The raindrops shimmered with a dim light. Uchiha Izuna, drenched in the rain, returned to his small courtyard, following the dim light. After helping Uchiha Taijima handle clan affairs for a day, he was already exhausted. Just as he was about to wipe away the rainwater splashed on his clothes, he saw Uchiha Madara standing in the corridor. Still not awake? Uchiha Izuna felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. He frowned slightly. Although little Ji was still not awake, he still had to arrange the tasks entrusted to him by outsiders. Since he couldn't leave due to clan matters, he could only let Madara go first. Brother. Uchiha Izuna wiped the rainwater off his hands and walked 2 steps to Uchiha Madara's side, gently patting his shoulder. Is she still not awake, little Ji? Uchiha Madara shook his head. Yum just went in to help her clean up. What did the doctor say? He ultimately shook his head. Uchiha Izuna's sighed, slightly tilting his head to look at his brother's gloomy face. If he went out on a mission in this state, it would probably lead to trouble. He would definitely complete it, but he didn't know how it would be accomplished. This won't do. Maybe I should go instead. Let Madara and father handle clan affairs, Uchiha Izuna thought. What's wrong, Izuna? Uchiha Madara noticed his brother's gaze. and after a long time without speaking, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. This kid wouldn't be hiding something from him, would he? It's nothing, brother. Uchiha Izuna decided to take on this matter himself. After all, the outcome would be the same whether he led the team or Uchiha Madara did. Tomorrow, there's a task from the daimyo of the Land of Rivers. I'll take 2 teams over. Brother, please take care of the family. Father hasn't recovered yet. I'll be going on the mission tomorrow, so I'll trouble you to handle some clan matters. Uchiha Madara remained cautious. Commission tasks were entirely normal. They relied on the commission fees to maintain the clan's expenses. All right, how many days will you be gone? But he still chose to trust his brother. For Uchiha Madara, besides Hashirama and his brother, no one could put Izuna in danger. It's a guard mission. It could take as little as 3 months or as long as 6 months. They rarely took long-term commission tasks in their clan, but this task had a high commission, and if completed, it could guarantee the clan's expenses for half a year. Furthermore, if their Uchiha clan didn't take it, it would become a task for the Senju clan. Uchiha Izuna didn't want that. However, by going, he wouldn't see little Ji for a long time. Fine. The conversation abruptly stopped. The 2 brothers stood at their sister's door, not saying a word for a long time, until Uchiha Yum came out. Seeing the 2 imposing figures outside the door, she still spoke expressionlessly. Izuna-sama, Madara-sama, you can go in now. Uchiha Izuna pushed the door open first and walked in. The room was lit only by a dim lamp on the table. He tried to tread lightly as he approached the young girl's side. The girl lay on the white quilt, her eyes covered with white gauze. Her pale little face truly made his heart ache. He gently held the girl's hand and softly said, Little Ji. Little Ji. He only called her name, but said nothing more. Standing at the door was Uchiha Madara, watching Uchiha Izuna through the gap in the curtain. He had intended to say something, but then recalled Hashirama's words from that day, and couldn't help but feel self-deprecating. What right did he have to lecture Izuna? He was just as despicable as Izuna. Yet he still entered, sitting on the other side of Izuna, holding Ji's other hand. The girl's hand was always cold, as if from the first time he touched her hand, it had always been this cold, even in winter. Later, their father called several doctors to see her, but there was nothing they could do. Uchiha Taijima and the others could only take extra care of her. After raising her for so many years, they had managed to keep her relatively healthy. At least she didn't get sick as often as before. But time seemed to have reversed. She was back in a hospital bed, unable to hear their responses, the room filled with the smell of medicine, which he found somewhat repulsive. Nii-san. In the reflection of the candlelight, Uchiha Izuna lowered his eyes, his bangs covering his face, his voice muffled. Let little Ji marry you. The candlelight flickered, and the room was plunged into darkness. Uchiha Madara could hardly speak, his brow tightly furrowed. Instead, Uchiha Izuna continued. Little Ji, as the only princess of the Uchiha clan, is now of marriageable age. Rather than marrying someone else, she should marry Nii-san. At least Nii-san will truly treat little Ji well. Besides, little Ji isn't our real sister, is she? Father encourages intermarriage within the clan to ensure the purity of the Uchiha bloodline. Enough. Uchiha Madara was almost swayed by Izuna's words. He had even imagined the scene of little Ji standing in front of him in a white wedding dress. But then Hashirama inexplicably appeared in his mind, sternly saying, She is your sister. Sister. Yes, little Ji is his sister. He is little Ji's brother and should protect her for life, but not in the capacity of a husband. Even though he wanted very much to be little Ji's husband. But if this marriage were to really happen, little Ji would surely be criticized by the clan and talked about by the clansmen. He didn't want that. He didn't want little Ji to be caught in the whirlpool, even if he had a million ways to silence them. All those ways would be things little Ji wouldn't want. This matter is not up for discussion anymore. Uchiha Madara rarely spoke sternly to Izuna. No matter the blood relation, little Ji will always be my sister and yours, and she will always be the only princess of the Uchiha clan. But Nii-san. Uchiha Izuna wanted to say more, but was frightened into silence by Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. He fell silent, yet he still raised his eyes to secretly glance at Uchiha Madara. Nii-san, don't you like her? Chapter 156. Warring States Era 14. Madara's secret Uchiha Izuna left, but before he did, he left Uchiha Madara with a sentence. Wait for me to come back. Uchiha Madara snorted. Izuna, go ahead. After Uchiha Izuna left, the clan became much quieter. Uchiha Izuna was not a talkative person, and with one less person, their small courtyard felt empty. After half a month of rain, Uchiha Madara sat at the table, feeling somewhat vexed. Since the last battle, Uchiha Taijima's health had worsened, and now he could often hear coughing sounds from next door, which made his heart ache. He didn't know if the cough would take his father away, only feeling the burdens on his shoulders becoming increasingly heavy, as if a mountain were pressing down on him. While he was lost in thought, there was another knock at the door. He gloomily responded, "Come in." The visitor was that kid who opposed Ji Ming the other day. What was his name again? Uchiha Madara couldn't quite remember, only leaning on the table. Looking down at the visitor, the man half squatted in front of him, appearing respectful and humble, but Uchiha Madara could tell it was all an act. Ambition lay hidden in his eyes, which he could see through. Had he come because he heard Uchiha Taijima was seriously ill? Speak. But thinking of that day's behavior towards little Ji, Uchiha Madara felt that not driving the person away was already showing him mercy. Young clan leader, this is a new missions commission letter, the man said, handing the scroll to Uchiha Madara's table. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, casually glanced at the scroll, then closed it again, not accepting. Young clan leader, the reward for this mission is substantial. If we don't accept, we'll be handing it over to the Senju clan. Tsuke, Uchiha Madara frowned, standing up and looking down at the man. Who do you think is capable of taking on this task? You or someone else? Uchiha Madara's words were nothing unusual. There were only about 4 people in the Uchiha clan who could take on major responsibilities. Uchiha Taijima was ill and not managing things. Uchiha Izuna was already on a mission, and Ji Ming was still asleep. As the young clan leader, he couldn't lead a team. Naturally, only the young clan leader can take on this responsibility. Uchiha Madara sneered. You kid came here waiting for him, standing in front of him, trying to usurp his position. What a joke. Is there anything else? Just a kid. Uchiha Madara was too lazy to argue with him. If there's nothing, don't disturb me from going home to see little Ji. Young clan leader, please reconsider. Leave. Uchiha Madara shot a cold glance at the person squatting in front of him, his expression frivolous. Oh, there's one more thing. Pass it down. If anyone accepts a commission without my consent, be prepared for the consequences. After finishing, Uchiha Madara flicked his sleeves and stepped out the door, finally able to leave work after a long day. He scratched his head and couldn't help but remember the time little Ji insisted on giving him little ponytails. So lively and cheerful. But now, little Ji lay motionless in bed, devoid of life. Madara, Uchiha Taijima coughed a couple of times, calling Uchiha Madara over. He had mostly heard what happened earlier and was worried that Uchiha Madara was being too harsh. He hoped more that his younger son Izuna would assist his elder son Madara, as having both firmness and gentleness would allow the Uchiha clan to be governed well. What's wrong, father? But Uchiha Madara didn't really want to see his father. The reason being, first, he wanted to go back to see little Ji. He hadn't seen her all day and was always afraid something would happen to her. Second, he didn't want to see his father's aging appearance. His father had always been a hero, full of vigor, never showing signs of illness. As long as he didn't see him, he could always believe his father was fine. His father was still that father. He avoided seeing his father's pale face, just sitting in front of his door, opening a curtain. Komein, Uchiha Madara lowered his head and walked in, sitting cross-legged in front of Uchiha Taijima. He took the tea from Uchiha Taijima and silently stared at the tea in the cup. How has little Ji been lately? It was a usual greeting, but Uchiha Madara felt an unusual pressure. He just replied in a muffled voice, still the same as before. And you, father? I've been feeling much better lately. Uchiha Taijima smiled. He was rarely gentle, like a mother. Madara, you mostly inherited my firmness, while Izuna inherited your mother's softness, but as the clan leader, you cannot just slap someone and forget to give them a candy. Words that felt like a last wish left Uchiha Madara silent. Death was common during wartime, but he raised his eyes to Uchiha Taijima, only to lower them again in silence, gritting his teeth and saying nothing. Madara, your father is very proud of the 3 of you. You have all become capable ninjas, Uchiha Taijima continued, coughing slightly, aware that his ailing body might not have much time left. Yet, what worried him the most was his elder son, Uchiha Madara. He knew Madara's stubbornness. Once he set his mind on something, nothing could change it. Not only that, but he never softened his words, fearing he had made too many enemies within the clan, which was why Uchiha Yasuhara had come to stir up trouble. That kid, Uchiha Yasuhara, was cunning and followed in his father's footsteps. How could Madara, who was so straightforward, compete with him? Uchiha Taijima couldn't help but groan softly. Father, Uchiha Madara was not incapable of adapting or changing his approach. He simply did not want to waste time in such places. He would rather spend that time training with Izumi. I know, take care of your injuries. It was rare for Uchiha Madara to reassure Uchiha Taijima, saying, leave the clan matters to me. I'll manage them well. Izuna sent a message back. This is for you. Using Izuna's letter to change the subject, he took out the letter hidden in his chest, saying that everything was fine. That's good. It would be even better if Izumi could wake up. Uchiha Taijima's side, but you must keep Izumi's Sharingan power safe. The power to rewrite time has likely already attracted attention. Yes. After chatting for a bit more, Uchiha Madara left the main courtyard after having dinner with Uchiha Taijima and returned to his own small courtyard. The light in the small courtyard was considerably dim, and he stood on the corridor, pacing back and forth, before finally pushing open the door to Izumi's room. The girl was still sleeping, and Uchiha Madara sighed, casually grabbing a blanket and lying down beside Izumi. Their hands intertwined. This was a secret known only to the moon. Chapter 157, Warring States Period 15. Izumi finally wakes up summer past with one rain after another. Rarely, their clan and the Senju clan coexisted peacefully along the banks of the Southern He River, not even having a single conflict. Autumn. The harvest results within the clan were quite good. Uchiha Madara looked at the harvest report that was brought to him and nodded. The grain harvested this autumn should be enough to last for a year. He then flipped to a recent commission task, which was a bodyguard mission for a feudal lord. With a commission period of 1 year, Uchiha Madara thought of the emerging youth within the clan and decided to let him gain some experience. Dream, help me call Fire Core over. Uchiha Madara called out to Uchiha Dream, who was standing nearby. Uchiha Dream responded expressionlessly and stepped out. Fire Core, upon hearing that the young clan leader called him, arrived at the clan leader's courtyard shortly. He knocked on the door 3 times, and only after hearing the young clan leader's voice did he dare to push aside the curtain and enter. Seeing the youth in front of him, Uchiha Madara noticed that Fire Core's respectful demeanor was not feigned and was nothing like that of Uchiha Yasuhara. It was indeed correct to entrust this matter to Fire Core. Fire Core, I've called you over for a reason, Uchiha Madara said gently to the obedient child of his generation. There is a bodyguard mission, and I hope you can go out and gain some experience. The sudden warm words surprised Fire Core, causing a bead of sweat to appear on his forehead. Heaven knows, he was known for killing without bloodshed on the battlefield, having gained fame at a young age, second only to Madara and Izuna. But this Madara, Fire Core found it difficult to gauge. Previously, Madara always held a commanding position, ordering others around. Why was this task now presented as a hopeful suggestion? It was quite terrifying. Fire Core swallowed hard, unable to grasp Uchiha Madara's current intentions, and could only respond awkwardly. Okay, Lord Madara. This is the commission letter. After Uchiha Madara tossed the commission letter to him, he began to flip through the next commission letter, looking for tasks that other young clan members could take on, planning to distribute the tasks after the autumn harvest ended. Otherwise, if they were all idle at home, trouble would inevitably arise. By the time the candlelight flickered, Uchiha Madara looked up from the documents and found Fire Core half kneeling in front of him, dozing off. This kid. He could even fall asleep in front of him. Fire Core. Uchiha Madara subtly furrowed his brows, his cold black eyes revealing a hint of displeasure as he gazed at the sleeping youth. Hearing his call, Fire Core merely mumbled in response, his body softening to the point of nearly collapsing to the ground. Uchiha Madara reacted quickly, rushing over to support Uchiha Fire Core and gently placing him on the ground, even thoughtfully providing a pillow. Madara himself did not know why he suddenly acted this way. Perhaps it was because his father had said he hoped he would learn some of his mother's gentleness. He was subconsciously starting to learn. Taking care of younger peers like this might also be considered gentle, right? After leaving the study, Uchiha Madara first went to Uchiha Taijima's room, chatting with him for a bit about the tasks assigned today, casually reminiscing about the past. He didn't know when it started, but Uchiha Taijima often talked about the times he and Izumi spent together as children. You know, back then you were sneaking around with Izumi to meet that Hashirama kid. Don't think I didn't know. Uchiha Taijima took a sip of sake, laughing heartily, but then coughed a few times as the alcohol caught in his throat. Isn't it about time for Hashirama's family to have taken a liking to our Izumi? Uchiha Madara wanted to tell his father to drink less, but seeing his father's satisfied look after finishing the drink, he decided to let it be. But Izumi should stay within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Taijima had drunk quite a bit, and his eyes were already hazy. Our little Izumi is like a jasmine flower in a greenhouse, pure and fragile. It's best to keep a greenhouse flower at home. As long as Madara and Izuna are alive, no one in the Uchiha clan can harm Izumi. This jasmine flower will grow even more beautifully. However, Izumi was also approaching the age for marriage. It was time to consider if there were suitable youths within the clan. Completely drunk, Uchiha Madara gave a glance to Uchiha Dream, who immediately understood and quietly left the room. How's Fire Core? Uchiha Taijima asked Uchiha Madara, not hearing his elder son respond, and continued talking to himself. Besides you and Izuna, Fire Core is the most outstanding youth in the clan. His temperament is good. He is handsome, and his abilities are remarkable. Izumi and Fire Core would make a good match. Fire Core? Uchiha Madara thought of the boy sleeping like a pig next door, and his expression darkened. That kid was just average. How could he be worthy of Izumi? Father, I think Fire Core still lacks maturity, Uchiha Madara said to Uchiha Taijima. If it's Fire Core, he is not even as good as that white-haired kid from the Senju clan. Besides, Izumi has not yet awakened. Isn't it a bit too early to consider this matter? Uchiha Taijima was already completely drunk, slumped over the table with his wine cup spilled. Mumbling a couple of words, Madara, you must take good care of your younger siblings. Take good care of Izumi. Just then, Uchiha Dream brought in honey-infused water from the kitchen. Uchiha Madara gestured for Dream to feed Taijima before quietly leaving the clan leader's small courtyard. Upon returning to his small courtyard, the autumn wind was quite boisterous, causing the wind chimes in their room to ring, as if welcoming him home. He pushed open Jimin's room door, as usual, pulled up a quilt, and lay down beside her. However, he had been suffering from insomnia lately and found himself staring at Jimin until dawn. But this time, Uchiha Madara couldn't believe his eyes. Through the moonlight, he saw those obsidian-like eyes staring at him, and he almost lost his voice. Nisan. The girl's soft and weak voice was like a heavenly sound, waking the stunned Uchiha Madara. Xiaoji. Uchiha Madara immediately hugged Jimin tightly. The warmth of her body and her slightly labored breathing made him realize that his little Jimin had come back to life. Nisan. Jimin was a bit out of breath from being held by Uchiha Madara, and her instinct for survival made her continuously try to push him away, but to no avail. If she weren't still sick, she would have given Uchiha Madara a lightning blade. Oh, but at this time, there was no lightning blade. Anyway, she couldn't let him feel comfortable. But given the disparity between their strengths, she had no choice but to be held by Uchiha Madara. As long as she was still breathing, she wouldn't die. After a while, Uchiha Madara finally realized the seriousness of the situation and loosened his grip a little, carefully checking the girl's breath with his fingertip. She was still breathing. Uchiha Madara let out a sigh of relief. He was scared to death. It was hard to wake her up, and he didn't want to knock her out again. It's my fault, Nisan, Uchiha Madara said self-reproachfully. Chapter 158. The Warring States Period 16. Xiaoji's Sharingan ability what? Jimin couldn't help but widen her eyes. Who is saying it's their fault? Uchiha Madara actually felt guilty. Actually said sorry? Seeing that the girl in his arms hadn't spoken yet, Uchiha Madara continued to apologize. It's all because Nisan didn't take good care of you. If only Nisan could have arrived at your and your father's side sooner. He lowered his head, his tone sincere and not feigned. Jimin gradually calmed down and began to think about more possibilities regarding Uchiha Madara. In fact, most portrayals of Uchiha Madara in fan works and the original story show him as a strong-willed person, but he was always multifaceted. The hard side was just the soft side turned inside out. She shouldn't view a person so one-dimensionally. So, she looked at Uchiha Madara, the boy with his head lowered, his seaweed-like long hair hanging over him, making him look more like a big cat seeking comfort in self-reproach. Nisan, it's okay. Jimin hugged Uchiha Madara, her face pressed against his chest, listening to the rhythmic sound of his heartbeat, which told her that this person was real and tangible. Therefore, she needed to break away from her previous old perceptions and get to know a new Uchiha Madara. Nisan, handling Brother Hashirama alone is already quite exhausting. Jimin comforted him, and this time we have new gains. At least I have opened my Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Madara was speechless, burying his head in Jimin's shoulder. If he could, he hoped that Xiaoji would never have to awaken her Manjiki Sharingan, or even her Sharingan at all. Most of the Uchiha clan's eyes were open due to intense emotions. He and Izuna awakened their eyes only after their trusted ones died before their eyes. He didn't want Xiaoji to experience such things. He understood the feelings of life and death better than anyone. In the future, I can help more. Jimin continued to comfort him. She could sense that Uchiha Madara's emotions were not high, even a bit low, that way. I won't have to wait at the clan grounds for you to come back. I want to fight alongside you. With every word Jimin spoke, Uchiha Madara's heart ached a little more. What kind of battle would they fight together? The battlefield was so dangerous. This was only her second time on the battlefield, and she had been lying in bed for almost half a year. Who knows what might happen next time? Sometimes, he wished Xiao Ji could be like other clan girls. Just a good wife and mother, waiting at home for them to return. Nisan, I don't want to be a good wife and mother. Jimin said seriously, I want to be with you. I don't want to stay at home waiting for you to come back. Uchiha Madara knew that, but he only hoped that when she got better, she could train with him and that his training would be even stricter. The battlefield was cruel. Missing a single move could lead to death. Okay, I will train well with brother. Jimin had just woken up and didn't know what time it was or what had happened in these days. She was eager to understand the current situation, but the sound of snow pressing down on the branches broke her desire to ask. Everything was silent. Snowflakes swirled down from the night sky like reeds, settling on the rooftops and the branches in the courtyard. It's snowing, Nissan, Jimin murmured. It turned out it was already winter when she was saving her father. It was still late spring or early summer, and almost half a year had passed. She quickly asked, Nissan, is father okay? How is brother Zuna? Jimin's two questions came in quick succession, which left Uchiha Madara a bit confused. After listening to the sound of the snow for a long time, he finally sorted out his thoughts and replied to Jimin, father is fine. I just had dinner with him. Izuna went on a mission and hasn't returned yet. Are you hungry? Uchiha Madara thought that since Jimin had been sleeping for so long, she must be starving. After just waking up, he couldn't overlook such a detail. Uchiha Madara gently placed Jimin back on the bed. The reason for this was that he was afraid of repeating what had just happened. He hurriedly opened the paper door and quickly walked down the corridor to find the small kitchen in the courtyard. Coincidentally, a chef was cleaning the day's utensils. Lord Madara. The chef respectfully greeted Uchiha Madara. Cook something light. Xiaoji just woke up. What? Lady Jimin is awake? The chef exclaimed, as they privately believed that Lady Jimin would surely sleep forever. They felt some regret when discussing it and didn't expect she could really wake up. Medical ninjas were a rare thing in wartime, and Lady Jimin was a capable medical ninja who could treat any illness. Even if they went to her for treatment, they could receive excellent care. For them, it was truly great that Lady Jimin could wake up. So the chef decided to prepare a grand feast for Lady Jimin. Send the food to the room later, Uchiha Madara said before quickly returning to the room, fearing that in the blink of an eye, the person inside would fall asleep again. When he returned to the room, Jimin was sitting under the candlelight. Her scarlet Sharingan was no longer the three-tomo pattern, but the Mangeki design. Her Mangeki looked like a kite. When the kite spun, it was the reason her Mangeki activated. She closed her left eye. Was she testing the ability of her right eye? As it turned out, just as Uchiha Madara thought, the ability of her left eye was time-space rupture, and Jimin was curious about what her right eye's ability was. Gathering chakra over her right eye, the place her right eye focused on absorbed all the candlelight, and then a large space flashed through her mind. Damn, could her right eye's ability be like Kamui? This was a good thing. The room fell into darkness as Uchiha Madara watched the extinguished candlelight. Without a doubt, the candlelight had been absorbed by her eye technique. The ability to rewrite time combined with space-time ninjutsu. He focused and reignited the candlelight, sitting opposite Jimin. Xiaoji, you need to keep your eyes hidden. I know. Jimin certainly knew that many people coveted the Sharingan. The water-stopping technique was taken away by the old thief Danzo because of the power of the Sharingan being too strong. The power of double Kamui was temporarily held back by the man in front of her. No. She had to protect her own life. After a moment, the chef came in with a delicious meal. Young lady, the chef placed the food on the table. It's not good to eat too much at night, so let's just have this to fill your stomach for now. Tomorrow morning, I'll make you something delicious. With that, the chef understandingly left the room. Jimin's eyes lit up at the sight of the dishes. She picked up her bowl and quickly finished everything in no time. Uchiha Madara was startled, his eyes widening. Eating so fast, wouldn't she choke? What if his little Ji choked to death? Of course, it was impossible for her to choke to death. After Jimin finished her meal with satisfaction, she got up to wash up before returning to the room. Seeing Uchiha Madara still in the room, she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled and asked, Nissen, aren't you going back to sleep? Uchiha Madara was about to lie down on the freshly made bed, but upon hearing Jimin's question, he finally remembered he had his own room. Since Jimin fainted, he had unconsciously stayed in her room. He didn't know why. He just felt more at ease being near little Ji. Who knew that this sleep would last for half a year? Seeing her confused expression, Uchiha Madara casually made the bed, moved it over a few inches, and lay down comfortably, saying, you just recovered, so I need to protect you. After all, ambushes had happened before. If you were to sleep alone in a room, what if someone attacked you? Right, little Ji? Jimin listened to him and found no issue with his words, but she didn't think she was weak enough to that extent. Although she had indeed been ambushed once before, she was still very young at that time, and the Senju clan was indeed cunning, which was how they managed to take her. But times had changed. Jimin was no longer that child unless those three came again. But Nissen, I can manage on my own, Jimin said weakly. No, you can't, Uchiha Madara rebutted, patting the little bed that had already been made. Come on, sleep now, little Ji. Okay, Jimin compromised. After all, With 2 beds, he couldn't really do anything. She lay down in her own bed, looking at the still burning candlelight, and widened her right eye. As the windmill spun, she stored the candle into a different space. The room was pitch dark. Only the snow continued to fall. The next morning, Uchiha woke up early. The snow weighed heavily on the branches, and outside, servants were already sweeping the snow. He unconsciously turned to glance at the still sleeping Jiming. Watching her serene, sleeping face, his hand involuntarily reached out to touch her snow-like face. And he did just that. Uchiha was always one to act on impulse. He lifted a fingertip and poked her cheek, which was indeed as soft as snow, bouncing back with a poke. He couldn't help but poke her again. Just one more poke. After all, it was still early, and there wasn't much going on in the clan today, so why not poke a little more? Uchiha thought, propping his face up with one hand and poking with the other, until it was considerably brighter outside. He finally got out of bed, walked his own room to wash up simply. After washing up and having breakfast, Uchiha strolled to the clan leader's courtyard. Along the way, he saw many households going out to sweep the snow, and those who saw Uchiha greeted him with smiles. Lord Madara, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Not bad, Uchiha replied gently, looking at an old woman in front of him. He took the broom from her hands. Let me help you, Grandma. With that, Uchiha jumped onto the roof and swept away the snow on the rooftop in just a few strokes before jumping down and returning the broom to the old woman. The weather is probably going to get colder, so if you need anything, please let the clan know. All right, Lord Madara, the old woman said with a smile as she watched him continue on to the clan leader's courtyard. Since Uchiha Taijima was still the current clan leader, all the commission documents and clan matters were sent to Uchiha Taijima's courtyard, but his father was already tired from handling these matters. Seeing about 5 documents a day was already pushing his limit, so Uchiha had to handle the affairs here. As soon as he entered the room, Uchiha Akira walked in with a secret letter held by a crow. The crow flew directly onto his hand. Uchiha stroked the crow's feathers while untying the letter from its foot. He opened it and saw, damn, that Senju Hashirama. That brat Hashirama must have caught wind of Ji waking up yesterday. How'd he know? Could there be a spy? Uchiha scrutinized the note again. It read that Tobarama was seriously ill, and the clan's doctors had diagnosed him but saw no improvement. Hearing that little Ji's medical skills were renowned, they were willing to pay 100 gold to request her aid. Hashirama. There was no doubt that this ugly handwriting was written by Senju Hashirama. There was no doubt this was a request Hashirama would make. There was no doubt that Hashirama was confident he would agree, right? Uchiha clenched the paper tightly, wishing he could set it on fire immediately to make this annoying note disappear from his sight forever. He simply decided to ignore it. After putting it aside for a moment, Uchiha began to handle other clan affairs. For instance, which family's ninja cat was causing trouble today? He rubbed his forehead. The Ninja Cat clan had signed a contract with the Uchiha clan for quite some time, but it was normal for little cats to act up since they always had their little tempers. He glanced at the commission form and had an idea. Dealing with little cats was undoubtedly Jiming's forte, but right now, Jiming wasn't feeling well, and there was that troublesome matter with Senju Hashirama. Meng. Uchiha handed the newly written list to Uchiha Akira, feeling a bit tired. He yawned and said, call the people on this list to do this task. And by the way, bring a cup of tea. It seemed he had been too excited last night, going to bed too late, which led to him being overly energetic today. By noon, he was already feeling a bit drowsy. Understood. After a short nap, Uchiha had just opened his eyes when he saw Senju Hashirama sitting in front of him. Hashirama looked the same as he did half a year ago, still with that black hair and unchanged face, wearing the white kimono of the Senju clan, with the family crest embroidered on his chest. Uchiha was startled and activated his Sharingan, glancing at Hashirama, unable to hide his displeasure, even a bit of anger. Hashirama, how did you get into the Uchiha territory? Realizing his voice was too loud, he instantly appeared beside Hashirama, gripping his chin and looking down at him. But he lowered his voice significantly. Are you trying to get yourself killed, Hashirama? Hashirama blinked innocently like a big puppy and replied naturally, you wouldn't kill me. And I've been sending you messages for so long, but you haven't responded. He even sounded more and more aggrieved. I can't just let Tobarama die for no reason. And since you wouldn't respond, I had to come find you in person. Then he seemed a bit pleased with himself. It's fine, Madara. I got past the guards. So don't worry. Uchiha Madara felt bored. The people in the clan leader's courtyard were not his own. If there were ears on the other side of the wall, he was not that naive fool Hashirama and naturally understood what that meant. Chapter 160. Warring States Period 18. Can I meet little Izumi? Madara. Can I meet little Izumi? Senju Hashirama still did not forget serious matters and looked earnestly at Uchiha Madara, pleading to save Tobirama. Do you still remember our previous wish? He began to persuade Uchiha Madara with ideals that had not yet been constructed, while Izuna was out on a mission, but my Tobirama might not survive this winter. Madara, under Hashirama's repeated pleas, it would be a lie to say that Uchiha Madara was indifferent. Their dreams were so unified, only hoping to protect their younger siblings. Tobirama's death was never in the script Uchiha Madara arranged for him. At the very least, he should die at their hands. The best outcome would be to live together in a new world. But is that so easy? Don't make noise for now. Uchiha Madara frowned and looked at his chattering mouth, wanting to slap him. What he said was already unreasonable, and now he had to act pitiful. That little kindness of his should have been thrown into the southern river long ago. Even if his Senju, Tobirama, died outside today, it wouldn't concern him in the slightest. Nisan, after waking up and having a simple breakfast, Izumi came to Uchiha Taijima's courtyard, greeted her father, and then knocked on the door to Uchiha Madara's room. It seemed she sensed a different chakra. It was chakra completely unlike that of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that Uchiha Madara was caught by someone? Besides Hashirama, no one could touch a hair on Uchiha Madara. Thus, she stood at the door and tentatively knocked. And upon hearing Uchiha Madara's voice, she cautiously pushed the door open, afraid of seeing something she shouldn't. Nisan Izumi sat on the mat, scanning her surroundings, and indeed found clues. Hidden black hair and a sleeve of a kimono. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This looked a bit like hiding a lover. Should she leave first? Izumi thought. What if Hashirama was hiding and suffocating? Should she just take the hint and leave? She felt a bit restless. Little Izumi, a familiar and very soft probing voice came, and Izumi looked over, then glanced at her elder brother, whose room seemed like it could rain any second. She dared not respond, silently looking down her teacup, water swaying in the cup. The floor of the room shook 3 times, and cold sweat dripped from her forehead, which she instinctively wiped away. Wow, what were these two doing here? If they emitted a bit more chakra, Uchiha Taijima next door would find out sooner or later. If Uchiha Taijima learned that the young clan leader of the Senju clan was in the Uchiha clan's territory, he would surely get out of bed in anger. Should she persuade them? Izumi thought, standing in between the two, closing her eyes, and saying, "You two, don't fight anymore." Sure enough, the two stopped. She finally mustered the courage to look up and saw Uchiha Madara looking at her in confusion. She looked at the other person, Senju Hashirama, who also looked bewildered. This. Izumi felt so awkward she could have built a Barbie castle with her feet. So it turned out they weren't fighting. Little Izumi, here's the thing. While Uchiha Madara had not said anything yet, Senju Hashirama quickly stepped forward, holding Izumi's hand and earnestly requesting, "Tobirama is sick. I've called the clan's doctor, but it hasn't helped. So I want to ask little Izumi for help." Uchiha Madara clicked his tongue. That scoundrel had taken advantage of his inattention and stolen from him. Izumi. She instinctively glanced at the silent Uchiha Madara, then at the starry-eyed Senju Hashirama. Forget it, better to look at the floor. After all, according to the original story, Senju Tobirama definitely wouldn't die this year. Madara, I'm begging you. Seeing that pleading with Izumi was useless, Senju Hashirama continued to focus his gaze on Uchiha Madara, and he believed that Uchiha Madara would definitely, absolutely, for sure, let little Izumi come to treat Tobirama. After pleading for a long time, Uchiha Madara finally raised his eyes, exasperated. This kid is so noisy. Fine. Uchiha Madara ultimately agreed. You personally bring that white-haired kid to the South River Shrine. I will bring little Izumi over later. Absolutely cannot be taken to the Senju clan. Yes. Senju Hashirama finally got Uchiha Madara's approval. At 7 o'clock, we will wait for you at the South River Shrine. After saying that, he immediately performed a body flicker technique and left the room. Only after sensing Senju Hashirama's chakra completely disappear did she dare to glance at Uchiha Madara. Now, the situation of Madara was still unknown. His brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes obscured by bangs, his elbows resting on the table, silent. It seemed Madara's condition was quite poor. Maybe she should slip away in respect. Anyway, I can't add fuel to the fire here. Little Izumi, you go back and prepare. Later, I'll come pick you up. Uchiha Madara finally spoke up. Let's go see that nearly dying white-haired kid. The more he spoke, the more gritted his teeth. He wanted to see what was going on with that kid. Yes, Izumi replied repeatedly, secretly relieved to finally have an excuse to leave this place. 7 o'clock in the evening. Izumi waited in her small courtyard for Uchiha Madara to finish dinner. For some reason, he was eating especially slowly tonight, even slower than her. Could it be intentional? Izumi looked up and down at Uchiha Madara, wondering if he was stalling, not wanting to meet Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama. Ni-san, it's already 7:15. Izumi reminded again. Shouldn't we get ready to set off? Uchiha Madara slowly put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then leisurely got up. Let's go. Use your flying thunder god technique. Izumi. All right. Izumi placed her hand on Uchiha Madara's shoulder, sensing the mark left at the South River Shrine. Once the landing point was sensed, in an instant the scene changed. The bell at the entrance of the South River Shrine swayed with the wind, pulling the two back to reality. It seemed that white-haired kid taught it well. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Learning the flying thunder god technique wasn't a bad thing after all, at least if they encountered danger. They could fly back to his side using the technique, which could be considered their medical fee for treating the white-haired kid. Madara, you guys are here. Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up upon seeing Uchiha Madara, and he immediately walked to Uchiha Madara's side, continuing, Tobirama is sitting inside. Please have little Izumi go in and check. Madara, you can spar with me outside. How long has it been since we sparred together? Although Uchiha Madara also wanted to spar with Senju Hashirama, he wanted to stay by Izumi's side even more. Little Izumi was so innocent. What if she was tricked by that kid Tobirama? Moreover, this time their meeting was not without its traps. If he just wanted to spar with Senju Hashirama for his own reasons and put little Izumi in danger, what should he do? Chapter 161. Warring States Period 19. Who are the young couple? Forget it. Uchiha Madara refused Senju Hashirama's request. Let's stay by little Izumi's side. Oh dear. Senju Hashirama insisted on putting his arm around Uchiha Madara's shoulder and walking outside. Madara, can you give this couple a little time? A couple? Uchiha Madara immediately exploded with anger. Senju Hashirama, who are you calling couple? That white-haired kid of yours is not worthy of being our son-in-law. He even began to consider whether he should truly marry Izumi. Only by keeping her by his side would she be the safest. No. Senju Hashirama quickly tried to smooth things over with Uchiha Madara. Just give our white-haired kid a little time, okay? Madara, he even started shaking Uchiha Madara's sleeve left and right. Uchiha Madara fell silent and tilted his head. Is this kid really the young clan leader of the Senju clan? With his personality, wouldn't he be eaten alive in the Senju clan? What a foolishly sweet kid. Fine. After a long pause, Uchiha Madara finally managed to squeeze out a word while being forcibly led by Senju Hashirama to the outside of the Nage Shrine. This was supposedly to stand guard for the two of them, but in reality, it was a long-lost physical confrontation between the two. Meanwhile, Izumi had just stepped out of her home and was suddenly hit by the cold that made her shiver. She steadied herself, took a deep breath, and walked into the Nage Shrine. The white-haired figure was easy to recognize. Senju Tobirama was sitting on a mat, eyes closed, seemingly praying. Izumi approached, sat down on a mat beside him, adjusted her skirt, and was about to call out to Senju Tobirama. Who knew that Senju Tobirama's cool voice interrupted her before she could speak? You're here, Uchiha Mississippi Uchiha Miss? Izumi's heart skipped a beat. What a strange title. Senju Tobirama had never called her anything like that before. What was he trying to do? Could it be that this Senju Tobirama was a fake? Instinctively, Izumi shrank back, ready to use the flying thunder god technique to escape outside. Anyone who could impersonate Senju Tobirama and was brought here by Senju Hashirama certainly wouldn't be an easy character to deal with. But the chakra she sensed was indeed Senju Tobirama. Did I scare you? Senju Tobirama panicked, seeing Izumi's cautious demeanor, and softened his voice a little. It's a bit cold today. Why are you dressed so lightly? I should have asked Anija to take me to the Uchiha clan instead. I shouldn't have made you come all this way. It's fine. It should really be the real Senju Tobirama, right? Izumi tentatively believed the person in front of her. Would it be wrong? The most important task was still to heal Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama's gaze began to dodge. Actually, I'm not sick. I just wanted to see you. During peacetime, the interactions between the two clans had become closer, but he still hadn't seen her. In the missions we exchanged, I didn't see your shadow, and you never came to the Nage Shrine. So I had Anija help me put on this act. You. Senju Tobirama looked at Izumi's expression, which showed no change. She probably wasn't angry, right? But what he saw was only one-sided. This was something Anija often said to him. So facing Izumi, the girl in front of him, he rarely had the emotion of wanting to clarify things. Are you angry? He asked cautiously, looking at the girl with careful eyes. After all, the Senju clan came up with such a terrible plan just to see the Uchiha clan's young lady, which was likely quite infuriating, using his own body as bait to lure this kind-hearted angel into a trap. She must be angry, right? Senju Tobirama thought. When Izumi heard this question, She was a bit surprised. Why did Senju Tobarama want to see her so much? Their relationship was that of an unbetrothed couple, a fleeting teacher-student relationship, and rivals. Why would he want to see her? Senju Tobarama was such a rational person. How could he use such a clumsy scheme at this moment to see a young lady from an enemy clan? I'm not angry. Izumi couldn't understand, but she didn't plan to think any further. Since Senju Tobarama wasn't sick, that was wonderful. She actually reacted slowly to everything and learned things at a slow pace. Not only in her past life, but also in learning here. Where others might grasp the content of a lesson in one class, she needed to spend 1 to 2 times longer to understand. If it came to application, she might need even more time. The same went for coming to the world of Naruto. It was like the Flying Thunder God technique. Although she spent an entire afternoon learning it and barely managed short-distance teleportation, after returning to her clan's territory, she still spent a lot more time learning. Only then could she manage to use it during the battle between the two clans. But she didn't hate this slow-reacting state. After all, sometimes not understanding anything is better than understanding everything. So since she couldn't figure out Senju Tobarama's thoughts, she simply gave up. Moreover, Senju Tobarama wouldn't pose any danger to her. At least for now. This year's snow is falling particularly early. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but sigh. Should we go together to pay our respects during the New Year festival? Now that there's no war between the two clans, it should be okay. The more Senju Tobarama spoke, the more he felt like a fool. How could he be so muddled at such a moment? What kind of suggestion was that? I need to go back and ask Nizan. Izumi dared not agree. If she sneaked out again with Senju Tobarama behind Uchiha Madara's back, she would definitely get her legs broken. She absolutely wouldn't. The last time she secretly met with Senju Tobarama, she had to behave herself for several days. This time, she absolutely wouldn't do that again. With a dangerous cat like Uchiha Madara, she needed to be extra careful to survive in this warring states period. If they could go out together like today, with the 4 of them, that should be allowed, right? Izumi thought. If only Brother Hashirama could convince Nizan to go together. It should be okay, right? She continued. I wonder if Brother Izuna will be back by then. If he comes back, we can all play together as a group of 5. Chapter 162. Warring States Period 20. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobarama clicked his tongue, lowering his gaze. To be honest, he wasn't very fond of Uchiha Izuna. If he really had to choose a man from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara might be better than Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna was mysterious and was of the same kind as him. As the saying goes, like attracts like, if Uchiha Izuna were around, then going out wouldn't just be a simple outing. Seeing Senju Tobarama frowning, looking serious, Izumi couldn't help but laugh. Tobarama, you're too serious. At this rate, you won't be able to find a wife. Originally, that cute laugh made Senju Tobarama feel a bit flushed. He should be angry with how she spoke to his brother. But then the girl added, you won't be able to find a wife. He immediately realized that little Izumi didn't like serious men. If he continued to frown, she wouldn't want to marry him. To be honest, Senju Tobarama didn't know where his confidence came from. He believed that little Izumi would definitely be his wife. That she would definitely be the second lady of the Senju clan. Okay, Senju Tobarama simply responded with one word. This left Izumi feeling confused. She was already thinking of escaping. Senju Tobarama was nowhere near as interesting as his older brother, Senju Hashirama. He was an iceberg. Usually, apart from teaching ninjutsu and sparring, the two of them didn't have much to talk about. Mainly, Senju Tobarama was just too dull. She herself is quite reserved. During high school, she was fortunate enough to be recognized as a cool and aloof top student. Other than occasional exchanges to ask questions, there was basically no communication. Jiming also knew that it wasn't that they didn't want to chat with her, but rather she was trapped in her own little world, unwilling to step out, and others were unwilling to step in. So, it wasn't until college that she reversed this situation by starting live streaming, chatting with many people every day. In her empty thoughts, she wondered if Senju Tobarama felt the same way. The Warring States period was a war of sound, while the final year of high school was a silent war. Once you let a guard down, you could easily fail. Senju Tobarama was the second in command of the Senju clan. But because his brother Hashirama was too idealistic, Tobarama had to play the role of the rational one, compensating for Hashirama's shortcomings. Suddenly, Jiming didn't want to run away anymore and attempted to find some topics to chat with Tobarama, even if the topics might seem awkward. Tobarama, was your work going smoothly today? Work? Jiming really didn't expect herself to be so awkward, asking about work right off the bat. Oh dear, she really was a genius at chatting. It's okay, Tobarama replied casually, not revealing to the girl in front of him that he had skipped his lunch break and didn't even go to the lab to quickly handle trivial matters just to meet her at 7. He finally finished everything just before 7. However, recently the clan had been quite peaceful, and the establishment of the clan school, clan medical department, and security department had indeed been effective. Many tasks could be delegated to others. Did the Senju clan really establish these infrastructures so quickly? Jimin couldn't help but admire Tobarama's foresight. In wartime, most people only think about how to win battles more quickly, while these infrastructures are usually only considered after the war. It seems the Uchiha clan needs to step up their development too. Just in terms of medical ninjas, they can't compete with the Senju clan. Medical ninjas require positive chakra, while most of the Uchiha clan members possess extreme negative chakra. Having one medical ninja among peers is already considered quite good. On the other hand, among the Senju clan, there are many outstanding medical ninjas. Isn't Hashirama still not managing things much? Jiming asked with a smile. It seemed like she had touched a nerve with Tobarama. His expression darkened almost immediately, but due to her earlier comment, he tried hard to control his emotions and maintain a calm demeanor. He's managed a lot recently. But you know his personality, he is too altruistic. And someone has to play the bad guy. The two chatted casually about many topics, from Hashirama to the clan school, then to medical practices, and then to ninjutsu. Finally, Uchimadara could no longer sit still. He closed his fan and glared at Hashirama, who was trying to get closer, effectively driving him away. Hashirama could only silently pray, "Tobarama, may you fend for yourself. I can only help you this far. I'm leaving." Jiming. Uchimadara swaggered into the Nain shrine, watching the two sitting on the mat chatting, and then glaring at Hashirama, whose face remained unchanged with gritted teeth. "If you deceive me again, I'll make sure that white-haired kid gets locked up." Jiming stuck her tongue out at Tobarama, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quietly said, "Nisan is just like that, but he won't actually do it, so don't take it seriously." Seeing their heads getting closer, Uchimadara felt like he was about to explode. He shouted, "Uchiha Jiming." This shout nearly made Jiming fall backward, but fortunately, Tobarama quickly caught her waist. "Wait." Jiming hurriedly pushed Tobarama's hand away and dashed to Uchiha Madara's side. This Madara was definitely furious. If she didn't smooth things over, she would be the one suffering later. Nisa and Jiming smiled brightly at Uchiha Madara. However, in Madara's eyes, she mostly appeared to be trying to please him, taking advantage of the fact that he couldn't do anything to her to repeatedly challenge his limits. He was also quite angry, perhaps genuinely wanting to defend his brother's dignity. Or maybe something else. Uchiha Madara didn't want to clarify this inexplicable emotion or inexplicable possessiveness. Seeing that white-haired kid's hands on Jiming's waist, he was really about to explode. If it weren't for Hashirama being there, and if he weren't the Uchiha clan's young clan leader, Tobarama would have died countless times already at his hands. Uchiha Madara took Jiming and walked towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Nights during the wartime rarely saw anyone on the streets, and with the recent first snow, the cold weather meant even fewer people ventured outside. The two walked onto a bridge. The bridge connected both sides of the Nain River. At first, Uchiha Madara opposed its construction, but as more and more clansmen petitioned for it, saying it would be more convenient for crossing, he eventually relented after half a month of persuasion. After all, during the truce period, trade and work exchanges between both sides were quite significant. Many clansmen couldn't walk on water, so if they wanted to reach the other side of the Nain River, they had to take a long detour through the mountains upstream. This inefficiency was not only tiring, but also dangerous. The Senju clan proposed the bridge-building plan first and sent the proposal to Uchiha Madara. Jiming tugged at Madara's sleeve, wanting him to stop. "Nisan, don't you want to maintain this peace as the exchanges between both sides become more frequent and social life becomes more stable?" Jiming leaned on the bridge, looking at the moon in the sky. It was a waning crescent moon. There were probably still 2 months until the New Year festival. Perhaps what Tobarama said would still take another year. Chapter 163, Warring States Period 21. New Year Festival. To be honest, Uchiha Madara, looking at the flowing water in the river, couldn't help but agree with Jiming's thoughts. In the past, during the time of war, the Nain River was like a river of blood, its strong scent of blood unpleasant. However, due to the temporary truce over the past 6 months and the autumn harvest season, this period was tacitly recognized as a truce between the two clans. After all, horses without grass cannot run, and without a harvest, they can't survive the coming year. He also understood what Jiming meant, but, right? Uchiha Madara leaned against the railing, tilting his head to look at the girl. She was leaning over the railing, and his gaze inevitably drifted to her waist, where she wore a black belt with the Uchiha clan's emblem, accentuating her slender figure. She seemed to have been this thin since childhood. "Nisan." Can we go to the shrine together with Hashirama and the others during the New Year festival? The night breeze was a bit chilly, and she shivered slightly, which appeared particularly charming in Madara's eyes. He shifted his gaze away from her waist and lowered his eyes. Uchiha Madara's rationality told him to refuse her. Any engagement with the Senju clan should be rejected, but a different voice deep inside him urged him to agree. He sighed helplessly. Let's go back. Jiming, it's getting late. 7 years prior to Konoha's founding New Year festival, Uchiha Izuna returned to the clan the day before the New Year festival and nearly drank all night with Uchiha Madara. Fortunately, Jiming claimed she had to wake up early the next morning, and the two finally called it a night. After muddling through the morning routine, the evening finally arrived. Near the Nange River, some people were lighting lanterns and setting off fireworks. A few of them decided to go out together to release lanterns and watch the fireworks. However, Jiming didn't understand how much effort Hashirama had put in to persuade Uchiha Madara. In any case, it was indeed her wish that the 5 of them could play together. Jiming, with the help of Uchiha Dream, took off the cumbersome black patterned clothing, feeling much lighter. However, today was a special day, as she was the only female member of the Uchiha clan. At the very least, she had to maintain appearances. As dusk fell, she changed into her usual white, colorless attire. The outfit was entirely white, with the Uchiha clan emblem printed on the back. She looked at Uchiha Dream and couldn't help but ask, is today a day for wearing white? Don't we usually wear black or blue? Uchiha Dream replied coldly. Lord Madara said that you have worn too many dark-colored clothes in the past. It's a new year, a new day. You can try wearing brighter colors. But the only bright color in your wardrobe is this white outfit. Uchiha Dream led her forward, and she took small steps out. The first person she saw at the door was Uchiha Izuna, who looked almost identical to her. Uchiha Izuna smiled at his exceptionally beautiful younger sister. Come on, little Ji. Saying this, he took her hand, offering her a bit of support as if afraid she might trip. Jiming felt warm inside. Brother Izuna was as considerate as ever. As they walked further, they encountered a man dressed in a white kimono, with black hair and a slight smile greeting her. Little Ji, Brother Hashirama. Jiming responded in kind. When Senju Hashirama saw the girl in white, his eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to look at Uchiha Madara, wearing a proud smile. Little Ji, this outfit suits you exceptionally well. Thank you, Brother Hashirama. After saying this, she turned to Senju Tobarama, who stood behind Hashirama, and bowed slowly, Brother Tobarama. Finally, she approached Uchiha Madara, took his hand, playfully squeezed it, and looked up into his eyes with a sweet smile. Uchiha Madara's heart was completely struck, but he couldn't express it, maintaining a calm facade and clearing his throat. Let's go. Senju Tobarama watched the tightly clasped hands. The girl's fair skin was entirely covered by the boy's hand, making it an eye-catching sight. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to see his older brother beside him. Typically childish, his older brother was unusually serious today, speaking in a low voice. Tobarama, you know your engagement with her is no longer valid. Watch your gaze. Senju Tobarama silently acknowledged this. Onijia had run ahead, chatting aimlessly with his close friend Uchiha Madara, moving his hands and feet like a child. Sometimes having a personality like Onijia's was nice. At least he could stand in front of her and chat about trivial things without appearing awkward. Chapter 164. Warring States Period 22. Should I give up? Senju Tobarama thought, unusually not as cold as before. Little Ji must like someone talkative like Onijia, someone who can make her happy. He wanted to change. So, for the first time, he mustered his courage and walked over to Uchiha Izuna, trying to join the conversation among the 4. Uchiha Izuna was not pleased with his approach. The two exchanged glares until they reached the vicinity of the Nanha River, without saying a single word to each other, let alone to Jiming. Senju Tobarama felt a bit defeated. As the second in command of the Senju clan, he had never considered anything too difficult. But this girl left him utterly powerless. The engagement was void, and 2 brothers stood guard in front of her, making it impossible for him to break through. Should I give up? Senju Tobarama thought, raising his gaze to the sky as fireworks bloomed into a beautiful flower, only to disappear in an instant. The sky turned dark again. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama smiled. His love was like this night, unchanging, whether in the flicker of fireworks or the shine of the Milky Way. He looked at the girl beside him, happily chatting with Onijia. It was nice. Jiming had been here for so long, and it was rare to have such a peaceful moment. It was rare in this time of peace, and she did not care that war and casualties could suddenly occur. This life was already good enough. But what about after the New Year festival? She glanced at her brother, whose gaze was fixed on the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Peace was hard to achieve. Countless clansmen had died on this dark road. They were just lucky not to have become stepping stones on the path to peace. But after over 40 years of war, did they not also long for a chance at peace in their hearts? Forget it. It was rare for so many people to come out to play. She shouldn't continue to think about these trivial matters. Little Ji, do you want to release lanterns together? Senju Hashirama, who had somehow produced 5 lanterns, asked with his eyes curved in a smile. Sure. Jiming happily followed behind Senju Hashirama, picking one shaped like a cat from among them. Originally, Uchiha Madara had rejected such a boring activity, and it was already a big concession for him to accompany them. He certainly didn't want to join in on the silly lantern release. He leaned against a big tree with his arms crossed, watching Jiming and Senju Hashirama drift away. It was rare for Jiming to wear white today, which matched Hashirama's outfit. Those who didn't know would think they were a family. Halfway through, Jiming noticed Uchiha Madara had not followed and quickly tugged Senju Hashirama back to find him. Leaving Uchiha Madara alone would lead to her suffering later. She found Uchiha Madara leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, and she carefully approached him after releasing Senju Hashirama's sleeve. After all, she was still unsure about Uchiha Madara's mental state. Nissen, she softened her voice, her tone flowing like a clear spring into Uchiha Madara's heart. He slowly opened his eyes to see the girl's slightly smiling face. The girl was indeed very fair. Ever since she fell ill, she had become even paler, especially in this white kimono, which made her look even more beautiful. Have you released the lanterns? Uchiha Madara asked. I want to release them with you, Jiming said as she wrapped her arm around his and forcibly pulled him up from the tree. Let's go, we'll go together. She dragged Uchiha Madara towards the middle of Nanha River, where rental boats were available. Night boating on Nanha River was something they had never done before. Hello, how many people can this boat hold? Senju Hashirama, a renowned social expert, immediately stepped forward to inquire about the boat. Preferably 2. 5 people, then we need 3 boats. Senju Hashirama held up 3 fingers to the owner. Please prepare 3 boats for us. After saying this, he naturally looked at Senju Tobarama, as his own little wallet had already been emptied after buying the lanterns. That left him to look at the steward, Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama shot a glance at his older brother, thinking that he shouldn't be spending money for him, but in the end, he still opened his wallet and paid for the 3 boats. Undoubtedly, the 2 brothers shared 1 boat, while Uchiha Madara and Jiming shared another. And Uchiha Azuna had one to himself. The river's current was relatively gentle in the middle, and the small boat floated slowly with the water. Jiming held the little cat lantern, using Uchiha Madara's fire release to ignite the cat's body. She looked at the glowing little cat and couldn't help but smile. Gio pulled up the longer sleeve of her right hand with her left hand, placing the little cat in the water. As the cat began to float away with the current, she grabbed its tail and adjusted its position. Nissen, you should let go of your little lantern too. Gio urged him to put down the cherry blossom he was still holding. Uchiha Madara complied with her wish, saying whatever goes. One hand wrapped around her waist to support her, while the other hand leaned against the edge of the small boat, casually tossing the lit lantern into the water. The lantern flipped. Gio shot a glare at Uchiha Madara, who simply smiled and raised his right hand, which was gloved in black and couldn't get wet. All right. Gio temporarily forgave Uchiha's actions, and as the small boat drifted a bit further, she gently nudged the little cherry blossom. This time, the little cherry blossom floated downstream along with the little cat. Here, as your New Year gift. Uchiha Madara magically produced 2 cherry blossoms made of finely crafted silver. Why didn't he expect Uchiha Madara to take the initiative to prepare New Year gifts? Gio thought, realizing this might be their first peaceful New Year festival. Such exquisite craftsmanship must have taken a lot of effort, right? She couldn't help but touch the bracelet on her left hand. Thank you. Nissen, can you help me put it on? Gio was very happy. This was her first New Year gift. Uchiha Madara, without needing to lower his head, took the larger cherry blossom and intended to pin it into her right side hair, gently supporting her head. The soft strands of hair slipped between his fingers as he found a suitable spot to secure the slightly larger cherry blossom, with the little cherry blossom pinned above it. He lowered his gaze to the girl's black braid that had fallen forward. Following the braid down was the girl's waistline, and he wondered if Uchiha Moku had chosen a green waist wrap to make the white stand out more. It symbolized the color of rebirth, with a white belt securing the middle. Black and white seemed quite complementary, he thought, shifting his gaze back to the girl's face. The girl was always smiling. Even when he first met her, and she looked at him shyly, she was smiling. Uchiha Madara undoubtedly adored Gio's smile. If only she smiled just for him. But the moon does not shine for just one person, and Gio could not possibly smile only for him. Is it on properly? Nissen, seeing that Uchiha Madara had stopped moving, Gio thought it must be in place, and she raised her hand to touch other parts of his attire. This Uchiha Madara was quite skilled at this. Thank you, Nissen, I really like it. Complimenting this Madara cat would surely lead to more gifts in the future. Chapter 165, Warring States Period 23. Senju Hashirama's heartfelt voice after releasing the lanterns. Senju Hashirama began insisting on going to an izakaya for drinks. At the mention of drinking, Gio perked up. In her past life, she loved the feeling of slight intoxication. Occasionally, drinking a little could double her efficiency. But since coming here, she couldn't even step out of the clan's gates, let alone go to an izakaya. However, the other three men besides Senju Hashirama already had unpleasant expressions upon hearing the word alcohol. Especially Senju Tobarama, who rarely let his icy demeanor thaw, turned cold the moment he heard his older brother trying to lure the blossoming girl to the izakaya. His crimson eyes fixed tightly on Senju Hashirama. There was even verbal pressure on Niji. Not only was Senju Tobarama pressuring him, but the Uchiha brothers were also looking at Senju Hashirama with subtle disapproval, especially the scarlet Sharingan hidden in the shadows. Under the pressure from the three men, Senju Hashirama couldn't take it anymore. Although he was in the wrong, he still hugged Gio's arm, thinking that at least having someone to drink with him was good. Thus, Gio and Senju Hashirama linked arms and headed to the izakaya near the Senju clan's territory. This izakaya was open year-round, and from the conversation between Senju Hashirama and the owner, it was clear that he came here often to drink. The alcohol was probably limited to 2 or 3 types. And considering that Gio had never drunk before, Senju Hashirama chose a low-alcohol fruit wine and his favorite sake. Since they were sitting face to face, the Senju brothers and the Uchiha family each took one side. Not sure if it was because she was a girl. Gio was pushed to the innermost position of the bench, sitting next to Uchiha Madara and opposite Senju Tobarama. 2 intense gazes continuously scrutinized her, probably with a hint of disappointment. Was it really necessary? It's just a little drink. Why were these 2 reacting so much? How strange. The drinks were brought over under Senju Hashirama's voice, and in front of Gio was a glass of yellow-orange liquid. She gently waved her hand to fan the scent, which had a faint orange fruit aroma, quite pleasant. She picked it up and took a sip. The taste was refreshing, slightly astringent at first, with the sweetness of the orange balancing the bitterness. After tasting something good, Gio couldn't help but sway her head. She really liked this orange wine, and just as she was about to take a second sip, a pair of gloved hands snatched her glass away. When she looked over, she found that the man had already downed it in one go. That was my drink. I only had 1 sip. Gio glared angrily at Uchiha Madara, and in her frustration, she grabbed the drink in front of him and downed it in one go. The spiciness stung her throat, and she could clearly feel her ears getting warm. Oh no! It seemed that this body wasn't very suited for drinking. Uchiha Madara, not paying attention, realized that the girl had finished his drink and couldn't help but exclaim in anger. The girl's movements seemed to slow down. Her eyes dazed as she stared at him, unable to speak for a while, and even tilted her head. Uchiha Madara, who allowed you to drink my sake, even if she was cute. He had to take on the role of an older brother and properly teach this girl who stole his drink a lesson. After being scolded, Gio looked wronged, a sourness rising in her heart. But it was clearly Uchiha Madara who had drunk her sake first. She had only taken 1 sip before he snatched it all away. How could she not feel wronged? She was just returning the favor by drinking his sake. The girl crossed her arms angrily, snorted, turned her face away, and decided to ignore Uchiha Madara. He is so annoying. This bad person, who usually kept her from going out, was now not letting her do this or that. He wouldn't even let her drink a little fruit wine. Did he even know how she had spent these years without alcohol? Too much. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Gio even thought of Uchiha Taijima in the clan, where all her fatherly love in 2 lifetimes was reflected in Taijima. But his body was already riddled with wounds from the war. A general on the battlefield, his scars were undoubtedly a testament to his achievements. But they were also a death warrant accelerating his demise. The thought of Taijima dying again left her feeling like a child without a father. Little Gio? Uchiha Madara looked at her dark eyes filled with tears, like wild grapes sparkling with dew. With a soft sound, he heard the tears slide down her cheeks onto the table, and he panicked. No way, I should have been gentler. It must have been because he had called her name so loudly just now. Drunken, Senju Hashirama saw such a scene and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Teasing his old friend, Haha, Madara, after all these years, you're still like this. Uchiha Madara knew that Hashirama was referring to that time when little Izumi secretly followed him out. His head throbbed, but he still retorted to Hashirama, gritting his teeth. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. The response was a burst of hearty laughter. Izumi, in tears, left the Uchiha brothers in a bit of fix. Senju Tobirama was also worried, but he couldn't show it too clearly, merely echoing Madara's words. It was rare for him and Madara to be on the same page. Hashirama gradually shouted a couple of things, continued pouring drinks, and leaned half of his body against Tobirama's shoulder. Recently, the clan affairs were complicated, and warmongers kept stirring up emotions. Their father's health had also worsened since that battle. The two of them were somewhat overwhelmed. After much difficulty, they finally found a moment of leisure today. It is said that drinking can drown sorrows, but who knew it would only deepen them? Hashirama was among the first to notice Madara's feelings for his sister, and Tobirama's feelings for little Izumi. This was also a point of worry for him. Perhaps Izuna felt the same. But after all, with someone as good as Izumi, it would be false not to be moved. However, whether it was Madara, or Izuna, or even his brother, none of them would be suitable matches for Izumi. Although Hashirama was carefree most of the time, he could still distinguish what needed to be clear. What should he do? Should the Uchiha clan intermarry, allowing Izumi to marry Madara or Izuna? Or should they use this so-called peace agreement as a betrothal, sending Izumi to the Senju clan to marry Tobirama? He squinted his eyes, watching his old friend's excessive actions towards his sister. He saw Madara using forceful means to pull the tearful Izumi into his embrace. One must ask, what brother would be so intimate with his sister? But he also knew Madara's obsession. If Izumi escaped his control, he might go mad again. Sigh. Hashirama took another sip. What kind of people are these? Hurry up and destroy it all. The optimistic Hashirama, surprisingly, had such thoughts. And he couldn't help but take another sip of alcohol, letting himself be immersed in the alcohol for now. Chapter 166. Warring States Period 24. Lord Madara. You are auspicious after half a round of drinks. Hashirama's entire face was already pressed against the table, his drunk eyes hazy, mumbling while holding his cup for another drink. Tobirama couldn't help but hold his forehead, patting his brother's shoulder, and awkwardly said, I'll take my leave first. Sorry. Soon after, Tobirama and Hashirama disappeared from the izakaya, leaving Uchiha Izuna with a long wail. Come on, you two brothers, you haven't paid yet. He looked at the scattered bottles on the table, and the veins on his forehead popped out again. It turned out this flying thunder god technique was used to skip out on the bill. Uchiha Izuna then looked at the girl, who was already half asleep leaning against Madara. He couldn't let either of these two pay the bill. He had no choice, pinching his little wallet that he had saved up and called for the check. This meal cost him nearly half of his savings. He couldn't help but curse Hashirama again, that drunkard. He would eventually find a day to get him drunk and raid the Senju household, letting him drink without paying. By the way, Madara, after cursing, Uchiha Izuna realized he still had some documents regarding the Senju clan that he hadn't finished reviewing, seeing that Madara and Izumi weren't going anywhere for a while. Moreover, perhaps the drink that Izumi had was indeed the right choice. I'll head back first. I still have a document that needs reviewing. It's New Year's today, so don't work too hard. Uchiha Madara frowned. His brother Izuna had just returned from the nobles, barely relaxed for a day, and was busy helping him deal with family matters, with no time for rest. He was really afraid Izuna would wear himself out. Oh, Madara. Uchiha Izuna heard Madara's concern and smiled. Joking, you know me. I'll definitely finish today's work today. Besides, it's just one document. I'll finish it and then rest. As he said this, Izuna was about to leave, but turned back, giving a rough rub on the long hair of the sleeping Izumi in Madara's arms. Madara, it was clearly the two of you who bought the cherry blossoms together, but you secretly gave them all to Izumi. Oomph. He left with a muffled grunt, quickly exiting the izakaya. Uchiha Madara saw that Izuna's advice was taken to heart and let him be. Izuna taking care of this matter was certainly better than he could do, and even better than this little drunkard beside him. Among the three of them, Izuna was probably the most worry-free. Sis accompanied by a delicate, sticky voice. The girl hugged his waist, bringing a tingling sensation that slowly seeped through his kimono into his body, along with more indescribable reactions that were gradually boiling in his blood. What did this feeling resemble? It felt like the intense and exciting sensation when he competed with Hashirama. Uchiha's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. His hands resting on the table gradually stiffened, and his Adam's apple rolled heavily. Izumi. Uchiha Madara ultimately couldn't hold back his anger and spoke, his voice hoarse. He looked down at her little face, completely pressed against his chest, the soft warmth of the girl's breath scorching him, leaving Uchiha Madara at a loss for what to do. He thought he could never let her drink again. He gently patted Izumi's cheek, remembering how he had scared her to tears earlier, and deliberately softened his voice. "Izumi, wake up, we're going home." The girl frowned at his movement, murmuring several times, dissatisfiedly changing her hold. It was at this moment that the owner appeared, looking a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, we're about to close." "All right." Uchiha Madara initially wanted to let the girl in his arms sleep a little longer, but since the owner announced closing time, he couldn't stay much longer. Moreover, this place was still near the Senju clan, as two members of the Uchiha clan wandering around at midnight near the Senju clan, in case of some extremists. Although he wouldn't have much of a problem, but carrying this little fool with him. Uchiha Madara sighed, keeping a low profile. "Sorry, we'll leave now." Uchiha Madara embraced Izumi's waist, finding a more comfortable position for her, carrying the girl out of the izakaya in a princess carry. There weren't many people left on the street, as Uchiha Madara silently walked down the road, approaching a bridge named the Bridge of Peace. The girl in his arms suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes, her black grape-like eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Madara, as if trying to see through him. Uchiha Madara swallowed hard. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the girl's words. "Uchiha Madara, my charming ancestor?" This time it was Uchiha Madara's turn to be stunned. What ancestor? And why was she only calling his name? Was it a nightmare? The first thought that flashed through Uchiha Madara's mind was quickly dismissed. Who in a nightmare would say such nonsense? Izumi's memory was a bit disordered. She still thought she was dreaming, so her speech and actions were somewhat exaggerated. She got out of Uchiha Madara's embrace, using the moonlight's faint glow to closely observe him. His sharp features and heavy Adam's apple rolled a few times. Her gaze moved up. This age Madara was still in his youth, but his face was serious, showing a hint of maturity. Frowning, lips pressed, Ji-Ming didn't even know what she was worried about. The more she looked at Uchiha Madara, the more she felt that he didn't look good. She raised her hand, and just as she was about to touch his lower lip, she suddenly pulled back. She hadn't forgotten what kind of person Uchiha Madara was. This was still the peak period of his power. What if her reckless actions got her sent away by Uchiha Madara? No. Ji-Ming shook her head, trying to clear her mind. Since it was her dream, she should take control. Her fingertips brushed against Uchiha Madara's lips as she murmured, "Lord Madara, you should smile more." "Why frown? But even with that damn face of yours, you still look good when you're frowning. However, I still hope you could be a bit happier." "Lord Madara? Damn face." Uchiha Madara could barely control his expression, but then suddenly smiled. This little Ji was quite cute. Usually, she had a serious expression, but now she was showing some emotions and throwing a little tantrum, which made her even cuter. Uchiha Madara just smiled lightly. Ji-Ming was momentarily stunned, almost leaping forward, but hurriedly lowered her head to hide it, thinking uncontrollably, "Read more, watch less of the handsome Uchiha. This really is a piece of wisdom." Chapter 167, Warring States Period 25, Dream Welcome Home, You Little Fool. Uchiha Madara was in a good mood after her antics, and, by chance, discovered a different side of Little Ji. Although that title was a bit playful, Lord Madara and Madara-chan, it was still nicer to call him Nissan. He needed to properly restore the family's reputation. One by one, they didn't listen to their big brother. Who is this little fool? Ji-Ming felt dizzy and saw multiple images of Uchiha Madara in front of her. Hey, why are there 3, 4, 5, 6 Lord Madaras? How strange. Again with Lord Madara. Indeed, it's time to properly restore the family's reputation. All right, you're drunk, Uchiha said as he picked her up in a princess carry and performed a body flicker technique back to the clan grounds. The girl had already fallen asleep in his arms. When he saw Uchiha Dream catch up, Uchiha Madara shook his head and Dream stopped in her tracks, returning to her own room to sleep. Uchiha Madara brought Ji-Ming back to her room, simply made the bed, and ensured the girl was comfortable. He then laid down beside Ji-Ming, as usual, tucked her in, blew out the candle, and only then began to feel sleepy. After a while, he heard rustling sounds beside him. Uchiha Madara thought Ji-Ming was uncomfortable while sleeping and was about to turn over to check. Then her warm, wine-scented breath reached his ear as she snuggled closer, wrapping her arms around his waist, her neck brushing against him. By the time Madara realized what was happening, she had become even bolder. Uchiha Madara grabbed her wrist with one hand, flipping her over and pinning her beneath him. The girl seemed a bit dazed from being flipped. Frowning as if resisting his grip, she blinked and said, "Lord Madara, you should be gentler with girls. Do you know what you're doing?" afraid she might avoid the topic or be confused by the alcohol. He forced Ji Ming to make eye contact with him. I. What is wrong with kissing you? Ji Ming didn't care. This was her dream. She didn't pounce on him, which was already quite good. She just kissed him and was on the neck. Do you know who I am? Akasaka asked again, leaning closer, his deep voice carrying a hint of danger. I know, Uchiha. Ji Ming certainly knew. He was one of the husbands she acknowledged. Who and T dreamed of being with Uchiha. After all, she had. He lowered his head and kissed the girl, giving her no chance to resist. The kiss deepened, growing more fervent. For a moment, it felt like the wind outside had stopped. Uchiha, whose senses were usually sharper than others, seemed to lose them all, feeling nothing but the soft touch of her lips. The girl let out a soft moan, different from her usual sounds, particularly delicate. The charcoal in the stove crackled softly, and the girl's gentle voice undoubtedly excited Uchiha even more. Snow began to fall outside, sweeping across the plum blossoms in the courtyard, and the sounds in the room quieted significantly. Only the sound of snow remained. This year was truly a good year. The auspicious snow heralded a bountiful harvest. It was time to bring up that matter, at least before his father passed away. Perhaps his father would be happy to know. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Ji Ming squinted her eyes, momentarily unable to adjust to the bright light. It was only the second day of the new year. She might as well go back to sleep. She turned over and felt the hard sensation of a hand. Oh no, Ji Ming opened her eyes, and the handsome face of the man in front of her magnified infinitely. How did she end up sleeping next to Uchiha? Wait, Uchiha was still not dressed, and she was lying in Uchiha embrace. What the hell? If Uchiha wakes up and gives her a kaleidoscope Sharingan, what will she do? And what is up with this body? It felt like she had been in a fight. As Ji Ming thought about this, she didn't even dare to stay in the room for another second. She quickly got up, quietly dressed, and used a flying thunder god technique to leave. Ji Ming went to Uchiha Taijima's courtyard to seek refuge. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Izuna accompanying Taijima at the moon viewing platform, drinking tea. Should she ask Izuna? After all, Izuna was also a witness to what happened yesterday. Father, Izuna brother. Ji Ming walked a few steps to Uchiha Izuna's side, and he poured her a cup of water. She took it, holding the cup in her hand. The scorching heat made her hands feel warm. Izuna brother. Ji Ming tilted her head and looked at the boy beside her. Did I get drunk yesterday? After leaving her own courtyard, she thought carefully about what happened last night. She only remembered holding hands with Senju Hashirama and going to the izakaya. Just as she took her first sip of orange liqueur, it was snatched away by Uchiha. Later, she seemed a bit unconvinced and had taken the rest of Madara's drink, finishing it all. Could I have gotten drunk at that moment? Yes. Uchiha Izuna handed her a piece of cake. Little Ji, you were very drunk yesterday. By the time I left, you were already out cold. Ji Ming was taken aback by Izuna's words as she was about to put the cake in her mouth. So, did my Nissan and I come back together? Exactly. Dream saw Madara brother bringing you back to your room last night. She felt relieved and went to rest. So it seemed that whatever happened between her and Uchiha last night, only Uchiha knew. She definitely couldn't ask him directly, even if they were siblings. She couldn't wake up in her brother's arms. That was too. Ji Ming was so frightened that she avoided Uchiha for several days. Whenever he was around, she would find an excuse to leave, like helping clan members with checkups or something. This excuse was the most useful. In any case, she didn't want to face Uchiha for the time being. Moreover, she was using her abilities to help Uchiha establish a reputation within the clan, which could be considered helping him. But it had been snowing for the past few days, making it inconvenient for her to go out. A few families live in the mountains, and she still has to climb a mountain to save people. It would be nice if the Uchiha clan established a clan doctor. Chapter 168, Warring States Era 26, Death. Establishing a clan doctor requires reporting to the young clan leader, but she doesn't want to see this young clan leader anytime soon. Ultimately, it's still about that incident from back then, which is so confusing. As soon as she thinks of Uchiha, she recalls waking up in his arms. She can't forget it. Ji Ming climbed 2 more mountain peaks and checked on the clansmen living there, solving all the problems she encountered. After spending more than 2 days with Uchiha Dream, she finally had to descend the mountain. The young clan leader's crow flew up the mountain. She glanced at the secret letter and momentarily thought it was a joke. But she knew Taijima's condition all too well. He wouldn't survive until this spring. She thought she was already prepared, had already come to terms with Taijima's death, but when that day actually arrived, Ji Ming felt cowardly. The secret letter read, "Father is critically ill. Thinking of you. Return quickly. Uchiha." She held Dream's hand, performed the flying thunder god technique, and returned to the foot of the mountain. The clan leader's courtyard was only a few miles away from her courtyard, but Jiming felt it was so long and heavy. In her previous life, a friend studying medicine told her that the last sense to go after a person dies is hearing. She still remembers being in the dim hallway of high school, not hearing any sounds, not even the sound of her own breathing. She thought her breath would stop. The aunt on the phone told her that grandma wanted to hear her speak one last time. But how could a normally healthy grandma suddenly become critically ill? No one was kinder and more hardworking than her. No one treated her better. But why did heaven take away all her love? She wanted to cry, but couldn't make a sound. Just dry tears flowed down her cheeks, listening to her grandma's aged voice, close to a prophecy, saying with effort, "Girl, girl, fly." After that, there was no more sound. She also lost her voice. She didn't attend a funeral because the closed school didn't allow leave, because she had no money and she had no time. She wanted to fly, to fulfill her grandma's last wish, to fly out of the mountains. And this time, yet another beloved person left her. She didn't understand why heaven always had to take away her love bit by bit. When Jiming reached the clan leader's room, Uchiha Tejima lay on the white bedding. His almost sunken eyes looked at her with affection and heartache, propping himself up to look at her. He fell into a coma. The elder said, "After seeing the person you want to see, you can talk. The clan leader can hear." Jiming almost fell to her knees in front of Tejima. "Father." She couldn't say anything. Just like when Grandma passed away, she could only be mute. She couldn't even say the things he usually loved to hear. Instead, the usually taciturn Uchiha knelt by Tejima's bed, speaking intermittently. "Father, I will take good care of Izuna and little Ji. Father, I will build the clan well as you said. Father." Jiming just listened until the room returned to silence. The elder sighed, issued the death decree, and prepared for the funeral. No funeral, Uchiha Madara interrupted. "Recently, the hawkish faction in the clan has been causing a lot of trouble. If they learn of father's death, they will definitely use this to incite war." Uchiha Izuna also agreed that father's death would be a big deal for the Uchiha clan, especially since Uchiha Madara was currently negotiating with the Senju clan on multiple fronts. Although they didn't know what the outcome would be, once this news spread, the Senju clan would definitely strip their clan of power. In any case, they didn't want to let this news out. "Then we will respect the young clan leader's decision." The elder didn't continue to say anything. "Let me perform the last rites for the clan leader." The sound of the prayer beads turning, the deep and sacred chanting. Jiming knelt in place, motionless. She just listened like a puppet. The simple funeral had already ended, and Jiming still didn't move. The three were discussing how to arrange for father, how to gradually spread the news about his death to the clansmen. But Jiming couldn't hear their voices. In the hissing sound of burning coal, she recalled the first winter she spent in the Uchiha clan, 17 years before Konoha, when she was just 6 years old. In her previous life, Jiming had never seen snow, never used charcoal, and had survived only with her strong body and patched winter clothes. The winter in the southern mountains was very cold, a damp cold that felt like the wind had invaded her bones, no matter how many layers she wore. She couldn't feel any warmth. But after coming here, it snowed in winter. It was her first time seeing snow. She rolled into the snow like a little deer, rolling over and over again, becoming a big snowball. It was at this moment that Tejima appeared before her. His father was not as serious as usual, nor did he carry the authority of a clan leader. He was different from the Tejima she saw in anime. Instead, he was like the father she imagined, half squatting down, smiling, his eyes squinting into slits, gently saying, "Is little Ji seeing snow for the first time?" She nodded, turned her body, and got up in the snow. "Father." She was still a bit timid. On one hand, she had never felt a father's love, only grandma. But grandma and father were ultimately different. She looked at the unfamiliar, yet loving eyes in front of her, only remembering to dodge. "How about I accompany little Ji to build a snowman after work today?" Tejima continued. He knew this child still held some fear of him, but she was his child, a girl. He couldn't treat her the same way he treated Madara and Izuna. He specially consulted several families in the clan with daughters and secretly observed for a long time. The most important thing was to listen to the daughter, to try to meet her wishes. Secondly, he had to treat his daughter gently. Several of his old friends softened their voices when talking to their daughters. Tejima combined these two approaches to treat his daughter, but he always felt that his daughter was still very afraid of him. However, Tejima understood. After all, it was the first year little Ji came to their family. "Is that okay?" Tejima saw little Ji's timid eyes looking at him, just a glance, and her voice was very soft. Fortunately, he was a ninja, and his senses were better than ordinary people. Of course, it's okay. Whatever little Ji wants to do with her father is fine. When little Ji is a bit older, I can also teach her some basic ninjutsu, as long as little Ji is willing. Tajima added, this is something one of my old friends told me. To respect the wishes of the girl and not force her to do anything. He would definitely do that. He would even do better. Chapter 169, Warring States Era 27, Cherry Blossom Tea. Then, Jiming looked at Tajima, the tall man at 1 meter 80, rolled up his sleeves, and began to shape the snowball into a round one. She also tried to shape it into little balls. In fact, she wanted to build a cat. After shaping 2 cat ears, Tajima immediately understood Jiming's idea and also shaped a cat tail. Once everything was put together, they turned into a snow-white cat. Wow! Jiming couldn't help but exclaim. So white, so beautiful. Father, such a beautiful cat. Jiming smiled, almost brought to tears in front of Tajima. So cute. His little Ji, a delicate little ball, he wished he could summon all the cats in the world. Does little Ji like cats? Yes, she does. Jiming likes cats, but she couldn't afford to keep one in her past life and never try to raise a cat because she didn't have the spare money. Tajima pondered for a moment, bit his finger, and drew a line on his right palm. Summoning technique. A pure white cat appeared. The cat wore a large pearl around its neck, and its eyes were a dreamy blue, like the color of the blue sky, looking proudly at Uchiha Tajima. Tajima, what do you need me for? Let me introduce you. This is my daughter. Tajima said with a smile. Little Ji said she really likes cats. I wonder if Nai can find a young cat for her, as a summoning beast, to accompany her as she grows up. Nai's cat-like eyes narrowed as she looked at the little girl, whose face was flushed and ears red. But those clear and bright eyes were something she had never seen in the Uchiha clan. Most of the Uchiha clan's eyes are dull, with black pupils, even worse. Only this girl, a very special little girl. All right, I will arrange it. Nai nodded. Next time you summon me, I will bring the cat. Thank you, Nai. Tajima continued to smile, pulling a catnip from his combat uniform sleeve. This is for you. Nai accepted it with her pink-white paws and then disappeared before them. Jiming couldn't help but show a joyful expression. Looking at Tajima, thank you, father. Let's go inside. Tajima held the little girl's exceptionally cold hands. Looking at her, wearing a summer kimono in the winter, his heart ached, and he quickly led the child inside. Call over a girl slightly older than little Ji. Tajima said to his confidant, we need to do this seriously. She will be responsible for taking care of little Ji's daily life, as little Ji's confidant. The confidant eventually brought Uchiha Dream. Uchiha Dream had no real faults. If there was one, it was that she had little emotion. But whatever tasks were assigned to her, she would do them well. Tajima had a good impression of her, so he agreed to let Dream stay in the courtyard. The charcoal fire gradually warmed Jiming's body. It was her first time experiencing such warmth in winter. The same went for sleeping at night, with the charcoal fire crackling all night and thick blankets covering her, making her forget the cold winter. This was the first warmth Tajima had given her. She first learned what it meant to have a father. In every winter to come, she would be able to warmly spend the winter. Little Ji, starting tomorrow, Izuna and I will be busy. Uchiha Madara's voice pulled her back to reality, pulling her out of the warmth of the charcoal fire. The recent peace talks with the Senju clan were still at a standstill. So you'd better not meet with the Senju clan recently. I will consider the matter of the clan doctor. Right, Izuna, and I will choose a good location. But building it may take some time. Izuna chimed in. The two brothers had no sense of sorrow over their father's death, still discussing clan affairs as usual. Speaking to her gently, it seemed that since Tajima took her home, no one had ever spoken harshly to her. This was what Tajima had requested. Madara initially didn't know how to restrain himself and was scolded by Tajima several times before he changed. She didn't blame her two brothers with so many clan affairs. She had never been involved, so only her two brothers managed them. They had no time to feel sorrow. Even the funeral for their father was filled with calculations. Jiming felt a bit disgusted with this endless war, this world of suspicion. Recently, Madara arranged a task for little Ji. Izuna, seeing her silent, continued, we selected a group of clan members who have the potential to become medical ninjas. Initially, we wanted the elder to be in charge of training, but he's getting old and may not have the energy. So, Madara thought you should continue learning medical techniques with the elder while also teaching the clan members. Okay, the clan doctor was established 2 months after Tajima's death. Jiming didn't go to see it, but secretly nestled in the elder's courtyard, listening to his recitations. The elder had set times for recitation every day, a time that belonged solely to him, undisturbed by others. But Jiming secretly sat outside the door, listening to the elder's recitation, as if it could calm her restless heart. Time had come to the season of cherry blossoms. She listened to the recitation, watching the falling cherry blossoms, and in a daze. She seemed to see Taijima standing under the cherry blossom tree, smiling at her. The cherry blossom cakes and cherry blossom tea were made by Taijima himself. The cherry blossom tea was made last year by Taijima using green tea and dried cherry blossom leaves, while the cherry blossom cakes were actually sweet bean paste pastries. Very sweet, balancing the bitterness and slight saltiness of the cherry blossom tea. Since she moved into the Uchiha household, every year she had cherry blossom cakes and cherry blossom tea made by Taijima. But this year there were none. Little Ji, Uchiha walked through the corridor, holding a wooden tray, and took several steps before reaching her. He walked softly so as not to disturb the elder's recitation. At first, Jiming didn't know what he was carrying on the tray, but when he got closer, she saw a hint of pink. Familiar cherry blossom-shaped cakes, a teapot, and 3 cups. I had Dream make these. Uchiha sat beside Jiming, placing the wooden tray in the middle. You know Dream skills, give it a try. Jiming was momentarily speechless. She pinched a piece of cherry blossom cake and put it in her mouth. The rich bean paste made her teeth ache, but Taijima's was just right. She picked up the cherry blossom tea and took a sip. It was a bit weak. It wasn't tea Taijima's. The cherry blossom cakes and cherry blossom tea weren't made by Taijima, and there would never be any made by Taijima again. 2 lines of tears fell unknowingly. She only felt her eyes burning, tightly clutching the unfinished cake, forcing back her cries, her throat aching. Her chest felt like it was tightly gripped by an unknown hand, painful to the point of not being able to breathe. The chanting grew louder, drowning out her sobs, covering her sadness, until the chanting ended. She looked at Uchiha Madara, only to see him holding a piece of cake, also lost in thought. Looking at the cherry blossoms scattered on the ground. Brother, we no longer have a father, she said. I already knew. Uchiha Madara replied. I miss father. I miss him too. Uchiha Madara responded again. Chapter 170 Warring States Period 28. The death of Izuna, the elder finished his recitation and, leaning on his cane, walked unsteadily to their side, sitting beside Madara. It's March. We can prepare the cherry blossom tea, the elder said while pouring himself a cup of cherry blossom tea. This cherry blossom tea is still best made by Lord Taijima. But Lord Madara, I wonder if there will still be time to prepare this year's cherry blossom tea? What do you mean? Jiming looked at Uchiha Madara, wondering why there would be no time in this temporarily peaceful era. Could it be that the war between the 2 clans is about to start again? There is still time for that. Madara smiled. The scouts say that Senju Hashirama has also passed away. Tobirama has become the leader of the Senju clan. He still believed in Hashirama, believed that his confidant wouldn't suddenly stab him in the back. Tobirama had died. Chiming's voice was muffled, and those from Taijima's generation had all left. Even his eternal rival, Senju Tobirama, was gone. On the other side of the Pure Land, Taijima wouldn't be too lonely, right? As summer turned to winter, in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Taijima had been dead for 7 years. 1 year before Konoha's founding. Every day, Chiming woke up with a feeling of having survived another day. She knew that Izuna's death was drawing closer. So close that she felt anxious at the thought of not seeing Izuna for a day. In these 7 years, there had been no shortage of skirmishes with the Senju clan, and both sides had suffered significant losses. She thought that under her influence, Madara might not be a staunch hawk, at least not one to actively provoke war. At first, she didn't understand. And coupled with that night, when no one came to tell her what happened between her and Madara, their relationship grew increasingly distant. In the 2nd year after Taijima's passing, which was 6 years before Konoha's founding, she moved out of the young clan leader's courtyard and into a small courtyard near the clan's medical facility. Later, she heard from Reem that Madara had also left the courtyard and moved into Taijima's small courtyard. The courtyard that the 3 siblings had lived in was now left with only Izuna. While working at the medical facility, she occasionally let her mind wander, thinking about the history books she had read. Undoubtedly, history books could provide clear insights. She always sought a solution within them. She thought of the leaders promoted during the Second World War, the leaders of the Sun Never Sets Empire, who sacrificed the interests of small countries for the pursuit of peace. The newly appointed leader was from the Navy, hawkish, advocating for war, defending national sovereignty. Perhaps Madara thought the same way. He actually didn't want to fight, but the current situation left him no choice. For years before Konoha's founding, Chiming moved back to the young clan leader's courtyard, and on the very day she moved back, Madara returned as well. Their awkward thoughts ended the Cold War. Now, Chiming was already 22, and Madara was 24. Nomi stuck. This year was significant as it marked the year Izuna was severely injured. However, recently, the The conflicts with the Senju clan had become particularly frequent. Izuna and Madara were often out early and returning late, and sometimes they didn't even come back at night, needing to lay ambushes. Both clans were holding their last breaths, waiting to see who could endure until the end to conclude the war and become the leader of this region. Mreem. Chiming hadn't been lying in bed for long when she woke up a bit and called Mreem, who had been waiting outside the door in. Mreem, as always, said little. She silently helped Chiming put on her kimono and then went to the kitchen to bring in breakfast for the day. Breakfast was just a single serving, and Chiming asked Mreem if her brothers hadn't returned yet. Yes, Mreem replied. Lord Madara and Lord Izuna sent a message back last night. They're going to ambush the Senju clan and will return by noon if all goes well. Got it. Chiming was already used to it. These days had become routine for her. Madara and Izuna didn't allow her to go to the front lines, so she could only hold the medical and food lifeline firmly in the strategic rear. If she had time, she could also help Madara with clan affairs. Just like yesterday, just like every other day. After breakfast, Chiming took Mreem to clock in at the medical facility. Recently, there had been many injured, and she really had no time to rest. Fortunately, she had trained a group of medical ninjas. Otherwise, even if she were a reincarnation of Hua Ta, she would be overwhelmed. Lady Chiming, a patient has arrived. It was an anxious voice. Chiming put down her pen and hurried over to the injured person being carried in from outside. As she followed, she checked the patient's pulse. Luckily, they were still alive. That meant there was still a chance to save them. Get them over here. Chiming directed, Mreem, go get a blood pack, prepare for a transfusion. The injured person was laid on a wooden bed, and Chiming used medical ninjutsu to check the patient's basic condition. Her expression changed in shock. This fatal wound, wait, come over here. Chiming called the boy who was about to leave. You came from the battlefield. Did you see who inflicted this injury on our clan member? The boy stammered for a long time, but couldn't articulate anything. But she should be right. This was a wound from the Flying Thunder God technique. The injury that severely wounded Izuna. Mreem, you take charge and find a medical jonin to treat his wounds. Chiming hurriedly took off her white medical uniform, walking out while gathering chakra. In the blink of an eye, she pinpointed Madara's landing spot. Little Chiming? Uchiha Madara didn't expect Chiming to appear on a battlefield. His Sharingan was spinning as he dealt with Hashirama's attacks, while distractedly wanting to ask Chiming what was going on. Why are you here? Where's Izuna? Chiming didn't have time to explain anything to Madara. The pain in her heart made her think it was a shared pain, but as she glanced around, she couldn't find Izuna. Izuna is fine. Madara deflected a shuriken thrown by Senju Hashirama with another fan. Was something happening in the clan? This was the only reason Madara could think of for Chiming to be here. Chiming paid no further attention to Madara's question. Her eyes were continuously scanning the surroundings. Her perception ability highly focused. After searching for a long time, she finally found the conspicuous white hair of Senju Tobarama. Just as she was about to use the Flying Thunder God technique to get there, she saw Senju Tobarama suddenly emerge from the smoke, and Chiming thought to herself, this is bad. She widened her eyes and almost instinctively flew to Izuna's side, using all her strength to push him out of the way. The blade pierced straight into her chest. She let out a muffled groan, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Reverse, time. As the windmill turned, everything around her froze. She could only hear her own voice, could only feel herself. Chapter 171. Warring States Period 29. White Camellia. She returned to the moment when she had flown behind Madara. 1 minute. This was the moment of Izuna's death. This time, Chiming knew where Izuna was, confirmed the landing point, and formed a Flying Thunder God technique, standing in front of Izuna. Before Izuna could say anything, she hurriedly pushed him aside. She only managed to sidestep the vital area. The reversal of time did not mean her pain would also reverse. All she heard was a thud. Chiming fell to the ground. The bright red staining the white chi-pao with camellias. Little Chiming, little Chiming, little Chiming. She could no longer hear anything, only feeling someone holding her in their arms. Yet, she felt a bit of joy. At least Izuna wouldn't be severely injured by Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. But what if she was injured? What would Madara and Izuna do if they had to continue launching a more intense war against the Senju clan? Chiming struggled to maintain consciousness. Her eyes barely open, her hand raised, and she didn't know who was holding her hand, so strong and warm. She thought it should be Hashirama. Brother, no. War, anymore, she said in broken sentences. She also heard Izuna shouting, Senju Tobarama. Hurry up and use that proud Flying Thunder God technique to send little Chiming to your Senju clan for help. Hashirama brother, let's work together to establish a peaceful village. Unfortunately, Chiming didn't have time to hear the answer before she fainted. In fact, she estimated that she shouldn't be able to die. It was probably just excessive blood loss, coupled with her already poor health and the side effects of the Sharingan. And she didn't know when she would wake up. Senju Hashirama half-squatted beside the girl, and in the next moment, she was taken away by Tobirama and Izuna together. All that was left on the ground was a pool of bright red blood. Madara. Hashirama called out Uchiha Madara, unsure how to comfort his old friend. He had seen Madara's feelings for the girl, and yet he pretended to know nothing. When she wakes up, let us give her a peaceful, stable, and lively village. Hashirama said again. After a while, Madara finally came back to his senses. His face was already pale beyond recognition. Even his hand holding the fan was trembling. He had witnessed the girl die twice. The first time happened too quickly for him to even reach her in time. Then, he saw the ability of his Sharingan's kaleidoscope. Time reversed, but her movements were significantly slower. If it were the girl from before, she would have definitely been able to kick Izuna away and escape herself. Instead of taking another stab from that white-haired boy, didn't he know what to feel? He only felt a bitterness in his heart that he couldn't shake off for a long time. He wanted to run over and catch her. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun Senju Tobirama. That killer who had taken a life and still wanted to hold his little girl in his arms. His bitterness turned into a burning rage, and Madara wished he could just take Tobirama's head off with a single swing of his fan. Even if Hashirama would come to settle scores with him later, he couldn't care less. Just then a pale, bloodless hand trembled and raised slightly, like a white camellia swaying in the wind, desperately seeking survival. He grasped the white camellia, and she opened her mouth, intermittently hearing some sounds. Brother Hashirama, Ni-san, you two should work together to establish a peaceful village. He wanted desperately to agree, to let the heavens hear his urgency and keep her a little longer. He tried to speak several times, but Madara found he couldn't produce any sound. He could only open his mouth wide, making exaggerated lip movements. However, Uchiha Madara forgot that the girl couldn't read lips. Madara. Hashirama, seeing his old friend's dazed expression, quickly patted his shoulder. His old friend's scarlet Sharingan stared blankly at him, as if asking him what was wrong. This frightened Hashirama. If it wasn't a fatal injury, and with Tobirama's new research, the girl won't die. Madara, she won't die. Hashirama emphasized to Madara, she won't die. Tobirama, and I will use everything the Senju clan has to save her. Madara didn't know how he got home. He thought he should go to the Senju clan's territory to see how his little girl was doing, but he felt timid. As he walked, he found himself at home. Dream was just about to return from the clan's medical facility to prepare dinner when he encountered the disheveled Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara, where are the lady and Lord Izuna? Dream asked routinely. Madara didn't speak, returning to his room by himself, lying on the little girl's bedding, unable to help but recall how she had slept there yesterday. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama brought them to his secret laboratory, which had been approved for him to build after the rise of the clan leader. He was conducting some highly confidential research inside. Senju Tobirama, where is the doctor? Izuna, brought to this strange place, became more anxious seeing a bunch of crawling bugs in the nearby containers. However, he felt somewhat relieved, surviving the disaster. If it weren't for the girl, he would have been dead. This is the inherent flaw of human nature, and Izuna understood this flaw in himself well. Every time he felt this way, he fell into infinite self-reproach. Just then, he saw Tobirama placing the girl on a flat surface, not knowing what he was planning to do. In reality, he had countless opportunities to snatch the girl away from Tobirama and bring her back to his clan for treatment. But he didn't do it, and he couldn't explain why he didn't. Uchiha Izuna, you wait in the compartment. The doctor will be here soon. When Tobirama said this, he just wanted to reduce some unnecessary arguments. Otherwise, when the doctor arrived and saw two Uchiha clan members, they would definitely be hesitant, which would not be conducive to treatment. He did have a little medical ninjutsu knowledge, but that was only within the context of research, not for saving lives. Izuna hid in the small compartment, a dark, closed room without even a candlelight, leaning against the wall and listening to the sounds outside. Lord Tobirama, the doctor is here. He respectfully looked at Senju Tobirama. Upon seeing that it was a young woman, shock was evident on his face. But he didn't dare to ask, only lowering his head to wait for instructions. You check her wounds, Tobirama commanded. Fortunately, the doctor was a woman. She carefully cut open the girl's kimono and found the penetrating wound. This knife wound should have been inflicted by Tobirama, right? She continued to check with chakra and discovered that there was not just one wound, but also a fatal injury. Her life is in jeopardy. This was her first thought. I know she might have a fatal wound and a penetrating injury, Tobirama continued, putting on a white coat. I need to transplant Senju clan cells. Lord Tobarama, the female doctor exclaimed. How can this body withstand a cell transplant? Normal ninja transplants might not even be able to endure it, let alone this body on the brink of death. I'm not crazy, and this time it won't fail, it will only succeed. Just this once. I cannot fail. Chapter 172, Warring States Period 30, End. Senju Tobarama had never done anything without consideration in his life, but now his mind was incredibly clear. This was the optimal solution he had calmly analyzed. After being hit by his 2 flying thunder god slashes, there was no other way. The healing ability the Senju clan prided itself on piqued Senju Tobarama's great interest. Long ago, he had secretly drawn Hashirama's blood for cultivation, and after several generations, it seemed to yield good results. Similarly, he had also secretly stolen 2 vials of Uchiha clan blood during battles and cultivated their cells. Remarkably, these 2 types of cells could merge well together, as if they were meant to be one. Thus, Senju Tobarama was able to firmly conclude this. The surgery began immediately. The cell implantation surgery was meticulous and troublesome, and any slight error could result in the girl's death. Tobarama was on high alert for 2 hours. After the female doctor put down her tools, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over, Lord Tobarama. You should go rest. I'll take care of the rest. As a doctor, the female doctor said to Senju Tobarama as a matter of course. No need to trouble yourself. Tobarama refused her. You can go back. I'll handle the rest. If the clan leader comes back, have him come here. The female doctor wanted to say something else, but seeing Tobarama's gloomy and depressed expression, she decided against it. Perhaps this girl lying in bed was truly someone very important to Tobarama. After the female doctor left, Izuna came out from a small room. The girl remained motionless, and he asked Tobarama, how is she? Tobarama didn't know how to explain to Izuna what the current situation was. He was uncertain and needed to observe for a few days. For now, she can stay in my courtyard. There usually won't be anyone else around. Staying by my side will allow me to observe her condition closely. Have you lost your mind? Senju Tobarama? Izuna scolded. A lone man and a woman sharing a room, especially when their clans are in opposition, makes it impossible for Chuanji to stay here even for a second longer. Kwana cannot agree to it. Not to mention what Senju Tobarama might do to Chuanji. If the Senju clan finds out about this, Chuanji would be skinned alive. You Senju clan have such great love, and the Uchiha clan's young lady stays with you. And if she doesn't get completely devoured, Chuanji won't be able to return to the other side of the river. Are you out of your mind, Uchiha Kwana? Tobarama's mood was already bad, and even worse was that he was being so presumptuous about his thoughts. After all these years, does he not know what kind of person he is? How could he say such things? If Chuanji is not with me, and something goes wrong, what will you do? Tobarama suppressed the urge to curse and pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to explain to Kwana the key point. This operation is performed by us, and I'm the only one who can save Chuanji. If you want to save Chuanji, she can only stay in my courtyard. If you are not at ease, you can stay in my courtyard too. This was Tobarama's final concession. Well, Kwana, knowing he was in the wrong, responded in a muffled voice. Then I will go back and explain the situation to Madara, and I will come back shortly. Don't think about doing anything to Chuanji. All right, Lord Kwana, please hurry. Tobarama no longer wanted to argue with him. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally. When he saw Kwana finally leave, Tobarama's legs went completely weak, and he leaned against the edge of the bed to avoid collapsing to the ground. With his head bowed, he faced the girl's lifeless expression. He kept recalling how the girl had recklessly charged toward his blade, as if she had calculated that he would stab Kwana. Why? Tobarama couldn't understand why she would stab herself on his blade twice. Clearly, there was still plenty of time the second time. Couldn't she have dodged? Why? The person he least wanted to hurt was her. Now, the girl had almost died under his blade. What a cruel twist of fate. Tobarama sat despondently on the ground, angrily pounding the floor. Each time he thought about it, his heart ached 3 times more. He had no other desires now, just hoping that the girl lying on the bed would wake up, open her eyes, and call him brother again. In the 61st year of Konoha, Jimin woke up in her own bed, pressing her chest, feeling a slight pain. No wonder she had been experiencing heart pain before. Countless memories rushed into her mind, and she couldn't bear it. Holding her head, tried to ease the pain caused by the influx of information. But that scene, when the blade pierced her heart once more, her heart couldn't help but throb in pain. That Senju Tobarama, how could he have been so ruthless back then? Didn't he care about his life? But what about the events that followed? Did Tobarama's surgery succeed? Did Kwana survive until Konoha was established? Why couldn't she continue to see those memories? Dealer, please be patient, please be patient. Dealer, Jimin baby, in just one night, you've experienced nearly 10 years of memories. That is quite intense. Dealer, and every time a memory is triggered, you will also share the pain, like now? ISNT your chest hurting? Jimin, why is that? Jimin, have I lived from the Warring States period to now? This was also a point of confusion for Jimin. Can a person really live that long? Or is it that even if this girl's appearance is that of a time traveler, there shouldn't be such a bug? Dealer, no. This is your 7th reincarnation in the Naruto world. Dealer, the one killed by Tobirama counts as your 4th. Jimin, what? I've reached the 7th round in this world. Then why don't I have memories from the previous rounds? The dealer's brief words stirred up a huge wave in her heart. Dealer, you lost your memories starting from the 4th time. Dealer, but the ninjutsu you learned is retained in your body. Retain memories? Jimin recalled how quickly she learned water release and fire release, as well as medical ninjutsu. It turned out she had already learned them before. Plus her eyes. Before she even unlocked the Mangeki, she entered the couple space of Gaara and Shikaku. At that time, she found it strange. Now it all made sense. She tried to gather chakra in her left eye, and the 3 tomo gradually transformed into a pinwheel. She covered her right eye and silently chanted, Time Fracture. Chapter 173. What if they take my eyes? Jimin looked at the clock on her bedside. It went back a minute. It really was just as the dealer said. No. Unlocking the Mangeki is what Jimin should be worried about. Kwana and Madara are already dead, and Taijima is dead too. Where can she find eyes to transplant? If she overuses her eyes, she would end up like Uchiha Itachi, eventually being dragged down by illness. Dealer, can't you summon one of them? Summon someone, then just take their eyes. The dealer kindly suggested. Jimin rejected it outright. She couldn't play like that. What if they took her eyes? Dealer, oh, Jimin baby, there's really no need to worry so much. Since it's happened, there's nothing you can do about it. Dealer, besides, this is the path you've chosen. You actively chose to block the knife for Kwana. Jimin, of course I know that. Jimin replied angrily. Dealer, if you could do all over again, would you still block the knife for Kwana? Jimin, of course, no matter how many times I start over, I would still block. Dealer, why? Jimin, there's no reason. You chose me, didn't you? You hope I can do something to change the situation, right? Jimin, then I must be that bug. If I do nothing, why am I even here? The dealer didn't continue the conversation. He asked Jimin this question in every round, and each time, the answer was the same. So this is why the higher-ups chose this child. After sorting through her thoughts, Jimin got out of bed and walked to the wardrobe, selecting a black kimono. She couldn't quite explain why. She just wanted to wear it. Only the family crest engraved on her shoulder was still from the Senju clan. Perhaps in the future, she should get a few kimonos with the Uchiha clan's crest. After all, she is still a member of the Uchiha clan. But that would be a matter for later. After leaving the courtyard, she went to the main hall for a meal. There were already 2 people sitting at the dining table, Senju Tobirama in the main seat and Sasuke sitting beside him. Sasuke didn't seem to have any intention of making a fuss. He silently ate from his bowl. Tobirama was the same. Just a glance, their eyes unintentionally met. And Jimin's heart skipped a beat, with flashes of him stabbing her heart in a frenzy in her mind. Damn it, it hurt again. How chaotic. Little Jimin, why are you standing there? Tobirama looked at the girl, feeling inexplicably a bit anxious, but it quickly eased. There was nothing about the girl that could make her anxious now, so he gently called her over to eat together. Come out breakfast. We can take a look at Sasuke's training together later. Okay. Being called out, Sasuke puffed up his cheeks, not daring to look at Tobirama, only daring to cast a resentful glance at Jimin. Seeing Sasuke's face, Jimin momentarily thought she saw Kwana, staring blankly for a long time before gradually coming back to her senses, silently reminding herself, this is Sasuke. Izuna is already dead. After a simple breakfast, the 3 of them arrived at the Senju clan's training ground. Chiming didn't feel like moving either, so she used wood release to create a sofa. A new ninjutsu she learned from Tenzo. She sat on the sofa, resting her elbows on its edge, propping her head up to look at the 2 people in front of her. During these moments of mental emptiness, she found herself thinking about the Warring States period. Her wood release technique was likely due to the transplant from the Senju clan. She speculated, could it be that if she got injured, she could heal as quickly as the Senju clan? Chiming had always been a doer. Once she decided to do something, she pressed down on the sealing technique with her left hand, gripped the FM blade, and with a determined bite, she made a cut on her left hand. A line of blood appeared on her fair arm, and she watched as the blood trickled down her arm, gradually dripping onto the grass, staining a patch deep red. Amazingly, Within just half a minute, the wound was actually healing on its own, the blood having already coagulated. How marvelous! Chiming couldn't help but widen her eyes. So this is the healing ability of the Senju clan? Little Chimi? Just as she regained her focus, she saw Tobirama looking at her anxiously. She still felt the aftereffect of the 2 cuts he had given her, and timidly avoided his gaze, standing up to ask, "What's wrong, Lord Tobirama?" "It's nothing." Tobirama gazed deeply at Chiming's arm, then looked up again. The way she was avoiding his eyes was particularly severe, reminiscent of her resistance after waking up that time. Fear. Could it be that she remembered something? Tobirama decided to have a thorough talk with Chiming that night at her small courtyard. Their training continued, and Chiming maintained her original posture, slightly squinting her left eye and turning the pinwheel of her right eye. She aimed at a little cat that had jumped out not far away. The cat entered her space, and it could comfortably lick itself inside. Could it be that the ability of her right eye is not Kimui, but another type of space-time ninjutsu? She tentatively concluded that she could pull both living things like the cat and inanimate objects like candles into her space, and the space moved with the current time. She thought carefully. This space-time ninjutsu seemed to be of little use. Maybe she could ask Uchiha Obito about it another day. After making up her mind, she stopped overthinking and even took out eye drops from her scroll, dropping 2 drops in her eyes. Protecting her eyes starts now. This should be engraved in the minds of every Uchiha. After watching for a while, Tobirama received a confidential message from Minato, gave a few instructions, and then left the Senju clan grounds, leaving 2 children staring at each other in silence. Neither said anything. First, Chiming didn't know how to say anything to this long-lost Sasuke. At least, that's how it felt for now. Second, she thought that if she said one more word, Sasuke would drag her off to practice. Today was a rest day. She didn't want to move at all. Sasuke practiced alone for a while, but it was too hot, so he ran to Chiming's sofa to cool off. He always felt that Chiming's gaze on him today was strange, as if she were looking through him at someone else. Whenever their eyes met, she would quickly look away, not even giving him a smile. Sasuke felt a bit wronged. Chiming had never treated him like this before. Hey! The wind rustled, blowing scattered leaves, one of which even landed in Chiming's hair. Sasuke wanted to help her take it down, or at least remind her to do so. When Chiming looked up and met his gaze, it only lingered for a second before she hurriedly looked away. Just like this morning, Sasuke angrily ran in front of her, although he was furious. He didn't dare to act too big. After removing the troublesome leaf from her head, he said, "I just wanted to say, you have a leaf in your hair." Saying that, he thought he left in a rather cool manner. Chapter 174. Re-encounter with the cat. After Sasuke left, Chiming let out a sigh of relief. Ever since she had Izuna's memories, her feelings for Sasuke had become quite strange. She couldn't quite explain why. Izuna had undoubtedly treated her well. She had been pampered while growing up in the Uchiha clan. However, despite living through so many cycles, she had never changed the outcome for the Uchiha clan. This led to Sasuke losing both his parents, falling out with his brother, and carrying the burden of family revenge throughout his life. If she had made a little more effort back then, would Sasuke have had a perfect childhood? The dealer felt pain in his heart. He knew everything, but could say nothing. Only he knew how much Chiming had worked to protect the Uchiha clan, yet the outcome was not as they had wished. "Dealer, it's okay, Chiming baby, the past cannot be changed, so we should focus on the present." The dealer's voice suddenly echoed in Chiming's mind, and she chuckled. People really seem to regress as they live. She had long been familiar with this principle, yet now, at such a young age, she had forgotten it. Those who are lost in the memories of the past cannot achieve great things. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan had already been written. What she needed to do now was to protect the residents of Konoha during the ChiakiAwakens exams in a month, minimizing casualties as much as possible, especially the 3rd Hokage and Minato. If possible, she hoped Sasuke could stay by their side to continue learning ninjutsu. Both she and Tobirama were exceptionally strong. Taking down Uchiha Itachi would be more than enough. "Dealer, yes, yes, yes. Our Chiming baby is the strongest." "Chiming, can you not interrupt me at this time?" Chiming said indignantly to the dealer. "Dealer, yes, yes, yes." Recently, Chiming had taken on a new mission, which she received from the mission center. Hyuga Sugima was the team leader, along with her, Sasuke, and Sarutobi Hiroki. A 4-person team configuration of 1 Jonin, 2 Chunin, and 1 Jinin was considered the basic configuration for missions in Konoha. However, Chiming couldn't understand why someone like Sasuke, who was clearly preparing for the ChiakiAwakens exam, was still sent out on a mission. What if he couldn't return in time? Wouldn't that be a joke? The agreed time was 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Sarutobi Hiroki was the first to arrive after chiming. He approached her leisurely and greeted her, "Long time no see," chiming. "Brother Hiroki," chiming replied dully, with her eyelids drooping. Soon after, Sasuke and Hyuga Sugima arrived. As the team leader, Hyuga Sugima briefly assigned each person's tasks and formation. As the healer's sensory ninja, chiming was clearly assigned the task of sensing enemies. Chiming-chan, you are responsible for sensing the enemies. Hiroki-kun will go first, Sasuke-kun will go third, and I will bring up the rear. This task was to patrol the border to check for any abnormalities. Please remain vigilant, Sugima said as he took out a map with several red circles marked on it, to ensure Sasuke could return on time for the Chunin exam. The worst-case scenario would require chiming to use the Flying Thunder God technique to return. These towns are the places we need to investigate. The scroll contains the relevant mission details. Chiming suddenly didn't understand why Minato would send her out. Logically, it would be safest to keep her and Sasuke at the Senju clan at this time. Orochimaru was most eager for Sasuke. Carelessly sending out prey was to set the battlefield at the border, right? Let's go, chiming. Jiying's lazy demeanor suddenly stiffened as she put on her newly bought mask and stared ahead. As the sun began to set, the four of them found a small town and settled down. Hinata Sugima, as the team leader, boldly booked a suite, and even felt a bit embarrassed as he said they would rest here for the night and could go out later to gather some information. "Thank you, Captain." The three responded in unison. The only advantage of this suite was that it had a small bedroom, which undoubtedly belonged to Jiying. She quickly tidied her luggage and prepared to go out. Although she was eager to gather information, she wondered what interesting people and events she might encounter this time. She still remembered the last time she stayed in Kyoto for 2 days. She ran into Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru, which nearly scared her to death. However, this time, in such a small town, she probably wouldn't meet anyone interesting. "Jiying, are you going out?" Hinata Sugima asked. "I'm just going out for a stroll and to find something to eat," Jiying casually replied. "You should go with Sasuke." Although Jiying felt a bit perplexed. Since Sugima had said so, she beckoned Sasuke with her finger, signaling him to hurry up. The street was lively, with the villagers being simple and warm-hearted. Not long after the two girls stepped out and wandered around the snack street, they were handed many food items by various vendors, thanks to Sasuke's pretty face. This level of attention truly surprised Jiying. No, thank you." As Jiying declined a skewer of candied hawthorn, she no longer wanted to continue wandering around and pulled Sasuke into a clothing store. The owner was a middle-aged woman, and upon seeing Jiying and Sasuke, her eyes lit up. Instinctively, Jiying pulled Sasuke behind her and said to the shopkeeper, "Hello, could I see the seasonal clothes?" Suddenly, a meow echoed from the back, and a white cat leaped onto her. Jiying hurriedly caught the little cat, unsure whether to hold it or not. That kitten probably thinks you have a connection. It likes you," the shopkeeper said with a smile. "Connection?" Jiying looked down at the little cat in her arms. Its white fur gleamed with a translucent sheen, and it felt exceptionally soft. The pair of blue eyes was even more captivating. "Is it? Could it be the kitten Taijima sent me?" The kitten rubbed against her neck, looking quite comfortable. "Little Jiying, it's me." Jiying was startled by the sudden voice from the cat. It took her a second to realize it was a ninja cat. It seemed this place was a stronghold of the Uchiha clan. She shot a glare at Sasuke, who clearly knew but hadn't told her. "Little Sasuke, long time no see." The shopkeeper greeted Sasuke, then turned to the girl beside him. "You must be Lady Jiying, right?" Lady Camellia recognized you at a glance. "Camellia?" Jiying tugged at the kitten in her arms. "So, her kitten was named Camellia?" Meow. Chapter 175. Lady Camellia rubbed against the girl in her arms, noticing that she seemed much younger but still very beautiful, with a lovely fragrance. There was no doubt this was little Jiying. She was her master. After waiting for nearly 30 years, Camellia finally met her master at the Uchiha clan stronghold. "Little Jiying, you finally come to get me." Such words left Jiying momentarily speechless. She gently stroked Camellia's fur as memories began to reconstruct in her mind bit by bit. She gazed into those blue eyes as if they were trying to see through her. "It's good that you've met," the shopkeeper said cheerfully. She raised her hand to pet Camellia's head and told Jiying, "Since Lady Jiying is here, I'll leave Camellia in your care." "In my care?" Jiying's eyes widened. Although this little cat was indeed the one Taijima had given her, and was also her summoning beast, her memories of the Warring States period were not fully restored. And Camellia was nothing more than a stranger to her. She had no idea how to take care of a talking cat. Seeing her hesitation, Camellia jumped down from her arms and stealthily made her way into the room. The shopkeeper seemed to understand Camellia's intention, saying, but please let Lady Jing remember to come back for Camellia. Then she turned to chat with Sasuke. Jing casually found a chair to sit on, starting to rummage through her mind for memories about this cat. But no matter how hard she tried, she could only recall a fragment about Taijima saying he would send her cat. As for what the cat looked like, or why it was named Camellia, she had no idea. Jing. Dealer, why don't I have any memories about Camellia? Dealer, with a hint of obviousness, don't you remember? I told you before. Your memories will only trigger when you meet specific people. Dealer, this is the first time you've met Camellia, so to activate her memories, after seeing her, you need to open a memory door again. Jing, then why do I have memories of Uchiha? I haven't met him, have I? If that's how it is, given that the only person she met from the Warring States period was Senju Tobirama, her memories should be related to him. Dealer, you fool, didn't you notice that every segment of memory you entered was related to Senju Tobirama? Dealer, Uchiha is just a side note. Jing, now that you mention it, it does seem that way. No wonder some memories from the Warring States period were so vague. Memories not related to Senju Tobirama vanished almost instantly, so it was normal not to remember Camellia. Sigh, this memory, retrieving it, is still a long way to go. Let's go. Jing. She had been lost in thought for a while when Sasuke suddenly walked up to her, gently pushing her shoulder. She almost jumped up, her eyes wide as she looked at Sasuke. Sasuke's heart felt as if it had been hit. He had never seen an Uchiha with eyes more beautiful than his, nor had he seen one more beautiful than himself. Those clear eyes stared intently at him, and he felt his throat tighten, unable to say a word, only gazing back into those eyes. Sasuke? Huh? It took Sasuke a while to shift his gaze away from Jing's eyes, and the moment he regained his senses, he quickly averted his eyes, fingers gripping his cheek, muttering, "It's nothing, let's get ready to head back. I've gathered most of the information in the town. Then let's go." Jing looked at Sasuke in confusion. Why was his face so red? Could he be running a fever? Getting sick during this mission was not good news. Thinking this, Jing, like her grandmother once did, pressed her forehead against Sasuke's. The warm temperature from the boy transmitted through a layer of skin. So hot. Is he really running a fever? To be more certain, she grabbed his arm to check his pulse. It was normal. But why did she feel the temperature from his forehead getting hotter? Before she could say anything, the boy suddenly pushed her away and dashed out. How strange. Jing followed Sasuke, looking puzzled, and carefully closed the shop door before heading back to the inn. The weather outside has turned to dusk, and the streets have become increasingly empty, with hardly a breath of life left. Jiming has grown cautious, using her chakra to sense any malice. Such a stark contrast must mean something is about to happen. It feels as if a trapped beast is hiding behind the windows of every household. Jiming walks forward carefully, unsure of how Sasuke is doing. She hopes he hasn't become a sitting duck in some household. No, that can't be true. Jiming quickly dismisses her thoughts, but fear still lingers. Although Captain Hinata instructed them not to reveal their identities as ninjas in this critical moment, she can only form a flying thunder god technique. In the blink of an eye, she appears beside Sasuke. Seeing her arrive via the flying thunder god technique, Sasuke immediately becomes alert. However, the warmth on his face does not fade, and as he catches a whiff of the camellia scent that has somehow clung to the girl, his ears turn red. What's wrong? Did something happen? Sasuke asks Jiming. Nothing. I just feel like this village is a bit strange, Jiming replies, unable to articulate why. But the inexplicable malice makes her uneasy. All she wants now is to return to the inn and regroup with everyone. Let us use the flying thunder god to go back to the inn. You can tell me about the information you've gathered once we're back. As soon as she finishes speaking, the two land in their inn room. Hinata Tsujimasa and Sarutobi Hiroki are waiting for their return. Jiming adjusts her skirt and sits down beside them. Captain, Hiroki, I found something strange in the village. Before she can finish her sentence, she senses that these two are not who they seem. Is it a transformation technique? Jiming pulls Sasuke back 3 steps, her expression alert as she asks, "Who are you?" Ha ha ha, come. The two pounce at them like mutated beings. Let me eat you. Jiming sidesteps the attacker as strike and swiftly pins his wrist, immobilizing him instantly. She gazes calmly at the person, her crimson eyes radiating an aura of inviolability, causing him to lose consciousness and stand still. With her right hand charged with Raikiri, she unhesitatingly releases a powerful electric attack at the man rushing at her, quickly knocking him to the ground. The current crackles through the air, buzzing and emitting a blue glow. After subduing the two, she orders Sasuke, get a chair. Chapter 176. Let us see your strength with 35 million first. Although Sasuke doesn't know what Jiming plans to do, he obediently fetches a chair. Jiming ties the two up back to back, dons a newly bought cat mask, and glances at Sasuke, signaling him to wait inside the room. After employing some inhumane methods for interrogation, Jiming decides to be a good person and casually tosses them to the entrance of the medical clinic. Their fate of life or death is up to chance. After doing this, Jiming and Sasuke traverse the village, searching for the rumored exchange shop. Hinata Sujimasa and Sarutobi Hiroki are both targets with bounties, which she hadn't anticipated. Thinking of the exchange shop, she can't help but think of the man connected to money, Kisame. Could it be that Kisame is behind this too? Whatever. Whether it's a mule or a horse, she'll have to take it out for a spin. Moreover, the abnormality in this village gives her an uncomfortable feeling. Based on the information she collected, Jiming finds an entrance to a basement beneath a banyan tree in the northwest outskirts of the city. Sasuke, if anything happens, remember to use the Flying Thunder God to escape. As she speaks, she activates her Sharingan, warning him that the two individuals are strong, and he must not let the man with the big sword draw blood. Got it. Sasuke naturally trusts Jiming and quietly follows her. Closer, Jiming raises her hand, and they immediately hide around the corner. Heavy footsteps echo in the dim space, accompanied by a man's gloomy voice. Next time. I want to wait for your pathetic ritual. You almost let my 10 million escape. What did you say? A younger voice retorts discontentedly. Move faster. The man flips through the book in his hand. Jiming, 30 million. That is a decent price. Although he has a heart for the fair sex. No one would go against money. The Uchiha boy accompanying her is someone Orochimaru desires. He can capture him too and make a deal with Orochimaru. Two birds with one stone. We can't rest today. We just dealt with two troublesome people. The younger man complains. I'll accompany you to the exchange shop. Shut up. Before the younger man can finish complaining, the slightly older man interrupts him. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. Hey, Haiden. Kisame. You don't need to act. Have we been discovered? Jiming and Sasuke exchange glances and immediately disperse, revealing only their obsidian-like eyes. She stands in the middle of the road, her finger half raised, pointing at Haiden. I have a question for you. Jiming says slowly. Although she is not very confident in defeating these two, it doesn't matter. She must maintain her bravado. Oh, you're that little girl. Haiden suddenly takes an interest, licking his lips. What kind of face lies beneath that white mask? Is it angelic or slightly flawed? But it doesn't matter. No matter what kind of beauty it is, they should join his cult. Otherwise, they die by his blade. Ask away. I'm in a good mood. So, I'll begrudgingly answer one question. Haiden unusually shows interest. Are Hinata Sujimasa and Sarutobi Hiroki still alive? Haiden appears a bit confused and turns to Kisame. Do we just kill those two? No. Did you hear that, little girl? Haiden resumes wielding his knife, grinning. But it's okay. We're quite interested in you too. Well, it seems they're still alive. Jiming breathes a sigh of relief. It's good news that they are alive. In that case, she sees no reason to stay here. Neither of them are easy opponents. One can't be killed, and the other is 5 lives. It's best to avoid trouble. Thank you for your answers, brothers. I'll take my leave now. After Jiming finishes speaking, she prepares to perform the Flying Thunder God to escape. But before she can choose a landing spot, Haiden swings his large sword at her. Jiming sidesteps, summoning the Phoenix Cry blade from her sealing technique with her left hand, blocking Haiden's second strike. Hey, little girl, not bad, Haiden teases. You're one of the few who can take one of my strikes. Haiden, how about we discuss a partnership? Jiming retreats repeatedly, her gaze sharpening. Haiden, instead of retreating, advances quickly, leaping and transforming into a gray shadow, suddenly rushing towards Jiming from below. Partnership? Unless you are joining the cult. I don't want to hear anything else, Haiden thinks, eager to slash that white mask. He revels in this exhilarating chase, especially with a mysterious woman who is young yet powerful. In reality, Jiming stands beside Kisame. This partnership must be discussed by the old man who has lived for over 90 years. At least he is not a foolish kid swinging around scythe. Miss, your eyes, Kisame instantly understands. He has had the fortune of witnessing the interaction between Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, and he suspects this little girl is also a survivor of the Uchiha clan. Your eyes are beautiful. Her eyes, like obsidian, were different from Itachi Uchiha's red ones. Was it some kind of transformation technique? Thank you for the compliment. I also think my eyes are beautiful. Jimin's eyes sparkled. Receiving praise from a straight man was undoubtedly a compliment to her Uchiha clan's beauty. To be honest, she felt quite pleased inside. This time, she wanted to discuss a collaboration with you. Jimin said to Kakuzu, having heard that he was a famous bounty hunter in the underworld, he must be very capable. I wonder if I can buy a few lives from you? Oh, Kakuzu became interested. No one had ever dared to do business with him like this. Buying lives from him, if the price was right, he wouldn't mind. Who do you want to buy? How many people are in your death book? Jimin pointed to the small notebook in his hand. I want to buy them all. Please calculate how much it will cost. To ensure you won't run off with the money, how about paying in installments? Are you sure? Kakuzu laughed heartily. Miss, the people I have in hand, you can't afford. You calculate first. Money is just a small matter. She had encountered a very wealthy sister recently and found it quite interesting. Perhaps she could make a friend and convince her to invest some money. Plus, with the funds from the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, if worse comes to worst, she could exchange some gold coins for ninja coins. It should be enough. First, take out 35 million in cash to show me your capability. 35 million? Jimin almost broke character, trying to maintain her composure as she pulled out a scroll, gathered her chakra, and summoned a box. This was all the savings she had accumulated over the years. She had given it all away. Chapter 177. Bond. Kakuzu opened the box, took out a bundle of cash, and quickly counted it. One bundle contained 10,000 ninja coins, but he wasn't at ease until he finished counting all the ninja coins before closing the box. The price is right. He scrutinized the slender girl in front of him, looking up from her feet to her neck, which was fair-skinned, guessing the figure concealed beneath her kimono. Then he looked at her face. Aside from a cat mask, she had those obsidian-like eyes. They were bright and clear. Kakuzu was momentarily captivated, but had lived for 90 years, surviving by killing, and had seen far too many people. And like everyone else he had seen, the girl would eventually be killed by him or someone else. So Uncle Kakuzu about this transaction. Jimin thought to bridge the gap between them and called the man in front of her uncle, which was quite an elevation for him, considering he was a 90-year-old old man. The man was clearly taken aback by her address, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes hidden behind his glasses. Then he laughed, his voice low, resonating from within his mouth. He looked at the girl and made a promise. All right, I'll set the payment schedule. I need to kill 2 people every month to achieve the organization's goals. So the minimum for 2 people starts at 20 million ninja coins. Let's compromise. Uncle will give you a discount. He even referred to himself as Uncle. Jimin swallowed hard, fearing this newly acquainted uncle might make an outrageous demand. At that point, she really wouldn't know whether to sell her family assets or find some business to earn money. Every month, we meet in the northern village of the Land of Rivers. Bring your 35 million. 35 million? Jimin almost broke character again. Her family had always been upright. Where could she find 35 million for him? Not to mention how Tobarama and Tsunade would react to her. Even selling her family's land wouldn't yield that much money. Right? What kind of clandestine transactions was the Akatsuki organization involved in that required so much money? All right. But in the end, Jimin gritted her teeth and agreed. It was just money, she comforted herself. Anything that could be bought with money wasn't a troublesome matter. Money, if there isn't any, just go earn it. After all, she was talented and beautiful. Becoming a courtesan could probably attract many young men. Kakuzu was unexpectedly easy to negotiate with. He was shocked. If she had haggled a bit, he might have reluctantly agreed. After all, 35 million was not an easy sum. Don't run away. Haiden shouted, leaving Kakuzu speechless. Right now, he just wanted to kill Haiden. No joke. Being under a Jinjutsu was one thing. He even felt like he was under a Jinjutsu himself. Where did this idiot come from? Uncle, don't be anxious, Jimin said with keen insight. I'll undo the Jinjutsu for Brother Haiden right away. To be honest, whether it was undone or not made no difference to Kakuzu, but since the girl said so, he reluctantly spared Haiden's life, allowing him to survive a few more days. Jimin simply gestured at Haiden, and he instantly stopped in his tracks. Wait, where's my beauty? Didn't she say she would join my cult? Didn't she say she would stay with me until old age? Didn't she say she would let me drink her blood? Where is she? The beauty? As he looked around, the beauty was standing next to Kakuzu, and they seemed to be in close conversation. He instantly became furious. What was this 90-year-old old man going to do with that lovely girl? Haiden swung his large sword at Kakuzu with incredible speed, and it took Jimin a moment to react, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique to avoid the damage. Who would have thought that her feet suddenly left the ground, and strong hands appeared around her waist? Kakuzu had lifted her up, like picking up a child. Although at her age, she was indeed a child to Kakuzu. All right, you can go now. Kakuzu set her down in a safe place, half squatting down to continue speaking to her. The 2 people you asked about Haiden should have already run towards the border. You can roughly head toward the Land of Rice. The Land of Rice? Jimin hadn't yet had a chance to inquire further when Kakuzu had already disappeared. She recalled the two people she had seen at the inn who were impersonating Hyugasumi and Sarutobi Hiroki, and they seemed to have a bite mark on their necks. Could it be Orochimaru's doing? But these two brothers didn't have anything particularly worth capturing for research, right? Jimin was puzzled and decided to investigate Orochimaru's lair. She immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique and landed next to Sasuke. Sasuke was currently in the medical clinic, staring at the bite mark on his neck, absent-mindedly caressing it. He craved power. His peer, Jimin, had already become the captain of the Umbu and could cast long-duration Jinjutsu without revealing her eyes. With such strong power, what about him? What was he? With such a slow training speed, when would he be able to kill that person? Hey, Sasuke. Jimin saw that Sasuke was lost and thought about Itachi Uchiha again. Although she didn't want to interrupt his contemplation, time was pressing. Moreover, every time he finished thinking about Itachi, he would briefly fall ill. Clearly, there was no time to be ill now. I found the locations of the captain and Hiroki. Only then did Sasuke come back to his senses, turning to look at the girl in front of him. Her face was completely concealed beneath a mask, and even her tone was cold. He stared at her, unable to utter a word for a long time. It's over. The cat is fluffed up again. Jimin suppressed her desire to complain, took 2 steps forward, slightly raised her head, looked at the awkward boy, placed her hand on his head, smoothed his hair, and coaxed. Let's go, our young master Sasuke. The term young master was somewhat flattering for Sasuke, and his expression softened a lot. The girl gently stroked his head, which made him feel even better. Then, for now, she would temporarily forgive her. After all, with her in this state, he couldn't just give her a way out and not take it, right? But on the surface, Sasuke still coldly snorted with pride, reaching out his hand to Jimin, saying nothing, just waiting for the girl's choice in front of him. The girl smiled helplessly, took his hand, and hurriedly led him down the road. They kept running under the moonlight, Sasuke thought. Chapter 178. The Bowtie Man by midnight. The two were about to exit the land of fire's borders. Jimin thought it would be best to rest for a few hours and set out again at dawn. Although it wasn't difficult for ninjas to go without sleep for several days, Jimin was still a bit worried about Sasuke. She was used to the rhythm of Umbu work. But Sasuke was not. The missions that Team 7 had before the Chunin exams, aside from the trip to the Land of Waves, weren't particularly difficult. However, once they entered Orochimaru's territory, this simple reconnaissance mission could escalate to S rank at any moment. She found a relatively good spot, raised her hand to the back, and landed in the middle of the forest. After retrieving 2 fire sticks, she lit a campfire. The forest at night was still cool, without warmth. It could lead to a cold. Sasuke, let's rest for a bit, Jimin said as she took out 2 thin blankets from the living scroll, tossing one to Sasuke and covering herself with the other. We'll set off again tomorrow morning. Okay. Sasuke had always listened to Jimin, not for any other reason, but because Jimin also trusted him. So he chose to trust Jimin in return. Moreover, Jimin was considered his senior, and in such a special task situation, it was always wise to heed the advice of an elder. With that thought, he closed his eyes and began to feign sleep. As for whether he actually fell asleep, he didn't know himself. As dawn broke, Jimin woke Sasuke up. While waiting for him, she tidied up the fire sticks and folded the blankets back to seal them in the scroll. Next, she checked the ninja tools she carried and reinforced the sealing technique again. She looked at Sasuke, ready to go. I've already sent a message to Lord Hokage. They should be sending a team to pick us up. So our mission here is to investigate the whereabouts of the captain and Hiroki brother. Be careful and make sure you stay alive. If anything happens, use the Flying Thunder God to escape, understood? Jimin reminded Sasuke once more, and he nodded seriously yes. The 2-man team quietly infiltrated the land of rice at the border of the land of fire. Jimin constantly sensed the chakra of Hyugasuma and Sarutobi Hiroki, but it seemed as if their chakra had been forcibly altered, making it impossible to sense. This was too strange. The land of rice was a very small country, and after half a day's travel, they reached the capital. Jimin decided to gather some information here and, along with Sasuke, rented a hotel first. After changing out of their ninja gear, Sasuke put on the Uchiha clan's casual clothes, and after thinking for a long time, Jimin also wore the newly made Uchiha clan kimono. The two of them walked out onto the street in the midday heat. Although this country wasn't prosperous, the streets were still bustling with people. However, Jimin noticed that there was more than one person wearing a big bow tie. Wasn't this a classic outfit from Orochimaru's place? Could it be that Orochimaru also had a base here? Jimin carefully recalled the previous storyline, but she could only remember Naruto, Jiraiya, and Sakura sneaking into the land of rice towards the Sound Ninja village to find Sasuke. Could this base actually be set up in the capital? Did Orochimaru have some connections with the daimyo of the Land of Rice? Jiming was puzzled and finally decided to capture a person wearing a bow tie for interrogation. After all, their Umbu didn't have much skill. They were good at interrogation and silencing people. Sasuke, let's go. Jiming stood up from the tea house and led Sasuke to follow the bow tie man who had just walked out. For now, they would call him the bow tie man. The bow tie man walked unsteadily, perhaps having mixed some alcohol into his lunch. He turned this way and that into a small alley, when suddenly a group of children ran out and bumped into the bow tie man, who knew that the man's tattoos instantly spread across his entire face, scaring the child into crying loudly. It was definitely one of Orochimaru's people. Jiming pulled Sasuke to observe carefully around the corner. If this act could spare a few children's lives, she could reluctantly spare this guy's life. But if this guy couldn't control himself and harm the children, where do these kids come from? Don't you watch where you're going? The bow tie man, intoxicated, raised his voice. If you cry, I'll kill you. Saying this, he raised his hand, looking like he was about to strike. At that moment, Jiming flew in front of the bow tie man, his dark pupils reflecting a pair of jade hands, just inches away from him. This must be a beauty. Just as he thought to retract his hand, he found he couldn't react in time. Just as his palm was about to land on the beauty's face, he regretted inwardly. Although she was a beauty, the timing was wrong. However, he could still cherish her properly. Unexpectedly, Jiming only curled her lips and stood still, quietly watching the fist that was inches away, directly swinging into empty air. Good. He had already entered the illusion. Jiming looked at the man, whose face was flushed and reeked of smoke and alcohol, and she didn't even want to step closer. Just standing in the same space as him made her feel nauseous. Indeed, the smell of smoke and alcohol mixed together was the worst. Where's Orochimaru? Jiming asked straightforwardly. The bow tie man took a long time to react. After a moment, he screamed while covering the bite mark on his neck. He wanted to tell the girl in front of him, but that mark, he couldn't say anything. As soon as he thought about it, his whole body felt like thousands of ants were crawling over him, itching and painful. Seeing the man's strange behavior, almost like a stress reaction, tattoos instantly covered his body, even changing his original appearance. Jiming was momentarily stunned by this change. What was this? Stage 2. The stage of that big chicken wing Sasuke. Would it be very strong? She became alert. The man, with disordered steps, instinctively lunged at her in a predatory manner. Jiming sidestepped to avoid the man's palm, quickly grabbed his wrist, pressed down hard, and dislocated his wrist. The sound of crying echoed, and she drew the foaming knife hidden in her wrist, directly plunging it into the man's heart. The man fell into a pool of blood. The children's cries grew louder. Jiming, for some reason, stared at the corpse in a daze, and the crying sound truly annoyed her. Chapter 179. Izuna? But she still patiently comforted the few children in front of her. From now on, don't walk out alone. It will be very dangerous. As she spoke, she produced a few candies from her pocket and handed them to the child, who instantly broke into a joyful smile and took the candies from her hand. Children's emotions come and go quickly. Once they sensed there was no danger, they transformed back into lively and cheerful beings, starting to chat with this so-called big sister who had helped them. Sister, we're so glad to have you. Otherwise, we would definitely be doomed. Why do you say that? Jiming gently asked. Do they often kill innocent people? The children fell silent in an instant. They dared not speak, but the fragrant, sticky taste in their mouths urged them to say something about this matter. They had already killed many people. Jiming's heart sank. Such wanton slaughter of the innocent. What difference was there from their daily lives? Were there many of them? When did this start? She asked a few more questions. The children chattered like spilling beans, several voices overlapping. So many. I saw so many around me turn into that. We are so scared. But we have no way to stop it. We don't even remember when it started. Each child spoke in turn, and Jiming's brow furrowed tighter. It seemed that this land of rice, they indeed deserved to be here a bit longer. Orochimaru couldn't move, and neither could the land of rice under his name. But she could find someone else to help. Leave it to your sister, Jiming promised a few children, coaxing them to hurry home and find an adult. Sasuke witnessed the whole process and was alert to the changes in the bow-tied man's body, especially the chakra pulsating around his neck, seemingly responding to the sudden chakra the man exhibited. Was it that pervert? But this man's abilities were merely child's play compared to the girl before him. Should he really choose that perverted man? Wouldn't it be better to cultivate alongside Lord Suki and Jiming? When Jiming approached, Sasuke buried these thoughts deep. These were the thoughts he should not have right now. Did you find anything? Seeing Jiming's serious expression, Sasuke was the first to ask. Nothing much. Jiming sighed. He must have set up a jutsu. So when I interrogated him with my Sharingan, he reacted physically and then just died. It sounded simple, and although the man died easily under Jiming's hands. Should we continue to investigate? Sasuke asked again, but if that was the case, continuing to inquire would be meaningless. Moreover, his domestic affairs were not something they could interfere with. Jiming bit her finger, her brow slightly furrowed. Wait, I have an idea. Although she didn't have Kakashi's large dog army, she should have a cat army. She bit her right hand, drawing blood on her left hand, and gently slapped it on the ground, forming a large summoning net. Summoning technique. Boom! Appearing was a completely white, snow-colored cat, especially with its bright blue eyes that were hard to look away from. Little Ji. Shans was very happy. This was the first time Little Ji had summoned it in many years. Did Little Ji remember me? Shans! Jiming blurted out upon seeing the little cat. This made Shans both surprised and delighted, and the next second it pounced into Jiming's arms. But it didn't succeed because a man had grabbed its neck. It glared angrily at the man, looked for a moment, and called out, Izuna? Who is Izuna? Sasuke's answer extinguished Shans' thoughts. It turned out to be just a child who looked like Izuna. Shans, I need your help with something. Jiming looked at the little cat, feeling sorry for it being treated like this, and took it from Sasuke's hands, finding a comfortable position to hold it in her arms. What do you need? Let this great Shans listen carefully, and then consider whether to help you. This little cat is still quite proud. Jiming couldn't help but rub its little belly. Here's the thing. I'm looking for 2 people. I wonder if our mighty Shans could use its connections to help me find them. These words were very appealing to Shans, its tail wagging excitedly, almost pointing to the sky, but it still maintained its usual proud demeanor. Just tell me who they are, and I'll reluctantly help you look. One is a Hyuga clan member with Byakugan, about 20 years old, with long black hair. The other is Sarutobi Hiroki, 15 years old, with short black hair. Jiming had to admit she couldn't describe the 2 individuals' traits too well and struggled to get the words out. A child from the Hyuga family and a child from the Sarutobi family? Shan suddenly became interested. However, it wasn't that the Uchiha clan had fought with these 2 clans several times, or that when the Uchiha clan was almost completely exterminated later. These 2 clans had little to say. It was curious what kind of exceptional individuals the descendants of these 2 clans might be to team up with Little Ji. With a howl, Shan summoned countless footsteps rushing in from all directions, startling Jiming and Sasuke. They exchanged glances. Sasuke, so many people are coming? Jiming, I don't know. However, it wasn't malicious chakra, so Jiming felt somewhat relieved. Perhaps the cat had called over some helpers. In no time, a circle of cats of various breeds surrounded them, making Jiming's eyes shine with excitement. Wow, so many cats. What a cat paradise. If I could die here in my past life, I would be satisfied. Listening, I'm looking for 2 people. One is named Hyugasuma, has Byakugan, black long hair, 20 years old. The other is Sarutobi Hiroki, 15 years old, with short black hair. After hearing this, the cats immediately dispersed, truly resembling a well-trained army. So disciplined, Jiming couldn't help but marvel. I should have results by evening. Shans raised its neck like a swan, looking for compliments, which made Jiming chuckle. You're always so professional. Unless you can't help it. Great Shans, you're amazing. Jiming sincerely praised. Of course. All right, my tail is going to shoot up to the sky. But little Ji, have you seen Tobirama recently? Shans' expression suddenly became serious. After all, Tobirama had died before its eyes, and now it could still sense Tobirama's chakra, which felt strangely unsettling. Tobirama? Chapter 180. You really like that Senju Tobirama kid. Sasuke, hearing the name, couldn't help but wonder if it was Senju Tobirama, the 2nd Hokage. How could Jiming, who was about his age, know the 2nd Hokage? But that Lord Tsuki. Sasuke recalled the faces of the 2nd Hokage and Lord Tsuki. While they weren't an exact match, there was definitely a resemblance. He continued to listen. If Lord Tsuki was indeed the 2nd Hokage, he subconsciously touched his neck again. Was that person really his best choice? Jiming suddenly fell silent. She couldn't just tell Shans that she had summoned Senju Tobirama, especially with Sasuke present. Tobirama's identity was a secret, known only to a few, and hardly anyone knew who he was. They only knew there was a Lord Tsuki in Konoha. Actually, I learned the impure world reincarnation. Jiming chose a more roundabout way to tell Shanchawa that anyway, Sasuke didn't know what Edo Tensei was, and besides, she had improved a bit. Shanchawa had a look that said she already understood. Xiaoji, you really still like that guy, Tobirama? As soon as these words came out, Jiming's expression changed 3 times. And she hurriedly waved her hands. No, don't misunderstand. Shanchawa. Sasuke was even more affected. He looked at the girl in front of him with resentment. wondering how this person liked everyone, and any guy she met could be her rumored boyfriend. It made him furious. Then why didn't you summon the others as well? Shanshawa snorted. She didn't like that white-haired kid, not even a hair compared to her brother Azuna. That Senju white-haired kid was not only ruthless in using her. This cute little cat, but he even tricked her. It was simply too much. She hadn't even been given catnip for decades. Jimin was momentarily speechless. Although she could summon all four of them, at that time she didn't think long and hard. Only Tobirama was the best choice. You don't know how sad Madara and brother Azuna were when you died. Shanshawa continued to accuse, but that white-haired kid and his brother were still out doing their duties. They didn't even have time to attend your funeral. Jimin, just cover this little kitty's mouth. It's not the time to consider who didn't attend the funeral when she died. I'm afraid if Shanshawa keeps talking, Sasuke, with his clever nature, will have figured out the trick long ago. The fewer people know about Senju Tobirama's identity, the better. All right, Shanshawa, should we go eat some taiyaki together? Jimin tried to seal the little kitty's mouth with food. Then I'll reluctantly have one, Shanshawa huffed. Clearly very happy, Jimin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no little kitty could resist the temptation of fish. The two of them and a cat arrived at the dessert shop. With a gloomy-faced boy and a girl with an awkward smile, plus a talking cat. This was a bit frightening for the shop owner. However, it would be foolish not to earn money. Moreover, this shop paid protection fees every month, so they probably wouldn't dare to do anything strange. Welcome, ladies. The shopkeeper greeted them warmly. What would you like to eat? Before Jimin could speak, Shanshawa, who was in her arms, said, I want to eat taiyaki. 3 of them. Red bean flavor. Seeing the shopkeeper's shocked expression, Jimin quickly explained, this is a ninja cat. She can talk. Make it 5 taiyaki, please. And also bring a pot of tea. After placing the order, Jimin held Shanshawa in one arm and grabbed Sasuke's wrist with the other to find a seat. Finally, they settled down for a moment, watching Sasuke grab the taiyaki and take a bite from the fish's tail. Shanshawa actually bit the cat's tail too. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's people were actually cats? Jimin couldn't help but start to consider the possibility and unconsciously bit into the fish's tail as well. After a brief rest, Jimin intended to lean back and relax, but suddenly sensed Itachi Uchiha's chakra. Her first instinct was to grab Sasuke's hand and not forget to hold the now full and asleep little cat. Then she performed the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the dessert shop. They flew into the hotel room. Sasuke looked at Jimin in confusion and asked what happened. If it weren't for encountering someone they shouldn't have met, why was Jimin so anxious to leave? I sensed the chakra of those 2 people we met yesterday. Jimin casually lit. I barely tricked them yesterday. I can't let them find out where we are. Them? Sasuke agreed, not to mention the skill level of that knife-wielding man. The killing intent emanating from the man carrying the money box was not from a simple person. Avoiding conflict was the right choice. Thus, Sasuke automatically concluded that they had encountered Kakuzu and Haiden without noticing any issues. But the dessert shop was not so simple. The shopkeeper had hoped to see if these 2 liked taiyaki, but when he went to check, the taiyaki was gone, but the people had vanished without a trace. He became furious. How dare they try to eat my food for free in my territory? Are they crazy? He shouted angrily, find them. Even if I have to dig 3 feet in the ground, I want to find these 2 brats. Sir, before the people could scatter, 2 more people blocked the entrance. Those 2 wore long black cloaks with red clouds and straw hats. One revealed red eyes, while the other had a large sword wrapped in bandages on his back. The aura they exuded made the shopkeeper break into a cold sweat. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he couldn't help but tremble. Gentlemen, what brings you here? I paid for this young lady's bill, one of them said. You needn't trouble yourself looking for them. This result is good for both of us. The shopkeeper wanted to say something else, or perhaps seek some benefit from this. But as soon as he met those crimson eyes, he forgot everything he wanted to say. After a long pause, he finally reacted and welcomed the 2 guests. Please, Komin, what would you like to eat? After they sat down, Kisame looked at Itachi and said, Mr. Itachi, did you feel that? It's her in this city, right? Itachi didn't immediately respond to Kisame's words. Instead, he looked at the shopkeeper. We want 2 skewers of dango and 2 taiyaki, along with a pot of tea. This bill will be settled together with that young lady's. After saying this, the shopkeeper quickly took the menu and left. He was genuinely afraid of these 2. They were not like the 2 little kids from earlier, but people with real blood on their hands. If something went wrong, not to mention what would happen to the shop, his own life might not be guaranteed. Chapter 181. You might as well find Senju Tobirama to study this matter. Once the shopkeeper left, Itachi finally had the time to reply to Kisame. Yeah, it should be her. And my foolish little brother. Your brother? Kisame became interested. He had heard that Itachi wiped out his entire clan back in the day. leaving behind just one younger brother. This was the first time he heard Itachi mention his brother. Usually their conversations were just simple small talk, and occasionally Itachi would talk about that person, but only when he felt like it. Nothing worth mentioning. Itachi smiled slightly. I let him escape last time. Next time it won't be so easy. With such an indifferent demeanor, Kisame couldn't help but respect Itachi a bit more. But, Mr. Itachi, shouldn't we go see your brother and Jimin? The chance of running into them is quite small. Kisame continued. Let's eat something first. Itachi naturally thought about it, but it wasn't a wise choice to go over so abruptly. He could take some measures and wait for the girl to come find him. If he wasn't mistaken during lunch today, they would still have a chance to meet the girl. When they meet, should he take the opportunity to say a few more words about his illness and ask the girl to help him treat it? After all, he had plenty of money, if nothing else. Alternatively, one could test the level of the foolish Edo, which would also test the level of the girl. Soon, this option was vetoed by Uchiha Itachi, as he had already tried this trick at the Nain Shrine last time. If he used it again, the girl would definitely feel bored. Itachi didn't want to be someone the girl disliked. Mr. Itachi, you really like these sweet things. Kisame barely managed to eat one taiyaki and couldn't eat anymore. I prefer solid white rice. Speaking of which, Kisame thought white rice was the best food in the world. If the rice was served by the naive, it would taste 10 million times better. He couldn't understand why Mr. Itachi had such a fondness for such sweet things. Kisame picked up his teacup and took a sip of green tea, patiently waiting for Uchiha Itachi to finish. In the evening, the cat team arrived at the naive's inn, and with so many cats around, Sasuke and the naive almost had no place to sit. They could only hold several cats each and barely sit in the middle of the cats. Camellia seemed like a boss in front of them, exuding the air of a leader. All right, each little cat can be rewarded with one taiyaki, and those who gather key information can be rewarded with an extra one. The calculations made the naive speechless. With so many cats, how could she afford to buy that many taiyakis? It was another day of crying over her wallet. However, these cats were really well trained and disciplined, not making a sound, with one cat speaking after another. Summarizing, the cat team gathered the information that Sarutobi Hiroki and Hyuga Sujimura had been taken away from the land of rice yesterday afternoon. Both were carried on someone's back and had lost consciousness. They were likely taken to Orochimaru's old lair about 30 kilometers to the north. Orochimaru? Camellia repeated the name. He was one of that monkey's disciples, right? How did he become independent? However, she felt that the monkey's disciple was not a good person, especially considering he had secretly hidden Tobarama's research specimens. Camellia had a bad impression of this kid. Although he was highly talented, the research he was involved in. He should now be the leader of the Sound Ninja village. The naive was no longer surprised that Camellia knew Orochimaru, as it was not unusual for a cat that had survived since the Warring States period to know anyone. Sigh, I wonder if I have the ability to fight against Orochimaru now. The naive couldn't help but sigh. During the Chunin exam preliminaries, although there had been several confrontations, they were all minor skirmishes. Even the giant snake and the Edo Tensei technique hadn't been summoned. It was better not to fight if possible. What if she had to cooperate with Uncle Snake in the future to study how the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could avoid blindness? You might as well let Senju Tobarama research that issue faster. Camellia seemed to see through her thoughts and retorted, as for Senju Tobarama, regardless of his character, at least in terms of research, that kid Orochimaru is still hundreds of years behind him. Why could this cat understand what she was thinking? The naive was stunned and tossed Camellia into Sasuke's arms, standing up and saying to the person and the pile of cats, I'm going out to buy taiyaki. You all wait for me here. Halfway through, she remembered that she had forgotten to count how many cats there were and how many had provided useful information. How many should she buy? Of course, she couldn't go back to the original shop to buy again. She chose another dessert shop. Boss, I'll take all your taiyaki. The boss instantly beamed with joy, as he could leave work early after the sale. Who would want to leave work early? He quickly packed the taiyaki and handed it to the naive. The naive thought for a moment and chose to use a sealing scroll to store them, performing a simple sealing technique to pack all the taiyaki into the scroll. Just as she was about to head back, she sensed Uchiha Itachi's chakra again. How about? A moment later, the naive appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi. The man wore a straw hat, and due to the wind, the bells on the hat jingled softly. He smiled casually, and, as expected, she appeared before them. Uchiha Itachi, although his attitude wasn't very good, Uchiha Itachi understood. After all, her family might have perished on that night of the massacre. It was he who caused her to lose her family. Naturally, he understood such a hostile attitude. The naive then looked at the man next to Uchiha Itachi and blurted out, Mr. Kisame? It's me, Miss Naive. Kisame took off his straw hat, revealing his fish-like eyes and pale skin. I didn't expect to see you here, Miss Naive. I wonder what brings you to this dangerous place alone. Chapter 182. Don't get caught in the rain next time executing a mission. The Naive didn't say much. The three of them weren't on the same side, and saying too much would only be detrimental to her. Although she knew Kisame wouldn't harm her, he might harm others besides her. What about you, Mr. Kisame? We're capturing a traitor. Kisame didn't want to hide anything from the girl in front of him. If possible, he hoped she would invite the two of them out for dinner, even though he had just eaten a taiyaki. Orochimaru, Senior? The Naive guessed. How do you know? Kisame was surprised. Could it be that our organization's confidentiality work is this poor? I encountered Orochimaru recently, and it seems he has become independent. The Naive briefly explained the reason. Her eyes couldn't help but glance at Uchiha Itachi, who was silent beside her. To be honest, if it were Kakuzu and Haiden, she could perhaps deceive them a bit more easily. But Uchiha Itachi, what to do? Got it. The Naive turned the topic to Uchiha Itachi. Brother Itachi, how have you been lately? That brother almost caused Uchiha Itachi to break character. Were they that close? How could she casually call him brother? Cough, cough, cough. Uchiha Itachi habitually coughed, which was roughly no different from before. Let me check. The Naive acted like a doctor, taking Uchiha Itachi's right hand in hers, with the other hand resting on his wrist, seriously checking his pulse. She wanted to see what was going on with him. Liver dysfunction, spleen malfunction, mental instability, imbalance of yin and yang in the organs, and qi and blood. Wait, this condition seemed similar to the depression she had studied when she was bored before. Uchiha Itachi couldn't be feeling depressed, right? But it was quite normal. His close friend died in front of him, his parents died by his hand, and even his beloved brother had to harbor resentment towards him. Plus, Uchiha Itachi was a person prone to worries, so it wasn't surprising for him to develop such a condition. But besides depression, there was. The Naive always felt there was something else, but she couldn't clearly determine it through checking the pulse, so she thought of using medical ninjutsu to examine him. However, there is still a difference of more than a dozen centimeters between Uchiha Itachi and her. Even standing on tiptoe, she couldn't reach his head. Just as she was pondering whether to speak up, Uchiha Itachi unexpectedly lowered his head, silently and without a word. At this height, it was just right for Jimin. She couldn't help but feel warmth. Uchiha Itachi still thought too much for others. She gathered chakra in her hand, checked the veins in his brain, and also the cerebellum. Was it the excessive use of the Sharingan that pressed on the nerves of the cerebellum? All right. Jimin came to a rough conclusion, withdrew her hand, and revealed a big smile that was particularly dazzling under the slanting rays of the setting sun. He was stunned for a moment, his black eyes fixed on Jimin, unable to withdraw his gaze for quite a while. Brother Itachi, this eye drop is for you. Jimin rummaged through the special medicine that Tsunade had given her earlier. Although there were only 3 bottles, she hadn't had the chance to give the one for Obito yet. So she decided to give it to the man in front of her first. When Tsunade researched new ones in the future, she would be the first to give one to Obito. You need to restrain your eye usage, roughly once when you wake up and once before sleeping. She briefly explained the usage method, then took out paper and pen from her ninja pouch, writing out a prescription that was essentially for promoting liver and spleen function. At least the liver and spleen needed to be unblocked to feel more comfortable. She couldn't help but think of Uchiha Itachi's strange habit of loving to get caught in the rain. His health was already poor, and if he continued to recklessly expose himself to the rain like this, his lifespan, which could have lasted another 5 years, would be cut down to 3. This is a pair of wooden umbrellas I made. After handing the prescription to Uchiha Itachi like a treasure, Jimin took out a scroll from her ninja pouch. After making a few hand seals, 2 intact umbrellas appeared in front of them. Remember to use them when it rains. Jimin was afraid that Uchiha Itachi wouldn't listen to her words, so she directly handed them to Kisame. Mr. Kisame, please remember to hold an umbrella with Brother Itachi when it rains. Oh, sure. Kisame accepted it in a daze. He hadn't realized that Jimin and Uchiha Itachi were so close. What did that make his friendship with them? Go ahead. What do you want us to exchange for? Uchiha Itachi maintint la suspicieuse attitude, observing Zima's action. At first, when he saw her wanting to check his pulse, he was happy to let her do so. When she said she wanted to check his body, he naturally obliged as well. Now, she had written a prescription, given him my drops, and reminded him to take his medicine and use an umbrella. What did this mean? Their relationship hadn't reached such an intimate level. Perhaps it was like last time, after examining him, she would ask for some money or tell him not to get close to that foolish Obito. But before she could state her conditions, Uchiha Itachi himself became anxious. He didn't want to admit to the unclear feelings. He shouldn't admit to them. It would be better to have a transaction between the two, making everything more reasonable. There was indeed something he needed to ask for. When Uchiha Itachi heard Jimin say this, a pang of bitterness hit his heart. He didn't know if he was genuinely happy about the transaction or there are many local snakes under Orochimaru hiding in this city. Jimin simply and clearly summarized, they kill innocents indiscriminately, even children. I originally wanted to capture and kill them all, but I can't personally get involved. If Mr. Kisame and Brother Itachi could help me with this, I will definitely reward you both with a commission for the task. Kisame was still in a daze. He felt that this girl changed her mind too quickly, going from giving umbrellas to wanting to hire them to kill. Such a leap. It was really interesting. Uchiha Itachi did not hesitate at all, replying, "No problem, leave it to me and Kisame." Kisame. He hadn't said anything yet. How to turn to leave it to them in Uchiha Itachi's mouth. But looking at the girl's earnest eyes, Kisame couldn't bring himself to refuse and followed Uchiha Itachi's words. Leave it to us, just dealing with a few scoundrels. It'll be easy. Chapter 183. Can I stay? After receiving their agreement, Jimin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This matter could finally be settled. The ruler caters to the powerful, and she had no choice but to bring them a brief peace for now. Once they grew up, they could initiate reforms. I'll give you the commission the next time we meet. Jimin didn't intend to run out on them. It was just that she had just paid for who knows how many taiyaki and had recently given Kakuzu a huge sum. Life was indeed a bit tight. All right. With the opportunity for the next meeting, the two were naturally willing. It was almost time to leave, and if she didn't go back soon, the cats at home would definitely start making a fuss. I'll leave first. Someone is waiting for me. Before leaving, Jimin still felt a bit worried about Itachi. Perhaps he didn't have anyone to confide in? With the Akatsuki organization as complex relationships, there surely weren't many people he could talk to. His dearest friend had long been buried in the south of Chunin. Who could he talk to? Brother Itachi, if you have anything to say. Jimin walked over to Uchiha Itachi, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear, "You can come find me. I'm happy to be that listener." The girl's warm breath fell on Uchiha Itachi's ear, almost scorching his skin. It seemed she sensed his embarrassment. A gust of wind blew by, cooling his skin down. The girl who had whispered to him was already gone. Mr. Itachi. Kisame brought Uchiha Itachi back to reality. Let's go deal with those local snakes. Who knows? This move might force Orochimaru, hiding in the snake den, to come out. Let's go. But Mr. Itachi, don't take action later. Leave it to me. Kisame took on all the work alone. Since Jimin had asked him to take good care of Uchiha Itachi's health, he could easily handle such small matters. Just right. Uchiha Itachi could rest more. After Jimin returned to the inn with the taiyaki, Yamazaki divided them up under her supervision. After the cats finished the taiyaki, they were satisfied and returned to their respective homes to find their owners. Yamazaki was still in their room. Yamazaki, does your summoning time take this long? Jimin was a bit confused. Unlike Sansa and the others, who had limited summoning time, staying half a day was already impressive. Yamazaki had almost stayed with them for an entire day. Could it be that only ninja cats could do this? I've always lived in this world. Shortly after I was born, Yukino brought me to your side. Yamazaki explained. It should have been angry about this. Little Jimin had even forgotten this matter. However, it didn't know why, but it forgave her and even explained its basic information. So, I don't need to return to the ninja cat village. It's not much different from a house cat, except I have some combat abilities. Is it possible to do that? Jimin had always found it hard to understand the ecological relationships in Naruto. Since Yamazaki said so, it should be the case. Then let's take it easy today. We'll set off at dawn tomorrow. Jimin found a place to spread out her blanket and lay down, while Yamazaki insisted on burrowing into her blanket. Seeing that it was so cute and pretty, she indulged Yamazaki, and soon both girl and cat fell asleep. However, in the middle of the night, Jimin didn't sleep deeply. She could wake up at the slightest noise. Mom! She heard Sasuke's heart-wrenching shout, which directly awakened Jimin and the camellia in her arms. The girl and the cat exchanged a glance. Jimin resignedly stood up and walked to Sasuke's side. Half kneeling next to him, seeing the boy frowning tightly, his face pale. She gently stroked Sasuke's back and said softly, "Sleep, Sasuke." The moonlight spilled into the room, and she couldn't help but gaze at that patch of moonlight. It was as if the night of the massacre was also under such weather. This moonlight illuminated Uchiha Sasuke, who stood beneath it, watching his parents fall in a pool of blood, watching his brother holding a blood-stained knife. Since Minato was alive, why hadn't the massacre of that year changed? Jimin found it hard to understand. Minato's political skills were much stronger than Hiruzen Sarutobi's, so logically, a coup shouldn't have happened. Dealer, because you weren't there. The system, which hadn't surfaced for decades, suddenly appeared again. Jiming, what does this mean? She didn't understand. Did it mean that her presence was necessary to create this variable? Dealer, that's what it means. Jiming, so I'm that variable. As long as I'm here, I can change the original plot? Jiming, but didn't you say that things like Sasuke getting bitten are fixed occurrences? I clearly tried to stop it, so why was I still forcibly controlled? Jiming, and didn't I also block the knife for Izuna? That actually changed Izuna's fate, didn't it? Dealer, little fool. Izuna still died in the end. That means you didn't change anything, just delayed the time of death a little. Dealer, and, as punishment, your lifespan has been shortened by half. Dealer, as for Sasuke getting bitten, that's something he must experience. It's his predetermined fate. Unless Sasuke can break his own fate, we can't stop it. Dealer, similarly, the fate of the Uchiha clan's massacre can either be changed by themselves or by Minato. But all of this requires you to be present. Jiming, so this is the meaning of the card system? To let her influence characters, then stimulate new abilities in them, allowing them to grow stronger and subsequently change their own fates through those abilities. This is the correct path of gameplay in this game. Wait a minute. Jiming looked at the gradually relaxing and sleeping Sasuke. Could the final showdown between Itachi and Sasuke also be changed under such conditions? As long as she changed both sides' thoughts and Sasuke's perception of Itachi. After all, the final outcome for Itachi was death. Whether killed by his brother or dying from illness both fit the requirement of death. But could Sasuke really let go of the grudge of the massacre? She wasn't sure. A sigh came from the night, and Jiming stood up to leave, but Sasuke grabbed her sleeve, opened his eyes, and looked at her sleepily and pitifully, asking if she could not leave. She felt a surge of compassion. Sleep, I won't go, she heard herself say. Sasuke still wasn't at ease and insisted on holding her hand before he would close his eyes. The camellia yawned and dragged 2 corners of the blanket over Sasuke's side, quickly spreading it out. Sleep, the cat said, and then lay down in the middle of the blanket, falling asleep first. Chapter 184. A dragonfly skimming the surface with things like this. Jiming couldn't resist the drowsiness any longer, curling up in the blanket to sleep. Their hands, still linked, rested above the cat, and after hearing steady breathing, Sasuke opened his eyes, his gaze clear. He looked at the girl's serene, sleeping face in the moonlight. A hint of flush appeared on her fair skin. Her lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of teeth. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, casting a light shadow beneath her eyelids due to the moonlight. The long black hair with a hint of blue lay on the pillow, exuding a faint fragrance. Sasuke carefully tried to identify that scent, leaning in closer to smell. It seemed to be the camellia flower tea from the Senju household a few days ago. Not knowing if it was the late-night blur in his mind, Sasuke suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, half propping himself up and leaning toward the girl. A dragonfly kissed the water. No one knew but him. He lay back down on his bed, forcing himself to close his eyes, listening to the strong beating of his heart, silently hoping that the girl wouldn't wake up, and that she wouldn't hear any of his movements. The next day, Jiming woke up on time. The clock had just struck 5 when she opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Sasuke's handsome face. Well, it was quite delightful to wake up to a handsome guy in the morning. She carefully withdrew her hand, went to wash up simply, and changed in her ninja outfit. Returning to the room, she woke up the still sleeping Sasuke and the camellia who had rolled into Sasuke's arms at some point. The girl and the cat looked at her with resentment. Interestingly, their expressions were exactly the same. Indeed, the Uchiha clan were all giant cats, ready to set off. Camellia, are you going to run by yourself? Jiming suddenly thought that such a delicate cat, like Camellia, shouldn't be able to run by herself. This Camellia-sama is a ninja cat, as if understanding her thoughts. Camellia retorted indignantly, "Of course I can run by myself, but after completing the mission, little G must accompany me to the hot springs." Camellia glanced at the boy beside her and unintentionally blurted out, "Izuna should go too." "Who is Izuna? Where is Izuna? You little kitty must be half asleep." Jiming hurriedly stopped Camelia's desire to continue. "This is Sasuke, not Izuna." The little cat drooped its tail and muttered, "Oh, then Sasuke can go too. You two have 5 minutes." We set off in 5 minutes. It was unclear if it was because of the overly fierce morning demeanor, but besides her, the other two looked somewhat listless. Until they reached the border of the land of rice, Jiming raised her hand, signaling them to pause. She leaned against a tree, concentrating on sensing the chakra around her. Her perception ability was quite good, surpassing that of ninjas specialized in sensing, especially with the bug given to her by the dealer. 3 kilometers ahead, slightly to the right, underground. Chamelea's blue cat eyes perked up, immediately making a judgment. Such a quick assessment made Jiming feel a bit frustrated. Camellia, how did you find that? Jiming, adhering to the principle of asking when she didn't understand, quietly asked the little cat. Cats have a much more sensitive sense of smell than you humans, and besides, this Camellia-sama is one of the top ninja cats, naturally better than you, Camellia explained. Moreover, what cat can sense is different from what you humans can sense. Jiming, she didn't know what this little cat was being so proud about. After confirming the direction, it was time to execute the infiltration plan. Cats generally walk in a way that ordinary people can't hear, and even chakra might not be sensed. So Jiming planned to send Camellia to scout ahead first. Once it found the location of the 2 people, Jiming and Sasuke would use the Flying Thunder God to come in. This way, they could handle the situation quietly without alarming anyone. Although your plan is good, but as a cat, I'm getting old. I can't be dragged around anymore. Camellia waved its white paw. If it's a simple sensing task, this cat can still manage. Jing looked at the little cat in front of her. Although she spoke casually about age, she could sense that its physical abilities were gradually declining. Cats in human care only live for a short decade or so, but Shanja had lived for 40 years just to wait for her. Jing was momentarily speechless, but her expression remained unchanged, and she didn't utter any reproachful words toward the little cat. Then you and Sasuke wait here for a moment. Jing couldn't help but rub Shanja's head. Its fur was soft and glossy, feeling like a real-life cat doll, especially those cat eyes as blue as sapphires that continuously gazed at her. However, Sasuke was unwilling. In such a dangerous place, how could he let Jing infiltrate alone? He insisted on going with her, saying, "I'll go with you. It's too dangerous here." Sasuke felt he was being quite logical, but before he could finish, the girl had already disappeared. Thus, she didn't hear his words at all. Sasuke felt a bit unhappy. Little Sasuke. Shanja's cat eyes narrowed, and with just a glance, it could see the boy's feelings for Jing. Little Jing is foolish, it thought. But Shanja was not foolish. In the past, even the 2 brothers of Madara, who thought they were hiding well, could not escape its eyes, let alone this 14-year-old boy in front of it. Those eyes were almost glued to her. Shanja couldn't help but shake its head. Little Jing's mind seemed to be clueless, slow to understand matters of the heart. "What's wrong, Lord Shanja?" Sasuke asked, looking at Shanja. "It's nothing. Look behind me. The range of my Sharingan's vision is wider," Shanja replied. It naturally wouldn't say anything like "don't like her" to Jing's admirer. After all these years, it really wanted to see who could eventually accompany little Jing. At that time, it could also leave the human world with peace of mind, right? Shanja couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in its heart. All right, Sasuke was a bit confused, but it was normal for a cat's thoughts to differ from human thoughts. He just didn't know how things were going with Jing after such a long time. Chapter 185. A trap for Jing's side was relatively smooth. At least, there weren't any major issues during the infiltration. She followed the corridor lit by fire and gradually sensed Hinata Shinjin's chakra. And Orochimaru. Jing frowned. She was confident she could escape from others. But Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, on par with her master. Coupled with their previous confrontations and that snake's desire for the Uchiha clan's bloodline, she felt that this mission might be perilous. Forget it. Let's rescue the people first, she thought, already guessing Orochimaru's intentions in abducting these 2 individuals. Sarutobi Konoha, the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen, might want to take his body to annoy Sarutobi Hiruzen. Or perhaps Hinata Shinjin, a relatively outstanding talent among the Hyuga clan, even if from the branch family, still posed a threat to his capabilities. As a choice for a body, Hinata Shinjin, with his outstanding appearance and abilities, was basically in line with Orochimaru's requirements. But wasn't Orochimaru's reincarnation supposed to start during Sasuke's battle to reclaim? Why was he in such a hurry to switch bodies with just half a month left? While Jing pondered, she moved forward for several dozen meters and finally sensed Hinata Shinjin's chakra intensifying at the end of a fork in the road. It should be in here. Jing quickly checked the Flying Thunder God technique hidden within Hinata Shinjin's body and quietly flew inside. The room was very dark. If it weren't for the faint sound of breathing, she would have thought she had walked out. Using her Sharingan's vision, she saw Hinata Shinjin tightly bound to a chair, eyes shut and his breath weak. Her expression grew serious as she hurriedly approached to perform a preliminary medical check, especially the meridians of his eyes. She couldn't tell if it was intentional or a protective reaction from the Byakugan, but the meridians were all in disarray. It was likely that Hinata Shinjin couldn't see anything at that moment. Captain? Captain? Jiying tried to wake Hinata Shinjin, but received no response. She called a few more times. Still no reaction. She guessed that the pressure on his optical nerves had temporarily incapacitated him. She sighed. This is troublesome. If I want Hinata Shinjin to survive, I need to get him back to Tsunade immediately. There might still be a glimmer of hope. The fastest way. Flying Thunder God Technique. After confirming Tsunade's landing point, she prepared to carry Hinata Shinjin and fly to Konoha. But Jiying blinked. The dark room was still in front of her. A barrier? But she clearly remembered that the Flying Thunder God Technique wasn't affected by barriers. Why couldn't she fly out? Suddenly, a sinister laugh came from outside the door. The voice sounded a bit like Kabuto's, and he said, Lord Orochimaru, little Jiying has thrown herself into your trap. Hey. Orochimaru laughed as well, saying that he had spent a long time studying this barrier, that even the Flying Thunder God couldn't escape. Those outside couldn't sense this place at all. Naturally, those inside couldn't fly out either. A trap for you, a pot to catch a turtle. No, Weiichi. Jiying thought carefully. This definitely wasn't a simple ninjutsu barrier. If it were a ninjutsu barrier, with her mastery of the Flying Thunder God Technique, it would be impossible for her not to escape. What on earth was it? Jiying irritably scratched her hair. Orochimaru was truly like a snake, always waiting for the right moment, lurking in the shadows, suddenly emerging to catch her off guard. But she thought she had been quite nice to Orochimaru too. She hadn't hit or scolded him and treated him politely. Why was Orochimaru repaying kindness with malice? Just as she was cursing in her mind, the two people outside finally came in. Jiying closed her eyes, then opened them again. As the windmill spun, she sent Hinata Shinjin, chair and all, into her alternate space. Having one more person would make it difficult for her to fight if things turned serious. Little Jiying. Orochimaru smiled as he walked in, surprised to see her here. It seems we really are fated. Jiying internally scoffed. What nonsense fate. It was all part of Orochimaru's careful planning. Haha, is that so? It's been a few days. How's your health been, Orochimaru-sensei? Jiying maintained a forced smile, peering through the gaps in her eyes to scrutinize Orochimaru's appearance. It was still that same face. Sarutobi Konohara hasn't run into any trouble, has he? Recently, Lord Orochimaru hasn't been feeling well. Kabuto suddenly interjected. We're just waiting for some delicious food to come in. Oh, Jiying raised an eyebrow. You two seniors aren't talking about me, are you? However, do you really think two ants like you can subdue me? Jiying said with a nonchalant expression, extremely mocking. Fortunately, she had learned some show-off techniques from Uchiha Madara in the past few days. Otherwise, in this battle, she would surely be at a disadvantage. Unexpectedly, just as she finished showing off, Kabuto charged at her. I'm crying, had to wait for her to finish showing off before attacking. Kabuto was skilled in close combat, wielding a chakra knife with extraordinary skill. But fortunately, due to her 4 years of physical training under Tobirama, Jiying could barely hold her own against Kabuto. Just as Kabuto was about to stab her in the blind spot again, Jiying agilely jumped to avoid his strike, then flipped over and pushed off Kabuto's shoulder, throwing a specialized kunai at Orochimaru. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, first catch the king. Orochimaru only gave a sinister smile, and the chakra he emitted directly sent the kunai crashing to the ground. He opened his mouth wide, and then the Kusanagi sword, with a red petal at the hilt. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru's figure moved like a ghost, suddenly leaping into the air and swiftly charging towards Chiming. The sword light flickered like cold stars, resembling a dragon emerging from a sword. Chiming drew the phoenix cry blade to block, their figures intertwining, the blade and sword entangled. Missing by just a mile, the Kusanagi sword was about to stab her beloved. She took a half-step back. Orochimaru was indeed one of the legendary Sannin, with exceptional swordsmanship and physical techniques. His moves were as lethal as a snake's breath. If it weren't for the enhancement of her eyes, she would have likely fallen into Orochimaru's trap long ago. Seizing this opportunity, Orochimaru's hands transformed into countless snake-like arms, attacking the enemy like a storm of blood and flesh. Chiming barely managed to dodge, instinctively wanting to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. She landed behind Kabuto. In a flash, she gathered lightning in her hand and, taking advantage of Kabuto's momentary surprise, charged directly at his chest. To her surprise, the Kabuto in front of her transformed into a mud clone, sticking to her wrist. Trying to pull it out felt like trying to extract it from concrete, impossible to remove. She had no choice but to surrender. Kabuto separated from a mud, adjusted his glasses, and raised a chakra knife, pointing it directly at the girl's fair neck. Don't you want to see what's on you? Chiming smiled. She knew very well that these two old schemers had rich combat experience and were adept at deceit. There was no way they would charge in without any preparation. Chapter 186. From the moment you entered the door, Kabuto, trapped by the arms of the mud clone, widened his eyes in surprise. When did you cast the illusion? From the moment you entered. This technique she learned from Itachi Uchiha. Although she had been using her Sharingan for a long time, consuming chakra, it was worth it if it could save her life in a pinch. But your eyes? Kabuto knew the girl in front of him was from the Uchiha clan, yet her eyes were still pitch black. No, they were pitch black since the moment she entered. When did she use the Sharingan illusion? Or was this not even a Sharingan illusion? Kabuto's consciousness began to clear, and he looked at Orochimaru, who stood still, and the girl still in her position. It was indeed an illusion. Lord Orochimaru, it was my oversight, Kabuto apologized. Orochimaru was unconcerned. He had tested Chiming's level and found her superior to Kabuto. If she exerted herself fully, she might even be able to contend with him. Such a delicious person. How could he not be tempted? It's nothing, Orochimaru reassured him. Just watch. Leave it to me. You're not her opponent. With those light words, Kabuto's heart sank. This girl was only 14 years old, yet she was already stronger than him. He couldn't help but curse. All the geniuses should just die. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes sparkling as if he saw something tasty. Holding the Kusanagi sword, its blade flickering, Chiming coldly stared at her opponent, a wave of acidity rising in her stomach. Damn it, when will this snake uncle's snake-spitting and sword-spitting ninjutsu be eradicated? In an instant, the Phoenix Cry blade and the Kusanagi sword clashed, sparks flying. Orochimaru executed his unique snake-style swordsmanship, the blade moving like a spirit snake, attacking Chiming. Chiming skillfully dodged the attack, retreating several steps, and quickly formed seals. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A shuriken transformed into countless clones, launching towards Orochimaru. As Orochimaru blocked with his sword, Chiming quickly formed seals again. The shuriken, combined with fire release ninjutsu, transformed into multiple fire sparks, fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. As the shuriken fell to the ground, Chiming selected the position of the Flying Thunder God, gathering lightning in her hand for a guaranteed hit. Orochimaru let out a muffled grunt and turned into a pile of mud. The real Orochimaru stood up from behind the mud, feeling his adrenaline surge. This girl was simply his dream girl. Physical techniques, ninjutsu, illusion techniques, she was proficient in them all. Let's finish this quickly, Orochimaru thought. He had no time to waste with Chiming. If Konoha's people or Itachi Uchiha came looking for him, he would be finished. He bit his right hand, drawing a bloodline across his left palm, summoning Jutsu. A gigantic python filled the entire room. Then, a phoenix's cry echoed as he focused his gaze. Seeing a colorful phoenix flapping its wings, its size comparable to the great serpent. Oh, little Chiming, who is it this time? Sanson yawned, just waking up from a nap. Summoned here. Deep down was still a bit displeased. But since little Chiming hadn't summoned it in decades, was she in danger? Sanson scanned the area. This big snake was indeed a bit troublesome, and the two people standing on it were likely not to be trifled with either. Just right. It felt a bit hungry after waking up. Killing a big snake for afternoon tea sounds good, Sanson said. Then it's up to you. After a series of ninjutsu, Chiming was quite tired and needed some time to recover her stamina. Even after years of training, her body remained naturally weak. Breathing heavily after spitting fire was exhausting. This combination of fire and flying thunder god nearly took her life. Leave it to me. Sanson resolutely took off, charging towards the sky. But it soon discovered that this wall was not a simple wall. Even its phoenix head, capable of slicing through steel, couldn't break it. No, it couldn't believe such building materials existed. Then, there was only one possibility. This was not a simple residence, but a different space. Different space ninjutsu. Isn't that the ninjutsu little Chiming excels at? Sanson asked. Can't you use your Sharingan to enter the different space and then transfer out? Try to tear open a rift. I'll take care of the rest. I'm a bit tired. Although Chiming didn't want to admit it, she was indeed feeling a bit weak. Moreover, this wasn't her different space. Tearing open a rift would consume a lot of energy. If she didn't make it in time, she might die here. Sanson, forget it. I know what you're like. Just hold on tight. I'm starting. The summoning time was limited, and since it hadn't eaten to replenish energy, the energy it could use was also limited. Blazing Sky Featherblade. Sanson's wings transformed into blue blades, emitting sword-like feathers, flying towards the Great Serpent. The Great Serpent coiled around a pillar to dodge, cursing Orochimaru for summoning a phoenix when he knew it was facing one. Great Serpent, if you win, 1,000 sacrifices. Orochimaru offered a higher price than ever, but the Great Serpent showed no interest. It had no chance against the phoenix, which could fly. It couldn't reach it. Moreover, that bird could spit fire. A stronger fire could turn it into a snakeskin wallet. The Great Serpent, the ruler of the snake world, felt like quitting. Meanwhile, Sanson, seeing the Great Serpent's agile movements, continued with a broader range. Dance of the Spirit Flame. Flame surrounded Sanson as it flew into the air, spinning continuously, releasing scorching flames that engulfed the entire room. Chiming, seeing this, took a deep breath, fingers aligned, fire release, great fire annihilation. She projected a fireball that resembled a meteorite falling to the ground. When it touched the ground, the flames quickly spread, engulfing the area in a sea of fire. Just when they thought they had turned the myriad snakes to ash, a green miasma surged up from the ground, under the intersection of the toxic gas and flames. The fire was unexpectedly consumed by the poison. Jiming immediately held her breath, although she didn't know if this body was immune to all poisons. If she inhaled even a little, it could be disastrous. Little Ji, Sanson screamed. Chapter 187. Whose body do you want to possess? The phoenix let out a hoarse cry, forming a small barrier to block the poisonous gas outside. Jiming was already kneeling on Sanson's back, her face turning pale, unable to hide her pain. What should we do? What should we do? Sanson was at a loss. This barrier could last a maximum of 15 minutes, and in Ji's unconscious state, it could only hold for half an hour. If she didn't wake up during this time, she would eventually be swallowed by Orochimaru. This can't happen. This can't happen. Sasuke and Yamcha had been waiting for a quarter of an hour, but there was still no signal from Jiming. They could barely sense her chakra anymore. Yamcha was increasingly anxious. Little Sasuke, when will the Konoha team arrive? If they barged in with Sasuke, it would only complicate things for them. The best option now was to wait for the Konoha rescue team to arrive before proceeding with the next steps. It should be soon, Sasuke replied. They had been inside for so long, and he had no idea what Jiming was experiencing in there. He paced back and forth, several times contemplating jumping down from the branches to rush in. At least if they were together fighting side by side, he would at least know what her condition was and not feel so helpless here. Wait another 10 minutes. Sasuke thought. If she didn't come out by then, he would definitely go in. Just as Yamcha was concentrating on sensing, the boy who had been standing at the treetop had vanished. When it looked down, sure enough, the boy was darting through the forest like the wind, heading towards the house where Ji had just entered. Yamacha sighed. Should it follow? But Tobirama was already on his way, so why couldn't little Sasuke wait for Tobirama to arrive? Although Tobirama was from the Senju clan, his abilities were unquestionable. If he were here, Yamacha wouldn't be worried about the rescue plan at all. Yamacha? Just as Yamacha was troubled about what to do, a familiar voice came from behind. Without needing to turn around, it knew that it was Tobirama. It could hardly control its body and flew into Tobirama's arms. Briefly explaining the current situation, Tobirama, Ji has been inside for a quarter of an hour, and I can't even sense her chakra anymore. Sasuke just ran in too. But I can't go in because I have to wait for you. Otherwise, if you come here without knowing anything, it will only hinder Ji's rescue. Tobirama also tried to sense it. Indeed, it seemed Ji's chakra was deliberately hidden, and he couldn't sense anything, not even the Flying Thunder God technique. He first adjusted Yamacha into a position on his shoulder, calling the other three over. This temporary team was still the previous trio of Inoshikacho. This time it might be the barrier that is blocking our sensing abilities, Tobirama analyzed. In a moment, you three will follow behind me to mainly protect Sasuke, while utilizing the techniques of the Yamashiro clan to find Hinata Shinjun and Hiroki. Ji will be entrusted to me. Yes. The four quickly dispersed. Tobirama was still worried about Yamacha in his arms, placing it on his shoulder to stand while he spoke and ran, keeping steady. Tobirama thought he should remain calm. It was just a simple task of assistance, just a simple task of being lost. These were all minor issues. He should keep his composure, maintaining the calm he prided himself on. Calm, calm, calm. Tobirama continually reminded himself. But the inability to sense the chakra and the Flying Thunder God technique made him anxious. The only places the Flying Thunder God technique couldn't reach were within someone else's alternate space, or perhaps inside a summoned beast belly. He had previously seen the second Mizuki's space-time ninjutsu with the giant clam. It was indeed a troublesome ninjutsu, unless one could find the original body. There was no other way. Tobirama, you're too tense, Yamacha reminded him. Ji will definitely be fine. However, when Yamacha said this, It also believed that Ji was probably in trouble. Without the assistance of sensing capabilities, Tobirama could only check one door after another. But in the snake lair, there were countless useless doors, and apart from a bed, there was nothing. Another long corridor. Tobirama had already lost count of how many doors he had opened and how much blood from mutated individuals he had collected on his blade. He kept killing his way through and reached another fork in the road. Yamacha. Tobirama leaned against the wall and stopped. Why did he keep wandering in this corridor? Had he fallen into an illusion? Are we trapped in an illusion? He asked, as a cat from the Uchiha clan. Yamacha understood illusions far better than he did, and now there was no time to continue being upset with Yamacha. I suspect it might be an alternate space. Not an illusion, Yamacha said. We should be inside someone's belly. A summoning beast? Tobirama pondered, like the giant clam from Hozuki's Kage, creating the illusion of a winding corridor. Tobirama thought to escape this winding corridor, they would need to find the location of the true body. Your idea might also be correct, Yamacha agreed. But now that they're all inside, who can find that so-called true body? Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had entered a step earlier, kept walking forward based on his instincts. Feeling increasingly annoyed by the repetitive corridors, he activated his Sharingan, searching for chakra, and continued walking. He reached another corridor, looking up at the wall above, which had no markings. This must be the way. Sasuke quickened his pace and reached the end of the corridor. Before he could get close, the wooden door flew 3 meters away. He hurriedly hid in the shadows to see what was happening. He saw a tall man emerge. Even from such a distance, Sasuke felt a chill. Who was this person with such powerful chakra? The man had long, thick black hair cascading down his shoulders, and deep black eyes contained a glint of cold light, wearing a black robe with the Uchiha crest faintly visible on his chest. Is this a member of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke was almost dumbfounded. Weren't there only 4 Uchiha members alive now? Itachi Uchiha? Before he could confirm further, the man wielded a folding fan, and the chain of the fan caught Orochimaru by the neck, pinning him against the wall, his gaze sharp. Tell me, whose body do you want to possess? Chapter 188. The Mysterious Man. This isn't Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke secretly observed Jiming's whereabouts. After all, this man had temporarily stopped the enemy. He might as well take this opportunity to sneak in and rescue Jiming. He tried the Flying Thunder God technique again, and found he could sense Jiming's technique now. Just wait a little longer. He watched as the man swiftly dodged Orochimaru's attacks, easily striking the snake-like man with a folding fan. After hitting him, the fan flew to Orochimaru's back, the man's other hand tightening the chain, binding Orochimaru into a snake once again. In an instant, the snake within the chain turned into a stiff shell, and the man couldn't help but smile. A substitution technique? Quite well utilized. The man stood quietly in place, having no intention of taking the initiative to attack. After all, this slippery snake wouldn't escape. Orochimaru had performed the shedding technique nearly 3 times, his chakra nearly exhausted. He glanced at the still, trapped Shizune in the barrier, the golden snake pupils flickering continuously, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. He was becoming increasingly interested in this little creature. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto had already been knocked down by the man. His skills were nothing more than an ant to that man, but he didn't expect that Lord Orochimaru would also. This place can no longer be stayed. Lord Orochimaru, let's retreat, Kabuto implored. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Kabuto thought, besides, the appearance of this man was too suspicious. Perhaps it was also a form of summoning technique. Next time, this man might not appear before them again. In an instant, the two disappeared from the room. The man raised an eyebrow, put away his fan, and walked to the barrier wrapped in holy light. He said, the person has left. Let me see her one more time. Sanson was also nearing its limit. It released the barrier, watching as the unconscious Shizune smoothly fell into the man's arms, before it safely returned to Danshio Mountain. The man placed Shizune on the bed, fondly caressing the girl's face, this vibrant feeling, such a lively girl. She truly came back to life once more. What a pity that he... The man sighed, retracting his hand. It was about time for him to leave. That Uchiha kid outside, the man called out. Without a doubt, he was referring to Sasuke. Sasuke reacted almost immediately, perhaps due to trust in his clansmen. He strode over. Take care of her. The man looked at his face. A momentary surprise flashed by, almost calling out Izuna, but Izuna had long since died, in his arms. How could the boy before him possibly be Izuna? What about you? Sasuke asked. Right? What about him? The man himself didn't know. This summoning was probably a coincidence. His fate was still in the earth. Being able to see Shizun one more time might be the purpose of the technique he left on her back then. I'm leaving. The man couldn't help but ruffle Sasuke's hair. Your teammates will be here soon. This inexplicable yet brotherly gesture left Sasuke in a daze for a long time. And by the time he came back to his senses, the man had already vanished. He looked at the still, sleeping girl and immediately checked her life signs. The weak pulse indicated she was still alive. That was enough. As long as he brought the girl back to Konoha, she would have a chance to be saved. Little Sasuke. First came the voice of Yamabuki. Sasuke's legs felt like they had lost their physiological function at the sight of a familiar person collapsing to the ground. Little Sasuke? Sasuke wanted to respond but found his eyelids growing heavier. He intended to push himself up, but unexpectedly, he lost consciousness. Tobirama. Yamabuki's expression was puzzled. What happened to them? While they were chatting, Tobirama had already scanned the surroundings for traces of the battle. Several pieces of snake skin were scattered on the ground, and he couldn't help but associate it with a great snake. It's the snake's miasma, Tobirama initially judged. They were born in a peaceful era, so their resistance to poison wasn't very strong, especially not to the miasma of the great snake. We need to leave quickly. Tobirama immediately picked up one child in each arm and ran swiftly. Halfway through, the voice of Sarah finally reached Tobirama's mind, saying, "We have found Sarutobi Konoha, but Hyugasuma has not yet been located. We have already brought Konoha outside." So it seemed that finding Shizun in this room meant that Hyugasuma was nearby. But he hadn't seen any trace of Hyugasuma just now. Did she move ahead of time? Tobirama! Tobirama! Yamabuki exclaimed, "I can barely feel Shizun's breathing. It's very weak." Tobirama didn't continue analyzing, but hurried to travel. This time, he easily navigated the 9 curves corridor. As soon as he landed outside in the open, he instantly sensed the flying thunder god technique on Tsunade, and once confirmed, he flew away, leaving Yamabuki, a little cat, somewhat bewildered behind. "Hey, that Tobirama kid always forgets me when he flies." It thought to itself, "When I get back, I must bite Tobirama to death." Isn't this Lady Tsukuyami's little cat? Sarah walked over and hugged Yamabuki. Did Lady Tsukuyami go back first? Yamabuki was still angry, showing no good face, especially when hearing others call it Tobirama's cat. It angrily waved its claws at Sarah. Fortunately, Sarah was agile enough, and with a mask on his face. He didn't get scratched. "Let me clarify again, I am Shizun's cat." Yamabuki emphasized, "Not that Tobirama kid's cat." Tobirama went back to Konoha using the flying thunder god technique. "Have you found Hyugasuma?" Sarah asked. "Are you an idiot? Of course, it was my little Shizun who was captured by the enemy." Yamabuki crossed its arms, not wanting to deal with these foolish humans. "Then let's hurry back." The Inoshikicho trio also set off, carrying a cat and a half-conscious Sarutobi Konoha. Tsunade had rarely taken a day off today, and just as she sat down at the gambling table, a loud noise shattered her interest. She was about to stand up and demand to know who dared to disturb the hospital director's enjoyment. In the future, Konoha Hospital would no longer admit this patient. Little Tsunade! Little Tsunade! As soon as Tsunade saw the white-haired figure, she immediately recognized who it was. It's Grandpa. Then there's nothing to worry about. Wait, those 2 little ones in his arms, why do they look so much like my little Shizun? Chapter 189. She coughed up blood? Hurry up, little Tsunade. What are you dawdling for? Seeing Tsunade standing still, Tobirama hurriedly urged. Still watching the gambling table? One day, I will have to shut down all the casinos in Konoha. Although Tsunade didn't understand what was happening, she stood next to Tobirama, who directly threw one of the little Shizuns into her arms and used the flying thunder god technique to fly to Konoha Hospital. On the way to the operating room, Tobirama briefly explained the situation. Shizun and Sasuke had both been affected by the snake's miasma, but Shizun's breathing was very weak, and it was uncertain if she was affected by anything else. Upon hearing that Shizun was injured, Tsunade lost her previous playful demeanor and quickly assigned tasks. "Shizun, you take care of Sasuke. Sakura, Grandpa, you two come with me." The previously calm hospital was suddenly in an uproar. Shizun didn't know how long she had been asleep. The moment she opened her eyes, she felt that the light was piercing her eyes painfully. How long had it been since she last saw the light? She struggled to prop up her right hand to shield her eyes from the sun. Before she could fully raise it, the door to the hospital room slammed open with a bang, and a head of red hair fell onto her. "Little Shizun, you finally woke up." Shizun coughed heavily, but with the weight on her, it was hard to breathe. "Auntie," she weakly protested. "What happened? Do you want water? Or are you hungry?" Kushina immediately got off Shizun, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. Compared to this, Jiming wanted to say more. First, pull the curtains. It's too bright. She could only squint while talking to her. When Kushina returned to her seat, she had an extra cup of water in her hand. Drink some water first. Kushina helped her sit up while bringing the cup to her lips. After taking a small sip to moisten her throat, Jiming felt like she was finally alive again. Annie, how long have I been asleep? Kushina was about to cry again. 7 days. You've never slept this long before. Jiming couldn't stand other people's tears. She hurriedly searched for tissues, but her movements were too big, pulling at her wound, causing her to hiss in pain and sit still. It's okay. Annie, I'm awake now. Jiming had to comfort her with words. She wanted to say more, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her eyes. She covered her eyes, her mind replaying the scenes from that battle. Hinata Shinjin was still in her eyes. Jiming cursed inwardly. It had been 7 days. Would Hinata Shinjin starve to death in her space? Auntie, call Master over. She spoke slowly, making Kushina think she was feeling unwell again, and without a moment's delay, she ran to the director's office to grab Tsunade. In less than 2 minutes, the two women sat breathlessly in front of her. Tsunade carefully examined Jiming's body. The miasma had mostly been expelled, and the wounds were healing well enough that she could be discharged after a few more days of rest. There are no major issues. Tsunade said, I still have some things to handle at the hospital. I'll come back to check on you later. Wait. Jiming struggled and almost jumped down to grab Tsunade. It's not me, it's my eyes. Captain Hinata is still in my eyes. The two women were both shocked. How could someone be in someone's eyes? Jiming didn't have time to explain further. She activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan, gathering chakra in her eyes, and a large Hinata Shinjin, along with the chair, emerged. However, using the kaleidoscope in her weakened state caused her to cough a few times, covering her mouth, her palm filled with a metallic sweet. Jiming was terrified and quickly looked at her hand. This was a pool of bright red blood. She spat blood? Oh no. Jiming almost screamed. Her vision went black, and she fainted again. Tsunade-sama, Tsunade-sama. Kushina wanted to check what was happening, but the child lying on the bed had a pool of blood in her left palm. Her eyes tightly closed, and it seemed she was unconscious. She hurriedly called for Tsunade. Tsunade looked around, shook her pigtails, and shouted towards the door, Medical ninja, come here immediately. Her angry roar shook the floor. Busy footsteps sounded beneath, and within 2 minutes, everyone gathered outside the ward. Ino, Rin, you two are responsible for the Hinata clan member. I just did a rough check. It seems due to the main family's seal, his eye veins are disrupted. Tsunade said while half kneeling on the bed to check Jiming's vital signs. Bring the head of the Hinata clan and the elders here. You two maintain his vital signs. And wait for me to come back before taking any action. Yes. The two replied in unison. The male nurse quickly placed Hinata Shinjin on a stretcher and moved him to the operating room. Is he okay? Kushina asked worriedly. Kushina, go get Minato. Tsunade instructed again. But she didn't want to get involved in the matters between the clans. However, Hinata Shinjin was an outstanding talent among the Hinata clan. Whether to save him or not, and how to save him, according to her method or the Hinata clan's method, were all political matters for them to consider. Okay. With only Tsunade and the other two medical ninjas left in the room, Tsunade glanced at them. You two go prepare operating room number 2. Get ready for little Ji's surgery. After the two ninjas left, Tsunade gently touched the sleeping Ji. But she didn't know what her little princess had gone through to activate the kaleidoscope at the age of 14. She felt like such a failure. She had promised her great uncle to take good care of her. Yet in the power struggles, she had sent little Ji into the Umbu. Tsunade sighed deeply, bit her index finger, and drew a mark on her left palm. Summoning Jutsu, a small slug appeared at Tsunade's feet. Tsunade-sama. The slug's voice was as clear as ever. It looked around and soon spotted the ashen Jiming lying on the bed. What happened to little Ji? Slug, I want to do that for little Ji. Tsunade seemed to have made up her mind. Please cooperate with me. I don't want to see her hurt like this anymore. I should have just let her be an ordinary ninja instead of sending her into the Umbu. Tsunade was still deep in self-reproach, and the slug could only watch in silence, unable to offer any comforting words. However, the matter of entering the Umbu was already set in stone. Chapter 190. The slug seals Tsunade-sama. Little Ji is from the Senju clan. She can't be an ordinary person, the slug said, but it's okay, Tsunade-sama. After we use that technique, part of my body will stay inside little Ji's body, and I will protect her for you. The gentle words made Tsunade manage to pull herself together. Tsunade-sama, the operating room is ready. Someone outside had already passed the message. Tsunade carefully picked up Jiming. The girl's body felt so small and delicate in her arms, her bones protruding painfully. She must not have been eating well during missions. Her guilt increased. Minato, after hearing Kushina finish speaking, immediately carried her with a flying Raijin technique to the hospital entrance. Just in time, he met the Hinata clan members walking over. Minato put Kushina down and walked up to them. He definitely needed to discuss Hinata Shinjin's survival issue properly with these Hinata clan members. Hokage-sama, the Hinata clan members said in unison. Minato said regretfully, I've already heard about Shinjin from Tsunade-sama. Is Shinjin's eye affected because of that seal? Hinata Hayashi was silent for a moment before answering truthfully, yes, this is a secret technique our family uses to protect the Byakugan. If someone attempts to attack, it will immediately trigger a reaction. Is there any way to break it? Minato asked again. Undoubtedly. The Hinata clan's actions were not only to protect the Byakugan, but also to safeguard Konoha's fighting strength. The two great eyes of Konoha, the Sharingan and the Byakugan, falling into enemy hands would not be good for them. At this moment, the one speaking was the elder of the Hinata clan, leaning on a cane, still relatively healthy, but feared that Shinjin's eyes would no longer be usable. No, Hinata Hayashi disagreed. Shinjin, as one of our clan's outstanding youth, should still be able to do more for Konoha. How can he be rendered unable to use the Byakugan due to this clan's secret technique? Without the Byakugan, what use would the Hinata clan have? This is unavoidable. The elder sighed, I don't want this for Shinjin either. But as one of the first to use this secret technique, it hasn't been refined yet, making it difficult to find a way to break it. What about Tsunade-sama? Rizai continued to ask. Lord Tsunade can definitely save Hinata, right? Everyone, please calm down. Minato interrupted the three meaningless arguments. Since Tsunade was able to summon him here, perhaps she had some way to help, but this method might not be easily accepted by the Hyuga clan. That's why he needed to step in. Let's go see what Lord Tsunade has to say. The five of them hurried to the front of operating room number 1, where Shizun was waiting outside, seemingly deliberately waiting for their arrival. Lord Sirs, Shizun stepped forward to explain Hinata Shinj's condition. Shinj is currently in a coma, and Rin is inside, maintaining his vital signs. His visual nerves are pressing against the brain nerves, preventing him from waking up. If he doesn't wake up in 7 days, our hospital will declare him brain dead. The crowd had varying expressions. Indeed, the Hyuga clan didn't want to lose such a jonin. Perhaps in a few years, he could become an elite jonin and enter the management level, which was crucial for their clan. Of course, there's a way to save him. After observing their expressions and confirming they still wanted to save him, Shizun continued, Lord Tsunade hopes you can teach us this secret technique for research. The expressions of the three changed drastically. Handing over a clan secret technique? What kind of joke is this? This choice is up to you. Shizun had no intention of pressing further. She gave a few more instructions before returning to the operating room. Whether this person could live or not depended on whether the Hyuga family wanted to save him. Meanwhile, on Tsunade's side, the sealing technique was completed. She glanced at the slug and asked, is what I'm doing right? Lord Tsunade, this sealing technique has no side effects. For little Shizun, it will be beneficial. The slug comforted. Currently, little Shizun has not yet opened the Byakugan, so summoning the slug is nearly impossible. But with this slug seal, I can accompany little Shizun at any time. The slug gently reassured her, adding that in case of an emergency, it could directly summon Shizun to the wet bone forest. Then slug, I'll leave little Shizun in your care. Tsunade touched the additional slug seal on her arm, which resonated with the one on her arm. As long as Shizun was alive, the slug seal on her arm would not disappear. After waiting for a while, Tsunade left operating room number 2 and headed to No. 1. By the time she arrived, the Hyuga side had already decided to hand over the secret technique. This was also within her expectations. The system of the branch and main family in Konoha should have been abolished long ago. As long as this system remained, the Hyuga clan would always have a contradiction. Tsunade and the others only needed to utilize this contradiction to achieve their goals. For example, this Hyuga Hayashi handing over the secret technique. Was it not also for his son Hyuga Niji? Niji's talent within the clan was outstanding. Even Tsunade had heard of him. But due to the caged bird curse, Niji's Byakugan had certain blind spots, which greatly reduced his combat power and lowered his ceiling. Tsunade didn't want to care too much. She had been taught by her second grandfather since childhood and had political skills, but her ambitions did not lie there. Shizun Rin, let's go study this secret technique of the Hyuga clan. This research lasted for a week. Shizun woke up to hear this news. Although she participated, her fragile body couldn't withstand much. She had no choice but to lie honestly on her sickbed, which was the greatest help to everyone. Time flew by, and the day of the final stage of the Chunin exam was approaching. She wanted to understand how her companions were preparing, but no one came to visit her. Shizun felt a bit sad. She looked at Kakashi, who was peeling an orange for her, and asked, Kakashi, what are they doing? I'm sick like this. Why don't they come see me? Kakashi finished peeling the last orange segment, separated it into pieces, and placed them on a plate. Eat an orange. He forked a piece and held it up to Shizune's mouth, who opened her mouth in cooperation. While chewing, she mumbled, even Minato-sensei hasn't come to see me. What if Orochimaru really comes in? You little brat, don't be overly worried, Kakashi said as he forked another piece towards her mouth. Minato-sensei will arrange everything. You don't have to worry. But Shizune sighed deeply. How could she not worry? When Orochimaru attacked her, he didn't use the impure world reincarnation technique. Besides Tobirama, he still had 3 coffins, the first Hokage, the 4th Kazekage. These are not simple characters. There might very well be casualties. Chapter 191, Chunin Exam, 21, Neji versus Naruto to better cover everyone's back and to see if Gaara would go into tailed beast transformation like the original plot. For such poor excuses, Shizune finally convinced Kakashi to take her to the Chunin exam venue. When they arrived at the venue, it was already crowded, not only with people from their own country, but also high-ranking officials from other countries watching. They found the 3 members of Team 7 and approached them. The first to greet her was Sasuke, who looked healthy, indicating that the snake's miasma no longer affected him. Do you have confidence, Sasuke? Shizune asked. Sasuke chuckled lightly. Of course, I will win against Gaara beautifully, just like you. Shizune smiled. It seemed this kid saw himself as a role model. However, he was winning against the 7-year-old Gaara, who was not yet skilled in sand manipulation. Now that he was 14, it might be even harder to deal with. But be careful of his sand, Shizune reminded. Gaara definitely knows how to manipulate that sand, but Sasuke, who has hardly seen Gaara's jutsu, probably doesn't know that getting touched by his sand might render you immobile. Sasuke's heart softened as he silently vowed to defeat Gaara decisively. Sakura, Naruto. Shizune greeted the two. Sakura was very happy to see her. Her dark green eyes sparkled as she rushed forward. Shizune, unprepared, took several steps back, but fortunately, Kakashi was behind her to support her. Otherwise, the two would have fallen over. I haven't seen you in a long time. Shizune Sakura kept rubbing against her. But the scent, why did it change? Sakura pulled away from Shizune and looked at her suspiciously. Did you get a dog behind my back? Shizune was puzzled. What dog? I only have 1 cat. Then why do you smell like Camellia? Sakura said angrily. That's my ninja cat. A very cute little cat named Camellia. Shizune thought it was adorable that Sakura was even jealous of a kitten. She pinched Sakura's cheek and said, after the Chunin exam ends, come to the clan land to play, and I'll take you to see it. It's a super pretty cat, and its personality is great. Meanwhile, far away in the Senju clan, Camellia yawned, wondering if Shizune was starting to miss her. Okay. Sakura's gloomy expression instantly brightened. She also liked cats, and if it was Shizune's cat, she'd like it even more. Is the first match between Naruto and Neji? Jiming listened to Watergate's brief speech while standing next to the eager yellow-haired kid, ready to take on Neji. I can't wait to see you get beaten to a pulp by Neji, Jiming said. Sasuke teased, don't forget, Neji knows pressure points. Be careful. Although it was a mockery, it was still a kind reminder to Naruto. Jiming couldn't help but feel that this was what they called the friendship between Naruto and Sasuke. Something others couldn't envy. Next, the first match began. Watergate announced, please Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto to the center of the training ground. Naruto jumped over the railing and landed stylishly. Jiming smiled at Naruto, but after a moment, she remembered that her main duty was to be Watergate's guard. She apologized to the two and said, I'll go to Watergate-sensei now. She stayed close to the 3rd Hokage, so if anything happened, she could use the Flying Thunder God technique to get out. As long as this barrier wasn't like the last time in the snake's belly, she would be fine. Thinking of this made Jiming furious. Who built a good person's base inside a snake's belly? She couldn't believe that if it weren't for Satsu coming to tell her later, she would still be in the dark. Having spent too long in the hospital, she hadn't seen Tobirama much. Watergate-sensei, Jiming flew to Watergate's side, looking very obediently at him. Since she was here, he wouldn't send her back to the hospital, right? Jiming, how did you come out? Watergate looked surprised at her. I'm a guard. Jiming struggled to come up with a reason, resorting to a cute voice of course. I have to come protect Watergate-sensei. You really are something. You can't even protect yourself. She froze at that. Which bad guy was trying to expose her words? How could she not protect herself? Besides, the last incident was clearly an accident. She had no idea Orochimaru built the snake's lair inside a snake's belly. She glared at the man who spoke, only to see the man with the cat mask looking at her with a mournful expression. Especially with that head of white hair, it was hard to ignore. Oh, So it's Senju Tobarama. Then it's fine. All right. Do you two have any sense of being guards? Watergate quickly stopped the two from bickering, urging them to stand properly as the match was about to start. Don't distract me from watching my Naruto. This meant he wasn't going to chase her away. Jiming playfully stuck out her tongue at Senju Tobarama and put on the mask she had at her waist, standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hidden behind the mask, she felt braver to look at the man wearing the Kazekage cloak, who exuded a strong scent of snakes. Thankfully, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not been taken by Orochimaru. Otherwise, he'd have to look at his grandson's face while fighting Orochimaru. All right, the match begins. With a command, everyone's attention was focused on the arena. Jiming also collected her thoughts and looked down. After all, Orochimaru was still in front of them, so he wouldn't cause any trouble. Chapter 192. Chunin Exam. 22. Just because I'm a genius. Neji flipped backward twice, dodging Naruto's sweeping kick, and in an instant, he spun his body and kicked down at Naruto. Lee, watching from the stands, was taken aback. Wasn't this the technique he used against Gaara? This kid Neji learned to apply it in just a month. What kind of monster is this? Lee thought angrily. Once the Chunin exam was over, he would do 1,000 push-ups. If he couldn't do that, then 1,000 jump ropes. Naruto and Neji exchanged blows several times, and even when he found an opening, Neji blocked them all. It seemed Neji's eyes were comparable to Sasuke's. Sasuke had a chance to win. What about Neji? Naruto adjusted his stance, seizing Neji's punching momentum, and suddenly jumped to kick him. Neji coldly smiled, catching Naruto's foot, spinning him around, and then pulling him close, poking him in the heart with his fingers. Naruto fell to the ground, letting out a groan. He felt the flow of chakra in his body. The spot he was hit felt blocked. Was this what Sasuke meant by being careful of his pressure points? Naruto came up with a plan. His dad once said that his shadow clone technique was his advantage. As long as he could use the technique to gather useful information, it would be enough. He formed hand seals, shadow, clone technique. 10 Narutos appeared in front of Neji. Neji couldn't help but mock shadow clone technique. What good is it no matter how many there are? He even felt a bit sorry for the person in front of him, who had drawn him in the same generation. Hyuga Neji would not lose. At least not this time. He had no reason to lose after countless days and nights of hard training, without the lazy sleep of his peers, without days off, only day after day of practice. He had to prove that his father was right. His father's son was the best ninja of the Hyuga clan. A swarm of Narutos rushed in, and Neji took a stance, pointing with both hands. One clone fell to the ground, and as his fingers moved, a blade of energy shot out from his fingertips. He then jumped up and threw shurikens. 9 shurikens hit Naruto without fail. With a series of bangs, the Narutos gradually disappeared. He moved through the mist, his fingers gathering chakra. His face was expressionless, veins crawling in his eyes. This time, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't escape. Naruto widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at his chest, as if he couldn't believe Neji's precision. A drop of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he fell to the ground. In the end, he turned into smoke. Now, it was Neji's turn to be stunned. Was this also a clone? He quickly adjusted his angle, but was kicked by Naruto, who had fallen from the sky. Fortunately, Neji had prepared in advance and dodged to the right, releasing a massive amount of chakra. Heavenly spin. Naruto was knocked back a great distance. He wiped the blood from his mouth, propping himself up to stand. His speed and accuracy were impressive, and his basic skills and defensive abilities were formidable. Naruto looked at Neji, realizing that he probably trained day and night just like he and Sasuke did. Such a person shouldn't be called a genius. Neji, I don't think you're a genius, Naruto suddenly said. One can't simply use the word genius to overshadow Neji's hard work behind the scenes. Just like he couldn't replace his own efforts with being the 4th Hokage's son. People always thought geniuses should win, and a genius's son should also be a genius. But those words were too general, too much like a mountain. No one knew what efforts lay behind that genius label, what they did every day. Neji couldn't be bothered to respond. Was he a genius? Yes, but he worked harder than the average genius and desired victory in this match even more. Neji pushed his hands forward, his left palm in front and his right palm behind his head, shifting his center of gravity forward. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He appeared in front of Naruto once again, his fingers moving quickly and accurately. As the layers stacked up, Naruto had no chance to fight back and could only endure silently. 64 palms. Naruto was sent flying again. His body was already covered in bloodstains. He instinctively wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up before the examiner announced the end of the exam. Neji had reasons he could not afford to lose. So did he. After all, he was the son of the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash, shining with brilliance. How could he lose the match? Naruto wouldn't allow himself to embarrass his father here. However, he couldn't mobilize any chakra within him. It felt as if every part of him was blocked. He thought of the stinky fox in his body, standing in the middle, gathering chakra. Just give him a little energy, just a bit, and he could break through this obstacle. The red chakra flames continuously radiated around Naruto, causing Minato and Shikamaru on the stage to almost lose their footing. Shikamaru activated his Sharingan. Without a doubt, Naruto's chakra had surged due to the Nine-Tails influence, breaking through all the points Neji had sealed. In the blink of an eye, Naruto vanished from his spot. Such a fast body flicker technique was likely unmatched among his peers except for her. Neji widened his eyes. He had clearly sealed his chakra pathways. Why was there still chakra? And it was red chakra? Could it be? Neji was taken aback. Was it that demon fox? When he heard his father mention how Lord Minato quelled the Nine-Tails rampage, could that Jinchuriki be Naruto? Such immense power. By the time he noticed again, Naruto had already appeared behind him, holding a shuriken and throwing it at him. Neji turned around again, deflecting the shuriken. He grabbed a few shurikens from his pack, pinched them between his fingers, and threw them at Naruto, who was charging at him. But Naruto vanished like a ghost again, leaving him astonished. Did the Nine-Tails chakra enhance Naruto's speed? You must be very confident in your close combat, right? Naruto said with a smile. Coincidentally, I am too confident. He charged at Neji openly with his kunai, forcing Neji to respond with his own kunai. The two attacks collided, the red chakra clashing with the return sky technique, creating a thick cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, two dugout pits were visible. Neji climbed out of one, nearly at his limit. Naruto should. He walked over and looked at Naruto, who was lying peacefully and silently at the bottom of the pit, and regretfully said, "What a pity, I'm the genius." But you are not. Suddenly, from under his feet, Neji was caught off guard as he was struck by an uppercut. He was sent flying several meters away. Chapter 193. Chunin Exam 23. You should soar like a bird in the blue sky. He grabbed a few shurikens from his pack, pinched them between his fingers, and threw them at Naruto, who was charging at him. But Naruto vanished like a ghost again, leaving him astonished. Did the Nine-Tails chakra enhance Naruto's speed? You must be very confident in your close combat, right? Naruto said with a smile. Coincidentally, I am too confident. He charged at Neji openly with his kunai, forcing Neji to respond with his own kunai. The two attacks collided, the red chakra clashing with the return sky technique, creating a thick cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, two dugout pits were visible. Neji climbed out of one, nearly at his limit. Naruto should. He walked over and looked at Naruto, who was lying peacefully and silently at the bottom of the pit, and regretfully said, "What a pity, I'm the genius." But you are not. Suddenly, from under his feet, Neji was caught off guard as he was struck by an uppercut. He was sent flying several meters away. Naruto, panting, walked up to him and stared at him. Using shadow clone technique in such a critical situation was my oversight. Hey, I said, Neji, why not stop binding yourself with the identity of a genius? Naruto's words were off topic. The shadow clone technique was not his forte. At least, when he was in ninja school, he had failed several times. It was only after constant practice that he gradually mastered the shadow clone technique. The Hyuga clan needs geniuses, but it doesn't have to be Neji Hyuga. Neji's chest tightened, and his eyes filled with confusion. Perhaps he had long gotten used to the title of genius, being called a genius since childhood. And Naruto was the first one to tell him this. He said, "Don't let this identity bind you." He said, "The Hyuga clan doesn't need Neji Hyuga to be a genius." He said. Neji looked at the white dove soaring high behind Naruto, chasing after it. He thought, perhaps I really can try Naruto's suggestion. I wonder if my father will be disappointed in me for today's match. Will the clan head blame my father for my return sky and 8 trigrams, 64 palms? These were things Neji would have considered in the past. But today he didn't feel like worrying about them. He just wanted to lie peacefully in a hospital bed. Neji, Naruto called out to Neji, who was being carried away on a stretcher, gazing at him deeply, and firmly said, "But you really are a genius, just not a genius of the Hyuga clan. Just your own genius. This genius is because of your hard work, not because of the Hyuga clan's identity." He was getting incoherent as he spoke, but finally managed to succinctly say, "Neji, I hope you can choose to look for yourself more." Naruto, who thought he was being too strange, couldn't help but blush on one side of his face. Fearing Neji would misunderstand, he hurriedly waved his hand. "I don't mean to lecture. I just think you were trapped in a cage. That's not right. You should soar like a bird in the blue sky." He saw Neji suddenly smile and say, I will. The medical staff carried Niji away, and Naruto returned to the stands, grinning at Sasuke. Sasuke, I beat Niji. You won't lose to Gaara, will you? Winning without showing off is like not winning at all. Naruto was deeply influenced by Sasuke. After all, he felt that whatever he did, he had to show off a bit. Sasuke scoffed, just watch how I win. Just then, Shikamaru called out to the stands. Next match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. Please have the contestants come to the center. Cheers erupted from the stands. A feudal lord from the land of fire praised the feudal lord from the land of wind. This Uchiha Sasuke is the best among this year's newcomers. Gaara is also the best in our village. The feudal lord of the land of wind retorted. The Uchiha clan will definitely win. Gaara will win. On the other side of the stands, Hayashi Hyuga held Hanabi in Hinata's hands. Thinking for a moment, he still brought the two children to see Niji. Niji's brilliance was too dazzling. Not only Niji, but Hyuga Esma had also been the same recently. Is the branch family so strong a good thing for the main family? Hayashi had to reconsider this issue. Before he got close, he heard his brother's voice. Niji. Hayashi had intended to comfort his son, saying that it was already impressive to get this far, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he didn't know how to say them. He had put quite a bit of pressure on Niji over the years. He hoped Niji would become a dragon. Hoped Niji would become a bird soaring in the blue sky, so he had been strict with Niji in training. Father, I lost. Niji calmly stated this fact. The two fell silent, while screams echoed outside. He felt an increasing calmness in his heart. The halo of genius limited too many possibilities for him. He was already trapped in the cage of the clan, and being labeled a genius since childhood only added to that cage. He couldn't fly at all. Can I lose? Niji asked again. Of course you can, Hinata Hisashi said firmly. His heart ached as he thought of how lively and adorable Niji used to be, rolling snowballs in winter, playing in the river with friends in summer, and picking fruits in the mountains with friends in autumn. When did such a vibrant Niji disappear? It must have been that day, the day he was marked as a caged bird, the day he lay on the ground in pain as his brother recited the curse. Niji changed. He became taciturn and no longer clung to the joys of childhood, taking every training session seriously and even practicing more after training. It was good for a child to be ambitious, and Hisashi was happy to pass on his lifelong knowledge to his son. But he didn't like this version of Niji. He preferred the lively and cheerful Niji. So when Niji asked him if he could lose, Hisashi felt he was failing as a father. Yes, of course you can, Hisashi said firmly. Our Niji can definitely lose. Niji replied softly. Chapter 194, Chunin Exams, 24. Hinata Niji's inner voice then, Dad, I don't want to be a genius anymore. Is that okay? He asked again. It's okay. Hisashi couldn't help but embrace his child. Perhaps all his unfulfilled desires regarding the clan were pressed onto Niji, causing him to be this way. But he never thought that the identity of genius would bind his child, turning him into a silent boy. Our Niji just needs to be happy, Hisashi emphasized again. Happy? Niji returned the embrace, but he had long forgotten what happiness felt like. For more than 10 years, he had done nothing but train, and train. It was all about training. For the sake of the title of genius, he had exhausted himself, forgetting his own happiness, just to not disgrace the Hinata clan's reputation. Even before the competition began, countless spectators focused their attention on him, simply because he was a genius from the Hinata family. He heard that many people had bet on him to win, and he thought if his father was betting too, it would also be on him to win. After all, he was a genius and wouldn't lose to the underdog, even if that underdog was the son of the Hokage. However, Niji had long realized Naruto's abilities. He was not the underdog everyone thought, but someone who trained steadily. Sometimes, when he trained late with Lee, he could see Sasuke and Naruto training together at the training ground. With such effort, how could they be called underdogs? Although they had met a few times, they had never greeted each other, each going about their own way. When the final match of the Chunin exam came and Naruto faced him, Niji felt a bit anxious. Perhaps it was because they had both seen each other's efforts. One was a genius, and the other was an underdog, and the disparity in titles brought a lot of entertainment to the spectators. But could he really win against Naruto? Could he really defend the glory of the Hinata clan's genius once more? He felt uncertain as he watched his father's hopeful expression accompany him to the competition venue, feeling as if he were being suffocated by a gaze filled with expectation. When he ultimately lost to Naruto and heard what Naruto said, Niji suddenly felt a sense of relief. He no longer felt like the genius Hinata Niji. The father and son chatted for a while longer. Meanwhile, standing at the door, Hinata Hayashi remained still, sometimes pondering whether the division between the main and branch families was right. His brother Hisashi was merely a minute younger than him, but bore the mark of the branch family. And his brother's child, clearly gifted, was unable to inherit the family legacy or learn the main family's secret techniques because he belonged to the branch family. Is this really okay? Is this truly beneficial for the development of the Hinata clan? Hayashi couldn't help but wonder if Niji could have been by his side to teach him. Or if Niji were his child, his accomplishments would not be limited to this. Dad, shall we go in and see Niji and Ai? Hinata tugged at her father's sleeve cautiously. She was very worried about Niji and Ai, but since her father showed no signs of moving, she didn't dare to act. Let's go in. Hayashi hid this thought in his heart and took the two children inside. Hanabi really liked Niji and Ai and ran up to him, her eyes turning into puppy eyes as she looked at Niji pitifully. Niji and Ai, does it hurt? Niji used one hand to rub Hanabi's little head and gently replied, It's okay, Miss Hanabi, I'm not hurt. He couldn't help but encourage himself, then said to Hanabi again, It's okay, little sister, I'm fine. After saying this simple phrase, he took several deep breaths. That's good. Hanabi still sniffled. Hinata also stepped forward concerned, Niji and Ai, are you? Awesome. Seeing the two children from both families being so affectionate, Hayashi couldn't help but feel gratified. He and Hisashi were twins. If their children grew distant, because of the division between the main and branch families, that was not what he wanted to see. Fortunately, the children from both families still seemed close. The cheers from the arena were already lively, and Hayashi couldn't help but sigh, thinking about the Uchiha clan's children and the son of the Kazekage. It was hard to say who would win or lose in this battle. Hisashi also sighed, indeed. The younger generation has hope. In reality, the two were somewhat evenly matched. A few special shurikens were launched at Gaara first, with mediocre effect, all blocked by Gaara's sand. But the good news was that the landing positions of the shurikens were quite good. From the information in CHG's hands, he knew that Gaara's defense had several layers. Without breaking through his defense, they couldn't harm him. Plus, this sand had a binding function. Gaara was indeed a tricky opponent. Sasuke sighed, but as the pride of the Uchiha clan, having trained intensively under Lord Orochimaru for half a month, he was not to be underestimated. As Gaara's sand counterattacked through the sand clones, Sasuke pulled out several shurikens from his ninja pouch to block them one by one. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the shurikens, Gaara charged at Sasuke with his sand. The speed of his sand was much faster than in the last Chunin exam, and although the boy in front of him was also from the Uchiha clan, his strength was certainly inferior to CHG's. Sure enough, Sasuke's legs were wrapped in sand, and he showed a moment of surprise. How did CHG manage to win against such fast sand? He scanned the ground for shurikens, still aiming for the better landing position. In the blink of an eye, he flew to Gaara's side. The sand hadn't caught up yet, and he concentrated chakra in his hand, striking heavily on Gaara's face. Gaara couldn't avoid it, and was sent flying several meters away. He pushed himself up off the ground, eyes wide with fear as his sand armor shattered. Uchiha Sasuke can actually use the Flying Thunder God technique? What has this kid been through in these years to learn even the Flying Thunder God technique? Since this is the case, Gaara thought to himself, he might as well overturn all the shurikens below, making their landing points no threat to him. The sand poured out of the gourd, scattering the shurikens all over the ground. The sealed sand would bind anyone who stood on it, rendering them immobile, as long as Uchiha Sasuke was on top of it. Chapter 195, CH Nin Exam, 25, Konoha Destruction Plan begins. Sasuke had already anticipated that Gaara would do this. He threw several kunai again, using the Flying Thunder God technique to move, drawing out the short blade from his waist, and he waited for the right moment. Taking advantage of a gap in Gaara's defense, he feigned an attack to trick the sand, and then he seemed to disappear, reappearing right in front of Gaara, stabbing towards his chest. Flying Thunder God, slash! As the short blade pierced Gaara, he gradually turned into sand, rushing towards him. Without hesitation, Sasuke bit his finger, leaped into the air, and summoned SH-10. He used the moment to evade Gaara's pursuit. But where was Gaara? Sasuke activated his double Tomo Sharingan, searching for chakra beneath the sand. Wait, when did that huge ball of sand appear? Sasuke recalled the previous scene. Could it be that while he was flying to dodge the sand, Gaara summoned such a large sand ball to protect himself? Gaara hid inside the sandball, activating his third eye. He was reluctant to cooperate with his father's actions, but the power within him kept stirring, and he gradually began to stir restlessly. Was his mother also wanting him to cooperate with his father? Gaara thought, but if he did that, many people would definitely get hurt, and besides, CHG and the others would surely hate him. He didn't want that. He just wanted to have a good fight in the CHNing exam. Ah, Gaara pressed on his head, twisting his nerves like a piercing pain. His consciousness gradually blurred, and his hands moved uncontrollably. Shun, Zi Cho Chun. Sasuke still didn't know what was happening inside. But if he didn't break this so-called sandball and pull the person inside out, he wouldn't be able to win this match. He thought for a moment. His most lethal ninjutsu right now should be Chidori. He gathered chakra, instructing SH-10 to fly towards Gaara's sandball, and with a super-fast impact, he used all his strength to smash Chidori against the sandball. It struck Gaara's chest directly. Warm liquid flowed onto Sasuke's hand. He wanted to pull his hand out, but was tightly bound by the sand. He gathered chakra again and electrified it once more. With a forceful tug, he managed to pull his hand out, but an unknown claw still grasped his fist. He quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to fly back to SH-10, maintaining a distance from the sand. What kind of monster was this? He tried to peek through a small opening to see what was inside, only to see waves of yellow sand surging and a golden-yellow cross-eyed pupil glaring at him. The entire entity seemed to be bound by an invisible force, unable to move a single step. Deep wrinkles formed between his brows, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Despite his consciousness urging him to break free, he could only stand there. CHG had long noticed something was wrong. She glanced at Minato, who nodded. In the blink of an eye, CHG flew to Sasuke's side, shielding him. The sand ball broke apart, turning into sand, and Gaara emerged from it, gasping for breath while holding his right chest. He couldn't help but thank the Chidori strike. At least it had jolted his consciousness awake. The entity within him wouldn't take the chance to come out while he was distracted. "Are you okay, Sasuke?" CHG asked. "I'm fine. What the hell is going on?" Sasuke replied, still sweating cold sweat, but feeling relieved now that CHG was there. "Sorry, Sasuke. The CHNing exam is over," Narashikama said, immediately returning to Hokage's side, only to find that the area around the Hokage had already been surrounded by smoke bombs, and he could see nothing, only standing outside to observe the situation. CHG didn't have time to explain much to Sasuke, patting his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry. Go over to Kakashi and II. He will arrange your tasks." This was no longer a simple CHNing exam. It was a test to see if you could become a CHNing. After saying this, CHG walked in front of Gaara, handcuffing his neck from behind. Facing Temari and Kankuro, she coldly warned, "Come any closer, and he will die." The Sharingan, resembling a windmill, revealed itself, and both Temari and Kankuro felt a chill down their spines, involuntarily sighing. After so many years, her ocular power has improved so quickly. They certainly believed CHG could kill Gaara with one blow, but the phrase "unable to act on one's own" was their only explanation. Maki also flew down from above, gazing at CHG and Gaara, who was being choked. "What are you dawdling for?" Maki ordered. "Go save Gaara." "Huh?" CHG just wanted to laugh. Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen were still alive. She didn't understand what Orochimaru was thinking in attacking Konoha. Wasn't this digging his own grave? "Gaara, sorry for putting you in a tight spot." As the windmill turned, Gaara disappeared from sight, and CHG refocused on Temari, thinking that Gaara was still injured. What if he died inside alone? She simply threw Temari and Kankuro inside as well. In the end, only Maki and she remained in the arena. "Do we still have to fight, Maki-sensei?" CHG asked amicably. "But let me remind you, why don't you go check if the wind shadow is still Raza?" Maki's expression changed. He also felt something was off. The fourth Kazekage was not a warmonger, especially not when the Yellow Flash and Sarutobi Hiruzen were still in Konoha. According to the fourth Kazekage's habits, he would definitely avoid battle. "Don't let Orochimaru use you as a pawn," CHG said again, spreading her hands. "Moreover, do you think you can win this war?" Seeing Maki's shocked expression, it seemed he wasn't very eager to fight anymore. CHG didn't linger, as the key point was the battle at Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen's location. Although Tobirama and Obito were present, she was still afraid. If the Edo Tensei summoned more than just the few people he thought, it would be disastrous. Once she flew back to the rooftop, she looked at the captain of another Umbu squad beside her and asked, "What's the situation now? Are the two Hokages inside?" "Yes. It seems the enemy has set up a barrier," the captain replied. "Lord Tsukuyumi and Obito are also inside." "What do you plan to do?" "What can I do?" CHG thought to herself. "Of course, I'm flying in to beat that slippery snake to a pulp. Damn it. Last time I almost got poisoned to death inside a snake's belly." Fortunately, Tobirama came quickly and saved her life. Leave a small team here. The rest go protect the daimyo and direct the crowd to evacuate. CHG quickly instructed, sending someone to notify Tsunade-sama about what was happening and asking her to be cautious. Chapter 196. CH Nin Exam. 26. What? Orochimaru summoned Uchiha. Izuna, the Umbu, had already dispersed. CHG focused her gaze on the four purple flames formation, observing the standoff between the two sides. Indeed, she had to fly in first. At least if anything happened, she could make corresponding preparations immediately. She called out to the Umbu, standing guard here. You three should go take care of the daimyo. I'll handle things here. However, the Umbu felt a bit embarrassed. As a protector of the Hokage, how would he leave his post? Although he really couldn't help much here. Go, you can't help here, Jimin continued. It would be better to mobilize more forces to protect the non-combat personnel's retreat. Yes. Finally, the people who needed to be asked to leave were gone. This time, she was determined to deal with this slippery snake, Orochimaru. The crowd was surprised to see Jimin fly in, especially a certain white-haired man wearing a mask. Even though his expression couldn't be seen beneath the mask, the low pressure he exuded was palpable. What are you doing here? Tobirama stepped forward, ready to pull Jimin out. They still didn't know what tricks Orochimaru had up his sleeve. If she came in and got hurt, what would they do? She had just been lying down for 7 days and still couldn't stay put. Didn't I tell you to stay on standby outside? Is that so? Jimin recalled Tobirama's earlier instructions, and it seemed he really did say that. But how could she? Jimin looked at Tobirama earnestly. I'm just worried about you. Besides, I'm also Teacher Minato's guard. I can help too. Tobirama still looked disapproving, wishing he could use the Flying Thunder God to send her away, preferably to Tsunade's side. This little Jimin was increasingly disregarding him. He said to go east. She insisted on going west. It seemed only Tsunade could keep her in check. Tobirama felt a bit frustrated about this. Oh my, little Jimin is here too? Orochimaru said with a strange tone, noticing that everyone had gathered here. This slippery snake. Why was he still so disgusting? They had only fought twice and had no other relationship. Of course I have to come. If I don't, how can I turn you into a snakeskin wallet? Jimin said indignantly. I'll take care of you. The one who wants to kill my teacher. Ha ha. Orochimaru couldn't stop laughing. His loud laughter made Jimin grit her teeth, her eyes wide open. The only thing he feared was Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami. Although she didn't have Tsukuyami, she was quite skilled in Sharingan Jinjutsu. In an instant, Orochimaru felt cold sweat running down his back as he was pulled into a strange space, bound to a cross, with boiling lava beneath him and a blood-red moon above. Jinjutsu? Sure enough, Jimin appeared before him, holding a long knife, and said in a sinister tone, Senpai, are you afraid of pain? Do you like our Uchiha clan's Sharingan? As she spoke, she drove the knife into Orochimaru's chest. Do you like it? This is the Sharingan you like. Next, I will stab you here for 3 days and 3 nights, so please hold on. Orochimaru chuckled. Indeed, the power of the Sharingan was remarkable, if he could possess it. This moment of pain was nothing. He even felt a bit of pleasure. When he returned to reality, it was merely a fleeting moment. Since they wanted to play, he would make the game more interesting. He wanted to see if so many people could take on those two. Orochimaru clasped his hands together. The wind rising beneath his feet, Edo Tensei. Jimin watched as the coffin gradually rose and thought to herself, oh no, how come there was a coffin resembling Tobirama right next to her? Could it be the second Mizukage, Yagura? That would indeed be a troublesome ninja. She had to stop the third ninja from coming out, Jimin thought. Just as she was about to fly over, a flash of yellow light had already reached Orochimaru, and a blue Rasengan struck Orochimaru's chest. Blood trickled from the corner of Orochimaru's mouth as he spoke with a strange tone. As expected of the man who took the 4th Hokage from me. You're still so quick. But what could be done? The third coffin had already emerged. Just as Orochimaru's voice fell, the coffin's door fell open. Jimin looked at the figures before her. First Hokage Hashirama Senju, second Mizukage Yagura, and one more. Uchiha Izuna. This slippery snake dared to dig up the Uchiha grave. He was truly reckless. If it was a one-on-one, Uchiha Izuna could be dealt with by Tobirama, while Yagura, who should be a sensing ninja, was best handled by her, with Sarutobi Hiruzen supporting her. As long as Hiruzen stayed away from that slippery snake, avoiding him from the root, the slippery snake could be dealt with by Minato, who was skilled in sealing techniques. And what about Hashirama? Jimin looked at Uchiha Obito, who was staring in surprise at her, and Izuna, and couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, Jimin, how can Orochimaru summon you? Uchiha Obito said incredulously. Obito, that's Uchiha Izuna, Jimin kindly explained to him, who looked dumbfounded. Oh, And that man with the Konoha forehead protector is first Hokage Hashirama Senju. The man with the little mustache is second Mizuki Jigura. Damn, they're all experts, Uchiha Obito exclaimed, realizing this was at least an elite-level battle. He and Jimin might as well stay back and observe how things unfolded. Just as Obito was lost in thought, the two people standing opposite recognized Jimin, especially the man who looked remarkably like her, who called out her name with an indescribable feeling, Little Jimin. This made the corpse appear even more real. Izuna, brother. Jimin looked at Izuna with sadness in her eyes, tears shimmering in her black pupils. I really don't want to fight you. Tobirama, come seal me. Izuna's eyes were fixed. He felt that this body would soon be out of his control. Hashirama, standing beside him, was similarly shocked, seeing his student and brother and asking the masked man all sorts of questions like why Tobirama suddenly came back to life, and what progress Tobirama and Little Jimin had made. These were scenes Hashirama hadn't seen before he died. Tobirama, monkey, Hashirama flipped over, taking 2 steps back. Stop me and Izuna. I'm sorry to trouble you even after death. Chapter 197. Chunin Exams 27. That man has appeared. All right, everyone, the reminiscing ends here. Orochimaru controlled 3 puppets, each with a control talisman. The next moment, Hashirama stepped onto the coffin lid and charged straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen was still immersed in the sorrow of meeting the first Hokage and didn't have time to react before being kicked a few meters away by Hashirama. Fortunately, Jimin was quick and flew behind Hiruzen, stabilizing him and preventing him from being thrown into the barrier. All right, monkey. Tobirama, the epitome of rationality, maintained his composure even when the enemy was his own brother. Minato, Little Jimin, focus on your sealing techniques and be ready to seal at any moment. Edo Tensei is a technique I created, so I naturally have my countermeasures. Tobirama's crimson eyes fixed on Orochimaru, full of disdain. It's just a shoddy version of Edo Tensei. Orochimaru, if you were still in Konoha, maybe I would have guided you with care. But since you chose to oppose Konoha, don't blame me. Tobirama immediately caught up to Hashirama's side, but to be honest, he had little confidence in fighting a ninja. But other than him, there was no one else. Tobirama had always been a responsible person. Even if it was a ninja who posed a threat to the Hidden Leaf Village, he would still take action. Seeing Tobirama start to move, Chiming immediately began sharing information. The second Mizukage, Kahaku Getsumi-ai, had a summoning beast that was a giant clam, and another one called Steam Bomb, commonly known as the Bomb Man. The giant clam was an illusion. Both the second Mizukage and his illusions had to be found and defeated by destroying the giant clam to reveal their true form. Kahaku Getsumi-ai chuckled and said, "It seems there are still legends about this lord in the world." Then he focused on Chiming. "Little sister, your information is quite rich." Chiming ignored him and continued analyzing. "So to deal with the second Mizukage, we need strong perception skills. My suggestion is for me and Grandpa Hizashi to deal with the Mizukage together. My perception ability, combined with Grandpa Hizashi's experience, can complement each other." Minato nodded, dodging attacks while signaling for Chiming to continue. "It seems Chiming-chan is well prepared. Please go on." Brother Izuna is a strong member of the Uchiha clan, and this strong man still needs Teacher Minato to deal with him. The remaining Orochimaru will be handed over to Tobi. I'll tell you secretly, Orochimaru is most afraid of the Sharingan. Chiming understood Orochimaru's preferences very well. He was a man who couldn't move when faced with a Sharingan. After a simple task arrangement, everyone took their roles. Chiming was the first to attack Kahaku Getsumi-ai, launching a rapid and efficient Chidori at him, aimed directly at his heart, just as Chiming was sealing her technique. Kahaku Getsumi-ai had already vanished from their sight and appeared in front of Sarutobi Hizashi. "Oh dear, I remember, you're that little follower of the second Hokage, right? I didn't expect you to be so old now. How many years have passed?" he said with a sigh. Sarutobi Hizashi immediately engaged him in combat, and a bunch of bubbles flew toward him. Chiming thought this was bad, but Sarutobi Hizashi was a true master of ninjutsu. He stood calmly in place, without moving, performing Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. A dragon head made of earth emerged from the eaves, which spat mud bullets to dissolve the bubbles one by one. Taking advantage of this moment, Chiming found a spot to focus on sensing the giant clam's presence. Her perception ability relied on sensing the chakra of familiar people or sensing malice to locate her target. But this giant clam should have chakra too. Chiming thought whimsically. After all, if it didn't have chakra, it couldn't use ninjutsu. The battle was intense, and Tobirama's situation wasn't great either. He was being pushed back by Hashirama. He couldn't help but self-deprecate. As expected, a ninja truly was the so-called god of ninjas. As an ordinary person, how could he compare to him? Tobirama took 2 steps back, thinking he might as well try that technique again. As Hashirama closed in again, he quickly slapped an explosive tag on a Hashirama's leg, then quickly placed another one. Although he was kicked away a good distance, Tobirama managed to get back on his feet, waiting for Hashirama to charge again. Minato prepared a seal. He called out. Just then, Hashirama flew over, throwing a punch at his face. Tobirama sidestepped to avoid it with a soft exhale, and there was a sound of an explosion from Hashirama's leg. Tobirama then stuck explosive tags on Hashirama's body and bound him with a water whip, continuously summoning tags and detonating them with concentrated explosions. Even a ninja's sage body might not be able to withstand this. The explosive sounds echoed continuously as Tobirama and Minato quickly switched places using the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato formed a gigantic sealing net, the 8 trigrams ceiling. Before the sealing net could truly descend, Hashirama was already summoned back by Orochimaru. Orochimaru understood that the key to winning this battle was to effectively control Senju Hashirama and use his abilities to defeat them one by one. Let's see if he can showcase that unknown would-release secret technique. Under Orochimaru's control, Hashirama clasped his hands together and emotionlessly chanted. Would-release secret technique. Birth of the Forest Sea. Vines rapidly grew from the tiles, becoming larger and more numerous until they filled the entire barrier. Chiming and the others had no choice but to dodge, avoiding being entangled by the vines. However, the vines spread so quickly that Chiming couldn't evade in time and ended up bound to a tree. She thought about using the Flying Thunder God to escape, but, Chiming found it somewhat amusing. She seemed to be low on chakra. Right now, on one hand, she had the 100 heal seal that prevented her from using chakra, and on the other hand, her regular chakra for maintaining her life signs was also limited. The chakra she could actually use was quite meager. Using 2 lightning cuts was about all she could manage. Why not? Summon that person, Chiming thought. The only man who could rival Senju Hashirama was probably that person. Little Chiming. Tobirama saw Chiming bound and formed a hand sign in midair, water release. Water, severing wave. He rapidly expelled a high-pressure water column to cut through the wood roots, preparing to fly over and catch Chiming as she fell from the tree. But unexpectedly, little Chiming was caught in the arms of a man. Seeing it was Senju Tobirama, she couldn't help but sneer, "You white-haired kid from the Senju clan. Is this how you protect little Chiming?" Her words carried a hint of questioning. Last time you were late, that was one thing, but this time, so close. Can't your so-called Flying Thunder God technique keep up? Chapter 198. Nin Exam. 28. Long-lost brother, Uchiha Madara. Tobirama didn't expect that Uchiha Madara would also be summoned here. With Uchiha Madara and a ninja, it seemed that the hidden leaf was really in for it. No, wait. Tobirama recalled the flaw of this technique. As long as the caster actively, it could be resolved easily. But how could Orochimaru possibly? Senju Tobirama, keep an eye on how these little minions fight. Uchiha Madara carefully held Chiming's hand, and a massive chakra materialized into a robust blue war god, finally donning the armor of the Black Dog. What? Which good guy starts a fight with a complete Susanoo? Chiming looked at Uchiha Madara in panic. Nisan, are we overdoing it a bit? Hearing the girl's clear voice calling him Nisan again made Uchiha Madara momentarily dazed. How many years had passed? How many days and nights did he have to wait to hear this Nisan? Steady now, little Chiming. Uchiha Madara snapped back to reality, his gaze sharpening as he looked at the man who was trading blows with the Uchiha brat. He should have killed that slippery snake last time to prevent future troubles. He didn't know when he had shifted from being decisive to becoming someone with edges and a hint of kindness. Perhaps it was the death of his father? Uchiha Madara thought. Tobirama was a bit confused by what Uchiha Madara said. Wasn't Uchiha Madara summoned by Orochimaru through the impure world reincarnation technique? And why was he still cursing him indirectly? What could he do against a ninja? It was already good enough that he wasn't at a disadvantage. Not everyone was Uchiha Madara. Just as he was still feeling indignant, the stone in his heart finally fell. It was as if some bigger adult had come to control the situation, allowing him to relax a little. He never expected that one day Uchiha Madara would appear in his eyes as such a reliable man. Uchiha Madara never expected that the one before him was just Hashirama's younger brother, just a teacher to little Izumi, and someone they had come through the Warring States period together. He was not stingy in showcasing his strength. He manipulated Susanoo to draw out the first katana, and in the blink of an eye, the massive blue deity flew in front of Orochimaru. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first catch the king. As long as he could control this slippery snake, the remaining puppets wouldn't pose much of a threat. The katana plunged straight into Orochimaru's chest, directly aimed at his heart. Orochimaru let out a muffled groan, opened his mouth wide, and another Orochimaru crawled out. He commanded Uchiha Izumi and Senju Hashirama to come and act as his bodyguards. Even Uchiha Madara wouldn't want to confront his friends and brother. Nisan, this slippery snake can't be killed. Little Izumi tugged at Uchiha Madara's sleeve and said, and the Edo Tensei must be released by the caster. Izumi? Before Uchiha Madara could finish listening to Izumi, he noticed his beloved younger brother blocking Orochimaru's path, holding a sword in both hands, looking lifelessly at him. Even though it was a puppet, Madara couldn't bring himself to strike. Ni-san. Just as Izumi was about to attack, Izumi quickly shook Madara's arms, trying to wake him up. That's not Brother Izumi. That's the slippery snake summoned with a sacrifice. That slippery snake even dug up our ancestral grave. She continued to persuade, growing more agitated, and she couldn't help but think, wouldn't Orochimaru have even dug up her ancestral grave? Understand. Uchiha Madara smiled helplessly. Your personality has become quite lively. The little Izumi from before was not so animated and graceful like a young lady. Now, she seemed more like the cute little Izumi from that drunken night. Uchiha Madara unleashed his full aura, facing two opponents, dealing with Hashirama's frontal attacks while guarding against Izumi's sneak attack from behind. Halfway through the fight, to be honest, Izumi was feeling a bit tired. Not to mention, Uchiha Madara's driving skills were indeed impressive, steady as a rock. Not a hair could be moved. Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Madara saw that the few people were doing nothing. This kid, every time he and Hashirama come, Tobarama can't help but lose focus. Hashirama was his brother, but Uchiha Madara was not. How could he be so relaxed? Moreover, now that he was already overwhelmed fighting two people, if Senju Tobarama didn't make some moves to study how to break this technique, it would be a problem. Your own technique. I'll give you 5 minutes to break it yourself. Uchiha Madara issued a strict order. He was not at his peak, and Susanoo could only be maintained for 5 more minutes. However, Hashirama and Izumi were different. They were Edo Tensei bodies, without the so-called human stamina limits. Who knows? At that time, Konoha might really be leveled to the ground. Senju Tobarama thought about it. He remembered how to release the Edo Tensei seal, but Orochimaru would be difficult to cooperate with. Also, that ghostly Zuki Mangetsu's water bubble was popping loudly, but fortunately, Minato and the monkey were agile enough and experienced, so they could still hold up against the 2-on-1. The key was this Orochimaru. He glanced at Uchiha Obito, who was standing nearby, panting his crimson eyes. He should be able to help. Without a doubt, aside from the Uchiha clan members, Tobarama was the one who understood the Sharingan research the most. As far as he knew, he had seen a few cases of Sharingan controlling others' will. Obito, come here. Tobarama called him over, and when he walked to his side, he asked, can you control Orochimaru? Control? Obito touched his remaining Sharingan, thinking that it was a forbidden technique he might not be able to use. I'm not good at Jinjutsu, Obito said regretfully. When it comes to Jinjutsu, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi are the best. Little Izumi can also be counted as one. Little Izumi? Tobarama held his breath. He didn't want to go find Uchiha Madara again. He wanted to tell Uchiha Madara that he and Obito could also resolve this crisis. Then you try it first. Tobarama said, this is the Edo Tensei seal. After a brief conspiracy, Tobarama and Obito acted separately. One was responsible for drawing Orochimaru's attention, while the other waited for an opportunity to act. Once Tobarama completely controlled Orochimaru, Obito would use the Sharingan to manipulate Orochimaru to release the technique. In terms of taijutsu, Orochimaru was no match for Tobarama at all. Plus, Orochimaru used the substitution technique, greatly reducing his ability. He could only retreat while planning his escape route. In terms of ninjutsu, Orochimaru had no right to sit at the same table as Tobarama. Therefore, Orochimaru was beaten back step by step and, in the end, was pinned against a tree by Tobarama. The rope was made from his water-release chakra. Unless he personally untied it, even the King of Heaven couldn't break it. Chapter 199. Chunin Exams 29. Who's afraid of you? Obito. Come. Seeing the timing was right, Obito ran out from behind. His right eye's Mangekyou Sharingan turning into the 3-Tomo Sharingan, staring intently at Orochimaru, who gradually also turned his eyes into 3-Tomo. Following Tobarama's instructions, he manipulated Orochimaru one by one. Edo Tensei. Release. After a long while, without any reaction, Tobirama couldn't help but ask, did it succeed? Obito shook his head honestly, failed. This is just snake skin. Snake skin? Tobirama looked at the person bound before him, gradually turning into snake skin, and he was about to explode with anger. Orochimaru, huh? I Senju Tobirama will remember you. However, Lord Mangetsu, it seems they have all disappeared. As soon as Obito finished speaking, the barrier enveloping them vanished, and everyone gathered around. It seemed Orochimaru had fled in defeat, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, with a hint of regret in his words. I think so too. Monkey, look at what kind of disciple you've taught. Tobirama, having just been at a disadvantage against Orochimaru, was now seething with anger, having caught this snake's teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and vented his frustrations. Who knew Sarutobi Hiruzen showed no change in expression. Even Tobirama could see a hint of sadness in his eyes. He vaguely remembered that Orochimaru was Sarutobi Hiruzen's favorite disciple. Paths that differ do not conspire. Tobirama gradually calmed down. He once had 13 disciples, among whom he favored Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami the most. He couldn't bear to see Hiruzen like this. Don't worry about him anymore. Our little Konohamaru is so cute. He can even occasionally drink with you and chat by the PP Lake. Yes, Lord Mangetsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen still couldn't lift his spirits. Only the wind blew the brim of his third Hokage hat. Obito, come with me. Let's see what the situation is in the village now. Minato sensed something was wrong and quickly took Obito away. Although a plan had been arranged beforehand, Minato was still a bit uneasy. If anything went wrong, he could also command on site. As two people left, little Izumi watched Minato leave without hesitation, her heart breaking. Teacher Minato, have you forgotten about one of your kawaii disciples? Now she stood there, besides silently digging a hole to hide in. What else could she do? On one side was a teacher-student quarrel, and on the other was the gloomy Uchiha Madara. Should she say something? Or should she just use the flying thunder god to run away, leaving the rest for the three of them to resolve? Wait, Uchiha Madara, why are you still here? After Tobirama finished firing, he turned to the tall man who was still standing behind the young girl. The reanimation jutsu had been lifted. Are you that scared of me? Uchiha Madara chuckled darkly. He used to enjoy teasing this younger member of the Senju clan. It was quite amusing. Although he didn't understand why he hadn't disappeared yet, it didn't stop him from teasing Senju Tobirama. Were you afraid of? Tobirama retorted loudly. Who was afraid of you? Oh, so you're not afraid of me? Just as the two seemed ready to argue, the only informed party and summoner, chiming, decided to step in, weakly raising a hand. It was as if she were in class, raising her hand to answer the teacher's question. Both of their gazes turned to her, their fierce expressions not yet reined in, which frightened Chiming so much that she retreated behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only Grandpa Hiruzen could save her now. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively shielded her behind him. Looking at the two adults with the tone of an elder, you scared little Chiming. You should be gentler with girls. You've lived several lifetimes and still need me to teach you this? Another dismissive comment. Chiming couldn't help but give Sarutobi Hiruzen a thumbs up in her heart. He was indeed Grandpa Hiruzen. Yeah, Uchiha Madara, I'm talking about you. Tobirama, at this moment, still couldn't help but jab at Uchiha Madara. It was hard to tell who had eaten away the usually calm and composed Senju Tobirama. Little Chiming, what do you want to say? Uchiha Madara, too lazy to engage with the child's antics, stiffened his expression and asked gently. It's like this, my brother was summoned by me. Chiming said weakly, so Tobirama, he won't disappear. He will stay here like you. What? Senju Tobirama was about to go crazy. Why summon Uchiha Madara, of all people? This could lead to a bunch of troublesome issues later. Wait, this brother, little Chiming, is Uchiha Madara your brother? Now, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn to be shocked. Although he had guessed that she was a descendant of Izuna, he never thought she would be his sister. However, Hiruzen's ability to accept things was already quite strong. After all, he had witnessed Senju Tobirama, whom he personally presided over the funeral for, alive in front of him. Having another Uchiha Madara wasn't that difficult. Chiming shyly scratched the back of her head. I am Izuna twin sister. I didn't tell Grandpa, because I only recently regained my memories. But this... Lord Madara. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Having such a conspicuous addition to the village wasn't a good thing. How should they accommodate her? Of course, I will live back in my Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha said matter-of-factly. This statement silenced the three of them. Finally, it was Chiming who weakly said, Nayakin, the Uchiha clan has been exterminated. There are only me, Sasuke, Obito, Itachi, and with you, that makes 5 people. What? Uchiha Madara immediately exploded in anger. He coldly glared at Senju Tobirama, almost instantly concluding that this must be the work of Tobirama. This guy had never liked the Uchiha since the founding of Konoha, always opposing them. After he and Izuna died, exterminating the Uchiha clan fit his style perfectly. Senju Tobirama, did you do this? I'm dead, what could I do? Senju Tobirama was speechless, and Madara, I want to emphasize one point. Even though I don't like you Uchiha, I don't want your clan to be exterminated. This matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Perhaps I was too indulgent with Danzo. Danzo? Where did that little brat come from? Chapter 200. The courtyard I used to live in. Hearing the term little brat, Chiming couldn't help but chuckle. That Danzo was just relying on his age, running around in the umbu every day without bathing. If it weren't for Minato being strong enough, who knows? She and Tobirama might have been made to suffer under Danzo a couple of times. Although opinions on Danzo online were mixed, Chiming could only feel hatred towards him. That hand full of Sharingan was simply a nightmare from her childhood. A person with a phobia of dense patterns couldn't even look at that hand. She had to find a couple of those, otherwise if she went blind from using the Manjiki Sharingan too much, she would still have a substitute. Danzo, huh? Tobirama couldn't help but ponder. Is it because I passed the position of the third Hokage to you that he has harbored resentment all these years? But Danzo is too extreme and cowardly. He can't handle things. Senju Tobirama, your disciple? Uchiha Madara quickly caught the key point. Where is he? I want to know what exactly the Uchiha clan did to provoke him. And you? Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? You better tell me how you treated the Uchiha clan during your time in office. Uchiha Madara once again turned his gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen, scaring Hiruzen into a shiver. The man's aura was too imposing. Even someone of his status felt dwarfed in front of him. Uchiha Madara, don't bully my disciple, Senju Tobirama said, seeing Uchiha Madara about to assert his dominance. And monkey, don't be afraid of him. If anything happens, just come to me. Tobirama continued. Let us see what he can do to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no words. He couldn't provoke Lord Tobirama because he respected his teacher. He also couldn't provoke Lord Madara because he couldn't win. For the safety of Sarutobi Hiruzen's life, Chiming bravely stood in front of Hiruzen, treating it as a reward for him shielding her earlier. You too. Why don't you find a place to sit and talk? Chiming's voice trembled as she spoke. To be honest, she was scared too. Although she had seen how close she used to be with both of them, the present was different. The two in front of her could crush her with a flick of their hands. Preserving her life was the most important thing. Little Chiming, where do you live? Uchiha Madara thought this was a good idea. He definitely wanted to live with little Chiming. This time it was Chiming's turn to be silent. Could she directly say she lived in the Senju clan's territory? If she did, Uchiha Madara's face would surely darken again. But before she could say anything, Senju Tobirama spoke for her. She lives in the Senju clan's territory. Saying this, he leaned closer to Uchiha Madara's ear and whispered, It's the courtyard I used to live in. This is bad. Chiming thought. She had seen Uchiha Madara kill without blinking, and Tobirama really left no room for her to breathe. But this time, Uchiha Madara instead smiled slightly. All right, then let us live in your courtyard. After all, I'll be living in the same courtyard as little Chiming. You, an outsider, won't be able to come in. Tobirama was instantly choked up, glaring angrily at Uchiha Madara. As expected, the inherently evil Uchiha Madara was at it again. He had once manipulated his foolish older brother, and now was manipulating obedient little Chiming. All right, lead the way, Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel delighted. Walking to Chiming's side, naturally taking her hand, and even showing it off to Senju Tobirama. This made Tobirama incredibly angry. Uchiha Madara could go wherever he wanted, but the Senju clan did not welcome him. Chiming was startled by the sudden grip. The man, wearing gloves, continuously rubbed his fingertips, sweating profusely. She felt a bit worried, thinking what if her hand sweat soaked his gloves. She wanted to struggle to pull away, but Uchiha Madara was always strong, even towards Izumi. He remained as unyielding as ever. He held her tightly, and after sensing her resistance, he tightened his grip even more. The four of them walked along, and Uchiha Madara noticed that there wasn't a single person on the road, which struck him as odd. He asked, why is there no one around? Sarutobi Hiruzen explained that the Sand and Sound ninja villages were jointly invading Konoha, but Orochimaru had already fled, and it would take some time to suppress the chaos. The elderly, children, and women had been sent to safe places, and they would come out once the battlefield was cleared. The Wind Country? Uchiha Madara didn't expect that after he and Hashirama died, even the Wind Country would dare to bully them. He couldn't help but glance contemptuously at Senju Tobirama, thinking that without him and Hashirama, This kid really couldn't handle things. What are you looking at? Senju Tobarama hated Uchihamura's disdainful gaze the most. It annoyed him to no end. Just thinking back to when they worked together, and he was always being stared at like that made him feel miserable. Why did Izumi have to summon Uchihamura? If it were Izuna, he wouldn't have minded. Suddenly, a pink little pig dashed out and blocked their path. Izumi quickly grabbed Uchihamura's hand, forcefully releasing his grip and squatting down to pick up the pig. There was a note tied to its belly, and Izumi hurriedly opened it. The content was just a request to come to the hospital quickly. They were short-staffed. 3 adults, I need to go to the hospital. Izumi apologized. They need help over there. Excuse me. Without waiting for a response, she immediately used the flying thunder god technique to leave with the little pig. The moment she arrived at the hospital, she felt relieved to have escaped that chaotic scene. It was truly life-threatening. If she had stayed a few more minutes, she might have lost her life. However, the situation at the hospital was not much better. As soon as she walked in, the overwhelming smell of blood nearly made her vomit. Cries and screams filled the entire Konoha hospital. Suddenly, someone grabbed her ankle, and she turned around in fright, her eyes widening as she looked at that person. It was an injured ninja, her leg severely damaged, with the bandages wrapped around it soaked in blood. Tears glistened in her eyes as she looked at Izumi, pleading, "Save me." The plea nearly brought Izumi to her knees, as if an invisible rope was tightly constricting her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Even her legs hurt when she tried to take a step. It was truly life-threatening. "I'll help you." But she forced herself to endure the pain and smiled at the patient. This was something Tsunade had taught her. Even if the sky was falling, a healer must provide reassurance to their patients. She quickly assessed the injury with medical ninjutsu and discovered a large bite mark on the right thigh, likely from Orochimaru's snake. This meant the ninja was also poisoned. "It's okay." Seeing the female ninja's terrified expression, Izumi soothingly said, "It's all right. I'll help you stop the bleeding, and we'll arrange for you to go to a hospital room. After that, I'll find an antidote for you. The numbness in your thigh is likely due to the snake venom." The female ninja let out a long sigh of relief, her earlier tension dissipating as they quickly stopped the bleeding. To avoid forgetting later, Izumi grabbed a small cart and tied a red rope to the female ninja's right hand for easy identification. "Get a wheelchair," Izumi instructed. "Let's take this patient to the hospital room and re-bandage her wound. Come back to me for the antidote." The medical staff acted quickly. Izumi couldn't afford to slow down either. She immediately threw herself into treating the next injured person. Gradually, the number of injured people decreased. The smell of blood in the hall was gradually masked by the scent of disinfectant. After Izumi and Sakura finished with the last patient, they both sighed in relief. Rin emerged from the office carrying 3 cups of drinks, one for Sakura, one for Izumi. The 3 of them sat in the hospital corridor, quietly gazing at the sky. "By the way, has the antidote for the snake poison been developed?" Izumi asked. Most of the ninjas sent and had been bitten by those snakes, and whether they could survive depended on whether an antidote could be created. "Lady Tsunade and Senior Shizune are currently researching it," Sakura replied. She had been sent over by Kakashi halfway through the day, and after working all day without eating, she felt like she was starving. "I just hope there won't be any more patients tonight." Rin nodded, watching the 2 kids whose faces were growing paler, and couldn't help but chuckle. She took out 2 candies from her pocket, saying they should eat them to replenish their energy, or they wouldn't have the strength to go home later. Sakura and Izumi gratefully accepted the candies, quickly unwrapping them and putting them in their mouths. The sweet flavor melted in their mouths, making them feel revitalized. Not long after, Izumi and Sakura walked home hand in hand, but she always felt like she had forgotten something. Meanwhile, the sand siblings that Izumi had forgotten were in her alternate space. Gaara leaned against his gourd, resting with his eyes closed. The pain in his chest had subsided, but he couldn't afford to fall asleep. What if the entity inside him took advantage of the opportunity? Shikaku had been restless lately and was especially agitated today. Gaara didn't know what had triggered Shikaku, but he forced himself to stay awake to ensure that Kankuro and Temari were safe. It was strange that Shikaku was acting up today, and he hadn't had a headache like this in a long time. Had someone tampered with something? Gaara slowly opened his eyes and looked at Kankuro and Temari, asking emotionlessly, "Do you know what's going on today?" Kankuro didn't dare to respond. He was a bit afraid of his unpredictable younger brother. Temari felt a bit scared too, but as Gaara's sister, she had promised their mother to take good care of him. "I know," Temari said, feeling sorry for Gaara. She couldn't remember if he was aware of the situation, but the idea of having to take medicine to lure out the monster inside him was too much. However, the one who made them take the medicine was their father. They had no choice. It seemed like their father had gone mad, having just signed a friendly alliance agreement not long ago, and now he wanted to tear it apart. From Temari's perspective, tearing up the treaty with Konoha was not a good thing for their country. She had talked to their father about it, but it was no use. He just wanted her to obey. Temari had no choice but to cooperate. Gaara, I'm sorry. Temari felt really sorry about this. She couldn't even protect her own brother. She felt utterly useless. So was the medicine that father wanted me to take? Gaara continued to ask. The siblings in front of him fell silent. And Gaara probably guessed it too. It's nothing new for their father. Temari and Kankuro couldn't resist him either. It's fine. Gaara comforted himself. It's fine. It's fine. He hugged his legs and buried his face in them. Who would have thought he would actually fall asleep and dream? A scene that could only be a dream for him. In this dream, both his father and mother were alive. His father would guide the three of them in ninjutsu training after work, always smiling. As long as they practiced until dark, his father would hold his hand and take him home. When they opened the door, a mouth-watering aroma of food would waft out, the dinner carefully prepared by their mother. They would happily finish dinner without any arguments or harsh words. Even at bedtime, their parents would read them bedtime stories together. Such a beautiful dream. Gaara didn't want to wake up. He fell deeper into sleep. This gave Shikaku an opportunity. Shikaku could have caused a ruckus while Gaara was sound asleep, at least devouring the two people guarding him. But when Shikaku saw Gaara's dream, it merely perked up its ears and said to itself, Lord Shikaku is so sleepy, let us take a nap first. Drowsily, Gaara was awakened by a childish voice. He opened his sleepy eyes, scanned his surroundings, and realized he was no longer in the alternate space but in the child's room. He had been there once, so he remembered. Thank goodness you're okay. The child breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she would truly become a sinner. Not only her, but Temari and Kankuro were also looking at him with concern. Given Gaara's deep slumber, the monster inside him would surely cause trouble. They just didn't know why didn't he come out today, and they worried that Gaara might have slept too deeply. But fortunately, it was just their imagination. Let me show you the wound on your chest. The child recalled that Gaara's chest had been struck by Sasuke's Chidori, and if she didn't let him see it, who knows if the wound had healed. Shall I cut open your clothes? The girl's movements were gentle, her voice soft, making Gaara feel as if a summer breeze was brushing over his heart, tickling. However, as he watched his skin gradually exposed before the girl's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Even his ears turned quite red. Little G, what are you doing? Chapter 202. The truth of the annihilation of the Senju clan from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth after returning to the Senju clan's territory. Uchiha Madara looked at the intact Senju clan site, which was almost exactly as he saw it before his death. Hearing the introduction from the white-haired Senju, he learned that 2 courtyards had been added, one for the white-haired Senju and another for Tsunade. Speaking of which, Madara really felt that Hashirama wouldn't take care of children, while Mito was too gentle and indulgent with the two, leading Tsunade to learn bad habits like gambling and drinking at an early age. She even secretly came to the Uchiha clan asking him for pocket money. But why was his Uchiha clan gone? Madara glanced coldly at Senju Tobirama, who was pouring tea, his eyes sharp and deep. Senju Tobirama, let us hear your excuses. He calmed his emotions. He really didn't understand what sins the Uchiha clan had committed to be exterminated. If it weren't for his little G's luck, wouldn't he never see her again? I'll consider whether to slaughter the Shimura clan, Madara said seriously, and Senju Tobirama immediately became alert, without a reasonable explanation. The Shimura clan might really cease to exist by tomorrow. But Sarutobi Hiruzen, while not agreeing with his colleague's actions, didn't he think it had reached the level of extermination, so he considered saying a few words for his colleague, stating that most of Danzo's actions were for the good of the village. I'm talking to your teacher. What are you, a little kid, interrupting for? Madara clicked his tongue, as if scolding a child, without any dissatisfaction. Hiruzen immediately fell silent, quietly lifting his old pipe, taking a puff. The scarlet flames dancing in the pipe, releasing wisps of white smoke that blurred his indifferent gaze. Danzo, I can only protect you to this extent, from now on. Let's part ways. I didn't do anything. Senju Tobirama felt a bit wrong being scolded by Madara. What could he do? He only placed the Uchiha clan in the position most suitable for them, making the best use of resources and talents that what a leader should do. I just established a guard department and let the Uchiha clan manage it. Senju Tobirama looked at Madara and asked back, the Uchiha clan the most suitable for the guard department? Or do you think there's a second option? The Uchiha clan is a family of love and hate, with clear black and white boundaries. Due to their bloodline, They are proud and not easily deceived, which indeed poses no problem. No one is more suitable than the Uchiha clan to serve as the guard department. Madara raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. During my time in office, the arrangements I made had no issues. After the Second Shinobi World War, I didn't team manage things anymore, but I had a subordinate named Uchiha Kagami. Senju Tobarama continued. He still holds an important position in Konoha's upper echelons. So the Uchiha clan didn't have any problems at that time. That shouldn't be the issue of your generation. Madara said slowly as he took a sip of tea, then slowly turned to the man who was still silently smoking. Little kid, it's your turn to speak. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a second at this address. He was almost half a foot in the grave, and someone still called him a little kid. Truly a rare sight. Perhaps it was that incident with the Nine Tails that caused the Uchiha clan to gradually drift away from the village and develop a rift with it. Hiruzen sighed, speaking slowly. Who wouldn't guard against the Uchiha clan? The Senju clan is nearly extinct. Among the first Hokage's line, only Tsunade remains. Meanwhile, two dazzling geniuses appeared in the Uchiha clan at the same time, causing people to be wary. How could Hiruzen not be cautious? It had been only a year since Minato took office and the Nine Tails incident occurred, resulting in countless casualties. Nearly the entire fourth Hokage's family could have perished that day, but fortunately, they all woke up in the end. The Nine Tails? Madara questioned. Isn't that my little pet? How could it cause such a ruckus and kill people? What does it have to do with the Uchiha clan? To be honest, the Nine Tails was controlled by the Sharingan, so we couldn't be careless and suspected the Uchiha clan was involved. Hiruzen continued. To avoid a recurrence of such an incident, the higher-ups discussed moving the Uchiha clan outside the village to temporarily avoid the limelight. Haha, Madara snorted coldly. It was a joke when he was playing politics. Hiruzen was probably still playing in the mud somewhere. The meaning of this statement couldn't be clearer. Later, the village's resentment towards the Uchiha clan grew larger. The Uchiha clan became independent from the village and could hold clan meetings on their own, with talents emerging one after another. After the Nine Tails incident, the losses among the village ninjas were severe. I discussed with the higher-ups and sent a child from the Uchiha clan as a bridge, hoping for the possibility of dialogue. Hiruzen continued, but midway, Shursui committed suicide, and the reason has yet to be clarified. Minato and I still wanted to negotiate. Unfortunately, we didn't have the chance. Minato was out on diplomatic missions, intending to return to resolve the Uchiha clan's issues. It was still that child who took on everything, leading a route team to kill the entire clan, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke. After speaking, Senju Tobarama fell silent. He knew that the establishment of the guard department might create a rift between the Uchiha and the village, which is why he always kept Uchiha Kagami in high positions. He managed to get through it before his death. Uchiha Shursui. I remember you mentioned that he is a descendant of Kagami? Senju Tobarama asked, as he, like his predecessors, had poured his heart and soul into Konoha and the Uchiha clan. How about this? I will go and kill Danzo tomorrow. Uchiha Madara naturally believed in revenge. He could spare their clan, but Danzo shouldn't even think about escaping. What do you two think about this matter? His words made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just inhaled smoke, forget to exhale it, nearly choking himself. Although Danzo had done many wrong things, there were still more solutions to this matter. Is it really appropriate to resolve it so easily? Wait a moment, Uchiha Madara, don't get too excited. Senju Tobarama certainly didn't want to see bloodshed. He physically restrained Uchiha Madara to prevent him from acting impulsively. Who knew Uchiha Madara looked at him as if he were a fool, as if to say, what could this blocking me do? There must be other ways to handle this. Let me think for a moment. I'll give you two options. Either I kill Shimura Danzo alone, or I kill all those involved. But don't think you can make me let this go. Uchiha Madara stated firmly. He, along with Izuna and Kagami, had poured their hearts and souls into building the Uchiha clan. And just because of the Nine Tails and the villagers' excessive vigilance, his hard work was destroyed. If he didn't take revenge, did they really think he was just a harmless cat? Then if I say that person was also involved, do you still want to kill everyone involved? Chapter 203. Let your loved ones accompany me to the grave. Shimura Danzo entered, leaning on his cane. After waiting for the rebellion above to settle down, he had just stepped out when he received a request from Sarutobi, Hiruzen's trusted aide, to immediately go to the Senju clan's territory. He hurried over, but overheard their conversation at the door. He couldn't help but snort coldly, as long as he revealed that Uchiha Madara, would be at his service. Moreover, he had dug into historical records. The girl Tsunade had taken from him years ago was Uchiha Madara's sister. If his sister was involved in that massacre, He didn't believe Uchiha Madara could kill everyone. Then I might as well kill you. Uchiha Madara could not tolerate threats the most. He initially found it uninteresting until something intriguing presented itself. Revealing his crimson single eye, he looked at the man, threatening him with interest. Shimura Danzo was not angry. He smiled deeply. Sure, go ahead and kill me. If you kill her, you'll die too. Let your loved ones accompany me to the grave. That sounds pretty good. Danzo, what have you done to Kagami? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up angrily. Didn't I tell you not to touch her? The two men who had been silent immediately became alert upon hearing that name. Especially Uchiha Madara, who had already grabbed his fan, ready to rise. Killing Shimura Danzo would only take 5 minutes, but what if it was true as he said? If he finally saw such a vibrant little Kagami, he would really never see her again. Senju Tobarama, as Danzo's teacher, arrived before Danzo before Uchiha Madara and sternly asked, Danzo, what have you done to Kagami? Shimura Danzo, only laughed, standing there, crazily laughing, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but ponder, is it worth it? This eye, is it worth using? To have Uchiha Madara under his command, with no Senju Hashirama in the world, no one could rival Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan was indeed my order. I was just following your philosophy, teacher. As long as there is a threat to the village, I will take precautions. Shimura Danzo looked at his still youthful teacher, as if he were a student complaining to his teacher. By eliminating future troubles in advance, isn't the village safer? Stubborn and unyielding. Senju Tobarama was furious to hear him spreading his philosophy. Did he really teach him to slaughter other clans and leave a hostage to control? What a brilliant chess move. When did I teach you to kill members of a clan? Whether they're children, women, or ninjas, all were killed. How could you dare say I taught you that? This is why I chose the monkey instead of you back then. I always thought you could think clearly, but you remain so stubborn. Senju Tobarama's series of words struck right at Danzo's sore spot. Where did he fall short compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Hiruzen was decisive in killing and made the right decisions. Wasn't such a leader better than Hiruzen? Danzo clutched his cane, veins bulging, and indifferently said, whatever you say, teacher. The outcome is already set in stone. Whether to kill or not depends entirely on your decision. Uchiha Madara coldly smiled. You better be able to bear the consequences of what you just said. Senju Tobarama, handle your wayward disciple. I want a response by tomorrow. After saying that, Uchiha Madara lost interest in their teacher-student dialogue, feeling annoyed, and quickly left Senju Tobarama's courtyard. He walked along the small path, following the memories of his life, tracing back to the courtyard where Senju Tobarama had lived. Senju Tobarama favored peace, so the courtyard was quite secluded. But the camellias along the way were blooming beautifully, and Uchiha Madara couldn't help but wonder if anyone had brewed tea for Kagami this year. This had always been her habit. Would she be unaccustomed to living alone in the Senju clan for so long? Reflecting on the past, Uchiha Madara had already arrived at the door of the courtyard. He pushed the door open, intending to catch up with Kagami, but unexpectedly saw a girl kneeling beside a red-haired boy, her body half bent, holding something in her hand, her face almost close to the boy. What were they doing? Kagami, what are you doing? Uchiha Madara leaned against the door, speaking coldly. The sudden cold voice startled Kagami, and she almost dropped the scissors, nearly poking Gaara's chest and adding another new injury. Fortunately, she breathed a sigh of relief and carefully used her healing technique. Seeing that Kagami ignored him, Uchiha Madara's gaze darkened, and without saying anything, he walked into the room. Kagami didn't like being disturbed when treating patients, otherwise she would get angry. After treating Gaara's injuries, she settled the 3 of them in the guest room and called a servant to bring some food from the kitchen. After settling the 3 of them, Kagami finally relaxed and trudged back to her room. The bed had already been made, and without much thought, she just wanted to lie down and sleep well. Today's events had been an extreme burden on both her physical and mental state. Drowsily thinking, she casually took off her blood-stained ninja clothes and draped them over a chair. She sat on the bed and also took off her underwear, feeling a pile of sweat accumulating, making her extremely uncomfortable. But she didn't want to take a shower. I might as well just sleep like this tonight, Kagami thought. After all, no one would come into her room. She lifted the quilt, feeling the warmth. And couldn't help but think how considerate the new servant was to warm her bed with a hot water bottle. Searching for this source of heat, she drifted off to sleep. In less than half a minute, steady breathing sounds could be heard. Uchiha Madara wasn't in a deep sleep. From the moment Ji Ming lay down beside him, his consciousness had already awakened, but he didn't want to open his eyes. He intended to doze off a bit longer before getting up to talk to Ji Ming. However, before he could fully wake up, a small cat rolled into his arms. The cat was facing him, and due to the darkness of the blanket, Uchiha Madara couldn't see much, only observing her face through the moonlight. His little Ji appeared to be 14 years old, her features still youthful and not fully matured. He raised his hand, wanted to touch the girl's cheek, but then remembered what had happened earlier. He hesitated, almost as if fleeing. He got out of bed, left the courtyard, and returned to Senju Tobarama's courtyard. Chapter 204. Sleeping on the same bed. Senju Tobarama was still restless over his disciples' matters, unable to sleep. He took some grape wine that he had brewed with little Ji years ago from the kitchen and returned to the courtyard. Seeing the person in the room, he wasn't surprised. Holding the wine jar, he asked, "Do you want some?" "I brewed it with her." Noticing that Madara didn't move, Tobarama added, "Come on." The person sitting on the moon-viewing platform finally reacted, turning to look at him. Tobarama was momentarily stunned. This was a Uchiha Madara he had never seen before. If he had to choose a word to describe him, it would be proud. This person embodied most of the Uchiha clan's virtues and flaws. Prideful, beautiful, powerful, yet also brutal, merciless, intolerant of any imperfections, and perhaps too loving. But now, Madara's dark eyes were calm, distant, and fragile. He seemed out of place here. "Hey, Uchiha," Tobarama said, startled, putting the wine jar down and grabbing Madara by the collar, pulling him up. His irritation grew. "What are you pretending for? You insisted on ruining my wedding with little Ji, and now you're here acting all high and mighty." At this point, Tobarama lost his strength, casually throwing Madara to the ground and pouring himself a drink. The wine was still too young, dry, and the taste of alcohol overpowered the grape flavor. It was quite poor quality wine. If the wine was tea ready, Tobarama couldn't help but wonder if it was also the right time for him to be here. "She is afraid of me," Madara muttered. "I don't dare to ask her what Danzo did to her." Madara directly lifted the wine jar and began drinking. Madara rarely drank. Both he and Tobarama disliked alcohol, but today they both seemed to have a rare enthusiasm, as if trying to compete. Drinking jar after jar until all the wine jars rolled across the moon-viewing platform. Uchiha Madara lay on the wooden floor, staring at the gradually disappearing moon. "Senju Tobarama, I should have let little Ji marry you back then. You would definitely take good care of her." "Stop with the nonsense," Tobarama replied. Not even wanting to look at Madara. "You couldn't have done it. You know your own temperament. You were the host. Why regret it now?" He understood the possessiveness ingrained in the Uchiha clan, having suffered from it himself. "It's better to stand by her side openly," Tobarama continued. "Since little Ji chose to summon you, she probably doesn't remember that incident anymore. Let us not talk about my matters with her for now." Madara was already quite drunk, wanting to go home to sleep. But as soon as he stood up, he wobbled and remembered he seemed to have no home left. His clansmen had all been killed. He was now a remnant of the old era, not recognizing anyone except Tobarama and little Ji. Madara suddenly lost his direction, just standing there in a daze. The thought of wanting to go home was incessantly clamoring in his mind as he staggered out of the courtyard. Tobarama couldn't be bothered with him. Anyway, in any of the Senju family's courtyards, he could find a place to sleep. He was also quite drunk, and, thinking about tomorrow's work, he fell asleep soon after. As the morning light began to break, Madara found himself back in that familiar courtyard. He didn't know how many times he had come here. Even while drunk, he could still find this place without deviation, lying down in her bed and holding the girl in his arms. Sometimes Uchiha Madara thought, if they weren't both Uchiha, if he wasn't her brother. Ji Ming had a very absurd dream. She dreamt of wearing a white wedding kimono, holding hands with someone she didn't know, going to a place where a man in a wedding outfit stood at the end. She couldn't see his face, and amidst the thunderous applause, she was pulled to the man's side, extending her right hand. The man extended his left hand, and just as their hands were about to touch, a long-haired man suddenly rushed out, using a round fan to block the distance between them, cutting their red thread. He was taken away, forcibly taken away. She was held and turned back to look. Many people were chasing behind, but no one could catch up to them. She was led to a room and thrown onto the bed. Under the light of the red candles, Ji Ming clearly saw the man pressing down on her. "Uchiha Madara." Ji Ming woke up in shock. She stared blankly at the ceiling, wondering why she had such a strange dream. Uchiha Madara actually pressed down on her. Was it because she summoned Uchiha Madara yesterday? Wait. Ji Ming felt a hard body pressing against her as her senses returned. She smelled a rich scent of alcohol. When she raised her head, she was almost scared to scream, but covered her mouth instead. The man from her dream had appeared. Oh my gosh. She hurriedly flew out, looking at the mirror in the dressing room. Her almost naked body was gradually developing at the age of 14. Although constantly on missions, Jiming's skin was as white as snow, with several scars on her waist adding a trace of a ninja's marks. She rubbed her scars, wrapped herself in a bath towel, and quickly grabbed a set of ninja clothes to run to the bathroom. When Jiming simply rinsed off and came out, she found that the person in the room had already woken up. The first thing that caught her eye was his long hair, which was a bit messy, sprawled across his back. Looking further down, she saw his almost expressionless eyes, sitting dazedly on the floor with his hand resting on his upright right leg. Lord Madara? Jiming called out. He must have been too happy meeting Tobirama last night to get so drunk. It seemed he wouldn't be able to find his own courtyard. Jiming found a reason for him, although it sounded quite absurd. Little Madara stood up almost instantly upon seeing her, taking a few steps over and pulling her into his embrace. His hoarse voice entered her ears. Where have you been? I couldn't see you. Brother was about to lose you. The weight of the man pressed entirely on Jiming, and she could hardly hold him up, but hearing his words, she lost the will to push him away. Perhaps her sudden death years ago had made this formidable man in the ninja world feel like a little kitten, anxious and insecure. She patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder. It's okay. I will always be here. After holding for a while, Uchiha Madara gradually sobered up, releasing her and pulling her to sit on the tatami mat. Little as soon as he spoke, Uchiha Madara realized that this was no longer the Uchiha clan's territory, but the Senju clan's. He had died once, only to be fortunate enough to come back to life again. What did Danzo do to you? That's the key issue. Shimura Danzo is bound to die in my hands. It's just a matter of when. How dare he treat my clansmen like this? How dare he treat my little like this? Chapter 205. Shall I go kill Danzo? Danzo? Jiming didn't understand why the topic suddenly shifted to Danzo. She pondered, but couldn't think of what Danzo could have done to her. I have no connection with him, she said, but he has a few things of ours. What do you mean? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows. Did this guy not only massacre the Uchiha clan, but also take our belongings for himself? Shursue's Mangeki Sharingan is in his possession. I must get it back. Jiming said seriously. And he has learned our clan's secret technique, Izanaji. My brother will retrieve it, for the justice of the Uchiha clan. After chatting for a while, Jiming realized it was almost time for work. She reminded Uchiha Madara not to wander around and to wait for her at home. Otherwise, he should go to the courtyard. Madara nodded seriously, lay down on the bed, and covered himself with a small quilt, showing no signs of feeling like an outsider. Jiming was speechless. Whose courtyard was this anyway? Why did this person feel at home without any sense of guilt? She didn't have time to dwell on it and went to the main hall to bring Gaara and his siblings to have breakfast. After a simple breakfast, Jiming sent the three of them to the gate of Konoha. She stood at the entrance, watching the three of them, unsure of when they would meet again. Gaara, you can send me a message if you need anything. Jiming thought for a long time, but didn't know what else to say, repeating the same words as every parting. As long as you seek me out, no matter where I am, I will come. Gaara looked at her. He had figured it out last night. He wanted to become the Kazekage of Sunagakure. As long as he was in power, he wouldn't be helpless anymore. We're leaving. There wasn't much time for idle chatter. Sunagakure was in chaos, and Jiming shouldn't stay longer. So she watched the two leave until she could no longer see them. Jiming then used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the front of the Hokage building. She had secretly left a Flying Thunder God seal there for convenience, saving a lot of commuting time. Jiming arrived at Minato's office, as usual, knocking twice on the door. Upon hearing come in, she pushed the door open. Besides her, Tobirama, Obito, Kakashi, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were already there. I, the youngest, actually came the latest. I don't know what to say, so I'll apologize first. I'm sorry, everyone. I took a bit longer to send off 3 companions. It's okay. Little Jiming, you must have been tired yesterday. Tsunade spoke first, pulling the little princess to her side. The plan concerning Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha had ended. Once everyone was present, Minato began discussing the day's business. No one died, and all the injured have been sent to the hospital. This is the result of our collective efforts. We have protected the village. I plan to raise Orochimaru's wanted level to S rank and distribute it to the various task teams. Minato glanced at Tsurutobi Hiruzen, noting no change in his expression before continuing. Next is about Shimura Danzo. Kakashi, Obito, Jiming, you 3 can step out for now. Before Minato could speak, Tobirama wanted to send the younger ones away. These matters shouldn't be heard by young children, especially the 2 Uchiha kids. Where are you going? Tsunade refused to let anyone leave. She clearly remembered what Danzo had done to little Jiming. That old thief's judgments, little Jiming naturally had the right to hear about them. So the 3 of them should stay and listen. What if one day you become the upper echelons? Second grandpa, these things are always something to learn. All right, Tobarama conceded. These three were outstanding among their peers, and it wasn't impossible for them to become upper echelons in the future. They should start learning from a young age. They couldn't end up like Danzo, who had been raised wrongly. Lord Tsukuyami, you take the lead. Minato handed over the speaking rights to Tobarama. He really didn't want to say too much. The affairs of the previous generation were no longer his concern. Minato had many grievances regarding the Uchiha clan. He initially wanted to clarify the truth, but was stopped by the third Hokage. Now that trouble had arisen, he was too lazy to manage it. Regarding Shimura Danzo, I discussed a lot with Monkey last night, and I also spoke with Danzo. There's no room for redemption. Next, I will assign tasks to the assassination unit to eliminate him. Tobarama's tone was calm but sharp. As for the issue of Root's takeover, let me handle it for now. Tobarama continued to arrange the following work, reviewing the individuals. If they wanted to go home, he would let them return to be ninjas. And if they wanted to continue working behind the scenes, they would be incorporated into the Umbu. Give them a chance to redeem themselves. The task of searching for the snake's lair will be assigned to them. After saying all this, Tobarama felt tired. He wanted to retire and wash his hands of it all. After living for so long, he had come to this point of eliminating a rebellious disciple. Jiming said quietly and urgently, "Could I be in charge of Danzo?" As soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the room changed, especially Tobarama. His gaze deepened, and his voice lowered. "Are you going alone? I can arrange for others to go with me, but I must go." Only Tsunade dared to pluck feathers from a tiger. Jiming could do it. Let the three young ones go. I also think they should gain some experience. Saratobi Hiruzen chimed in. With everyone saying so, Tobarama couldn't say anything more. If they wanted to go, let them go. After all, Uchiha Madara would definitely go. With Madara around, there won't be any issues. Next matter. Tobarama quickly expedited the meeting process regarding Uchiha Madara's placement. Lord Tsukuyami, place him under my command. Jiming spoke weakly again. Mainly, Madara wouldn't listen to others. She was at least his sister, and besides, she might not stay in Konoha forever. Izuna and Hashirama's corpses. The true man behind the Akatsuki organization. These matters all require her to find results. She can't be limited to Konoha. At that time, she will walk through the ninja world with her bodyguard Madara. Tobarama had no objections. He originally wanted to assign him to his subordinates, but with Madara's temperament, there would definitely be trouble. It was better to let Jiming manage him. Even if she left him alone, he wouldn't dare to cause a commotion. Others had no objections either. Minato gave a few more instructions before dismissing the meeting. Chapter 206, the heavenly god Jiming, worried about the adult at home, was the first to excuse herself, and in the blink of an eye flew back to her room. The man was still asleep, and she didn't want to disturb him. So she grabbed the unfinished task report from the previous days and sat at her desk to write slowly. As she was writing, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind her, blocking her view. Jiming, who was already nearsighted and weary from using the Sharingan yesterday, couldn't see clearly, which directly hindered her work. "Get away, don't disturb my work." Jiming turned and pushed Uchiha Madara, who cooperatively fell back and lay on the soft mat, still somewhat groggy, covering his eyes with his right hand and falling back asleep. Just as Jiming turned back to look at him, she found he had already fallen asleep again and couldn't help but feel speechless. Had he been sleeping all day? Was he a pig? Jiming shook her head and continued her work. It wasn't until dusk that she finished the last work report, and Uchiha Madara woke up, sitting across from her, propping his elbows on the table and resting his head on his hands, intently watching her, even pointing out flaws in her task report, saying this part is not rigorous enough, and that part is too detailed. Jiming listened to Uchiha Madara's criticisms, clenching her fists and holding her breath as she looked at him. If he's so good at writing, he might as well help her. But the man showed no reaction at all, not even noticing her anger, finishing one report and moving on to the next. Suddenly, he heard the sound of her fist hitting the table. Uchiha Madara looked up, watching Jiming with interest. She's angry. How cute. Jiming didn't care what Uchiha Madara was thinking, snatching the report from him, stacking it neatly from front to back, and placing it in a document bag. "How long are you going to stay in my room?" She looked at Uchiha Madara seriously, saying that even though we are siblings, we shouldn't live in the same room. It's not good for us. Uchiha Madara didn't care about other people's opinions or what they did. Didn't we used to sleep like this? Jiming looked confused. She remembered that apart from that one drunken incident, they hadn't slept together yesterday either. In the past was the past, and now is now. Jiming looked at him seriously again and said, "You were summoned by me, so you have to listen to me." But in Uchiha Madara's eyes, she appeared adorably naive. Fine. He might as well listen to her. Otherwise, even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Where should I stay? Madara asked. Ji Ming replied irritably. Turn left, and it's the last room. By the way, I have a mission in the next couple of days. If you have things to do, go find Tobirama. Remembering that it would take several days to deal with the matter of killing Danzo, and unable to let go of this conspicuous burden, Ji Ming still reminded him. Don't run around. Wait for me to come back, and I'll assign you tasks. What are you going to do? What mission? Does the Uchiha clan's young lady really need to go herself? Uchiha Madara was quite displeased. He was already about to leave, but hearing her say this, he leaned against the door. He looked at her. To kill someone. Ji Ming said these 4 words nonchalantly. I also need to take an eye. She added in her heart. That eye that controls fate cannot be held by Danzo forever. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and turned to leave the room. He didn't know how to face little Ji anymore. In the past, she was afraid of the battlefield, but now she had turned into someone for whom killing had become a daily task. What has their princess experienced in these years? Has she also gotten her hands stained with blood? Uchiha Madara felt a bit angry, though he didn't know what he was angry about. For a moment, he wanted to go find Senju Tobirama to discuss it. Halfway there, it dawned on him that Tobirama had also died long ago. How would he know what had happened to little Ji these years? He returned to the room, sitting upright. Forget it. He might as well follow her to see. After temporarily settling Uchiha Madara, Ji Ming prepared to go to the Namake's household with the task report. On one hand, she could discuss the assassination of Danzo with her 2 brothers. On the other hand, she could also see Sasuke and Naruto. The Chunin exams had suddenly ended yesterday, and the 2 kids must have complaints. Especially Sasuke. Was he still thinking about Orochimaru? On the way to the Namake's household, Ji Ming stopped by the market to buy a box of pastries and a box of cherry tomatoes, then went to Ino's house to buy a bouquet of fresh tulips. With a bunch of things in her hands, Ji Ming was about to fly directly home. However, she walked forward silently. No one in the Konoha alleys was more familiar with them than her, and she walked through a nearly deserted alley, leading the little tail that was following her inside. Just in time, she also wanted to see who was stalking her in the village. She first sealed the things in her hands into a scroll. If a fight broke out, she couldn't let the things she bought with her money get destroyed. After organizing these, the so-called little tail, leaning on a cane, came out. Ji Ming couldn't help but smile. The prey had come to her door. No need for her to go looking. So it's Lord Danzo. Ji Ming wore a smile, her hands behind her back. Danzo showed no visible change in expression, only saying, Ji Ming, do you remember who gave you this name? Ji Ming couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. It was Uchiha Taijima. Who else could it be? I don't remember it clearly. Ji Ming chose to play dumb. He must be hiding something by bringing it up. No worries. Then I'll help you recall. Danzo pulled away the white bandage from his right eye, revealing Uchiha Shursue's Sharingan. Ji Ming's expression changed, as if she were being controlled. She half-kneeled and respectfully said, Lord Danzo, please give your orders. Danzo looked at his handiwork with satisfaction, rearranging the bandage slowly as he said, Your task is to control Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara. Yes, Lord Danzo. Chapter 207. Rumors after Danzo left. Ji Ming raised her head. It seemed that Danzo had another scheme. She had to report this to Minato quickly. However, before she reached the Namake's household, she overheard some rumors along the way. I heard that this invasion plan was led by the 3rd Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru, one villager said. Another villager replied, could it be that the 3rd Hokage is behind this? Otherwise, how could a rogue ninja like Orochimaru enter our village so openly? One villager's expression suddenly changed, and he quietly said to the 2 reckless people, How can you speak of the 3rd Hokage like that? The Hokage has done so much for us. You have not experienced it? The 2 villagers being criticized murmured, But isn't this just hearsay? Ji Ming couldn't help but ponder. When did this kind of public opinion start spreading? She walked up to one of the villagers who was talking and placed a knife on the table, sitting beside him, resting her chin on her hand. She smiled at him. Where did you hear this from? Can you tell me? The man was clearly taken aback. He had never seen such a beautiful girl in his life, and he forgot what he was supposed to say, just staring at her blankly. Excuse me, sir, did you hear what I said? Ji Ming asked again. Not only was the girl's appearance striking, but her voice was also exceptionally clear and crisp in his ears. He roughly understood. Did she say, where did you hear this? Can you say it again? The man asked. Ji Ming was speechless, maintaining her perfect smile as she repeated. Where did you hear this from? Can you please tell me? The man was naturally willing to answer a beautiful person's request. He said, I heard on the way here, but I'm not sure who said it. Has it been spreading among many people? Jiming smiled gratefully at the man and left the tea house. Walking along the road, she continued to hear villagers discussing the matter. Public opinion can be deadly. Jiming knew. Not to mention, Kakashi's father was driven to death by so-called rumors. She didn't want Hiruzen Sarutobi to suffer the same fate. It was hard-earned for him to survive the confrontation with Orochimaru, and it was unreasonable for him not to live a long life. Finally, she arrived at the Namikaze household. Kushina was in the kitchen cooking dinner, while Minato and Kakashi were sitting on the sofa reading, and Obito was also on the sofa, eyes closed in concentration. "I'm back." In the room, Jiming called out, and everyone looked up at her. The first to approach was Kushina, holding a ladle, inspecting her closely as if trying to see through her. "I went to the hospital to see you yesterday, and they all said you were discharged," Kushina said angrily. "You made me run there for nothing." Jiming awkwardly touched her nose, realizing that the incident happened suddenly, and she didn't have time to inform Annie. "It's my fault." Indeed, it was a sudden turn of events, and there was no time to tell Kushina. "This is a bouquet of flowers I specially brought for you," Jiming said, pulling out a beautiful bunch of yellow tulips from behind her, the color of summer. Kushina was completely taken aback, her hand holding the ladle froze. "Is today some special day? Why did this kid suddenly think of giving me flowers? I passed by Ino's family's flower shop, and this bouquet of tulips looked particularly beautiful, so I couldn't help but think of you." Jiming's sweet words flowed smoothly. Although they were true, they still needed some embellishment to cheer up her mother Kushina. "I really like it." Kushina didn't even know what expression she had as she took the flowers and quickly found a beautiful vase to put them in. While arranging the flowers, she suddenly remembered the soup still simmering in the pot and shouted, "Minato, my soup." Minato had already been waiting in the kitchen, and he even heated up the pastries Jiming brought with her. The cherry tomatoes were also washed. It was rare to have a complete meal at Minato's house. Jiming sat at the table, leisurely eating her meal. After the two kids left, she finally spoke up. "I heard some rumors about Grandpa Hiruzen when I came in just now. They say this invasion was caused by Grandpa Hiruzen colluding with Orochimaru behind the scenes, which led to such a disaster." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone had different expressions. The first to speak was Minato. "I'll have the Umbu investigate this. Such public opinion can affect the reputation of the third Hokage. The third Hokage has done so much for Konoha. He shouldn't end up with this kind of outcome." Kushina agreed. "Yes, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. We need to clear the third Hokage's name." Jiming nodded angrily. "Absolutely. This public opinion is definitely intended to take down Sarutobi Hiruzen. I just don't know what string can be cut to make it happen. There's one more thing." Jiming continued. "Lord Danzo came to see me just now, and he used the Sharingan on me. It was Shursue's Kodoame Tsukumi. Shursue's Kodoame Tsukumi can invade the opponent's brain without them noticing and modify their will. The technique is extremely powerful, allowing the opponent to be manipulated unconsciously. I don't know what he wants to do, so I temporarily yielded to him." "Shursue's Kodoame Tsukumi?" Obito stood up. He had heard about Uchiha Shursue's death, but he didn't know whose hands that pair of Sharingan had fallen into. He didn't expect it to be in Danzo's hands. "I searched for Shursue's Kodoame Tsukumi for a long time, and it actually ended up with Danzo. Not only that, I suspect that many Uchiha Sharingan are also in Danzo's hands." Jiming said again. "Then let Jiming supervise Danzo on this matter for now." Chapter 208. Sasuke's Side Story. Growing pains. The winter in the land of iron is too cold. Jiming's growing pains came particularly late, the pain climbing up her bones, continuously stimulating her nerves until the pain gradually dulled. Uchiha Sasuke had been like growing pains in Jiming's life. Since the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War, he began to wander, living a life akin to a wandering monk between various countries. Jiming didn't understand why a hero who saved the ninja world had to come out to atone for his sins. It felt absurd. She wanted to say something, but Sasuke left on his own. No one could keep him. Jiming could only follow behind him, occasionally exchanging a few words, supporting each other, and these days felt relatively easy. However, after entering the constantly snowing land of iron, Jiming's growing pains became even more intense. The life of eating and sleeping outdoors made her unable to sleep at night due to the pain. But Jiming didn't dare to tell him, fearing it would add to his troubles. When they arrived in town, Uchiha Sasuke unexpectedly booked a hotel and even asked the innkeeper to add more charcoal for warmth. The burning charcoal separated the beds of the two, with Jiming sleeping on the inside while he slept by the window. Even the sound of breathing was significantly weaker. Only the crackling of the charcoal could be heard. The pain in her bones returned, mixed with the piercing cold of the winter night, and she quietly shed tears. As usual, she covered her eyes with her arms, No one knew she was crying except for Jiming herself. As the sound of the charcoal diminished, Jiming opened her eyes and, in a daze, discovered Uchiha Sasuke lying beside her. The warm, emerald-green chakra flowed continuously through her knee and her nerves, significantly alleviating the pain. You. Before she could speak, she was interrupted by the boy's warm voice, akin to the charcoal. You should have told me earlier. If you don't say anything, how would I know? With a hint of reproach in his words, it made her feel even more wronged. Tears streamed down her face, and after thinking for a moment, she forced out a few words from her throat because I didn't want you to worry, and I didn't want to concern you with my troubles. I didn't want you to dislike me. The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became, lacking any confidence, eventually turning into a sob. At 18 years old, on the floor of the hotel, she looked into the eyes of the boy she liked, her silent tears flowing like a river. Jiming liked Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. They were black, like obsidian, and the purple ones were as crystal clear as dew on grapes. In the dark room, Jiming's vision was entirely captured by those purple eyes. The other party was clearly stunned, unsure how to respond to the girl's words before him. I don't dislike you, he said. I like you. Jiming forgot her tears for a moment, the droplets hanging on her cheeks, leaving her speechless. He leaned in closer, his warm, soft lips kissing her cheek. The tears disappeared. But I like you, he said again. The pain pierced her heart, and the tears flowed even more. Sasuke tenderly kissed her tears. Where does it hurt? My knee. Sasuke's hand rested on her knee, the continuous warmth alleviating the pain significantly. The wind and snow fell all night, and Sasuke's hand went numb, but he saw the girl with her eyes closed and sighed in relief. She had finally fallen asleep. He withdrew his hand, stood up, extinguished the fire, and lay back down. Chapter 209. Sasuke's Side Story. Growing pains too. Jiming was awakened by hunger. She opened her eyes and saw the boy's chest. The 18-year-old boy had developed quite a bit, and she couldn't help but recall Sasuke's confession from last night. Feeling shy and pulling the blanket over her face. Awake? Sasuke had already woken up while Jiming was tugging at the blanket. He opened his eyes sleepily and gradually became clear, seeing the girl covering her little face. Her ears were red, and she was fidgeting in his arms. Sasuke held her in place, pulling away the white blanket covering Jiming's head. She looked like a startled little deer, her eyes sparkling like dew on grapes, crystal clear and transparent. He couldn't help but smile. Nothing was more beloved than her eyes. Every time he saw them, his heart seemed to come alive. Jiming looked up at Sasuke, their eyes meeting. A chill, seemingly coming from nowhere, swept over Jiming's body. She shivered and instantly curled up in Sasuke's embrace. The warmth of the boy's body made her unable to resist her infatuation. Does it hurt? Sasuke always thought her knee was hurting again. He placed his hand on her knee, not expecting the medical ninjutsu he had just learned would have this use. Warm energy flowed into her body, and Jiming felt her heart warm. It's fine, Sasuke. Don't we need to get up and head out soon? She didn't know how many days they would stay in a land of iron, or what Sasuke's ultimate goal was. She just wanted to be by his side, quietly accompanying him like every other day and night. That was enough for her. Jiming was not satisfied with Konoha's judgment. She wanted to keep Sasuke, but she knew he was like the wind. The wind should not be confined to one place. She couldn't hold on to him. Moreover, all of this was initiated by her. Let's sleep a bit more. Sasuke pulled her back into his arms. He hadn't slept much the night before, and now the fatigue hit him, making his voice hoarse. Don't worry, we'll stay here for 2 days. There's no rush to leave. Okay. Jiming nodded obediently, respecting Sasuke's choice. From their escape under the moonlight to the later brotherly conflict, then to participating in the Fourth Great Ninja War, she had never forced Sasuke to join. She only gave him choices. No matter what he chose, Jiming would respect it. With such a Sasuke, at least he no longer had to live out his life according to someone else's plan. That was too much like being a puppet. The two of them slept until the afternoon before waking up. Outside, the sky was misty. Sasuke got up first and went downstairs to get some hot food and a bucket of hot water before returning to the room. At that moment, Jiming also woke up. She was sitting on the windowsill, wrapped in a blanket, resting her head on the windowsill, watching the falling snow. Snow. For her, it brought back too many memories. Sasuke walked over in a few steps, pulled half of the blanket to cover himself, and Jiming leaned against his shoulder. They chatted idly. Sasuke, there's something I don't know if you know. As Jiming thought about the land of iron and winter, she couldn't help but think of Naruto and the Raikage. The scene of Naruto kneeling in the snow shattered her heart. A son of the fourth Hokage, a hero of the ninja world, kneeling before the Raikage, humbly begging him to spare his friend. This was something Sasuke should know. What is it? Sasuke turned to look at her. When you just joined Akatsuki, You injured Lord Killer Bee, so you were pursued by the Raikage. Jimin said lightly, as if recounting an ordinary event. Naruto, to get the Raikage to withdraw the pursuit order, knelt in the snow, constantly begging the Raikage, hoping the Raikage would let you go. As Jimin spoke of this, she remembered the incident where Sasuke had been beaten up by Lord Killer Bee. She continued, before that, Naruto was used as a punching bag by Killer Bee's apprentice, getting beaten black and blue. Naruto, huh? Sasuke murmured the name, as if it was Naruto who was constantly pulling him back, not giving up on him. Do you want to attend the wedding? Why not go back and attend the wedding this time, and buy some interesting things as a wedding gift? You mean? Jimin sat up from Sasuke's embrace. Are you really going back? Didn't you say you didn't want to go back? It's just right to prepare for our wedding when we go back. Sasuke smiled. Jimin's face turned red. Indeed, this guy didn't like playing romance games. Only liked playing wedding games. What kind of person proposes the day after confessing? Is this a proposal? Jimin acted a bit proud. She wanted Uchiha Sasuke to accompany her in playing romance games, so she didn't want to agree to him. Why not? The purple Rinnegan widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe why she would disagree. Jimin huffed. We're not even together yet. How can we get married? That's too hasty. A normal process should be flirting, confessing, dating, and when our families and friends have met, only then can we prepare for the wedding. Besides, look at Naruto and Sakura. The time we've been apart is about the same as the time they've been together. I don't even know you anymore. Jimin's words left Sasuke stunned. He lowered his head in thought, as if he was truly considering her request. Sasuke realized that the time they had spent together might not even be as long as the 3 years he had spent in Orochimaru's lair. They always met briefly and parted quickly. Briefly, passionately, it was just a fleeting encounter that belonged only to him. Okay, Sasuke replied. Perhaps they should really get to know each other better. Such a hasty marriage, her family probably wouldn't agree either. Then let's wait a few days until the snow melts a bit, and buy some things in the town to bring to Sakura and Naruto. Jimin said happily, looking forward to what it would be like for 18-year-old Sasuke to date. Okay, Chapter 210, Sasuke's Side Story. Growing Pains 3. Naruto and Sakura's wedding was grand. As it was the wedding of a hero, so almost all the famous figures in the ninja world were invited. Sasuke hadn't returned to Konoha for several years. He didn't have his own house, couldn't stay in the Uchiha compound, and definitely couldn't stay at the Hokage's house. He had to choose to live in the Senju household. Tsunade and Jiraiya were still traveling and hadn't returned, and Tobirama was also away, leaving only Shizune to guard the Senju home. Upon arriving home, the aunt from a few years ago had already been replaced by a new one. She handed over the bags and said, "Please take care of these. These are wedding gifts for Naruto and Sakura." "Sure, miss." The new aunt was quick and organized everything in no time, even tidying up Jimin's yard. Before returning to her own yard, Jimin first took Sasuke to find Uchiha Madara. She guessed that her brother was probably playing Hanafuda with Izuna and Hashirama, or drinking flower tea. After knocking on Uchiha Madara's courtyard door, Madara thought it was the aunt and didn't pay much attention, propping his face up while watching Hashirama and Izuna bicker over the Hanafuda, both of them flushed with anger. Even Izuna indignantly said, "You evil Senju, I, Uchiha Izuna, will bring you to justice so you stop cheating every day." Naturally, Senju Hashirama wasn't a pushover. He rolled up his sleeves and put his hands on his hips. "You've just been hanging out with Tobirama too much, always calling me evil." "I'm not evil." He felt increasingly wronged, pouting and looking for help from Uchiha Madara. Just as Madara was about to speak, a clear female voice suddenly woke him up. Why is Brother Hashirama being so unreasonable again? A girl wearing a kimono in the usual style, but this time in white and green colors, entered holding her skirt. "Brother Madara, Brother Izuna, Brother Hashirama, I'm back." Jimin greeted the three brothers. Sasuke followed her in, and the originally smiling family suddenly changed expressions, as if they had transformed like a face-changing performance. "Evil Uchiha brat, why are you following her here?" Senju Hashirama was the first to take the lead. Izuna immediately followed suit. "Sasuke, why are you here with little Jimin?" It seems to be asking, "Do you even belong here?" Jimin felt annoyed and frowned at the three older brothers, unable to help but ask, "What are you doing?" Sasuke is also a member of the Uchiha clan, and besides, he is my boyfriend now. Upon hearing this, the three of them did not show a pleasant expression. The entire room seemed to be filled with low pressure. Izuna expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning why Sasuke, an Uchiha, deserved such treatment. If it was about looks, Izuna believed he had an edge over Sasuke, and if it was about his relationship with Ji, he was undoubtedly the winner. As for strength, although he was slightly inferior, he was still no match for Madara. How could they trust such a youth with Ji, even if he was from the Uchiha clan? Hashirama had fought for his brother's justice for so long, and Tobirama had remained pure for such a long time, being both caring and gentle, tall and handsome. How could he possibly compare to this young Uchiha brat? Among the three, Madara was the only one who adapted quickly. After all that had happened, he didn't want to insist on marrying Ji. His first half of life had been too forceful, leaving Ji with many indelible wounds, so he thought to take it easy in the second half. He respected Ji's choices. As for that kid Sasuke, he didn't know how to compliment his rival. But Madara pretended to be an elder, sat in the main seat, poured a cup of tea, and said, "Sit down, Sasuke." Since Madara had spoken, Jimin quickly pulled Sasuke to his seat and pushed the tea in front of him. There was no doubt that Sasuke's manners were impeccable. After greeting everyone, when he served tea to his elders, he even lowered the cup significantly. Sasuke poured the second cup of tea himself. Madara couldn't find anything to criticize, asking where they had gone on their trip. "Why are you back so early?" He thought they would be wandering the world and never return. Madara had long prepared himself for a life without seeing Jimin again, but unexpectedly, Sasuke actually brought her back. To be fair, Sasuke was somewhat useful. Naruto and Sakura's wedding invitation arrived at my place, and Jimin and I missed home a bit, so we thought we'd come back. Sasuke was a man of few words, but here, he was willing to say a bit more to remedy some of the prejudices the elders had against him. He hoped they could sincerely advise him about his relationship with Jimin. Even though it didn't really affect him, if the brothers didn't bless them, she would probably be very sad, right? He didn't want to see her sad anymore, at least within his capability. Sasuke hoped Jimin could spend the rest of her life happily. Speaking of this wedding, I had already felt that Naruto and Sakura had a thing for each other for a long time. Hashirama sighed, saying that Kushina and Minato had been busy lately and hadn't visited us for a long time. Could they not be busy with their son's wedding? Izuna looked at Hashirama as if he were foolish, saying, "You should gamble less. Otherwise, we won't even be able to afford the banquet. You take us to gamble every day. Don't think we don't know," he warned fiercely. Hashirama, scratching his head, replied sheepishly, "I was just having a little fun with gambling." "Humph. Anyway, I prepare my share with Madara," Izuna retorted, not caring. After all, it wasn't like they were using Uchiha money to gamble. He could spend Senju's money however he wanted, but he should prepare his own. Hashirama started to act spoiled again. When Madara spoke, Hashirama instantly quieted down. He could argue with Izuna and provoke him, but not with Madara. Madara was deeply saddened now. Hashirama had always known his feelings for his sister. In the past, he had forced him to suppress his emotions, insisting they were siblings. He hoped this time Hashirama could be freer, at least not bound by the so-called family and brother-sister relationship. But this time, the main character was not Madara. It was another Uchiha youth. "Uchiha Sasuke, what are your plans for the future?" Madara continued to ask like a father. Plans? Sasuke hadn't thought far ahead. There were still many beautiful landscapes in the ninja world, and he wanted to explore them with Ji. He wanted to experience the various customs and traditions with her. Sasuke answered honestly, "I want to take her to travel through the mountains and rivers." Of course, this depended on her willingness. If she didn't want to, he could settle down in Konoha, renovate the Uchiha clan's land, and bring the two elders in. A child with plans, respecting Ji's wishes. Madara extremely didn't want to admit that this boy was also quite outstanding. Chapter 211, Sasuke's Side Story. Growing pain for Madara asked a couple more questions, but he didn't want to continue. The more he asked, the more he realized that his so-called indifference was just empty talk, so he prepared to let them leave. Perhaps because the weather in Konoha wasn't as cold as in the Land of Iron, Jimin felt much better today. The slight pain no longer affected her normal life. However, as soon as it rained, when she heard the pitter-patter of rain hitting the eaves outside, she thought about running over to close the window she had propped open. But after taking just a couple of steps, the pain from her bones shot through her nerves. Bang! Jimin collapsed to the ground without warning, staring helplessly at the four men gathering around her. She wanted to say, "Don't worry, it's just a late-onset growing pain." But Jimin was already in so much pain that she couldn't speak, and even her eyes were difficult to open. "Uchiha Sasuke, how are you taking care of our little princess?" Izuna, who had seen it all, felt the pain in his heart and ultimately pointed fingers at the culprit, Uchiha Sasuke. If it weren't for him insisting on leaving the village, Ji wouldn't have been hurt. Jimin wanted to defend Sasuke, but couldn't say a word. The pain pressing on her nerves made her just want to sleep it off. If she could just sleep it off, everything would be better by tomorrow. The growing pain would gradually ease with time. In the middle of the night, Jimin was awakened by pain once more. What greeted her was the familiar white ceiling. white sheets, and white bed curtains. They had brought her to the hospital. She had been pricked with 2 needles, and the liquid was still dripping drop by drop. Sakura entered at that moment, her pink hair standing out vividly under the nightlight. She walked in, pulled up a chair, sat at the bedside, hands in her pockets, and looked at her several times without saying anything. Jiming didn't know what to say either. The pain had made her forget her words. She couldn't understand why her growing pain had come so late and why it had lasted for so long. It had been nearly a month since returning from the Land of Iron, yet she had been in real pain for a month. Jiming, perhaps because of the long silence. Sakura finally spoke, staring intently at her, unable to read the emotions in her eyes. Sakura, what is wrong with my condition? A brief exchange between doctor and patient allowed the 2 long-lost friends to chat a bit and relax somewhat. As they talked, Sakura mentioned the wedding in 3 days. Jiming was the one who first asked about the wedding preparations. How are the preparations for your wedding with Naruto going? Do you need my help? Sakura blushed and shyly replied that she had tried on the wedding dress introduced by her teacher, and it fit perfectly. In the remaining 3 days, they were mainly preparing to distribute wedding candies around the village, and Obito-sensei had said that tasks would be temporarily halted for these few days, resuming only after the wedding. Jiming nodded. The old lady's craftsmanship was truly excellent. Most of her kimonos were custom-made at the old lady's place, and she had been a loyal customer for many years. You don't need to help. Just focus on your recovery, Sakura continued, her tone softening considerably. Just take good care of yourself for these 2 days, and you'll be fine for the wedding. After chatting a bit more, Sakura went off to check the next room. 3 days later, Jiming was discharged from the hospital, escorted home by her 3 family members, and then packed off to the old lady's house for her makeup. The old lady's skilled hands not only crafted beautiful kimonos, but also did wonderful makeup. Jiming gazed at herself in the mirror, her face pale and smooth, lightly dusted with powder. This simple makeup maximized her beauty. After arranging her hair and choosing 2 hairpins to adorn it, she finally changed into a ceremonial colorless kimono with the family crest, completing her look. Uchiha and his 2 companions were waiting at the door. When the old lady brought Jiming out, all 3 were stunned, their eyes glued to her. They said nothing, and even their breathing seemed to fade. Jiming nervously clutched her skirt, glancing at the 3 men in front of her, and simply twirled around, quietly asking, "Is it pretty, brothers?" The first to regain his senses was Hashirama, who exclaimed, "You look amazing." Unlike the romantic filter that the Uchiha brothers might have, Hashirama had crushed any notion of an inappropriate relationship from the very beginning, preventing it from even taking root. Beautiful. The 2 brothers finally came back to themselves, their eyes returning to normal. The 4 of them walked slowly to the wedding venue. The event was held at Minato's home, bustling with guests coming and going. Jiming brought the 3 boisterous men to the entrance, where Uchiha Obito, the 6th Hokage, was collecting red envelopes. Usually seen wearing the Hokage hat and sitting in the office, today he was here, writing and checking in guests. Not only Obito, but also the Umbu leader Kakashi sat beside him, smoothly attending to the incoming guests. When Kakashi saw Jiming, he felt as if he were in a different world. He could hardly remember the last time they met, only that those days were filled with sleeplessness, tension, and continuous battles, where a moment's carelessness could lead to death. After that battle, Kakashi returned home, took a shower, and slept for a full day and night, washing away everything, even this memory, which had gradually become vague. During those days, he often visited the hospital because Sasuke was hospitalized, using the excuse of checking on his subordinate to go several times. But he never got to see her. Their next meeting was this one. She handed over the wrapped red envelope, and he accepted it, their only connection being this one red envelope, Naruto and Sakura's wedding red envelope. "Obito, how does it feel to be the 6th Hokage?" Jiming joked. Obito smiled. "It's great, of course." He added, "With Kakashi here, it's much easier." He knew Kakashi had feelings for the girl in front of him, but Kakashi never pursued it, choosing to remain a quiet scarecrow. Those who were distant didn't know his merits, while those nearby thought he was too proud and aloof, like a scarecrow silently guarding the fields of Konoha, silently protecting a love that would never blossom for Kakashi. Let's head in. After Jiming watched her brothers put down their things, she bid farewell to them, not blocking the congratulatory guests that followed. They found seats near Tsunade, and, unexpectedly, Jiraiya had also returned from his travels. "Lord Jiraiya, Master," Jiming greeted them obediently, noticing a white-haired man in her peripheral vision, and politely greeted him too, Brother Tobarama. As soon as they sat down, Tsunade began talking about growing pains. Why did our baby only start developing at 18? She smiled, treating it as a normal physiological development process. She didn't want to tell little Jiming too much, having guessed that this sudden growth spurt was likely related to her time in the root. But now that Danzo was long dead, pursuing it further was meaningless. Tsunade preferred to view this growth pain as part of a child's growth process. After chatting for a while, Sasuke arrived. He first greeted a few seniors before pulling out the chair next to Jiming and slowly sitting down. At some point, their hands had clasped together under the table, and Jiming looked down at their tightly intertwined fingers. She raised her eyes, and he seemed to notice her gaze, turning his head slightly to look at her. His dreamy purple eyes were fixed on her. He rubbed her palm with his thumb, making her feel ticklish and wanted to pull away, but he held on even tighter. Why is he so domineering, even holding my hand this tightly? Jiming avoided the boy's gaze, looking up at the stage. Naruto had already kissed his beautiful bride, and the crowd below was lively, cheering loudly. She hadn't finished watching when, for some reason, she found herself in this place. Looking at the surrounding shrine, and then at the boy standing in front of her, she felt confused. What are we doing here? If they see us suddenly leave, my brothers and master will definitely worry. Sasuke didn't speak. He simply rubbed his thumb against her lips, kissing her as soon as she opened her mouth again. All words were silenced by this kiss. In truth, Sasuke had wanted to do this for a long time, but due to the strict watch of Jiming's elders, he had held back. Maybe it was the influence of Naruto and Sakura today, or perhaps the girl was simply too beautiful, resembling the Yamato Nadeshiko from history books. He thought about it from the moment he held her hand and decided not to hold back any longer. The boy's kiss was too passionate. She felt like a startled kitten, shrinking away from the kiss, while he breathed heavily, one hand around her waist and the other pressing against the back of her head, leaving her no space to escape. Her lips were so soft, like melting cotton candy in his mouth, making him taste a hint of sweetness. Jiming thought she was running out of breath, pushing against Sasuke's chest, hoping he would let her go. Finally, he released her. Sasuke looked at the girl in his arms, panting heavily, and couldn't help but smirk. I forgot to teach little Jiming how to breathe. I don't want to play anymore, Jiming coldly huffed, turning her head away in its sundere manner. Today was a day to dislike Uchiha Sasuke. She didn't know how to explain this sudden departure to everyone when they went back. Don't worry. I told Tsunade that you were in pain and needed to go back. Sasuke quickly reassured her. He always remembered that during their wandering days, this was when they walked the slowest because he guessed this was when Jiming would feel pain. After 1 or 2 times, he deliberately slowed his pace to accommodate her. We haven't even eaten yet. Feeling wronged, Jiming lamented, we paid, and now we can't even eat. But without the distraction of the kiss earlier, the pain began to trouble her again. She almost collapsed into Sasuke's arms, but fortunately, Jiming had quick reflexes and wrapped her arms around him, allowing him to take her back to her courtyard. Sasuke, as usual, used medical ninjutsu to alleviate her pain. The two didn't say much, flipping through a couple of books on the shelf, each respecting the other's space. The end, Chapter 212 Kakashi's side story, if Kakashi became the 6th Hokage. The two of them would get married. That day, Zimiang chatted with her friends for quite a while. After the 6th Hokage finished his socializing and returned, he sat in the side hall, listening to the girl talk with her friends. It was unclear how long it had been when the friends left. As she tidied up the things on the table, she was suddenly embraced tightly by Kakashi. Why did you take so long tonight? Little Zimiang, you made your brother wait. His chin rubbed against the top of the girl's head, his hand moving down her back, clearly indicating his intentions. Zimiang struggled slightly, her face flushed, but she didn't dare to look into his eyes and found a clumsy excuse. I haven't finished tidying up yet. However, she couldn't break free, and besides, she was drunk. There was no denying it, and he agreed with a smile, kissing her neck, his breath hot and full of alcohol, making Zimiang fear it might burn her skin. His words were no different from her questions. Can we do it here? The 6th Hokage was rarely so straightforward, often respecting the girl's opinions. Therefore, for some of his requests, Zimiang could agree. But Zimiang forgot that Kakashi was well-versed in the ways of intimacy. Sooner or later, he would show his true colors. But this was the moon viewing platform, the very place her friends had just occupied. Such directness made her dodge and blush. Refusing, no. Kakashi chuckled softly. Then can you be on top? Before the girl could respond, her skirt was already half removed. Zimiang still tried to stop him, meeting Kakashi's crescent moon-like smiling eyes, but she really couldn't. Zimiang pushed him again, no. Forced to sit on Kakashi's lap, her body straightened, and she could see the top of Kakashi's head. He slightly raised his head, but I want. His movements were swift, not all like a drunk person. He began to speak again, his hot breath brushing her ear, making it hard to imagine how a person's voice could turn hoarse so easily. I missed you when you were chatting with your friends. No, he corrected himself. I was thinking of you while I was eating. But Zimiang spoke in fragmented whispers, like a low murmur. It was you who wanted to go out. Her voice was almost a complaint, losing its tune. I was calling my friends over. Slowly. And work? You want me to do? She was almost in tears. Kakashi lifted her face, pressing her head down a bit, his breath slipping in her mouth, and she unconsciously climbed onto his shoulder, shedding her armor. Zimiang trembled slightly in fear. Little Zimiang, this morning I reviewed the mission report submitted by Naruto. Do you know what he wrote? At this moment, the sixth Hokage was particularly chatty to an annoying extent, but she had no time to respond, barely squeezing out a sound. I don't know. Tears were on the verge of falling. Kakashi sighed. He was assigned an escort mission, but he wrote about sightseeing instead. What a kawaii disciple. Kawaii my foot. Zimiang couldn't stop herself from cursing inwardly. Who spoiled Kakashi to have such a strange habit at this time? Outside, the wind gradually stopped, and the room fell silent. After being thoroughly taken care of, Zimiang comfortably lay in the blankets. Not to mention anything else, Kakashi's service awareness was truly excellent. Chapter 213. What painful circumstances led him to kill his parents after arranging some post-war cleanup tasks for a few kids? Minato finally finished his meal. After eating, Zimiang walked to the training ground at Minato's house, where two boys were sitting on the moon viewing platform, looking up at the sky. Occasionally, they chatted about the Chunin exam. At this moment, as a part-time psychologist, Zimiang should step in. Currently, apart from the matter of Danzo's Sharingan, there was another, one that ran through the entirety of the Shippuden story, Sasuke's departure. This time, she wanted to try hard to keep him by his friend's side, so he wouldn't be alone anymore. What are you talking about? Zimiang sat beside Sasuke, smiling at them. Naruto pouted, looking unhappy. The Chunin exam just ended like this. I can't be promoted to Chunin. This means I can't take on higher-level missions. You can't rush this matter. Zimiang comforted him a bit, patting one of their heads. However, she thought, what if they really got promoted to Chunin? Who would fight the boss in the fourth Great Ninja War? As the saying goes, Jonin fight with pots and pans, while Chunin fight to destroy the world. Without these two lower-ranked main forces, Kaguya might not even be defeated. She continued, this time was a special situation. It has evolved into a defensive war issue. The Chunin exam is held twice a year, so you can participate next year. But Naruto wanted to catch up to Zimiang quickly. He was still unhappy. You were promoted to Chunin at 7, and entered the Umbu the same year. Now you're the captain of the Umbu. If I don't work hard, my Hokage position will be taken away. So that's why. She thought he was sad for some other reason. It turned out it was because her rapid promotion affected Naruto's path. You don't need to worry about that. Zimiang patted Naruto's shoulder, looking like she knew everything. The 7th Hokage position is definitely yours, as long as there are no major changes in the plot. Then why am I not the 5th Hokage? Naruto asked, confused, then he thought of his father. Could it be that my dad won't live to see me become Hokage? What if something happens to my dad in the future? Zimiang was almost laughing at Naruto's outrageous thoughts. No, Minato-sensei's next generation still has Kakashi and Ai and his generation before us. Maybe the 5th Hokage will be Kakashi and Ai? Then why am I not the 6th? Naruto continued to ask. Hiroki and Ai's generation is also not bad. Their abilities are excellent. They should be considered first, right? Zimiang was almost out of ideas. Who knew this kid was so obsessed with the Hokage position? Not only was he obsessed with becoming Hokage, but he was also fixated on which generation he would be. As for the future, who can know? And Sasuke? What does Sasuke want to do in the future? Seeing that Sasuke hadn't spoken, Zimiang, adhering to the principle of not neglecting any friend, sat between the two and asked Sasuke. Sasuke showed no change in expression. Not even stirring his emotions, his answer was still the same as usual. I want to kill Itachi Uchiha and avenge my family. I will help you, Sasuke, Naruto vowed, patting his chest. Your enemy is also my enemy. Itachi Uchiha, right? I will kill him. You don't need to help. Sasuke coldly rejected him. This is my personal matter. It's my hatred to bear. You don't need to go so far. No, we are brothers, best friends. If I don't help you, who will? Naruto countered. The two debated for several rounds over whether to kill Itachi Uchiha together, with Naruto even suggesting, let us duel. Sasuke, whoever wins gets to decide. Zimiang, with a cold expression, bound the two with water whips. Why fight? Didn't I say before that if I see you two fighting, there will be consequences? Do you remember? Her cold face made the two boys wilt instantly. lowering their heads and saying nothing. And about that Itachi Uchiha of yours. Jimin lifted Sasuke's head, making him look into her eyes. Sometimes revenge is not your only option. Your brother might have his own reasons. Sasuke shouted. What reason could justify him killing our parents? Of course, it's about you, Sasuke. But Jimin couldn't fully tell him this, as it would affect the main plot. Even if she said it, the other person wouldn't hear it. Moreover, if she spoke, it could create a butterfly effect that might change the entire ninja world. She didn't want to take that risk. After waiting for a while in silence, Naruto was also stunned by Sasuke's shout. By the time they both reacted, Sasuke had already used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. What to do, Jimin-chan? Naruto looked at Jimin helplessly, suggesting he could go after Sasuke. At worst, he wouldn't have to go with Sasuke to kill Itachi Uchiha. Jimin sensed Sasuke's Flying Thunder God mark and found he was still within the village, so there was no problem. She ruffled Naruto's orange hair and said, Don't worry. I'll go find him. Just wait for me at home. After Jimin finished speaking, she transformed into smoke and disappeared in front of Naruto. Chapter 214. The infiltration of the sound for Sasuke was already feeling mentally disturbed as he walked down the road, touching the restless mark on his body. He didn't know where he should go, just wandering aimlessly around the village. As he wandered, he found himself by the lake where he had learned the great fireball technique as a child. He sat by the lake, gazing at the shimmering surface, which reflected images of his father, mother, brother, and even himself as a family of 4. Was he seeing things? Sasuke rubbed his eyes, but when he looked again, there was nothing. Only the moon's reflection remained on the water, like a mirage. He couldn't help but feel angry and threw a stone at the lake. To his surprise, the water rippled, and Sasuke cautiously drew the small knife from his waist, activating his Sharingan. There were 4 people. Sure enough, 4 figures emerged from the water and approached him directly. The seal on his neck became increasingly restless, as if it had found its kind, burning him as if he were on fire. The first to speak was a girl with long, but average hair. Are you Uchiha Sasuke? Who are you? How did you infiltrate Konoha? Sasuke saw the forehead protectors of the 3 people illuminated by the moonlight and streetlights. They were from the Sound Village. Could it be that Orochimaru had come to find him? Hadn't Orochimaru already been defeated? Why were his people still lurking in Konoha? Was there another conspiracy? Lord Sasuke, we are here to take you away on Lord Orochimaru's orders, the woman continued, addressing him as Lord Sasuke. Don't you want to kill Itachi Uchiha? Being under Kakashi's command. You might not even be able to scratch Itachi's skin. You play house games with the 4th Hokage's son every day, doing trivial tasks. Do you think your skills have improved? At this moment, another man spoke. He looked somewhat strange, resembling a 3-headed, 6-armed figure. He mocked. The 4th Hokage's son has both parents and a harmonious family. He is nurtured with all the 4th's power. And what about you? Uchiha Sasuke? You have nothing left. The more he spoke, the more he found it amusing and even burst into laughter. Sasuke felt a stab in his heart, glaring fiercely at the 3-headed, 6-armed man. In an instant, he moved behind him, pointing his long knife at his neck, and coldly said, What does that have to do with you? Suddenly, the big guy from behind wrapped his arms around him. Sasuke tried to struggle, but his strength seemed to fade away gradually. This person could absorb others' chakra. Sasuke cursed inwardly and quickly performed the Flying Thunder God technique to escape from the man's grip. As soon as he landed, the 3rd man flew over, kicking him down and stepping on his chest, mockingly saying, If you can't even defeat us, how can you face Itachi Uchiha? You're so weak, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke let out a muffled grunt, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by a sound of flute music that wasn't particularly beautiful. Yet it made his consciousness fade. The moon gradually became hazy, just before he completely lost consciousness. He heard a familiar voice that had been hidden in his dreams for a long time. She said, What are you doing to Sasuke? Jimin didn't expect that just a few minutes would allow Orochimaru's minions to sneak into Konoha. If the villagers knew that there were sound ninjas in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen would probably be blamed again. But she couldn't let the 4 in front of her go. If she killed them, Sasuke would have less temptation to leave. Dear Jimin, you're not allowed to kill these 4 people. These 4 people are too important for the growth of many characters. If you kill them now, they will miss a part of their growth process. The people involved in this matter may undergo different changes, and the events may also change. Such variables are not what you want to see, right? Despite these words, Jimin did indeed hold back quite a bit. After severely injuring them, before she could even lock them in the interrogation room, they escaped underground. Jimin emotionlessly retracted her Phoenix Cry blade and squatted down to check on Sasuke's condition. Aside from being under a ninjutsu and having some superficial wounds, he seemed fine. But how could she carry someone so big who was still unconscious back? The flying thunder god technique was definitely out of the question, and carrying him might not be possible either. How about Jimin thought of a brilliant tool for carrying people. She bit her index finger, drawing blood on the palm of her right hand. Summoning technique. At that moment, Sanson appeared. However, after Sanson came out and saw that it was a peaceful Konoha village, with not a hint of danger, it was puzzled, wondering why it was called out. Jimin, feeling guilty, pointed at the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke on the ground, saying that he was under a sound ninjutsu and wouldn't he wake up for a while, but she couldn't carry him back alone. We, Sanson, are the strongest and most beautiful summoning beast. You will help me, right? Jimin blinked her eyes, looking at Sanson with a pitiful gaze. Although Sanson was unwilling, it felt Sasuke looked somewhat familiar, resembling the first boy who signed a contract with him. He must be a descendant of that boy, right? Thinking this, Sanson decided it should take care of him a bit. Sanson didn't know what method it used, but it managed to carry Sasuke on its back, slowly floating in midair, keeping pace with Jimin. It didn't take long for her to bring him back to Minato's house, where, with Minato's help, she sent Sasuke back to his own room. As they were about to part, Jimin thought for a moment and still decided to speak up. Minato-sensei, should we change the system of Konoha as barrier for sound ninjas infiltrated tonight, and we didn't even know? That is too unsafe. Watergate nodded. He had also discussed this matter with Rikuji today and contacted Hai, preparing to replace it after the new one was ready. I will ask the Umbu to strengthen their patrols tomorrow. This period is indeed quite dangerous. However, you must be very careful about Toanzo's matter. Watergate was more worried about this. Toanzo is an ambitious man, and they cannot fathom what Toanzo's actions truly mean. He is a madman, and if he gets provoked, what if he and Chiming perish together? That absolutely cannot be allowed. As for Watergate's feelings for Chiming, they have long since become family. He is like Chiming's old father, and Kushina is more like her mother. But now the child has grown up and is exceptionally capable. While they are happy, they are also worried about Chiming. Every night, Kushina always wants him to sense Chiming's flying thunder god technique. If he can sense it, Kushina will be particularly happy and mark the corresponding location on the ninja world map. If he cannot sense it, Kushina will be extremely worried about Chiming's safety. A mother worries for her child traveling thousands of miles. Watergate understands, but he cannot keep Chiming in the village. Chiming has long been targeted by Toanzo. She has been on secret missions with the Umbu and has not appeared in front of the public, so almost no one knows her whereabouts. Naturally, Toanzo does not know this either. However, just this time, with the bodyguard mission held in the village and the Chunin exams just passed a day ago, Toanzo came knocking. It's really urgent. It's okay, teacher. Chiming smiled. I'll be careful. Besides, if I encounter danger, I can directly fly to your side. At that time, we can take action together. They won't be our opponents. All right. Watergate smiled at her playful demeanor, just as before, ruffling Chiming's hair. Be careful on the way back, and remember to come see me and your Aunt Kushina more often. Chapter 215. Encounter on the bridge after bidding farewell to Watergate. Chiming was not in a hurry to return home and walked slowly along the road. She walked to the bridge near the Southie Shrine, and on the other side of the bridge was the Uchiha clan's territory. That desolate Uchiha clan territory. Chiming had recovered some memories from the Warring States period, and she often wanted to go back to see the Uchiha clan. But just thinking about how hard Taijima and the others worked to build the Uchiha clan, only for it to be destroyed overnight, filled her with sorrow. The lively Uchiha had turned into a sea of corpses. Every time she thought of this, her hatred for Toanzo grew a little more. Sooner or later, she would cut off Toanzo's head and place it in front of the Southie Shrine to honor the souls of the deceased Uchiha. She stood in the middle of the bridge, and the people below had no idea what she was thinking. They just silently watched her. Tobarama had been an observer for too long. He was always accustomed to watching Chiming from a distance. In his eyes, Chiming was more of a quiet person. Although she appeared more lively on the surface, her heart was very indifferent. Sometimes he wanted to ask her, but he couldn't take that step. Self-discipline and propriety were Tobarama's self-evaluation. But this time, Tobarama wanted to say more, to ask more, to understand Chiming a little better. At least he didn't want to be just an observer anymore, but a participant, a listener. So this time, Tobarama walked from the bottom of the bridge to the top and stood next to Chiming. The cool breeze brushed against his face, making his cheeks feel ticklish. He turned to look, and it turned out that it was the girl's hair blowing against his face. He instinctively tried to grasp the girl's hair, but before he could hold it in his hand, the wind blew it away again, just as the wind could bring the girl close to him. It could also blow her away. Tobarama? Chiming pulled herself out of her memories, and, upon seeing Tobarama, her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the person standing beside her. When did you arrive? How come I didn't notice you? Tobarama smiled and said, I saw you standing here, so I came to take a look. He also looked at her and continued, What are you thinking about? Why don't you go home? Chiming sighed, I was thinking about how I, along with my father and brothers, worked so hard to build the Uchiha clan, but now I can never see it again. This time, it was Tobarama's turn to be surprised. When did she recover her memories? How much does she remember? Does she remember what they said before? Tobarama dared not think further. He didn't dare to ask her. He was still the same timid boy from decades ago, and in her eyes, his cleverness and bravery seemed to vanish. I haven't even seen the glory of the Uchiha clan. Chiming sighed again. I'm sure there won't be another opportunity in the future. Tobarama thought about what he should say, something like I'm sorry. If he had been a little more tolerant toward the Uchiha clan, would the outcome have been different? The Senju clan is left with only Tobarama and the master. Chiming said regretfully. She had a sad look on her face. Nostalgia was her flaw, something she never wanted to change. But whenever she recovers part of her memories, she always thinks of the two families' prosperous days. The two major families that laid the foundation for Konoha. How could it be that just as it reached the fourth Hokage, both families were nearly in decline? Tobarama was not surprised by the decline of the Senju clan. He and his brother only had one child, who gave birth to Tsunade, so it was normal for the line to be passed down alone. It's okay. The village's children are our children, Tobarama said with a smile. And they are also the children of the Uchiha clan. Chiming also smiled, but the village has never treated the Uchiha as one of their own. If it weren't for my Senju surname, which granted me many privileges from this clan and the protection of my master, I would have definitely been abducted by that old thief Tuanzo to the roots and turned into a killing machine without feelings. Let's go home, Chiming. Tobarama saw that it was already very late and wanted to take Chiming back to the Senju clan, who knew that as he was about to hold her wrist. She skillfully dodged and bounced ahead of him, saying, Let's go, Lord Tobarama, we still have work tomorrow. Tobarama withdrew his hand, watching the girl bounce ahead, feeling a pang of sadness. Did she remember everything? How is it that he didn't do anything or say anything, and she was just happily bouncing away? Lord Tobarama, what are you dawdling for? He saw the girl turn back, flashing a bright smile and waving at him. I'm coming. But upon seeing the girl's bright smile, Tobarama instantly lost his temper and smiled as he followed her. This time, let it be natural. He was not good at things like this. The more he did, the more he would annoy the girl. The two returned to the Senju clan together. Tobarama, citing the danger of the night, personally escorted Chiming back to her small courtyard. Tobarama originally thought that it was so late that Uchiha Madara must be asleep, but unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Uchiha Madara was sitting there in a daze, staring at him as if he were a police officer catching a criminal. You're back. Uchiha Madara glanced at the two who returned together and asked in a calm tone. A simple sentence of concern made Senju Tobarama feel a hint of danger. He instinctively took 2 steps back, warily watching Uchiha Madara. If he were to attack in the next second, he would use Flying Thunder God to escape immediately. In any case, Madara would not harm Chiming, but he would definitely harm him. Preserving himself was the method Tobarama currently used to deal with Uchiha Madara. You can leave now, Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Madara couldn't be bothered with this child's antics. He always felt that Tobarama was a bit more mature than Izuna. But in front of him, they were all the same. Not as cute as little Izuna. Come with me to my room, little Izuna, Madara said and turned to head back to his room. Tobarama, you can go back first. See you tomorrow. Izuna politely bid farewell to Tobarama before following Madara inside. To be honest, she felt a bit apprehensive. What if Uchiha Madara wanted to do something to her? Then she would. As soon as she entered Madara's room, a burst of tea fragrance wafted in, almost identical to the scent of camellia. Could be camellia flower tea? How long had it been since she had camellia flower tea? In her memories, she vaguely remembered that every summer, when there was no war, they would dry tea together with Taijima, and they would brew last year's dry tea this year. The refreshing tea aroma paired with sweet but not cloying pastries was her favorite thing to do in summer. It would be even better if she could hold the adorable camellia in her arms. It was so wonderful that she missed it a little. Little Izuna, just as she thought of camellia, a snow-white cat jumped in her arms. Fortunately, she managed to hold on. Otherwise, this little cat would have pounced onto the ground. Little Izuna, why did you take so long to see me? I missed you so much. Izuna hugged her while rubbing her little head and walked to the moon-viewing platform to sit down. Their moon-viewing platforms were connected, and just a few steps further was her room. The evening breeze gently blew, ringing the bells hanging from the eaves, creating a melodious sound. Madara had brewed a pot of tea for her and handed it to Izuna, then slowly said, "While I wasn't around, I suppose very few people made you camellia flower tea." Izuna picked up the tea, lowered her head, and took a sip. It was no different from decades ago, and she couldn't help but sigh comfortably. Indeed, after work, one should enjoy a little tea to relax the mind and body. And petting a little cat. Life wasn't so bad after all. Camellias seemed to enjoy it. Izuna lovingly stroked Camellia's fur. "Brother Madara, did you call me here for something today?" She had intended to call him Nisan, but felt it was awkward since she had lost her previous memories, so she changed the term of address. As for what the matter was, Madara wasn't sure how to communicate with the current Izuna. They had been apart for so long that it felt like they had become strangers. "You don't need to worry about that Danzo matter. Just leave it to me. I will retrieve Shirsue's eyes and the Uchiha clan's eyes," Madara said softly. Izuna quickly waved her hands. No, Brother Madara, let me handle Danzo first. If you act, he might die, and then how would I figure out what he really wanted to use me for?" However, in Danzo's eyes, it was nothing but the position of Hokage. But now, with Minato in his prime, stepping down from the Hokage position was nearly impossible. The only option left was assassination. Although the idea of assassinating Minato was abstract, it was better to be safe than sorry. They needed to understand the opponent's moves to plan better. Madara was quite willing to hear her reasoning. But Danzo had to die, sooner or later, whether it was by injury or by Izuna's hand, it didn't make a difference to him. Danzo used Shirsue's Kodoe Mitsukami to control me, making me restrain teacher Minato in Tobarama. Izuna recounted honestly. "I suspect he may have ulterior motives, but there must be more than one person involved in this plan. I need to root out my colleagues." Madara was taken aback. He was somewhat dazed. In the past, little Izuna didn't like playing politics or dealing with interpersonal relationships, but now it seemed she had made many friends, numerous teachers, and even dabbled in politics. Undoubtedly, he could guess what Danzo's intentions were. Since the massacre of the Uchiha clan, his goal had been singular, to seize power. But the Uchiha clan in the village was still thriving, with many talents emerging, while the Hyuga clan had already settled around the village, not participating in these wars. And the Senju clan was even worse, with only Tsunade being the only notable talent left. Among the three major clans, the Uchiha clan posed the greatest threat to them. How could Danzo not eliminate the Uchiha clan? Moreover, now that Danzo had been exposed, if he wanted to rewrite history, he had to become the victor. Only the victor could write history. Then you go do it. Madara had nothing more to say. He always supported whatever little Izuna wanted to do. As long as he wanted, he would always be there to protect her, and there wouldn't be any trouble. Izuna took another sip of tea, gazing at the wind chimes swaying in the breeze. Shouldn't she start preparing to leave the village soon? Or should she wait until the day Sasuke left? "By the way, Brother Madara, come with me to the Umbu tomorrow." Izuna suddenly recalled the mission Minato had assigned that morning. "Your task is just to protect me." To cover his appearance, Izuna pulled out several masks from a scroll and suggested he pick one to wear. Camellia seemed very interested in these masks, jumping down from Izuna's arms and walking back and forth. Most were cat masks, but each one was different. If it were Madara, Camellia chose the simplest one. After all, Madara was too outstanding, and pairing him with an extravagant mask would seem a bit over the top. Izuna also thought the unadorned cat mask looked better. She lifted the mask slightly and tried to place it on his face. However, due to his hair, it couldn't be worn properly, and she wondered if she should lift his hair a bit. She muttered to herself, "This hair really needs a trim." As she brushed aside the strands that covered his eyes, she fished out a few clips from her pocket and pinned his hair behind his ears. But at that moment, when she looked up, she met the gaze of an exceptionally handsome man. The man gazed at her, his eyes bright, like candle flames ignited in the deep night, staring straight at her and saying, "Is this okay?" Izuna was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back, causing the cat mask in her hand to slip and fall. Fortunately, Madara was quick and caught her while also grabbing the cat mask. He directly put the cat mask on his face to hide the sorrow in his eyes. "Little Izuna is still afraid of me." Izuna seemed to come back to her senses, feeling a bit flustered, holding Camellia in her arms and explaining, "Brother Madara, you look good wearing it like this. When you have time, I'll help you fix your hair." "Fix my hair?" Uchiha Madara touched his hair. It was indeed a bit long. Should he tie it up like Izuna? Let's talk about it later, Madara said with a hint of a smile. "Or why not help me tie my hair up like Izuna?" Izuna thought for a moment. It wasn't a bad choice. But Madara's hair was the most crucial part. It wasn't that he couldn't tie it up. It was fine. "Don't worry, Brother Madara. I'll help you trim it shorter later. She insisted on maintaining Madara's signature feature. Madara poured Izuna another cup of tea. After finishing this cup, it would be about time to sleep. But the girl always had something to ask, Brother Madara. Can you teach me how to use the Sharingan when you have time? I always feel like I haven't unleashed its full power. Madara pondered for a moment. That ability to alter time would only hasten the end of little Izuna's life. He didn't want that. He wanted to extend this time a little longer. Chapter 216. The Embrace on a Thunderstorm Night. Izuna suddenly wilted, looking at Uchiha Madara with a pitiful expression. Ban had seen that kind of gaze from her before. Whenever she showed such an expression, he would almost surrender. But this time, he wore a mask, and no one could detect the deeper gloom beneath it. He softly coaxed her a couple of times, suggesting it was almost time to sleep, reminding her that she had work in the dark department the next day. Using such a clumsy excuse, he urged her to leave the room and end the topic. Jiming was not oblivious. She naturally understood and obediently said good night before leaving the room. After returning to her own room, Jiming looked at the camellia cat following her, which skillfully and naturally jumped on her bed, claiming its own space. She didn't say anything. After sleeping together for so many days, she had already gotten used to it. After a simple wash, she hurriedly covered herself with a small quilt and went to sleep. That night, she slept for a while when she suddenly heard a faint sound, like a handful of crushed pearls being scattered onto a jade plate, gradually thickening over the years. Was it rain? The first rain of early autumn. In her days, she recalled the celestial phenomena she had observed that night. The sky had changed, and this was what it referred to. The raindrops fell through the sparse gaps in the tall trees in the courtyard, gathering weight on the eaves, eventually forming a string of crystal-clear beads that continuously fell. The sound of the rain kept amplifying in her ears, vaguely hinting at something. Jiming's palms slowly became sweaty, her brows furrowed as she turned over. Reaching for the edge of the bed, thinking there was no one there, she unexpectedly touched the rough hair of a man. The sound of the rain grew more urgent, and Jiming almost sat up, curling into a ball. Ban, is that you? The girl's voice had already taken on a crying tone. Even though the rainy night was deep and bitter, Ban heard her cries. However, he recalled the girl's previous resoluteness towards him and didn't want to respond. He knew he was there, and little Ji would probably be scared now. As long as he called out again, he would agree. Outside, the lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, startling the heavens and the earth, illuminating the room for a moment. And soon after, the rain became heavier. Jiming involuntarily curled up, burying her face between her legs and quietly sobbing. She didn't understand why she was crying. She just felt increasingly afraid listening to the sound of the rain. Ban waited for a long time without hearing her call again, secretly conceding in his heart that he, as her older brother, had to cater to her. He resignedly lit a cluster of candlelight, and in the next moment, he saw a figure rush towards him. He stumbled forward, barely steadying himself. The girl's slender figure, carrying the fragrance of camellias, softly enveloped his back, instantly feeling like he was holding countless camellia flowers in summer. Jiming tightly wrapped her arms around Ban's waist, her tear-streaked face pressed against his back. Ban naturally felt the cool dampness on his back, and his heart tightened, feeling as if it were stabbed with a knife. The man turned around, embracing the girl in his arms, gently soothing. It's okay, I'm here. Jiming's sobs gradually weakened, but her tears continued to flow. Seeing he couldn't free his hands for a moment, Ban simply carried the girl back to bed, covered her with the quilt. At this time, the camellia had already woken up, looking worriedly at Jiming, then at Ban. It had known since childhood that Jiming was afraid of thunderstorms. During such weather, she would tremble in a corner like a fragile doll, crying softly. At such times, Ban, Taijima, or Izuna would appear beside Jiming, accompanying her through the stormy night. But it didn't know the reason and had never learned why from the three of them. Every time during such weather, the camellia could only watch helplessly, hoping they would come quickly. Thankfully this time, both Ban and it were by little Ji's side. The two lay on the bed, with Ban cautiously pulling her into his embrace. Seeing she made no resistance, she nestled in his arms like a lovable little cat. Saying nothing, Ban knew the reason Jiming was afraid of thunder. One reason was due to a mistake they had made. Ban gently patted Jiming's back, waiting for the girl in his arms to gradually breathe steadily, his thoughts drifting back to that rainy night. It was the reason Jiming was afraid of thunderstorms. That was 15 years ago in Konoha. Ban couldn't quite remember the events of that year, but he remembered this incident particularly well. That day he, his father, and Izuna went out on a reconnaissance mission, thinking they would return home on time that night, but unexpectedly encountered an ambush from the Senju clan and other ninja clans. Their relentless pressure forced the three of them into a retreat. When another person tried to kill him, Ban raised his long knife and delivered a heavy blow, severing the enemy's head, blood splattering across his face. He withdrew his long knife, watching the endless stream of blood flow to the ground, pooling into a puddle of blood. His father and Izuna came over, confirming that all three were fine before they quickly ran home. As soon as they arrived home, thunder roared, and the rain began to fall. Taijima remarked, "Thankfully we returned early. Otherwise, we would have been drenched." He then looked at his two blood-stained sons, urging them to wash up quickly and not to let their sister see them smelling of blood. Ban and Izuna thought the same. But as soon as they returned to their courtyard, he, perhaps due to his sensitive senses, heard the sound of a girl crying. He didn't even have time to wash the blood off his face and dashed to Jiming's room. With a loud bang, the girl was clearly startled, and her crying stopped. Another deafening thunderclap illuminated the room, revealing the fear in the girl's eyes. She retreated in terror until she was backed against the wall, trembling, biting her lip tightly, her face pale. Ban almost forgot that he still had unwashed blood on him. He rushed over in a panic. Who knew he tripped and almost slid to the ground? He carefully looked at little Ji, worriedly asking, "What's wrong, little Ji? What happened? Tell me, big brother." Jiming's eyes were filled with terror, especially when she saw the blood on his face. She almost screamed, but only managed a few hoarse cries that made Ban's heart feel like it was breaking. When Izuna came over clean, Ban placed Jiming beside Izuna and went out alone. The dream was Jiming's companion, along with the camellia. Ban called both the girl and the cat over and asked them everything. Only then did Ban learn that earlier that afternoon, a boy from an unknown clan had come here to cause trouble, and in his reckless actions, Dream only wanted to stop him. But unexpectedly, the boy bizarrely fell to the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices, collapsing right in front of Jiming. Jiming nearly screamed, hiding behind Dream, her trembling hands clutching her sleeve. Chapter 217. The old matters of Tobarama that night. For some reason, the sky seemed to be in a tantrum, rumbling with thunder and rain, making a fuss. Jiming could only hold Dream's hand, unable to sleep for a long time. Later, Dream thought Jiming had fallen asleep and got up to handle the matter of the suddenly deceased boy. But unexpectedly, such a thing happened. She felt mixed emotions. "Lord Ban, it's my fault for not keeping an eye on the young lady. Please punish me." Ban felt bad too. To him, the reason Jiming was afraid was not just witnessing someone bleeding from their 7 orifices, but the real fear was perhaps the thought of being forgotten on every thunderstorm night. Believing Dream would always be by her side, only to find out Dream had left too. She was scared that she would be captured again, becoming a lonely and helpless person. "All right, Dream, from now on every rainy night, you must always stay by little Ji's side." Ben no longer pursued Dream's killing, but instead focused on the fact that she wasn't by Ji Ming's side. Yes, Dream could only comply. By midnight, Ben had cleaned the blood off his body and entered Ji Ming's room, finding the 2 children tightly cuddled together, their small faces almost identical. Ben couldn't help but chuckle softly as he tiptoed over to them. However, as soon as he got close, Ji Ming's innocent and frightened eyes looked at him, and Ben felt nothing but heartache. He carefully leaned in and gently comforted, "Don't be afraid. Nisan is here. Sleep well. Nisan will always be with you. No matter what thunder and lightning, Nisan will help us little Ji deal with it." He awkwardly coaxed for a long time before finally lulling Ji Ming to sleep. From that night on every thunderstorm night, on special days, Ban would come over whenever he had the time. If Ban was unavailable, then Izuna and Taijima would come instead. No matter what he was doing, Ban just wanted to provide little Ji's family with a sense of security during her most fearful moments. Ji Ming slept in a daze and was awakened by the cold. The room was completely dark, and she couldn't lift her eyelids. She fumbled for the warmth in the blanket and fell back asleep. Ban had not yet fallen asleep. At this time, the sleeping posture of a girl was restless. Just as he was lost in thought, a wave of coolness swept into his arms, and then the chill gradually melted away as a branch of camellia climbed up his body. He couldn't help but sigh and pulled the blanket a little tighter. Having not slept all night, Ben quietly got up from the blanket just before dawn, covered little Ji with the blanket again, and then silently left the room. He first returned to his room to change into a new outfit. He initially thought about wearing the red armor, but then reconsidered that it was armor worn during wartime. And now it was a time of peace, so there was no need to wear armor all the time. After rummaging for a while, he ended up putting on the Uchiha clan leader's attire again. This was his usual outfit. After changing, he knelt in front of the mirror, picked up a wooden comb placed on the cabinet, and simply tidied his hair. He grabbed a hair tie and casually tied his hair into a ponytail. While tying, He remembered little Ji saying last night that she didn't like his ponytail. Ban let his hair down, hung his mask at his waist, and pushed the door open to leave. This time, he was going to find Tobirama. If he guessed correctly, Tobirama should be the first person Ji Ming summoned. And it had probably been several years since their last meeting. He wanted to know what had happened during those years, at least what had happened to little Ji. When he arrived at Tobirama's courtyard, Tobirama had just finished washing up and was sitting in front of the tea stove, brewing the first cup of tea. It's strange that Tobirama had developed a habit of drinking tea. He used to only drink plain water. But on the day they exchanged gifts, Tobirama had the first cup of tea brewed by Ji Ming. It was summer, and the camellias were in full bloom. Therefore, the tea served to guests by the Uchiha family was also made from their sun-dried camellia flowers. The first sip was a bit astringent, but then a refreshing fragrance instantly invaded his mouth. This taste felt very much like the scent on little Ji. That day, he asked little Ji for the camellia tea and continued to drink it. This habit has continued to this day. When Tobirama saw Ban coming, he showed no change in expression, washed another teacup under the flowing water, and placed it on the opposite side. He had only recently taken up tea brewing because little Ji liked to drink tea, so after returning from the gift exchange, he specifically sought out a teacher to learn. However, he never had the chance to brew it for little Ji before he died. Finally, the aroma of tea gradually emerged. Tobirama first poured a cup for Ban, then poured himself a cup. The remaining tea continued to warm over the fire. Your tea brewing skills are getting better, Ban praised after taking a sip. When asking for something, it's necessary to show some attitude. Tobirama didn't care about what he said, raised an eyebrow, and asked, so early in the morning, what brings you here? He didn't believe Ban would come looking for him without a reason. If anyone understood Uchiha Ban, it would be Senju Tobirama. Not only as an enemy, but also as little Ji's brother, he had his insights. Ban remained silent for a long time. The only sound in his ears was the bubbling of the tea, followed by the crisp sound of ceramics clinking. At that moment, Ban finally spoke. Can you tell me how little Ji has been doing all these years? The tea was still brewing, and Tobirama changed the water. He didn't know where to start, whether to begin with the war or the matter of resurrection. To be honest, during the days Tobirama had been summoned, he felt that little Ji had changed somewhat from before. Her attitude towards them had become very unfamiliar. She rarely called him brother, more often referring to him as sir, a distant term. Yet she had also become quite lively, complaining about tasks when they were difficult, sleeping from dusk to dawn on her days off without leaving her room, and crying out when tired from training but still getting back up to train again. This little Ji was vastly different from the little Ji of the Uchiha clan. The previous little Ji was always gentle and quiet, and studious was her hallmark. She excelled at whatever she did, whether it was the water release technique or the flying thunder god technique that he taught her. She would always grasp it well by the next time they met. She was a perfect child with no flaws, which might have been the previous evaluation of little Ji. Thus, little Ji became the object of desire for marriage among the various clans, and the threshold of the Uchiha clan was nearly broken. Intermarriage within the Uchiha clan was not a rare thing, but Tobirama knew Ban could not do that. Intermarriage would make their bloodline even purer, which was something that neither major ninja clans wanted to see. Maintaining the balance among the major clans was the first challenge in establishing the village. Chapter 218. We all came too late. Ban and Tobirama argued day after day until the village was on the brink of war again. In the end, it was little Ji who stepped forward and chose Senju Tobirama. Tobirama knew that they had no so-called feelings, just a marriage between two clans. Tobirama? Ban waited for a long time, but received no response from Tobirama. The tea was about to boil, and he must have fallen into memories just like last night. Senju Tobirama? Ban called again. Tobirama gradually came back to his senses, looked at the tea, added more water, and finally spoke. Actually, I arrived just a few years earlier than you. As for how little Ji has been over the years, she merely became a Chunin at 7 and joined the Umbu, continuously executing dangerous missions in the shadows. When severely injured, she might lie in the hospital for several days. But through diligence, she eventually became the captain of an Umbu squad. However, her ocular abilities seem to have only awakened recently. Tobirama was more concerned about Ji Ming's Sharingan abilities. He had conducted related research, and awakening at 14 was truly too early for the previous little Ji. Moreover, he wondered if this newly awakened was exactly the same as the one in the previous life. I hope you can guide her. Tobirama rarely made such a request. Looking at Ban, there was no doubt that Ban was an incredibly powerful ninja using the Manjiki Sharingan, and after Azuna's death, he evolved into the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, which elevated his abilities even further. In this village, other than him, No one else could teach little Ji about the Sharingan. The moment she heard that she would enter the Umbu at the age of 7, Madara couldn't help but feel heartbroken. In the past, the 7-year-old Izumi was slowly starting to learn ninjutsu under their guidance, while in this life, Izumi had to face the harsh reality of life and death at just 7 years old. Tobirama, we have come too late. After saying this, Madara left Tobirama's courtyard. After some twists and turns, he returned to Izumi's courtyard, where she had already gotten up. She walked into the living room, wearing the same black robe as him, except for the family crest on her chest, which was different. His was Uchiha, while hers was Senju. Brother Madara. Izumi looked up and saw Madara, feeling a bit embarrassed as she touched her nose. She couldn't forget how she had cried in his arms last night. On that stormy night, she hadn't been so sentimental before. It was just that her nightmares had increased in frequency, but this kind of loss of composure was a first. Let's go to the main hall for breakfast. Madara didn't mention last night's events much and walked behind her. The Senju family crest was particularly prominent, and he stared at it for a long time before accepting that Izumi was already a member of the Senju clan. Perhaps she had been for a long time. If he hadn't insisted on crashing their wedding that day, would the outcome have been different? Madara didn't dare to think further. He didn't understand why being summoned by Izumi had turned him into such a sentimental person. He had never had these feelings before, mostly indifference, with occasional emotions only lasting a moment. Was it the extreme that led to a reversal? Madara chuckled. It's fine, in this life. He wanted to be more like his mother, without the so-called family, without the so-called village, and without the need to suppress his emotions. Brother Madara, we'll first register in the Umbu and then pick up our uniforms, Izumi said as they walked. Recently, most of the tasks I've been responsible for are within the village, such as monitoring Danzo and checking for spies in the village. We also need to review enemy village ninjas. All right, Madara replied. These tasks were not a big deal for him, except for the matter concerning Danzo. Izumi continued to share some details about the tasks with Madara. The two gradually reached the main hall, where the servants had already served breakfast, and Tobirama was seated. It was rare for Shizen to have breakfast at home today as well. Shizen had already learned about Uchiha Madara's existence from Izumi and had accepted it to a high degree since meeting Senju Tobirama. She respectfully greeted the two, Lord Madara, Lord Tobirama. Then she smiled at Izumi. Good morning, Izumi. What are you going to do today? The quick change in her attitude left Izumi a bit bewildered. She sat next to Shizen, eating breakfast while complaining about the work of the past few days. She spoke vividly, especially about the battle with Orochimaru, making Shizen feel as if she were there. However, Shizen was more relieved that Izumi was safe. Come to the hospital later, Shizen said. Lady Tsunade has reviewed a lot of information about your eyes recently. You should come for another checkup, right? I almost forgot about these eyes are going to go blind. Izumi said. Okay, I'll go check it out after work. Izumi took Uchiha Madara to register in the Umbu and approached the staff at the uniform pickup window, saying hello. Please give me a set of work clothes in size 179. When Madara heard such a precise number, he was taken aback. When did Izumi secretly measure his height? Was it while he was sleeping? Madara couldn't help but imagine a scene. He was lying in bed resting, and Izumi quietly approached his bedside, took out a measuring tape, and carefully flattened his hair. If she made even a slight noise, he would wake up. She measured from head to toe, pulling the tape back little by little until it rested on his feet, managing to measure his height. The girl must have joyfully run out to share this with Izuna first, and then continued to share it with Taijima, with the only condition being not to tell him. Thinking of this, Madara couldn't help but smirk. Fortunately, the mask concealed everything. No one could see anything but his black pupils. After Izumi received the work uniform, she led him to the Umbu changing room. We also need to get a tattoo. Although there were specialized tattoo artists for this mark, Izumi figured Madara wouldn't want anyone else touching him. To avoid any disputes, she planned to do it herself. Brother Madara, you can change your clothes first, Izumi instructed, as she needed to prepare the materials. Who would have thought that this man had no intention of being modest at all? Directly removing his outer robe right in front of her. Startled, Izumi quickly covered her eyes, almost screaming, Brother Madara, how can you undress in front of me? A fleeting glimpse of his abdominal muscles flashed in her mind, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. It's nothing. Didn't we always do this before? Chapter 219. A familiar strangeness. Madara's nonchalant attitude made Izumi feel a bit awkward. Although she and Madara were indeed very close with Izuna in the past, her memories had not fully returned, and she had almost no intimate memories of the three of them. But after searching for someone last night during the storm, what is this called? A very strange sense of familiarity. I'm done changing. During the brief moment, Izumi was lost in thought. Madara had already changed into a black tight-fitting outfit and a gray vest. What do we do next? You sit on the stool. Izumi was just grinding the vermilion in the porcelain dish, and then she half-squatted next to Madara's right side. The moment the brush touched his right arm, Madara involuntarily flinched. The foreign sensation made him feel a bit unaccustomed. Izumi thought she might have applied too much pressure and quickly said, "Did I press too hard? I'll be gentler." Madara didn't speak, and the sensation of the brush grew increasingly pronounced. Her hand was steady and quick, and soon she had finished one arm. Then the girl moved to his left side. As soon as Madara lowered his head, he could see her deep black eyes focused on his arm. Her fingertips gently gripping his arm, applying no force just to support it. Izumi intended to avoid too much contact with Madara, but for some reason, her hand trembled easily, and she missed the mark several times. She had no choice but to press down on Madara's arm with her other hand. The lines of the man's arm were particularly defined. Just her gentle touch made his muscles tense up. Is he that sensitive? Izumi thought, hastening the pace of coloring, and completed the second mark. All done. Izumi wanted to stand up again, but unexpectedly her leg went numb, and instinctively seeking a point of support, she fell right into Madara's embrace. Madara opened his arms, lightly encircling her, not daring to breathe too heavily. The distance between them was like this incomplete embrace. After enduring the numbness in her leg for a while, Izumi stood up from his arms, tidying her skirt, her expression calm as if nothing had happened. In reality, Izumi's heart was screaming. This was her first time falling into Uchiha Madara's arms while fully conscious. When she fell into his embrace, her heart had already leapt up, fearing that Madara would throw her out the door the next second. Thankfully, she could only pretend to be indifferent, straightening her skirt. She organized everything meticulously, as if she wanted to smooth out every wrinkle. Looking at Ziwan, he felt an endless bewilderment swell within him. He had always thought that Ziwan possessed a beauty that was different from the Uchiha clan, an indescribable beauty that felt somewhat ethereal and insubstantial, like the oxygen gradually fading as fireworks ascend into the sky, or like an old dream that one can never grasp. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Ziwan turned to him, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Banji, why don't you give yourself a code name?" The person knocking entered, and the light from outside quietly fell on her thin and fair face. They chatted warmly for a while, and only then did Ziwan introduce this person to Chong. "This is our team's new member." Chong nodded and greeted the masked man. "Hello, I'm Chong." Ban pondered for a long time before replying. "Hello, my name is He. Lord He." Chong silently noted down the name. This man was not the so-called guinea pig. His killing intent was even more terrifying than the girl beside him, and he naturally recognized him as a man like Lord Suki. He decided to address him as Lord as well. "You must be from the Nara clan, right?" Ban just glanced at the man's facial features and recognized that Chong was from the Nara clan. This family had close ties with Tobirama, and he had seen them a few times, which he remembered. Yes, there are also Sazin and the others in the team. Chong did not expect that the person in front of him would actually know him, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. "I hope Lord will take care of me." "Chong, I've called you over to arrange for you and Sazin to interrogate the enemy ninja we captured alive." Ziyuan interrupted their conversation. The interrogation department might not cooperate too well. It would be troublesome if you could put in more effort on your side. Any news can be sent to the Senju clan for me. "Yes, Captain." After Chong received the task, he left. The room was left with only Ban and Ziyuan. The integration of the roots was set to begin today, and Ziyuan thought of the order that Danzo had given her yesterday. In order to act convincingly, she decided to make a trip to the roots to convey this message to Danzo. "Let's go. We should head to the roots first," Ziyuan said as she took Ban and flew to the nearest stop to the roots. She looked at the small underground palace that lacked sunlight. Standing still and addressing the two guards, "I have come in response to Lord Danzo's summons. I need to report something to Lord Danzo." The two guards exchanged glances, and one of them went in to report to Danzo. Only one guard remained, staring intently at them. The guard felt uneasy. Ziyuan's name was already well known among the Leaf Ninjas, becoming a Chunin at 7, joining the Umbu, and becoming a captain at 14. Only the once genius Uchiha Itachi could compare to her. The number of people she had killed was likely more than those he had ever seen, and the man standing behind her, though masked, exuded an undeniable killing intent. "Lord Danzo, can you please hurry up?" Just as he thought this, Danzo emerged, leaning on his cane. To act more convincingly, Ziyuan knelt halfway, lowered her head, and respectfully said, "Lord Danzo, Lord Suki is starting the integration of the roots today. Is there anything you need me to do?" Her respectful demeanor made Ban feel somewhat uncomfortable. How could someone like her, who had never knelt before him or his father. Kneel before Danzo? Forget about whatever thoughts Danzo had. It would be easier to just eliminate him and resolve everything. Danzo was not surprised by the execution. He simply acknowledged it and continued. Drag him along for now. Let him come back in a few days. There's a peace meeting going to the Wind Country in a few days. Let Minato go. Ziyuan found it strange, but still respectfully nodded. Yes, Lord Danzo. Then, Lord Danzo, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Danzo waved his hand, dismissing her. He leaned on his cane. This matter could not be delayed any longer. While he still had leverage over the pieces, maximizing their use was what he should do now. When Ziyuan came out of the roots, she first took Ban to the place where Tobirama was working. After all, it was crucial to get the testimonies right. Tobirama was surprised to see them and asked, "What happened? Is there something going on?" "Lord Suki, I have something to report to you." Ziyuan was, of course, handling official business, completely different from her home life. Here, she didn't need to wear a mask or kneel. She could stand or even lie down, so she was a bit more casual, just saying that the roots will be integrated later. "What is the reason?" Tobirama stopped his work, looking up at the girl. "To cooperate with my mission. I have an undercover task." "Cooperate with your work?" Tobirama chuckled lightly. Since she said so, he had no words of refusal and nodded. "All right, then write up a report after you finish your work, and I'll continue with my arrangements." In the days leading up to the exam, you sent them to investigate the border and unexpectedly stumbled upon one of Orochimaru's strongholds. Tobirama said, "I plan to send several teams to hunt down Orochimaru." When Orochimaru was mentioned, Ziyuan recalled being trapped inside a snake, shivering at the memory. However, there was no need to hunt down Orochimaru. Uncle Snake was impossible to kill. "Lord Suki, I think it's unnecessary to go to such lengths. It's enough to monitor Senior Orochimaru." Ziyuan suggested, "It would be better to arrange more personnel on the way to the Wind Country for the meeting. Although Minato-sensei is incredibly strong, he could still be outnumbered or ambushed. This trip to the Wind Country is crucial, not only to discuss the treaty between the two countries, but also to protect Mr. Jukyu's brain." "How do you know Minato is going to the Wind Country?" Tobirama was even more surprised. As a direct guard of the Hokage, he hadn't received this news yet. Little Ziyuan, as a subordinate, has already received the news? Ziyuan put on a mysterious expression. "Of course, I have my channels. Grandpa Hiruzen also needs to arrange a guard team." Gon was more worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen. In just 2 days, the third Hokage had become the subject of everyone's scorn, which was detrimental to Hiruzen's safety. After all, after dedicating his life, how could he end up with such a reputation? Minato also told me about this. Tobirama pondered, likely guessing that someone was pushing this from behind and figured out who it was, but he believed that person wouldn't treat his comrades like this. "I will send someone to investigate this matter." After discussing work, Tobirama naturally shifted to family matters, leaning back in a chair with his hands clasped, looking at the girl in a comfortable posture. "By the way, this morning Shizen sent you to the hospital to check your eyes. What happened to your eyes?" "I think it's due to overuse. I'm going to see my master," Ziyuan replied honestly, just in case Tobirama, the science fanatic, had a way to prevent her from going blind. "Then go see Tsunade." Tobirama nodded, indicating he understood, if there's nothing else. "You and Ban can go ahead and get busy." The brief conversation came to an end. A few days passed like water. And today was the day before Minato's trip to the Wind Country. Kushina had sent a message early on asking them to come over for dinner. Jiraiya had returned from his long journey, and Tsunade was also taking a rare day off. The whole family gathered at the Namikaze household. Chiming was still in charge of making tea, sitting by the tea table on the Suki no Shida, carefully heating the tea. On the left sat Minato, Kakashi, Obito, and Jiraiya, while on the right were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tobirama, and Madara. Madara sat a bit farther away, as he was not yet acquainted with these people, quietly listening from the side. The men's conversation revolved around work. Minato looked worried, saying that this trip to the Land of Wind would take a month. Leaving Konoha for a month, which was an experience he had not had outside of wartime. Chiming understood his thoughts immediately. He just didn't want to leave Kushina behind. There had been several previous missions, but they were short or he had brought Kushina along. This time, however, the nature and danger were different. Minato didn't plan to let Kushina go, especially since she was pregnant with the tailed beast, so it was safer for her to stay in Konoha. "I'll go with Obito," Tobirama said. "The affairs in the village can be looked after by the monkey and little Chiming. If you have any uncertainties, just ask Madara," he added. This arrangement made sense. Kakashi was to take the 3 kids on a mission, and someone had to stay in the village, making it reasonable for Tobirama and Obito to go together. "Okay, Lord Suki," Chiming replied obediently, pouring more tea into their cups. When she reached Jiraiya's spot, she brought out a jar of wine and handed it to him, whispering, "This is the grape wine I brewed with my master 2 years ago." Jiraiya smiled as he accepted it, taking a sip. The rich flavor filled his mouth. It was indeed good wine. But thinking about the information he had gathered over the past few months, he couldn't help but frown. "Take Naruto with you," he said. Minato was surprised. "Jiraiya-sensei, are you going to take Naruto personally?" He'll be overjoyed. He had been concerned about the news Chiming brought back from the Land of Water. He had been investigating for years and found that an organization was collecting tailed beasts. "Minato, you're busy, and the attributes of Lord Suki and Naruto don't match well. The old man is too old. It seems it has to be me who takes him, especially since Naruto being apart from Kushina is safer," Jiraiya explained logically. The child of prophecy. Is it Naruto or Minato? Then we'll trouble you, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato said, grateful. Jiraiya had taught him a lot as a teacher and was now going to teach his son, which he appreciated immensely. "I will gradually unlock the 8 trigram seal." Jiraiya continued. "Perhaps one day he will really need that power, and I want to teach him how to use it." Chapter 220, expressing longing out loud. How about bringing Sasuke along? This suggestion came from Sarutobi Hiruzen. They had initially put Sasuke and Naruto in the same class. Not only because the two children were familiar with each other, but also for a crucial reason. Sasuke's Sharingan could control tailed beasts. That kid Sasuke. Jiraiya took another sip of his wine. "Sasuke is lightning and fire. I don't have much to teach him. I think he could continue learning beside Chiming or Kakashi. Both of them have lightning attributes that suit Sasuke." Chiming, sitting beside Jiraiya, smiled and declined his suggestion. "I probably won't have much time to teach him anymore. I've taught him everything I could." She had been training with Sasuke for several years, and he had learned most of her techniques. Now, his focus should be on improving the speed of his technique release and physical skills. Most importantly, he needed to awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan. Moreover, she might not be able to stay in the village much longer. Coincidentally, Sasuke happened to overhear this. He had intended to see what they were discussing and whether they needed any fruit, but unexpectedly caught Chiming's words. Hidden behind the door, he couldn't quite understand what she meant. Did she no longer want to continue teaching him? Or would their encounters become fewer and fewer? He continued to listen. Now it was Kakashi speaking. "But that kid Sasuke still has to take revenge on Itachi. I persuaded him several times to let go of his hatred. But it hasn't worked. Itachi once worked under me. That kid is a genius, just like Chiming, becoming a squad leader early on and awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. I'm afraid if he keeps being so obsessed, he could really die." Kakashi's words were not mere alarmism. He knew Sasuke was hiding behind the door. In a normally taciturn, Kakashi rarely spoke so openly. He just wanted Sasuke to understand the difficulty of this path. "Itachi, that kid." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his cigarette, his eyes filled with melancholy. "If only I had been more resolute back then. Perhaps then this child wouldn't have to bear so much. Third Hokage, this isn't your fault. I was the one in power at that time. If I had intervened earlier, perhaps Itachi wouldn't have made such a drastic decision." Minato sighed. But back then, his power hadn't tightened yet. The higher-ups' words always constrained him. He had only been sent on an overseas mission, and when he returned, the Uchiha clan had been annihilated, leaving only Sasuke. Minato had taken Sasuke in, raising him close. During those days, Kushina cried the hardest, almost collapsing from her sorrow. Minato was nearly exhausted, having to deal with the aftermath of the Uchiha clan, while also taking care of his 3 family members. Fortunately, Rin always came to help them. But before Kushina fell ill, Minato ended up in the hospital first due to overwork. After lying in bed for a day and night, when he woke up, Kushina was at his bedside, watching over him. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Kushina's crimson eyes, and his heart ached. He reached out to hold her hand, his voice hoarse. "Kushina, this time it's all my fault, but Naruto and Sasuke are still waiting for us to take care of you. Let's not cry anymore, okay?" As Minato said this, Kushina was already in tears. But from that day on, Kushina recovered and slowly held the family together. Until now, Minato had kept this matter in his heart, like a thorn pricking his chest. However, regarding the matter with Danzo, once it was clarified, he could restore Itachi's innocence. Chiming said, "I believe that although the Uchiha wanted to revolt back then, their disloyalty hadn't been revealed, and they also had a willingness to talk. Danzo killed them without giving them any chance. Thankfully, other countries did not take advantage at that time. Otherwise, the Fourth Great Ninja War would have started a decade earlier." "I will," Minato said solemnly, not only for the name of the Uchiha clan, but also for the brothers Itachi and Sasuke. He didn't want them to shed each other's blood. "I hope that after Sasuke learns the truth, he can let go of his hatred towards Itachi, Kakashi added, sounding as if he was deliberately speaking to Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had been hiding behind the door, silently left and returned to his room. Lying on his bed, he looked at the family photo and the picture of Team 7 on his desk, and he fell in a deep thought. He stroked the labeled head. Did Itachi really have unspoken difficulties, as Minato said? But what could possibly be so difficult that Itachi could kill his beloved parents and clan? Sasuke couldn't understand, couldn't grasp what that incident with Danzo was about, nor did he know what the political machinations behind it were. From his perspective, Itachi was simply the one who murdered his parents. The grudge against his parents must be avenged. The meal lasted a long time, especially for Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Hiruzen, who hadn't seen each other for a long time. They drank jug after jug of alcohol. Even Tobirama drank a lot. His face flushed and half collapsed on the sofa. Minato and Kushina had already gone back to their room to rest, as they were set to depart early the next morning, so they went to bed quite early. Naruto, Obito, and Kakashi also returned to their rooms early to rest. In the living room, only Madara and Izumi remained sober. And Izumi looked at the drunken crowd and couldn't help but sigh. Madara, can you keep an eye on them? I'm going to the kitchen to make a hangover soup. As for Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Hiruzen, that was understandable, but even Tobirama drank so much. Izumi thought Tobirama was usually very disciplined and wouldn't touch things like alcohol that would hinder his work the next day. Who would have thought he would drink 5 or 6 bottles today? Indeed, two kinds of people cannot come from the same master. She quietly watched the fire, and the wind outside had picked up, making the cherry blossom tree at the entrance sway back and forth. Is it going to rain? Izumi couldn't help but think about what happened last night. How could they hug each other so naturally and intimately? Aren't they siblings? Izumi. A voice in the darkness stopped her footsteps. Sasuke? Why hasn't he gone to bed yet? Following the voice, Izumi walked to a narrow storage room and saw Sasuke standing there, not sure what he was looking at. Sasuke? Sasuke was clearly startled by her, his pupils dilating in the dark. He had merely murmured unintentionally, but she heard him. What's wrong, Sasuke? Izumi thought something might have happened, so she stepped closer, almost getting in his face. Sasuke took 2 steps back, his foot hitting a wooden box, making a muffled sound. It's nothing, nothing. Sasuke could only manage those 2 words. He didn't know what to say to the girl in front of him. The longing hidden in his mind was on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't want to tell her anything. Why are you still awake so late? Izumi also took 2 steps back, chatting with him as usual. I can't sleep, Sasuke replied, looking down. He didn't know what was going on tonight. Every time he lay down, images of his parents dying at Itachi's hands flashed through his mind. That ruthless Itachi didn't seem like someone who had any unspoken difficulties at all. Chapter 221. Madara Uchiha's memory. However, Naruto, lying the next bed, was snoring loudly. Unable to stay in the room, Sasuke walked out, initially planning to sit on the moon viewing platform, but he found Izumi and the others still drinking in the living room. He had to find another quiet place to sit and ended up in this narrow, enclosed storage room. He sat on a box, peering through the windowsill for a glimpse of moonlight. Little did he know, he had called out to the person he missed. That person appeared before him, her big eyes filled with concern as she looked at him. Is something wrong? Izumi asked. You can tell me. Seeing him looking down in silence, Izumi guessed the reason. She spoke directly, asking, is it about Itachi Uchiha? They say seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Izumi continued, but what you saw when you were 6 years old, was it really what Itachi wanted you to see? You probably don't know much about Itachi, nor do you understand the evolution of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Sasuke might not even know about Tsukuyami. Do you want to know? But Izumi still respected Sasuke's wishes. If he didn't want to hear it, she wouldn't elaborate. Sasuke nodded and said, go ahead. The Sharingan has 3 stages, 1 Tomo, 2 Tomo, and 3 Tomo. The more Tomo, the stronger the ability. After 3 Tomo comes the Manjiki Sharingan, like Itachi's eyes and mind. However, excessive use of the Manjiki Sharingan can lead to blindness. To eliminate the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan, it needs to be fused with another Manjiki Sharingan of the same bloodline to become the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Furthermore, each pair of Manjiki Sharingan has different abilities. For example, Obito and Kakashi's ability is Kamui, which sends objects to another dimension. Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan abilities are Tsukuyami, which can pull others' minds into an illusionary space, where all factors including time, place, and quality are determined by the user. His right eye is Amaterasu, also known as the black flames that never extinguish, which can unleash a wide range of black flames to burn the opponent. Izumi looked at Sasuke, who was completely overwhelmed by the vast amount of information, and couldn't help but sigh. She softened her voice and said, "Sasuke, isn't there a possibility that what you saw on the night of the massacre was just what Itachi wanted you to see?" "I don't know." Sasuke was stunned. He had never considered this possibility. Since that night, Itachi had been the person he must kill in his lifetime. He had to abandon the feelings he had accumulated over the years and become a cold-blooded avenger. But now, someone was telling him that all of this was an illusion. Didn't he know how to respond or accept this news? "It's okay. Think about it carefully." Izumi reached out and touched Sasuke's head, comforting him gently. "This time, I hope you can live for yourself, not be bound by revenge." These words pierced Sasuke's heart like a thorn, making him frown, feeling both touched yet extremely troubled. This feeling of annoyance had been entangled with him for a long time, especially with the girl in front of him always saying things that made him waver. "Let me heat up some milk for you." Seeing him looking down and not speaking, Izumi thought he was deep in thought and wanted to give him a quiet environment. She returned to the kitchen, took milk from the refrigerator, poured it into Sasuke's cup, and put it in the microwave to heat. After a 5-minute wait, Izumi thought about bringing the milk to Sasuke before returning to take care of those drunken fools. Madara Uchiha waited for a long time, but still did not see Izumi return. He pushed Tobirama, who was slumped on him, got up, and went to the kitchen to look for her. However, he found the kitchen lights on, but no one there. He panicked for a moment, but was relieved to sense that Izumi was still in the building. Madara circled the kitchen, searching the rooms, and finally saw her shadow at the door of a storage room. His hearing was much better than that of ordinary people, and he leaned against the wall, listening to the conversation between the two kids inside. "I'll heat up some milk for you." Madara silently left the area and returned to the living room, thinking that little Izumi would be back after delivering the milk. He sat quietly, looking at Tobirama, and fell into memories. Madara remembered that ever since Izuna died, the most he heard was little Izumi telling him to let go of this so-called hatred and build a harmonious Konoha together. But back then, how could he let go when Tobirama had stabbed little Izumi in the chest? Even though he used the time reversal ability of the Manjiki Sharingan, the underlying damage still lingered in Izuna's body. One stab had killed the two people Madara loved the most. In the end, only he was left alone in the Uchiha clan grounds. Unable to protect even the person he loved most, Madara couldn't understand the purpose of the village created by Konoha. He wanted to end the war and create a peaceful environment. But what he hoped for was that this peaceful environment could protect Izuna and SH-10. Yet, both Izuna and SH-10 left before him. Meanwhile, the culprit was still alive. Just as Tobirama once said about him, the wolf had broken its chains, filled only with a furious roar. However, Madara was reluctant to kill Tobirama. As long as Tobirama was around, there was someone to talk to. For instance, now Tobirama once again leaned against his leg, and Madara merely scolded him, all while covering him with a blanket. It was not a good time to catch a cold in this season. After a while, SH-10 finally returned, carrying a pot of hangover tea, placing it on the coffee table. Each of the four served themselves a bowl, with Madara responsible for getting the men to drink it, while she half-kneeled beside Tsunade, holding her in her arms, gently calling out, "Master, drink some hangover soup." Tsunade mumbled, "I want a drink." Alcohol. SH-10 was speechless. Several members of the family were alcoholics. It was one thing for Tsunade to drink, but why was Tobirama also drunk beyond recognition? She ignored Tsunade's plea for alcohol, forcefully pried open her mouth, and poured the hangover soup into it. Watching her Adam's apple move slightly, SH-10 knew she had managed to get it down and then placed her on the blanket. Next, she covered Tsunade with another blanket, considering it a job well done. Feeling relieved, SH-10 walked over to help Madara. After ensuring everyone was settled, she covered them with small blankets. The two then quietly left the Namake's household. This time, it was rare for SH-10 not to use the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Instead, she strolled back slowly. Over the past few years, SH-10 had been moving around outside, and the CH-9 exams were a brief vacation for her. Aside from some simple tasks from Yambu, she could clock out at the end of the day. Living such a leisurely life was something she had never experienced before. She also had ample time to observe the changes in the village. "What did you find out when you went to see that little girl from the Senju clan today?" Madara casually asked. He could roughly guess it might be the negative effects of the Manjiki Sharingan, but he also thought about the treatment Tobirama had done for her. How could it be such a burden? Moreover, if there was truly a problem, it would be right to seek him out. That pair of eyes was still hidden in her space. "Just remind me to use the eye drops," SH-10 said shyly. "I was too busy before and always forgot to use them. I might have overused my eyes during the CH-9 exams. Be careful. If you experience blurred vision, Remember to come find me, Madara said. In any case, there's still a backup plan. If it really comes to it, Shirsue's eyes would also work. As long as it's a pair of Manjiki, it should be adaptable for SH-10. Chapter 222. It would be better if she were blind. SH-10 muttered a few words. You Madara don't know medical ninjutsu. What use is it to find you? Who knew that? Madara overheard it. His ears seemed to be as sharp as a hawk's, able to hear even the faintest sounds. He countered her remark. I won't let your eyes go blind, even if I'm not a medical ninja. SH-10 paused for a moment, realizing the nature of their relationship, and her eyes widened in shock. He wouldn't want to give his eyes to her, would he? That absolutely cannot happen. She would rather be blind than let that happen. SH-10 responded dismissively, deciding to skip this topic for now. What if it really came to that? Would she accept it or not? Noticing that SH-10 had no desire to continue the conversation, Madara fell silent as well. The two walked back to the Senju clan grounds in silence. Before returning to their respective rooms, Madara called out to SH-10 again. He sensed that she might be upset and thought he should soothe her. Otherwise, if she went to bed with a stomach full of anger, she would definitely have trouble sleeping. SH-10, Madara called, and she turned to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion, asking, what is it? Madara pulled out a candy from somewhere and, with a firm grip, opened her hand to put it in. I won't trade my eyes for yours. So please don't be angry, okay? SH-10's heart softened. She wasn't really angry. But for Madara to take the initiative to apologize and even sense her feelings made her unable to keep a straight face. She unwrapped the candy, put it in her mouth, and smiled, saying, the candy is very delicious. Thank you, brother Madara. And I'm not angry. Madara stared at her intently. Such a bold and passionate gaze made SH-10 feel a bit overwhelmed. She quickly said goodnight and dashed back to her room. The night grew deeper, and Konoha was gradually entering autumn. SH-10's thin blanket had turned into a heavy cotton quilt, and a camellia lay in her arms. Looking at the camellia, she felt a moment of daze. It had nearly been a month since she took the camellia. Time flies so fast. Wait, had she forgotten something very important? Dealer. SH-10 baby, Kakuzu's money is due in a week. The dealer's reminder finally made SH-10 remember Kakuzu. 35 million. Where'd she find 35 million to give to Kakuzu? SH-10 regretted boasting earlier. She had even forgotten the traditional bargaining methods. Dealer, baby, you can exchange gold coins for ninja coins. SH-10, but I want to keep them to find my previous memories. Dealer, you can take this opportunity to escape the bill. It's not a big deal. Though the words were said, what if Kakuzu came to Konoha? SH-10 sighed deeply, deciding to think about it in a week. Perhaps by then, she could take down Danzo and inherit his wealth. The property of a clan should be able to exchange for many bounties, right? SH-10, why aren't you asleep yet? The camellia poked its head out from under the covers, its sapphire-like eyes staring at her. Is something wrong? Camellia, do you know anything about my past? SH-10 asked, finding an excuse. I'm already a bit fuzzy about the past. I feel like I've been split apart. To you and Brother Madara and Tobarama, I seem to be someone else, but to others, I'm a different person. But I don't remember what I was like before. These things didn't really affect her, but she was just like in her previous life, searching for herself to become more complete. In any case, no matter what, she would love deeply. You might as well ask Madara directly about those questions, Camellia suggested. He might understand better than I do. Well, I have my senses. SH-10 has already turned into a girl similar to a Yamato Nadeshiko. She is gentle and patient with people and things. Camellia continued. You are one of the few medical geniuses within the clan, so you have a high reputation. Many come to seek you out, but you treat every patient with utmost diligence. If the previous SH-10 was a gentle and patient young lady, now you are more lively, capable of getting angry, complaining, and even bickering, making you seem more like a living person. The former you is more like a god worshipped by the Uchiha, a god that cherished the world. Listening to Camellia's analysis, SH-10 felt a similar sentiment. Looking at myself through the space-time tunnel, myself from the Warring States period truly had a divine quality. Except for that day when I got drunk and acted out against Madara. What was it that caused her to suppress herself? ZH Ming did not continue to ask, and instead fell asleep in a daze. Mizuki had left for several days, and the village was relatively peaceful. The only lingering matter was the rumors about the third Hokage. Naruto had already set off on a journey with Jiraiya. Sakura continued to study medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, while Sasuke took on most of the missions. He was quite restless, needing an endless number of tasks to fill his life. Occasionally, Kakashi would take him along on missions, but Kakashi was also busy. It seemed that Team 7 had become virtually non-existent overnight. Another mission to catch a cat. Sasuke caught the cat in half the time allocated for the mission and returned it to the mission center. He wanted to take on another task. But the third Hokage informed him, Sasuke-kun, you have taken all the missions for the past few days, and there are no other assignment for you at the moment. You should go back and rest. Chapter 223. Uchiha Itachi returns to the village. Sasuke wandered aimlessly on the streets of Konoha. Halfway through, he thought about finding Kakashi to ask about the upcoming training schedule. Who would have thought that when he arrived at Kakashi's door, he found several Jonin gathered around. Sasuke felt it was quite strange and pushed through the crowd to ask Kakashi, what's wrong? Before Kakashi could answer, another ninja entered, someone Sasuke recognized, Aoru from the Yamashiro clan. Before he could steady himself, he asked, I heard Uchiha Itachi has returned? As soon as he spoke, the Jonin inside fell silent. When Aoru noticed that Sasuke was also present, he inwardly cursed himself for saying the wrong thing. Where is Uchiha Itachi? That kid wouldn't dare come back to Konoha. Guy quickly tried to defuse the situation. I only heard it through rumors. Aoru chimed in with Guy's words, praying that the young man before them would believe what they said. But Sasuke was no fool. Kakashi was considered an elite Jonin in the village. Logically, no one could injure him like this. Could it be that he really came back? Then who was Uchiha Itachi's target if he didn't come to find him, but instead went after Kakashi? Sasuke couldn't help but remember a night when he inadvertently overheard D.H. Ming and the others discussing the mission to capture the Nine Tails. Was it for Naruto? Was it for Naruto? Kakashi? Sasuke almost shouted, but Kakashi lay in bed, unresponsive. The silence from everyone was his answer. He pushed past Aoru and ran out quickly. Once outside Kakashi's building, Sasuke told himself to calm down. He needed to remain calm. Naruto had his flying thunder god technique, so no matter where he was, he could teleport to Naruto's side. Uchiha Itachi had long planned to return to the village. After communicating with Kisame, he said nothing further and followed him back to Konoha. During the journey, he heard many rumors about the third Hokage, even some about the so-called truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre being linked to the third. With such widespread rumors, Uchiha Itachi always thought that the third's life and death were unpredictable. It was about time he returned to check things out. Upon arriving in Konoha, he went to the dessert shop he used to frequent and ordered 4 skewers of dango and hot tea. The dango here was quite delicious, no wonder Mr. Itachi always talked about it. Kisame also changed his usual behavior, finishing 1 skewer of dango, and, while drinking tea, sensed a familiar chakra approaching them. Kisame couldn't help but feel excited. The mission he entrusted to them was completed quite well. If they discussed it, there was a good chance they would be invited to a meal. As Kisame pondered, a girl lifted the curtain and walked in. Seeing Z.H. Ming in a dark robe, white inner clothing, dark skirt, white leg stockings, and black wooden clogs, with a string of sparkling beads around her neck, she looked elegant, like a camellia flower. Next to her stood a man wearing a mask, with long black hair down to his shoulders, dressed in a black robe and gloves, with a family crest embroidered on his chest. Kisame recognized this family crest from the clothes Mr. Itachi often wore. He was somewhat surprised and said to Uchiha Itachi, Mr. Itachi, this man's family crest is the same as the Uchiha clan's. Itachi also looked up, revealing his red Sharingan. He assessed the situation, right? That crest on his chest is indeed from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi? Kisame? Z.H. Ming looked surprised at the two in front of her, though she specifically came for them. But in life, is it not essential to have a bit of performance? What brings you two to Konoha? She asked in a quieter voice, pulling out a chair to sit across from them. After eating 2 skewers of dango, her hot tea had lost its warmth. Mr. Itachi said he missed home, and we happened to be on a mission around the Fire Country, so we came back to take a look. Kisame explained their presence. During this time, Z.H. Ming also ordered 2 skewers of dango. Madara probably didn't like sweets, so she only ordered him a cup of hot tea. Listening to Kisame's reasoning, it seemed reasonable. Passing by home to take a look was nothing unusual. Z.H. Ming raised her eyes to the silent Uchiha Itachi and casually asked, Itachi, have you been feeling better lately? Asking about his health seemed to have become a recurring topic every time they met. Uchiha Itachi felt somewhat melancholic. Their connection had begun with his illness. Well, I suppose it's gotten better, Uchiha Itachi thought to himself. He knew his body was likely just a result of pent-up emotions, compounded by the side effects of the Mangeki Sharingan. He wouldn't live for many more years. Have you finished your medicine? Z.H. Ming asked again. But this illness ultimately required the one who tied the knot to untie it. Whether he could recover depended more on Uchiha Itachi himself. In Z.H. Ming's view, Uchiha Itachi seemed to have left himself in the Uchiha clan's land, unwilling to step out. He used this brief warm time to endure each day and night after the massacre. Soon, Uchiha Itachi thought. The medicine she prescribed, he took on time every day. It wasn't so much hope for life, but he couldn't waste her intentions. He still had half a bottle of eye drops left. Let me take your pulse again. The usual checkup began. The girl's slender fingers pressed against his pulse, and amidst the noisy dessert shop, Uchiha Itachi could clearly hear the sound of his heart beating. Thump, thump. He felt a bit scared and wanted to retract his hand, fearing the girl might hear his secrets through his pulse. But he was reluctant. The more anxious he became, the faster his heart raced. Finally, the girl's hand left his wrist. She took out paper and a pen from a scroll, leaned over the table, and began writing a prescription. After a moment, Ming pushed the prescription in front of Uchiha Itachi. You should go get the medicine according to this. Boil it in warm water, 1 bowl each for breakfast and lunch. The most important thing is, Itachi, you need to come out of your past. Ming said with piercing eyes. You shouldn't trap yourself in the past. Kisame couldn't understand what the two were talking about. He just obediently listened. As he listened, he unconsciously glanced at the man sitting across from him. The man across from him hardly showed any expression. The hot tea on the table had gradually cooled down, changing from steaming to almost no steam at all. What interested Kisame the most was the man's weapon, which stood beside him, a fan connected to a scythe, quite intriguing. He wondered what would happen if that fan touched a shark's skin. At the moment when Kisame was in a trance, Ming and Uchiha Itachi had already finished a brief conversation. Ming thought of Kakashi and asked, Where are you two leaving? You both have names listed on the wanted posters. Wandering openly in a ninja village isn't a good thing. Besides, with my identity here, who knows, I might just arrest you in the next second. Chapter 224. The third Hokage is assassinated. She said it lightly, hoping to quickly send these two big Buddhas away so that Kakashi wouldn't suffer any more unwarranted disasters. Lying down for several months was simply too exaggerated. Not only did it delay missions, but it also caused Kakashi secondary mental trauma. She actually hoped for a happy ending for Kakashi. Otherwise, a lonely scarecrow would be too lame. We'll leave after we eat. Uchiha Itachi didn't give a specific time and popped a dango in his mouth. Ming sat upright. Since Uchiha Itachi wasn't leaving, she wouldn't either. Keeping an eye on Itachi and sending him off from Konoha was the wisest choice. By the way, doesn't your organization have someone named Kakuzu? Since there wasn't much to do, Ming chatted a bit. I owe him a bit of money, but I'm currently tied up with missions. She said this with a tragic expression, almost on the verge of tears. If I can't pay on time, someone as powerful as him will definitely come after me. How can a weak woman like me stand against him? Seeing that both men had focused their attention on her, she continued, Could you two please inform Senior Kakuzu? I will definitely pay him back. Ming said earnestly again. This was the first time the three had seen her like this. Uchiha couldn't help but ponder who this Kakuzu was. He had never seen little Ji owe money to anyone before. Looking at her expression, it seemed she owed quite a lot. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's wealth had made little Ji live in hardship? Or had Tobirama, that brat, already taken all the Uchiha clan's assets? Madara was a bit confused and thought he needed to interrogate Senju Tobirama thoroughly today. No, he also needed to ask little Ji. Kisame also found it strange. As a descendant of the Senju clan, she should know others' money. Still, Kakuzu, that money-grubbing man, how did they know each other? He glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who was silently eating dango, while his inner thoughts attributed Ming's embarrassment to himself. If the Uchiha clan hadn't been exterminated, perhaps the girl wouldn't have to face borrowing high-interest loans for survival. We'll deliver the message. Uchiha Itachi agreed, finishing the last bite of dango, preparing to stand up, saying to Kisame, Let's go, Kisame. Finally, these two big Buddhas were leaving. Ming quickly got up and followed behind them, seeing them off to ensure peace of mind. Of course, they couldn't leave through the main gate. The two of them stealthily made it outside the village, and Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't run into Kakashi yet. Therefore, there was no chance of Kakashi being poked for 3 days and nights just by being seen. She also resolved the temporary trouble of Kakuzu. She thought she was quite clever and hummed a little tune on her way home. Madara walked up beside her, his expression hidden behind the mask, and asked in a stiff voice, How did you come to owe someone money? Is it because the mission's salary isn't enough? Or is it that the Uchiha clan and Senju clan's assets aren't enough? The more he spoke, the more he felt it was implausible. The combined wealth of the two clans was almost half of Konoha. How could it be insufficient? There must be some reason. Little Ji was so gentle. It was hard to believe she was deceived, so he felt he had to find out who Kakuzu really was. No. Ming shook her head. Those are family assets. I can't use them. It's not because Kakuzu threatened me. Jiming guessed Madara would blame it on deception or something, but it really wasn't. She simply explained, Kakuzu is a bounty hunter. Some innocent people shouldn't die, so I spent money to buy their lives. Upon hearing this reason, Madara couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed little G's style. She used to like treating others for free, and now it evolved into spending money to buy lives. It was truly her unchanging character. Tonight, I'll go and discuss the Uchiha clan's assets with Tobirama. Madara didn't continue to question, since it was something little G wanted to do. He had no reason not to support her. Money is dead, people are alive, she should take what she deserves. The Uchiha clan only has as few left. It would be pointless to save it until we're in coffins. Okay. Jiming was almost in tears, feeling immensely grateful. She didn't want to spend her gold coins to exchange for ninja coins. If reliable Madara could resolve it, that would be the best. Speaking of which, Danzo's organization has started planning these days. Madara changed the topic. As they had been working together, their conversations had increased significantly. I think we should send someone to keep an eye on it. I'm not too confident in others, so I might as well go monitor it myself. Jiming thought for a moment. I'll go keep an eye on it. Madara, aren't you supposed to find Lord Tobirama tonight for something? That matter isn't urgent. I don't feel at ease with you monitoring alone. Madara disagreed. They had been going in and out together these days, hardly separating except for sleeping. So how could he be at ease with little G monitoring that old fox alone? Tobirama's disciples, each one sharper than the last. Moreover, this was an old thief hiding underground. It's fine. Jiming smiled and said, this isn't my first time on such a mission. I'm used to it. She had come out of the Umbu at 7 and had been active until 14. What kind of scenes hadn't she seen? It was just Danzo. What problems could she encounter? Her casual remark left Madara momentarily speechless. If only he could have come a little earlier. Before they could act, Jiming and Madara were urgently summoned back. Smoke signals rose into the sky, and Jiming stood in the small courtyard, feeling something was wrong. It came from the direction of the hospital. She grabbed Uchiha Madara's sleeve, and soon the two flew to the top of the hospital. Besides the two of them, other Umbu personnel from different divisions had gathered. Tobirama stood in the center, solemnly saying, the third Hokage has been attacked. He is currently in the operating room for emergency treatment. Our mission is to fully search for the perpetrator, Shimura Danzo. Chapter 225, Danzo's Confession. Jiming's heart sank as she looked at Tobirama and asked, is Lord Hizashi seriously injured? But he has the rebirth armor, so he should be fine, right? She thought. She never expected that the rebirth armor would be used at this moment. Danzo's changes had caused the entire situation to shift. However, she only hoped they could survive. A knife pierced his heart. The director said the prognosis is grim. Tobirama sighed. This isn't the time for sadness. To kill the former Hokage in front of the Umbu is simply a dereliction of duty. Organize a 4-man team centered around sensory ninjas and set out immediately to capture the perpetrator. As the team leader, Jiming looked at her subordinates, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, and assigned them to Tobirama. You three go follow Lord Suki. I will go check on Lord Hizashi's condition with he. The three responded and dispersed. Van looked at the expressionless Jiming, walked to her side, and held her hand, saying, these unexpected events are not something you can decide, so don't blame yourself. Danzo won't escape either. His words of comfort were stiff, and Jiming lost the will to continue responding. Instead, she walked to the operating room on the second floor. Sakura was waiting for her at the door of the operating room. When she saw Jiming approaching, she hurriedly greeted her, saying, Master asked me to tell you that Grandpa Third will not die as long as she is here, so don't worry. Go do what you need to do. There was no point in asking further, so Jiming nodded, took Sakura's hand, and earnestly said, I'm counting on you, Sakura. Don't worry, believe in our master, Sakura smiled. Her smile like cherry blossoms in March, always reassuring. Jiming let go of her hand, glancing back 3 times until she could no longer see Sakura before they used the flying thunder god to travel. There was no other reason. She had long known that Danzo had ulterior motives, but she never expected him to openly attack the first Hokage in the village. So early in the morning, she had left a flying thunder god seal on Danzo. The landing point was in a cave outside of Konoha. When they arrived, Jiming saw the back of a white-haired man. He was always sighing. Ever since learning about Danzo's actions, Tobirama had been sighing continuously. How could it be like this? 7 young children, each better than the other, whether in righteousness, strength, strategy, or their feelings for one another, were all exceptional. How could they not survive to old age? Tobirama silently looked at the bloodied Danzo and couldn't help but ask, Why, Danzo? Sarutobi was your peer. You've supported each other all these years. How could you do this? Tobarama's almost accusatory words pierced Danzo's heart like a thorn. He grimaced, his voice nearly hoarse. Why? Teacher Tobarama? The real culprit is you. Why am I not as good as Sarutobi Hiruzen? Why am I not the third Hokage? Tobarama sighed again, almost resigned, and said to Danzo, now do you understand why? If I had chosen you to be the third Hokage, Sarutobi would never have questioned me like this. You are capable of planning and are a competent politician, but Danzo, you have never been brave. You hide behind others, while the monkey always steps forward first. Those piercing words made Danzo's expression darken. He couldn't help but recall that day when the 8 of them were on a mission, chased by countless pursuers. Tobarama had briefly gathered them together, and he remembered the teacher saying that someone needed to act as bait, and Sarutobi stepped forward. He had hesitated. Going this time, returning alive, was almost impossible. Danzo realized himself. His cowardice was evident when Sarutobi raised his hand. But after Sarutobi finished speaking, Danzo couldn't help but wonder if he had spoken first. Would the position of Hokage have been his? Would he and the monkey have never reached this point? Teacher, if I had raised my hand back then, would you have chosen me? Danzo cast one last hopeful glance at Tobarama. His teacher simply replied, yes. Tobarama said, this Hokage is either yours or the monkey's, but the monkey stepped forward first. Danzo probably understood. If 70-year-old him could send a message to 17-year-old him, he would definitely say, be brave. Once you take that step, everything will follow. Kill me, teacher. Danzo had lost the will to live. After so many years, meeting his former comrades in arms and then dying at his teacher's hands could be considered a good ending. Standing outside the cave, Jiming suddenly couldn't stand still. This man was in no hurry to kill. All the dirty deeds he had done over the years still needed to be exposed, especially the reputation of the Uchiha clan and Itachi's name. Moreover, that Sharingan. Wait, Lord Tobarama. Jiming called out to Tobarama and brought Uchiha Madara inside, feeling inexplicably more confident this time. What he had done was more than just this. He had to be sent to the interrogation department for questioning. Also, she approached Danzo and with a water-made whip, bound him so he could not move. Jiming roughly tore off Danzo's bandages, revealing a 3-tomo Sharingan. I'm taking back what belongs to the Uchiha. Tobarama was shocked when he saw the Sharingan, exclaiming, Danzo, you even stole the Uchiha clan Sharingan? You really should die. I thought you were protecting the village. I didn't expect you were doing it for yourself. Who taught you this? Tobarama's series of questions left Danzo dumbfounded, unable to answer anything. Indeed, when he exterminated the Uchiha clan, he and T thought so much that Konoha Tsukumi would certainly bring about change for Konoha, as long as it was him. But he could never gather a complete pair, only having one left, which, after using it once, would mean years of closed eyes. Thus, there was almost no opportunity to achieve anything. But faced with his teacher's accusations, he couldn't say anything for a moment, just listening in silence. He only wished for death. After all, his life would end here. What history wrote about him no longer mattered. Danzo replayed his life in his mind, the most memorable part being the time when the 7 of them trained together with their teacher. That time was so carefree that it led him to only be able to recall that period for the rest of his life. This I must be returned to the Uchiha. Jiming directly pinched Danzo's face, pressing one hand against his eye without mercy. Just like how he had ruthlessly killed the Uchiha clan, just like how he had ruthlessly acted against Sarutobi Hiruzen. The pain of his eye being torn away made Danzo scream, his hoarse voice echoing throughout the cave, creating a series of reverberations. Hoarse and piercing. Jiming placed Shurisue's eye in a saline solution and tore off the bandages from his hands again, exposing an armed Sharingan. Seeing this scene, Tobarama was even more speechless with anger. He turned his head away, unwilling to look at anything. Why? Where did the mistake come from? Why did Danzo harbor such hatred for the Uchiha clan? Was it due to his past policies? Or did he think the Uchiha clan would threaten the Senju clan's status? Tobarama could never understand. He also didn't want to look anymore. He didn't want to continue caring for the disciple from his previous life. Whatever happens, happens. Chapter 226. Master, believe in me, hurry up. Tobarama shouted, urging to hurry back and check on the monkey. Jiming was too lazy to continue talking and directly began to extract the eyeball, leaving not a single Sharingan for him. After all the operations were completed, Danzo no longer screamed. His face was ashen. He relied on old memories to endure the pain of having his flesh ripped away bit by bit. In an instant, Danzo came back to his senses and looked at Jiming, almost incredulously asking, aren't you affected by my Konoha Tsukumi? Why? I was just pretending for you. Jiming kindly explained, "Your Kodo Amatsukami is too far from Shursue's. To me, it was just a game." Danzo laughed, having planned for half a lifetime, only to lose everything in the end, defeated by the Uchiha clan's people. "Lord Tobarama, I am against you." Gio snorted, unwilling to continue talking to Danzo, and walked over to Madara's side, placing a hand on Madara's body, ready to use the flying thunder god technique at any moment. They flew to the interrogation department. Tobarama tossed the person to Ibiki, leaving a sentence. "Interrogate well and report any findings directly to me." Ibiki, who always respected this head of the Umbu, naturally agreed, "Yes. Lord Tobarama, I will report any situation." For now, the matter with Danzo was temporarily settled, but follow-up work still needed to be continued. The most important thing now was the safety of the third Hokage. Although Gio wasn't overly worried due to the existence of the resurrection armor, he was just unsure when Hiruzen Sarutobi would wake up. "Let's go check on the monkey at the hospital." Tobarama called out to the two people behind him. "But what about the other Umbu members?" Gio hurriedly caught up, looking at Tobarama and asking, "What about the others? Now that we've captured Danzo, aren't they returning to the team?" "They have other missions. Their task is not to pursue Danzo," Tobarama replied as they walked. "They went to pursue the Root members." "Root? Have they already fled?" Gio asked again. "Not exactly. It's just strange that Root has vanished without a trace. I'm afraid they might be heading towards Minato." Tobarama's concerns were not unfounded. Given Danzo's mindset, it wouldn't be surprising if he did something. The three arrived at the surgery room, where Tsunade was already pushing someone out. Hiruzen Sarutobi was covered with a white sheet, lying peacefully on it. The big smoke he used to love to smoke was no longer within his reach. He was just lying there quietly. "How is it, Tsunade?" Tobarama hurriedly asked. "Is the monkey okay?" "Not too good." Tsunade lowered her head, her mood unusually low, but he still maintained basic vital signs. "I'll go look through the medical books again. There must be some way to save the old man." "Ah. What should we do?" "As a teacher, shouldn't he?" "As a teacher, should he do something for his students?" Tobarama clenched his fists weakly, looking at the increasingly aged monkey. The child who used to sit beside him smoking was still so vibrant. How could he now be lying in bed without any movement? "It's okay, master." Gio stepped forward and held Tsunade's hand, saying firmly, "Grandpa Hiruzen will definitely wake up." "He will." Tsunade's hand was exceptionally cold. Even Gio, who usually had cold hands, felt it was freezing. How did she manage to hold the scalpel and complete this surgery? Gio didn't dare to think further. She was afraid her genius medical ninja teacher would fall into a state where she couldn't hold a knife again. But a doctor who can't hold a knife? What kind of doctor is that? The ninja world shouldn't lose such a healer. Really? In Tsunade's nearly broken eyes, the shadow of the little princess finally pieced together. "Really? Will the old man really wake up?" "Don't be afraid, master." Gio nodded heavily. "Trust me. I will bring Grandpa Hiruzen back." Hiruzen Sarutobi was pushed into the intensive care unit, with nurses on duty to guard him. Gio first checked Hiruzen's basic vital signs and told the nurse, "If there are any issues, please notify me immediately." After a busy day, she was also tired. She flew home. Just as one wave settled, another rose. As soon as she arrived home, Kushina rushed over and said to Tobarama, "Lord Tobarama, it's been a whole day and Sasuke hasn't come back. But I noticed his name is no longer on the task attendance sheet. Has something happened to him? Has he been caught by bad people?" Kushina was rarely this flustered. "If I lose Sasuke, how will I face Mikoto in the future?" As soon as Gio entered the door, she heard Kushina's voice. She couldn't help but feel confused. At this time, what could Sasuke be doing? Could it be that Itachi had already encountered Sasuke? "Little Gio, you're back just in time." Kushina spotted Gio and seized her hand as if she had found another lifeline. "Little Gio, did you see Sasuke today? Where could that child have gone?" "No. I was on an Umbu mission today." Gio couldn't think of where Sasuke could have gone at the moment. Could he have been taken by Uncle Snake? That shouldn't be. It's not time yet. "Lord Tobarama, can you sense Sasuke's chakra?" Gio looked at Tobarama and asked. Tobarama concentrated for a moment. On the way back to the village, Might Guy is by his side. He should be at the village entrance soon. Gio rummaged through her memory of the plot. Sasuke was probably going to find Naruto and then got beaten up by Itachi. But how did Sasuke know Itachi was coming here? Kakashi? Was there no way to avoid it? Chapter 227. Night meeting Kakashi. Gio was always like this, maintaining her rationality. Her first instinct upon seeing Kushina's hopeful gaze was not to worry about Sasuke with her, but rather to think about the possibilities of where Sasuke could have gone. She watched this scene almost apathetically, and Madara couldn't help but recall the time when his father and Izuna passed away. Little Gio was always the calmest one, except for that one time when Uchiha Taijima almost died before her eyes. Madara didn't believe that little Gio wasn't sad. She frequently ran to the elder's room to eat and chant scriptures together, and occasionally she even stayed in the side room of that courtyard. The scent of sandalwood filled the courtyard, which was not pleasant. Yet little Gio stayed there for 3 whole years. Mourning for 3 years could be considered a good story. She rarely cried or made a fuss. It was as if she knew about these deaths and events in advance. Madara, can you help me send Annie home? Gio's voice pulled Madara back from his memories. Her gaze was calm as water, and it was precisely at such moments that she became even more composed. Okay, Gio had other matters to attend to, and after Madara left with Kushina, she bid farewell to Tobirama and headed to Kakashi's house. Kakashi's room was not far from the Senju residence. It took about 10 minutes to arrive. She went upstairs, walked to the end of the corridor, and knocked on the door. Just as she expected, no one responded. Kakashi had already fallen into a coma. The hospital was in chaos. Sasuke had gone out on his own, and the village was also in disarray. No one was paying attention to Kakashi, who had just been glared at by Itachi. Gio sighed and performed the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing at Kakashi's bedside. He lay there, lifeless, with a white sheet covering the lower half of his face. His white hair neatly laid on the pillow. Such a quiet Kakashi was very rare. Without any lights, she relied on the moonlight coming in through the window, placing one hand on his forehead. She had previously researched knowledge about this genjutsu and asked Tsunade how to treat it. Gentle green chakra flowed into Kakashi's nerves, and in less than half a minute, Gio heard Kakashi cough lightly before opening his eyes. Unable to avoid it, Gio met Kakashi's red eyes, which were particularly striking in the darkness. In his dazed state, he saw the girl before him. She stood against the moonlight, most of her face covered in shadow. Yet her obsidian-like eyes shone even brighter, staring wide-eyed, as if she was surprised by his awakening, resembling a cat that had just been startled. He had always loved animals, but he had no way to deal with cats. Zhming, how did you end up here? He heard his own hoarse voice and couldn't help but feel a chill. How long had he been asleep? He began to recall how he ended up lying here. Oh, Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi remembered that Uchiha Itachi, who had once worked under him, was just as much of a genius as the girl in front of him. But would she also end up like Uchiha Itachi? I heard you were injured by Uchiha Itachi, so I came to check on you. Zhming withdrew her gaze and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water. She returned to the room and placed it in front of him. Drink some water. The warm water flowed down his throat, making it less uncomfortable. Kakashi looked at Zhming again. What time is it now? Around 2 in the morning. Zhming only had a rough idea. She hadn't brought her pocket watch. The fatigue from a day of intense concentration gradually swept over her. She placed her hand on Kakashi's forehead to check, and it seemed there was no major issue. He just needed a rest. Kakashi, did you run into Uchiha Itachi? Zhming pulled up a chair and sat beside his bed. It must have been Uchiha Itachi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be lying here. Ah, I really did run into Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi raised his arm to shield his eyes. The pressure on his optic nerves was still uncomfortable. He tried to block the light and hide in the darkness. Brother, is it possible that your eyes have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? Zhming thought that at this point, Obito had already awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. Since they had the same eyes, why hadn't Kakashi awakened his yet? It was strange. If both had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, perhaps he would still have a fighting chance against Uchiha Itachi. If he had awakened it earlier with Kakashi's brain, he could probably find a suitable method of using it sooner. Kakashi's mind was nearly shut down. The pressure on his optic nerves made him want to fall asleep. But the girl in front of him had rarely come to his small room, saving his nearly lifeless self. He still wanted to say something to her. I'll ask Obito about it another day. After all, they're his eyes. Kakashi replied weakly. Let's see if I can awaken them. By the way, while you were in a deep sleep, Grandpa Hiruzen was seriously injured by Danzo and sent to the hospital, and Danzo was also taken to the torture department. Upon hearing this, Kakashi lowered his arm from his eyes and sat up in shock. What? The third Hokage is in trouble? What about the Umbu guards? I haven't had a chance to read the report. Zhming was also curious about this matter. There had always been a guard team around the third Hokage, but now there was not a single one in sight. I'll check the task report tomorrow. Also, Sasuke went after Itachi. Zhming continued. Guy went after Sasuke. They should be returning to the village now. So, Kakashi, what is Uchiha Itachi's purpose in coming here? This was the key question Zhming wanted to ask tonight. She knew that what she said might not be believed by everyone, but if Kakashi heard it firsthand and arranged for someone to investigate, it might be more credible. The target is... Kakashi recalled what had happened when he met Uchiha Itachi, the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails inside Naruto and Kushina. Was the collection of tailed beasts finally about to begin? Zhming sighed. When teacher Minato returns, I'll write a report to submit. Kakashi responded. Looks like we have a lot to do next. I'm not worried about Naruto, but Kushina. This was what worried Kakashi the most. He was very concerned about Kushina. Minato couldn't always be by her side. Ever since the destruction of Konoha plan by Orochimaru, he felt that Konoha was not a safe haven. With a slight misstep, Konoha could be destroyed. And as the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina would become a target. Aunt Kushina is very strong, isn't she? Zhming smiled at Kakashi. After all, she was an elite Jonin and the wife of the Hokage. And Kakashi, you're already very tired. You don't need to overthink it like this. Zhming turned playful and smiled. If you keep thinking, your brain will break. I'll be going now. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. The girl smiled mischievously at him. Kakashi stared blankly until she disappeared from the room. And only then did he come back to his senses, closing his eyes with a sigh. She was always like this, always coming and going, never willing to stay a little longer. It was too unfair. Kakashi suppressed his emotions and fell asleep tiredly. The next day, Zhming woke up early again. After changing into her work clothes, she walked to the dining room, as usual. At this time, Tobirama was already sitting at the dining table. Good morning, Lord Tobirama. Zhming greeted Tobirama dully, sitting across from him and mechanically drinking the millet porridge that Aunt had handed her. She felt a bit nauseous from exhaustion. She and T slept well last night, which only made it worse. After a while, Uchiha Madara also arrived at the dining room. Madara had always taken care of daily life. When Aunt served breakfast, he showed no special reaction and quietly finished a bowl of porridge. Suddenly, he raised his gaze toward Tobirama. His eyes seemed to scrutinize him, and Tobirama felt a shiver, meeting Madara's gaze. Wait, what does this scrutinizing look mean? Tobirama recalled what he had done to Madara and thought he hadn't provoked him. What do you want, Uchiha Madara? Tobirama usually preferred to be straightforward, especially with Uchiha Madara. The more convoluted the conversation, the more suspicion there was. They weren't opponents now, so there was no need for unnecessary schemes, wasting time. Where's my family's money hidden? Uchiha Madara asked. There were no adults in my family before. Now that I'm back, the money should be under my control. Huh? Tobirama was almost stunned. How did he know where the Uchiha clan's assets were? And why? Why was an Uchiha asking a Senju about Uchiha matters? Is there no one in the Uchiha clan? After complaining for a while, Tobirama realized that indeed, the Uchiha clan was dwindling. The two Uchiha sitting in front of him were already among the rare few left in the world. I ask you again, where's my money? Uchiha Madara thought Tobirama hadn't heard clearly and repeated himself, with a hint of impatience in his tone. I don't know. Tobirama replied, speechless. If you want to investigate, I can go to the finance department today and check for you. However, the responsible Tobirama took on this task himself. After all, the Uchiha clan was already isolated. As an old rival, he should offer more support. Get to me tonight. Uchiha Madara set a deadline. Tobirama. Whoever wants to deal with Uchiha clan matters can do it. Senju Tobirama, didn't want to be involved at all. By the way, Zhming, where did you go last night? Tobirama turned his gaze to Zhming. After Kushina and Madara left, Zhming had also flown away. Tobirama thought she had gone back to her courtyard to sleep, but according to his perception, Zhming was not in the Senju clan territory. Where did she go? I want to see someone. Zhming didn't elaborate, knowing that if she said too much, these two would start asking questions. And she would be late for work. She didn't want to be late. There was too much to do today. Who? Sure enough, Tobirama continued to ask. Who needs to meet her at such a late hour? No one. Zhming avoided the question. I'm full. I'll head to the hospital first. Before Fei Jian could say another word, Zhming had already flown away. At this moment, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smile sympathetically at Fei Jian. It seemed that in this new life, he and Fei Jian had swapped places. Fei Jian looked more like little Ji's older brother. Always wanted to take care of many things for her, while he felt more like the old Fei Jian, merely playing the role of a companion. He would help only if needed. What are you laughing at, Uchiha Madara? Fei Jian predictably exploded in anger, glaring, don't laugh. Fei Jian, sometimes I feel, it's only natural that you would fall for little Ji. Uchiha Madara continued to smile, his voice devoid of the earlier irritation, instead gentle, almost like a whisper. From your perspective, it's really hard not to like little Ji. In just under half a month, Madara had seen a different side of little Ji, not just as a sister. And in the past, The person he'd seen the most like this was undoubtedly Senju Tobarama. But I don't regret that decision I made, Uchimadara said. Watching Fei Jian, who seemed to hesitate, continuing, he put down his chopsticks, stood up, and left the room. Only Senju Fei Jian was left in the restaurant. Senju Fei Jian felt a bit melancholic. How should he describe this feeling? It used to be like this, walking along, and he was left alone, and now it was the same, just walking along, and he was alone again. Perhaps, Fei Jian thought, maybe he should detach himself from the past and experience more of this life. A completely different life in this world. Ji Ming arrived at the hospital. The morning hospital was very quiet, with only a few medical staff moving slowly. She first went to the director's office, knocked on the door 3 times. But there was no response. Could she have gone to make rounds? Ji Ming pushed the door open and saw the scene. Tsunade was sprawled over the desk, with a thick medical book on the table, the window wide open, and the morning breeze fluttering the pages. Ji Ming stepped quietly, went to the windowsill, and slightly closed the window. She then took a blanket from the sofa and covered Tsunade with it. Tsunade mumbled something, but Ji Ming didn't catch it, and she changed her position and fell asleep again. Ji Ming quietly left the office, coming and going without a sound. The intensive care unit was on the 3rd floor, and Ji Ming walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen's room. To be honest, Ji Ming wasn't sure when Sarutobi Hiruzen would wake up. She couldn't vouch for the existence of a guardian angel either. She just prayed for a miracle like countless other supplicants. Dealer, don't worry. Grandpa Hiruzen will wake up. Chapter 228. She's not a god. Dealer, don't worry. Grandpa Hiruzen will wake up. It was rare for the dealer to talk to her so early. She thought the dealer was completely down in the morning. Dealer, it's just a matter of time. His bodily functions are recovering. Dealer, as long as he recovers well, he will wake up. Ji Ming, is that true? Ji Ming was still a bit skeptical. Talk of resurrection was really absurd. Deciding life and death was something only a god could do. And she was not a god, just an ordinary person who had entered this monstrous world with a system. Dealer, it's true. Dealer, also, you're not ordinary. Those chosen by us have never been ordinary. Ji Ming, so how was I chosen? Dealer, that is not for me to reveal. Wait until later. When you're close to dying, I'll tell you then. As they bickered back and forth, Ji Ming arrived at Sarutobi Hiruzen's room. She pushed the door open. The nurse from last night had been replaced. The young girl looked at her with caution. Ji Ming inwardly complained, what a hassle. She then took out her Umbu work badge and said to her, I'm Lord Hiruzen's bodyguard. The nurse picked up the badge and saw that it was Senju Ji Ming, the girl who had gained fame during the Chunin exams that year. She breathed a sigh of relief, believing Ji Ming's words. Then you can take a look for a while. I'll go get some new nutrients. Ji Ming simply checked Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. As long as he maintained basic vital signs, that was enough. The rest of the time was just waiting. Waiting for that so-called moment to arrive. Doing things thoroughly. Ji Ming picked up the patient checkup form hanging on the rack and wrote down the results of the physical examination. After completing this task, the sky grew brighter. As Ji Ming came out of Sarutobi Hiruzen's room, she bumped into Sakura walking down the corridor. Sakura was surprised to see her there so early and came up to her, grabbing Ji Ming's hand. Ji Ming, why are you here at the hospital so early? Did something happen? Nothing much. Ji Ming smiled, trying to lessen the fatigue on her face. I came to check on Grandpa Hiruzen. I just did a simple check. And there's nothing too serious. His vital signs are stable. What about you? Why are you here so early? The question was thrown back at Sakura, who touched her nose and replied, Sasuke was brought to the hospital by Guy-sensei last night, so I came to check on him. Let us go together then. The two sisters linked arms and walked toward Sasuke's room. Without a doubt, Sasuke had likely been subjected to Itachi's Tsukuyumi, and there was no need to elaborate. It was naturally about that night of the massacre. Sigh. Ji Ming couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Why do people who love each other have to torment each other so much? Let me do it. Ji Ming saw Sakura was about to check Sasuke's body and quickly said, I'll handle it. She still pressed her hand against Sasuke's forehead like she did with Kakashi, and when he opened his eyes, he had a look of shock similar to Kakashi's. Ji Ming withdrew her expression, patted Sakura, take good care of him. I'll go to Umbu for a bit. Hey, Sasuke's hoarse voice caught Ji Ming's attention, and she stiffened, not turning around, only hearing him say, Ji Ming, thank you. She didn't know what exactly this thank you was for. Ji Ming didn't turn back, replying, doctors taking care of patients is only natural. I assent it. Sasuke didn't say anything further, but watched Ji Ming leave the room, burying himself under the blankets, lost in thought as once again his parents died before his eyes. and he still felt powerless as before. He found it laughable that he almost gave up on avenging Itachi because of uncertain words he had heard. It was unreasonable. Even if Itachi was really not in control of himself, he still wanted to force Itachi to tell him the truth with his own mouth, not to hide in this comfortable village, swayed by others. Time was running out. Sasuke, didn't he know why this thought kept surfacing? Perhaps because both of his teammates, Sakura and Naruto, trained diligently every day. Yet he was still on missions, unable to devote himself fully to training. Maybe it was time. Sasuke thought. That person should come find him now. Sakura didn't know what had happened between the two, but even if she was slow, she noticed something was off between them. However, she also knew she shouldn't ask. She could only show concern for Sasuke's health. Sasuke, how are you feeling now? Sasuke looked up at the pink-haired girl wearing a white coat from the hospital, with a name tag hanging in front that read Haruno Sakura, intern doctor. At just 14 years old, she had already become an intern at the Konoha hospital. Sasuke thought, Sakura must be getting closer to her dream. The girl who once needed Naruto and him to protect her was now different. She could stand on her own. Aside from the time spent on missions together, Sakura was almost always at the hospital. There wasn't much wrong, just a slight headache. Sasuke withdrew his gaze, continuing to lie back in bed. He felt too tired. There was hardly anything in his stomach, but he had no appetite to eat. The smell of disinfectant made him feel nauseous. Might as well sleep a little longer. Sakura guessed what was bothering Sasuke. Aside from sleeping, there wasn't much else to do. Just sleep for now. It's not even 7 yet. I'll bring you something to eat later. Sorry to trouble you, Sakura. Sakura stepped out, continuing her rounds to the next ward. After leaving the hospital, Jiming turned to the morning market to buy breakfast and arrived at Kakashi's door. She knocked, and soon the man inside opened the door. Jiming raised her hand and said, Hi, Kakashi and I. With a neutral greeting, Kakashi responded, Good morning. Why are you here so early? Tobi's not home, so I brought you some food. Jiming pushed the door open and entered, placing the breakfast she had bought on the table. She scanned the room. There were still water stains on the floor. He actually managed to get up and take a shower so early. She remembered that in the original story, Kakashi had been bedridden for nearly a month. How could he recover in just a day this time? Could it be that her treatment really worked? Do you want to stay at my house for a few days? Jiming spoke again, nearly catching Kakashi off guard. His eyes widened. Stay at your house? No, you see, you're right. I'm not very mobile right now, and I'm still a patient. You could either stay at the hospital, or my house, or even at Aunt Kushina's. Jiming looked at him in confusion. What was he thinking? I don't think you want others to know you're injured. At my house. It's just Master Tobirama and another adult who are often home. Recently, Sister Tsunade and my master have been too busy at the hospital to come back. Moreover, my house has an aunt who can ensure you get meals. Although she said that, the moment Kakashi thought of the two imposing figures in the Senju household, he honestly didn't want to go there. Besides, couldn't she just come over every day to bring him food? Kakashi felt a bit wronged. He used to take good care of Jiming, ensuring she was well fed even during missions in the wild. Now that he was sick, how could she just bring him breakfast once and lose patience? Kakashi silently sat at the table. He wasn't wearing his mask, and in Jiming's eyes, her gaze shifted from his Sharingan to the mole on his chin. It seemed the man noticed her gaze. His previously lowered eyes focused intently on her. The bright overhead light shone on his cheek, his long eyelashes fluttering as he looked at her. He looked like a Samyet. Jiming couldn't help but have that thought flash through her mind. Not aggressive, all white and gentle in nature. No. Jiming quickly pulled the image of Samyet out of her head. How could she compare Kakashi to a dog? What a sin. But those eyes, wet and droopy, with hair hanging down, really did look like a wronged Samyet. Jiming decided not to look at Kakashi anymore. But she couldn't help but feel sorry for the puppy. Was it because she mentioned staying at her house? It's okay, you don't have to go, Jiming said, under the pressure of his gaze. You can have your breakfast first. I'll come back at noon. She didn't think she was very good at comforting puppies, but she would give it a try. She recalled a method she had seen in a short video about comforting dogs and gently placed her hand on Kakashi's head, rubbing it softly. What is this called? It should be called petting. The video said that no dog could resist a head pat. Clearly, Kakashi enjoyed it, obediently letting her rub his head. Even his breathing became more rapid. But the more she rubbed, the hotter her palm became. Jiming didn't dare look at Kakashi's expression. When her mind came back to her, she immediately fled. She dashed all the way to the entrance of the Yambu. That must have been a dream. Jiming pressed her hand to her chest, but the rapid beating of her heart told her it was definitely not fake. She took a deep breath. Dealer, Jiming, just now Kakashi and I's affection level skyrocketed. It was close to breaking 100. Jiming, so, Kakashi and I likes this kind of thing? Dealer, From my analysis, I think Kakashi and I really seems to be like that. Jiming, if you don't accompany him, he won't say anything, but will still wait for you to turn around. Dealer, as long as you turn around, he will feel happy. Jiming, wait, dealer. Why does this sound like you're analyzing a partner? Jiming, we're just a pure brother-sister relationship. Dealer, speechless, I'm wondering if our company has cut off your love line. Jiming, love? What is that? I don't need love. I just want to focus on my career. The dealer couldn't help but sigh for the male guest for a few seconds. There was nothing to be done. This child was just missing a love line. Even at this level, she still didn't understand. Should it go ask the maintenance staff above what was going on? What are you doing standing here, little G? After finishing breakfast, Madara walked to the umbu, intending to stand at the entrance for a while before going in. Unexpectedly, while waiting, a little G fell from the sky. Her face was still so red. What did little G do so early in the morning? The sudden voice startled Jiming, causing her heart to jump. She instinctively looked at the man in front of her, and when she recognized who it was, she couldn't relax at all. The man suddenly leaned closer to her. The scent of camellia had been largely covered by the smell of disinfectant and the smoke from the morning market. She had deceived them, deceived him and Tobirama. He immediately became alert. Where did you go? Madara asked simply, as if making a casual inquiry like they did during dinner. Why did it feel like she was caught? Jiming was speechless, staring at Madara, unable to utter a word for a long time. He moved even closer. Jiming could smell the camellia fragrance on him and couldn't help but wonder if he had hugged a camellia before leaving this morning. The scent was so strong. You don't want to say? Rarely. His voice carried a hint of grievance. Jiming was surprised and looked up, only to find his face was so close. He wasn't wearing a mask, standing beside her, with hair covering most of his face, revealing only one eye. Jiming was stunned. Time seemed to freeze between them. She forgot to speak, while he waited for her to say something. In the end, Jiming was the first to back down, averting her gaze and stepping back 2 paces. I went to the hospital. Jiming finally said, choosing the most important points, mentioning Sasuke and Grandpa Hisashi. As for Kakashi, Jiming cleared her throat and decided not to mention it any longer. Let's go, we should head inside. Ban cast a suspicious glance at Jiming. She was hiding something from him. The smell of disinfectant did indeed belong to the hospital, but she had left home after breakfast. So why did she need to go to the morning market? Wasn't she full? Ban didn't think so. The people at the morning market were those Jiming didn't want him to know about. Ban felt a bit dejected, unwilling to share anything with him. Let's go, Banji. Ban lowered his mask, hiding his emotions behind it, and followed the girl into the umbu. They were heading to Tobirama's office today to check the task reports submitted yesterday. After knocking 3 times on the door and hearing Tobirama's voice, Jiming pushed the door open. It was rare to see Jiming and Ban behaving so formally, which made Tobirama raise his eyebrows and look at the two. What do you need me for so early in the morning? Chapter 229. Tobirama's fury. I've already sent someone to handle that property issue of yours. It won't be resolved so quickly. Ban was speechless. How much did he love money that he couldn't even wait a short day? Lord Moon, I'm here to check yesterday's task report. Jiming interjected, emphasizing that the important matters should come first and the financial issues could wait. Where is it? I just looked at it. Tobirama pointed to a stack of documents nearby. Ban, you should come take a look too. Uchiha Ban couldn't help but feel playful towards Tobirama. What's the matter, white-haired kid? Do you need your big brother to help you now? Sure enough, Tobirama exploded at once, almost slamming the table, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth as he said, Uchiha Ban, watch it or get out. Look at your attitude. Ban raised an eyebrow. If your attitude had been better back then, maybe I would have come back from outside to help manage Konoha. Jiming was startled by Tobirama's sudden outburst. His white hair was nearly standing on end, and his phoenix eyes were wide open, almost piercing through the man in front of him. Jiming took 3 steps back, frightened. You scare me to death. However, Uchiha Ban showed no change in his emotions and remained calmly seated on the chair in front of Tobirama's desk. He picked up the task report Tobirama mentioned and lightly tapped it. Little Jiming, where are you going? Come and look together, he said, pulling out a chair beside him and patting it, signaling her to sit down. Jiming checked Tobirama's mood to ensure the fire wouldn't spread to her. And only then did she dare to sit next to Uchiha Ban. Though it was labeled a task report, it only contained a few brief sentences, yielding no effective information. It was even less informative than her own scripted scenarios. Jiming flipped through it and set the report aside. She looked at Tobirama and said, based on the information I gathered yesterday, first, Uchiha Itachi's target might be a tailed beast. However, we still don't know the organization behind Uchiha Itachi. Jiming continued, second, there might be a mole in Umbu. The guard team for Grandpa Hiruzen seems to have disappeared without a trace in this village. Third, Danzo's plans are mostly for the position of Hokage. Since he was able to kill Grandpa Hiruzen, he would naturally have arranged for someone to kidnap Teacher Minato. Fourth, Orochimaru-senpai might be at the reincarnation stage. This is a pattern I've been monitoring. It happens every 2.5 years. And this one just happens to hit this point. His target is undoubtedly Uchiha Sasuke. Tobirama and Ban had always fully trusted the girl's words. They didn't believe she would lie, but she might conceal information. A tailed beast? Tobirama twirled the pen in his hand, his thinking method. The Nine Tails is currently with that Naruto kid and Kushina. Do you have information on that organization? Tobirama asked. Jiming, speaking of lies, was calm and collected. She shook her head. Not yet, but I have a good rapport with someone from their organization. I can infiltrate and check. Who? Ban and Tobirama immediately became alert, wondering where this newcomer came from. Kisame. Jiming answered immediately. Lord Moon, you met him too, right? He's that guy from the Land of Water. I saw him come with Itachi yesterday. Oh, that kid who uses water release well. Tobirama superficially praised Kisame, but inwardly he thought otherwise. After a long time, Jiming once again heard Tobirama's inner thoughts. Tobirama, but this kid is far inferior to his water release. Jiming felt a headache coming on. Yes. The Mizukage of the Land of Water is indeed a man who made a pact with the sea. Let's wait until Minato returns to discuss this matter. Tobirama naturally didn't want Jiming to leave Konoha. The outside world was too dangerous. Even if she was strong, there would be times when she could reach a dead end. But at that moment, could he, Senju Tobirama, and Uchiha Ban, or any other unknown man, truly arrive at her side to protect her? Tobirama didn't dare to gamble. It was a rare time of peace, a rare moment where both little Jiming and Ban were alive. Jiming also heard this and thought for a moment before sincerely replying. It's okay, Lord Moon, didn't you forget? If I encounter danger, no matter where I am, I can summon both of you. Tobirama, caught off guard, cleared his throat, reorganized his expression, and took on a commanding presence. This matter should wait until Minato returns to discuss. Next question, is there a mole in the Ambu? Rarely, Tobirama's thoughts aligned perfectly with Jiming's. I've already begun investigating this. As for Minato's situation, I've dispatched 4 teams for support. There shouldn't be any problems. But this matter regarding Sasuke, this is the most troublesome issue for Tobirama. He's not his child, but he can be considered 1/4 of his disciple. Yet this child is too obsessed with Itachi. What to do? Simply let Uchiha Ban handle it himself. After all, he is Ban's child. Why should he rush to plan? Ban, your child, you handle it yourself. Tobirama shifted the responsibility onto Ban, instantly feeling relieved. Now all he had to do was wait. A good show was about to begin. Chapter 230, What Can I Do? Without a doubt, what Tobirama was thinking was once again heard by Jiming. How did her mind-reading ability suddenly return? Jiming felt a bit confused and sought help from the dealer. Dealer, it's like this. Even if there's a card for Tobirama, the card also has a sliding affection value. From my speculation, if the affection is below 80, the mind-reading function won't be activated. Jiming, there's such an operation? Then why can't I read Banji's mind? Dealer, Ban's affection has always been controlled at around 60. Of course, you can't read it. Jiming, so amazing, he can control it. Dealer, looks at her like she's an idiot. Good things never want me. Uchiha Ban snorted. You leave the mess for me to clean up, Senju Tobirama. Your calculations are perfectly on point. Then aren't you the leader of the Uchiha clan? Senju Tobirama continued. If you don't manage it, who will? The clan is gone. What leader is there? Am I supposed to manage a pile of dead people? Ban's sudden cold remark startled Jiming, causing her to jump out of the conversation with the dealer. She turned to glance at Ban. His face was expressionless, cold as ice. So scary. What can I do? Senju Tobirama had his own reasoning. He didn't destroy the clan, nor had he ever wanted to wipe out the Uchiha clan. How could Uchiha Ban place the blame on him? I also died. How can I stop Danzo? Forget it. Uchiha Madara was too lazy to continue speaking. As for Sasuke, I don't care what he wants to do. Let him do whatever he likes. If that slippery snake comes in, then I'll catch it. Slippery snake. It seems Madara hates Uncle Snake that much. Jiming tried to minimize her presence. When 2 big shots were arguing, anything she said would be wrong. All right, you 2 go to work. Tobirama made a gesture to shoo them away, asking what the slippery snake was doing here. Jiming had only planned to take a look at the mission report, and after reading it, she should have slipped away. Then we'll leave first. Jiming didn't stay longer, playing the obedient card, leaving as soon as she said so. Madara had no reason to stay either. He had nothing to do with this white-haired kid. Seeing him made Madara feel annoyed. Why wasn't Hashirama the first to come to this world? He missed Hashirama a bit. He also missed Azuna. However, I will pay a visit to that slippery snake. After thinking for a while, Madara turned back to Tobirama and said, "Don't mind me. I want to bring back Azuna's remains. I can't tolerate using Azuna as a weapon." Tobirama felt embarrassed, thinking if he wanted to do it, just let him. Why should he say anything as if he could control him? Does he really think he can manage him? Go. Go, if you want to go, then go. But Tobirama still responded to Madara. Finally, these two big shots were sent away, and the room instantly fell silent. Tobirama couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness, as if he was the one always left behind. It was like that in the past, and it seems to be the same now. Just as he was lost in thought, the office door suddenly opened again, and it turned out Ji Ming had returned. She held the doorknob, her eyes sparkling, and said to him, "Lord Tsunade, we didn't leave. We just want to work. See you tonight." Then, the girl closed the door again. Tobirama didn't know how to describe that feeling. It was a feeling of being cared for in an awkward and cautious way. To be honest, Tobirama felt independent since childhood. Even though he was the second child, with an older brother and a younger brother, he was the one who didn't need to be taken care of. At the same time, he was the one who was overlooked. Since childhood, he had shown talent, and Tobirama often played the role of the older brother, taking care of his younger brother, taking care of Hashirama, learning alone, helping his father with worries, and strategizing for his older brother. Very few would notice him, and at times he would even forget about himself. Yet the girl noticed him every time, not only this time, but even making a special trip back to say, "See you tonight." Tobirama recalled Madara's words from the morning, that it was only natural for him to like little Ji. With a girl like her, there was no reason not to like her. Delivering 3 meals a day to Kakashi became Ji Ming's daily routine. Not only that, but she also had to avoid Tobirama and Madara, making her delivery task even more difficult. It was almost noon, and Ji Ming lifted her head from the surveillance monitor, rubbing her eyes. After staring at the monitor all morning, her eyes felt sore. Looking up, she saw it was already 12 o'clock. Time to deliver food to Kakashi. However, Madara had been watching her movements closely. For the past few days, they had almost been in this monitoring room watching the surveillance, except for meal and sleep times. She stood up and, as usual, said to Madara, "I'm going to the hospital. My master is waiting for me to eat." She always used this excuse, and Madara didn't say anything, just agreed to let her go. To thank Madara, Ji Ming would always bring him his favorite tempura after returning from her meals. But this time, a hint of suspicion flashed across Madara's face. "Today, Tsunade is on leave. What are you going to the hospital for?" "Oh, right." Ji Ming scratched her little face and immediately thought of the next target. "I'm going to find Sakura to eat together. I promised her yesterday." "Sakura?" Madara searched his mind. She seemed to be a pink-haired girl, Tsunade's apprentice, and they should be good friends. Madara naturally wouldn't control little Ji to make friends or manage her activities with friends. On the contrary, he encouraged her to make new friends, so this time he let her go. "Then you go. Just be careful on the way." With the permission granted, Ji Ming flew away like the wind, giving Madara no chance to change his mind. Upon arriving at the market, she found a restaurant, packed 2 portions of her usual meals, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Kakashi's house. She was so familiar with the route that she hardly used the front door, just flew right in. At this moment, Kakashi was lying on the sofa at home, lazily flipping through a magazine called Intimate Heaven. Why hasn't Ji Ming come to deliver his food at this hour? Did something happen? Just as he was thinking this, a figure suddenly appeared in the room, holding 2 lunchboxes. She placed them on the table and called out, "Kakashi and I, come eat. Hurry up and finish. I have to go back, or Lordy will get angry." The girl came over, and Kakashi, barefoot on the carpet, walked to Ji Ming's side, opened the lunchbox, and began to eat slowly. His appetite had returned somewhat recently, but the girl in front of him still ate very little, barely finishing half of her portion before she couldn't eat anymore. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Kakashi transferred all the food to his bowl. The satisfied girl, like a full kitten, slumped on the stool, doing nothing. "Ji Ming," Kakashi called out, and the girl snapped out of her daze. Her previously blank expression gradually lit up as her gaze focused on him. A light sound escaped her lips, and Kakashi thought it was a cat's soft meow. "Lie down and rest for a while." Kakashi's heart felt tickled by her voice, but he maintained his usual tone and manner, saying, "You look tired these past few days." There's no way. Many Umbu members went to find Lord Minato, and some went after the roots. Ji Ming sighed deeply. Now, apart from the 2 teams protecting the 3rd Hokage and Kushina, it was just her, Madara, and Tobirama left in the village. Almost everyone else was out on missions. Tobarama was busy too. If he wasn't in the office, he was at the mission center, handling village matters and the confidential letters sent back by Umbu. And she and Madara were not much better off. They were responsible for Danzo's interrogations, and they were also in charge of the village's surveillance. If there was any anomaly, they had to act immediately to resolve it. Fortunately, the village had been quite settled these past few days, with no outside missions. She also wondered how Lord Minato was doing. Chapter 231, no one has time to play house anymore. After almost a week, apart from encountering bad weather, Minato should have returned to the borders of the Land of Fire. However, neither she nor Tobarama could sense Minato's flying thunder god technique. There hadn't been any news from Umbu for 2 days either. Let's take a nap. Kakashi continued to persuade her. You're too tired. He almost took her and laid her down on the sofa, covering her with a blanket, dimming the room's light. No, Ji-Ming sat up again. I have to go back. Otherwise, Lord, he will definitely kill me. She had promised Uchiha Madara that she would return to the monitoring room by 2 o'clock to switch shifts with him. There was still an hour left until 2 o'clock. Kakashi pressed her back down again, saying, I'll wake you up when it's almost time. The blanket covered all her light sources, and in the darkness, her already exhausted body fell into a deep sleep. Kakashi picked up a book again and sat on the carpet under the sofa, quietly flipping through the pages. After a brief 40 minutes, Kakashi had checked the clock several times, and only when the clock pointed to 40 did he turn to look at the sofa, lightly tapping it first. Trained Umbu operatives have very light sleep, and Ji-Ming sat up suddenly, looking around with a vigilant expression, killing intent radiating from her. It's time, you should go to Umbu. Kakashi stood up from the carpet and pointed at the clock. Ji-Ming barely came to her senses. Realizing she was in the wild, she borrowed the bathroom, quickly washed her face, and flew away the next second. Still the same as before. She went to the market to buy a meal for Uchiha Madara before flying back to the monitoring room. Madara was sitting in front of the computer, focused on the surveillance, not even turning his head, and asked, You're back? Why did it take so long today? I chatted a bit more with Sakura. Ji-Ming sat down next to him, feeling a bit guilty, knowing she wouldn't tell Madara that she had secretly taken a 40-minute nap at noon. You keep an eye on things first. Madara didn't think much of it. Girls tend to chat longer. In the past, Little Ji also loved to chat with the Senju clans Tao Hua and Uzumaki Mido. A week passed quietly. The task of delivering meals to Kakashi was highly confidential. Besides the two of them, no one else knew. Now, Kakashi was able to return to normal missions. News from Minato also returned to Konoha, stating that they had encountered an attack from the route and a sandstorm, which delayed them a lot of time, and they had now entered the Land of Fire. Regarding the interrogation news about Danzo, Ibiki submitted a detailed report to Tobarama. Tobarama selected some content that was effective for public opinion and posted it on the village bulletin board. Although many of Danzo's actions were, for Konoha's sake, wrong is wrong, and there is no reason to let others take the blame. The story of the Uchiha clan, long shrouded in memory, finally received an official explanation. As the traitors who had been wronged for many years were exonerated overnight, with all causes attributed to Danzo's suspicion and excessive caution. Although many felt this reason was a bit far-fetched, people always maintained a curiosity about mysterious past events. Now that the truth had finally come to light, this answer became a remedy for their long-standing curiosity. They were not curious about who did it or who Danzo really was. They just wanted some bizarre yet officially certified stories to share after meals. Uchiha Sasuke stood under the bulletin board, aware of this matter, and the people around who were watching the spectacle seemed to recognize his identity, casting sympathetic glances at him. Sasuke felt a pang in his heart. Who wanted their sympathy? He silently pushed through the crowd, wandering aimlessly. Sasuke didn't know where he should go. On the day the Uchiha clan re-emerged before the world, as the sole survivor of the Uchiha clan, where was he supposed to go? Moreover, what was written in that report was different from what he had seen with his own eyes regarding Uchiha Itachi. Why? Why could Uchiha Itachi, the one who killed his parents, be exonerated? Sasuke angrily punched the wall, self-harmingly scratching at his wounds. Soon, his hand was a blur. His emotions gradually calmed down. The pain made him slowly awaken, reminding him of that day when he went to find Naruto but was pinned against the wall by Uchiha Itachi, receiving punch after punch. It really hurt, almost every punch hitting flesh. If it weren't for Jiraiya's help, he would have long been dead at Itachi's hands. The bizarre scene of the massacre flooded his mind. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The spreading blood gripped his feet, choking his throat, rendering him unable to move or breathe. Sasuke even thought, why not just die like this? Anyway, Uchiha Itachi had been cleared of blame, and his so-called revenge plan was just a joke. Hey, Sasuke? Sasuke, A voice called out from somewhere. Sasuke only felt someone calling him. He thought about responding, but he couldn't say anything. The words were stuck in his throat, and he was almost out of breath. Hey, Uchiha Sasuke. Jiming didn't expect that a casual patrol would lead her to find Uchiha Sasuke hiding in a corner self-harming. She was startled and quickly ran over. After calling him twice with no response, Jiming punched Sasuke hard on the back. Sasuke nearly lost his footing and was about to fall forward when a hand caught him. He was about to say thank you, but was cut off by the man first. Madara said, Uchiha Sasuke, if you don't believe it, you can go ask Uchiha Itachi for clarification. There's no need for you to self-harm here. Our Uchiha clan has always killed others. I've never seen anyone kill themselves. He snorted disdainfully, steadying the boy. If it weren't for Izuna looking similar and the fact that there weren't many Uchiha children left, he wouldn't care. What a hassle. If it were him, Uchiha Itachi would have been dealt with long ago. Why wait until now? What has Uchiha Sasuke done in 14 years? No one has time to play house with you. Uchiha Itachi won't wait for you forever. Madara continued. All these years, what have you been doing? You keep saying you want to kill Uchiha Itachi, but can you even fight him now? A waste like you hasn't trained enough? The insults were too harsh. Jiming wanted to step in and stop Madara, telling him to stop talking. Insults wouldn't solve the problem. Sasuke, like a wilted flower, was being held by Uchiha Madara. Without Madara, he would have probably fallen to the ground by now. Yeah, so what has he been doing all these years? He didn't even have the capacity to confront Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 232. In life, one doesn't really need other suggestions. All right, brother Madara. Jiming, fearing Madara would continue to scold, quickly interrupted him, pulling Sasuke from his grasp. Once Sasuke stood steady, she treated his wounds with medical ninjutsu, saying while treating him, Sasuke, don't listen to brother Madara's nonsense. He always talks like this. He might be in a bad mood because he has been too busy with work lately. Don't take it to heart. She glanced at Sasuke's expression, which was ashen-like when they first arrived. Sasuke, do you remember what I told you during the Chunin exam? Jiming took a deep breath, her wounds gradually healing, and suddenly thought that perhaps Sasuke leaving was the right path for him. Sasuke's eyes gathered a glimmer of light as he looked at her and nodded. If you want to leave, you can always find me. Jiming patted his shoulder right on that mark. The mark seemed to sense his fluctuating emotions, making his blood boil. The sealed power gathering on his small shoulder, a burning sensation, all of which told Sasuke that he had been bitten by Orochimaru, and this power was the strength he needed. But your departure can't be too soon. Jiming calculated. There should be about half a month until Orochimaru's reincarnation. It's possible that the Sound Ninja have already come, and if he goes too early, Sasuke would become a sitting duck. Let us wait for half a month. If you really want to leave, then wait for half a month. I will help you unseal it. She smiled at Sasuke, returning the choice to Sasuke. This had been her strategy from the beginning. No matter what Sasuke did, she respected and understood. Okay. Sasuke heard his voice nearly choked with emotion. He looked up at Jiming with a yearning gaze. Jiming, do you think I should leave? He wanted to hear her advice. Perhaps if she didn't want him to go, he would stay in Konoha. Who knew? The girl facing the wind, her black-purple hair tousled, still smiled, her voice gentle, as always, Sasuke, in life. You don't really need others' advice. You won't understand things you haven't experienced. This sentence remained hidden in Sasuke's heart, buried for a lifetime. After saying goodbye to Sasuke, Jiming and Madara returned to the Uchiha clan grounds, where the seal had been removed and Tobirama had sent someone to renovate it, making it look quite decent. However, it was still a bit difficult to live there. Once they arrived at the clan grounds, they had to visit the Nanga Shrine. This was a shrine that no one managed anymore. It used to be overseen by the Uchiha clan, but with their absence, no one cared for it. However, the incense offerings had never ceased, and occasionally nearby residents would come to pay their respects. When they arrived, they happened to see an old woman coming out of the shrine with a basket of incense hanging from her right arm. She had just finished offering incense, Jiming guessed, and without saying much, she walked inside and knelt on a cushion to bow 3 times. Brother Madara, do you remember? As they were leaving, Jiming couldn't help but recall her memories of the Nanga Shrine. I learned the Flying Thunder God technique from Lord Tobirama here, and that's where you caught me. Don't mention how dark your face was then. It was darker than that night. How could Madara forget? He had known since their first meeting. He never stopped them because he wanted little Jiming to make more friends and help them keep it a secret from the clan, providing many covers. Otherwise, if the daughter of the Uchiha clan leader and the son of the Senju clan leader were discovered meeting, they would have been killed 1,000,000 times over. You were too late that day. Madara explained his dark expression. If you hadn't come back sooner, you would have definitely aroused suspicion among the clan. As the children of the Hokage, their words and actions were under constant scrutiny. If anything happened to one of them, it would certainly be detrimental to their father. Many people wanted to bring down our father. Madara tried to convey their precarious situation in simple terms. Even within the Uchiha clan, danger lurked everywhere. But didn't they go back with you? Jiming said, feeling wronged. Clearly, as soon as he came, I followed him. Meeting Tobirama was indeed her fault. But Brother Madara, I survived, right? Jiming asked again, after I took the hit for Izuna, I survived, right? But Madara acted as if he couldn't hear, showing no reaction. Just walking in silence. What's going on? When faced with uncertainty, first asked the dealer. Jiming, dealer, what's going on? Why can't Madara hear me? Dealer, Jiming baby, how could you forget so easily? Even the robot had a tone of exasperation. Jiming reflected on how wonderful technology was. When would Konoha step into the technological age? Dealer, the last time you entered the time portal, didn't you only reach the point where you took the hit for Izuna? You don't have the rest of the memories. You need to possess this memory to discuss it with Madara and others. Dealer, do you understand? Jiming, I really think your company is quite ridiculous. It's one thing to make me forget, but to only let me forget, and not allow me to reminisce with them about the past. Jiming silently commented. Dealer, Jiming baby. The dealer started to say something, but then fell silent. As a robot, it shouldn't have such emotions, but this time, it didn't know what was going on and didn't want to continue talking. Maybe it was better for her to know less. Jiming, what's wrong? Why are you telling me not to talk? Dealer, it's nothing, just wanted to ask about your plans for the future. And when you plan to draw for the third hex? Jiming, maybe in a few days. I'm really tired lately, my brain is a bit overloaded. The conversation abruptly stopped as they arrived at the Senju residence. Tobirama rarely stood at the door waiting for their return, arms crossed, looking at them with a gloomy expression, his resentful gaze seeming to accuse them of going out alone. Madara completely ignored Tobirama, walking past him into the house. Jiming just chuckled, greeted him, and went inside as well. In the end, only Tobirama stood there sulking. I can't stand these two, no. This Uchiha Madara. Chapter 233. The purely handsome Uchiha Madara. Actually, Jiming heard Tobirama's inner complaints. After walking a few steps, she turned back. Peeking at Tobirama, who was still scolding Uchiha Madara, she cleared her throat. The man's ears seemed to have muscle memory as he turned his head, his gaze landing on the girl. So why does he like little G? Tobirama wondered. Perhaps it was because of the many times she had intentionally returned. No one cared for Tobirama's feelings, except for Jiming. We're going in now, Lord Tobirama. Jiming waved at him, and seeing he was unwilling to move, she simply walked over and grabbed his wrist, forcibly pulling him inside. Dragging a man who weighed over 70 kilograms was quite a challenge. After a few steps, it turned into Tobirama pulling her along. Upon reaching the dining room, Uchiha Madara was sitting at the main seat, initially in a daze, but turned to look as he heard the noise. He saw their skin-colored wrists intertwined, his gaze darkening as he stared at their clasped hands, his fists tightening, his voice cold. Let's eat. Jiming secretly stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit confused by Uchiha Madara's behavior. She was afraid of saying something that would make him angry again, so she deliberately sat beside Tobirama. At the moment the aunt brought the food, her eyes were filled with delicious dishes. No talking while eating, no talking while sleeping. However, Tobirama found it strange. They hadn't done anything, so why was Madara making such a face? It was making him a bit unhappy now. Uchiha Madara, what are you doing? Tobirama asked. Uchiha Madara looked up at the sound, glaring coldly at him. What could I be doing? But you, at your age, acting like a child. His nonchalant words made Tobirama even more confused. He was angry, so why did he have him mock him? Let's eat. All his words turned into one phrase. And Tobirama focused on his meal. Let whoever wants to manage it, thought Uchiha Madara. After dinner, Jiming returned to her own courtyard. She had gradually gotten used to Uchiha Madara living in her courtyard. Apart from her own room and study, she never stepped into the other rooms. She finished work early today and went to the study first. There were many ancient books in the study, and Jiming had read more than half of them. Taking advantage of this rare break, she planned to finish the remaining ones. Her focus was always good. After finishing one book, she was about to find the next one. Little did she know, there was another person sitting in the study. Uchiha Madara was propping his face up, staring at her, his gaze seemingly glued to her. His intense eyes, she couldn't tell if he was in a daze or looking through her at someone else. Jiming's alarm bells rang, no matter which it was. Being looked at with such fervent eyes felt a bit off. The man's legs were just stuck in the passage between the coffee table and the sofa, and if Jiming wanted to go out, she had to pass through this passage. Should she just fly out? Jiming thought. Wait a minute. Why was she hiding from Uchiha Madara? She hadn't done anything, nor had she provoked him. Why should she hide from him? Moreover, this was her small courtyard. Her study, she could walk however she wanted. After some mental preparation, Jiming decided to step over Madara's legs to walk past him. She calmly took her first step, still 2 steps away from Uchiha Madara. The second step, the man's gaze at her held a hint of intrigue. The third step, just as Jiming swiftly took her fourth step, feeling pleased with herself, an accident was about to happen. Although the accident didn't happen to her, she was the one who had to bear it. Jiming almost fell onto Uchiha Madara's legs, and his hand pressed against her waist. She wanted to struggle to get up, but found it impossible. She gave up and shot a glare at Uchiha Madara. "What are you doing, brother? What are you doing to your lovely sister?" The way she almost gritted her teeth, while saying brother, seemed to bring Madara some delight. "It should be big brother, not just Madara. Call it again." He raised his hand and gently stroked Jiming's hair. "We weren't so estranged before." Jiming secretly rolled her eyes and smiled. "I can't remember the past very clearly, so why bring it up? Besides, I am now Senju Jiming." Uchiha Madara chuckled. "No worries, you'll be Uchiha from now on." His words sounded strange to Jiming. She knew that in this place, when getting married, one had to change their surname, but weren't they siblings? What if their child, born from a close relative, was unhealthy? They could afford it, but the child would suffer. Aren't we siblings? The question pierced into Uchiha Madara's heart, and he stiffened. The words that Senju Hashirama had always whispered in his ear replayed in his mind. They were siblings, Madara thought. But what if they were siblings? Uchiha Madara had always supported marrying within close kin. Now that there weren't many Uchiha left, who would dare to say anything? As Madara pondered, a glimmer of hope arose in him. He no longer had to consider the Uchiha clan's matters or what the village would say. He only needed to focus on whether the girl in front of him had those feelings for him. Madara smiled and ruffled her hair, of course she did. So, Jiming stared blankly at the handsome man under the candlelight. Indeed, she had seen quite a few handsome guys, and there were different types of handsome, such as good-looking, rugged, and beautiful. Uchiha Madara was objectively beautiful, purely rugged. Especially when he smiled, it was too unfair. Jiming couldn't help but praise him. This man really knew how to use his looks to charm people. But she was not that shallow. She withdrew her gaze. "I'm going back to my room to rest. I'll leave the book for another day." Taking advantage of Madara's inattention, she performed the Flying Thunder God technique and flew back to her room. Chapter 234. The Relationship with Uchiha Madara in the Dead of Night. Jiming lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, starting to ponder what her relationship with Uchiha Madara really was. From that night of dependency during the thunderstorm to the tug-of-war in the study tonight, their relationship seemed to have long exceeded the normal feelings between siblings. But what exactly was it? Jiming felt as if she was missing a piece of this emotion. She didn't know how to define this relationship. If it was her feelings for Gaara, she would say they were friends. If it was her relationship with Tsunade, she would say they were mentor and student. If it was Kushina and Minato, she would say they were husband and wife. If it was Asuma and Kurenai, she would say they were lovers. In the past, Jiming would have described her relationship with Madara as sibling. But it seemed not entirely so. Jiming sighed deeply. Forget it. She was good at stepping into a strange circle and also good at temporarily letting herself off the hook. As long as no one forced her to define their relationship, she didn't need to think too much. Jiming hugged her camellia a little tighter, pressed against the fluffy cat, and felt incredibly comfortable. Before long, she fell asleep. Minato finally returned to the village, and Jiming went to pick him up. She looked at Minato, who had a full face of stubble and looked exhausted, her eyes widening. Did Minato-sensei go out to survive in the wild? "Welcome back, Minato-sensei." Jiming hurriedly approached him, linking her arm with his and leading him into the village. "Do you want to go home and take a shower first? Aunt Kushina has been waiting for you for a long time." Their intimacy felt very natural, and Uchiha Madara, watching, showed no emotion, silently following behind them. It was completely different from the feeling with Senju Tobirama. If Jiming were linking arms with Tobirama, Madara would have exploded again. "Let us head home first." Minato relaxed a bit. His days of wandering were finally over. He almost met his end out there, and he secretly laughed at himself. Thankfully, he was lucky and had the prior warning from the girl beside him, which allowed him to turn danger into safety. Obito, looking disheveled, walked next to his ancestor, feeling a strange, low pressure. Should he say something? Obito thought, silently looking up at the sky. Let it be. After all, the ancestor might not even recognize who he was, or even know that he was from the Uchiha clan. Obito? Who knows? The ancestor spoke to him first. Obito was tired, but still had to muster the energy to deal with the delayed response from his ancestor. "Lord Madara, it's been a long time. How have you been lately?" It should be easier for you than for me, he replied, the words piercing deep into Obito's chest. He barely managed to respond. That's true. This past month has been too exhausting. So, ancestor, please don't keep bothering me. Let me be quiet, Obito thought. Uchiha Madara seemed to hear his thoughts and stopped talking to him. The four of them arrived at Minato's home, where Kushina had been waiting at the door. As soon as she saw Minato, she leaped into his arms, and thankfully, Minato's waist wasn't too hurt, so he caught her steadily. Next was the phase of reminiscing between the two, and the other three naturally understood to do their own things. Obito had initially planned to stay here for a few days, but seeing this scene, he decided to head to Kakashi's house instead. Meanwhile, Jiming and Madara returned to the Umbu, bored, watching surveillance footage. Should they go find some fun? Jiming thought. She should go out and explore, engage in some different plot lines. After all, staying in the village for this 3-year agreement was boring. It would be better to go undercover in various countries, gather some useful intelligence, and try to minimize tragedies. Madara. Jiming suddenly looked at Uchiha Madara with a serious expression. Should we go find Izuna? Right in his heart. Aside from the matter with Danzo, Izuna had given him his brother back to see the light again, and now he was being manipulated by someone else. Uchiha Madara couldn't accept it. If it weren't for waiting for Jiming, he would have rushed to Orochimaru's snake lair to wipe it out. The Uchiha clan always repaid grudges. Are we leaving now? Uchiha Madara asked, looking at Jiming seriously. Finding Izuna was very important to him, and at that moment, Jiming redefined the relationship between Madara and Izuna as inseparable family. That's not acceptable. These tasks need to be assigned. Jiming shook his head. They can't be so willful. Leaving without a word would only trouble others. One should not be too self-centered, Jiming thought, and said to Ban, let's consult Lord Tobarama first, then we can leave. Why should we ask Senju Tobarama about the Uchiha clan's matters? Uchiha Madara was puzzled. If they wanted to leave, they could just go, especially since they weren't leaving for good. They were just going to pick up Izuna and bring him home. He is our superior, Jiming reminded. We are under his command now. Eating is also under his control, and we are staying in his house. If we don't tell him, who should we tell? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara fell silent. Pointing to the surveillance on the screen, he said, isn't that kid Sasuke? What is he doing here? This topic changed too quickly, but since it concerned Sasuke, Jiming also looked over. The two heads leaned together, and he noticed that this surveillance was originally a blind spot. It was a surveillance camera she requested to be installed this year. Moreover, it seems Sasuke was waiting for someone. The two of them silently watched for a while, and finally, four other people appeared in Sasuke's view. There was no mistaking it. Jiming looked at the four little bosses, feeling a pang in his heart. Another separation was coming. Ban, I'm going to find Sasuke. Jiming couldn't sit still anymore. She patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder, and as soon as she finished speaking, she flew away. She had left a flying thunder god technique at that location, sneaking closer to those people. It wasn't that she didn't want Sasuke to go to Orochimaru's lair, but it was just that the timing was too ambiguous. The appearance of these four people definitely meant that Orochimaru needed Sasuke's body and had sent these four capable subordinates to bring him back. Sasuke was indeed fishing. Who knew he would really catch these four people? They approached him, and the one speaking was the two-headed man who said, come with us. Staying in this garbage village, you'll never be able to improve. Sasuke showed no change in expression, signaling him to continue. The man continued, what's the use of playing ninja games with them? You can't even defeat the ones we can't beat. The man sneered, seeing that Sasuke still looked lifeless. He couldn't help but punch him. Sasuke dodged the man's attack, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. Fighting here, you have no chance of winning. Oomph. The man attacked again, landing a solid hit on Sasuke's arm, causing him to stumble back 2 steps. Not knowing if it was finding a kindred spirit, his shoulder felt particularly hot, almost bursting. Have you forgotten Uchiha Itachi? Yes. Uchiha Itachi has been rehabilitated, but do you believe it? The man mocked. Your teammates, Naruto and Sakura, aren't any better than you. Or what about that girl who became a Chunin at the age of 7, who is the same age as you? But what about you, Uchiha Sasuke? All these years, what have you been doing? Chapter 235. Help me unseal it. This was no longer just a question Sasuke had heard. Uchiha Itachi, the man standing beside Jiming, and this newcomer all came to ask him, what have you been doing all these years? He even wanted to shout back, haven't I been training hard all these years? But he couldn't. He silently listened to the man's ridicule. The four people seemed to feel it was pointless, cursed a couple more times, and then returned to the main point. We have been waiting for you outside the village. If you don't come out on your own in the next few days, we'll take you by force. With those threatening words, Sasuke still didn't give them much of a reaction. They took advantage of the night and left. Should he go? Sasuke thought he should go, but he wanted to wait a little longer. Just a little longer. Sasuke. Jiming stepped out from the shadows, looking at the silent boy in front of her. His hair had almost grown past his neck, and with his head down, shadows fell across his face, making it hard for her to discern his emotions. He probably wants to leave, Jiming thought. Among the three little ones, only Sasuke was aimlessly wandering in the village, and the former Team 7 was left with only Sasuke doing missions to maintain. In such an environment, he couldn't concentrate on training himself, and he didn't have a responsible teacher like Orochimaru to guide him. Thinking about it this way, there was no benefit for Sasuke to stay in the village. Besides some nonsense about friendship and bonds, there was nothing left. Help me unseal it. Sasuke spoke up. They looked at the moon, as if having made a decision. Sasuke raised his head to look at the girl in front of him. The moonlight fell on her face, bright and beautiful. Whether it was a full moon or a crescent moon, whether hiding in the shadows or standing on the surface, she always shone like the moon, visible from afar. Now, he was going to leave actively. Help me unseal the seal. The implication was clear. He was going to leave. Jiming had no significant emotional fluctuations, nor was she shocked or preachy. She simply smiled slightly at Sasuke. Okay, when do you want to start? She respected all his choices. Now, he stubbornly wanted to shorten the time of separation, and Sasuke couldn't bear to look back anymore. He turned first, secretly clenching his fists. Let's go to the Uchiha clan grounds. He said once more. Both could use Flying Thunder God, and in an instant, they could fly to the Uchiha clan grounds. A cool breeze blew again, and Jiming realized that autumn was deepening. The crisp autumn wind brushed against the sparse leaves and the waning moon, lighting their path into the clan grounds. This was Sasuke's first time seeing the renovated clan grounds. The familiar long path, passing through here, would lead to the ants selling millet, the one selling candy, and the one selling fruits. The sound of vendors seemed to rush into his ears. He closed his eyes, savoring this last memory from the Uchiha clan. They arrived. They hadn't gone far, choosing a place where clan meetings used to be held, which was very secretive. Only members of the Uchiha clan knew about it. Take off your clothes, Jiming gently ordered. Sasuke awkwardly tugged at his collar, and under the girl's gaze, he took off his shirt. Just as he was about to take off his pants, the girl chuckled. I didn't ask you to take off your pants. Blushing deeply, Sasuke could feel his temperature rising sharply. He didn't dare to imagine how bad he looked right now. He could only close his mouth, lower his head, and say nothing, not looking at anything. Like an ostrich. Then I'll start. Jiming lost her teasing mood. Indeed, she had learned sealing techniques well, but there weren't many practical applications. Especially sealing people. Now she had to unseal. It should be no big deal, right? Jiming immediately formed a reverse seal of the 4-symbol seal and pressed it on Sasuke's right shoulder. For symbol seal, release. Sasuke let out a scream, his brow furrowed. This power, it wants to break free. Sasuke gritted his teeth fiercely. No matter what, he couldn't show the kind of look in front of Jiming. She would definitely worry, definitely wouldn't feel at ease about him. He didn't want to leave Jiming with that impression in the end. But without the suppression of the sealing technique, he couldn't suppress it at all with just his own strength. The cursed seal crawled from his neck, spreading all the way, almost covering his entire face, and with each spot, there was a burning pain. This power, is it really that strong? Sasuke could hardly maintain his composure, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance rushed into his embrace, the warm hug temporarily calming his restless feelings. A gentle voice of a girl whispered in his ear, Sasuke, take a deep breath, deep breath. The moon once again actively approached him. Sasuke wished to hold the girl a little longer, but he dared not. His hands remained suspended at his sides, not lifting at all. After calming Sasuke for a while, the curse marks on his body gradually diminished, and Jiming let out a sigh of relief, secretly giving a thumbs up to Sakura. At this moment, Sakura was indeed reliable. She came directly to him, and unexpectedly, it actually worked on Sasuke. Thank you, Sakura. Long live Sakura. Let's go home. As Sasuke was basically recovering, Jiming noticed it was getting late. She released Sasuke and stood aside, saying goodbye to Uchiha once more. He might not come back often in the future. Chapter 236. Sasuke has left. Sasuke's departure was silent. However, this was just what Jiming thought. In fact, the next morning, Kushina discovered it and hurriedly woke up Minato. Minato, Sasuke is missing again. You need to sense where he is. I have a feeling that Sasuke is not in the village. Immediately, there came a knocking sound from downstairs. Before Minato could respond, Kushina went downstairs to open the door. The visitor was Sakura, a girl from Sasuke and Naruto's class. What's wrong, Sakura? At this moment, Kushina still managed to maintain her image as a good aunt, gently inquiring about the girl's purpose for being there. Who knew that when the girl looked up, her face was filled with sorrow. She had clearly been crying, Kushina thought, otherwise her eyes wouldn't be so red. What's wrong? Can you tell Auntie? Sasuke has left, Sakura said, sobbing as she recounted what she had seen. Last night, I just got off my night shift. And on my way home, I saw Sasuke walking out of the village with his backpack. I thought he was on a mission. That was what she initially thought. But usually, missions outside the village required a 4-person team. Yet Sasuke was all alone. Sakura kept an eye on him and followed behind. Sasuke walked slowly, as if you're saying goodbye. In just a few steps, she caught up to him. Hey, Sasuke, where are you going? Just one glance. And Sakura met his red Sharingan. Her pupils widened. Her body seemed frozen, unable to move. I'm going to kill Itachi Uchiha. After hearing this, Sakura collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. Her biological clock was always accurate. At 5 o'clock, before the sun had risen, Sakura sat up on a bench and searched around, not seeing Sasuke's figure. With no other choice, she had to find Minato's house early in the morning. Now, the only one who could help Team 7 find Sasuke, was the Hokage. After listening to Sakura's description, Kushina felt a sense of dread. Minato came downstairs, looking serious, but still let Sakura in to sit and comforted her, saying, Don't worry, Sakura. I will send someone to track Sasuke soon. He said this while pouring Sakura a cup of warm water for her to hold. Perhaps hearing the noise, Naruto woke up, looking unhappy, and as he walked downstairs, he mumbled, Dad, Mom, what's that noise? Why is it so loud? He was still wearing his pajamas with a little frog in his arms. When his eyes opened and focused on Sakura, he couldn't help but scream and quickly ran back upstairs. Oh my God, why is it Sakura? He thought, looking so disheveled. Would Sakura dislike such a messy boy? Naruto quickly washed up and changed clothes, and when he appeared downstairs again, Minato was already gone. But he didn't care much. After all, his dad was the Hokage, and it was normal for him to be busy and not at home. Sakura, what are you doing here? Naruto cautiously sat next to Sakura and asked. With sharp eyes, he noticed the red marks under Sakura's eyelids. She had clearly been crying. Anger welled up in him, and he said indignantly, Sakura, who bullied you? Was it that guy Sasuke? I told you. That kid is never around. Who knows what he's up to? Sasuke has left. Where did he go? Sakura, don't joke with me. Naruto laughed a couple of times, but looking at Sakura's expression and combining it with his dad leaving early, he realized this was no joke. Suddenly, Naruto thought of that day in the Forest of Death when Sasuke was bitten by that annoying snake and said something about Sasuke being in his pocket, needing power and all that. He couldn't believe Sasuke would go. It was something he had never considered. But, Naruto clenched his fists, unsure of who to ask. Why? Why did Sasuke leave? I won't allow it. We haven't settled our rivalry yet. Why does Sasuke get to leave? He slammed the table, ready to rush out and catch him. I'll bring him back. I will make that brat Sasuke apologize to Sakura. Naruto, Kushina scolded him for his impulsive words. I know how you feel about Sasuke, but right now, don't act rashly. Wait for your dad's arrangements. He already knows about this. Sasuke is also our child. We must bring him back. At this moment, in the Hokage's office, Minato sat with a serious expression, looking at various mission lists, his expression growing more solemn. The Umbu had gone out again after resting for a few days. They needed to gather more information to prepare for the possible war ahead. Jonin had also been dispatched for missions, leaving only the combat-ready ninjas. This mission was dangerous. Jiming had reminded him that Orochimaru's rebirth period was approaching, and Sasuke was likely deceived into going to Orochimaru's village. As Sasuke's superior and guardian, he did not want Sasuke to delve deeper into the snake's den. But who else could he use? Minato suddenly thought of Shikamaru, who had shown during the Chunin exams. Perhaps. Shikaku was just about to leave home for the Hokage building when the Hokage himself arrived at his doorstep. Although the Flying Thunder God technique made it convenient for the Hokage to travel back and forth, what kind of matter would compel him to not even wait a few minutes for work? Shikaku. Minato couldn't wait for Shikamaru to come to work, so he went directly to Shikaku's home. Can we use Shikamaru? The blunt question left this genius of Konoha momentarily stunned, but he quickly realized that the Hokage needed Shikamaru. Something must have happened. He simply stated, my son, while he may not be 100, he should be about 90 capable. As for whether or not to use this person, it depended on Minato. Bring Shikamaru over. Since Shikaku guaranteed him, Minato had no reason to doubt him. He took the lead and flew back to the Hokage building, organizing the information he had and preparing to hand it over to Shikamaru. Shikaku didn't dare delay, taking Shikamaru along at breakneck speed. The journey that usually took 20 to 30 minutes was compressed to just 10 minutes by the two of them. Panting, Shikamaru leaned against the door, looking at his dad with confusion. "Dad, what happened so early in the morning?" "I don't know, but Lord Minato needs you. Don't delay, hurry up." Rikuji probably doesn't even know, but he has his own work today and can only drop his son off here before heading to the room next door. Rikuji calmed his breathing, knocked 3 times on the door, and only entered after hearing a voice from inside. "Rikuji, you came at the right time." Watergate's face was serious, lacking the gentleness he usually showed at home, and Rikuji immediately became serious as well, hearing Watergate say, "Sasuke left the village last night." Rikuji was taken aback. Why? What does Sasuke want to leave the village for? He must have been tricked by Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Isn't he the dangerous guy who invaded Konoha? Rikuji prided himself on being smart, but he couldn't figure out how these two were connected. Wait, why did Sasuke get involved with this dangerous guy? That is not important. What is important is that I need to assign you a Chunin-level mission. Bring Sasuke back. Is it enough just to bring Sasuke back? Rikuji thought. Since Sasuke was also his friend, it was a task he should undertake. They used to watch deer together, and convincing him to return shouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 237. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 1. Watergate handed Rikuji some organized documents, which he took while listening to Watergate say. However, this may not be a simple task. I checked with the Dark Division this morning and found that 4 sound ninja have infiltrated the village. These 4 might be the ones guiding Sasuke to Orochimaru. Rikuji couldn't help but frown. Orochimaru's subordinates shouldn't be pushovers. This situation was starting to get troublesome. But with such a big task, Rikuji continued. This mission should be led by a jonin and form a 4-person team. Watergate sighed. That's not feasible. You must have heard from Rikuji that aside from the forces left in the village for defense, most other jonin and umbu have already been sent out on missions. Konoha is currently in a vulnerable state, and we can't send everyone out. Now, I need you to gather the best Chunin you can think of and leave the village within 30 minutes. Rikuji clenched the documents and walked out. Several names flashed through his mind. He should go find that guy first. Reluctantly, Rikuji thought that if he didn't find that person, there would definitely be trouble, making things even more complicated later on. When he arrived at Watergate's house, Naruto was already waiting for him at the door. "Rikuji, I've finally been waiting for you." I didn't expect you to be so in sync at this time," Rikuji said. "You must know the reason for this situation. Let's go. We need to find the next one." "Who asked next? Did you think of someone?" They almost didn't stop running. Dingji's house was far from Watergate's, and after running for about a third of the time, they arrived at Dingji's door. They knocked for a long time, but didn't hear any response. The two exchanged glances, almost telepathically, and took out a bag of barbecue-flavored chips from their backpack, quickly finishing them off. With only 1 chip left, Naruto was about to put it in his mouth when a gust of wind came through, and the chip was snatched away. Sure enough, Dingji absolutely wouldn't allow the last chip to fall into someone else's hands. This guy came too. Rikuji sighed. It was fine, having one more person was good. They had been working together for years, growing up together, and trusted each other, so there shouldn't be any major problems. "Hurry up, Dingji, we need your help." He urged twice, and Dingji quickly changed into a new outfit and came out. The 4 of them successfully gathered and set off. "So who asked next, Rikuji?" Naruto asked again. "With just the 4 of us, isn't that enough? Time is tight. We don't have a luxury. We'll see who we run into on the way," Rikuji replied while running. "The worst case scenario is we go with just the 4 of us. But we've all played together since childhood, so it should be fine. Right, Yama?" Yama nodded in agreement. Naruto couldn't help but sweat. That was a problem, wasn't it? They weren't going on a mission together, but rather causing trouble together. The situation was completely different from when they used to mess around. Fortunately, they were lucky. Halfway through, they spotted Lee and Niji who were out for a walk. After 2 months of recovery, Lee had finally ditched the crutches, but his leg was still not healed. After Rikuji briefly explained the situation, Niji said, "I'm fine, but I'm more worried about Lee." Niji turned to the boy beside him. His eyes were bright, and he didn't show any resentment, just smiling at them. "I want to be going with you this time. You must bring Sasuke back," he said, dragging his injured leg forward, avoiding their gaze, and nearly gritting his teeth. Unfortunately, at this moment, he was injured. He would have to do 1,000 more kicks tonight as punishment for himself. The 5 of them, plus 1 dog, gathered at the gate of Konoha. No one expected that a girl in a black cloak was already standing at the entrance. This time she wasn't wearing a mask, but showed her true face. "Jiming, why are you here too?" Rikuji asked in surprise. "I heard from Watergate Sensei. My work is light, so I finished it and came to help Lord He, Jiming explained. One more person means more strength. That's definitely a big help, Rikuji thought. Without a doubt, Jiming was the most experienced person among them. With her joining, the chances of success for this mission would be higher. But Rikuji, you're the captain of this team. I'll listen to your commands. As the elders spoke, the others naturally recognized Rikuji's abilities and didn't say much. In any case, they should let the captain come up with a strategy first. Niji was the least familiar with Rikuji, but since it was the order of the Hokage, he should trust him. Rikuji had already thought of a plan on the way, but he didn't expect an additional key figure. However, that wouldn't stump him. Based on the information I just shared with you, the enemy has at least a 4-person or larger protection team. As the pursuers, we will bear more pressure from traps. I don't have many requirements. Just follow my orders. If anyone disobeys, then the 6 of us will die. Ignoring their grim expressions, Rikuji continued. To deal with possible situations, we will advance in a single-file formation. First, Yama and Akamaru, who are very familiar with the terrain of the Land of Fire and have strong sensory abilities. You two are familiar with Sasuke's scent and have been wandering in the Land of Fire for a long time, so you understand the terrain better than we do. Next is me. As the decision-maker, I will issue commands based on the sensory information from Yama. Third, Naruto, it's up to you. Your explosive power and physical qualities are probably the best among us, and having you in the middle can effectively support those in front and behind. Fourth, Dingji, I'm counting on you. You are the most destructive among us. After the first 3 ambush the enemy, you will deliver the finishing blow. Finally, Niji and Jiming. I'm relying on you too. The vision and detection from the back are especially important, and with your 2 pairs of eyes scouting, plus Jiming's experience, I can confidently entrust my back to you. Shikamaru pulled out a scroll and a brush from the scroll, marking the areas that everyone needed to pay attention to. He emphasized that the range of human vision is limited, so Niji and Ino, make good use of your eyes and perception abilities. If there are no problems, before we leave, I want to make it clear. Shikamaru put his hands on his hips and said, Sasuke is our friend we grew up with, even though I don't particularly like him. Saying this, Shikamaru couldn't help but chuckle. But you haven't forgotten that promise, right? All 3 boys, except for Niji, nodded. So we must bring Sasuke back. We promised to go see the fawns together for the new year, and we can't have one person missing, he said. Without Sasuke being here, it would be quite boring. Oh, Ino couldn't help but nod and sighed. Sasuke, this time you have good friends. This time, all your friends are coming to find you. What will you do? She was a bit curious about Sasuke's choice. Chapter 238, The Plan to Retrieve Sasuke. 2. Just as they were about to set off, Sakura arrived late. She said countless times that she wanted to go too, but Aunt Kushina stopped her with the excuse of the hospital. The hospital is currently a disaster zone. The patients from the last invasion by Orochimaru have not yet recovered. And shortly after, there were several casualties caused by Danzo. Some medical ninjas were sent out on missions, leaving only those to maintain the hospital's readiness. And Sakura just happened to be one of them. She couldn't leave. She couldn't abandon the patients and could only run to the gate of Konoha. Watching the 6 people assemble, tears instantly streaming down her face. Sakura hated herself for being useless at such moments. Please, you must bring Sasuke back, she earnestly pleaded. Ino felt uneasy and quickly interrupted before the words about a lifelong wish were said. Don't worry, Sakura. I'm here. I will definitely bring Sasuke back. In reality, Ino was just comforting the little girl, hoping that there wouldn't be any burdens between them. That phrase, this is my lifelong request, was too heavy. Ino just hoped that Naruto and Sakura wouldn't be tripped up by this burden. Yeah, Sakura, we're here for you, Naruto echoed. We still need to go to Shikamaru's house to see the fawns during the spring festival next year. Sakura stopped her tears, her hopeful green eyes shining like the color of hope. Then we will wait for you to come back here. She would also train hard in Konoha, waiting for the next time, and when a mission was needed again, she would definitely be there. All right, it's time to go, Shikamaru said, stopping them from talking any longer. Wasting some time, we need to speed up. No problem. Naruto was in high spirits, and the group ran out like the wind. Hey, Naruto, did you remember what I just said? Shikamaru feared he couldn't rein in Naruto, who was carefree, thinking he had said so much only for this kid not to have listened to a word. Who knew that this kid smiled and said, I heard it all. Don't worry, Shikamaru. I will trust you unconditionally. As long as you let me go west, I will go west. Once he said this, the 4 responded in unison, yeah. Team leader Shikamaru. Shikamaru shook his head. Never mind. Isn't this trust between them the most precious thing? They quickened their pace. Sasuke arrived at the agreed location. But what did these 4 mean by this action? Did they want him to die once? Must he die once? He couldn't help but become vigilant. What does this mean? The explanation came from the two-headed man. Lord Sasuke, your Curseal probably cannot be perfectly controlled, and you're only Curseal 1, while we are Curseal 2. You need to take this Chingshin pill, then you will gain the same power as us, but within a few minutes of awakening, you will die. And then what? What will happen? A cold sweat appeared on Sasuke's forehead. He didn't come out to die. He still needed to clarify things with Itachi, Uchiha. He wanted to smell the scent of the camellia again. Don't worry, Lord Sasuke, we are here for this. We will use a barrier to make you go from a true death state to a false death state. The two-headed man continued, placing the pill in his palm. Can it be trusted? Your ninjutsu? Of course, we are Orochimaru's guards. This time, it was another man with 6 arms speaking. Sasuke focused, took a deep breath, poured the pill into his hand, and swallowed it all at once. Almost in an instant, he opened his eyes wide, clutching his neck, almost collapsing to the ground under the overwhelming power surging through his body. Hurry up. If you delay, Lord Sasuke is going to die, the two-headed man said. Just after sealing, Ino sensed it. She recalled the plot. They were probably about to run into the silent team. The 2 Hokage guards had consumed a considerable amount of chakra from the 4 members, which would be advantageous for their pursuit team. Shikamaru, I smell blood. Sure enough, the lead member, Kiba, reported this news to Shikamaru, as the 4 people carrying Sasuke had entangled with the other 2. It seemed a fight had broken out. Shikamaru became more serious. They had to be more careful. They were probably not far from the enemy. Most of the ninjas sent out on missions from the village were Jonin and Chunin. If they fought with them, these few might not be easy opponents. Shikamaru continued. Let's proceed carefully. Hey, wait, Kiba hurriedly said. There are enemies all around. Shikamaru's face changed, raising his hand to stop. Stop! Everyone stop! The group stood on a tree. Ino used her Sharingan to scan around, and there were explosive tags everywhere. She had encountered this barrier ninjutsu before, but with Tobirama, the old master there, it posed no threat. This is a barrier ninjutsu. Shikamaru, well-read, found this small problem not difficult at all. It was a high-level ninjutsu that mainly played with timing. As long as a person entered, an explosion would occur in the center. So we have to take a detour. Naruto sighed. When will we be able to catch up to Sasuke? Don't rush, what's the hurry? I said to follow my commands. Shikamaru was speechless, signaling to Choji, who physically held Naruto's mouth shut, leaving him with nothing to say. Ino took this time to look around. She remembered the other side also had a sensing ninja. Spiderweb. She took out the base map from her bag, marking the corresponding sensing points as she walked. She thought this bit of help shouldn't change the plot too much. Ino thought. She hadn't even started doing anything yet. Naruto. Chapter 239. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 3. Naruto. Kiba shouted sharply. And surprisingly, Naruto stopped. Who knew that Shikamaru used a super extreme posture to perform the shadow imitation technique? Grabbing Choji's scarf, letting out a sigh of relief. Shadow imitation technique. Success. That was a close call. You should watch where you're going. Kiba said again. My eyesight isn't that great. Naruto awkwardly rubbed his nose. Luckily, Shikamaru was quick, and he was saved just in time. The 5 stood aside, crouching down to carefully study this so-called trap, which turned out to be 2 wires together. They actually still have time to use such a precise trap. Shikamaru guessed that they must have also been injured and were walking while resting. They should be nearby. Shikamaru said, glancing at Niji, sorry to trouble you. No need for trouble. Jiming thought, saving a bit of chakra is still saving a bit. I've checked, it's about 10 kilometers to the east, but the enemy also has sensory ninjas. The area marked here is what I detected. And one of the ninjas is similar to Shino, using bugs for sensing. Let us try to avoid these areas as we pass through. She didn't need to say much. Shikamaru should understand. We'll split into 2 small teams, Shikamaru said. Based on what Kiba sensed, we can't guarantee Sasuke's condition, so let us classify him as an enemy for now. I'll be in a team with Niji and Kiba, while Naruto, Choji, and Jiming will form the other team. Now there are 2 routes. Shikamaru took out a pen and drew 2 lines. Naruto, you 3 take this route. Go around to the back and wait for my command using Kiba's smoke bomb as a signal. We'll take this route to scout the enemy's strength. Try to sneak past quietly using our eyes. Is that okay? Shikamaru quickly organized the task in 5 minutes, and the discipline of the few was relatively good. As long as he could keep Naruto, the hot-headed puppy, under control, everything would be fine. Let us go. At the command, the 6 immediately dispersed. Sneaking in silently was almost impossible. Jiming took the lead, carefully making her way forward. She didn't know the sensing range of the spiders and could only make a rough judgment, unsure if they had already entered the enemy's sensing range. As they got closer, Jiming raised her hand, signaling them to stop. The 4 enemies were right in front of them. So, where's Sasuke? Why don't I see him? Naruto looked around with wide eyes. Where could that big Sasuke be? Why wasn't he with these 4? Shoo. Jiming quickly covered Naruto's mouth, signaling him to be quiet. The sensory ninjas had good hearing. If they were heard, all 3 of them would have to leave. Sasuke is in that jar, Jiming whispered, her voice almost inaudible. Seeing the 2-headed man move, she said, if a fight breaks out, I'll hold them back. And you guys focus on grabbing that jar. Listen for my command. If I tell you to run, you run. Naruto and Choji nodded, with Shikamaru not around. They could only follow Jiming's instructions. A spider climbed onto a leaf, magnifying in her view. Jiming softly said, scatter. The 2 boys beside her instantly vanished. Jiming got caught by a spider web on her ankle and was forcibly pulled out, crashing heavily to the ground. She couldn't help but curse under her breath. She would definitely make them pay later. Not just her, but Shikamaru's team was also pulled out. A delayed smoke bomb blocked the vision of the 4 enemies. Taking advantage of this time, Jiming hurriedly used her chakra blade to cut through the spider silk, taking 2 steps back to regroup with Shikamaru. Under the cover of the smoke bomb, shadows were hidden. Shikamaru crouched down and said the classic line, shadow, mimic technique. Success. The 4 enemies were completely immobilized, and he smiled. Thank you so much, you really took the bait. They heard the 2-headed man say, it's a pity we have capable people on our side too. Here they come. Jiming lifted Shikamaru and dodged a flying shuriken, landing steadily. Interestingly, the 4 sound ninjas were also controlled into a position as if being carried. Jiming couldn't help but chuckle. This shadow mimic technique was indeed quite amusing. There's not much time left. Shikamaru blushed, not daring to look at Jiming anymore, focusing instead on the 4 in front of him, quickly moving to grab Sasuke. Niji. As he spoke, Niji used his Byakugan to instantly teleport behind the 4, grabbing the large jar and preparing to run back, only to find the spider silk wrapping around his arm. Just like before, he couldn't break free. Then, with another tug, the jar was pulled from his arms, and he was thrown down in front of the 3 again. It seemed the control time was over. Shikamaru spread his hands helplessly. Earth release, Earth prison. The large figure slammed the ground, and a massive stone barrier surrounded them, forming a sealed space. At this moment, Jiming was arguing with the dealer. Jiming, can't I take action? I still think I should take action, right? Dealer, baby, if you take action, your lifespan will be shortened. Do you want to die at 18? Dealer, just a little support is enough. This is a hurdle they must overcome. Dealer, if you do too much, you'll break the original rules. Jiming sighed deeply. Fine, I'll follow orders. Luckily, Choji and Naruto were outside. She didn't know if those 2 were nearby, waiting for an opportunity. This is inside the big guy's barrier, right? Shikamaru clicked his tongue. This situation was getting more troublesome. If they couldn't get out of here in time, Sasuke might have already left the land of fire, and pursuing him would require consulting the Hokage for advice. What a hassle. Chapter 240. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 4. It seemed like just an ordinary earthen wall. Niji felt the wall and judged. It's hard to say, but it's part of their technique. Shikamaru thought they could use a powerful skill to break through. Kiba, use Fong over Fong to check it out. All right. Kiba was particularly excited, finally getting to show off. He and Akamaru turned into 2 versions of Kiba and started bouncing against the small earthen wall. The wall showed some changes, at least breaking a few holes. This wall might automatically restore itself, Jiming said. Not only that, but it's also siphoning our chakra. The only one here with a strong point explosion is probably me. Before she could finish, Shikamaru immediately chimed in. Then we just need to find the weakest point of this wall. Niji, sorry to trouble you. Shikamaru said, directing again, Kiba, please attack the wall one more time. Jiming, get ready with your ninjutsu. After Kiba made a ruckus again, Niji, using his Byakugan, observed the area that restored the slowest and threw a kunai. Jiming quickly formed hand seals and rushed to the marked spot, creating a huge hole in the wall. Not knowing where the momentum came from, Jiming hurriedly stepped back. A green meat egg war machine charged straight in, following a straight line again. The wall began to collapse gradually. Choji, Naruto, Shikamaru looked at them with surprise. Letting these 2 boys out was indeed a smart decision. In his opinion, even Chidori might not be able to break through the weakest part of the wall. Good thing Choji was outside, adding resistance. Choji, you're really great. Shikamaru praised again. At this moment, it was Naruto's turn to feel unhappy. He grumbled, clearly, it was me. It was clearly my decision with Choji. Why do you only praise him? Shikamaru, Seeing that he was about to throw a tantrum, Shikamaru, fearing it would affect the upcoming process, could only appease him. Of course. Naruto is great too. After finally calming down the little puppy Naruto, Zimiang weakly reminded them that he was the only one left here, and the others must have run off with Sasuke. If they delayed any longer, they might not catch up with Sasuke. You bunch of useless fools. You actually managed to escape my ninjutsu, the fat guy boasted. Zimiang thought no one would take such a low-level taunt seriously, but to her surprise, the two little dogs in the team ignited immediately. What? I'm going to take you down right now, Naruto said. As long as we're out, this is our territory. Come on, Kiba, let us take him down. The two charged at the fat guy like wild horses. Even though Niji tried to persuade them, it had no effect. Zimiang was stunned. How could they be so easily provoked? She glanced at Shikamaru, who also looked worried, probably thinking about tactics. Watching Kiba and Naruto getting beaten up, she couldn't help but remind them, don't fall for that barrier, ninjutsu again. Earth release, earth prison. Before it could be cast, Choji immediately blocked everyone. Multi-size technique. Meet tank. Thankfully, they managed to escape and had a brief moment to organize their attack. This guy was no pushover. He seemed quite tough. Even with 5 against 1, they couldn't eliminate him immediately, Niji analyzed. If they did, Sasuke would likely leave the country, and they wouldn't be able to catch up. Indeed, Shikamaru thought their team had a total of 7 people, while the enemy had 4. The worst-case scenario would be 1-on-1, but they could still consider 2-on-1. As long as 2 of us can win, we can catch up for support. So, Niji as the vice-captain. You and the others go after Sasuke while Naruto and I try to hold him off. Shikamaru said, once we deal with this guy, we'll catch up. Before he could finish, a strong tremor shook the ground, and the floor cracked open, causing all 7 to jump up. Seeing Shikamaru preparing to form hand seals, the fat guy continued to taunt. Is that the shadow imitation technique again? Such flowery punches can't hurt me. Shikamaru sneered. Didn't he know who just fell for those flowery punches? However, with the precaution of the shadow imitation technique, the fat guy had a way to respond. He immediately smashed the ground and quietly hid. He disappeared. Be careful, Zimiang warned. In fact, in the end, Choji would still stay behind. That outcome wouldn't change. While saying this, she used medical ninjutsu on Choji to help him recover a bit. As long as they could buy some time, it would give the later arrivals more chances to rescue. Back. The scene was chaotic, and Choji seemed to sense Zimiang's thoughts, cooperating with her treatment. Don't move. Zimiang pressed down on Choji, using a shadow clone to catch Shikamaru, who almost flew into a tree, acting as a temporary cushion. Looks like the captain is useless, and the team members are equally useless. Why does that sound so harsh? Zimiang thought angrily, and at the moment her wound healed, she could no longer hold back. With a ghostly speed, she flashed in front of the fat guy. Chidori struck directly at his chest. Didn't I tell you to be cautious with your words and actions? Zimiang zapped him again. Are you just tickling me? The fat guy sneered. Thanks. Your chakra is wonderful. Zimiang looked shocked. A small version of Kisame, being drained of blood, was normal. Let me handle it. Choji roared. Stepping out from behind and pulling out a small canvas bag from his waist, Shikamaru, share these soldier pills with everyone. What about you? Zimiang treated his wounds earlier, and now he was fine. Choji smiled at Shikamaru. You all go quickly. Not happening. I'll kill you all here. It sounded nice, but to relieve Choji's pressure, Zimiang released Chidori again. The fat guy finally revealed a flaw, and taking the opportunity, Zimiang grabbed the other kids and ran quickly. If they didn't run now, they would really lose track of Sasuke. Maintain the original formation. Even at this moment, Shikamaru remained calm, commanding, especially you, Naruto, don't worry about Choji. He is very strong, even stronger than you and me, so don't stress too much. In no time, he'll catch up with us. Shikamaru's words acted like a strong tonic, temporarily calming the few kids in front of him. I left a flying thunder god mark on Choji. Once we catch up with Sasuke, I'll immediately fly back for support, Zimiang added, as she could traverse the forest. But they needed to complete this battle on their own before she could return. Not just Choji, but the others too. This was part of their growth, teaching them what it means to survive against the odds, what battle is, and what parting is. Chapter 241. The plan to catch up with Sasuke. 5. We're getting closer. Keep us ahead. Let us do this, then that. Shikamaru briefly assigned tasks. Zimiang listened. It wasn't foolproof, but it seemed the fat guy needed something more. Oh, right. Zimiang racked her brain for a while and finally found the answer. Although this guy wasn't very civilized himself, he was very strict with that girl playing the flute. The enemy had a girl who could play the flute, and I guess the fat guy might react negatively to her harsh words. So, Shikamaru, when you play that big guy, pay attention to this. Thanks. I appreciate how observant you are in such a short time. Shikamaru threw a grateful glance at Zimiang. She thought for a moment and decided to briefly introduce their abilities. There's a guy with many arms. His spider silk can't be cut by ordinary shurikens. He can use chakra blades like me or Niji's gentle fist. Shikamaru, you three should avoid confronting him. The girl playing the flute is probably like the sound ninja, attacking with sound, so be careful. As for the two-headed guy, Zimiang pondered for a moment, unable to pinpoint his distinctive trait. After hesitating, she decided to share some basic information. They were essentially two people, so be cautious. You really help a lot. Shikamaru internally thanked this savior like a rival countless times. The girl in front of him not only grasped the enemy's abilities in a short time, but also her medical ninjutsu or space-time ninjutsu were crucial for their team's survival rate. No wonder she was recruited into the Umbu before turning 7. Shikamaru felt somewhat mediocre for the first time, at least when compared to the girl in front of him. His intellect seemed lacking. Shikamaru, think of a strategy quickly. Zimiang interrupted Shikamaru's self-deprecation, pointing at Kiba and Niji, signaling them to extend their hands. While you do that, I'll heal you. Thankfully, the two weren't as noisy as Naruto. They obediently stood still and cooperated with her. If we end up in a one-on-one situation to chase Sasuke, then Niji will handle the guy with 6 arms. I'll take the girl with the flute, and you, Kiba, will take the two-headed guy. What about me? What about me? What about me, Shikamaru? Naruto leaned in with a frantic expression, like a little dog desperate for attention. Maybe I shouldn't think about it that way. Zimiang shook her head, putting down Niji and Kiba's hands, then grabbing Naruto and Shikamaru's hands, hoping to recover a bit of chakra. This is just the role of a mobile blood bag, after all. It's hard to say, but maybe that crucial drop of blood will give them more time to receive help. Don't rush, let me arrange it. Shikamaru pushed Naruto's face aside and continued. Sasuke might wake up on his own, and at that time, Naruto will need to persuade him. After all, you two have been living together all day. It's no use for us to talk. The rest will be left to you regarding Sasuke. And Shime, now each of us should prepare the Flying Thunder God technique. Make good use of your sensing abilities and your eyes, and please lend us a hand in our time of need. Truly, the son of Konoha's strongest brain. He made the most accurate personnel allocation in just a couple of minutes, even thinking of her location. Chime suddenly thought that she should go to Shikamaru's house more often to play chess. Perhaps her chess skills could improve a bit. Then the outcome of this world might be different. Everyone, get ready. After Chime finished preparing the Flying Thunder God technique, Shikamaru said softly, scatter. First, Shikamaru pretended to be the fat guy to catch up with the three, and with his intelligence and the slight reminder earlier, he might manage to snatch Sasuke at this moment. Mayo, the girl playing the flute, looked at the still absent Jirobo, the fat guy, for a long time and couldn't help but complain, that Jirobo, is he getting addicted to playing? No, he's already here. Otanashi, the Six Paths, chuckled. So slow, Jirobo, what are you dawdling around for? Zoken also couldn't help but complain. Shikamaru thought carefully about the fat guy's words. He slightly mimicked, it's not those few useless ones, a big waste with a little waste. Really troublesome. He said fiercely, that fat pig, don't think you can slack off. Mayo continued to output steadily, quickly carrying the jar, as this was originally your task, you brat. Should I warn this girl about her words? Shikamaru thought about how he usually warned Ino and Sakura, imitated a couple of sentences, and suggested that the girl should be a bit more mindful of her words. It's too rude. Let me carry the jar. He sped up and flew to Otanashi's side. Want to take the jar? Who knew Otanashi retreated even further? I can't give you this jar, you imposter. In the past, Jirobo wouldn't remind Mayo like he did, and he wouldn't talk so much, at most just saying, Mayo, be mindful of your words. Shikamaru helplessly spread his hands. He couldn't help with such details. He initially thought he could drag it out a bit longer and maybe trick Sasuke over. It seems these people have been together for too long. They can tell the truth from the falsehood at a glance. Shikamaru revealed his true form, took out a dagger from his small bag behind him, and blocked Otanashi's attack. What a pity. I thought you useless ones wouldn't be able to tell. Shikamaru chuckled lightly. Otanashi laughed too. Who are these small fries popping out? This time, let me take care of you. Chapter 242. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 6. Just as he was speaking, several identical figures rushed out from behind him, and he couldn't help but frown. Shadow clone technique? While guessing, he spat out a bunch of spider webs, completely sticking that person's shadow clone to the web, rendering Naruto immobile. Meanwhile, Niji, who was hiding further back, jumped out. In such a dead angle, unless you're someone with a dojutsu like them, it was impossible to hide so quickly. He clasped his palms together and struck heavily at the person hanging on the tree. However, he easily dodged the attack from the spider. With a quick counter, a spider web pinned him to the tree, making him unable to move. Niji tried to struggle a bit. The spider silk was indeed, as Chimei said, impossible to break free from. Should I try the gentle fist? The silk was tightly sticking to his body, but the good news was that chakra was flowing through the silk, which was an excellent opponent for gentle fist. He gradually concentrated chakra in his fingertips, focusing on every part caught by the silk, and then unleashed his strength all at once. The web was torn apart, and Niji regained his freedom. As expected, everything Chimei said was right. Then this should also be his opponent. Just as that kid was having fun with Naruto's shadow clone technique, Niji signaled to Shikamaru with a nod. This was their signal. If they felt they could fight, a nod would be the signal, and the other three would immediately pursue. They didn't have much time to waste. After the last shadow clone of Naruto was dealt with, Otanashi frowned when he didn't hear the desired scream. Are all these hanging in the web just decoys? Where's the real body? He looked around and found only Niji standing on the tree. He was shocked. You brat. How did you escape? As long as it's a substance based on chakra. It's nothing against gentle fist. Niji kindly explained, your technique, I can handle it alone. Haha, really a small person with big words. It doesn't matter if you were abandoned by your companions. I'll make you my nourishment, accompanied by spiders. Otanashi laughed loudly, eager to test his gentle fist against him. As for the other three small fries, Mayo and Zoken should be fine. Then I'll reluctantly give you a lesson, kid. Meanwhile, Chimei, who had not appeared near Otanashi, was sensing the flying thunder god landing point of Choji. After confirming, she flew over. She saw Choji leaning against a tree. All the fat on his body burned away, leaving only a thin face. He was holding Konoha's forehead protector, and this tree was the one they had marked for Choji earlier. She half squatted in front of Choji, leaned over his chest to listen to his heartbeat. Thump, thump. The weak heartbeat indicated that Choji was still alive, with several wounds on his body, likely due to those 3 pills. Chimei did some simple treatment. The most crucial thing now was to get him back to Tsunade. Such a degree of injury cannot be treated in the wild, she thought, immediately holding Choji in her arms, and after sensing Tsunade's landing point, she flew over. At that moment, Tsunade was in her office eating lunch sent from home, preparing to have a drink. But before she could take her first sip, there was a loud noise in the room. Seeing it was her lovely little apprentice, the veins on her forehead twitched, but she held back her anger. Little Chimei, how many times have I told you? This is a hospital. Don't make such a big commotion. Though it won't scare me, it will scare the patients. Master, hurry and call someone. Choji is seriously injured. Chimei didn't have time to joke with her. Saving him was the most critical thing now. Tsunade immediately put down her chopsticks. Come with me. She pressed the intercom for the director's office, immediately opening the first operating room, calling for medical ninjas to gather in the first operating room. The first operating room is reserved for Tsunade. No one else has the authority to open this operating room. As long as this operating room is opened, it means the patient is extraordinary. Now, with my chakra sustaining his vital signs, we need to get him on the machine quickly, Chimei said. Let me briefly explain the situation. I suspect Choji ingested the family's secret medicine, the 3-color pill. He probably took the last one to kill the enemy. Even though I did some treatment for him before the battle, it seems the result is still like this. I'm sorry, Master. Chimei initially thought Choji wouldn't need to take the last pill, but it's fine. Just leave the rest to me. Tsunade placed the child on a stretcher and had them carry him to the operating room. She pulled another person and commanded, you go immediately to deliver the message to the Akimichi clan. Tell the clan head to bring over the formula for that secret medicine. Hurry up. Shizun, your task isn't over yet. Hurry back. Tsunade didn't have time to catch up with Shizun. She pushed the people into the operating room. The operating room lit up with a red light. Shizun stared at the red light, momentarily lost in thought. She stood at the door, praying that Tsunade would save CHG. They had promised to go see the deer together next year. No one could be missing. Niji couldn't be missing either. Even though it was said that Niji was the easiest to deal with among them when facing Kid Maru, his Byakugan had blind spots, lacking a crucial degree. It was this degree that could put Niji in mortal danger. She needed to hurry back before the fatal blow came. Using the flying thunder god technique, she flew back to Niji's location. She hadn't expected that the battle here was already so intense, with countless spiders and shuriken flying towards Niji from all directions. She almost forgot that Kid Maru was particularly good at hiding in concealed places and then looking for his opponent's weaknesses. Niji's weakness would surely be found by him soon enough. This imperfect Byakugan with its missing degree. Another 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 more spots. She barely managed to identify those 2 unavoidable shuriken with her Sharingan, and quickly threw 2 shuriken to interrupt those 2 fatal strikes. Was this too obvious a help? Shizen thought it wasn't good, so she immediately found another hiding place to conceal her presence. Dealer, Shizen, you don't have to be so cautious. Shizen, I'm not cautious. What if you guys end up having your lifespans later? Shizen, besides, you said before that they need to defeat the enemy themselves. Shizen, I'm just watching out for the fatal blows from the shadows. As long as Niji avoids the fatal strikes, I believe with his strength, he will be fine. Shizen thought, the genius boy of the Hyuga clan should show his strength. Another round of intense attacks came, and Shizen seized the moment. Finding an unavoidable shuriken, bang, bang, it hit aside. This time not only Niji, but Kid Maru was also a bit confused. Did this kid's eyes really have defects? If there were no defects, then why could he not dodge the first 3 attacks, but could dodge these 2? Or perhaps his blind spots had a range. Kid Maru thought, better retreat to 100 meters. As long as he used that move, the one with a 100% success rate, he wouldn't be able to dodge it anyway. Chapter 243. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 7. Kid Maru retreated 100 meters, drew a bow, and arrow. And with spider silk hanging from the bow, aimed at the blind spot of that person and shot straight. The speed was so fast, the power so great, that Shizen even had time to leap out as the arrow pierced through Niji's body and exploded a large pit in front of him. Kid Maru was sure that his eyes had a 360-degree view, yet there was indeed a blind spot, although it missed the vital point by 15 centimeters. It was normal for him to sense the arrow with the chakra radiating from his whole body, slightly deviating by 2 inches. But this arrow was meant to take his life. Niji struggled to get up from the ground again, looking at the hole in his shoulder, thankful that he had sensed it early, that arrow's power truly could have taken his life. This person was undoubtedly the strongest enemy he had encountered besides Hinata Hisashi and the hardest to fight. Just a short time was enough to identify the flaws in his Byakugan. What should he do? The gentle fist couldn't get close to him at all, leaving him at a disadvantage. No, it couldn't end like this. When the next arrow came, he had to hide quickly. Naruto and the others hadn't gone far, and Shizen hadn't returned from CHG yet. He guessed that CHG might also be fighting for his life against that person. He couldn't fall down yet. He had to hold on. Niji staggered behind a tree, leaning against the trunk, when another arrow flew through, piercing the tree and knocking off the forehead protector tied to his forehead. The arrow fell in front of him. Spider silk? Niji, relieved to be alive, noticed the white spider silk. He couldn't help but sigh. Naruto, if it were you, what would you do? But this time, he wanted to be the dove soaring in the blue sky, guiding them to Sasuke. He would reluctantly be the genius of Shikamaru's team one more time. The arrow was getting closer, just a fraction of a second away from piercing his chest. He widened his eyes, looking at the girl in front of him, who surprisingly pinched such a powerful arrow between her fingers with one hand. Niji, come on. Shizen tightly gripped the spider silk. As long as Niji could transmit his gentle fist through this silk, Kid Maru would be in dire straits. Niji, holding on with all his strength, squeezed the spider silk, chakra gathering in his hand, and then transferred through the silk. In Kid Maru's eyes, a slight visual deviation made him think the enemy had been pierced and killed by his arrow, especially since the weight in his hand felt completely different. But the next second, he felt a pain in his organs, and he groaned softly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. When did this happen? What a joke. This kid isn't dead yet? He quickly bit through the spider's silk and fell down. It seemed this kid was stronger than expected. He had played it too recklessly. Soon, the others would scold him again. He needed to resolve this quickly. Enough, Niji. As Niji staggered to charge towards Kid Maru for a fatal strike, Shizen stopped him, helping him sit under the tree. Leave the rest to me. Like Kid Maru, she drew an arrow and a bow from the ceiling technique on her hand. This was a new toy given to her by Sanada a few days ago, saying that both close combat and range combat had to be balanced. One couldn't just focus on practicing swords and forget about practicing archery. It seemed it was just useful now. Shizen knocked the arrow and drew the bow under her Sharingan. No matter where he hid, he could not escape. Whoosh, the arrow flew out, passing through the low bushes and hitting the bullseye. Was it 8? When Shizen returned to Niji's side, she heard him ask. Before she could answer, he continued, oh, it was 9. How could he not know his own weakness? He had thought of risking his life in exchange for his life, but thankfully, she showed up. Niji let out a big sigh of relief, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. The tearing wounds on his body began to throb. and he realized with hindsight that the previous tension had made him forget the pain. You don't have to do this, Niji. As Shizune helped him tend to his wounds, she said, if it really comes to a life-for-life situation in the future, I hope you'll consider yourself more. You have to live for yourself, not for others. The system of the main and branch families of the Hyuga clan would also have to be broken by you personally. Niji knew that the girl in front of him was not speaking empty words. Although he was from the branch family, his talent far exceeded that of the main family, and the clan head also intended to cultivate him. As long as he was diligent and followed the clan head's training path, along with his hard work, one day he would likely surpass the clan head and inherit the family business from him. But Niji did not regret this choice. It was one of the rare moments he could be himself. It had nothing to do with the main family, nothing to do with the branch family, only because it was about him. This is all voluntary for me, and it's really great to be able to help Naruto and the others. Niji smiled gently. The dappled light filtering through the trees fell on his face, making Jiming momentarily dazed. She almost forgot that Niji was also a famous handsome young man within 100 miles. But still, she needed to pay attention to her health. Jiming snapped back to reality and emphasized again, but Niji, have you ever thought about practicing archery as well? With our nearly flawless eyesight, archery might be a more suitable weapon for us, just like the situation today. However, this was just her suggestion, and it would be great if Niji could take it into account. I also think that gentle fist can't solve everything. After experiencing this battle, Niji saw many of his own shortcomings. His ability to only engage in close combat was too limiting. Indeed, the girl in front of him was exceptional in physical skills, ninjutsu, and sword techniques. Even with such excellence, when he saw her again, he was surprised to find her hitting every target with her bow. If you need a bow, you can come to the Senju family to find me. Jiming was very happy. It was rare to have a boy who listened to advice. I made an extra one a few years ago. The draw weight should suit you well. Thank you. The two stopped talking, as Jiming had already picked Niji up, startling him into widening his eyes, ready to jump out of her arms the next second. He exclaimed in shock, "What are you doing? Put me down." "Oh no, don't move." Jiming couldn't let him go. How would she use the flying thunder god technique then? If she delayed his treatment, it would be a sin. Thinking this, she tightened her grip, not giving the boy in her arms any chance to escape. Chapter 244. The plan to retrieve Sasuke 8. Niji had never been treated this way before. His face flushed red. He wanted to break free, but couldn't, so he closed his eyes, pretending that everything was happening unconsciously. When vision was deprived, the other senses became particularly vivid. The surrounding scent changed from the fresh smell of trees to a strong, antiseptic smell. Had they already arrived at the hospital? He could hear the girl talking to the doctor, saying, "Niji's injuries are serious, but fortunately, there are no penetrating wounds. I've done emergency treatment. The rest is up to you, Sister Kurenai." After that, he was released from the girl's embrace and placed on a soft bed. He guessed that the girl would return to continue her mission. Just the opponent he faced, Kinomu, had abilities that were no longer at the level of a mere Chunin. After transformation, he might possess Jonin-level capabilities. Shikamaru's ninjutsu was mostly supportive, and Kiba, although he had attacking abilities, was generally average. If it really was a one-on-one battle, as Shikamaru said, it could really end in death. "Niji, take good care of yourself." Jiming reminded the unconscious Niji before leaving. "I'll go back to help them. You must come back together." Niji opened his eyes and looked at the girl, his pure white eyes holding hope. "I'll wait for you to return. Don't worry, I will bring them back." With that, she vanished without a trace. Niji knew this was her flying thunder god technique, also known as the fastest woman in the ninja world, with speed comparable to the fourth Hokage. She would surely catch up to Shikamaru's battle, as she did just now. Jiming indeed caught up. She hid in the woods, standing guard for the group of boys. Halfway through the night, she guessed Shikamaru hadn't made any moves yet, missing the best time for a surprise attack, probably planning to wait until dawn. She waited until the sky was dimly lit, and the group began to stir. Shikamaru and the others stealthily advanced. Well, Jiming watched as the three stood on the tree confronting them, which didn't seem very stealthy at all. Shikamaru and Kiba launched a feint while Naruto hid behind, preparing his Rasengan. However, Zaku, nearby, easily blocked Shikamaru and Kiba with just 2 punches, even catching Naruto's Rasengan that was aimed at him. Then the real Kiba came out. Using his unchanging technique, he flew past, penetrating through Naruto's abdomen and right before Zaku, forcing Zaku to dodge before Kiba continued his assault. What a good move. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was hiding in the shadows, secretly using the shadow mimic technique on Doyu. who couldn't dodge and was thus controlled. Seizing the opportunity, Kiba rushed through with his technique, grabbing the container, holding Sasuke, and handing it to Naruto. They completed a perfect three-person relay. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Jimin couldn't help but applaud them internally, but that was not the end. Our Akamaru had already set up defenses in the designated area, sticking explosive tags at crucial points. It barked twice, signaling its owner that everything was ready. It was just waiting for Zaku to pass by, and it immediately detonated the explosive tags, blocking the enemy's first wave of attack. However, Zaku's abilities were indeed somewhat extraordinary. He quickly caught up to Akamaru, who was trying to escape, and a steel wire flew out, binding Akamaru so that it couldn't move. Oh no, what should they do now? Kiba shouted to his beloved dog, leaping into the explosion, taking Akamaru along with him and Zaku down the cliff. Akamaru and Kiba announced their exit from the first battlefield, signaling the start of the second battlefield. Initially, a 2-on-1 seemed completely fine, but out of nowhere, a handsome guy fell from the sky, standing behind Naruto and Shikamaru, with his signature long white hair and a bow tied at his waist. Jimin recalled who this person was. Kimimaro, a sickly person, but a super strong, sickly person. Did his appearance mean that Orochimaru had completed another reincarnation? Jimin sighed in relief. Fortunately, they had been stalling for time, otherwise that kid Sasuke would have been eaten without leaving a single hair behind. Kimimaro took Sasuke and left first, while Shikamaru was still discussing strategies with Naruto. It should still be one-on-one, Jimin thought. A 2-on-1, no matter how you looked at it, was advantageous for them. Let's go, Shikamaru. With that, Shikamaru and Naruto charged at Doyu, and as Kunai clashed, Naruto seized the opportunity to escape. This made Doyu very unhappy. She angrily said, "You two little brats. How dare you trick me?" Naruto went after her, opening up the third battlefield. Suddenly, the battle was divided into three. Jimin couldn't help but feel troubled. If she used the Shadow Clone technique and then the Flying Thunder God technique, she wouldn't have enough chakra to sustain it. Forget it. Jimin decided to observe Shikamaru first. Perhaps she could help him deal with Doyu, and then they could think of a strategy for the next step together. This kid still seemed so unmotivated in a fight. Even Doyu had started spewing insults, not knowing what was so special about Sasuke to them. For one person, how many of your teammates do you want to sacrifice? You incompetent fool. Jimin could only say, dude, this man has 1,000 tricks up his sleeve, and soon he'll have you tricked to the point of losing your life. They were still too arrogant. These sound ninjas, with Orochimaru not providing any ideological education. Only encouraging growth would just make the children lose humility, constantly spouting such arrogant words. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jiraiya shook his head. But if these words were spoken by the beautiful Uchiha or Uchiha Sasuke, it would certainly have a different flavor. Shikamaru sneered, indeed. This is my first mission as a captain. One by one, team members leave me. I am indeed panicking. Regardless of the considerations, I should halt such a dangerous mission. Then why didn't you do it? Knowing yet not acting, you really are an idiot that you also mocked. Because things in the world do not always follow principles. Shikamaru looked up at the clouds drifting in the sky, thinking of the other 5 people. They should also be fighting for their companions. Moreover, those who disregard their companions being taken away for self-preservation, choosing not to fight, our team. Not one. Listen well, our team is much stronger than you think. They also agreed to go see the fawn together during the spring festival and must not be absent. Shikamaru stood up, and after the woman across from him finished listening to his speech, she actually summoned 3 gigantic creatures. Immediately after, Dayu also picked up a flute. Shikamaru couldn't help but be cautious, hiding behind a tree, taking out 2 pieces of paper from his ninja bag, crumpling them up and stuffing them in his ears. If it's a sound-based attack, then he just needs to not hear the sounds. Then let me play your death song. Chapter 245. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 9. Then let me play your death song. What a joke. Shikamaru finished stuffing his right ear, checking should be fine now. The flute was placed to her lips, and not only that, those 3 gigantic creatures also moved, almost in an instant flying towards him. Shikamaru was startled. Is this controlled by sound? He hurriedly dodged the first attack. Another one charged at him, forcing him to retreat further. Is this her tactic? Forcing him away from the master through summoned creatures, thereby constraining his line of sight. As long as he couldn't get close to Dayu, he would be worn down. What to do? Shikamaru looked at Dayu, who was getting further away, feeling a bit unclear. These consecutive attacks, even hiding in the grass, would still be detected by those 3 monsters. He must get close to that controller. The dense attacks left no room to prepare ninjutsu. Dodging and avoiding. He barely waited until the music stopped. He stood in place. This distance was still too far from Dayu, but your tune was quite good. Hey, I thought you. This useless one couldn't understand. Dayu scoffed, but this song is undoubtedly deadly. Final chapter. Chapter 9. The Chaos of the Demon Realm. The rhythm of the music grew increasingly urgent, and the three gigantic creatures charged at him as if they had taken stimulants. The three behind her leaned together, opened their mouths, and produced three unknown liquid streams. Something a bit disgusting. But Shikamaru still couldn't dodge in time, slightly touched, and his chakra seemed to be sucked away. He stepped back, throwing a shuriken, but the shuriken passed completely through the liquid. He didn't have time to be shocked because that mouth was about to get close to him again. Shikamaru could only think quickly, leaving an explosive tag and a smoke bomb behind to buy himself some time to think. He checked the remaining ninja tools in his bag. There were only 12 kunai and 9 shuriken, 12 meters of wire, 1 flash bomb, and 1 explosive tag. It seems he would have to gamble everything this time. Although he didn't want to place his hopes on Zhihui, he knew Zhihui would definitely show up in a crisis. He just needed to act freely now, not seeking to kill the enemy in front of him, just hoping to buy some time. Zhihui watched the deadlock, thinking maybe she should show up for a moment to help Shikamaru. Dealer, didn't you just say you wouldn't show up at a critical moment? Zhihui, although I always believe in Shikamaru's abilities, this strategic line is a bit long. I'm worried about Kiba and Naruto being hard to deal with. Dealer, don't rush. Take it easy. Zhihui baby, we need to stay calm. Dealer, look, Shikamaru is actively attacking now, isn't he? Zhihui looked over, and indeed he was moving. A kunai flew out from the grass pile, and Shikamaru was constantly pulling back and forth from the grass pile. 9 shots, a total of 9 attacks. His eyes hardly left Dayu's fingers. Through the changes in her fingers, those gigantic creatures were also changing. Although he couldn't understand the flute sound, he was smart enough. Every time it came to this point, Shikamaru couldn't help but be grateful to his parents for giving him such intelligence. After the kunai was blocked by the big creature's hand, Shikamaru appeared in front of Dayu, throwing a kunai towards the previously placed flash bomb. Seizing the opportunity, while Dayu couldn't use the flute, he took the chance to emit 3 shadows, binding the 3 monsters. Shadow imitation technique. Success. Dealer, I told you, Shikamaru can definitely do it. Zhihui, why do I feel like you know Shikamaru better than I do? Did he used to watch Naruto too? The dealer fell silent for 2 seconds, not responding to Zhihui's words. Zhihui didn't think much of it, continuing to observe Shikamaru. In this brief half-minute, he led those 3 big creatures towards Dayu, but in the blink of an eye, the 3 big creatures vanished. Did he dispel the summoning technique? But that shouldn't have been Shikamaru's intention, Zhihui thought. Sure enough, Dayu was caught by the shadow from behind the tree, unable to move, and Shikamaru pointed a kunai at her. The so-called attack I mentioned, the first move was a feint to deceive the opponent, and those 3 big creatures were merely my diversion. The second move is the real attack. Dayu cursed, the bandage on her forehead fell off, and her skin color changed. Such a transformation, Shikamaru thought it wasn't good. With such astonishing chakra, if this continued, he would lose control. Yet once he do, he must use that ninjutsu. He crouched down, concentrated his chakra, and activated the ninjutsu, shadow neck binding technique. Suddenly, the shadow beneath his feet stretched out its hands, climbing up his body. Dayu forcibly suppressed this power, placing the flute to her lips, and blew into it. Die, you little brat. As the demonic sound entered his ears, Shikamaru guessed this should be a kind of illusion technique, acting out the full set, just in time to use this moment to recover a bit of chakra. The recent new ninjutsu had already consumed a lot of his chakra. He pretended to be controlled by the illusion, first throwing a kunai at her. Since there were no other weapons besides the flute, he would give her a weapon. Then, with this weapon, she would think she could kill him with 1 blow and come to his side. Shikamaru almost painfully knelt on the ground, stretching out his hands as if being hung, with a scream echoing through the woods. And then, it was pretending to be completely under the illusion's control, waiting for the opportunity. How does it feel to be countered like this? Dayu couldn't help but smile, grabbing the kunai at her feet, leaping in front of Shikamaru. Let your kunai send you on your way, she said, stabbing heavily towards Shikamaru's chest. Who would have thought? Pain suddenly surged in her stomach. Dayu's eyes widened, her body completely immobilized. This brat didn't fall under the illusion at all? Damn it. Shouldn't you be under the illusion? Shikamaru lifted his ears. Huh? What are you saying? He let out a cold snort. What a pity. I never appreciated your wonderful music from the very beginning. Such a shame. But now, you are already my prey. Just wait to die. But this astonishing chakra. Shikamaru felt a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. He was just about to throw a punch, but she forcefully blocked him. Damn, it's restrained, but is it not completely restrained? His chakra was almost depleted, but he absolutely could not let go. If he did, he would definitely die in front of this woman. Chapter 246. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 10. Jimin. Is it time, dealer? Dealer, go for it. Jimin baby. After hearing the dealer's command, Jimin immediately formed a hand sign for the flying thunder god technique and, like a gust of wind, floated over to land behind Shikamaru. Sorry, Shikamaru, I'm late. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she arrived. Saved. Well, it's good that you're here. Shikamaru smiled and said, take this opportunity. The final blow is up to you. Understood. Captain Shikamaru, since you're good at illusions, let's decide the outcome with illusions. Jimin focused, and Dayu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The girl in front of him was such a master. But what kind of illusion could that pair of black eyes cast? It shouldn't be the ocular jutsu, right? Before she could continue thinking, she was dragged into a space filled with flames, her hands suspended, and beneath her feet was a sea of fire. If she was even slightly careless, she would be immediately turned to ashes. The flames ignited, growing stronger and climbing up. Gradually reaching her feet, countless shadows rushed out, wrapping her entire body. Ah! With another scream, Dayu fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. What did you do to him? Shikamaru was scared and retreated repeatedly. What happened to her? She's dead, Jimin said casually as she grabbed his injured hand and performed medical ninjutsu. Besides the abrasions on his hand, is there any other injury? Saying the word dead so casually, Shikamaru took another look at the girl in front of him. Her appearance was not much different from theirs at this age. In fact, she was even a year younger than him, but the experiences she had gone through were far too many. Killing someone might just be a routine task in her eyes. Hey, Shikamaru. The girl's voice brought him back to reality, and he unconsciously met her clear eyes, opening his mouth but unable to say a word for a long time. Are there any other injuries? Jimin asked, looking puzzled. If not, we are preparing to relocate. But before we move, I need to recover her body. Shikamaru belatedly stretched out his other hand, which had also been bitten. After treating Shikamaru's external injuries, Jimin took a scroll out of her ninja pouch, sealing it. The whole person was sealed in the scroll. She put away the scroll and was about to flee with Shikamaru when someone arrived. Is it a helper? She couldn't be sure. The 36 strategies suggest retreating first. Hey, it's me. Temari flew out holding a fan, seeing Jimin preparing to run away. She quickly called out to her, Jimin, it's me. Tamari. Jimin breathed a sigh of relief and let go of Shikamaru. Otherwise, it would be quite inappropriate to be holding such a big guy in her arms. Why are you here? Shikamaru also felt embarrassed. It was surprising that in just 2 days, he had been princess carried by the same girl twice. He really felt like he had been saved. Oh, Shikamaru, you look pretty disheveled. Temari teased. Yes. Indeed a difficult opponent. Shikamaru did not refute. He did not know what the situation of the other 2 team members was. Jimin, can you sense what Naruto and Kiba are up to? Oh, don't worry. My partner went to help, Temari said with a smile. She originally thought she could lend a hand, but looking at this situation, the people had already been resolved, so she had it much easier. By the way, Jimin, have you been doing missions with them lately? I just happen to have some free time. And their little team has no Jonin, so I barely count as one. Jimin nodded, but the captain is still Shikamaru. My little brain can't come up with so many arrangements. So tiring. Jimin couldn't help but complain after this mission. She definitely wanted to hide in the yard and sleep for 3 days and nights. But is it really okay for us to catch up here? Shikamaru looked at the 2 girls, and they were actually chatting here. Come on, this is still during the mission. This is mission time. Sisters. What about Dingji and Niji? Almost forgot to ask about those 2 guys. Was he too relaxed mentally? He actually forgot such an important matter. Dingji might be in a more complicated situation. He took the 3rd pill. Jimin said, but I found him and immediately gave him basic treatment and sent him to the operating room. With a master there, it will be fine. The 3rd pill? Shikamaru frowned. Sure enough, even Dingji was forced into that situation. But wasn't that move? Didn't it mean there was no chance of survival? Don't worry, Shikamaru. You may not trust my medical skills, but you shouldn't doubt Lady Tsunade. Jimin said a bit unhappily. It was absolutely unacceptable to question her master. Niji is in better condition than Dingji. Although he doesn't have a penetrating injury, there are several near-fatal wounds. Jimin said, but I also sent him to the hospital. There's no problem. Shikamaru couldn't breathe easy, especially with Dingji, who had used the 3rd pill, half a foot in the grave. He didn't know if Tsunade had the ability to snatch people from the King of Hell. Kiba and Kankuro should have been resolved. Jimin said again, "Let's get ready to meet Gaara. Since I'm worried, it's better to see for myself." Without giving Shikamaru a chance to hesitate, Jimin and Temari each supported one of his arms and forcibly used Flying Thunder God to leave. Jimin was the first to arrive, followed closely by Temari, and finally Shikamaru. Rarely, Shikamaru's competitive spirit rose. How come this time he ended up flying in last place? Jimin couldn't compare, but Temari was also way faster than him. Wait, why is Lee here too? Shikamaru looked at the green live form standing next to Gaara. Wasn't this guy supposed to be in hospital? Why is he here? Lee, why did you come? You shouldn't have escaped from the hospital. Does Guy-sensei know? Shikamaru was surprised. I was worried about you guys. Last night, I saw Niji got seriously injured, thinking this enemy definitely isn't easy to deal with. Lee explained. Anyway, I can move now, and I thought I'd come along to see if there was anything I could help with. What about Naruto and Sasuke? Shikamaru rubbed his forehead. This really was Lee's style. Where are those two? Sasuke came out of that container, but he has become very strange, and Naruto chased after him. Lee explained. Hey, Shikamaru, are you okay? From a distance, Kiba's voice called out. Shikamaru turned his head and saw Kiba walking out sitting on a puppet, and couldn't help but scold with a smile. Look at you. How did you end up like this? Still needing a puppet to carry you. Oomph. At least we defeated the opponent and survived. Kiba didn't care about him, grinning as he said, But Jimin, could you help me treat me a bit? No problem. Chapter 247. The plan to retrieve Sasuke, 11. Behind him was Leisure, but as Shikamaru looked at Gaara, who stood calmly with his arms crossed, cold sweat broke out. What kind of monster is this new enemy? In the pile of sand created by Gaara, he even managed to crawl out of it. Hey, stop chatting here. Shikamaru shouted at the people reminiscing nearby. Come help quickly. Who knew Gaara lifted his head and coldly said, No need. You can leave first if you can move. Leave this person to me. Gaara of the Sandstorm, I've heard much about you. Jumaro's body was already covered in curse marks, his skin shedding a layer of white bone, which was terrifying to behold. Fortunately, I had preformed a layer of bone as an outer shell. Otherwise, I would have truly fallen here. From now on, I will not be touched by your sand again. Gaara remained silent, quickly forming hand seals, his hands pressed together, quick sand waterfall. In an instant, countless raging sands surged toward Jumaro, and in no time, the entire area transformed into a small desert. He immediately crouched down, pressing his hands to the ground. Sandstorm burial. A powerful pressure made even those standing on the shore struggle to maintain their footing, let alone those in the sand. Shikamaru steadied himself, thinking, at this level, that monster should have fallen, right? Not yet. Gaara shook his head, glancing at Chizuru, who also looked over. The two exchanged nods, and she probably understood that they were being told to evacuate quickly. Shikamaru, take them back to the village. Saying this, Chizuru bit her finger and slapped the ground, forming a giant sealing net, summoning technique. The diligent and kind Sansan appeared, still grumbling as usual, flapping its wings and complaining, Little Chizuru, I was just listening to a lecture in the Divine Temple, and right when it got interesting, you summoned me. Now, what do you need this phoenix for? As expected of the summoning beast of the Uchiha clan, it perfectly matches their Tsundere traits. Could you help me carry these injured back to the village? Chizuru pointed at Kiba, still lying on the puppet, Shikamaru frowning beside him, and the two Sand Ninja siblings hanging high and not caring, along with a wounded Lee. All right. Sansan flapped its wings, shining under the sunlight, making its feathers glisten. Next time, I won't let you use me as a transport again. Okay. Chizuru sighed and turned to Shikamaru. Get on. This is my summoning beast. It will take you to the hospital. You three now have one injured, one heavily injured, and one exhausted of chakra, so there's no need to stay here any longer. Temari also agreed. It's better to leave now than to get caught up in a fight where we have to take care of you. Shikamaru felt embarrassed. Why do they need to mock him while leaving? This woman is even more exaggerated than his mother. After sending off the frail trio, they also took Kankuro with them, leaving only 3 people on the battlefield. And Jumaro once again broke through Gaara's sandstorm burial. So much blood, Chizuru couldn't help but show an envious look. No, don't space out. When Chizuru came to her senses, Jumaro had already launched a surprise attack on her face, scaring Temari into quickly fanning herself. A strong wind blew Jumaro to the ground, and Chizuru finally found the time to counterattack. Just right, the person in front of her had strong taijutsu. She might as well try her archery skills again to see how far she had progressed. Occasionally practicing on a moving target isn't bad either. Damari, I'm supporting you from the back. Before Chizuru left, she reminded, By the way, remember to leave Junmaro's complete corpse. It will be very useful for my research. With that, she immediately vanished. Temari didn't have time to think about what Chizuru was doing when she saw Gaara being knocked down by Junmaro. She hurriedly stepped forward to protect Gaara. Your opponent is not just him. You have me too. Temari positioned her fan behind her 3 stars with all my strength. Forget it. I'll just use that technique. Temari bit her finger, drawing blood on her fan, and lightly said, summoning technique. Dance of the cutting blades. Wielding a large scythe, Itachi launched a series of fierce slashes against Junmaro, momentarily diverting his attention. Taking advantage of this time, Temari helped Gaara up and moved him to a safer place. 3 against 1, there was no reason to lose. Just then, a gust of wind rushed past her ear, drawing her gaze. She looked over to see an arrow striking Junmaro's foot. She thought it was a pity, if only it had been aimed a bit better and hit his chest. One arrow after another flew toward Junmaro. Learning from past experiences, Junmaro clearly became more agile, deliberately dodging the arrows hidden deeper. Another arrow was shot, and Junmaro aimed at that spot, bones falling from his fingers forming needles, shooting toward the arrow's direction. He then swiftly turned in midair, landing smoothly on the ground. The bones did not touch Chizuru as they were blocked by Gaara's sand, who used the sand to search for Junmaro, providing cover for Chizuru. By this time, his chakra was nearly depleted. He had originally planned to finish him off with the last move. Unfortunately, the enemy was just too strong. Chizuru used the Flying Thunder God technique to switch her landing point, standing on a tree, and once again drew an arrow. Most of her arrows were made from Sansan's fallen feathers, capable of piercing through a tree hundreds of years old, let alone a person much thinner than a tree. Under the pressure of Gaara's sand, she predicted the landing point and shot. Swish, an arrow pierced through the heart. Junmaro knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. It seemed like it was coming to an end. Had Sasuke reached Orochimaru's side? Junmaro dared not look back at the path he had taken, only staring intently at the 2 people in front of him. Orochimaru would probably be very happy, and memories of the first time he met Orochimaru flashed through his mind, where he moved forward with the intent to kill. Orochimaru stood there, guiding him. Unfortunately, after fighting all night, Junmaro looked at the village littered with corpses. He knew he was the only one left in this ambush. Then what was the meaning of his survival? Once there was a so-called family, fighting for the family. But now the family was gone, and he was all alone. Where should he go? Junmaro wandered in confusion, accidentally discovering a vibrant flower growing in the mud. The surroundings were barren, with only this flower standing tall among them. Just like him, why couldn't he and this flower be considered kindred spirits? Why couldn't they be considered to share the same suffering? Yet, he approached the flower with the intention of making friends, speaking to it. But the arrogant flower refused to respond to him. Even a flower ignored him. Just kill it. Junmaro's knife was already at the flower's neck. One cut, and the flower would be broken. Enough! Don't be angry with that flower. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Junmaro turned to see the person in a kimono he had met earlier that morning. The one who guided him. He said, "There's no such thing as living with meaning, but living on may lead to interesting things. Just like how you found a flower, and I found you." Orochimaru's warm hand caressed his cheek, saying, "Come, let's go." Orochimaru gave him a new life. So his mission was naturally to protect Orochimaru's ambitions. Ensure that Uchiha Sasuke could safely reach the stronghold. Dance. Dance of the Early Fern. Chapter 248. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Senju Tobarama. Dance, dance of the early ferns. In an instant, the sandy ground transformed into a forest of bones. Gaara hurriedly manipulated the sand to transport himself and Temari to another space, thinking that hitting the target was already the limit. Yet, even so, he was prepared to exhaust his last bit of life. Is it worth it? Gaara was a bit confused. For Uchiha Sasuke, for Orochimaru. Truly brainwashed by Orochimaru, one empty guy. Gaara said, but this should be the limit. No, no. Kimimaro rebutted loudly. He was not brainwashed by Lord Orochimaru. Rather, Lord Orochimaru had given him a new life. Lord Orochimaru, you must understand me. Thank you, Kimimaro. Living must have some meaning. But living on might lead to more interesting things, just like you found that flower, and I found you. Let us take everything into our hands, Kimimaro, then we'll find the truth of this world together. What do you know? He used the last bit of his strength to stab at Gaara, but stopped there. Lord Orochimaru, he unwillingly opened his eyes, hoping to stay a little longer, even with Orochimaru. He died. Gaara's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking twice. Thankfully, the person before him was frozen in place. Temari was also startled. What a scary kid. Let's go down. It's about time we reached our limit. Gaara forced his body to move and placed his sister under a nearby tree. Finally, it was over. The siblings sighed in relief and exchanged smiles. Shizune flew over from a distance. Looking at Kimimaro standing in midair, eyes wide open, she couldn't help but sigh. Without hesitation, she broke off a piece of bone and stored it in a sealing scroll, while the person was stored in another scroll. Since they are descendants of the Kagaya clan, perhaps studying it could indeed solve their clan's eye problems. After doing all this, Shizune returned to the siblings, asking with concern, "Are you okay? That person didn't hurt you, right?" "Yes, no problem. Just that Gaara's chakra was a bit overused." Temari shook her head, answering for Gaara. "We might need to rest a while before going back." "Let me see." Before Gaara could speak, Shizune grabbed his hand and examined it closely. It seemed that Kimimaro's bones had touched this spot. She rolled up Gaara's sleeve, and sure enough, his fair skin was covered with red marks. It looked particularly conspicuous. "He said it was fine." Shizune lightly huffed, clearly injured but not saying anything. As she spoke, she held his hand and performed medical ninjutsu, and soon, the red marks disappeared. "Let's go. I'll take you back to the hospital for another checkup." Without waiting for them to object, Shizune pressed a hand on each person and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique. They landed at the hospital. As for the battle at the Valley of the End, Shizune had no mind to watch it. The result would likely be the same as in the original story: Sasuke leaving the snake lair, and Naruto embarking on a 3 to 4 year journey to chase after him. After all, this is the main storyline. If it were changed because of her, it wouldn't be interesting. After returning to the hospital, they ran into Sakura, who had been looking behind her for a long time, unable to hide her disappointment. "Where are Naruto and Sasuke?" Naruto went to chase after Sasuke to the Valley of the End. Shizune, seeing the girl's expression, couldn't bear to explain a bit more. "Actually, Sasuke came to find me a couple of nights ago. He said he was leaving, and I didn't stop him because that was his choice, so I will respect it." Sakura's expression changed 3 times, from shock to disbelief, then back to shock. The anger that erupted from her seemed to dissipate when she looked at Shizune. Shizune had treated her the same way before, respecting her choice. That's why she had the courage to come to the hospital and learn medical ninjutsu from Lady Tsunade. She didn't know how to criticize. But Orochimaru's place. Sakura couldn't help but say, "Sasuke will be." "Don't worry, according to my information, Orochimaru has already completed his reincarnation." Shizune placed her hand on Sakura's head, gently rubbing her hair, and said softly, "Within 3 years, Sasuke will not be in danger." "Let us not talk about that. How are CHG and Niji? The key is whether those 2 lives have been saved." Given the early time they arrived at the hospital, Niji had avoided a super fatal injury. He should have survived. Niji's condition is stable. Sakura also calmed down, but CHG's situation isn't good. Lady Tsunade is still studying the Akimichi family's secret recipe. "Has it been that long?" Shizune frowned. "Is his life sign stable?" "This senior Shizune is checking. There are no problems." "Then I'll leave Gaara and Temari to you." Shizune, having worked intensely for 2 days, was a bit dizzy, and after giving Sakura some instructions, she found an excuse to prepare to leave. "I need to find Lord Tsukuyami. If there are any problems, just inform me at the Senju clan." For the last short distance Flying Thunder God technique, Shizune chose to land on Senju Tobarama. But the bad news is, Senju Tobarama was soaking in a hot spring in the back mountain. The worst news is, Senju Tobarama came out of the hot spring completely naked. And just at that moment, Shizune appeared before Tobarama. Not having time to take a closer look, she immediately covered her eyes. "Senju Tobarama, why aren't you wearing clothes?" Chapter 249. Then you can admire his beautiful body. Senju Tobarama was also startled, covering his body with his arms. He hurriedly turned around, shooing Shizune away. "Little Shizune, you go wait for me outside. If you stand here, I can't put on my clothes." Only then did Shizune realize and ran to the living room to sit down, waiting for Senju Tobarama to get dressed. The longer she sat, the more chaotic her mind became. She must be too tired to choose such a simple and quick method. Now this is fine. After finally using the Flying Thunder God to reach Senju Tobarama's side, she happened to catch him bathing, and she wished she could just find a crack in the ground to hide in. "Dealer, then you can admire his beautiful body. As the saying goes, if you don't look, it's a waste." "Shizune, please, dealer, we are girls. We need to be a bit reserved. Who could so openly look at Senju Tobarama's body? Moreover, she came here for business, not specifically to spy on Senju Tobarama." "Dealer, well, the result turned out this way, which is not what we wanted to see. It just happens that Tobarama is bathing. A little robot even made her feel wronged." "Shizune, that won't do. Don't lead me astray." "Dealer, all right, Lord Tobarama will be here soon. So think about how to ease the awkwardness later. How else can I ease it? Shizen naturally played dead. As long as she didn't take the initiative to speak. Tobarama wouldn't either, she thought, and even had a moment of leisure to brew tea. When Tobarama came over, he was wearing a dark green bathrobe, and he naturally sat across from Shizen. She didn't look up at him, first pouring him a cup of tea and pushing in front of him. This should be last year's camellia, right? The taste is all right. What do you want at this late hour? Tobarama took a sip of tea, then looked up at Shizen. She has a tendency to get embarrassed easily, especially when her ears turn red. She particularly likes to find something to do, like making tea. She probably wants to move on from what just happened. Tobarama also doesn't intend to pursue it further. He wants to finish their conversation quickly and get some rest. This time, with Shikamaru's team on a mission, it's certain that she hasn't slept for 2 days and nights. At this point, she has probably reached her limit. Tobarama feels sorry for her. He and Madara have advised her several times not to go, but she wouldn't listen. There is nothing they can do but respect her wishes. I gained something from this trip. Jiming has replaced the tea with a pot of hot water and mentioned that there is a descendant of the Kagaya clan whose bone hyperplasia seems to be his bloodline limit. His bones are incredibly hard, and we could start researching this. It might be very useful. There is also a female ninja with cursed seals. As she spoke, she took out 3 scrolls and pushed them in front of Tobarama. A descendant of the Kagaya clan? Tobarama couldn't help but ponder. This clan is a warrior race that burns out their lives in battle. Aside from the Warring States period, he had hardly heard any news about this clan since then. Unexpectedly, it was taken in by Orochimaru. I think we could also research his cells and blood. Jiming added, while the body is still warm. Implicitly, she was suggesting that Tobarama should work overtime. Leave it to me. Tobarama tucked the scrolls into his pocket and looked at Jiming again. The dark circles under her eyes were almost impossible to hide. This girl is like that. When she doesn't sleep or doesn't sleep well, it shows on her face. She looks like a panda. Jiming, you should go back and rest. Tobarama stood up, preparing to forcibly send her away. I'll walk you back. I'll also stop by the research room. Jiming wanted to say something else, but Tobarama forcibly supported her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and leading her forward. Tobarama originally thought of using the Flying Thunder God technique efficiently and quickly. However, he was reluctant to let this hard-earned time together pass so quickly. After all, their 2 yards aren't far apart. It's just a 5-minute walk. But the Flying Thunder God technique takes less than 5 seconds. 5 minutes and 5 seconds are too different. Is the mission going smoothly? Tobarama asked. Although Jiming would submit the report tomorrow, he preferred to hear her talk about it. After all, since that scoundrel Uchiha Madara showed up, Jiming hadn't chatted or had tea with him much. Tonight was one of the rare occasions. All because of that evil Uchiha. I'm afraid the mission might fail. Jiming sighed, but the team members should have survived. This is my first failed mission. However, Tobarama didn't feel any regret. It seemed like she was just talking about something very ordinary. It's fine. We've received news too. Orochimaru's reincarnation period is over. Tobarama comforted her a bit. After all, it's natural to feel some emotions when a childhood friend runs away. Sasuke won't be harmed for now. Instead, that guy will train Sasuke well. I think so too. Jiming smiled. Now, the 3 of them are being taught by the legendary Sannin. Who knows? One day, they might surpass me. Sigh, getting old. Tobarama Senju, who has lived for 2 lifetimes. Shouldn't he be the one getting old? With me and Uchiha Madara training you. Tobarama also laughed. What are you afraid of? Your brother's title as the battlefield Azura wasn't earned for nothing. Well, in terms of teaching, she is indeed formidable. But in terms of bloodline, she can't compare to those 2. It's just a pity that she didn't get Sasuke's card before he left the village. Who knows when they meet again? Jiming couldn't help but feel a bit down at this thought. She hates goodbyes. We've arrived. Just as they reached the door, Tobarama saw Uchiha Madara leaning against the gate. He didn't say much, released Jiming, and in the blink of an eye, flew away. This class really needs to be added. The descendant of the Kagaya clan might help with Jiming's condition. You're back. Uchiha Madara grunted. After messing around outside for so long, he still came back injured. I'm not injured, Jiming replied, looking confused. But she didn't have the energy to argue with him, categorizing him as someone who makes trouble for no reason. I'm going to rest now, Brother Madara. Just as she thought of bypassing Madara and heading straight to her room to sleep, the tall man blocked her path, trapping her between his arms. Jiming lifted her tired eyes to look at him, still with a bit of patience. What is wrong, Brother Madara? Did something happen at work today? Nothing. Uchiha Madara held her. He could clearly sense that Jiming was in a bad mood. but I feel like something happened to you. After observing for so long, this was the first time he saw Jiming with such a low aura. It was different from a vulnerability during the thunderstorm. Could it be that something happened during the mission? Madara couldn't think of anything that could happen during the mission that would make her feel so down. Madara is not someone who likes to guess. He usually just asks directly, did something happen during the mission? Seeing the girl in his arms, not wanting to respond, he continued to press. It's nothing. It's just that Sasuke went to Orochimaru's lair. Jiming spoke honestly. She used to know how to suppress her emotions. But once she got into her room, she easily relaxed. Unfortunately, this was noticed by that guy, Uchiha Madara. She knew she couldn't fool him, so she told the truth. In a few days, I'll go find Azuna and bring that kid back too. Uchiha Madara thought it was a big deal when he heard this. It's normal for a girl at this age to be unable to handle goodbyes. If he really wanted to take revenge, he might as well teach him. It's better than that slippery snake. Uchiha Madara still couldn't forget what that snake did to Jiming. If he had appeared just a little later that time, or if he had forgotten to leave that seal, Jiming might have long been swallowed by the snake. No, Jiming sighed again. It's his own choice. I should respect him. It's his choice to go to Orochimaru's side. So what? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Using me as bait. How could he not catch that kid? Yes. Jiming flattered him a bit. Our brother Madara is the strongest. I'm going to sleep. I haven't rested for 2 days. Jiming looked aggrieved, her little face wrinkled. Then hurry back and rest. What she thought would be a peaceful night turned out otherwise. Before going to bed, Jiming hugged her little cat and pulled it for several times. She finally couldn't resist her fatigue and climbed into bed to sleep. Under such extreme exhaustion, she would surely sleep well. But the weather didn't cooperate. In the middle of the night, a sudden thunderstorm woke Jiming from her dream. And almost reflexively, she sat up. Another rumble of thunder. The rain began to fall. The patter of rain hitting the ground sounded like shattered jade beads falling onto a plate, crackling. Jiming shrank into the corner uncontrollably, trembling. This was almost an irresistible reaction. The little cat also woke up from its dream. As soon as it heard the thunder, it understood immediately. The sapphire-like eyes scanned the room and found its little master curled up in a corner, trembling. It felt both heartbroken and angry, and quickly ran over, hoping to attract the timid girl's attention and help her temporarily escape her fear. But the result was the same as always. It couldn't attract her attention before, and it still couldn't now. Not even a glance in its direction. The immediate thought of the camellia was to find Uchiha Madara next door. Only he would know what to do in such a situation. And so it went, running to the door of Madara's room, scratching at the door with its paws, hoping the person inside would quickly come out to help its little master. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from inside. Ninja cats can sense the chakra of familiar people, but they still need to concentrate their chakra. It never expected that Uchiha Madara was actually not in the room. Where could that guy be wandering off to in the middle of the night? In fact, Madara hadn't gone far. He was in a research room with Tobirama, working together. He had initially suspected that it might rain tonight and had no intention of going out, especially since the little girl was so tired today. It wouldn't be right for her beautiful dreams to be shattered by rain. However, after being invited by Tobirama a couple of times, Madara felt he couldn't refuse. So he only stepped out in the middle of the night. Who would have thought it would actually turn out to be a thunderstorm? Upon hearing the first clap of thunder, Madara instinctively took off his gloves, grabbed an umbrella, and dashed into the rain. He even forgot to explain to Senju Tobirama why he was leaving. He didn't dare to delay and practically sprinted back. Just as he entered the courtyard, a white cat rushed past his feet. Fortunately, he was quick enough to pull back, or else the camellia might have ended up in the hospital. Madara, where have you been? Camellia came to a sudden stop, unable to help but ask. That white-haired kid from the Senju family called me to help him. Madara didn't explain much and headed straight for the room where the timid girl was. How's she doing? Not too well. You should hurry. Camellia hung its head and didn't follow him inside. As a sensible cat, it decided to give the two of them some private space. When Madara entered, he saw the girl curled up into a small ball at the foot of the bed, hugging her legs and trembling uncontrollably. Little G, Big Brother is here. Madara didn't have time to think and half kneeled in front of her, carefully wrapping her in his arms. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Big Brother is here. He comforted her repeatedly until the rain stopped, and the girl in his arms gradually fell asleep. He carried her back to bed, tucked her in, and stayed in the room, quietly watching over her until dawn. Jiming woke up around noon, sitting in a daze for a long time before gradually coming to her senses. Little Ji, what's wrong? Camellia, who had woken up early, had been sitting by Ji Ming's bedside. after waiting for a long time without her waking up. It got bored and played with a small ball in the room for a while, then lay down beside Ji-Ming. Finally, when she woke up, who knew she would look so dazed? Camellia was startled and quickly waved its paws in front of her. Little Ji, don't scare me. I'm going to find someone. Camellia was so frightened that it was about to run off. Camellia. Ji-Ming finally managed to wake up properly. She glanced at the cat that was about to bolt and quickly grabbed it into her arms. Where are you going? Mifine. Why are you so nervous? You little kitty? I was scared. Camellia hid in Ji-Ming's embrace, whimpering. It had experienced such situations too often. At the slightest hint of trouble, it would rush to Uchihamadara's room to call for help. All right, I need to get up quickly. Ji-Ming didn't pay much attention and quickly went to wash up after rubbing Camellia's head. Chapter 250. Visiting the sick after a simple breakfast and lunch. Ji-Ming, as a part-time worker, had to write a task report. After completing a mission, there was generally a day of rest. So Ji-Ming didn't have to go to the Umbu today. She was too lazy to change into combat clothes. So she lay on the long bench in her study, one hand petting the cat while the other studied the task report. Such a wonderful life was truly enjoyable. Dealer. Ji-Ming, aren't you going to the hospital to check on them? At this time, Naruto should be back. Reminded by the dealer, she remembered that her teammates were all lying in the hospital. Out of concern, she should bring something to visit them. Thinking this, she patted the Camellia lying in her arms. Camellia, go tell Annie to prepare 5 meals. I'm going to visit Niji and the others at the hospital. Camellia reluctantly climbed out of Ji-Ming's arms, grumbling, not understanding why she always asked it to run errands. After all, it was fully skilled in the art of cat maintenance. All right, I'll go. Though Camellia thought this way, it still obeyed its owner's command. After Camellia left, Ji-Ming quickly finished writing the task report and went to her wardrobe to pick out a dark green kimono. This kimono was patterned with the Senju family crest, combining dark green and beige, making it a relatively fresh outfit. It should be fine to wear something like this to visit a patient. Once she was all set, she took the task report and food box and headed to the hospital. Rarely having a day off, and, with time not being too tight, Ji-Ming was too lazy to use the Flying Thunder God technique, and chose to walk instead. Passing by Ino's flower shop, she picked up 2 bouquets of flowers. Ji-Ming, are you going to the hospital? Ino asked while wrapping the flowers for her. Yes, I'm going to check on Niji and the others. Ji-Ming nodded and casually asked, do you want to come along? Dingji should have come out of the operating room today, right? Then let us go together. Ino called for her mom to come look after the shop and wrapped up 2 more bouquets before following Ji-Ming. Upon arriving at the hospital, Ji-Ming asked the front desk for the locations of their respective wards and discussed with Ino which room to visit first. How about we go to Niji and Lee first? They're in the same room. Then I'll go to Dingji. Ino politely declined, saying she wasn't too familiar with Niji and Lee. Going there would just lead to awkward small talk. We can meet at Dingji later. Ji-Ming didn't press the issue and, after bidding farewell to Ino, went alone to the ward on the 3rd floor. She politely knocked 3 times on the door and, upon hearing a voice from inside, pushed the door open. Niji probably didn't expect her to come. The moment he saw her, his Byakugan widened in surprise, and he stumbled over his words. You? What are you doing here? The small Lee in the next bed voiced this confusion. Does Ji-Ming not have work today? I have a day off today. I just finished writing the task report and came to see you guys, she said, raising the 2 bouquets of flowers and the food box in her hand. She placed the food box aside and handed out the 2 meals according to the labels. This is made by my aunt. It's quite delicious. After saying that, she found 2 vases, put the flowers in them, and placed them between their beds. At this point, Ji-Ming finally settled down, pulling up a chair to sit between the 2. Niji, how about you? You're not seriously hurt, right? Ji-Ming asked kindly. From what I see, it doesn't seem like a life-threatening injury with Tsunade's abilities. It's good that you came in time. Niji expressed his gratitude again. Otherwise, I might have really had to fight for my life. Was that opponent really that strong? Even you got into trouble? Lee asked. Niji couldn't help but smile wryly. He was strong. In just a few minutes, he had analyzed that my Byakugan had angle limitations and chose to attack me with a bow and arrow. Although my gentle fist restrained him, he also restrained me in return. So winning was truly a stroke of luck. CHG also smiled, grateful that Niji had bought me some time. At that moment, CHG's condition was quite serious, and I had delayed quite a bit in the hospital. Oh right, CHG suddenly remembered that the bow and arrow he wanted to give to Niji should still be in the scroll. So it would be a good idea to hand it over to him now. I'll give you this bow and arrow first. You can check in the library for how to make the arrows. Or you can wait for Lord Suki's research to be completed and ask him how to make them. As CHG took out the bow and arrow, he said, "The weight of the arrows should suit you. When Lord Suki made them for me, they were a bit too heavy." Niji expressed his gratitude once more, saying, "Thank you." He took the bow and arrow and weighed them in his hands. The weight felt a bit light for him. However, since it was crafted by Lord Suki, it was likely made from good materials. If he trained hard, it might prove useful in the future. "What about you, Lee?" CHG looked at Lee, who was eagerly staring at the bow and arrow, almost mesmerized. It had been nearly 2 months, so he should be able to resume training. But sneaking out this time. Lee scratched his head in embarrassment, saying it might be delayed a bit more. Perhaps he would need to stay for another month. "Norus. Norus," CHG reassured him, emphasizing that healing was more important, and once he was healed, they would feel more at ease in the hospital. Just as CHG and Lee were talking, Niji looked at the girl's profile and couldn't help but recall the side profile he had seen when she held him in her arms a couple days ago. It was a different expression. The expression at that moment was clearly more lively than that person, someone approachable. Especially in that dark green kimono, it suited her exceptionally well, like a flower still blooming at the end of summer. As he gazed, he became entranced, not even noticing when the girl had left. It was Lee's shout that finally brought him back to reality. He joked, "Niji, CHG is really beautiful, right? She looks like a Yamato, not a Shiko from the history books. Like someone who walked out a book." Niji did not deny it. No one would question the beauty of the Senju clan. Whether it was Lady Tsunade or CHG, who was active in the Umbu, both were renowned for their beauty in the village. Beautiful and seemingly unattainable. But I still think Sakura is a bit prettier, Lee said to himself. However, Niji silently refuted that in his heart. In the hospital room, CHG's space was particularly lively. He had just woken up today when Shikamaru rushed in a hurry. Soon after, Asuma and Kurinai also came to sit for a while, praising CHG with many kind words before they left the room at an appropriate time. Not long after they left, Ino came over with flowers. But the best gift for CHG should have been potato chips. She placed the flowers down, sat next to Shikamaru, and teased CHG, saying, "Our CHG has really become a big hero now. All those years of eating good food weren't in vain." Hee. CHG couldn't help but grin, not just because he had defeated a strong opponent this time, but also because he had helped his friends, giving them a chance, and had been brought back by them. Although he was seriously injured and had walked through the gates of hell, he was still very happy. "Ino, did you bring me something delicious?" CHG asked cheerfully. Ino, with a look that said, "Is this all you think about?" pulled out 2 bags of potato chips from her pocket and handed them to CHG, whispering, "Eat them secretly. Don't let Sakura know. Otherwise, I'll definitely get scolded by her." As she spoke, she couldn't help but feel a bit wronged. Recently, Sakura had been busy in the hospital, leaving little time to chat with her. The last time they had a meal together was during New Year, and it was really too busy. Besides occasionally practicing clan ninjutsu with her father or going on missions with her friends, she hadn't trained much. She always felt that she was falling too far behind Sakura. Sakura kept moving forward, while she was only taking small steps. The further she walked, the harder it was to catch up with Sakura. "Sakura won't mind." Just then, CAG entered the room and heard this phrase. He pushed the door open and defended Sakura a bit. He also greeted Shikamaru and CHG, asking, "How are you feeling? I brought you your favorite pastries and a pot of good soup, guaranteed to satisfy you." She lifted the food box and placed the largest one on CHG's small table. This was a portion that CHG had specially asked the ant to prepare more of. After all, CHG relied on fat as his combat reserve, so eating more could help him recover more. "Really?" CHG's eyes lit up instantly. He couldn't wait to sit up, open the food box, and immediately grab a piece of cake. It was a sweet but not greasy camellia cake. "You are so good to me, CHG. As long as you like it," CHG replied, inviting the other two to eat together. "Shikamaru, Ino, you should try this. It's really delicious." The two couldn't refuse and took a couple of pieces to taste. Ino, who was controlling her weight, only ate 1 piece and stopped, while Shikamaru, seeing how much CHG liked it, only ate 1 piece, leaving the rest for CHG to satisfy his cravings. Did Naruto bring anyone back? CHG, although he knew Sasuke wouldn't be brought back, still asked just in case. If he really brought someone back, it would mean the plot had changed, and he would need to think more about the variables involved. "No." Shikamaru sighed. "Our mission failed. But Shikamaru is still impressive," CHG said, eating another piece of cake. Shikamaru was promoted to CH Nin by Lord Forth. He's the first CH Nin among our peers. Of course, excluding CHG. "That's great." CHG continued. "Will they promote you to CH Nin?" Shikamaru? It turns out we were waiting here. He patted Shikamaru's shoulder like a buddy. But you guys need to train hard for the next 3 years. CHG still couldn't help but remind them. 3 years would pass in the blink of an eye, and Asuma's death date was approaching. No matter how great her role was, it couldn't compare to the importance of Shikamaru's team. To save Asuma, it would depend on Shikamaru's immediate performance at that time. Of course, I'll train hard. After this battle, Shikamaru had a moment of regret for spending too much time idly watching the clouds in the sky and missing out on special training with his father, which left him so passive when facing his opponent. I will too. Try my best. Ino responded hesitantly, feeling a bit lost about whether to follow her family's teachings or become a medical ninja like Sakura. She couldn't find a direction to go. CHG and Shikamaru both noticed Ino's hesitation, but Shikamaru always respected personal choices and wasn't one to suggest much, so he didn't say much. However, considering the upcoming battle with Asuma, CHG gave a suggestion. Ino, why don't you learn some medical ninjutsu like Sakura? Your chakra control is good, but don't neglect the secret techniques of your clan. Your team, Ino Shikacho, is still lacking a medical ninja. Having one can greatly improve the efficiency of your missions. She continued, studying with Sakura means you have a companion, so the path of cultivation won't feel so lonely. I'll give it a try, Ino said, unsure of what she could achieve, but she still wanted to put in the effort. After all, the descendants of the mountain clan shouldn't have no accomplishments. If you can't hold on, just look at Sakura. I fear this kid might lose interest, so I'm giving you a warning. Sakura is persevering, so you have no reason to give up, right? Oomph. Ino snorted. Of course, I will be even more powerful than you. Broad forehead. Oh, a defeated opponent. Sakura leaned against the door, smiling widely at Ino. You think you can surpass me? You still have more than 10 years to go. Ino pig. Broad forehead. Just you wait. I'm going to find Lady Tsunade to become her apprentice. I'll surpass you soon, Ino replied defiantly. The two exchanged sarcastic remarks, and then looked at each other, laughing. Hey, Ino, you really should come. Senior Shizune and Lady Tsunade mentioned wanted to bring you in for training, Sakura said, stepping inside and standing next to Ino. There are too few medical ninjas in our class. Counting me, there's only one, which is too little. If we really have the chance to learn medical ninjutsu, Ino, I truly hope we can learn together until the end. Hearing her friend's sincere request, Ino's heart softened immensely. She looked at Sakura and nodded heavily. I will definitely work hard. But besides you, Hinata from Team 8 and Tintin from Team 3 might also join, Sakura continued. If that's possible, the four of us can learn together. Ji Ming observed the scene and couldn't help but feel that this was really great. Hinata was undoubtedly good at learning medical ninjutsu. With her Byakugan, she could see the chakra pathways clearly and control chakra finely. However, it was uncertain whether she could refine the chakra from medical ninjutsu. Chapter 251. She pained for him. Tintin leaned more towards space-time ninjutsu. Ji Ming thought, if Minato had time, he might be her best teacher. If she could learn medical ninjutsu, it would fulfill her long-held wish. Ji Ming remembered that Tintin's dream was to become a female ninja like Tsunade. After chatting a bit more, Ji Ming noticed it was about time and took her leave. I'm going to check on Grandpa Hizashi. She happened to run into Shizune, who was giving the third Hokage a checkup. She greeted her warmly and asked, how is Grandpa Hizashi doing now? Shizune sighed and shook her head. There is still no sign of awakening. He will wake up, Ji Ming said, unsure how to comfort her, but she assured her again he will wake up. I divined again a couple of days ago, and Grandpa Hizashi's fate is not over. All right, Shizune couldn't help but laugh, putting an arm around her shoulder as she led her out, saying, I don't know where you learned to predict like that. Ji Ming smiled. What else could it be? The quick remedy for college students today, fortune-telling, traditional Chinese medicine. I didn't miss any back in the day. But she didn't expect it to end so soon. If only I'd found a few more deities for protection back then. Who knows? I might have been able to live to 100. Where's Master? I brought some flower cakes, Ji Ming asked Shizune. I heard you're forming a medical ninja team for Naruto's era? Yes, this was proposed by Lady Tsunade and Lord Minato. Shizune nodded. Do you want to come and take on an apprentice? Then we can see more of you. Shizune still felt sorry for this child who entered the Umbu at such a young age, probably killing more than she saved, spending only a few days in the village each year. Most of the time, she lived like an ascetic outside. You're still a kid. Living like this is too exhausting. Shizune intentionally wanted Ji Ming to leave the Umbu early and take on a position as an elite jounin, which would be a bit easier. I want to take one. Ji Ming refused. She certainly wouldn't be in the village for a long time. She had to retrieve the bodies of Izuna and Hashirama, and she had also figured out the organizer behind the Akatsuki. Whether or not the Ninja World War would break out was still a mystery. More effective information would allow her to prepare better. Lord Madara assigned me a long-term mission. I probably won TB in the village much for the next few years. To avoid Shizun's excessive worry, Ji-Ming didn't specify the mission's details, but she reassured her, "But don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Besides, Lord Madara is with me. No one would dare to say anything in the ninja world." Shizun wanted to ask what the mission was, where it was, and who it was connected to, but she knew the Umbu had its own rules. She couldn't ask like a typical parent about her child's whereabouts. So she replied in a muffled voice, "Then you must be careful. If anything happens, remember to come back to us. We'll always be here." At that moment, Tsunade walked over, one arm around someone, and Ji-Ming felt a bit short of breath. However, the fragrance from the beautiful woman was alluring, and she took a glance. Still feeling a bit breathless, better to just look at the ground. "Let us go. Today we're having dinner at home," Tsunade said cheerfully, hugging the person in her arms and preparing to rush home. Then Shizun quickly threw a bucket of cold water on her. "Lady Tsunade, there are several documents you haven't signed yet. You can't leave yet. Hurry up and sign them. I need to take them to Lord Minato." There was a hint of complaint in her tone. It wasn't the first or second time Tsunade had procrastinated like this. It was a bit exhausting. Fortunately, Tsunade never procrastinated on patient matters in the hospital. Basically, all hospitalized patients receive her personal examination, and she provided them with suitable treatment plans. That was quite good. For Shizun, having such a responsible boss made her subordinates feel more at ease. "Oh, we can look at those at home," Tsunade waved her hand, thinking it was no big deal. "Little Ji, go invite your teacher Minato to have dinner with us at the clan grounds. I can sign everything while he is here and hand it directly to Minato." Hearing this, Ji-Ming and Shizun exchanged a glance and already understood what Tsunade wanted to do tonight. She definitely wanted to drink, and it would be the kind of drinking where she wouldn't stop until she was drunk. The last time she got drunk was still fresh in Ji-Ming's memory. She had spent a lot of effort getting Tsunade into bed, and not only that, she had endured several heavy hits from her. Good thing she was extraordinary, otherwise, she would have already been sent to the hospital. "Lady Tsunade, there's work tomorrow." Shizun couldn't help but play the role of a mom. "You can't drink. Just a few drinks." Tsunade pouted, feeling wronged. "It's been so long since I've had a drink, and I just want to have a few sips, not too much. Why are you both acting like a great threat?" Annoying. "It's decided then." She decisively slammed the table. "Shizun, go to the office and get the documents for me. I'll check on Naruto and be back." Then, to Ji-Ming, "You go to the Hokage building and invite Minato and them over, and also submit your work report." It was probably not just inviting Minato, but also Jiraiya. Ji-Ming couldn't help but murmur to herself. Only Jiraiya would be willing to drink with her. In the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen would accompany her for a few drinks. But now it was only Jiraiya. Who knew if Lord Jiraiya had returned from his travels? "Let us disperse if there are no issues." There was no way around it. Ji-Ming and Shizun could only follow the orders. This time going to the Hokage building, Ji-Ming chose to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Nothing else. Speed was key. She knocked twice on the door. "Teacher Minato, I'm coming in." After politely pushing the door open, she walked in. At this moment, Watergate was propping his face in a feigned sleep, as if startled awake. He immediately opened his eyes and looked at the newcomer with vigilance. After seeing it was Jimin, he relaxed a little. Watergate straightened his body, clasped his hands on the table, and asked, "What brings you here at this hour?" "This is the report from the last mission." Jimin placed the completed mission report on the table and then stood straight again. "I think there won't be any danger for Sasuke this time. My next mission is to investigate the snake cave. I'll let him be careful then." "You let him go, didn't you?" Watergate gazed at her, his eyes seeming to see through everything. "I want to hear your reasoning. Sasuke is not just a child of our family. More importantly, he is a combat force for our village. Those eyes cannot fall into the hands of others." Jimin was startled. She did not expect Watergate to ask her this question, nor did she understand why he would ask it. Indeed, was it her who let Sasuke go? Jimin felt it could be considered so, after all. If she didn't want Sasuke to leave, he wouldn't be able to go. There's no particular reason. I asked him if he really wanted to leave. Sasuke said he did, so I respect his choice. Jimin spoke honestly. Respecting others was her principle of handling matters, especially when it came to Sasuke. In the original story, Sasuke had always been arranged by others, often forgetting his own opinions. She felt sorry for him, so this time, she asked for his opinion on everything. As long as it was what he wanted to do, she would support him. She just hoped he could be a bit more true to himself this time. Chapter 252, preparing for dinner again, while Watergate sighed deeply, his tone relaxing considerably. I was still thinking about how to arrange Sasuke's training for the next few years. It's good that he found a mentor himself. Besides, that little boy Sasuke is smart. He naturally understands what kind of environment he is in and what he should or shouldn't do. He is clear about that. So, I support his departure as a teacher and as an uncle. Jimin did not expect Watergate to say this. She couldn't help but feel emotional. He truly deserved to be the most popular man based on just a few short films. He was so charming, so understanding. Who could not love such a man? Unfortunately, he was already taken. Jimin suppressed her little emotions and continued, I will keep an eye on him. If Orochimaru has any intentions towards Sasuke, I will chop him up immediately. With you around, I'm certainly at ease. Watergate smiled. Let us go back together and pick up Kushina. Wait, it's not time to get off work yet. How come the usually serious and responsible Watergate is leaving early? Isn't it still not time to get off work? Jimin asked with a confused look. Of course, I finished handling my work. Watergate affectionately ruffled her hair, as usual. Besides, the teacher is the Hokage. What is wrong with taking a few hours off? Yes, Jimin responded perfunctorily. She also wanted to take a day off. Dealer. No way, Jimin. You have to persevere. Your plan is about to be realized. Jimin. Thank you. You even came out to give me a boost. Dealer. Hehe. No need to thank me. But about the body of Hashirama and Izuna that you asked me to check if it's with Orochimaru, I've already found out. Jimin. What is the result? But I guess Orochimaru should have used hair or cells or something. Jimin. It's not surprising to have Hashiramas. But why is there Izuna's? Dealer. Just as you said, one of their bodies is in the Uchiha Cemetery, and the other is on the Konoha Monument. Jimin. I see it's fine. I'll go investigate in a few days. In that moment of chatting with the dealer, Watergate had already taken her back to the Watergate family. Not only was Kushina at home, but Obito and Kakashi, two big loafers, were also living there now. According to Kushina, they had only moved in today, saying that it was too troublesome to eat alone and it was better to live here together with the teacher. Especially Obito, who had been staying here for a long time under the pretext of protecting Watergate. Seeing her two older brothers, Jimin obediently greeted them. Kakashi, Obito. Long time no see. Obito was slumped on the sofa, groaning in response. In contrast, Kakashi was in good spirits. He hardly wore a mask at home anymore. After leaving the Umbu life, plus he no longer had to visit graves daily, his life had become quite comfortable, with a healthy routine and Kakashi's self-management. He appeared to be getting younger, especially when wearing tight clothes. His figure, with 8-pack abs beneath his fair skin, made Jimin swallow hard at the thought. She felt a bit unaccomplished for being attracted to handsome men. You, Jimin, are you resting today? Kakashi was a bit surprised to see her. Ever since that lunch friendship, he hadn't seen her much in the village. He thought she had gone on a mission again, as it wasn't unusual for Umbu to be out for long periods, especially during this critical time. He had also been busy with missions, just returning from a major mission with his former teammates Obito and Rin. He had planned to test Watergate for news that evening, but unexpectedly, she had come to him. Looking at her, her pale face had a hint of darkness, and her lips were unusually pale. She appeared to have lost weight. It seemed that Jimin hadn't been resting well again. Kakashi wanted to express concern as usual, but just as he was about to speak, he realized that those past words felt too intrusive. To outsiders, they were merely fellow disciples, a senior-junior relationship that shouldn't be too intimate. Did you just finish a mission? Kakashi reorganized his thoughts and found a relatively casual question to ask. I haven't seen you in the village for a while. Jimin recalled that she indeed hadn't shown her face much in the village recently. Apart from being in the monitoring room, she had been at home, unable to break the habit of staying in. I just returned from completing a mission. Jimin scratched her head. But I've been running between the monitoring room and home these past few days, a flying thunder god, and I'm back. Kakashi, it's normal for you not to see me. Seeing her add that, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. She actually took the initiative to explain to him. Were you doing some research? Kakashi continued to dig deeper, hearing that Lady Tsukuyami hadn't been out of the lab much recently. Jimin scratched her head again. What research could she possibly be doing? That was Tobarama's job. At most, she was just playing with the cat at home, occasionally reading a book to supplement her knowledge about the ninja world. Not really. Jimin laughed a few times. I've been raising a cat, just reading at home and playing with the cat. Good. She had already begun to share her life with him actively. Although Kakashi was overjoyed, his expression remained calm, lazily lying on the sofa, speaking slowly. Is it a ninja cat? Having a little cat to keep you company is nice. Yes, it's my ninja cat. Jimin was happy to introduce her beautiful little cat to others. Her name is Camellia. She is so pretty. with white fur, just like Kakashi's. And her eyes are like sapphires. When it came to this point, Jimin unconsciously met Kakashi's gaze, lazily and casually glancing over. But his eyes were still on her. Whatever she said, he would continue the conversation. The White Cat. Chapter 253, Grandpa Band. Kakashi ran his fingers through his hair, grateful for his father's strong genes that had given him a head of white hair. Not only had he made a name for himself in the ninja world, but it seemed he had also gained a bit of fame in front of this girl. Well, when you go back later, you can see, Jimin smiled, but she had once come across videos of cats and dogs not getting along. She patted her chest and assured, Camellia is super well-behaved and not afraid of strangers. Kakashi was still pondering what to say when Kushina and Minato came down from upstairs. Jimin quickly shifted her gaze to Kushina. Annie, come over to my house for dinner today. Kushina raised a weak smile, sure. Recently, because of Minato and Naruto's issues with Sasuke, she had lost her appetite. Now that Minato had returned safely and Naruto was slightly injured, there was still Sasuke left. She didn't know if Sasuke had had a warm dinner. He was still growing, and if anything happened, she really didn't know how to face her deceased friend. Jimin noticed her concerns, walked up to hold her hand, and softly comforted her. In a few days, I will go search near Orochimaru with Lord Ban. I will find a chance to talk to Sasuke then. If possible, I will have him occasionally send letters home to you. I'm just really worried about whether Sasuke can eat and sleep well there. Kushina sighed. Besides, regarding the Uchiha matter, it's not entirely Itachi's fault. Why is that kid still so obsessed with Itachi? Kushina, that kid probably has his own opinions. He's just stubborn. Minato joined the conversation. He knows what he wants. Itachi has deceived him for so many years. He probably wants an explanation. Besides, with Jimin keeping an eye on him, there's no need to worry too much. In the morning, Uchiha Obito was notified by Senju Tobirama to oversee the daily work of the Umbu. He felt a little speechless about this notification. What went wrong? The Senju Tobirama, who had always guarded against him, actually took the initiative to let him make decisions directly. Was he not afraid that he would do something to the Umbu and lead to Konoha's destruction? When Uchiha Obito arrived at Senju Tobirama's office, he seemed to understand the reason. The Umbu members were either dispatched, on leave, or already at guard missions, performing their respective duties. All day long, they couldn't even submit a single document, let alone any so-called work arrangements. He couldn't sit still after being there for a whole morning. It was better than the monitoring work that little Jimin had arranged for him. Back when he was alive, technology wasn't so advanced, and the village's supervision was limited to the guard team or the sensory and interrogation teams established by Tobirama working together. But now, with computers and monitoring, everything had become much more convenient. Moreover, he could also see what little Jimin was doing on her day off. He calculated the time. Little Jimin would probably only appear in the village in the afternoon. Sure enough, at 2:30 in the afternoon, a green figure came out of the Senju clan area, holding a food box. Uchiha Obito guessed she was probably going to the hospital to visit her injured friends. He had seen the last mission report, and the injuries were severe. Apart from her, others had all sustained varying degrees of injuries. The most serious seemed to be a child from the Akimichi clan, who had almost stepped into the gates of hell, but luckily, Tobirama's granddaughter had saved him. There was also that kid from the Hyuga clan. He had never liked the Hyuga clan style. Their methods of separating the main family from the branch family were not at all like the Uchiha clan's martial-based approach, which created flaws in the eyes of the branch family members. So lame. They almost exposed their weaknesses directly on the battlefield. No wonder the Hyuga clan had never developed well. The Nara clan was the one Uchiha Obito least wanted to deal with. Those people were all smart. Their clan had given up a lot for the rare medicinal materials of the Nara clan. He couldn't get a word of advantage from them, and he was deceived with money. He wondered if little Jimin was being calculated by such descendants. Sigh. His little Jimin was truly surrounded by enemies. Each person around her was more dangerous than the last. He continued to watch the monitoring, and at that moment, little Jimin had already come out of the flower shop, holding 2 bouquets of flowers. Obito couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy. Little Jimin had never given him flowers. They had been together for so many years, and he had never received fresh flowers from her. How unfair to those kids. Wait, Uchiha Obito pressed the pause button, enlarged the image, and saw the family crest on her chest, which was not from the Uchiha clan. Instead, it was from the Senju clan. Why was she wearing clothes with the Senju clan's crest? Was there no clothing from the Uchiha clan? Moreover, she was a member of the Uchiha clan. What did she have to do with the Senju clan? Uchiha Obito thought hard, but couldn't understand. Could it be that she had already married that kid Senju Tobirama? Uchiha Obito shook his head, directly denying this idea. If the two were married, why would they still live in separate courtyards? Could it be because little Jimin was a child bride of the Senju clan? The Uchiha clan had long been exterminated, and seeing little Jimin alone and helpless, Senju Tobirama brought her back home. So from now on, she would be a member of the Senju clan. The more Uchiha Obito thought, the angrier he became. But he didn't know where this anger was coming from, surging in his chest, expanding, until the usually punctual Uchiha Obito left work early for the first time. He arrived at the hospital early to wait for her to come out. But after waiting for a long time, he ended up seeing Tobirama's granddaughter. Tobirama's granddaughter walked up and was a bit surprised to see him standing there, asking Grandpa Ban, "What are you doing here? Waiting for someone?" "Grandpa Ban." This address. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but curse Senju Hashirama a few times. Even a girl he had never met before called him Grandpa right away. Moreover, with his face here, was he really at an age to be a grandpa? I'm waiting for little Jimin. But what could he do? Uchiha Obito was not the kind of person to fuss about with a child. So whatever she called him was fine. He could just get used to it. Moreover, the woman in front of him was Tobirama's granddaughter, and also little Jimin's master. Calling him Grandpa could also be seen as acknowledging his relationship with Tobirama. "Oh, little Jimin," Tsunade laughed. "She should have already gone home." She left using the Flying Thunder God. Tsunade smiled in a way that was particularly reminiscent of Hashirama, which made Obito a bit dazed, thinking that the person standing in front of him was Hashirama, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a while. "Let's go, Grandpa Ban. We should go home too." Tsunade didn't wait for him to speak and directly inquired about Obito's intentions. It was only then that Uchiha Obito came back to his senses, shifted his gaze away, and replied. Chapter 254, Uchiha Obito's Jealousy. Two people who had no chance of standing together returned to the Senju clan area together. This startled Senju Tobirama, who had just come out of the laboratory, almost making him want to go back to the lab to check if he had walked into the wrong place. But upon hearing Tsunade's second grandpa, Senju Tobirama gradually realized that this was reality. They had indeed returned together. "No, little Tsunade, why are you getting close to this dangerous man?" When Senju Tobirama regained his senses, he hurriedly shielded Tsunade behind him, like a hen protecting her chicks, positioning himself in front of her. "Did he threaten you or something?" Tsunade was a bit confused and asked, "Grandpa, do you have some kind of feud with Grandpa Madara?" "But it's not like it used to be. We all live under the same roof now, so we should at least get along." "Grandpa Madara?" Tobirama was taken aback by the title, wondering who introduced the name Madara to little Tsunade. He remembered that when Tsunade was born, Madara was already gone from the village. In a moment, the image of his older brother flashed through Tobirama's mind. It must have been his brother's doing. He was truly ruthless, having dealt with the Uchiha for so long that the whole family knew all the Uchiha members. There were even two Uchiha living in their house. "Oh dear, Grandpa, you must have gone several days without sleep again," Tsunade said, giving Tobirama a heavy pat on the shoulder. Tobirama, caught off guard, nearly got flattened, but his good granddaughter seemed completely unaware, saying they should hurry and eat to prepare for rest. With that, Tsunade cheerfully entered the house, while Tobirama and Madara exchanged distant glances. "What is wrong, Senju Tobirama?" Uchiha Madara grinned ominously. "Are you afraid I might do something to your precious granddaughter? You really should be more careful, protect your little granddaughter, or else leave some room for conversation. It'll be good to see each other again in the future." With that, Uchiha Madara entered, leaving Tobirama standing there, questioning his life choices. What was going on? Why hadn't his brother shown up yet? Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, after teasing Tobirama a bit, felt slightly relieved, but upon entering and seeing the grand Senju family crest, his mood plummeted. Why wasn't little Chihiro wearing Uchiha clothes? Why was she wearing Senju clothes and chatting happily with that white-haired man? And Shanja had actually betrayed the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara felt stifled. He sat on the sofa, silent, glaring intently at Chihiro. Chihiro was completely oblivious to the gaze and was happily playing with Kakashi and a cat. Surprisingly, Shanja and Kakashi seemed to get along quite well, with no signs of the typical cat-dog rivalry. Both white-haired individuals looked at her with particularly affectionate eyes. However, the cat lying between them had already sensed the deadly gaze and immediately jumped into Chihiro's arms, unwilling to let Kakashi touch it again. But when Kakashi reached out, his gentle strokes landed perfectly on its sweet spots. Shanja found it impossible to resist, and after some playful tussling, chose to continue enjoying the affection. After all, it was just a cat. It didn't know anything about their relationship. Whoever Chihiro chose, that was who it would go with. But right now, Chihiro hadn't chosen anyone, so Shanja was still happy to accept the handsome gentleman's gentle touches. Hee. With that thought, Shanja couldn't help but change positions, revealing its belly. Shanja seems to really like your petting. Chihiro laughed. It's the first time it's shown its belly in front of outsiders. Why don't you try holding it? After saying that, Chihiro handed Shanja over, and Kakashi carefully took it into his arms, gently stroking its belly. He had recently learned a lot about how to care for cats, knowing exactly where to pet to make them feel comfortable, and he didn't expect to use that knowledge so soon. Your name is Kakashi, right? Shanja was enjoying itself so much that this statement was like a reward for him. Do you like Chihiro? The cat's eyes narrowed, losing its previous laziness, staring at him like a judge assessing his unspoken feelings. But Kakashi was good at acting. He had practiced disguise for a long time, so he naturally rebutted. Of course I like Chihiro. She's so cute, but that's just the love of a brother for his sister. With too much pretense. Kakashi forgot about his feelings for Chihiro, only recalling them when someone later asked him, "Oh, so that's what it's called." In that case, Shanja didn't pursue the matter further. Both of them were cowards. Chihiro's dull mind wouldn't know unless Shanja told her. Shanja shook its head, regretting that they all had Chihiro, who lacked a sense of love, and they intentionally hid their emotions, making it impossible for Chihiro to sense them. Shanja couldn't comment. Human matters were like crossing a mountain. It could only wish them a good outcome. Chihiro went to the kitchen and brought out some snacks, placing a portion in front of Madara. Here, Madara and I have some snacks. All she heard was Uchiha Madara responding with a huff, leaving her looking bewildered. What annoyed him this time? It was a bit scary, so she hurriedly ran away. Thus, Chihiro quickly led Kakashi and Shanja outside to the moon viewing platform, where Obito had been enjoying the breeze for quite some time. Obito, what are you lying here for? Chihiro walked over and playfully kicked his leg, signaling him to sit up and make room for the three of them. Since I saw you, you haven't shown any emotion. Did something happen? Chihiro looked at Obito with a concerned older sister expression. Obito sighed. Was it the last mission with Kakashi and Rin? I performed terribly and let this guy Kakashi steal all the spotlight. Will Rin not like me anymore? She has talked to me for several days. He felt as if he was turning gray, which scared Chihiro so much that she hurriedly checked his breath. You're still breathing. You scared me. Chapter 255, Emotional Master. Chihiro, frustrated, how can you think like that? As a reliable emotional strategist, Chihiro sat down next to Obito. Have you gone to find Sister Rin these days? Haven't you gone to see her? Obito turned even grayer. As a boy, you have to be more proactive, especially since Sister Rin is very busy. Sure enough, Chihiro guessed correctly. If Rin came to find him, he was doomed. Doomed. Obito felt like he was struck by lightning. He wanted to argue but couldn't. But usually it's Rin who comes to play with me. No matter what, she always comes to find me. Then, can't you go find her? Chihiro was a bit frustrated. Being proactive is the best outfit for a man. Really? Obito still looked gray, looking at the girl before him, seeking the next step to take. But if I suddenly go to find her, will I disturb her work? Oh dear. Chihiro wished she could possess Obito and help him directly win her over, so they could be happily together for 100 years. After dinner, take a box of Shanja flower pastries, then go buy a bouquet at Ino's house, and then go to the hospital to find her. If Sister Rin asks why you're here, just say the pastries were sent by us. Besides, the village hasn't been very peaceful lately. You can conveniently send her home. Obito suddenly had an epiphany, his whole being brightening up. He grabbed Chihiro's hand, gratitude swelling in his heart. Chihiro, you're really my good sister. He almost lunged forward to hug Chihiro and give her a big kiss, but he was stopped by Kakashi before he could get close. He stared blankly at Kakashi. What are you doing, Kakashi? You're blocking me from getting snacks. Kakashi pointed to the dessert place just below his waist. Just a little bit more, and he would have pressed his whole body onto the dessert. Thankfully, Kakashi supported his waist. Oh, Kakashi, you're quite nice. Obito sat up again, suddenly thinking of something, and looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Kakashi, do you have a new dog outside? Why is there someone else's fur on you? He carefully picked up a white hair that had fallen on his clothes. This length definitely wasn't from Kakashi's white hair. He must be secretly hiding a little sister outside. Kakashi was speechless. That's Camellia's fur. Oh. Obito leaned back again and asked, Who is Camellia? Who is Camellia? Is she the one in your heart? As Camellia's good mommy, Izumi immediately lifted the cat in her arms and proudly introduced it to Obito. This is Camellia, my ninja cat. Camellia, this is Obito, a member of our clan. Uchiha Obito. Camellia looked at the boy with some confusion. Why is half of your face covered with a mask? Is your face injured? Oh my. The cat can talk. Obito was stunned for 2 seconds, thinking it was some kind of monster, and tightly grasped Kakashi's sleeve. Just in case it lunged at him, Kakashi could still block it. Ninja cats can talk, just like Pakin. Izumi guessed what he was thinking and explained, but Obito, isn't your summoning beast a ninja cat? I don't have a summoning beast. Obito looked confused. You're so lame. Kakashi and I has Pakin and the others. This sentence pierced through Obito's heart like a knife, and then Kakashi added, this idiot should just not raise a summoning beast. He can't even take care of himself. Another knife. He hated it. These two people with summoning beasts were bullying him. So, is your face injured? Seeing that Obito had no intention of answering, Camellia patted Izumi. Her big sapphire eyes filled with confusion. If you weren't covering half your face, you should be a handsome guy, right? I remember you got injured during the Third Great Ninja War, right? Izumi asked, but later it seems you had the first Hokage cells implanted. That's right, Kakashi said, pointing to his scarred eye. I was also injured at that time, and my Sharingan was also given to me at that time. Speaking of which, Kakashi felt a sense of regret. Obito also recalled the past. If I had known I would survive, I wouldn't have given him this eye. It greatly limited my development. So, did I let you take it back at that time? Kakashi said, returning to this meaningless debate. Since the end of the Third Great Ninja War, Kakashi and Obito had been discussing whether this I should be returned to Obito, and they still hadn't come to a conclusion. But this is a gift I gave you as a Jonin. Once something is given, there is no saying it can be taken back. Obito waved his hand, lying back down comfortably. Moreover, you've used the Sharingan so well. And if you encounter any accidents, as long as you enter the Kamui space, no one can hurt you. He said, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Kakashi, I hope you live a long life. Live a long life. These 4 words were too illusory for a ninja. Even in the current Konoha, the average age of ninjas was only around 30 or 40. It was already a blessing to live past the average age. How could one dare to wish for a long life? Kakashi suddenly had nothing to say, and Obito also fell silent. One person lay on the moon viewing platform, while the other sat, synchronously looking at the moon in the sky. Izumi didn't know what to say either. She spaced out, unconsciously stroking Camellia, staring blankly at the sky. The October night was dotted with stars, and occasionally a few drifting clouds could be seen. A water pavilion had been built in front of the moon viewing platform. The sound of flowing water was pleasant to the ears, and the birds raised in the forest echoed the sounds. It was a rare, peaceful autumn night. The wind gradually picked up, and a voice calling them for dinner came from inside the house, reminiscent of her grandmother's voice from memory, calling her again and again. But she couldn't wake up, being swept away by the past. She wanted to escape, but couldn't bear to leave. In the end, it was Kakashi beside her who woke her up. Izumi. It's time to eat. Izumi's eyes gradually focused, seeing the person in front of her and the scene before her clearly. She was still in the world of Hokage. Izumi hurriedly sat up straight from Kakashi's shoulder, feeling embarrassed. Kakashi and is your shoulder okay? She had actually fallen asleep, leaning on Kakashi's shoulder. It was needless to guess that his shoulder must be quite numb. As the weight suddenly lifted from his shoulder, the elegant scent of camellia's flowers drifted further away. Kakashi hid his disappointment and stood up first. Let us go, they're all waiting for us to eat. Okay. Chapter 256. Humid heat today was another lively family gathering. But the only difference was that the 2 boys of her age were not there. The whole table was left with just her, the little kid. When adults spoke, children did not interrupt. When adults drank, children could only drink the beverages and miso soup in their bowls. Izumi quietly ate her rice. Occasionally, when a few people called her name, she would lift her gaze, revealing her dark eyes, smiling and responding a couple of times before continuing to eat. After dinner, the aunt brought out some desserts and side dishes. Tsunade undoubtedly wanted to be the first to drink. She dragged Minato and Kushina, who had been drinking for a while. What surprised her the most was that Grandpa Madara actually came over to drink with them. But drinking with him was rather dull. He said nothing and just wore a sullen face, not eating any snacks. Boring old Grandpa. She didn't continue to look at Uchiha Madara, but focused on the couple, Minato and Kushina. As for the reason, Tsunade thought she was doing it for their good. After all, the pressure had been so great these days. They needed some way to relieve it. Drinking was a good choice. I can't do it anymore, Lady Tsunade. Minato waved his hands repeatedly, his mind slightly hazy. If I drink another cup, I might not show up for work tomorrow. Kushina and I should head home to rest. No way. Tsunade simply pulled Kushina into her arms. Kushina doesn't want to go home yet. But you promised to drink with me. Kushina's cheeks were also flushed, leaning against Tsunade's embrace with a silly smile. Holding her cup and echoing Tsunade, right? No getting drunk, no returning. Minato looked helpless. Yes, yes, yes. Jiraiya-sensei, where are you? Speaking of which, Minato. Tsunade's yellow eyes suddenly became clear, focusing on Minato. What are your plans regarding Orochimaru? Orochimaru. Hearing that name, Minato's drunkenness faded a bit. I will send little Izumi to monitor him. If he makes any moves, I will order him to be executed immediately. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. That guy Orochimaru has been resenting the old man for passing the Hokage position to you instead of him. He is still blinded by power. Why think about running out of the village? Doing some research in the village might even allow him to wait for great-grandpa to come back and guide his studies. Both Jiraiya and I know that this kid has only focused on research and missions, and his number of missions has yet to be surpassed by anyone else. Tsunade, for some reason, started rambling to Minato about Orochimaru, and by the end, she was half drunk, leaning on the table with a rosy hue in her eyes. Minato, just kill him. Don't worry about me and Jiraiya. He has done so many wrong things. He deserves to die. Uchihamadara looked at the three kids who were completely drunk and couldn't help but snort. This granddaughter of Hashirama really takes after him. She can't hold her liquor, but still forces herself to drink. She always ends up completely wasted, and then little Izumi has to come and clean up. And now, Izumi saw the time and came out. She looked at the four people who were nearly passed out and sighed deeply. They all need to quit drinking. What happened to just having a little drink? How did they all end up so drunk? Sister Shizun, luckily this time, Shizun was by her side. She glanced at Shizun for help, wondering what to do. You carry Kushina to the room, and I'll take Tsunade-sama in. Shizun quickly assigned the tasks. She really didn't expect Tsunade-sama to have drunk Minato and Kushina as well. Now that the situation had unfolded, she could only wait until tomorrow to scold them more. For now, she had to dutifully drag this drunk person to the room. Otherwise, sleeping in the drafty living room in this weather would definitely lead to a cold. Fortunately, Izumi had trained her strength, so carrying an adult woman was no problem at all. She cradled Kushina in her arms and took her to Tsunade's courtyard. If anything happened at midnight, Shizun could keep an eye on her. After carefully placing Kushina on the bed and tucking her in, Izumi returned to the living room. Only Uchiha Madara and Minato were left. Just then, Senju Tobirama happened to come out of his courtyard. Izumi obviously wouldn't miss this opportunity and hurriedly grabbed Tobirama's hand, saying, Tobirama-sama, could you please carry Minato-sensei to the room? And that Madara too. Minato was no problem, but Uchiha Madara? Tobirama didn't want to have any more contact with Uchiha Madara today and refused, saying, I don't want to carry Uchiha Madara. Minato is fine. That evil Uchiha Madara just said such things today. Let him sleep in the living room if he loves drinking. Even if he dies outside, Senju Tobirama, one care. Izumi was speechless. What were these two old fools arguing about again? All right then, Tobirama-sama, you take Minato-sensei to Master's courtyard, and I'll handle Madara myself. Izumi didn't understand the thoughts of these two old fools, but she believed in respecting others. Since he didn't want to, she wouldn't force it. Carrying Madara was not a difficult task for her anyway. Okay, Tobirama really did carry Minato directly with a flying thunder god technique to Tsunade's courtyard. He was quick. Izumi watched him disappear and couldn't help but complain. There was no way the ever-kind Izumi couldn't just leave Uchiha Madara here alone. If he got sick, it would be troublesome for her. She knelt beside Uchiha Madara, trying to drape his arm over her shoulder to lift him up. The weight of an adult man was not to be underestimated. Izumi nearly lost her balance, let alone focus on using the flying thunder god technique. After adjusting for 2 minutes, Izumi concentrated and was about to fly when she felt a warm, wet sensation on her neck, as if something soft had brushed against it. Chapter 257. Kiss. She shivered slightly. The weight on her felt increasingly heavy, as if he was trying to press all his strength onto her. Little Izumi, a low, hoarse voice entered her ears. She thought it was Madara drunk and mumbling nonsense and replied, I'm here. Brother, are you awake? She asked, trying hard to concentrate. And without a moment's hesitation, she flew back to her courtyard. It took her a lot of effort to get Uchiha Madara onto his bed, and just as she was about to turn to leave, a powerful force yanked her over, forcing her to fall onto him, the smell of alcohol becoming even stronger. Izumi couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. The smell of alcohol was too unpleasant. She struggled to get up from Madara, but his hands seemed to be holding her intentionally, gripping her tight. No matter how she tried to break free, she couldn't resist his strength. That man kept murmuring, Little Izumi once again hated alcohol. If you can't drink, then don't drink. If you drink and get drunk, it really makes it exhausting for those who take care of them. Madara. Izumi attempted again to wake the still sleeping Uchiha Madara, but to no avail. Forget it. Izumi gave up. She could just use the Flying Thunder God to fly back to her room. Whether Uchiha Madara lived or died tonight was no longer her concern. Then that person pulled her again, and Izumi was directly thrown onto the bed, Uchiha Madara flipping over to pin her down. Want to use the Flying Thunder God? I want to allow it. Izumi looked at the drunken Uchiha Madara, and because he was propping himself up, his hair fell down. Revealing his Sharingan, can you activate the Sharingan while drunk? Just as she was lost in thought, Uchiha Madara had already reached out, his hand brushing against her waist belt, which he gently tugged. She was startled and quickly swatted his hand away. Uchiha Madara, what do you want to do? How could her brother do such a thing to her? I'll wash away the marks on you. Uchiha Madara suddenly became domineering, pressing her chaotic hands down and using his other hand to act against her clothes. He gave her no reaction time at all, tearing open her top. Along with the belt, wanted to strip away everything that bore the Senju family crest. Why should a member of the Uchiha clan wear the Senju family crest while wandering around? Uchiha Madara was furious. He forgot to be gentle with his sister and forgot the rules he had always followed. He became brutal and overbearing. Under the dim light, ambiguity blossomed. The wind outside was restless. The late autumn wind was unusually warm, as if trying to catch the tail of autumn before winter arrived. Uchiha Madara gradually became dissatisfied with just tearing off the girl's clothes, unhappy with this slight contact. Without even thinking, his body leaned toward Izumi. He shouldn't call this a kiss. He simply got very close, their breaths intertwining. The distance between them so close that he could touch her with just one more step. Izumi turned her head away. She didn't want to argue with someone who was drunk, desperately suppressing the turmoil in her chest. However, in the next second, he lowered his head and rubbed his nose against hers. This couldn't be called a kiss, yet left Izumi more flustered than a kiss would have. For a moment, Izumi felt as if she couldn't breathe, only the man's hot breath slowly reaching her, carrying some alcohol scent. It was unclear whether Madara was drunk or if Izumi was also getting drunk. Little Izumi, his palm, was burning hot as he stroked her cheek. They faced each other, and Izumi heard Uchiha Madara ask her, "Can I kiss you?" Before she could answer, Uchiha Madara leaned in and kissed her. Just a gentle touch, and he was completely on her, even his breathing calming down significantly. A gentle breeze swept in, dispersing the ambiguous atmosphere in the room, and Chihiro's naive mind suddenly cleared. Her brother had kissed her. She pushed him away with surprising strength, and Uchiha Madara was instantly shoved back. Lying down on the bed, he decided not to dwell on the fact that he was wearing a Senju clan-patterned kimono today. Now he could sleep soundly. Meanwhile, Chihiro, finally free from confinement, fled Madara's room like a bird, hiding back in her own room, unable to calm down for a long time. Although she knew that sibling marriages were not uncommon in her small world, especially in a family like the Uchiha, which required a high purity of bloodline, it was still. Now that she had actually encountered it, all Chihiro wanted to say was retreat. 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 What's wrong, Chihiro? Shanja, licking its fur on the windowsill, noticed Chihiro returning with a flushed face. It couldn't help but wonder if that rascal Madara had done something to Chihiro. Although its rank wasn't high enough to confront Madara, it certainly had someone backing it. If Chihiro had really been bullied, it could also seek justice for her. And no, it's nothing. Chihiro stammered, almost vacant as she lay on the bed. The accumulated fatigue from several days made her fall into a deep sleep in no time. The next day, Chihiro's biological clock reset, and as soon as it was 5 o'clock, she opened her eyes. She looked out the window at the sun that had yet to rise and felt a bit gloomy. Damn it, she had to go to work again today. Besides working, she also had to work with Uchiha Madara. The thought of last night made her not want to face him at all. She decided to just go back to sleep. Chihiro rolled up in her blanket, trying to catch a few more minutes of sleep. However, the cat had already started making a fuss, and Shanja was stirring up trouble early in the morning. Chihiro felt like she could just punch the cat away. Shanja, if you keep making noise, I'll throw you into Madara's room. But what time is it now? Shanja said aggrievedly. It just like to make a fuss in the morning. Chihiro used to never scolded, and usually at this time, she was already up, right? Yes. Chihiro climbed out of bed, looking pale. I really owe you guys from the Uchiha family. Don't forget, you're also from the Uchiha family. Oh, then I'll wear Uchiha's ping-pong uniform today. After yesterday's incident, Chihiro didn't dare continue wearing the Senju clan pattern clothes and obediently changed into the Uchiha clan's battle attire. This was her specially made battle uniform for work. After a simple wash, Chihiro went to the dining hall for breakfast. Things here had settled down, and she could prepare to pack her things and go wandering, accompanied by a reluctant Uchiha Madara. "What's wrong, Chihiro?" Just as Chihiro sat down, Tobirama called out to her. Seeing her frowning expression, he couldn't help but think of what had happened last night. Had Madara tormented her? That rascal. I should have taken care of him, Tobirama said angrily. Chihiro couldn't help but glance at Senju Tobirama. He seemed to be particularly animated in his expressions and words after Madara was summoned, especially regarding Madara. These two brothers were truly enemies. "It's nothing. Shanja kept bothering me this morning. I didn't sleep well." After a while, after swallowing her food, Chihiro continued, "Lord Tobirama, I want to start the mission to observe the Snake Cave tomorrow. And about the Akatsuki organization I mentioned earlier. What do you think?" Tobirama suddenly looked up. Didn't this mean they would be saying goodbye? He didn't know what to say, but he understood that no matter what he said, he couldn't stop her, whether in the past or present. As long as Chihiro wanted to do something, she would accomplish it. This dangerous task would be no different. Tobirama and Minato had previously thought that it wouldn't matter if this mission wasn't carried out. With Konoha as current military readiness, no one would dare to attack recklessly. It was just that Orochimaru was somewhat extreme. These were considered exceptional cases. As for delivering messages, Chihiro thought for a moment, and since Shanja had been making the most noise this morning, it would be a good choice. I need to let that Shanja cat earn some food money. It can't just eat for free. Tobirama felt embarrassed. Chihiro simply wanted to take revenge on Shanja for waking her up this morning. Then I'll rearrange the work with Madara here. Tobirama knew he had no chance of retaining her. He could only make everything perfect. You still remember how to summon me, right? If anything happens, no matter where you are, as long as you summon me, I will definitely come. Senju Tobirama, don't worry, there won't be such a moment. Before he arrived, his voice had already reached them. Uchiha Madara, as usual, pulled out a chair and sat down across from Tobirama, sipping a bowl of porridge. "If possible, I hope to set off today," Madara said, his expression suddenly turning fierce. "I will definitely take down the Snake Cave sooner or later. How dare Orochimaru use Izuna and Hashirama? He deserves to die. But still, Orochimaru-senpai is probably immortal," Chihiro weakly added from the side. "Even if we die, maybe Orochimaru-senpai won't." "Why do you say that?" Tobirama suddenly became interested. How could there be someone in this world who was immortal? Could it be that this kid had done some research? "Lord Tobirama, do you still remember the two corpses I brought back?" Chihiro said. "They have something called a curse mark on them, and that is Orochimaru. As long as the curse mark isn't destroyed, Orochimaru can resurrect from it. That really is a slippery snake." Uchiha Madara slammed the chopsticks down. "I don't care about him. Every time he shows up, I'll just kill him again." Yes, Chihiro didn't refute at all. After all, Madara had plenty of ways to deal with that slippery snake. If he wanted to kill, she wouldn't stop him. After breakfast, Chihiro was the first to leave home, deciding to visit her good friend at the hospital before work. This time she hadn't forgotten about the food that CHG loved to eat. She pushed open CHG's room, unaware that Shikamaru was already sitting in CHG's hospital room, peeling apples. Wow, this kid became a Chunin and doesn't have to work? How come he's even more diligent than she was? "Oh, Chihiro, you're here." Shikamaru greeted her. CHG was just saying that he didn't have enough to eat for breakfast. "It's great that you've come." "Oh, good morning, CHG, Shikamaru." Chihiro placed a food box on the dining table. Inside were some exquisite wagashi and a pot of green tea. "This is the wagashi made by my aunt. If you haven't eaten enough, you can have some of this." Chihiro, you're so nice to me." CHG laughed as he picked up the wagashi and started eating, finishing it off in just a few bites. "However, this is my last day coming here. I have to go on a mission tomorrow," Chihiro said with a smile. CHG, make sure to recover well. And Shikamaru, you train hard too. So soon you have to go on a mission? Shikamaru's tone carried a hint of regret. It felt like the last mission was just yesterday, and now, just 2 days later, they had to continue on another mission. The Umbu really isn't a place for people. It's so troublesome. Yeah, this was agreed upon earlier, but it's not yet time. We discussed it for a while and decided to go tomorrow. Then you have to be careful. Shikamaru didn't have much to say. The gap between him and Chihiro was too wide. He couldn't even say something like "don't go." There would always be someone to do the work of the Umbu, whether it was her or someone else. Besides wishing for her safety, Shikamaru couldn't do much else. Inu seemed to deflate almost instantly. He felt wronged. But Chihiro, now that you're gone, who will bring me delicious food? Oh, I've already thought this through. Chihiro was amused by Inujin's reaction. She initially thought he would miss her, but it turned out he missed her cooking. I'll tell our aunt to send you a meal every day when I go back tonight. Almost guessing what Inujin was about to say next, Chihiro continued. It's not a bother. Our aunt was already going to send lunch to Lord Yagami and Sister Shizen. Just a little extra. Hee. Then I want to be polite. I need to recover quickly and train hard. Inujin finished off the remaining snacks. His way of replenishing energy was to eat more, which was a characteristic of the Akimichi clan. Chihiro didn't mind his large appetite at all, and even made sure to give him extra. Inujin felt immense gratitude, but only thought about getting better faster, becoming stronger, and doing something for the village, or being able to help Chihiro when she needed him. That was enough. He didn't dare to wish for more. I'll go check on Naruto next door. Chihiro noticed it was about time, finished saying her goodbyes, and prepared to leave. Shikamaru said, I'll go with you. Didn't he know why he suddenly said that? If today was the last day she stayed in the village, he hoped she could stay a little longer with him. Chapter 258. Another gathering arriving at Naruto's hospital room. Sakura was changing his bandages. After the pursuit of Sasuke, Naruto had not only sustained severe injuries, but also entered the Nine Tails mode. Although Minato had previously discussed with her whether to teach Naruto to use this power, she was still a bit hesitant and suggested waiting a little longer. Thanks to the recovery abilities of the Nine Tails and the Uzumaki clan, Naruto was recovering well. After lying down for 2 days, he was basically fine. When he saw them, Naruto managed to smile and greet them. Hey, Shikamaru, Chihiro, you're here so early. I brought some food for Inujin. Chihiro pointed outside. Also stopping by to check on you. How is your recovery going? I'm completely fine now. I can be discharged today and get ready to train. Naruto patted his chest and assured them, Jiraiya has also accepted me as his disciple, and tomorrow I plan to train with him. I need to work harder to catch up to Sasuke and bring him back. The more Naruto spoke, the quieter his voice became. He felt a dull ache in his chest. 2 days had passed, and he didn't know if Sasuke had safely reached Orochimaru or if Orochimaru was treating him well. But they had made a promise. They would meet again in 3 years. He chose to believe in Sasuke, hoping that by then he would have the strength to match him. No need to worry about Sasuke. Chihiro had lost count of how many times she said this. She patted Naruto's shoulder. I'll check on him from time to time. The main concern was still the second male lead. He couldn't just die before the critical moment. Now the key issue was the Akatsuki's large-scale capture of tailed beasts in 3 years and Orochimaru's ongoing grave robbing. She had to think of the worst-case scenario. If Pain invaded Konoha, how could she minimize the village's losses? Even if Tsunade activated the mitotic regeneration technique, the village could barely survive. If it weren't for the later reincarnation technique, her sister Shizen would have died. Chihiro could not bear to see her loved ones die in front of her again. In the past, her grandmother's death was beyond her power. But now she not only had the ability, but also knew the future plot. She shouldn't make that mistake again. All right. Naruto quickly regained his spirits. Sakura, hurry up and heal me. I want to be discharged. Who knew he would receive a smack from Sakura? Quiet down. I'm bandaging your head right now. Oh. Naruto pouted in grievance, obediently staying still. Later tonight, when Naruto is discharged, let us gather again. I have something to say. Chihiro noticed it was about time and quickly instructed, I'll go to work first. See you tonight. With that, she flew away. If she didn't leave now, Uchihamadara might come to the hospital to grab people. His methods were too bloody and not suitable for children to see. In the monitoring room, Uchihamadara was already sitting at his desk, propping his face up, staring tiredly at the screen, and soon couldn't help but yawn. He covered his mouth with his hand, and after yawning, he stretched and continued to support his face while watching the monitor. He had been watching for half an hour and was starting to feel a bit annoyed, wondering where little Chihiro had gone. It had been so long since she came to work. He yawned again. Chihiro noticed this and imagined the image of Camellia, aside from the black hair. Her actions were almost a copy-paste of Camellia. Could it be that Uchihamadara's true form was a cat? Chihiro shook her head. What kind of cat would be as bloodthirsty as Uchihamadara? She casually sat beside Madara, watching the monitor. In fact, it didn't matter whether she watched the monitor or not. Mainly because Uchihamadara had an eye on everything. She could sneak a little break without any issues. The main concern was about Pain's invasion. She felt she should take some preventive measures to ensure the safety of the public and then just wait for the savior to appear. She tried hard to recall the content of modern Chinese history she audited during her university years, but realized she had already returned the materials to the teacher. All right, she could only analyze with the knowledge she had. It was nearly impossible to evacuate the public to the bomb shelters in advance with Payne's stealthy infiltration unless she could get the time of the impending invasion. However, she still planned for the worst. Building more underground shelters was necessary. If it really happened, ninjas could evacuate the public nearby. Not only that, but the hospital should also build another one. An underground hospital? That seemed like a good option. Chihiro roughly wrote down her ideas on a blank scroll, but it was evident she wasn't suited for thinking about such issues. Before long, she felt her brain protesting. She simply put down her pen, ready to wait until tonight to hand it over to the son of Konoha's brain. Finally, it was time to get off work. Chihiro politely informed Uchiha Madara about her plans for the day. She called out to the person walking ahead, "Madara, I'm gathering for dinner with childhood friends tonight. You should go home and tidy up your things." Uchiha's dark eyes flashed with suspicion. He scrutinized her for a while before nodding. Come back early. No need to worry. I'll make sure to come back safely." Chihiro breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like a child who was excited to learn they could go out to play after asking for permission. Uchiha Madara watched her bouncing figure, his eyes deepening, recalling what she had written on the scroll earlier. If Uchiha Madara was not mistaken, those contents were preparations for war. Bomb shelters, empty hospitals, establishing barriers, increasing patrol personnel. Was there something that would happen in Konoha that little Chihiro had seen? Uchiha Madara couldn't guess and decided to go home to ask Senju Tobirama if he knew about this matter and then discuss it further. Jiming, who had already flown away, arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Sakura and the others had already reserved a table inside. As Jiming pushed the door open, she heard the aunt's warm greeting. "You're here to find Ino and the others, right? Just go straight in, and the second to last table is yours." "Thank you," Jiming replied and continued walking inside. She arrived just in time. Ino was the first to notice her and patted the empty spot next to her. "Come sit here." Jiming nodded at the others, took her seat, and sat next to Ino. Not only were Naruto, Shikamaru, and Sakura, who had made plans that morning, present, but Niji, who had just recovered, also came with his sister Hinata. Lee, Tintin, as well as Kiba and Shino were there too, except for Choji, who was still in hospital. Most of their peers had gathered. "It's really the first time we've all gathered like this," Jiming remarked. "Of course. As soon as I got to the hospital, I heard Sakura say you were leaving tomorrow, so I quickly gathered our friends to celebrate," Ino said, patting Jiming's shoulder. "And this time, without Choji, we can eat freely." Everyone laughed at Ino's playful remark. Jiming smiled. "Today it's on me, so go ahead and eat." Chapter 259. Touch. As the barbecue hadn't arrived yet, Sakura took the initiative and exchanged glances with Shikamaru and Naruto for a while. She had to ask Jiming directly, "But Jiming, you said you had something to tell everyone. What is it?" Everyone's gaze turned to Jiming. Under so many eyes, Jiming felt a bit uncomfortable. "How about we talk after we eat?" She then awkwardly changed the subject. "By the way, has your medical team been organized?" Sakura no longer pressed for more details and continued. "Everyone has been working hard to train these days, but Tintin still isn't quite suitable. Hinata and Ino are showing some signs of gathering medical chakra, but Tintin..." Sakura looked troubled. "It's really tough." "It's okay. In the future, when you save people, I'll protect you," Tintin said with a smile, but Jiming noticed the unwillingness hidden in her eyes. It was also true that the girls in their class had the opportunity to become medical ninjas, while she had been excluded from the start. It was really too bad. "Tintin, the space-time ninjutsu is quite powerful, right?" Jiming continued to ask, offering her a way out. Whether she could study under Minato-sensei depended on her own efforts. Minato-sensei's space-time ninjutsu is super impressive. Maybe you can ask him for some tips. "Yeah, my dad is super strong." "Tintin-san, I'll go home tonight and tell Dad to teach you a couple of moves." Naruto, as the #1 fan of Minato, couldn't miss this chance to praise him. "Really?" Tin's heart was already moved to tears. She cast a grateful look at Jiming and Naruto and secretly vowed to work hard and not let them down. "Of course. Leave it to me." Naruto patted his chest and promised. At that moment, the meat and drinks were served. Tintin, filled with gratitude, placed the grilled meat from the plate onto the grill and declared, "I'll take care of the barbecue today. Everyone just wait to eat." Sitting across from her, Lee grabbed another pair of tongs and placed meat onto the grill. The meat sizzled on the grill, and, with some conversation starting, along with the lively atmosphere created by Ino and Sakura, the whole room was filled with noise. "I wonder who suggested it, but how about we drink a bit today?" "Sound good." This suggestion received strong agreement from everyone. They dedicated their first drink to this farewell, using the alcohol to escape the impending emotions of parting. Drinks were quickly served. Jiming initially thought about not drinking, but under Ino's strong invitation, she picked up a cup and had a few sips with her. The meat was still grilling. Are we still eating? Shikamaru asked. She looked up at the others. Aside from Shikamaru and Lee, everyone else was almost drunk. Even more so, Ino and Sakura had already started hugging and crying, not even sure what they were crying about. Hinata, a bit tipsy, shuffled over and leaned her head on Jiming's shoulder, softly saying, Jiming-chan, there's something I've been hiding in my heart for a long time. What is it? Jiming asked softly. Thank you, Hinata said. Thank you for helping me in my childhood, and for helping the Hyuga family, and for helping Niji and I. Her words were broken and very quiet, causing Jiming to lean in closer to hear her. All she caught was those two words, thank you. No need to thank me. She gently patted Hinata's head. The girl became even more obedient, just leaning against her shoulder, quiet and not saying anything. 2 pieces of grilled meat were placed in her bowl, and before she could ask, she heard Shikamaru say, you take 2 pieces, and I'll take 2 pieces. After we finish, we can send them home. Okay. But her right hand was already being leaned on, so Jiming could only awkwardly use her left hand to pick up a fork, poking a piece of meat and barely getting it in her mouth, burning her so much that she almost spat it out. She quickly swallowed the meat and took a gulp of the sour plum juice nearby. Shikamaru looked at the cup she was holding in surprise. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to remain silent. This meat is just grilled and a bit hot. Shikamaru reminded her, you can wait a bit before eating. All right. Jiming nodded. After a while, Jiming thought of the small scroll she had spent all day thinking about. I have something for you, Shikamaru, she said softly, almost in a whisper. This made Shikamaru want to lean in closer to hear what she was saying. The girl's voice no longer had the childish innocence, but was like a camellia blooming in July, cold yet with a hint of distance. What is it? Shikamaru asked in a soft tone as well. It's in the pocket on my left. Since Jiming had to support the almost collapsing Hinata, she couldn't free her hand to pull out the scroll. She could only ask Shikamaru to help her take it out. Oh. Shikamaru reached towards Jiming's left pocket. But because of the way she was sitting, the scroll got stuck. His hand went in, grabbed the scroll, but he couldn't pull it out. You need to move a bit, Shikamaru said again. Jiming lifted her left leg, but as she moved, Shikamaru's hand accidentally brushed against her skin. Almost instantly, he pulled back, grabbing the scroll and forcefully pulling it out. You can open it and take a look. Shikamaru pushed aside his previous thoughts and opened the scroll. He quickly scanned the contents, and, if he remembered correctly, it contained some plans for dealing with sudden warfare. Is this referring to disasters you might encounter in the future? What does this mean? Shikamaru asked, confused. Shikamaru, let's say there's a ninja who is super strong and can destroy a village by himself, and this person is going to visit our Konoha in the future. Jiming carefully chose her words. She thought that maybe she could find a way to exploit a system bug. She continued, so to avoid this ninja going berserk suddenly, I was thinking if we could prepare in advance. Chapter 260. Shikamaru's thoughts. Shikamaru suddenly questioned his own brain. He understood every word. But why couldn't he comprehend the entire sentence? Are you saying the village might be invaded in the future? After hearing the desired answer, Jiming nodded vigorously. Feeling a bit shy, she said, but with my wisdom, I can only think of this much for now. I know about your cleverness. So see if there's anything you can add. After you think it through, you can hand it over to Lord Yu. Just say it's from me. He will understand. Shikamaru finally understood. It was meant for him to come up with a solution. Indeed, he often enjoyed doing these things with his dad, and they occasionally talked about chess. So he had some understanding from that exposure. However, if Jiming's guess was true, then a more detailed plan should be formulated by his dad. He decided to take it home and ask his dad what to do. Shikamaru settled on this idea and accepted the scroll. Let us go. It's about time to send them back, Jiming said. I'll take Hinata home first. Shikamaru, you stay here and look after them. Worried he might wait too long, she added, the flying thunder god technique is quick. Shikamaru couldn't help but stare at the spot where she disappeared. Aside from tasks, he thought much. But the scroll in his hand told him he could no longer just think about how to peacefully spend the day looking at the sky as he had before. But you all need to train hard for the next 3 years, he thought. Coupled with today's series of unusual events, it unexpectedly made Shikamaru very concerned. Like a fine thread of a seamless needle pricking his heart. No impact on normal life, but always causing sharp pains. This is so strange. Could it be that Jiming is a prophet, able to see future events, and is informing them in this way? Even stranger, Shikamaru shook his head, suddenly grabbing the sour plum juice in front of him and taking a sip. The cold, sour, and sweet flavor invaded his mouth, and as he looked at the cup, he couldn't help but be startled. Isn't this the cup Jiming just picked up? How could he have forgotten this? Shikamaru sighed deeply, and in the blink of an eye, a person appeared before him. It was Jiming. Had she already brought Hinata back? Shikamaru? Jiming had just flown back and saw him sighing heavily, half squatting beside him, leaning in with concern. Is it what I said earlier? Are you feeling too much pressure? It shouldn't be, Jiming thought to herself. As the second brain of Konoha, he couldn't rust so quickly. They still needed him in the future. Shikamaru stepped back a couple of steps from her suddenly magnified beauty, hurriedly waving his hands. I'm fine. I was just thinking about how to explain things to my mom when I get home. You know my mom's personality. Coming home so late, smelling of alcohol. I'm definitely going to be scolded. Oh, it's fine. Annie is just worried about your safety. Jiming thought it was something else, casually comforting him, then continued her work as a mover. The last one to go back was Lee, and after Jiming repeatedly reminded him to be careful on the way back, she and Shikamaru bid farewell to Lee, who was heading in the opposite direction. On an autumn evening, a hint of desolate cool wind brushed against her face. It felt a bit warm. The weather in Konoha occasionally reminded her of her hometown in her previous life. Even in autumn, it still had this devilish weather that was both cool and warm. This kind of weather is most likely to catch a cold. But she had hardly ever caught a cold. She had maintained good health throughout her 6 years in middle and high school, of course. This only referred to not getting sick much. You should wear this. Shikamaru handed his newly issued Chunin jacket to the girl beside him. She was only wearing a thin, tight-fitting outfit, her graceful figure becoming apparent, revealing 2 fair arms. His eyes turned a bit red, unable to look any longer. He awkwardly said, "It's cooler at night. Don't catch a cold." Oh! Jiming blankly took it, draping the jacket over herself. What is this? This should be Shikamaru's gentlemanly gesture, Jiming thought, and felt justified wearing it. The two chatted casually as they walked to the Senju clan area, and only when they reached there did Shikamaru prepare to say goodbye. Shikamaru, jacket, Jiming hurriedly called out, running a few steps to his side, handing the jacket back to him. Be careful on your way back. Thank you for bringing me home. She smiled brightly as she said goodbye. Shikamaru accepted the jacket and put it back on. The faint scent of camellia seemed to envelop him. So strange. How could this girl even smell like camellia? Goodbye. He couldn't help but look back, noticing the camellia girl still smiling at him, as if she had caught his gaze and waved her arms even more vigorously. It really felt like a farewell that might never happen again. Shikamaru swallowed these unclear emotions and quickened his pace back home. As expected, as soon as he entered the door, he heard his mom's nagging. She had her hands on her hips, asking him, "Shikamaru, where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Shikamaru looked at his mom, with no lies to tell. He could only speak the truth. Jiming is going on a long-term mission tomorrow. We had a farewell party for her. Jiming, that kid from the Senju family, his mom pondered, her fierce expression from earlier fading into a smile. Then quickly come in. I made some dessert for you tonight. I saved you a portion. Eat and then go to sleep. Shikamaru stared blankly at his mom's smile. And unconsciously, the scene of the girl smiling and saying goodbye to him floated in his mind. He seemed to understand what his dad had said. That day he couldn't remember what had happened. Maybe it was just an ordinary morning when they both went to the Hokage building, relaxing in the stairwell. He complained, "Women are really troublesome." In his mind, he couldn't help but flash back to Ino and Sakura's usual angry and sulking expressions, having to mediate between them one by one. It was really too troublesome. Shikaku put his arm around his shoulder, smiling gently. "Shikamaru, if there are no women, there won't be any men, you know? No matter how difficult a woman is, she will show a gentle side in front of the man she likes. Just like your mom. She's still very gentle to us on normal days." At that time, Shikamaru didn't think much of it, just thought it was something his dad said casually. But now seeing his gentle mom, it really was the case. His mom, when she smiled, was really gentle. Yes, thank you, Mom." Shikamaru wouldn't waste his mom's kindness, finishing the desserts cleanly. Chapter 261. Fate After Returning Home. Jiming was grabbed by a pair of unknown hands as soon as she walked through the door. She almost screamed, but as she smelled the faint fragrance of camellia from the person, she realized it was Uchiha Madara. He grabbed her all the way back to the yard and forced her to sit at the table. Jiming felt a bit baffled. She looked at Uchiha Madara and asked, "Is there something wrong, Brother Madara? Is something important happening?" Uchiha Madara had a displeased expression, angrily sitting across from Jiming, looking as if he had brought the dark clouds from outside with him. Just thinking about her wearing that Nara kid's clothes made him furious. They clearly agreed to have a gathering with friends of the same generation. How did it turn into a date between her and that Nara kid? Oomph. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, his face dark, and he had the nerve to ask what was happening. Jiming looked confused. So what exactly happened? She only went to a gathering today, besides being with him, and she sought his consent for that gathering too. So what is there to be angry about? Moreover, she couldn't forget a bit of what happened last night. Could it be? Jiming covered her mouth and quickly ran away, saying, I'm going to see Master. After saying that, she immediately flew away without a moment's hesitation, all the way to Tsunade's yard. Tsunade and Shizun lived in the same yard, but when she walked in, she only found Tsunade alone in her room. She stealthily approached Tsunade from behind and gave her a big bear hug. Guess who I am? She deliberately used an aged voice to disguise her own. Tsunade chuckled helplessly. Xiaoji, I was just about to look for you. Boring. Jiming pouted and simply laid down on the floor, her body relaxing a lot. What's wrong? Too tired. Tsunade turned around and looked at her little princess sprawled on the ground, asking, how about going back to the hospital to work with me? It's fine. Jiming waved her hand. She didn't want to go to the hospital. The hospital was not her stage, but Sakura's stage. She couldn't steal Sakura's spotlight just because she suddenly appeared. She didn't want to be someone who robbed the main character of their fortune. So from the beginning, she joined the Umbu, which was like the shadow of the Hokage. No matter what was done, hardly anyone besides the Hokage knew. Hidden under the sunlight. Being a good supporting character. But I'm leaving tomorrow. However, Jiming was still reluctant to part with the familial bond they had built so hard. She sighed and lay down on Tsunade's lap, saying, Master, take good care of yourself while I'm not here. Don't skip meals again. And don't drink so much alcohol. It's bad for your health. Share some work with others. Don't do it all by yourself. Jiming said one sentence after another. Tsunade just listened, stroking her smooth long hair, soothing her like a cat, petting her gently. Have you gathered your Byakuga seal yet? Tsunade asked. It's been almost 6 or 7 years. With your talent, it should be enough by now. I feel like it should be almost full. Jiming raised her hand to touch her forehead, and she was also looking forward to having a square mark like Tsunade's. That way, she could summon slugs during battles, which would be a great help in combat. Do you still remember the seal I taught you? Tsunade asked, worried that she might forget. Don't worry. Jiming smiled. I'm a genius. Yes, yes, yes. Our little Ji is the best. Tsunade's eyes were full of affection as she touched the pendant around her neck. After thinking for a moment, she took it off and hung it around Jiming's neck, saying, this was a talisman my grandfather gave me. Now I'm giving it to you. Let it accompany you. I hope it can replace me to protect you. Ah, Jiming picked up the pendant. ISNT this the pendant Tsunade gave to Naruto. After Naruto lost this pendant, who can suppress the Nine Tails? She initially didn't want to accept it and wanted to untie it, but Tsunade held her hand down firmly, saying domineeringly, if you untie it, Master will resign from the hospital and go with you. Jiming dared not refuse. She could leave Tsunade without worry, but Konoha Hospital couldn't do without Tsunade. For the sake of Konoha Hospital, she reluctantly accepted it. Have you prepared your things? Tsunade changed the subject again. Are you going with Grandpa Madara tomorrow? If Grandpa Madara is there, it should be fine. She thought, with strength comparable to her grandfather, no one in the ninja world would dare to bully them. The only thing Tsunade felt at ease about was hearing that Uchiha Madara would accompany her. Otherwise, she would never agree to let her go alone into the snake's den. Orochimaru was cunning. Even if she went, she might pay a price. Let alone a young girl like Jiming. Don't worry. Jiming patted her chest and promised. I promise to come back safe and sound. Okay, you should go back and rest. Tsunade knew the rules for their Umbu missions. They had to leave the village before dawn, and there were only a few hours left until departure. Even if there was 1,000 reluctance, she still couldn't keep her. She couldn't stop the phoenix from flying freely in this world, nor could she break its wings. She could only be a mortal who hoped for the phoenix to soar every day. Jiming was reluctant to leave Tsunade and buried her head in her chest, rubbing for a long time. After Tsunade reminded her again, she stood up from the affectionate embrace, said nothing, and left Tsunade's yard. But this time she didn't use the flying thunder god technique. She slowed her steps and walked in the Senju yard. Just one more look. Jiming thought. Perhaps the next time she looked, this yard would no longer exist. She remembered what she learned in foreign literature class about Oedipus. Even though he knew his fate of killing his father and marrying his mother from the beginning, Oedipus wanted to resist fate. But in the end, fate's bullet still struck him many years later. There was no way to avoid it. This Hokage world was the same. Even if she knew the ending, knew the process, and knew the fate, it should be very difficult to change. Jiming sighed, but she couldn't avoid doing something just because it was difficult. She didn't have a happy ending in the real world, so she hoped to have a happy ending in this comic world, in the world she loved. Xiaoji. Chapter 262. Unable to restrain her feelings, Jiming was stopped in her tracks by the voice behind her, which should belong to Senju Tobarama. She thought, this brother probably came to say goodbye to her too. Please, she really hates goodbyes. But the final outcome always ended up being that every person close to her had to say goodbye once. Too many goodbyes would make emotions unconsciously accumulate, which was the state Jiming hated the most. She didn't like being full of negative emotions. She preferred to be that sunny, positive version of herself. Or perhaps the one with a calm heart. In the short time she was lost in thought, Senju Tobarama had already arrived in front of her. He stood in front of Jiming, thinking she was looking at him, but he couldn't see any reflection of himself in her eyes. Was she thinking about something? Tobarama thought. Whenever Jiming was in a daze, she would have this expression. Her bright, lively eyes would become dull, and nothing could enter her sight. Her world would only consist of herself. Tobarama gave her enough time to think. There was no special reason. From beginning to end, he respected Jiming. He respected every moment she spent in silence without disturbing her, and he respected her choices and supported her. Tobarama thought he could only like her to this extent. The so-called love of locking Jiming by his side, he really couldn't do it. Tobarama hoped she was free, with bright eyes, doing things as she liked. The wishes he couldn't fulfill in his last life, he could only compensate in this life. He didn't know how long had passed when the girl finally pulled herself out of her world. She looked at him in surprise, like a frightened little cat. Lord Tobarama? Jiming thought it was bad. She had been too engrossed in her days and forgot someone was calling her. She didn't know how long he had been waiting. It's nothing. Tobarama raised his hand, wanting to touch her hair as if he were caressing a camellia. But as she drew closer, he withdrew his hand and hid it behind his back. Be careful on this trip. If you encounter any danger, remember to call for me. He summarized the precautions as straightforwardly as usual. That guy Madara, if he gets upset, just ignore him. He wouldn't dare do anything to you. All right. Kazumi obediently replied. You should get some rest early. Tobarama looked at her eyes, which were gradually regaining their shine. He couldn't help but turn away and prepare to leave. Lord Tobarama. Kazumi felt something strange about Tobarama tonight. Adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, she grabbed his wrist, but somehow slipped into his palm. In that brief handshake, she felt his hand was warm, unlike her own, which was cold. What's wrong? Tobarama wanted to hold on a bit longer, turning around and selfishly gripping her hand a little tighter. Each time he held her hand, he would wonder why it was so cold, like her emotional roots. A barren wasteland of ice and snow, unable to produce anything. Do you have something on your mind? Kazumi timidly asked. His gaze was too intense, almost as warm as his palm. I feel like you're not very happy. She always did this, teasing him just enough to make him think there was hope for growth, only for it to turn back into a frozen wasteland. I just haven't seen you in a long time, and I'm a bit sad. Tobarama didn't know how to deceive her or his own heart, so he spoke honestly. But this task is something only I can handle. Such straightforward words left Kazumi at a loss for a response. She made a couple of dismissive remarks. If it were someone else, I wouldn't be at ease either. This concerns the safety of Konoha, and even the future of the ninja world. Tobarama understood the implication of her words. She was telling him not to focus solely on personal feelings, but to consider this so-called village and the ninja world like a leader would. He fell silent for a moment. She always used these things to deflect him. She knew these words struck a chord in his ears. Tobarama couldn't ignore Konoha, nor could he ignore the ninja world, just as she couldn't possibly come alike him, right? But before Madara appeared, they had been so close. It was always because of Madara in the past, and now it was the same. It made him furious, that wicked Uchiha. I know, Tobarama spoke again, giving a slight smile. So it's fine, I'm okay. In a few days, I'll get used to it. That smile could be considered bitter. Kazumi thought for a moment, and then used a feasible method. She stood on her tiptoes, her hand reaching up to his head, and she gently ruffled his white hair, as if she were caressing a camellia. To her surprise, his white hair was not as prickly as she imagined, nor was it dry. It was soft and pleasant to touch. This method of soothing should work on Tobarama too, right? Tobarama was almost frozen in place. This was a completely new experience. Her hand was on his head, ruffling it several times, as if calming his emotions. That should be enough, Kazumi thought, lowering her hand and blinking her big eyes at him. Lord Tobarama, are you okay? But he looked so stiff. Could it be that Tobarama wasn't cat-like? Maybe he was more dog-like? But dogs like to be petted too. Why did it seem ineffective with Tobarama? Tobarama stared deeply at her, into her eyes, and suddenly pulled her into his embrace. He leaned in slightly, their breaths intertwining, and Kazumi felt a bit dazed by the warmth. Memories of what Tobarama had done to her earlier flashing through her mind, making her want to run away. But the increasingly urgent breaths broke her concentration on gathering chakra. She had no choice but to close her eyes in a panic, anxiously waiting and silently reciting phrases about strength, democracy, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, and rule of law, hoping to calm her inner turmoil. His breath brushed against her eyelids, followed by a soft touch, warm and moist. He kissed her eyes. What on earth was he doing? In a panic, she tried to push Tobarama away, thinking it would be like before and she wouldn't be able to, but this time, with a single push, he stepped back several paces, offering a half-hearted apology. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. So insincere. Kazumi shot him a glare. Even though they might have been betrothed before and could end up married, they weren't officially engaged yet. How could he be so reckless? Both of them were like this. Who taught them how to pursue girls? Kazumi huffed and ran off, not looking back as she returned to her courtyard. Just as she stepped through the door, she met Madara's dark gaze. His eyes bore into hers. Are you getting along with that kid, Tobarama? His watery eyes glared at her, as if she had been caught in something she shouldn't have. She replied sulkily, who is getting along with him? I'm not. Don't say that, Brother Madara. Huh. Madara approached her, looming over her, their bodies almost pressed together, and his hand forcefully wrapped around her waist, rendering her unable to move. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free, let alone use the flying thunder god technique in front of him. Kazumi felt a bit resigned. Let it be, they could do whatever they wanted. His fingertips lightly brushed over her eyes, the very ones that had just been kissed by Tobarama. Under the intense friction, she was forced to close her eyes, and he kept rubbing, as if he wanted to rub her skin off. Why, little Kazumi? Madara's ghostly voice reached her ears, making her shiver. Confused, she asked, What do you mean, why? I don't understand. How could you let Tobarama kiss you? But you, Before she could finish her retort, Madara suddenly attacked her lips. Her almost forced open mouth gave him the opportunity. His soft lips gently pressed against hers, his cool fingertips caressing her chin, slowly tracing along her cheekbone. Kazumi felt as if she were a camellia, being pampered, her body instantly relaxing, even her blood circulation quickening. The kiss was gentle. He wasn't as frantic as before. The light in front of her blurred increasingly, falling on Madara's head. Kazumi couldn't help but think. No wonder so many men are drawn to him. He really knows how to charm. When the kiss ended, Madara lightly stroked her lip corners with his fingertips, his tone tinged with amusement, much like a cat that had stolen a fish. Little Kazumi, you still don't know how to breathe. So obedient. Can't breathe? Could she? After living so many years, who had she kissed? Single for over a decade, aside from having a wealth of theoretical knowledge, she had no practical experience at all. Kazumi looked up at him, her eyes glistening, then lowered her head again, still not daring to ask. Back when Tobarama had kissed her, she should have asked what they were doing, but she didn't dare then, and she still didn't dare now. I need to go rest. Kazumi tried to speak calmly, telling herself that it was okay, it was just a so-called skin-to-skin contact, and it wouldn't cost her anything. Uchiha Madara did not let her go. Instead, he held her in a princess carry. Don't sleep with that cat tonight. Isn't it better to sleep with your brother? His voice carried a hint of low resentment. However, Jimin did not want that. She rejected Uchiha Madara's words and insisted on returning to her own room to sleep. Uchiha Madara had no choice but to carry her back to her room. When Camellia saw this scene, her originally drowsy expression suddenly widened in surprise. What was going on? Did she guess right? Could it be that Uchiha Madara truly became the ultimate winner? She had initially thought highly of Senju Tobarama, but she didn't expect that the white-haired boy was so inept. Yet, seeing Jimin's despondent look, Camellia felt that it might not be the case. Could it be that the little master was hurt? Camellia continued to pretend to be asleep, observing the interaction between the two. The little one should rest well. Uchiha Madara tucked her in and did not sit down again. If something came up, she could call Camellia to summon him. Jimin was already very tired. She had drunk quite a bit today, though she wasn't drunk. Her mind was definitely slower. With the matters concerning Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama mixed together, she felt exhausted. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. This left Camellia bewildered. She was filled with questions about what had happened between the two, and who could come and tell her. During this sleep, Jimin did not rest very soundly and frequently dreamed of events from her past life. She was not without romantic experiences, albeit a very brief one. Jimin did not want to call it being together. It was back in university when she might have had a fleeting attraction in a club, or perhaps her mind was just a bit muddled. One night, during the holidays, She drowsily agreed to be with a man she was flirting with. However, that man hardly showed any affection towards her. She didn't even know who his friends were or what his life was like. Jiming suggested breaking up. The man agreed. After returning to school, her emotions were thrown into turmoil. Although nothing significant happened, the days they spent together were impossible to forget, especially with the added buff of unrequited love, making it all the more painful. She began to doubt if it was her problem, questioning whether she was worthy of loving someone. Jiming dreamed of that time when she repeatedly asked herself if she was worthy of loving someone during her graduate school entrance exam preparation. On one hand, there was the pressure of studying, and on the other, the emotional backlash. She silently swallowed it all. She got into graduate school, but before she could finish her studies or reshape herself, she died. The next day at 4 o'clock, Jiming woke up, the memories from her dream still lingering in her mind. She sat on the bed, attempting to calm her emotions with deep breaths. Once, twice, 3 times. This was her rule for herself. After 3 deep breaths, she was to struggle out of the ocean of emotions and start her day like a normal person. She left the cold bed she had slept in all night, took her combat outfit to the bathroom, and quickly washed up. Jiming's luggage was quite simple. It consisted mainly of scrolls, many of which she had prepared on New Year's Day. With Tsunade's support and the wealth of the Senju clan, she hadn't held back. After a major shopping spree, she filled her available scrolls. For this, she had even specially stocked up on several bundles of scrolls. She picked a few commonly used scrolls to put in her small bag, while the rest were sent into another space using her Sharingan. After having her last meal at home, she set off with Uchiha to search for Orochimaru. Chapter 263. The ones who want money have arrived. Orochimaru was not hard to find. Jiming had previously sent someone to stake out his location. However, Orochimaru was cautious and might change his hideout every week, so they had to proceed one step at a time. She looked at the marked points on the map. The nearest location was a base in the land of rice near the land of fire. Along the way, the two of them didn't speak much. Jiming didn't know how to face her brother again. Having done something so intimate, she couldn't act as if nothing had happened like Uchiha could. She walked ahead with her head down. Uchiha followed closely behind. He was in a good mood today, perhaps because of the kiss from last night or the thought of soon meeting Izuna and Hashirama, 2 old friends. If they regained their consciousness, Uchiha would definitely mock Hashirama fiercely. What a god of shinobi, yet he was controlled by his own juniors. How pathetic. He should have listened to him back then. Directly taking down all 5 countries and making Hashirama the king, with himself as the shadow. Hashirama could easily live for 100 years. With Hashirama's cells, living longer was not a problem at all. Sigh. Uchiha continued to walk behind Jiming comfortably. To disguise themselves, they both wore hoods and loose black robes, erasing any traces related to Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha initially didn't want to cooperate. After all, once his Sharingan was activated, it was obvious he was from the Uchiha clan. However, due to Jiming's strong insistence, he usually complied with her on small matters and changed into that loose black robe, tying a rope around his waist since it was too loose. He carried a fan on his back and a small travel bag on his shoulder, which was much more ample than when he left the village years ago. Before they knew it, it was noon. They found a spacious clearing in the woods and had a simple meal of rice balls. Uchiha was puzzled as to why Jiming kept her distance from him. After last night, shouldn't their relationship have grown closer? Or was Jiming just too shy? He decided to take the initiative. After all, Hashirama had once said that men should be proactive with women. Moreover, she was his little G. Uchiha took a few steps and moved closer to Jiming. Just as he was about to get near, she quickly shifted a step away. He moved closer again, and she followed by stepping away once more. It seemed she wasn't just shy, she was avoiding him. Little G, what's wrong? Uchiha was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. Do you dislike your brother now? This startled Jiming, and she quickly denied it. No, I don't. She just didn't know if their relationship was still simply that of siblings. Are you done eating? After taking her last bite of the rice ball and drinking some water, she prepared to continue walking. Let's go. We need to reach the town before dark. She didn't want to spend the night on the streets. Then let's go. Uchiha was half convinced. He adjusted his fan and small backpack, maintaining their previous formation. They managed to reach the town before dark. However, just as they were about to find an inn, they encountered an uninvited guest. The term might not be entirely appropriate, as Jiming felt she owed money first, so it was normal for the person to come to collect. The person carrying a large scythe launched an attack on them. As Kakuza had just said, this head was worth at least 35 million. He could kill without hesitation. Before the scythe could fall, Uchiha opened one eye and released his chakra. Haydn felt his body stiffen and couldn't move, a huge sense of pressure overwhelming his nerves. He looked up at the man in front of him and couldn't help but curse inwardly, wondering how the bodyguards around this girl were all so strong. Without even needing to fight, he had been rendered completely immobilized. Where is that 35 million so difficult to manage? After scolding Kakuzu, Haydn couldn't help but curse again. Kakuzu, you gave him false information. It was so annoying. Are you Haydn? Jiming looked at the white-haired man who was restrained and slowly walked up to him, searching the surroundings. Aren't we in partnership? Didn't Kakuzu tell you? Oomph. Haydn snorted coldly, tightly gripping his scythe, just waiting for the moment to strike. He would chop off the girl's head and bring it to Kakuzu as a report. Who cares about partnership? If he didn't kill this girl soon, he would be tortured to death by Kakuzu. Where's Kakuzu? Jiming asked again. But she had already sensed Kakuzu's presence. There was a visual gap in the trees behind her, allowing Kakuzu to see them, but they couldn't see him. Haydn snorted again. It's almost time. The Lord God is about to reveal himself. He swung his scythe heavily towards Jiming, and just as the blade was about to hit her arm, Haydn felt blood rush to his head. Just a light strike, and the Lord God would punish him. Oh my, why won't you listen to me when I try to talk nicely? Jiming was already annoyed, seeing Haydn look like he was asking for death. She immediately pressed her left hand down, using her curved blade to block the tip of the scythe. If you want to fight, then I'll accompany you. Everything can wait until after the fight. This was not only directed at Haydn, but also at Kaku and that Uchiha Madara, who always liked to meddle in her affairs. Just stay put, will you? You're really arrogant, little girl, Haydn sneered. He hadn't killed anyone in a long time. Today he would use her to test his blade. Jiming smiled as well. Winning against Haydn was actually quite simple for her. She couldn't kill Haydn, and Haydn couldn't get her blood. Holding her foaming blade, she exchanged blows with Haydn several times. The battlefield was already littered with shurikens she had set up. She could play around with close-range moving targets. It should be quite fun, right? Haydn looked at the shurikens on the ground and couldn't help but think of the girl's reputation in the ninja world, the Black Lightning. The direct disciple of the Yellow Flash of Konoha, who relied on this unknown space transfer technique. Let's leave these shurikens for now. Haydn immediately started running. Seeing Haydn running, Jiming couldn't help but laugh. This was exactly what she wanted. She quickly switched to her bow and arrow, drew out a beautiful feathered arrow, knocked it, and stood up straight to maintain her posture for power. The arrow was on the string. Kakuzu emerged from behind the tree, holding a box in one hand and pressing down on her bow-drawing hand with the other. You've had enough fun, haven't you, young lady? Young lady? What kind of ridiculous title is that? I'm not playing, Jiming said as she lowered her arrow, helplessly spreading her hands. Haydn attacked first. I was just acting in self-defense. Besides, I almost got hit by Haydn's scythe. Luckily, I dodged quickly. Jiming pretended to look aggrieved, her lively expression reminding Kakuzu of the Jinchuriki from that village. They were all lovely girls. If his life could be normal, marrying and having children, his granddaughter should be around this age too. He was quite capable and had good genes. His granddaughter had no worries and could live happily for a lifetime. However, Kakuzu withdrew his gaze and continued, Haydn doesn't understand. It's my fault for not managing her well, young lady. Again, with a young lady? Jiming was really curious about who made him call her that. Why do you call me young lady? You're not even my family servant. Young lady, have you forgotten me? I'm your loyal attendant, Kakuzu said without knowing why that came out of his mouth. As for why he called her young lady, he couldn't explain it either. He just knew that upon seeing her, he had to call her young lady and follow her orders. It was completely inexplicable. Ah. Jiming paused for 3 seconds, stiffly turning to look at Uchiha Madara and quietly asking, Did you do this? The Sharingan indeed has the power to control people's minds. But could Uchiha Madara's Sharingan be that powerful? It shouldn't be. How come she didn't see this in the brief memories from the Warring States period? Uchiha Madara shook his head, indicating that he didn't know anything. However, he found the title young lady quite pleasant to hear, recalling Uchiha Dream. When she called him young lady, there was no emotional inflection. He and Izuna had specifically observed this before, and indeed, there was no emotional tone at all. Not even a change in pitch. A Uchiha with no love, no hate, and no emotions led to Uchiha Dream's Sharingan remaining only at the 3-tomo level. Uchiha Dream was a very talented female ninja. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen as the personal bodyguard of the clan leader from such a young age. At first, Uchiha Dream was Izuna's bodyguard, but when Jiming was brought back by her father, she was assigned to Jiming. Sometimes Uchiha Madara envied Uchiha Dream for no particular reason. just because she could be by Ji Ming's side day and night without worrying about the Uchiha clan or the so-called peace between two clans. Her mission was simply to protect the young lady, just like the task he was doing now. Without Konoha, without the Uchiha clan, he was just Madara, only needing to protect Ji Ming. While they were still talking about young lady, Ji Ming felt a bit helpless. It was one thing to call her that, but they shouldn't follow her around. Don't you have an Akatsuki mission to do? Please, young lady, let us protect you closely, Kakuzu said again. He held on to Haiden, and their attitudes had completely changed from before. Young lady, you must want such a handsome bodyguard like me, right? So narcissistic. Ji Ming face-palmed, reiterating, I don't need you to follow me. I have my own bodyguard. Saying this, she pulled Uchiha Madara over to introduce him. This esteemed person is my hired bodyguard. His strength is remarkable. You two together might not even be enough to take him on. Kakuzu didn't believe it. They weren't Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Young lady, you've definitely been deceived. Someone like him can't possibly exist. Originally pleased by the compliment, Uchiha Madara now felt annoyed upon hearing Kakuzu's words. If I let you use one hand, and you can defeat me, then I'll agree to let you in. Itigen brat. Kakuzu didn't believe it. If Haiden couldn't win, then could he? There were not many who could defeat him in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, contemplating how to defeat the person in front of him in one move. Should he first use Susanoo to stimulate Ji Ming's memory and teach her how to activate it? Or should he just use a fan casually to remind Ji Ming how the Uchiha clan fought in the past? No. Ji Ming saw the two about to fight and stepped in between them. Stop fighting. Let's talk things out. She sighed, rubbing her flat stomach. It was time for dinner, and she hadn't eaten much at noon. Ji Ming said impatiently, let's go eat first, and then we can fight. She didn't continue and walked off to the restaurant by herself, leaving the three standing in place. Haiden tugged at Kakuzu's clothes, asking Kakuzu, what do we do? The young lady is angry. What should we do? What if the young lady doesn't want us anymore? Then we would be like homeless children. Haiden's voice trembled, completely different from the person who wanted to fight just a moment ago. Didn't the young lady say it's time to eat? Kakashi punched Faden in the face. So let's hurry up and go eat together. Uchiha Madara watched the change in attitude of these two people and couldn't help but ponder deeply. There are not many means to change a person's will, and the one he is most familiar with is the Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan. But that kind of Jinjutsu requires the ability of the Manjiki Sharingan. He couldn't change a person's consciousness for that long. Could it be that it's SH-10? Uchiha Madara immediately dismissed this idea, as SH-10's abilities are not related to Jinjutsu, but are related to space-time, excluding himself and SH-10. And excluding Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi's pair of eyes, there is also Uchiha Sasuke, who has yet to awaken his eyes. The remaining Uchiha members would only be Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's brother. It seems he is a child skilled in Jinjutsu, which is quite good. No, Weichi. Uchiha Madara suddenly thought of another person. His eyes brightened. It must be that child. In his later years, Uchiha Madara built a thatched house in a forest under the Nanga River, treating it as a place for retirement. After Tobirama retired, he once again left the village, secretly taking the Hashirama cells that Tobirama had researched, not for longevity, but just to give it a try. This secret was known to no one, not even SH-10. On his chest, there was a face of Senju Hashirama. He initially thought he would just cultivate it a bit, but it unexpectedly turned into a face. How should he put it? Uchiha Madara felt that things had deviated from the direction he had in mind. However, the upside was that he learned wood release. Wood release is truly a good thing, allowing him to chop down trees without any hesitation. After all, he could use wood release to grow them back, so he chose a retirement spot a few hundred meters from the Nanga River. Chapter 264. Uchiha sure sway, but that day, probably 2 years before the Konoha Nine-Tails disturbance, he particularly remembered the weather that day. The sky was very blue. Having been dazed inside the house for a long time, Madara finally had the thought of going out. Because he remembered what SH-10 had said, the weather is so nice, he should go for a walk. So he went out. He didn't go far, just near the Nanga River, mainly because he was afraid that the ninjas from Konoha would mistake him for an enemy. It would be embarrassing for everyone later. Uchiha Madara deliberately disguised himself, wearing all black, carrying a homemade fishing rod, and bringing a small stool. He arrived by the riverbank, ready to fish and try his luck. Unfortunately, he didn't catch any fish. He almost caught a person instead. He stood below, watching the two people arguing above, and couldn't help but feel a surge of what people call compassion. So he flew up and stood between the two boys. The two were arguing fiercely. They couldn't even see such a big person. Just as one of the boys with slightly shorter hair was about to poke the other's eyes, he quickly stopped him, holding down his hand. No, kid, Without eyes, your life will be more painful. Old man, I've made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore. The boy had a resolute look on his face, and he seemed to understand a bit. These two kids were descendants of the Uchiha clan. However, he didn't pay much attention to the talk about betrayal, Danzo, and such. Although Uchiha Madara loved his ninja clan, his clan had abandoned him once before, so now he didn't have many thoughts about his clansmen, as long as they didn't all die out. Don't you want to stay in Konoha? Uchiha Madara asked. Aye. The boy was at a loss for words, the blood from his eyes constantly irritating him, reminding him of the ambush he suffered after listening to the warning. Even if he went back, he would just be a rogue ninja. He wouldn't have any impact on the situation of the Uchiha clan. He saw no hope. Why not come stay at my place first? Uchiha Madara said when he saw he wasn't speaking. This way you won't have to die, and you'll have the momentum you want, as long as your brother over there cooperates. The more Uchiha Madara looked at this boy, the more familiar he felt. This child resembled Uchiha Kagami a bit. Uchiha Kagami had also done a lot of coordination for the clan and the village, and though he didn't have any merits, he had his hardships. He might as well force himself to be a good person and, as SH-10 said, reluctantly help someone. Accumulate some merit so he could negotiate with the Grim Reaper to bring him back to SH-10. He would reluctantly take this descendant of Uchiha Kagami home. Sure, Sway. Uchiha Itachi called out. He was unwilling to let his dear friend die, and he desperately hoped Shursui would agree with the man in front of him. He even forgot to scrutinize what kind of person the man beside him was. Seeing that Uchiha Shursui remained indifferent, he spoke again. You trust me, don't you? You believe I will protect the Uchiha clan. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Besides, if you die, what will happen to your dear friend? Uchiha Madara unexpectedly joined the persuasion battle, with a hint of an authoritative command. Come with me. Under the pull of both sides, coupled with the side effects of just activating Susanoo, Uchiha Shursui fainted. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi was quick enough to catch Uchiha Shursui. Old man, may I ask where your home is? Uchiha Itachi looked at the elderly man with white hair and a kind face, making it easy to trust him. I want to come see Shursui in a few days. I live in a thatched house a few hundred meters north down the river. Uchiha Madara pointed out the way for him, but I don't recommend you come. Shursui probably doesn't want to see you. Moreover, you should handle the clan matters first. Uchiha Itachi fell silent. Indeed, the old man's suggestion not to see Shursui was right. He was currently being watched by hundreds of people, and if he brought trouble to the old man's side, it would be a loss. He was so kind to take Shursui in. Okay, I understand. I won't go see him, Uchiha Itachi said. He placed Shursui in the old man's arms. Please take care of Shursui. I'll be leaving now. Uchiha Madara took Shursui back to the thatched house first. He simply checked his body. The symptoms were quite strange. Did he activate Susanoo? He didn't expect that in such a peaceful era, members of the Uchiha clan could still activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. He didn't investigate further. Went outside the courtyard to gather some herbs, crushed them, and covered Shursui's injured eyes, then wrapped his eyes in gauze. Whether he could recover would depend on his fate. Uchiha Madara thought he had already done his best. He quickly returned to continue fishing. Whether there would be good food for dinner today depended on his fish. That day, he had rare luck and caught several fish, including a golden carp. He kept the fish in a pond he built in front of the yard, keeping two for Shursui, who was still sick, to make fish soup for him to nourish him. After decades of single life, Uchiha Madara had honed his cooking skills to perfection. He put the fish in the pot to stew, then went to the vegetable garden he had cultivated earlier to pick some green vegetables and stir-fry them briefly. After reheating the rice balls, this simple and hassle-free meal was ready. Just as he brought the food in, Uchiha Shursui woke up. He placed the meal on a nearby table, walked to his bedside, and checked his eyes. The bleeding had stopped. After simply changing the gauze, he called Shursui over. Come eat, then you can rest after. Uchiha Shursui didn't understand why the old man wanted to take care of them, but because the old man treated him with respect. He responded to the old man's words out of upbringing and sat across from him, obediently eating. After finishing the meal, he couldn't help but ask, Old man, why did you save me? My eyes have brought too much disaster. I shouldn't live in this world anymore. Uchiha Shursui became very pessimistic, and the belief world he had constructed was collapsing piece by piece, forcing him to activate Susanoo. However, his eyes were still stolen. It is not your eyes that are the disaster, but the human heart, Uchiha Madara said, lifting his bangs to reveal his newly awakened Rinnegan. If your eyes are disaster, then what about mine? Chapter 265, Uchiha Shursui, 2 Rinnegan? Shursui was taken aback, thinking it was only a record in history books. Yet there really was someone with such eyes. Look, no one is chasing me now. I live here peacefully, Uchiha Madara continued. Moreover, there are already such terrible people in the village. Can you bear to see your beloved village being destroyed step by step? This kind of rhetoric he learned from Senju Tobirama. It was useless for him, but it should be useful for this child who resembled Uchiha Kagami. The eyes of the Uchiha clan are the eyes of the soul, a gift from heaven that allows us to protect our loved ones with our abilities. Uchiha Madara's words were copied from a young child. Anyway, he was just saying, there must be something that resonates with this child's feelings. The boy from earlier was your close friend, right? If you entrust your eyes to him, have you thought about how heavy the burden on him would be? Then your eyes not only failed to protect your loved ones, but also aided the oppressors, harming your close friend. Forget it at this point. Uchiha Madara was already a bit tired of talking. He had never been so verbose in such a short time in his life. If this child really wanted to die, he couldn't be bothered anymore. When that boy comes looking for him again, he would just be a corpse, and it would all be over. Think about it yourself, Uchiha Madara said, and ordered, wash the bowl after you finish eating. If you still wish to die, wash the bowl first before you die. Uchiha Madara stood up and walked to the next room, which was his specially built research lab, where he had been studying Hashirama cells for a long time, wondering if they could be applied to others. Also his own cells. In the dark, he felt that he and Hashirama should have some kind of connection. When it was time to sleep, Uchiha Madara returned to Shirsue's room. As for why he still wanted to check, it was mainly because he was afraid this kid would die on his bed and dirty it. These were 2 beds he had painstakingly made, and he couldn't let Shirsue ruin them. He walked in. The bowls and chopsticks had already been cleaned. He looked at the boy lying quietly on the bed and glanced over. He should still be alive, right? Hey, go sleep on that small bed, Uchiha Madara called tentatively. The boy stirred a bit, opened his eyes, walked to the small bed, and lay down. He opened and closed his eyes, still thinking about the future of the Uchiha clan, unable to help but ask, Sir, why did you save me? I happen to need someone to do chores. Looking for free labor, Uchiha Madara replied casually. I saved you, so you must repay me. Moreover, don't you still have things you want to do that are unfinished? Uchiha Madara continued to ask, You can continue to do what you want after I die. Shirsue did not continue speaking. The night was as calm as water. In a half-dream, half-awake state, Shirsue dreamed of the destruction of the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha district turned into ruins, and even his dearest friend, Uchiha Itachi, died at the hands of the enemy. A dream in vain. All his years of planning turned into nothing. He was awakened. The sky was already bright, and the old man had prepared breakfast. Seeing him awake, he said irritably, You, the chore boy, slept quite soundly. Shirsue shyly apologized. I'm sorry. I will definitely get up earlier tomorrow. I'll take care of the chores from now on. That would be best, Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. The two of them got along quite well. Shirsue was diligent and inquisitive, and occasionally sneakily watched him conduct research. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but chuckle. This child had become quite well-behaved at this time. So cautious. Finally, one day, Shirsue was completely caught. Uchiha Madara felt a bit awkward. He originally wanted to pretend he knew nothing and continue walking in, but Shirsue was standing right in front of his research table. He couldn't pretend not to know anymore. Sir, Shirsue lowered his head in shame. Both emotionally and logically, he shouldn't have peeked at someone else's research. Nor should he have sneaked into his research lab without permission. I'm sorry. I won't do it again next time. Do you want to learn? Uchiha Madara ignored his apology and asked another question. Shirsue's eyes brightened. Is it really possible? Just don't get in the way. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Yes. Time passed, and it was the year of the Nine-Tails disturbance. Uchiha Madara heard it from Shirsue. He was in a hurry to rush into the village, and even specially came to say goodbye to him. Sir, the village is in trouble. As a ninja of Konoha, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I can't repay your great kindness. Uchiha Madara did not stop him. He had no reaction and continued doing his own things as usual. In this battle, the Uchiha clan's people were especially important. Especially Shirsue with his Mangeki Sharingan. If he really exposed himself, the Uchiha clan's predicament would be even harder to navigate. But Minato, that child, should still advocate for dialogue to solve problems. So Madara didn't take it too seriously. After the Nine-Tails disturbance ended, Shirsue came back again and stayed with him for a while. Uchiha Madara felt that his time was running out, so he called Shirsue to his side and advised him a few words. I don't have many days left to live. I have no right to demand that you do anything with these experimental results. I just hope you can have a little kindness. After I die, bury me under the cherry blossom tree in front of the door. If you want to leave here, just leave the house. After hearing this, Shirsue's eyes were filled with tears. I will definitely remember your kindness. Hamadara didn't he live for many days before being buried under the cherry blossom tree. After that, Shui went wherever he was no longer clear. But he guessed that he should not be in Konoha anymore. Otherwise, he had been revived for so long, and Shui hadn't been seen even once, which was too absurd. Perhaps on this trip, he could also find out where Shui was, Hamadara thought, including him and Izuna. These two old fellows, Shui, Sasuke, little Izumi, and Itachi, the once powerful Uchiha clan was left with only 6 people. Izumi had already ordered what she wanted to eat, and the two sitting across from her, Go and Haiden, said nothing, looking as if they were obediently following the young lady's instructions. She had also given up on asking them for their thoughts, but she had to ask Hamadara. This person would start being picky if he had conditions. So she set aside last night's love-hate entanglements and asked first, Brother Madara, what do you want to eat? Tempura. Hamadara casually glanced over. Anything would do. But today he particularly wanted tempura, so he added another dish. The wait for the dishes was particularly awkward. Of course, this was just Izumi's thought. One was the man who had stolen her kiss yesterday, and the other two were the ones who had been calling her young lady. In this situation, what should she do? Chapter 266. Night Raid. The answer was of course to choose silence, waiting for the dishes to be served. Almost the moment Annie brought them out, Izumi's heart finally relaxed a bit. She tried her best to ignore the gazes of the three and focused her attention on the delicious food. Izumi ate slowly, and while the other three put down their chopsticks, she was still diligently eating. The final result evolved into the three of them still staring at her. Jiming felt a bit flustered under their intense gazes and awkwardly said, Do you guys want to eat a bit more? Staring at me like this. I don't have any food on my face. We've already finished eating, young lady, Kakuzu said. Every time she heard that title, young lady, it took her 2 or 3 seconds to realize that the guy in sunglasses was calling her. Then why don't you go ahead and get busy? Protecting the young lady is our job, Haiden chimed in. Jiming put down her chopsticks and asked seriously, Aren't you from the Akatsuki? What work does the Akatsuki have for you? Didn't Pain assign you any tasks? Kakuzu pondered for a moment. The leader indeed assigned us tasks. But the start time hasn't been set yet. Is it 3 years later? Jiming continued to probe. What is your task? To capture the 2 tails, Haiden interjected. But that's a matter for 3 years from now. Jiming didn't expect to extract information so quickly. It seemed that the Akatsuki's objectives were still proceeding according to the original plan. In the end, Super Brother would still have to rely on Naruto's mouth to achieve enlightenment. What are you going to do with the 2 tails? Jiming picked up her chopsticks again, unwilling to waste food. Is it to summon the 10 tails? The 10 tails? Haiden and Kakuzu looked puzzled. Kakuzu, who had lived for so many years, had never heard of that toy. Is the 10 tails also a tailed beast? It seemed that this plan was still a secret. Jiming casually brushed it off with a few words, finished her last sip of soup, contentedly put down her chopsticks, and put her hands together, saying, Thank you for the hospitality. I'll pay. Kakuzu was the first to call the waiter, grabbing the menu in hand, pulling out a stack of money from the platinum box, counting out 2 bills, and handing them to the waiter, expressionless, no need for change. Our young lady had a great time here. Jiming looked at Kakuzu with sparkling eyes, feeling that this title of young lady sounded quite pleasant for the first time. Indeed, a man who spends money is the most handsome. Hamadara noticed Jiming's change, wondering why she would show such expression towards such an old man. He looked ordinary, had no good looks. His financial power was decent, and his strength should be okay. But was he too old? Little Ji was now as beautiful as a flower, at the best age. How could she be with this old man? No. Hamadara thought. If she has such thoughts, he must discuss a plan with that white-haired kid Senju. Although he didn't approve of Senju Tobarama. At least Tobarama was young and handsome. Brother Madara. Jiming noticed Hamadara staring at Kakuzu with a very aggressive gaze, and couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. Staring at someone like that is too rude. Hamadara grunted. He turned his head away, not wanting to look at her. Stupid kid, always attracting attention. Should be kept hidden at home, where only he could see her. We're now preparing to go to the inn. Jiming looked at the 2 who were still closely following her, and said helplessly, You don't have to follow me. I'm sure you're aware of my abilities. There are hardly any people who can kill me. We're going to the inn too. Haiden spoke again, cutting off Jiming's words. Kakuzu, didn't you just book a room? It's at the inn ahead. This inn has the best environment around, providing the young lady with the best accommodation. Kakuzu said respectfully. Jiming, whatever. Let be destroyed. Having 2 more bodyguards isn't a bad thing. Upon returning to the inn, Jiming quickly washed up and went to bed. In the late autumn of the night, the moon had set, and the dawn had yet to rise, leaving only a pitch-black sky. Even the stray cats were sleeping. It was the perfect time for committing crimes. A barely noticeable sound came from outside, and Jiming was forced awake. She opened her eyes, looking at the dark weather outside, her mood as dark as the sky. What was that thing making noise and disturbing her sleep? She was really annoyed. The footsteps were getting closer, and even though they were trying to hide, it was like disappearing in front of a perceptive ninja. The door lock opened effortlessly, and she thought about how to torment this sudden intruder. Should she just use a jinjutsu to finish them off? That way, she would waste her sleep time, or maybe use lightning chakra to shock them a few times, letting them enjoy the ultimate current. Just as the person rushed towards her face, she was still pondering what to do. Her gaze met the intruder's eyes, and before the person could blink, she disappeared from the spot. The intruder stomped their foot in frustration, wondering who said this girl was weak, making her come a challenge. This teleportation technique must be from a master, she thought. Maybe it's better to just slip away for now and think of a new strategy later. But the girl didn't give her a chance. When their eyes met again, that pair of eyes as dark as night had turned to striking crimson, scaring her back repeatedly. It turned out to be a member of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 267. Are you hiding someone in your room? Before she could make another move, footsteps were heard outside again, completely unmasked. It was those two. This kid shouldn't fall into the hands of those two. Jiming quickly grabbed him and threw him into the wardrobe, then locked the cabinet door and laid back down on the bed. Young lady, I heard some noises. Kakazu politely knocked on the door, while the other one had no manners at all, wanting to push the door open directly. Young lady, we just heard footsteps. We're coming in now. Jiming pretended to have just woken up from sleep, lazily saying, What is going on? Why are you waking me up in the middle of the night? As soon as she finished speaking, the two rude ones had already barged in. The room suddenly lit up, and Kakuzu's eyes were met with that masked man. Although he couldn't see his face, those eyes were filled with killing intent. Kakuzu took a couple of steps back, pulling Haiden with him. Such strong chakra. This guard must be watching over the young lady while she sleeps. Since there was a master guarding, the assassin naturally couldn't enter. Uchiha Madara raised his eyes. Why have you two come here in the middle of the night? Is this how Shursui taught you? Shursui? The Shunshin Shursui? Kakuzu caught onto the key point. ISNT Shursui, already dead in the South River years ago? Uchiha Madara scoffed. So these people don't even know who their leader is. Shursui really hid deep enough. What are you laughing at? Kakuzu asked seriously, feeling a sense of ridicule. It's nothing, so why are you two here? Uchiha Madara was now half awake, propping himself up on the table, looking at Kakuzu and Haiden with interest. Kakuzu was indeed a good opponent. It should be quite interesting to fight. We heard footsteps in the young lady's room in the middle of the night, so we naturally came to check it out. Kakuzu briefly explained the situation. All right, I understand. Uchiha Madara nodded, waving his hand at them. You can leave now. With me here, there's naturally no problem. Young lady? Kakuzu asked worriedly again. I'm fine. With my guard beside me, there's no major issue. Jiming echoed Uchiha Madara, quickly urging the two to leave. She needed to figure out what was going on with that intruder who barged in. Since there's nothing to do, I'll go back to sleep with Phaeton. The two little guys have finally gone out. Jiming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Having two little tails made it inconvenient for her to handle matters. Are you hiding someone in your room? Uchiha Madara turned around, propping his elbows on the bed, his eyes fixed on him under the candlelight. Jimin was speechless. She really was hiding someone. Just a child who sneaked in. Jimin avoided his gaze, rolled off the bed, and opened the wardrobe. Inside was a child about 15 or 16 years old. Handsome in appearance. It was hard to tell whether he was a boy or a girl. Why are you here? Jimin supported herself with her hands, examining the child in front of her. The child was dressed in fine silk, clearly from a wealthy background. There was a family crest on clothes. Was he from a prominent local family? But why would he attack her? Apart from those close to her, almost no one knew about her outings. Although she had walked in the darkness for many years and had many enemies, she really had no impression of offending this child. Seeing your well-off family background, it can't be for robbery. Jimin continued. If someone from your family sent you to assassinate me, your skills probably won't suffice. Oof. The child turned his head awkwardly, blaming that guy Orochimaru. He said that this beautiful woman was just a decorative pillow and could never hurt her. Who knew that upon entering, it was a member of the Uchiha clan. She could be killed with her eyes closed. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. Jimin was too lazy to pursue it further. He was just a child, not worth her trouble. Just leave quietly. I'm going back to sleep. Chapter 268. Do you trust them? The child was just about to leave when a fan blocked his way. Uchiha Madara initially wanted to kill him directly, following the methods of his time, killing anyone he didn't know to avoid trouble. Let this child go. Jimin yawned. It was late at night, and while they weren't sleeping, she still needed a rest. You should hurry back and rest too, brother. The child was quite perceptive. Seeing that the fan didn't obstruct him, he quickly ran away. If he didn't run now, he would be the one dead later. For Orochimaru, he wouldn't risk his own life. Madara put away his weapon, lay down on the sofa, and closed his eyes to rest. He couldn't actually sleep. At his age, he didn't lack sleep. Moreover, he was a reincarnated body, not only tireless, but also never hungry, with an endless amount of chakra. But the girl on the bed was different. She was very tired. Clearly at an age, without worries, she was busy every day for the village, for the country, for everyone. Madara couldn't help but wonder, what was the purpose of establishing this village? Initially, he hoped that Izuna and little Jimin could live in peace and safety. But when Konoha village was finally established, Izuna was already fading, and little Jimin was to marry into the Senju clan. This wasn't right. Why did it start well, but turn out this way later? Aren't you going to sleep? The girl's voice suddenly reached his ears, reminiscent of the times when little Jimin would call him when she couldn't sleep in that small courtyard. The two siblings would chat, and before they knew it, dawn would break. But times had changed. Madara sighed imperceptibly. Sleep, little Jimin. Rest well. I'll keep watch for you. Jimin couldn't be bothered with him. As someone still growing, if she didn't sleep, her nutrition would really fall behind. Her brain was about to crash. Then I'm really going to sleep. Jimin's voice was getting weaker. If you need anything, just call me. Although she felt there was nothing much to worry about. What if? The next day arrived safely. A beautiful day began with breakfast, but Jimin looked at the two people in front of her. No, three people. Each one was holding a portion of breakfast, standing at her door. When she opened the door, 3 servings of breakfast came into view. She was momentarily speechless. What is going on? Good morning, young lady. Kakuzu was the first to speak. Please have your breakfast first. Jimin directly closed the door. What was happening? Could they turn Kakuzu and Faden back? Although she still owed him money, under these circumstances, she wouldn't have to pay it back. However, having been alone for so long, Jimin couldn't enjoy this luxury. Plus, there were too many people. It was hard to handle. What to do? She definitely couldn't drive them away. Her illusion techniques weren't strong enough. How about? Jimin came up with an idea and reopened the door, letting the people outside in to eat together. Kakuzu, Faden, I have a task for you two. Please go ahead. Young lady. Kakuzu, being more stable compared to the more aggressive Faden, finally said, Are you finally going to use me? Jimin. What are you talking about? Jimin helplessly rubbed her forehead and said, This isn't called using, it's called a task. I need you to investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts. He took my things. Kakuzu recalled. Indeed, there was such a thing, he said. Our task here is also to eliminate Orochimaru because he defected from the organization. Although we don't want to cause trouble, since the young lady said so, Faden and I will investigate. Kakuzu was reliable. Jimin nodded in satisfaction. If there's any news, send word to me. Let's go, Faden. Kakuzu didn't bother to care whether Faden finished eating or not, and directly took him away. The room was left with only Madara and Jimin. Madara didn't trust these inexplicable newcomers. He propped his chin and stared at Jimin, who was eating, lost in thought. Do you trust them? I don't. Jimin was no longer as warm as at the beginning. Instead, she was as cold as usual. But since they're following us, we can't act freely. It would be better to shake them off. Once we finish eating, we should set off. Orochimaru's there was probably nearby. Jimin only had a vague impression. She had seen in the Umbu reports that Orochimaru had a base in this area, but she didn't know if Orochimaru himself was there. However, based on their recent activities, they were near the Land of Fire, so it was very likely that he was still at the nearest base. That's why they came out at this time. Madara snorted lightly. Indeed, how could his little Jimin be foolish? Born in the scheming Uchiha clan, without some means and brains, one wouldn't even know how to survive.